You took a group of rookies to participate in a military exercise, but they not only did not embarrass you, but also directly defeated the 3 armies in the exercise, beheaded the enemy's leader, shocking the entire military. However, this group of rookies with monstrous talents had no one willing to lead them before. The leader of the Cheetah Squad, Wang Yangfa, is furious about this matter. Training new recruits may seem like an easy job to earn honors and awards, but this group of rookies are all monsters. The first one, Wildman Song Chong, has super strong physical fitness, unparalleled martial arts skills, and an incredible ability to withstand attacks. It is said that he grew up drinking wolf milk in the wild forests of the northeast. A single punch from him could crush reinforced concrete. The second, Zhang Shuai. The grandfather is the chief of the Northwest Military Region. The father is also the chief of the Northwest Military Region, has rich military knowledge, and has a first-class physical fitness, completely looks down on anyone. The third, rich second-generation Han Xiang. The father is one of the top 5 super rich people in Longhua, and is known as the #1 local tycoon in the new recruit company. He believes that money can settle everything, but because of his bad temper, he was sent by his father to the military camp for transformation. The fourth one is from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, Hua Shan Ku, with superb medical skills and excellent combat skills. He usually smiles with a pair of glasses, harmless in appearance, but the first 2 platoon leaders were retaliated against by him invisibly and fell victim to the poison he released. The fifth boxing champion, Hao Lian, is a rare boxing genius who is familiar with various offensive routines and likes to hurt people at the drop of a hat. The sixth, Qin Yang, a computer genius from Shuimu University, is well-versed in modern warfare. The seventh, Su Xiaoyu, who loves to play tricks, has a silver tongue, smiles at everyone, is a turncoat, and is useless in every way, just here to collect military retirement pay. The eighth, Sprint King, Little Cheetah Su Kai, is unbeatable in speed. It is said that he is preparing to win gold at the military games. His background is rumored to be a direct descendant of a 3-generation single lineage of a certain figure in this military region, making him someone not to be trifled with. The ninth son of a high-ranking official, Wang Tianyi, claims to be the best in the world, looks down on everyone, and is extremely selfish and self-serving. Behind these people are some extraordinary figures. In just over 10 days, 3 platoon leaders have already been replaced in the company. Wang Yangfa thought that the new recruits this time had hit the jackpot, but it turned out to be a group of hot potatoes. He angrily threw his military cap and glared at everyone present. I'll say this now, whoever can lead this new recruit platoon well, no matter who it is, I will give them a commendation and promote them to deputy company commander immediately after the new recruit platoon ends. When everyone heard about the reward, their eyes lit up, but not a single person dared to raise their hand. At this moment, you slowly stood up, and Captain Wang was pleasantly surprised to see this. Who is this person, actually volunteering? But when he saw that it was you, he was instantly disappointed. He didn't expect you to be a civilian secretary. Xin Yuan, the military is not a place for jokes. The captain politely declined you. Reporting to the captain, it is precisely because I am aware of my own abilities that I have such determination. Captain Wang raised his eyebrows at these words. This new soldier, even the old platoon leader couldn't handle. And you, a civilian, dare to try? You frowned. It seems that these guys really look down on themselves. Report to the captain. I voluntarily apply to transfer to the new recruits platoon as platoon leader. I can write a military order. If I can't handle this group of new recruits well, I will directly retire. You spoke loudly, and several platoon leaders beside you showed a playful smile. Captain Wang frowned and asked in a deep voice, Xin Yuan, are you sure? Report to the captain. Absolutely no problem. With 3 months of training time, I hope you can give me this opportunity. After thinking for a while, Captain Wang agreed. 10 minutes later, you carried your luggage to the entrance of the new recruits training camp. The platoon leader of the new recruits platoon and several squad leaders received the order and had been waiting here for a long time. Where are the instructor and deputy platoon leader? You raised your eyebrows and asked. The platoon leader Zhao Ruishuan of the first row explained helplessly. Report to the platoon leader. The deputy platoon leader said his wife is giving birth and has taken a long leave. As for the instructor, he was so angry during the political lecture that he was admitted to the hospital and has not been discharged yet. You couldn't help but be stunned. Well, go and see those troublemakers. You ordered to the crowd. Yes, the platoon leader and all the squad leaders immediately nodded. You followed everyone to the training ground, but surprisingly, there was no one there. You shouted angrily, asking why there wasn't a single new recruit in sight. Zhao Ruishuan quickly explained. Reporting to the platoon leader, the new recruits thought it was going to rain and felt that it was not suitable for training, so they didn't come. Li Mingmen added. Reporting to the platoon leader, They also mentioned that the weather was too hot and requested to be moved to a room with air conditioning. You furrowed your brow and immediately blew the emergency assembly whistle, ordering this group of people to come down to me, company commander. This may be a bit unrealistic. They said it's their lunch break now. So, you were furious as soon as you heard it, and immediately scolded loudly. Look at you cowards. Do you still have the demeanor of a platoon leader or company commander? You were sent by your superiors to manage these soldiers, not to be servants. Show some officer's demeanor. In an instant, the sharp aura on you also emanated. Several platoon leaders beside you were immediately scared into silence. Yes, they were indeed here to lead the troops, not to be pushed around, but that group of people dare not fight, and cannot win. The previous company commanders were helpless. Some even vomited blood and were hospitalized due to anger. These mere platoon leaders and company commanders are also helpless. Take out the military whistle. You immediately blew the emergency assembly whistle. The piercing and urgent assembly whistle immediately sounded. However, after 3 minutes, not a single figure appeared. Several new soldiers were sound asleep with their heads covered. Upon hearing this annoying whistle, you were instantly furious, and threw your shoes out of the window. What are you blowing? We just fell asleep. It's urgent. If you dare disturb us again, I'll make you vomit blood. The recruits didn't give a damn about the so-called muster post. Qin Yuan stared at the dormitory building with his entire cold face. Another minute passed and saw that there was still no one in sight. Tap tap tap. Qin Yuan directly took a big step up. These assholes, they really want to go against the grain? That's right. What an unusually rich and colorful life for recruits. Perhaps Qin Yuan's rallying whistle had woken up the sleeping recruits. Nowadays, this new recruit is playing cards, lying in bed, standing in the middle of the dormitory singing and dancing, and even hanging upside down on the bed. This is not a soldier. This is a bunch of fucking dilettantes. Qin Yuan was slightly startled when he saw this. He would have been tempted to lash out, but after a quick scan, he was surprised to find a few good seedlings. This new class of recruits, there are a couple of guys that look like they're just very physically strong. Moreover, all of them are quite individualistic. Qin Yuan was surprised. But, the new officer cracks the whip 3 times. Qin Yuan still hadn't forgotten his mission. He was here to clean up this group of newbie pricks. If one comes up and loses one's majesty, then in the future, let alone cleaning up after them to carry out the training work. Emergency assembly post. Are you all fucking deaf? A roar. Everyone was instantly shocked by the aura on this new company commander, and for a while no one actually dared to retort. Qin Yuan walked forward and kicked over the table in front of him, scattering the cards on the table. This is the army. Is this where you come to play? These soldiers were indeed shocked. The point was that the aura on this person in front of them was just too strong, so that people didn't dare to refute it at all. But Zhangcheng was furious. Zhangcheng, the wild man, followed his grandfather from a young age and grew up in the deep forests of the northeast, and at the age of 11, he once tore apart a wild wolf with his bare hands in a savage and ferocious manner. Zhangcheng stood up violently. His height of 1 meter 9 was instantly frightening. Fuck off, you Yakuza shit. Who are you yelling at? Zhangcheng held his head high, condescending and overbearing as he roared. In front of me, you dare to be arrogant? Grandma! Although Qin Yuan's height was 183 centimeters, it was still not enough to look at in front of the well-built, sinewy and powerful Zhangcheng. Just by looking at the appearance alone, Qin Yuan didn't have the slightest advantage at all. First platoon leader, contradicting the company commander. Give this guy a pass first. Qin Yuan smiled coldly and let out a roar at the door. Aye, company commander. The first platoon leader nodded at once in a torrent. It's just, he's a little scared right now. This savage, he's not really going to make a move on the new company commander, is he? It's said that the savages are very fierce and brutal, and the size of this company commander, looking civilized and weak. Could he withstand a punch from him? One moment. It's not just the 3 platoon commanders. All the new recruits were speculating with interest. What would be the end of this new company commander? One punch was dry scrapped. Or were they scared and fled in disgrace? Don't make up all that nonsense. If you have the ability to directly cover my greeting. With a look of impatience, Zhangcheng pressed forward another step, his body instantly rushing in front of Qin Yuan. A huge punch came. Qin Yuan was as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. Good, since you want to lie down, then I'll fulfill you. Qin Yuan let out a muffled grunt. Exclusion. The crowd only saw a lightning-fast fist shadow. Boom. Follow closely. A dull crash sounded. Zhangcheng's entire body seemed like a brute bull as he instantly flew backwards. Boo! Zaichu fell heavily onto the plank bed. The wooden plank bed was instantly crushed and burst into pieces. Zhangcheng collapsed to the ground in pain, curling his body, and for a while he couldn't even get up. Crap! The scalp is numb. One punch and the fiercest Zayachu is dry-humped? Bruce Lee, the Interceptor? Tyson in the flesh? Ancient Hercules? It's too fierce. That's Zhang Chong. He stood there for me to hit. An existence I couldn't even beat. But this new company commander. He actually sent him flying with a single punch? If this punch were to hit me, I'm afraid I'd have to go straight to the ground. May I ask who in the whole world can block a punch from this new company commander? The recruits were instantly baffled. One seemed to have seen a ferocious beast on earth. Among them, Zhang Chong, who was the most physically strong, was fucked away with a single punch. How much fucking power does that take? How explosive? Looking at the new company commander's physique alone, he was wiry and weak. Not the kind of muscular man who looked menacing. No doubt about it. Relying on that, it was an overwhelming instantaneous explosive power. But how terrifying would this instantaneous outburst have to be to cause such an attack? Brush up. Almost everyone, the way they looked at Qin Yuan changed. WOJ, this new company commander is too fierce. The first platoon commander was also confused. To be precise, he was shocked. No wonder the new company commander is so bold. So he has real skills. The second platoon leader was filled with joy. The third platoon leader was even more delighted. As the saying goes, it's good to ride under a big tree. And the new company commander is not only not a watery substance, but also a tough one. It looks like the next few days are going to be good. The three platoon commanders, all feeling bitterly happy, were simply so excited that they wanted to cry. Good. What strength, what terrifying explosive power. Zhang Chang's gaze blazed, instantly sizing Qin Yuan up carefully. Inside, even more monstrous waves were stirred up. This Qin Yuan is frighteningly strong. The feeling he's giving me now is simply more terrifying than the king of all beasts. Zhang Chong had grown up in the wild forest and was born with a beast-like sharp intuition. He was able to sense danger from his surroundings very keenly in advance. The current Qin Yuan was the one who brought him a terrifying sense of crisis like a lion and tiger. But if it really comes down to a life and death struggle, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. Zhang Chong remained unconvinced. If not for this defiant nature, he had long since died an unknown number of times in the mountains and forests filled with wild animals. Qin Yuan didn't know at all. With just one punch, he nearly psyched out Zhang Chong. Now, who else is not convinced? Feel free to come forward. Qin Yuan's faint voice rang out. His goal was clear. No, I'll beat you into submission. It's that simple and brutal. Just for the moment. No one dares to take it lightly anymore. Want to fight back? First of all, he had to weigh his own body. Whether it was strong enough to block that shocking punch. Humph. It's true that he's a martial artist. A guy who only uses violence. It's now the 21st century. I didn't realize that the current army is still so disappointing. A lazy voice rang out. A new recruit shook his head and sighed and lamented. His face full of disdain. Follow the voice. It was a well-built, highly nearsighted glasses-wearing fellow who looked equally literate. Qin Yuan couldn't help but stare. MD, you're being mocked yourself? And you're a martial artist who only uses violence? This guy who's talking, he's too arrogant, isn't he? Tap tap tap. Qin Yuan came to that new recruit. Qin Yang, a senior computer student at Shui Mu University, well versed in modern combat theory, has very unique insights into modern high-tech warfare. Qin Yuan directly stated the other party's identity information. On the way here, Qin Yuan had some knowledge about the information of these new recruits. You don't really think that you can win a war just because you understand some computer technology and know some combat theories? Qin Yuan condescended and spoke rather mockingly. Isn't it? Qin Yang frowned, glaring angrily at Qin Yuan. Dare to oppose me? Boom. No hesitation. Qin Yuan went up and kicked him, as fast as lightning, directly kicking Qin Yang to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that you're also Qin, and were a family 500 years ago, with this kick, you'd already be dead. The crowd couldn't help but stare. A face of surprise and incredulity. No, that's too hard. Saying fight? Is there any justice? Is there any king's law? Killing and strong. This new company commander looks like he really has two brushes. Can't afford to mess with him. Can't afford to mess with him. The recruits were once again dumbfounded. One was dumbfounded. This new company commander is atrocious. Just say fight? Qin Yuan. I'll fuck you. Qin Yang, with a face of shame and anger, patted the dust on his body and immediately stood up. Yet he steeped down on the ground and vomited furiously because of his great fear and regurgitation. Qin Yuan swept his gaze towards the crowd, his voice icy cold. I don't care what backgrounds or identities you have. As soldiers under me, it's the dragon that has to be coiled. A tiger must lie down. Now. All of them. Target. Training ground. 10,000 meters. Qin Yuan looked at the crowd and gave orders. This time, seeing Qin Yuan's toughness, there were indeed a few people who retreated. The few remaining pricks, however, remained unmoved, just looking at Qin Yuan in such a commanding manner, especially their current leader. Zhang Shuai didn't give Qin Yuan any face at all. Zhang Shuai looked indifferent, his hands wrapped around his body, and spoke faintly, "Brothers, perseverance is victory. Don't give him face. Right, let's all stick together. I see that this kid looks about the same age as us. Why should we listen to him?" Su Xiaoyu immediately echoed, "I won't leave this bed today anyway." Haolian Demon smiled evilly. "Yeah, being a good fighter is a big deal, right? It's against the law to beat someone to death. He doesn't dare to beat us to death. At most, we'll just be maimed." Little Cheetah Sukai revealed a smirk. "Crippled at most?" Wang Tiany's eyebrows lifted with a disdainful expression. "Sorry, I bet he wouldn't even dare to maim." A short moment. The power of the first fire burned by Qin Yuan's new official is gone. The recruits quickly came to a big consensus that as long as they were united, Qin Yuan couldn't do anything to them. It's just some beatings at most. "Fish, since you're going, I'll go too." "Hey, hold on everyone. Stick to your sister." "Prince, I can't follow you this time. I don't want to get beaten up." "Very well, you guys. You're really united. Very bold." Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. "These boys are really bold." He turned his head and shouted to the platoon leader downstairs, "Platoon leader, go to the warehouse and bring me a box of tear gas over." The three platoon commanders froze. This new company commander of theirs was too imposing. Tear gas against recruits? Aye, company commander. But they didn't dare disobey orders and rushed to the warehouse to find tear gas. Qin Yuan now had the title of devil instructor on him. Dealing with new recruits was just a matter of dealing with new recruits. And he had already come up with hundreds of ways to straighten out these prickly soldiers inside his head. Carrying tear gas? The recruits were a bit baffled. What does the new commander want? Wouldn't want to tear gas them into submission. Would you? I'll see how long you guys can hold out. Smiling coldly, Qin Yuan left the dormitory and came to the front door. Clicking the door of the room locked. Bad dudes. That guy locked the door to his room. MD, he's not going to be serious, is he? If we do get tear gas, we'll be in deep shit. The recruits finally panicked a bit. Zhang Shuai's gaze was cold. I'll see if he dares to mess around. If he dares to use tear gas, I'll directly ask Grandpa to kick him out of the barracks. After a while the first and second platoon leaders came running up carrying 2 cases of tear gas. The people inside the dormitory couldn't help but look forward to it. Tear gas. Even if they had never tasted it, they knew that it must be very painful. I just can't believe that he really dares to mess around. The recruits are betting on it. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, was leisurely guarding the door of the dormitory. He didn't want these boys to run out so early. Platoon leader Zhao, wait. You guys listen to my orders. After I kick open the door, I'll just throw this tear gas in. What? Platoon leader Zhao looked in disbelief. Was this serious? These young master soldiers, each one of them has a powerful background. They can't afford to offend. Besides, this tear gas is just thrown in? Don't play with people. Company commander. One of the men inside this dormitory is the nephew of the division commander. Zhao Ruishuan couldn't help but remind. Zhang Mingming couldn't help but open his mouth. Company commander. It looks like there's a son of a provincial radical executive here. Execute the order. Qin Yuan didn't want to say anything more. And with an order, the 2 platoon commanders hurriedly shut their mouths. Aye, company commander. The company commander will take care of it if the sky falls anyway. They have nothing to fear. Boom! Qin Yuan kicked the door straight open. And the people inside were stunned. It was too much. They had checked it before. It's a very sturdy gate. You didn't expect it to be broken open by Qin Yuan's kick? Haolian Demon on the bed was a little unhappy. Cursing, just about to get out of bed. Suddenly a dozen tear gas canisters were thrown directly in. Qin Yuan closed the door as soon as he could. And instantly the sound of ghosts and wolves came out from inside. Crap, you trashy company commander. You can't afford to play. So you play dirty? Asshole. No, I didn't think cough. I didn't think he'd actually have the guts to throw tear gas. There was a whale inside the dormitory. And Qin Yuan was guarding the gate. Someone tried to rush out. But Qin Yuan was nonchalant and directly kicked back. A man can't be a man. It doesn't matter if it's Savage Zhaochong or Fighter Haolian Demon. It was simply not a match for Qin Yuan's one move. Over the top. Painful. It's a pleasure. It's great to be with a new company commander. 2 platoon commanders outside the door that smile called a happy ah. So many days. This bad gas is finally out. These pricks. You need someone like Qin Yuan to clean them up. New company commander. Do you know who my father is? You wait, I'll never let you go when I get out. Ahem. I'm going to tell my uncle that you're being abusive. You have the fucking balls to open the door. Ha, still have the strength to scream? First platoon leader. It looks like the tear gas isn't powerful enough. Throw in a few more for them. This is what Qin Yuan didn't expect. Now that they are still screaming so hard, it looks like this tear gas isn't powerful enough, so keep throwing in a few more. The door of the dormitory had just been opened, and these some people saw hope, and thought that Qin Yuan knew that he was afraid and wanted to let them out, but they didn't expect that a few more tear gas were thrown in. WOJ, there's new tear gas being thrown in. The recruits started screaming again. At this moment, Qin Yuan stood at the door of the dormitory, leisurely holding a thermos cup and drinking tea. I told you guys we're too spoiled for them before. That's the way these guys should be cleaned up. I have to say, the company commander is still awesome. Just like that, as time passed, the group of young masters inside the dormitory eventually couldn't take it anymore and started begging for mercy. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't do anything beforehand. Handsome, if we can't, let's surrender. Yeah, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Staying green is not a worry. Such a brutal company commander. It is not appropriate to in his front hard steel a handsome. Why not temporarily let him rejoice for 2 days before? Cough cough cough. Zhang Shuai was in tears from the gas, but he was still stubborn and didn't want to surrender and admit defeat. But after looking around at his brothers who had accompanied him to suffer, he could not be so heartless after all. Alright, then surrender for the time being, and I, Zhang Shuai, swear that I will definitely make him compensate back tenfold and 100-fold in the future. Zhang Shuai clenched his fists and frowned. Of course, today Qin Yuan also just give them a little bit of punishment. Training has just begun. The back there are more days they suffer. Company commander, open the door. We surrender. Company commander, we really admit defeat. Open the door. Sure enough, the sound of surrendering and admitting defeat came from inside. Qin Yuan revealed a smile. Why would you have to suffer so much if you surrendered and admitted defeat earlier? Qin Yuan opened the door. These young master boxer seniors were suddenly sweating profusely, and each of them ran out with red eyes, lying on the ground and coughing violently. This feeling of getting a breath of fresh air is fantastic. Zhang Shuai glared viciously at Qin Yuan without saying a word. Wow! Outside, a sudden downpour of rain poured down in bean-sized drops, quickly drowning out the gasps of the crowd. Qin Yuan walked up and directly looked down on the crowd from above. Roll down and gather. 10,000 meters in the playground. I'll only say it one last time. Everyone did not expect this new company commander actually move real, and at the moment outside has been thunder, pouring rain pouring down. Now this situation to run. Absolutely looking for a crime. Ugh. If only it had just surrendered when it wasn't raining. Surrender now. Your body will be wet after the run later. Stop nagging and get down there. I'd rather run to my death than get tear-gassed again. The recruits received Zhang Shuai's approval, and one by one, they scurried frantically down the road. Within moments, they were all gathered in the playground. It feels so good to get a breath of fresh air. Hulian Demon's eyes were red and she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Grandma, I should have known to come down earlier. It feels good to stand on the playground. Su Xiaoyu hemmed and hawed. I can warn the few of you. This time, I'll temporarily count it as admitting defeat. But next time, you absolutely have to be on my side. Zhang Shuai swept his gaze towards the crowd and raised his fists. Otherwise, my promise in the beginning will not count. It won't be handsome. You're the boss here. We're definitely on your side. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly compensated with a smile. Hulian Demon lifted his eyebrows and didn't say anything, but he didn't object either. After all, Zhang Shuai's promise was very attractive. Shuai's words are greater than everything. Don't worry Shuai, even if the sky collapses, we will still support you and stand by you. Savage Zhangchong spoke out. His voice rumbled with great momentum. Having him backing up Zhang Shuai instantly made Zhang Shuai's words carry more weight. Ha ha, good. Then this weekend, I'll give you guys a head start. Let you guys have a blast. Zhang Shuai instantly smiled brightly. Yes, handsome bull. Handsome man is awesome. The recruits have praised Zhang Shuai. Tap tap tap. Steady footsteps sounded. Qin Yuan and the three company commanders appeared in front of the crowd. At this time, the last of the recruits came running through the door of the dormitory with shriveled feet. His face was pale, and after seeing Qin Yuan, he immediately stopped and roared and growled. Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, I'm going to hire the best lawyer to sue you. This is simply murder. Murder is not something to talk about. Cleaning up the trash is true. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. When everyone heard Qin Yuan say this, they were instantly furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. Once he remembered Qin Yuan's terrifying to explosive fighting strength, even Zhang Chong was not his opponent, and a hard fight would just be a self-inflicted humiliation. As for those who want to sue me, after the 6 months of recruit training is over, you're welcome to do so as you please, and if I, Qin Yuan, flinch one step, I'll write my name upside down. You, back in line. A thudding leg kick. Qin Yuan kicked Wang Tianyi into the team. This last place was none other than the son of a certain high-ranking official, Wang Tianyi, who was known as the No. 1 in the world. Qin Yuan could be very impressed. 185, but weighing only 110 pounds. Thin as a bamboo pole. A weak look. After a slight pause, Qin Yuan swept his gaze to the crowd present and said in a torrential voice, "They say a tiger's father has no son, and in this state of yours, I am ashamed of your family." Wow! Zhang Shuai stood up with fierce and angry eyes. Next to him, platoon leader Zhao hurriedly whispered, "Company commander, this kid is the most powerful." Qin Yuan nodded slightly. "Oh, that's quite interesting. I'd like to see what's a bit capable." Through careful observation, Qin Yuan had long since seen that this Zhang Shuai was the current leader of the group. As the saying goes, capturing the thief is the first step. If you can subdue Zhang Shuai, the problem can definitely become much simpler. Zhang Shuai stared coldly at Qin Yuan. In fact, since childhood, it was the first time someone dared to treat him like this. Su Xiaoyu beside him hastily pulled Zhang Shuai's corner and reminded in a low voice, "Handsome brother, the enemy is strong and we are weak. It is not advisable to fight hard right now. Preserving our strength is important." Zhang Shuai finally couldn't help himself. All the anger in his body exploded at this moment. All of these are the capital that he can be proud of. I didn't expect to be humiliated by a small company commander one after another now. Oh, is this your counterattack? Only playing lip service? Or do you only rely on the majesty of the elders in your family to bully others? If you have the ability to come up with the ability yourself to show me. Otherwise, I really do look down on you. Qin Yuan slowly and methodically shot back. When Zhang Shuai heard this, he was instantly furious. This guy was also too insulting. He clenched his fists, hesitated slightly, and directly rushed up. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. Having been strengthened by the system, Qin Yuan's various physical qualities had long reached or even surpassed the human body limits of ordinary people. The combined strength of all aspects can even be absolutely crushed. Qin Yuan made an in-place jump, followed by a 180-degree whip kick, which kicked Zhang Shuai directly to the ground with unerring precision. Still the son of a general's family. Ha! Is that all the strength you have? If you ask me, it's a joke. Qin Yuan's faint voice rang out. Kill and kill. The crowd looked confused. This new company commander, doesn't he know anything about the human condition? You know, this is a real general's son. Grandma, I'll fight you. Zhang Shuai forced himself to endure the severe pain, climbed up, roared angrily, and charged up again. However, a leg shadow smashed in. Zhang Shuai flew backward at a faster speed. Stubborn Zhang Shuai, still unconvinced, one sprint at a time, kicked off again and again. Egu crikey, that's too hard. I've been beaten so many times that I'm afraid my body would have fallen apart long ago. Zhang Shuai is careful to bare his teeth. This new company commander will definitely be dismissed tomorrow. To the end. Zhang Chong, how even the demon Su Xiaoyu several people cannot bear to see. No way. Zhang Shuai is getting beat up so badly. What was once a pretty handsome guy is now almost a pig's head. Marshal Zhang, are you convinced? Qin Yuan stepped forward and stared at him coldly, speaking blandly. Me? No. Zhang Shuai couldn't speak clearly, but remained unconvinced. Good, then get your ass to the infirmary. A smothering punch. Qin Yuan directly smashed Zhang Shuai into unconsciousness. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't help but gulp. Which was the company commander? It's no different than robbers. The recruits suddenly had a sense of foreboding. They're afraid they've gone into a thieves' camp, not a military camp. First platoon leader. Qin Yuan's cold voice rang out. Here. Zhao Ruishuan immediately stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Take the boy to the infirmary." Qin Yuan spoke with a light smile. Just at the moment, he had a smile that was chilling. "I, company commander." Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded excitedly. This new company commander is absolutely brilliant. Not only are they strong, they are bold. They also felt a great deal of pain following such a company commander. The suffocation and aggression that they had previously suffered from this group of pricks were now all beaten back, and they only felt indescribably relieved. Zhao Ruishuan immediately sent someone to take the unconscious Zhang Shuai away and send him to the infirmary. Heavy rain poured down. The recruits had long since become drop dead. Qin Yuan's gaze was cold as he looked at the crowd. Now, all of you, target, 10,000 meters, finish running and eat. Can you do it? The recruits shivered when they touched Qin Yuan's icy cold eyes. Promise to finish the job. The recruits replied in unison, their voices resounding. The second platoon leader and the third platoon leader saw this, and each of them felt God. The new company commander's too good to be true, isn't he? That's all it took to subdue these pricks? It was just that they couldn't help but be a little worried about Zhang Shuai's retaliation after he woke up. Tap tap tap. Against the torrential rain, the recruits looked like they were pumped up with chicken blood, and one by one, they ran wildly with great vigor. No way! The hardest backstage man, Zhang Shuai, was subdued, and the most forceful savage was defeated. This new company commander is soft and hard with a super tough instinct and doesn't give a damn about your so-called background. They'll just have to admit it. The recruits ran furiously round and round, without the slightest sign of fatigue. The second platoon leader looked so dumbfounded that he almost cried. Company commander, you are truly a god. I've been coming to the recruits for so long, and it's the first time I've seen them brats run so neatly and so fast and with such vigor. The second platoon commander almost burst into tears. The third platoon leader was also quite emotional. With a sighing face, I didn't even dream of it. This group of pricks still have today. Bittersweet ah. Qin Yuan smiled blandly at his words. This is just the beginning. And the bitterness is over? There are many good days ahead. The two platoon commanders will see to it. The second platoon leader couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Ha ha, we believe in the company commander's level of coaching. It's just that company commander. I'm afraid that brat Zhang Shuai will retaliate when he wakes up, so we can't afford to be unguarded. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. Just a son of a general's family. How much of a storm can he stir up? Put 100 hearts. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a recruit when he first entered the recruit company. Rewarded with peak-level Chinese medicine. Peak-level Chinese medical technology, bringing together the essence of Chinese medicine in the next 5,000 years of China. Containing ancient to this year's 991 kinds of magical acupuncture and moxibustion. 32,999 kinds of magical treatment of the secret formula. 776,064 kinds of bruises inside and outside the meridian of the medical treatment method. Packaged to cure a variety of difficult and miscellaneous diseases. To ensure that the medicine to the disease. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt rang out abruptly. Qin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Peak-level Chinese medicine techniques? No way. Surprisingly, it contains so many medical techniques and cures. Slightly scanning the system introduction, Qin Yuan was instantly overjoyed and happy. In that case, in the future, when these brats train and get injured, there's a way to deal with it. Qin Yuan instantly thought of one of the greatest marvelous uses of this peak-level Chinese medicine technique. Next, countless knowledge of Chinese medicine flooded into his mind. Acupuncture tips, recipes for healing, medical maneuvers, etc., etc., etc. One moment, it all flooded into the mind. For a short moment, Qin Yuan comprehended all of this knowledge to the point where he had reached the peak of exaltation. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. A disease that's serious can be cured? After slightly feeling the knowledge in his mind, Qin Yuan couldn't help but applaud the old Chinese ancestors for their subtle Chinese medicine techniques. It's too strong. It's just too strong. It's just a shame. These secretarial remedies, with the passage of time, have been almost entirely lost in the course of history. Only a very few of them have survived, and not one in 1,000. If this convergence of the upper and lower 5,000 years of Chinese medicine all the complete flow down, the overall life expectancy of the physical fitness of the people of my country of the dragon, absolutely able to go up several levels again. Right, Qin Yuan lamented. Time passes. Soon 30 minutes passed. Very much out of Qin Yuan's expectation, this group of recruits had already run 20 laps. And, not a single one of them fell off the wagon. Even Wang Tianyi, who was the weakest physically, was running honestly. Even when you can't run and your pace is staggering, you're gritting your teeth. This made Qin Yuan look dumbfounded. Driving a jeep, Qin Yuan smilingly chased up. In the torrential rain torrential voice. Good. You guys early so good behavior. Not from the torture of tear gas? Where does he know? Qin Yuan's overly brutal coaching style is like a heavy hammer. All to the new recruits' fast entire psychological shadow. According to the words of the new recruits, they can't fight now, and they can't run, so they just have to suffer in silence. 4,5,000 meters for troops. The passing requirement is 23 minutes. So for 10,000 meters, you must finish within 45 minutes to be considered qualified. But as my Qin Yuan soldiers, I ask you all, you must run it within 42 minutes. And if one of you goes overtime, today's dinner will be postponed for 1 hour. 2 people overtime and dinner is postponed for 2 hours. And so on. If 10 of you go overtime, dinner is postponed for 10 hours. Qin Yuan glanced at the time and laughed lightly. It's now 4:38 p.m. Which means that if you guys finish running 10,000 meters before 4:50 p.m. all of you don't have to accept the punishment. My dear warriors, go for it. Qin Yuan said aloud with a wide smile. Ha, only 12 minutes left? Guys, come on. I haven't eaten much since noon, and I was thinking of making up for it at dinner. Brothers all step up, and don't ever go against your stomach. I, Zhao Chong, am now giving the word that whoever goes overtime is my Zhao Chong's enemy. If that asshole goes overtime, I, Hao Lian Shao Demon, with these iron fists, will teach him to behave every day from now on. As soon as he heard Qin Yuan's conditions, the recruits immediately freaked out. Those that ran, one by one, picked up the pace. Can't run fast enough. It was also a desperate attempt to hold on through gritted teeth. After all, once they couldn't accomplish it, not only would they not be able to eat, but they would also be thrashed by the team's masters. So who could stand it? Under the internal and external attack, the crowd carried the high pressure and gritted their teeth to insist on sprinting. 38th minute. Zaichu was the first to cross the finish line. Follow closely. It's the champion boxer, Hao Lian Demon. The third, surprisingly, was the seemingly insignificant Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looks skinny and weak, not expecting the 10,000 meter result to be quite surprising. The fourth, a young cheetah, Su Kai. Su Kai has a streamlined muscles, full of explosive power, but once the long distance running, it is not Hai Chong Hao Lian Demon Su Xiaoyu rival, just ran a 4th place. 5th place, Qin Yang, a senior computer science student at Mizuki University. 6th place, Chinese medicine family heir Washanqi. Washanqi only ran in 6th place, which slightly surprised Qin Yuan. Could this guy hide his strength? According to the information obtained, Huashanka's comprehensive strength was very strong, and under the conditioning of the family's traditional Chinese medicine means since he was a child, his physical quality could be described as very perfect, and yet he just ran a 6th place? Qin Yuan shook his head. It seems that this kid deliberately hid his clumsiness. Qin Yuan slowly pondered. There's also that Su Xiaoyu, who usually looks harmless and inconspicuous, but I didn't expect to run faster than Su Kai. This fellow, I'm afraid he has some secrets as well. 7th place goes to super rich kid Christina Han. Han Xiang's overall level, also very outstanding, only because of his bad character. He was purposely sent into the military camp by his dad. As for Wang Tianyi, who claimed to be the best in the world, almost down at the end, Qin Yuan basically ignored him. 41st minute. The last recruit crossed the finish line and collapsed on the playground. Gasping for breath, Qin Yuan finally revealed a hint of a smile. Very good. To my great surprise, all of you rookies have actually finished running 10,000 meters within the allotted time. Except that I just called the cooking crew, and they haven't prepared enough ingredients this afternoon due to the rain, so dinner has been delayed an hour. For soldiers, time is life. This hour cannot be wasted. Qin Yuan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the people present. Sure enough, as soon as they heard him say that the cooking class hadn't prepared the meal yet, the recruits immediately began to look bitter. It was only because Qin Yuan's residual power was still present that no one immediately seethed. So, I thought about it. Such a good training environment today. Let's just stand in military posture for another hour. I promise. As long as you stand in military posture properly, after 1 hour, I'll let you eat a hot and delicious meal. Qin Yuan smiled and looked at the crowd, then instantly tightened his smile. All of them now. Military posture for 1 hour. Ha, no, it's raining so hard. Do we really have to stand in formation? MD, it's too deceitful. This new company commander is deliberately lying to us on the basis that we don't dare to resist. Is there any justice left? Didn't we agree to eat after running 10,000 meters? What's wrong with that? The recruits immediately began to complain in whispers. Everyone had been tossed around very badly for a long time, and at the moment it was still raining heavily and everyone was standing in the rain. So who could stand it? And not only that, Qin Yuan also discovered a very serious problem. These new recruits' military postures were all twisted and turned, and their movements were not standardized at all. Where's the military in that? And right at this moment, Qin Yuan saw Wang Tianyi, whose body was staggering, and this guy even simply sat on his butt on the ground. Qin Yuan immediately walked over with an expressionless face and kicked Zhang Shuai's shoulder. Instantly Wang Tianyi came to a dogshit. Nima, you, how dare you kick me? You are simply looking for death. Wang Tianyi was instantly enraged and glared at Qin Yuan in death. Can't even stand in military posture? What's wrong with me kicking you? Qin Yuan's voice was ice cold. Hey, I won't stand today. What can you do with me? Right? Wang Tianyi snorted coldly. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort and lifted Wang Tianyi. The latter instantly panicked. He didn't know what Qin Yuan wanted to do, only that Qin Yuan's strength was too great. He couldn't break free at all. Platoon leader Zhao, bring the rope. Yes, company commander. Zhao Ruishuan quickly handed over a thick hemp rope. You, what are you doing? Wang Tianyi really panicked. What does this company commander want? Is it true that you're not afraid of anything? What for? Qin Yuan smiled brightly, only to see the technique dazzlingly wrapped around. Just like this, Wang Tianyi was directly tied up by Qin Yuan with a rope, tied to a single bar, and keeping the appearance of standing in military posture. That rope strangled especially tight. Heavy rain kept hitting Wang Tianyi's face, which he had suffered this kind of aggravation. Is that at this moment he really is calling the heavens and the earth? He was so aggravated he was on the verge of tears. You, how dare you do this to me? Do you realize that I can get you out of here with a single word right now? Feel free to use whatever skills you have. Qin Yuan gave him a cold look. My duty is to teach you how to stand in a standard military posture. MD, that's brutal. Just forcefully give it a tie? That's a bad taste. For sure. The soldiers looked dumbfounded. A brutal strike at the drop of a hat? This company commander, who the hell gave him the courage? Let him rejoice for a few days first, and when Wang Tianyi calls his dad and Zhang Shui wakes up, there will be something good for this company commander. Right. Let's be soft for now and let him rejoice for 2 days. Once Handsome and the others use their connections, this brat's good days will come to an end. Humph. When the time comes, he won't have anywhere to cry to. With Wang Tianyi in front of him being made an example of, the recruits were all honest at once. It's just superficially honest. Of course, most of the soldiers were still genuinely shocked by the scene. After all, they're just ordinary people. Even the prickly soldiers among their ranks were treated like this by Qin Yuan. How dare the ordinary soldiers say anything more? Look at the way you stand in military posture. If you didn't know, you'd think you were old ladies selling vegetables at the door. Now, watch me demonstrate. Qin Yuan let out a stern cry, and then his entire aura changed, immediately becoming as if he was a statue. Stand like a pine, hand-posted pants seams, eyes forward, the body is straight, standing there alone. It just gives off a stern aura. I go, this company commander. Something It's the same with military postures. Why do I feel that the company commander standing here is especially refined and imposing? This is not a military posture. It's just a statue, okay? An eye-opener. What an eye-opener. I don't have a fucking leg. Nothing. When the recruits saw Qin Yuan's military posture, they were immediately shocked severely. I didn't realize that a simple military stance could stand out like that. The recruits all instantly felt hateful. Savage Zhangchong looked at Qin Yuan's military posture. His heart was suddenly very unconvinced. Old man can't do it the hard way. But standing in a military posture can still be compared to you? You stand straight. I'm straighter than you. Zhang Chong immediately stood up as Qin Yuan did. However, just as soon as I mimicked it, it felt as if steel had been laid in my legs. And it was hard as hell. Worry, carelessness, if I keep standing like this, my legs will be ruined. And the neck, I'm afraid if it lasts an hour, the neck will break. This little military posture has so many subtleties? Zhang Chong raised his eyebrows, finally realizing that he had been careless. However, he didn't want to admit defeat because just now he had realized that Qin Yuan had noticed him long ago. Zhang Chong clenched his teeth. Now, there's only one way to go. Realizing that the duo of Zhang Chong and Qin Yuan were secretly competing, Haolian Demon and Hua Shanka also joined in the extreme standard military posture. It's just military posture. I don't believe I can't last. Haolian Demon smiled contemptuously and grunted. Then began the standard standing position. Manhwa's lineage has a long heritage, and the first thing that people who learn medicine is to strengthen the body, trying to do everything possible to enhance the physical quality of the body to the individual's peak limit. The ancestors' first generation of the 5 animal poses, then the difficulty of this military posture no shadow. A small military posture is no problem at all. Washanki instilled his full essence and began the extreme standard military posture. However, within a few minutes, Haolian Demon and Washanki felt how sour it really was to stand in military posture like this. It was as if his legs were tied to a straight steel pipe, unable to move in the slightest, not even a slight centimeter of bending. The arms felt like they were welded to the seams of his pants, absolutely unable to move halfway. It's the neck and head that are the hardest. It takes a lot of effort and energy to keep your eyes shining at all times, and the prerequisite for this situation is still to keep the neck-head body in a straight line at all times. It's too hard. It's simply too hard. Qin Yuan's heart was delighted as he watched. The children are teachable. The children are teachable. Who said they were pricks? Aren't there a few soldiers here who are eager to become successful? Qin Yuan smiled happily. 2 idiots. That savage has a bad head on his shoulders, standing in standard military posture. And the 2 of them are screwing around like that? Do they think they have too much physical strength? Han Xiang revealed a contemptuous gaze. 2 idiots. Isn't it good to just mix it up for an hour? It's pouring with rain. Bean-sized raindrops hit the faces of the crowd, cold and piercing. But compared to being gazed at by Qin Yuan's blade-like gaze, They instead preferred being coldly slapped by the icy rain. Wang Tianyi hissed, threatened, and cried fiercely in the torrential rain. Qin Yuan was simply indifferent. In the end, he even directly took off Wang Tianyi's socks and stuffed them into his mouth to shut him up. The recruits were suddenly even more emboldened by the situation, and only deigned to stand honestly in military posture. An hour is a very short period of time by all accounts. Normally speaking, they play cards and sleep, and an hour passes. Yet today's hour was a particularly long one. It's really bad luck. How can I live after meeting such an iron-blooded instructor? I now seem to understand the mystery of Einstein's theory of relativity. That time always seems especially short when you're happy, and so long when you're miserable. You can't even fight. As for resisting, Wang Tianyi is the downfall. Alas, let's endure him for a few days first, and wait for a certain big brother behind the big brother to step in and save us from the sea of misery. Right? If life deceives you, don't be sad. Don't be hasty. Sedation is required on melancholy days. Believe it, happy days will come. Yes, happy days. They will come at last, even if it's hard. Now that they were being deadlocked by Qin Yuan, they had to tough it out even if they couldn't take it. Only, this new company commander, really something his kind of the most standard military posture. I can't hold on for a minute, but he now seems to hold on for more than 10 minutes. I just tried it too. That kind of standing, less than 2 minutes. The whole body is sore, eyes hard to tears, neck sore to suffocate. I really do not know how he insisted on it. Perseverance or habit? This new company commander, he's not a man of steel, is he? The kind that doesn't feel any pain at all? As time passes, when the new recruits saw that Qin Yuan unexpectedly didn't move at all, still standing upright, they were all shocked and couldn't help but whisper about it. This kind of standing has been tried by almost every one of them, but not many of them stick around. But the scary thing was that Qin Yuan had kept this action for a long time. Apart from the 1-minute delay in stuffing Wang Tianyi's socks, for the rest of the time, Qin Yuan stood there, like a lifeless stone, motionless. That's wicked. Where did this Yakuza company commander come from? All along, Zhang Chong had been gritting his teeth and relying on a ruthlessness. He was ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Originally thought that he would be able to gain the upper hand in this contest, but he now sort of realized that this kind of standing, even if he stood down for another 2 hours, I'm afraid that Qin Yuan wouldn't even bring the slightest bit of movement. Grandma, I've gotten a better understanding today. There's a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. The ancients honestly didn't deceive me. Zhang Chong conceded. The whole person was like a deflated ball of leather, no longer able to hold on. Egu crikey, the leg hurts. How does it feel? Like it can't bend? However, in the next second, Zhang Chong realized an even more horrifying problem. He had wanted to bend his legs to move around. However, Husher realized that his legs were unexpectedly unable to bend. At this moment, his legs looked like they were truly under steel plates. Simply wanting to bend them a little bit, they were sore as hell. Miserable, miserable. What to do now? Zhang Chong quickly adjusted his posture. He was surprised to find that if he continued to stand in the extreme standard military posture, his body was much more comfortable instead. Glancing at the crowd, Zhang Chong gritted his teeth and simply continued to stand. Because, 1. He didn't want to be violently beaten by Qin Yuan, and 2. He didn't want to lose face again. Dignity, above all else. Next to Huashanka and Hao Lian Demon, the two of them were not much better than Zhang Chong. How many times had the two thought of giving up and honestly mixing it up a bit with military posture, waiting for the hour to end, and then eating. But seeing that Zhang Chong didn't give up, Qin Yuan stood even longer than them and remained motionless. The ego of the masters made them not want to give up easily on this. No way. High achievers, they're all about the face. Hao Lian Demon, don't want to lose face? Hao Lian Demon indignantly glared at Qin Yuan, hating him for accidentally falling into a dog shit. Thinking so, in a nutshell, they are now in a dilemma. Stick around? Not what they want. Just give up and admit defeat? Nor is it what they think. Su Xiaoyu's side was happy to relax. 3 big idiots. Ha ha ha. Laughed me to death. This new company commander clear-eyed people look as a hard opponent, and may even be transferred from the special forces. They 3 idiots even presume to try military posture with others? Are they out of their minds? Su Xiaoyu thought to herself. On the surface, Su Xiaoyu is a jerk, and can't do anything, but in reality, he was still in very good physical condition. Otherwise he could not be that far ahead in the 10,000 meter run. Before joining the army, Su Xiaoyu knew something about the mysterious and powerful special forces. It is said that snipers can ambush in a location, lying on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights or not moving, even if bitten by mosquitoes, but also grit their teeth. So from the very beginning when the three Zhangchong people were preparing to fight Qin Yuan, Su Xiaoyu knew how the story would end. It's just a pity that the three of them were in the middle of the game and didn't understand the power of it at all. At this moment, everyone prayed that time would pass faster and faster. Finally, 1 hour is up. Shoo! A sharp whistle sounded. Declare the end of military time. Qin Yuan revealed a smirk. Everyone's performance today was very good. The head of the group they said that your new recruits are hard to lead. They are all a bunch of prickly soldiers. In my opinion, it's not that bad at all. Everyone is still very obedient. As soon as Qin Yuan's words fell, the recruits immediately glared. We're obedient? Bullshit. We're letting you have your way for 2 more days. And you'll be crying in a couple days. How dare you say we're not pricks? I wonder when this new company commander went blind. For God's sake, let us eat. We've been hungry as hell for a long time. And this new company commander is still yakking away and wasting his life? Who would listen to you if you weren't so brutal at beating people up? The recruits had long since been trained to be impatient. But looking at Wang Tianyi, who was still tied to the bar, and the leader Zhang Shuai, who was sent to the hospital with his life and death unknown, they still have no choice but to bow their high and proud heads. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. Now I'm a fish on a knife's edge, only to be slaughtered. And there was only to be endured for the time being. We'll wait until Marshal Zhang returns, then we'll work together on a big plan. All dismissed. Let's go eat. Qin Yuan gave an order and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat himself. After training all afternoon, in fact, he had long been hungry and grumbling. This afternoon, engaged in so many physical training, he could not be idle for a while. Physical energy consumption is very strong. Urgent need to replenish energy. Whoa! At that moment, however, a whimpering prayer came from behind him. Qin Yuan froze. What is this sound? Why does it feel so familiar? The raindrops in the sky had tapered off. The recruits, however, were very surprised that none of them left. They all looked in unison in the direction of the bar. Turning his head, Qin Yuan saw that Wang Tianyi was glaring angrily at him and couldn't help but slap his head and laugh. When you get older, your memory is all bad. I almost forgot about this prick. 3 down 5 out of 2. Qin Yuan untied Wang Tianyi. Wang Tianyi instantly looked like blistered Play-Doh and directly went limp. Remove the sock from Wang Tian's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Tianyi immediately coughed with violent dry heaves. The recruits watched with a chill, shaking their heads vigorously with palpitations. That's a good thing it wasn't them who were tied up. This is what happens. It's so bad. I feel sorry for you, only they are also aware of it. This new company commander had hit so hard, he would definitely be retaliated by Wang Tianyi. Brothers, victory is just around the corner. We must hold on for the next 2 days, haha. Isn't that a must? When Handsome returns and Wang Tianyi takes care of the connections behind him, that's the day this new company commander rolls out. Walk away? Humph. In my opinion, this new company commander will not be able to walk out of this barracks in one piece. The recruits immediately whispered. The first 3 company commanders, who were all very polite to them, had 1 man spit up blood from anger and 2 were hospitalized. How could this new company commander walk out of the barracks in one piece after offending them so badly? Where does this make Wang Tianyi and Zhang Shuai lose face? Qin Yuan, right? I, Wang Tianyi, am at loggerheads with you. After dry heaving for a while, Wang Tianyi secretly swore in his heart. As for saying it to your face and threatening it, if it was those softball company commanders from before, Wang Tianyi would definitely threaten them directly. But now, a good man is not forced to do anything. Wang Tianyi wasn't stupid. Being tied up all afternoon today had humiliated him, and he didn't want the story to repeat itself and tragedy to happen to him again. Wang Tianyi, why are you staring at me? Could it be that you want to retaliate? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows and revealed an intriguing smile. Ah, no, 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 company commander. How dare I? I'm just reflecting on the pain. Wang Tianyi opened his mouth with a leathery smile. As the son of Gao Guan, weekdays have long since learned the essence of the set of dads doing things. It was just that he didn't bother to use it when he usually faced ordinary people. Now that he had planted himself in Qin Yuan's hands, it finally ignited his thoughts of revenge and becoming stronger. It's good that it's a reflection. Qin Yuan smiled and immediately called the 3 platoon commanders and leisurely went to eat. Ha 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 ha, company commander. I'm really convinced these pricks in front of you, well behaved like a cat. When he was a little farther away, the 1st platoon leader Zhao Ruixian let out a loud laugh. 3rd platoon leader Li Yongjun smiled even more broadly. Before the company commander did not come, we platoon commanders in front of these pricks do not mention how stifled. Even the commander dared to be angry. Ha 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 ha, did not expect to dream so soon they were retributed. Zhang Mingmin, the 2nd platoon leader, was also very happy, seeing that Wang Tianyi tied up for the whole afternoon, and just now he looked like he dared to be angry and dared not say anything. It was called a raised eyebrow. The previous displeasure and anger have all been retrieved. It's just that company commander. This Wang Tianyi is extremely vindictive. You must be careful. Zhao Ruishuan couldn't help but remind. Don't worry old Zhao. Qin Yuan laughed. The mountain man has his own plan, without two brushes. How dare I come here to bring this group of pricks? Everyone walk faster. I'm starving to death. Let's eat first. Ha ha. Well, eat first. At the mention of eating, I'm feeling hungry too. Grandma, it's the first time in so many days that I, old Zhang, have been so interested in eating, and nothing else. Just because the company commander gave that group of pricks a good lesson today, it makes me feel good to eat. There's something to look forward to. A group of 4 laugh and go to dinner. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing 1 hour of extreme standard military posture. Rewarded with peak level danger perception. Peak level danger sense. Allows the host to sense all dangers within a 1000 meter radius in advance and lock onto the target. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Followed by a burst of ecstasy. His current physical fitness and marksmanship fighting was explosive, and he was properly the strongest combatant on the surface. But some of the soft power is not so good. Getting this peak level danger sense is like adding wings to a tiger. Qin Yuan was overjoyed. Next, Qin Yuan only felt many green points of light appear in his mind. The green point of light disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yet Qin Yuan felt a change in himself. My brain, it seems to be developed again? At present, the human brain has only developed 100%, but now Qin Yuan feels that his brain has been further developed. With a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan took the initiative to catalyze his peak level danger sense. One moment, everything within a 1000 meter radius was covered by a layer of light green light, and there were no red danger light spots to indicate this. This means that there is no danger within a 1000 meter radius nowadays. Not bad. This ability, it's simply unbeatable. It allows me to detect danger in advance. Qin Yuan smiled, very satisfied with this ability. For this new ability, Qin Yuan was very satisfied. On the first floor of the cafeteria, the newbie pricks sat in a huddle, devouring their meals viciously. OMG, the steamed buns smell so good. How come I didn't realize the steamed buns were so delicious before? The flavor of this pork stew with vermicelli is unbeatable. Just love it. I want 10 more bowls. The recruits wolfed down the food. No way. Got practiced too hard this afternoon. Too much physical exertion. They've been hungry for a long time. They hardened their teeth and held on for dear life. And that's how they've held on until now. After a wolfing down of the food, the recruits then slowed down their eating, which made their stomachs feel better. Wang Tianyi's ghastly white face finally got a little better as he came to Huashanka's side and quietly said, Old Hua, you've seen how that bastard tortured me so miserably today. If I want to retaliate against him, the fastest means is up to you. With my own strength, I simply can't do it. Wang Tianyi's eyes flashed with a stern aura. This time, I want him to be crippled. Let him spend forever in a wheelchair in the future. The crowd listened in awe. No way. Young Wang, simply fixing him up is still justifiable. You're breaking the law by doing that. Right. Young Wang, don't go overboard. In case the higher-ups track it down, no one can escape. Wang shall think twice. Even when Handsome was around, he didn't do such a drastic thing. Directly crippling the new company commander? That's not good, is it? Soon, the recruits began to voice their opinions. No doubt about it. It's basically a dissenting opinion. They were indeed upset with Qin Yuan. It was even tempting to let Qin Yuan die, never to appear before them again. Thoughts, however, are just that, thoughts. Washanki's icy voice rang out as he pondered slightly and shook his head. Young Wang, spoofing the new company commander can be wrapped up in me, but if you want to hurt his life, it's better to hire another person. This is something that violates the law, so please forgive me for not being able to follow my orders. Being a family of traditional Chinese medicine that has been passed down for thousands of years, it is easy for Washanki to believe in. The reason why the second company commander was pissed off and spat out blood last time was that someone was secretly pushing the issue. The truth is that the second company commander's body had little material damage at all, but outright crippling a new company commander? The Washanki still had a clear sense of priorities. You, Huashanka, Wang Tianyi glared at his words. Old Hua, how dare you oppose me? Be careful of me stirring up what you did last time. Washanki's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, Wang Tianyi, calling you Wang Xiao is a sign of respect, but please don't be ungrateful. The last time, you were the one who was angry. Even if you report me, no one will believe you. It's not that I, Washanki, am bragging. If I, Washanki, want to mess with someone, with the current medical means and testing technology, there's really no one who can detect it. Wang Tianyi was shocked to hear this. MD. Careless. He'd almost forgotten about the Warsaw Mountaineer. In case you offended Washanki, I'm afraid that when the time comes, you won't even know how to die. In an instant, Wang Tianyi's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Surname Wang. If you beat this new company commander head-on or use your connections behind you, I, Zhang Chong, will never say anything, but if you, this Yakuza thing, want to play dirty and let Lao Hua poison the new company commander, I will be the first to not spare you. At this time, Zhang Chong also snapped. He slammed the table, stood up furiously, and spoke angrily at Wang Tianyi. After this afternoon's training, I found that I'm very much in tune with this new company commander. You kid, do you hear me? Zayach's temper is like that. Fiery and brutal. He's determined to do what he's determined to do, and he's going to do it even if he's stabbing at it. No one can stop it. When Wang Tianyi heard this, he was shocked and shivered, and hurriedly laughed with him. Don't be angry. Brother Chong, I heard you. When your old man speaks, how dare I not listen? Don't worry, I won't move this new company commander. Who's Zhao Chong? That's a rough wild man. A guy who will brutally strike at the drop of a hat. There are no rules with you at all. Unless you're better than him. I'm warning you again. If I find out anything has happened to the new company commander, it's directly on your head. Zhang Chong glared at Wang Tianyi's answer, seemingly not too satisfied. Suddenly, he grabbed Wang Tianyi by the collar of his shirt, and Wang Tianyi let out a scream. Zhang Chong was like carrying a small chicken. Wang Tianyi's thin body was directly grabbed by him. Hear that? Boom ground. Zhang Chong threw Wang Tianyi backward with one hand. Wang Tianyi hurriedly nodded his head in horror. I know Brother Chong, I will definitely not touch the new company commander. That's all there is to say. So take care of yourself. If you dare to use the forces behind you to deal with me, I wouldn't mind. I will absolutely accompany you to the end. Hidden Punch grunted, took his wet coat and hat, and quickly left. For their part, the people around them were stunned into silence. The atmosphere is not daring. No way. Zhao Chong is too scary. 1 meter 9 tall, covered with muscles, absolute NBA strongman figure. How could they, ordinary people, be a match for Zhang Chong? MD, why are you laughing? Whoever laughs again, I'll cut out your tongues. Wang Tianyi immediately let out a roar when he saw that the surrounding recruits seemed to be mocking him. I said, Wang Tianyi, who the hell are you yelling at? Looking for a fight? Do you want me to have my brigadier brother-in-law come and give you a lesson? Coincidentally, my cousin is also the head of the tank brigade, and before joining the army, my cousin also told me that if anyone dares to bully me, just tell him and he'll help me out. Wang Tianyi, your what's-his-name deadbeat dad is even more powerful. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. My own brother is in the special forces next door. If you don't want your own tongue anymore, tell me. If my brother is free, he'll help you cut it out for you, free of charge. Oh, a group of people immediately gathered around. MD, this Wang Tianyi made it seem like he was the only one with a background. Bullshit. Isn't he just a son of Gokun? What's there to be cocky about? No matter how big an official he is, can he still reach inside the barracks and cover the whole world from one hand to the other? The reason why he respected and revered Wang Tianyi before was simply because he and his brothers were of one heart and on the same front. Now that we've heard him trying to make things happen and yelling angrily at the crowd, it's no wonder people are falling all over him. We're all young and vigorous. Why should we spoil you? Seeing this, Wang Tianyi hastily compensated for the smile. Brothers, no. You guys misunderstood. I just got scared and dizzy. That's why I said the wrong thing. Please don't take it to heart. Wang Tianyi, am always still on the same side as everyone. I'm now compensating for everyone's faults. All the brothers are generous. Don't ever take it personally with me. That's more like it. Wouldn't it have been fine if you had taken that stance earlier? MD, I think you were born with a bitchy bone. You have to be fixed before you can be honest. Seeing Wang Tianyi softening, the crowd found it tasteless and left after filling their stomachs. Wang Tianyi was chagrined. He understood that after such a mess, he was afraid that he would be ostracized by the recruits. I'm afraid the days ahead will not be easy. Wang Tianyi was filled with remorse. Recruit quarters. Back in the warmth of their quarters, the recruits felt nothing but comfort after a long time. It's still comfortable under the covers. Su Xiaoyu let out a burst of emotion. However, they didn't even realize that it hadn't been long since they had returned to the dormitory and just laid down. Shoo! Emergency assembly. The sharp rallying whistle snapped again. Sinning, why are we assembling again? Resistance quickly spread through the dormitory. Everyone frowned with great reluctance. Damn! I remember my cousin told me that the recruit company is simply practicing formation and running drills. It's very relaxing. Why are we making it so tense now? Lin Yu spoke impatiently, but the movements of his hands were not idle. rapidly dressing and tying his belt. Who knows? A new officer takes on 3 fires. Perhaps this new company commander is intentionally playing a trick on him? Su Xiaoyu smiled and opened her mouth, although extremely reluctant, but it was time to go downstairs. Who knows what this new company commander will throw in later when he can't see anyone. Just suffer our group of new recruits. Oh. I grew up so big. I have never suffered today such a crime. You know what, small fish? My mom has never let me get wet. Never yelled at me. But today, ugh. Another prick cried. Su Xiaoyu smiled at his words. Old Ma, why don't you rebel? Sacrifice yourself to protect everyone, and seek some benefits for our brothers? Washanki smiled and agreed. Little fish is right. Old Ma, if you're hospitalized, don't worry. We'll visit you. Go to the side. Ma Mingliang glared. I'm not stupid. My little background is fine to deal with some company commanders and platoon commanders. Want me to deal with Qin Yuan, this cold and heartless devil king? Ma Mingliang hurriedly shook his head. I still want to live for 2 more years. Ha ha ha. The group immediately burst into laughter. Yeah, this new company commander is a greasy, cold-hearted fiend. Unless anyone really wants to get out of the way, they'll purposely get tough with him. After all, Zhang Shuai hadn't woken up yet, and everyone didn't want to turn into Zhang Shuai's miserable end. Wang Tianyi listened to the crowd's flirting, his face purple for a while and white for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. Tap tap tap. Zanchong was the first to get dressed and rushed down to the dormitory. Hanxiang Sukai Washanki Su Xiaoyu and a few others followed close behind, with Zhang Chong taking the lead. Everyone moved quickly. 3 minutes later, all the recruits appeared neatly in the playground. Qin Yuan looked at his watch and expressed his great surprise. These new recruits, aren't they all pricks? Why are you so good this time? So obedient all of a sudden? I can't believe you ran down one of them in the allotted time, and stand very neatly in formation. You know, he had long prepared a strategy to deal with them, and this was all one that he hadn't even used yet. Tap tap tap. Exclusion. The sound of running came. First Platoon Commander Zhao Ruixian and Second Platoon Commander Zhang Mingmin ran over very excitedly carrying a box. Reporting to the company commander, tear gas has arrived. Ha, company commander. What's going on here? How come all these pricks are running out? Zhao Ruixian was baffled when he took a look at the situation in front of him. Zhang Mingmin was equally confused. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't this group of young master soldiers stay inside the dormitory and not come down at all? How could they all come down? No less? Company commander. They all came down. Aren't our brothers and sisters making a trip for nothing? Zhao Ruixian was instantly very disappointed. Zhao Ruixian and Zhang Mingmin were both depressed. Just before the assembly whistle blew, Qin Yuan told the two of them to get another box of tear gas over. Let's give these newbie pricks a good run for their money. The duo were so excited to carry it that they didn't realize that they wouldn't be able to use it at all now. Humph. 2 big idiots. We fell for it once. Will we be screwed a second time? Holy shit, this new company commander is so devious. Trying to screw us with this again. It's a good thing we ran down. That sour feeling of being tear-gassed. I never want to experience it again in my life. Hooray! Hooray! The assassins felt a pang in their hearts when they saw the 2 platoon commanders singing in unison. But seeing the very disappointed look on the duo's faces, they turned happy again. Watching the 2 platoon commanders eat and lose, the mood is particularly good. Qin Yuan's face was expressionless as he spoke. A wasted trip is a wasted trip. Let's put it in your dormitory first. It can be used sooner or later anyway. Yes. Sooner or later. I'll be able to use it. Zhao Ruixian nodded with a quick smile upon hearing this. However, the recruits were not happy when they heard this. Sooner or later? This new company commander. Looks like he still wants to screw them. As the conversation turned, Qin Yuan looked at the crowd. Tonight, the weather is very nice. The air is especially fresh after the rain. So, I'm going to take you all for a 5-kilometer run to enjoy the beautiful night scenery. All of them. Run for it. Qin Yuan gave orders to the recruits. The recruits immediately ran very obediently. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, got into the jeep with the 3 platoon commanders on the side of the line and supervised slowly. I'm very happy with everyone's performance in today's 10 kilometers. So, for tonight's 5K, I have a new requirement for everyone. The Army's rule for running a couple of 5-kilometer light runs is 23 minutes, but the average company achieves a combined time of 19 to 20 minutes, with an excellent time of 17 minutes. I, Qin Yuan, have always preferred to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix when I was a soldier. I only bring the best soldiers. So, your goal this time is to run 17 minutes. Qin Yuan didn't panic and spoke slowly. What? 5 kilometers in 17 minutes? Doesn't this kill people? 5 kilometers in 17 minutes is too much, isn't it? More than exaggerated. It's unrealistic. As soon as Qin Yuan's words fell, the recruits immediately realized the horror of 17 minutes. Knowing that they were fresh recruits, their overall physical fitness was not good at all, and they wanted to run into 17 minutes? It's a dream. Except for a few people in Hidden Rush who could possibly do it. The vast majority of people, I'm afraid, can't run for 19 minutes. Shut up, all of you. At this time, Zhang Chong spoke impatiently, chattering and yelling all the time. Are you still men? If you're men, run for your lives. Zhang Chong roared with a furious burst of anger. One moment. All of the recruits all quieted down and didn't dare to complain anymore. No way. They don't want to be enemies with Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong that fist down. Below 800 pounds of pigs have to be beaten to death. Who can carry it? Who's Zhao Chong? The company commander is the boss and he's the second. No. It used to be Hidden Punch Boss Company Chief Boss. It was only after Qin Yuan came that the status between him and the company commander this switched. Sometimes his word was better than the company commander's. Qin Yuan looked at the eyes of the eyes. This Hidden Punch is very good. This guy seems to be helping himself? After Zhang Chong roared, he fiercely accelerated and rushed out ahead of the crowd, leaving the crowd far behind. His horrible physical quality was visible. This Zhang Chong can be cultivated properly, and in the future, it'll be a tough special forces soldier. Qin Yuan was like a treasure, looking at Zhang Chong with eyes full of admiration, and at the same time feeling very happy for discovering a seedling like Zhang Chong. A cursory scan. This recruiting class is a rare prick ever, but the overall strength is also one of the extremely strongest ever. The fact that this group of recruits was able to run 10,000 meters into an excellent time in the afternoon in torrential rain shows that it is indeed strong. Savage, don't run so fast. You'll bring the overall rhythm down. Washanki couldn't help but yell when he saw Zhang Chong running fast. 5 kilometers, anyone can run down. But this kind of long-distance running is a matter of skill and physical distribution. If you start out with a wild sprint like Zhang Chong, you'll be tired as a dog within a few hundred meters, and you won't have to run behind you. Zhang Chong yelled without looking back. I don't care about you guys. I'll finish my run first and go rest. You guys feel free? This savage. He's always been so cranky. Old Hua. Let's just run at an even speed and leave him alone. Su Xiaoyu smiled and opened his mouth. Washanki burst into a bitter laugh. I couldn't manage it even if I wanted to. The large troop breathed in the fresh air and ran wildly through the night, their speed actually getting faster and faster. Qin Yuan looked slightly surprised. First platoon leader, the speed of these new recruits, has it gotten faster? Qin Yuan was a bit surprised. Zhao Ruishuan looked at his watch and calculated the distance the recruits ran, and couldn't help but glare. It's really evil, odd company commander. The recruits have now run 3,000 meters, but the time was only 9.5 minutes. If you do that math, it seems like they can really run an overall excellent performance. The second platoon leader felt his scalp tingle when he heard that. No way. The recruits ran their first complete drill and ran an overall excellent score? The special forces may not even be able to do that, right? Running a 5 kilometers in 17 minutes is still doable by special forces. It's just that absolutely no recruiting company has ever done it in any session in the history of the company. I can guarantee that the overall quality of this recruit company is definitely the strongest ever in our military region. The first platoon leader's face flushed with excitement and very excitedly patted his chest in reassurance. Qin Yuan bristled. The strongest class ever? Are all the past recruits in such poor physical condition? All work harder. Don't be lazy. Whoever goes over time by 1 second will be fined 1 kilometer overall. 2 seconds over time. 2 kilometers added to the overall penalty. And so on. If any of you go 100 seconds over the time limit, you don't have to sleep tonight, as far as I'm concerned. Since this class of recruits is so physically hot, let's add some fire to the fire and see what this group of recruits can really run. Crap, is this murder? A penalty of 1 kilometer is added for 1 second overtime? Wang Feng glared and couldn't help but let out a cry of misery. But he couldn't help but speed up his pace, fearing that he would go overtime. This new company commander's head is being hoarse. Ah no, the new company commander leading the soldiers is so creative. This kind of extreme operation, I like it. Su Xiaoyu was a burst of anger for no reason, but when he suddenly saw that Qin Yuan was staring angrily at himself, he was so frightened that he hurriedly changed his words. Su Xiaoyu. Qin Yuan let out a furious cry. Yes, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly answered with her head held high. Step out. Qin Yuan drank lowly. I, company commander. Su Xiaoyu held up his hat, eyed the front, and immediately ran out of the formation to the back of the jeep. Qin Yuan revealed a harmless smile and softly said, Su Xiaoyu, what did you just say about the new company commander's head? One moment. The recruits all bloated and looked at Su Xiaoyu. unable to hold back their laughter, ready to see his jokes. Su Xiaoyu hastened to compensate for the smile, smilingly said, Company Commander Adults. I would like to say is that, Company Commander Adults, your head by the Ma Yun twisted vine marks Lenin influence of the good the ideological realm of the high frightening. There are several floors so high. A moment. Look forward to the Company Commander Adults of the gallantry. I am on the Company Commander Adults of the admiration of the river as a monstrous river continuous, and there is as the yellow river flooding a hair out of control. Fuck you, priggish bullshit, get back in line. Qin Yuan burst into tears. My dear Company Commander Sama. Su Xiaoyu was relieved and smiled excitedly, immediately trotting back to the line and continuing to run wildly with his brothers. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyu, you're a fucking genius. Comrade Su Xiaoyu has profoundly interpreted the essence of the saying that people have no shame and the world is invincible today. Brothers all learn from it. Learned. Under the sky, the only martial art that can't be broken is speed. And the only thing that can't be broken is bitchiness. If you're cheap, you're invincible. And Su Xiaoyu's mouth is the cheapest martial art in the world. The recruits said one thing to each other, and the training ground instantly turned into a sea of joy. Su Xiaoyu didn't blush or gasp, and opened his mouth very proudly. That's right, what kind of person am I? Su Xiaoyu? In ancient times, we are definitely the ancestor of Su Qin and Zhu Guliang. You all learn from it. Vomit. Su Xiaoyu, will you shut up? I'm about to you. It's really bitchy. MD. Su Xiaoyu, if you keep this up and make me laugh so hard that I can't run, I'll pound you to death. Exactly. When it affects the grades, we'll attack you as a group and eat you alive. Ha ha ha. That's not good. In that case, I'd better shut up for the sake of the brothers' sleep tonight. The rain stopped completely. The bright moonlight illuminated the earth. The air became more and more fresh. Running in such a night, the whole person more refreshed. Dabble. A lanky, domineering figure quickly scurried up from behind. The whole man's pace was pithy and fast. Qin Yuan looked slightly shocked. The recruits were also shocked by the terrifying speed. Running until now, most of them were already very tired, relying entirely on their strong willpower to support them to be able to maintain their current speed. Crap! Savage? How can he be so fast at a moment like this? The crowd gasped when they saw the visitor. Just now, he only cared about flirting with Su Xiaoyu and didn't pay any attention to the situation of hidden rush. Now after seeing clearly that it was Zhang Chong, everyone was shocked, yet even more terrifying. Zaichu started slowing down immediately after crossing the finish line. The first platoon leader was immediately baffled. He hurriedly looked at the stopwatch, and immediately looked shocked and incredulous. 13 minutes and 28 seconds? My goodness, Company Commander. This savage is too fierce. This speed. It's close to breaking the world record. You know, the world record for a 5K is only 12:37, and Zhang Chong, who has no systematic training, ran a horrible time of 13 minutes and 28 seconds? The little cheetah Su Kai, who was known as the king of sprinting, suddenly became a little unsettled when he heard this achievement and frowned. This guy's talent is too damn strong. Is this the legendary giftedness? Su Kai instantly felt a wave of powerlessness. He, a professionally trained provincial-level sprinter, thought he couldn't do it so fast. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong rested a little, but immediately ran to the front of the jeep and looked at Qin Yuan with a smile. Company Commander, there's still a seat in this jeep. Please, can I sit on it and rest a little? The pricks froze at the sight. MD, it's not, is it? This savage, is he out of his mind? How dare you ask Qin Yuan for such a thing? Isn't he afraid of getting his ass kicked? Sure. Qin Yuan smiled blandly and signaled for the car to slow down. Zhang Chong smiled and his eyes lit up. He snapped an arrow sprint, swished and jumped on the jeep, sitting steadily in the center seat. Ha ha ha. Sitting in the jeep. So comfortable. Zaichu laughed freely in excitement. WOJ. The company commander even agreed? Raising such an excessive request. I thought the company commander would beat him up, but I didn't expect anything to happen. Did he really get a seat? Envious. What's the use of envy? First you have to run that fast. For a while, everyone became exasperated, but there's no way around it. There was only one seat left in the jeep originally, and surely only the first place winner was eligible to sit on it. There's no point in them saying anything now. The only thing to do now is to run as hard as you can to get inside 17 minutes. 16 minutes and 50 seconds. With the last recruit running across the finish line, this 5-kilometer surprise attack finally came to an end. The recruits were all panting and sweating profusely, and there was even a large swath of them collapsed on the ground, panting violently, and except for a few particularly tough pricks, not many of them were able to stand with their breath intact. This group of pricks, their physical quality is really good. Qin Yuan looked very satisfied, but the surface work, still have to do. He mercilessly mocked up. Look at your raggedy physical quality. Running a 5 kilometers cannot hold up, one by one. You're as tired as a dead dog. In all my years as a soldier, I've never seen a soldier as bad as you. Qin Yuan deliberately struck the crowd. The soldiers should be rewarded, but they must not be allowed to become proud and arrogant. No way, company commander, we're running excellent as a whole and this is still bad? The company commander doesn't brag like this, at our level. Not to mention the strongest recruit company in history. Even the sharp knife company in the regiment may not run faster than us, right? Company commander, don't sell yourself short. To be able to meet a new company of recruits like us, you know what you're doing. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but mouth off. Ah ha 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 ha. The recruits immediately let out a laugh at that. Su Xiaoyu, Qin Yuan instantly covered his face in frost with a roar. One moment. All the recruits immediately fell silent. 2. Su Xiaoyu was directly blinded. He then realized that he seemed to be in trouble again. Is the company commander angry again? Crap. Why am I so unlucky? I just can't control this mouth. Su Xiaoyu secretly cursed in his heart. Su Xiaoyu, I think you're an old man eating arsenic. Tired of living. How dare you flirt with the company commander? Now. Right now. Right now. Add 5 kilometers to the penalty. You're not allowed to sleep until you finish running. Qin Yuan's voice was icy cold. Company commander. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded his head when he heard this and scurried out immediately. Luckily, it was just a 5K run, and didn't beat me up. It would have been disastrous if it had punched me. Su Xiaoyu had a moment of celebration. It's just 5 kilometers. Now he can run in 20 minutes. The assassins gloated as they watched Su Xiaoyu run wild. However, at this time, Zhang Chong was standing up with glowing eyes. Spirited. Reporting to the company commander. I challenge you. What the hell? Challenging the company commander? This savage. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Did I hear right? Savage actually challenged the company commander? Is this the old man hanging himself? Too long to live? One moment. The pricks immediately exploded into a very heated debate when they heard the savage's words. Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows and looked at the savage with interest. What do you want to challenge? The corner of Zhang Chang's mouth revealed a smirk as he said in a torrential voice. Let's just compare 5 kilometers. Whoever runs faster will win. I want to see how much strength the company commander has. Qin Yuan laughed rather contemptuously. Zhang Chong, although you run very fast, but I advise you, or to dispel this idea, on this point of your speed, you can't win me. Really? I don't believe it. Zhang Chong froze, only to see his eyebrows lifting as he stubbornly said, Company commander, your fighting and military posture have completely convinced me. I'm convinced of you, but if it comes to physical fitness, pure physical quality, I, Zhang Chong, am confident that I will definitely not lose to you. If you have the guts, let's have a match. Otherwise, I will definitely not admit defeat. Zhang Chang's battle intent was blazing. Company commander, the savage's 5 kilometers run far surpasses that of ordinary people. It's close to the world record. I think you're too scared to compete with Zhang Chong. Right? That's right, company commander. If you don't dare to compare, then forget it. Just admit defeat to Chong. It's nothing. Savage is a pervert level talent. There's no shame in losing to him. We won't despise your company commander. Suddenly he saw the company commander seem to flinch. The pricks have been gloating with each other. An army that competes in strength. It is the strong that have the right to speak. It's the strong that get the respect. This afternoon, Yi Feng demonstrated a horrifying level of fighting one after another, easily defeating the toughest among them, Zhang Chong, and even accompanying them to stand in the extreme standard military posture for the whole afternoon. And they realized how powerful Qin Yuan was, and only then did they faintly fold their arms and lower their proud heads. Now that he had the chance to see Qin Yuan suffer, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Qin Yuan suddenly laughed at the situation, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he slowly said, Your level of agitation, so low. Finished. I can't believe the company commander found out. Alas, it seems that we are still too young. What the hell? We're not being aggressive at all. We're just being honest and trying to be sarcastic about the company commander. Okay? The assassins were slightly embarrassed when they heard Qin Yuan's words, but they still kept their mouths hard and strong, hiding their last stubbornness. Actually, it's not impossible if you want to watch a match with me. Zhang Chong. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and spoke. You only need to promise me one condition. He'd already thought of a way to fix this bunch of pricks. Humph. How dare you mock me and see me suffer? Bad luck for you guys. What conditions? Money or life? Whatever the conditions. We agree. I'm willing to fund $100,000 to help the company commander improve his food. If only to see him suffer. Company commander, come on. As soon as the assassins heard that there was something going on, they immediately talked about it. I'll compete with Zhang Chong for 5 kilometers. If Zhang Chong wins, I'll agree to whatever demands you guys want to make. Qin Yuan spoke eloquently. But if Zhang Chong loses, you guys have to add a 5-kilometer penalty and run before you can sleep. Isn't it just 5 kilometers? I thought it was some kind of punishment. It's just 5 kilometers. I can run it in half an hour at most. Brothers, such generous conditions for betting. If you miss this village you won't be able to find this store. Everyone should cherish it. To bet or not to bet? I'm worried that there's a trick in this. It's better to be careful. The new company commander looks like a man of his word to me. Once he loses, we can make any conditions we want. And when the time comes, we can just tell him to get lost. And it'll be a blast later. I don't know who in the Stingers suddenly roared with excitement. And the recruit's passion for fighting was instantly ignited. Wonderful. Savage. We promise. Go ahead and compete with the company commander. For the sake of your brother's happiness, Savage, don't you drop the ball this time. Brave bulls, not afraid of difficulties, run to beat the company commander and meet the bright future. The assassins quickly reached an agreement and accepted Qin Yuan's conditions. Qin Yuan also revealed a conspiratorial smile. Zhang Chong, you just ran 5 kilometers. For the sake of fairness, I'm giving you 2 choices now. 1. After resting for 20 minutes, we'll start the competition. 2. Postpone the match until tomorrow morning, so that you can compete with me at your peak condition, so that they won't look for trouble after you lose. Which one do you choose? Qin Yuan inquired slowly. No need to wait 20 minutes, I can do it now. Zhang Chong was instantly energized at the sound of this, excitedly clapping his chest and leaping to action. He had absolute confidence in his physical abilities. You're silly Savage. The reason why the company commander gave you the choice. This is to make the match more fair. In my opinion, why don't you compete with the company commander at your peak state tomorrow morning? That way the chances of winning are still a bit better. A chubby prick hastily reminded. Today's Savage ran 10,000 meters and stood in military position all afternoon. Now another 5 kilometers. Even Iron Man is going to be tired of splitting. Now compare it to Qin Yuan? That's really the old man hanging himself, looking for death. But if they compare tomorrow morning, once they win Qin Yuan, at that time, they can put forward a terrible condition to let Qin Yuan know their power. Or, directly let Qin Yuan roll away. Yeah, Savage, Fatty has a point. After all, what you are betting on now is the future of your brothers. Once you lose, we have to continue to add a penalty of 5 kilometers. I am now running 2 legs soft, eyes dizzy. Don't say run. Can't even stand steadily. Run another 5 kilometers. That's sour taste. I don't dare to think. Han Xiang couldn't help but open her mouth. No way. Now Zhang Chong was carrying their happy future on his shoulders. Once you lose, the consequences are unimaginable. Zhang Chang's eyebrows wrinkled as he sniffed, and he said angrily, Richie Rich, are you not trusting my strength? Han Xiang quickly smiled. No. The brothers are trying to let you play at your best level, right? I'm not afraid of the unexpected. Brother Chong. Seeing that Zhang Chong looked a bit angry, Han Xiang quickly changed her words. After these 10 days or so, everyone knew that the most unprovoked person in the new company nowadays was Zhang Chong, the wild man. Once you provoke Zhang Chong to give you a punch, good guy, at least you have to lie down for the afternoon. Zhang Chong took a step forward, glaring angrily at Han Xiang, and said in a low voice, I'm telling you, this afternoon's little bit of training intensity has no effect at all on the play of my strength. Oh, this Zhang Chong's physical ability. So strong? This is an unexpected surprise. Qin Yuan was slightly surprised to hear that. Zhang Chong's physical ability seemed to be stronger than he thought. The assassins were also shocked to hear this. This Tibetan punch. That strong? Oki is mighty. Punch is awesome. Okichi, work harder, until the company commander is out of temper. The pricks were excited. It looks like there's a good chance of winning this match. Zhang Chong, are you sure you want to compete now? Qin Yuan smiled blandly. Zhang Chong took a step forward and smiled confidently. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Zhang Chong, never go back on my decisions. Good. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile and came to the starting line. Since that's the case, let's start? Yes. Zhang Chong smiled with the same excitement. Ready, run. Qin Yuan gave an order. Whoosh. Zaichu rocketed out of the room with speed. In the blink of an eye, he had thrown off Qin Yuan by more than 10 meters. A platoon leader saw this and immediately became anxious. Company commander, why don't you run? Quickly chase. Hai Chong, this guy running so fast, any slower will be too late. The second platoon leader was equally anxious. Company commander, in case you lose to Zhang Chong, this group of pricks will definitely torment you severely, and may even make you roll over and leave. In case you leave, we'll be in deep shit. The The future of both parties was at stake in this contest. Qin Yuan naturally represented the platoon leader's interests. Once Qin Yuan lost, they, the platoon commanders, would suffer in the future. A company commander can quit. A platoon leader doesn't have that kind of power. The emperor is not in a hurry. The company commander is not in a hurry. What are you two platoon commanders comparing? What are you two staring at? If you don't like it, let's practice. Who's afraid of who? The duo's urging immediately drew the displeasure of the pricks. A platoon leader directly glared at them, wanting to get angry, but the next second he was chided back. There was no way. They were afraid of Qin Yuan, not these platoon leaders of theirs. Lao Zhao Lao Zhang. Don't worry. Zhang Chong has been training all afternoon after all. I have to give him a little bit of slack, don't I? I don't like taking advantage of people. Qin Yuan moved his wrists and ankles and spoke without panic. Look at this. Look at our company commander. It's like we're on the top of the heap. Ha ha ha. Company commander. I can piss in the same pot as you, and I don't like taking advantage of people. Company commander, do you smoke? I'll light you a cigarette and run afterward. As soon as the recruits heard Qin Yuan's words, they immediately laughed even more. One even tried to stall for time. Fuck off. I don't smoke. Qin Yuan gave a direct rebuke. Ha ha ha. Then company commander, do you drink water? I'll give you that drink and run later. There's no rush anyway. The other prick laughed. I'll drink your sister. Qin Yuan glanced at his watch, and just as a minute had passed, he instantly smiled brightly. Ever since I got my god-level power, I haven't properly experienced it yet. Now, let me feel what it means to be windswept and fast. One moment. Qin Yuan fires away with a leg kick. The power contained in his legs and waist exploded steeply at this moment. Whoosh! Qin Yuan is like a V12 supercar engine. In the blink of an eye it scurried away. How? Unbelievable. Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. So fast. Not much slower than Bolt, right? Why do I get the feeling the company commander runs faster than Bolt? The assassins were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Qin Yuan's terrifying speed. One stared in disbelief, completely flabbergasted. Zhang Chong was fast, but Qin Yuan was faster than him. Compared to Qin Yuan, Zhang Chong was like an elementary school student who had just learned to run. After all, the disparity is most obvious in track and field, especially this long run. The first place can often throw off the second place by tens or even hundreds of meters. Yeah, company commander is awesome. The company commander is awesome. The company commander is so handsome. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly so happy. The company commander will win this time. The pricks wailed, but the three platoon commanders couldn't help but cheer happily. As the saying goes, it's good to be under a big tree. Once the big tree of Qin Yuan fell, their future days would not be easy. Now that they saw Qin Yuan being so bullish, they were instantly happy. Punch it up. If you keep going so slow, the company commander will catch up with you. What the hell? How can you say that Chong is slow when he's so fast? When did you go blind? Doesn't that make the savage slow by comparison? Ugh. I really don't want to run another 5K. The recruits were 100 times reluctant, but they still watched Qin Yuan pass Zhang Chong on the 10th lap. God-level power, bringing a geometric increase in my overall physical quality. It's really strong and terrifying. Qin Yuan easily will hide the punch. And this is still far from Qin Yuan limit. Savage. You lost. Qin Yuan laughed as he overtook Zhang Chong. Humph. I will never admit defeat until the end. Zhang Chong refused to lower his head. Instead, he sped up even more. This company commander, what kind of monster is he? And why can he be so fast? Zhang Chong frowned, puzzled. Growing up in the middle of the mountains and forests, Zhang Chong lived the same life as a savage. His body, never relaxing for a single day, ran through the entire mountain forest in pursuit of prey almost every day. The perseverance of more than 10 years ago, coupled with reasonable and scientific exercise, which has created his beyond the ordinary horror of physical fitness. He simply couldn't figure out why this man in front of him was running faster than him, and looked as if he was far from reaching his limit. No, the other guy let himself go for a minute this time. What's the concept of a minute for a running program? Unless the physical difference is too great, letting a second go by, let alone a minute, could change the outcome of the game. But now, it's completely reversed. Not only did Qin Yuan let Zhang Chong go for a minute, but he easily outclassed him. Alas, it's catching up after all. Not only were they caught up, but the wild lost pretty thoroughly. After all, it was let up for a minute. This company commander, where on earth did this freak come from? How can he be so demonic? People have good talent. There's no way around it. Alas, people are better than people. What's the point of being pissed off? Let's just think about how we're going to meet the next 5K, shall we? Seeing Qin Yuan overtake Hidden Rush and run with great ease, the pricks felt a moment of despair. The thought of losing the bout and having to go 5 kilometers made the pricks even more horny. Brothers, what's going on? Why is the company commander competing with the savages? Su Xiaoyu, who had been running silently, didn't say anything along the way, and at this moment, when she finally finished running and ended, she immediately gasped for breath and asked. Han Xiang immediately laughed and teased. You'll find out later. One by one, the rest of them smiled wistfully. The thought that Su Xiaoyu will soon run another 5 kilometers as well. The crowd all felt a burst of heart. This person, afraid of contrast, originally thought that running another 5 kilometers would be very painful, but seeing Su Xiaoyu, who had just finished running 5 kilometers, they were soon relieved. After all, someone ran 5 kilometers more than they did. Hey, what's going on? Why do I get the feeling that each and every one of you don't have a good heart? Su Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows, sensing that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Ha 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 ha, little fish, you take it easy. The answer will be revealed soon. Han Xian laughed. Whoosh. In succession, 2 figures as swift as the wind sprinted across the finish line. A platoon leader pinched the stopwatch and was shocked. The savages took 13 minutes and 8 seconds for this 5 kilometers, a full 20 seconds faster than the last time. And company commander, his time was 13 minutes and 5 seconds. But, he's a full minute behind Zaichu. That means the company commander's real time was 12 minutes and 5 seconds? A world record by a long shot? Zhao Ruishuan felt his head clouded. And anyone with eyes could see that Qin Yuan didn't even use his best effort in this 5 kilometers. One could only imagine how strong Qin Yuan's physical ability was. Crap, the company commander Zhao Ruishuan came closer to take a look and was shocked to find that Qin Yuan didn't even seem to have left much sweat. That's scary. Under the long sprint, the savage had long been soaked to the skin, like a brute in water. But Qin Yuan, merely some fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This company commander, what kind of demon is he? Zhao Ruishuan was completely confused. Old Zhao, what are you looking at? Seeing Zhao Ruishuan's eyes flashing with a shocked look as he stared at himself, Qin Yuan smiled and inquired. Nothing. I am just shocked. Shocked, Zhao Ruishuan hurriedly explained. Shock? Qin Yuan was slightly puzzled. It's just a run. What's so shocking about it? He himself was only showing the tip of the iceberg of his full strength. If all of it exploded into god-level power, wouldn't you all be shocked to death? I lost. Savage's frustrated voice rang out. He stared at Qin Yuan incredulously, never being able to figure out how on earth Qin Yuan could run so fast and have such strong physical abilities. Just by looking at his appearance, Qin Yuan didn't have much muscle. Where on earth did he get his power from? Zhang Chong had been defeated several times in a row, and now he just felt a bit downhearted and lost his confidence. Because the pride he was so proud of was gone. Qin Yuan smiled bashfully and came to Zhang Chong to talk eloquently. Savage, don't be discouraged. Your physical foundation is much stronger than mine. As long as you sink your teeth into exercising with me, you can become as strong as me in the future. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately became intensely interested, and there was a bright light in his eyes. But company commander, I feel that my physical quality has long been exercised to its peak limit. Can it really be further advanced? Of course, as long as I, Qin Yuan, am around, nothing is impossible. Qin Yuan smiled. Okay, company commander, then I'll train well with you. Next, I want to get stronger. Zhang Chong immediately nodded excitedly. Good. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With a sweep of his eyes, he looked at the crowd, only to see that the assassins were all looking at themselves with different colors, from shocked and surprised, to longing and yearning, to fear and dread. Not only the savages. In fact, if in the next few days, you also follow my plan to train properly, I do not guarantee that I can train you as strong as me, but at the very least, you can reach the level of the savages today. I do not know if you all, are you interested? Qin Yuan opened his mouth with a smile. Crap, to the same level as the savages? Company commander, you're not kidding, are you? Is there any interest? Dream on. The prick's interest was immediately mobilized. Ha ha. Good, it's good if you're interested. Qin Yuan was very satisfied with the situation. Then his words changed and he said in a deep voice, now then, you guys take your punishment first. Target, training ground, run and walk. What the hell, running again? When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she immediately stared, wilting like a dead fish, with a face of disbelief, and her body was involuntarily trembling violently. No way, he's really scared. Just had this 5K run, long ago. What grass I thought the company commander had forgotten about the punishment, but I didn't think he still remembered it. It's always the same. Can we go 2 kilometers less? Company commander, if I keep running my legs are really going to not belong to me. Company commander, have mercy on us. Vomit, fatty. If you keep being so disgusting, I'll kick you. Guys, don't waste your energy. There is no way in hell the company commander is going to let us reduce our punishment. Run patiently. Luckily there is no time limit this time. The recruits wailed. Qin Yuan turned a deaf ear and smiled blandly, saying, there's no use pretending to be miserable. Run for it, Junior. Whoever finishes running first can go straight back to bed. As soon as they heard that they could sleep after the run, in an instant, the pricks immediately got excited again. One by one, they were riveted, gritted their teeth and started to fly. They had been practiced badly today. Nothing could be more important than sleeping. When Qin Yuan saw this, he smiled in satisfaction. The three platoon commanders couldn't help but give a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Company Commander Qin, the three of us are truly convinced by your means of practicing. Completely convinced. Ha ha ha. I'm very happy to be able to receive praise from the three platoon commanders. Receiving heartfelt praise, Qin Yuan was very happy. Right, old Zhao. After this group of pricks finish their run later, you accompany me to the hospital and take a look at that general's son. Now the assassins were basically temporarily convinced of Qin Yuan. Still, the issue of Zhang Shuai must be dealt with properly or it will be a hidden danger. Platoon commander. Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded his head immediately. There were no more complaints from the training ground. In its place, there was the sound of a neat run. Sweat has long been soaked through the uniform. Legs seem to be filled with lead, but everyone is gritting their teeth and insisting. Zhao Chong was still the first to cross the finish line, and his physical prowess needs no explanation, followed closely by Hao Lian Demon, the little fighter. Then Washanqi, Lin Yu, Han Xiang. To Qin Yuan's slight surprise, the one who ranked 6th was actually Su Xiaoyu. This brat, it seems that he's not as weak as he appears to be at all. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Meanwhile, a plan slowly came to mind. He was going to start tomorrow and do a mapping exercise for each of them. Training programs are then targeted to maximize each individual's talents. 25 minutes later, with the last recruit running the entire distance, Qin Yuan immediately took a platoon leader and rushed to the military hospital at a rapid pace. Hospital wards. Liars, all fucking liars. Zhang Shuai's eyes were dull and lifeless, and he was sitting on the hospital bed with his hands clasped around his knees, fuming helplessly. Sending you to the army is going to help you sharpen your temperament. Don't come back to me until you've stayed enough for 2 years. As for trying to ask me for help, you should die while you're ahead. Of course, if you can get a third-class merit during your service, maybe I'll break the rules and help you out. If you dare to be a deserter, I, Zhang Fengling, will be the first to shoot you with my gun. Unable to stop his head from echoing his grandfather's words, Zhang Shuai now only felt that he had been abandoned by his family. Originally, he thought he was able to use a lot of energy. With his grandfather's status and network of connections, he can do whatever he wants in the army. Yet when he woke up today and dialed his grandfather's number, he was straight up blindsided. When grandfather Zhang Fengling heard about his beating, he was even laughing. Zhang Shuai was dumbfounded. He remembered that it wasn't like this when he went to the army. At that time, grandfather was very doting and lovingly opened his mouth. Xiao Shuai, you just go to be a soldier. At that time, with grandpa's status and relationship, to keep you in the military camp to eat and drink, no one dares to bully you. Grandpa blah 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 a whole lot, which makes the young Zhang Shuai full of longing and yearning for the military camp. When he came to the barracks, he did the same thing, piss off 3 company commanders at once. But I didn't realize that now that I'm really in trouble. Grandpa just flipped out? This old bastard, old and confused, how dare he threaten to shoot me? Zhang Shuai was genuinely having a hard time right now. Seriously, he just woke up this afternoon and really wanted to escape. Anyway, with grandpa's means, he was able to help him please the charge of desertion. But now, give him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to run away, because he knew that his grandfather's word was his bond, and if he really dared to be a deserter, he would really shoot him. He doesn't want to die yet. It's a beautiful life, and it's just beginning. How can you fall like this? But how am I going to fight that big devil with my personal power alone? When he thought of Qin Yuan, Zhang Shuai had even more of a headache. Even Zhang Chong, whose combat strength was off the charts, was no match for Qin Yuan, let alone him. Endure the humiliation, gain his trust first, then pit him hard and kill him with a borrowed knife later in the training? Zhang Shuai thought of another ploy. It was true that he was unable to deal with Qin Yuan with his personal abilities, but it can be done with the army's knife. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Shuai gave up on the idea. This Qin Yuan is so smart that he might not be trapped. Moreover, if I were to hold back for that long to deal with someone, I wouldn't have that much patience. Zhang Shuai quickly dismissed the idea. What to do? What the hell to do? Zhang Shuai's head turned quickly, pondering over a single countermeasure. Company commander, You beat up that Zhang Shuai kid so badly this afternoon. Will you be alright? Don't worry. I'm extraordinarily measured. I can make him die of pain without detecting any injuries. Suddenly, a particularly familiar conversation came from the hallway outside the door. Company commander? Zhang Shuai's pupils instantly shrank. Is that the big devil here? Looking at the fruit knife on the bedside, Zhang Shuai immediately had a plan in mind. Outside the hallway, Qin Yuan and the first platoon leader collected their smiles and pushed the door open. How come there's no one in the room? Third floor, room 8, right? Looking around, the ward was surprisingly empty and nobody was there. And the platoon leader was puzzled. Phew! Yet at that moment, a sharp fruit knife suddenly stabbed from behind the wooden door. Bastard! I'll kill you! Only to see Zhang Shuai's bloodshot eyes, he angrily rushed towards Qin Yuan's chest. Company commander, be careful! A platoon leader immediately let out a cry of alarm. Qin Yuan smiled brightly and moved his hands in a lightning-like manner. Ah, oomph! Zhang Shuai immediately let out a muffled grunt of misery. Next, the whole thing fell hard directly onto the white, clean floor tiles. Tinkerbell! The fruit knife fell to the ground with a crisp thud. Zhang Shuai was dumbfounded. How can he react so fast? Too late to cry out in pain. Zhang Shuai only hated himself for missing. Son of a bitch, dare to assassinate me? Qin Yuan tightened his smile and raged, coming to Zhang Shuai, lifting him up and questioning him coldly. If Qin Yuan hadn't been strong enough, he definitely would have been injured just now. You let go of me. Zhang Shuai began to struggle in a deadly manner, but to his horror, he realized that he was like a small chicken, and no matter how much he struggled, Qin Yuan's pair of large hands were as motionless as iron pincers. Zhang Shuai was appalled and had a shocked look on his face. How much strength does this require? Let go of you? Blatantly stabbing a soldier in public. This behavior is definitely enough for you to sit through the bottom of a jail cell. Qin Yuan's face was covered in frost, and in Zhang Shuai's eyes, he looked like a merciless demon god. Since you don't want to train, then go to jail. No, I don't want to go to jail. When Zhang Shuai heard this, he immediately broke down a bit. He couldn't fathom Qin Yuan's temperament, and he simply didn't know if Qin Yuan was deliberately trying to scare him or if he was for real. And the main thing is, once this matter is known by the family, this crime is definitely worse than desertion to the impact. In case of anger, grandfather, consequences are unimaginable. Don't want to go to jail? Too late. Qin Yuan's voice was ice cold, without any expression. Prison is big. You endure a little. Sit for a decade or 8 years. Also come out, by the time you are 27 or 18 years old. Still a good man. No, company commander. Zhang Shuai completely panicked and broke down. I voted. I surrendered, company commander. Please don't ever send me to jail. I beg you. Zhang Shuai finally lowered his lofty head. Ha. Little sample, fight with me? You're still tender. Qin Yuan was ecstatic in his heart. In fact, before he came, he pondered on how to subdue this Zhang Shuai fellow. I didn't realize that this kid had taken the initiative to throw himself into the net with an assist. It's okay. Why should I spare you? However, Qin Yuan still inquired slowly and methodically. Zhang Shuai's eyes rolled sharply and he blurted out, crying, company commander, I will definitely not play any tricks in my future training, and I will completely listen to you. Will I not be obedient? Never back out? Qin Yuan revealed a smirk. Zhang Shuai gritted his teeth. A promise is a promise. Good. Qin Yuan directly let go of his hand and smiled. Then can you return to training tomorrow morning? It's fine to go back now. Zhang Shuai's gaze was firm, realizing that he had been punked by his grandfather. The present-day Zhang Shuai no longer had any illusions about the family. 10,000 feet high. Splendor can only depend on oneself. Zhang Shuai suddenly thought of a saying. Ha, good. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, not expecting this Zhang Shuai to be quite resolute. Now then, let's go back together. Good. Zhang Shuai nodded seriously. Only Zhang Shuai, you give me to remember. Although I'm not prosecuting you now, I will reserve the right to pursue your legal responsibility, and I still have witnesses, and there's also CCTV footage in this hospital, so you get the picture. Qin Yuan briefly made a knockout mention. After all, the heart is in the right place. Who knows if this Zhang Shuai is in disguise or has truly repented. Packing up his belongings, Zhao Ruishuan drove the jeep and returned leisurely. The breeze was indescribably pleasant. Only Zhao Ruixian was still a bit indignant. Zhang Shuai assassinated Qin Yuan, which was a felony. I didn't realize that Qin Yuan didn't care and directly released Zhang Shuai. The company commander is too kind, isn't he? After sending Zhang Shuai back to the dormitory, Qin Yuan took a cold shower and was indescribably relieved. Lying on the hardboard bed, carefully recalling everything he had experienced today, Qin Yuan only felt his blood boiling, and there seemed to be a kind of fervor burning vaguely within his body. Such a life is only flavorful enough. Since I'm living a new life, how can I, Xin Yuan, spend this life in mediocrity? Training new recruits is just the beginning. I, Xin Yuan, am bound to stand at the pinnacle of this world's soldiers. The only way to look back on this life without regret when dying of old age. Of course, the priority now is to train this group of little ancestors well and create a strongest special force ever. Well, to be precise, it's a special force that belongs to me, and when the time comes, it will be invincible and sweep across the 8 wastelands. Thinking prettily, Qin Yuan quickly entered Sweet Dreams' recruit quarters. Why are all of you, one by one, as tired as a dead pig? Zhang Shuai was immediately shocked to see the crowd listless, screaming and sighing. Ha, handsome brother is back? Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Shuai. Guys, come on, don't sleep, the bearer is back. Brothers, the day of the unveiling has arrived. As long as we are united as one and take out this new company commander, a happy future is just around the corner. It's good to have the handsome man back. The bitter days are finally over. One not-so-psychological prick even shed tears of excitement. No way. He had been looking forward to this moment for so long, and now that Zhang Shuai had suddenly returned, could he not be excited? Zhang Shuai's return meant that the time had come for them to finish off the smelly new company commander. Su Xiaoyu stepped forward, rather aggrieved, and opened her mouth. Handsome brother, you don't know after you went to the hospital, Xin Yuan, that son of a bitch, practiced us badly. Su Xiaoyu's mouth is like a machine gun, muttering and muttering non-stop. Especially he ran 5 kilometers more at night. Thing was also said by him to add fuel. Really is the listener sad to hear the tears. More than a miserable word. Zhang Shuai drifted off. So it is. I didn't realize that my brothers had suffered so much. He looked very sympathetically at Wang Tianyi sitting in the corner, not realizing that this guy was even worse off than himself. At least, he was not so humiliated by Qin Yuan. Zhang Shuai secretly felt a wave of gratitude. What if it was myself who was tied up in a stuffed sock this afternoon? Well, then he doesn't have to live. It's not as bad as getting shot by Grandpa. Seeing Zhang Shuai's gaze with his own, Wang Tianyi dragged his tired body and walked over with a cold face. Shuai, you're the boss. You have to be the one to make decisions for us. Right now, you're the only one we can rely on. Qin Yuan humiliated me like this. This enmity cannot be shared. I, Wang Tianyi, swore long ago that I would not rest with him. Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth. Yeah, handsome, that Qin Yuan is too bullying. It's too detestable. Make sure to fix him properly. It's best to charm him, strip him naked and tie him up at the training ground. Let everyone gather around and take pictures, and sell a few tickets. It'll definitely piss off the company commander. Pooh ha ha. When it comes to torturing people, I'm also an expert. As long as everyone can make this new company commander dizzy, I have 1,000 ways to make him beg for his life. With Zhang Shuai backing them up, the pricks were all bursting with adrenaline. Their waists weren't sore, their legs didn't hurt, and they were giddy, and that was a hot mess. Snap. However, unexpectedly, in plain sight, very unexpected, Zhang Shuai directly gave Wang Tianyi a big mouthful. Zhang Shuai, you! Wang Tian's old face instantly turned red with both shame and anger as he roared. You? Why did you hit me? I'm beating you for your own good. Zhang Shuai glared with an icy gaze. In this recruit company, the reason why Zhang Shuai was able to become the boss was because of his background. And secondly, his uncommon personal strength. Growing up from a military family, Zhang Shuai was exposed to not only high-specification shooting fighting under the family's influence, but also his own pattern was very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been clustered as the leader of the pricks right off the bat. Hitting me is for my own good? Zhang Shuai, I grass you female. Wang Tianyi instantly cursed. Hit me for your own good? You think I'm an idiot? Boom. No mercy. Wang Tianyi didn't finish his sentence. Zhang Shuai goes up for a leg. Wang Tian screamed miserably and instantly flew backwards like a sandbag, ruthlessly hitting the wall and falling heavily to the ground, curled up and unable to get up. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Oh my god, what's going on? Why do I feel like Handsome is a different person? Is this the same handsome guy from before? Wang Tianyi won't be killed, right? The crowd was talking. It was all a blur. Zhang Shuai took a step forward and came in front of Wang Tianyi. His tone was icy cold as he angrily said, MD, how the hell do you dare to scold me? Wang Tianyi, I'm warning you. If you dare to retaliate against Company Commander Qin, you are an enemy of me. Zhang Shuai, from now on, there will be no place for you in this recruit company. You're on your own. Wang Tianyi was confused. He couldn't figure out what had happened to this heavenly fearless Zhang Shuai in the afternoon. Did you take the wrong medication? Why do you seem to have changed your mind? And, he's meowing. That's a bit harsh. You're going to kill me right off the bat? Brothers, I now solemnly state my position. From now on, I, Zhang Shuai, will absolutely obey the orders of Company Commander Qin Yuan. Well, now go to sleep. After Zhang Shuai finished speaking, he covered himself with the quilt and began to huff and puff. However, the other pricks were completely dumbfounded. From now on, Zhang Shuai will completely obey the orders of that demon king? Did Zhang Shuai quit? What the hell is going on here? The reason why they behaved so well was because they wanted to wait for Zhang Shuai to come back to lead them to take revenge. This is the moment when pricks feel their faith crumble. Everyone felt on edge, but Zhang Shuai had given up resistance. What else could they do? And most of all, to oppose Qin Yuan again is to make an enemy of Zhang Shuai. Wang Tianyi was a living example, and they didn't want to be the next one. Can't resist being full of exhaustion. After lights out, it didn't take long for everyone to be sleepy enough to fall asleep automatically. That's one of the benefits of training. It can drain a recruit's physical energy so that they don't even have the energy to ramble on. The mellow wake-up call rings out and a new day begins. The recruits began to shuffle into assembly and began their morning drills. Stingers running with a neat pace, all vigorous. Qin Yuan looked very satisfied. A 5-kilometer run. Qin Yuan looked at the time. 18 minutes and 43 seconds. Very good. Casually run can be close to excellent results. Once Qin Yuan put some pressure on them, they could definitely easily run excellent scores. Standing in front of the formation, Qin Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. Given everyone's outstanding performance and excellent overall quality, I have decided to give everyone interspersed shooting training 3 days later. What the hell? Dream shooting practice? My goodness. Can I touch a gun so soon? It's time to show real skill. Shooting guns? That's my strong point. Who is the peak at the end of the spear? The moment I see little fish. I'm nothing. I, Su Xiaoyu, am the king of guns. Tubers, when the time comes, let me blind your titanium alloy eyes with my terrifying marksmanship. Damn. Will you all die if you don't brag? All of you are fucking masters of marksmanship? Prick heard that you can play guns. One immediately like playing chicken blood. Excitedly discussing. What is the purpose of being a soldier? Is not just to fight and touch the gun? The assassins were excited. But the 3 platoon commanders were looking at each other with question marks on their faces when they heard Qin Yuan's words. The first platoon leader sighed. The new company commander is still too young. Doesn't he know that the new company has to train for at least a month before they can conduct shooting training? The second platoon leader stared with a worried face. Giving this group of little ancestors shooting training now. Aren't you afraid that they'll polish their guns and risk their lives? The third platoon leader smiled brightly. The two of you are too worried. This year's new company is full of pricks. And the regimental commander has been furious over this hot potato. According to me, there's no way the commander will give our company commander a permit to conduct shooting training. Shooting practice? In your dreams. These pricks are doomed. Recruit company specific training. How long after the shooting training? In fact, there is no specific time regulations. Mainly depends on the formation and physical training to the situation. But basically, the earliest you can do it is a month. Today's recruits have no problems with physical fitness, but rather are very good at it. It is the Q problem is slightly insufficient, but also need to continue to train to improve. Qin Yuan confident, within 3 days will be able to train this group of pricks qualified. After all, he had been given a top-notch special forces training manual, not a recruit company training manual. With so many rich and wonderful training techniques in his head, it was more than enough to deal with a bunch of new recruits. Fortunately, it would be better to start shooting training early to get the training moving and fast-paced. Quiet! Qin Yuan roared violently, and the entire training ground fell silent. After all, who wouldn't be happy to touch a gun soon? The pricks are even trying to turn themselves into good boys and look harmless at this moment. Qin Yuan and the 3 platoon commanders couldn't help but watch. This is alright? It's just that they are usually arrogant and bossy. Have you ever seen a well-behaved king tearing onions? 3 days later, interspersed shooting training will begin. Strictly speaking, this is something that the recruit company would never allow. But I'm willing to make an exception for you. Qin Yuan revealed a smirk. I have only one request. Within 3 days, organize your housekeeping and formation to the extreme, while keeping your physical training further. Can it be done? Qin Yuan roared. Promise to finish the job. The assassins were neat and resonant. Goo, it's really evil. The first time I've seen the assassins so united. Zhao Ruishuan was dumbfounded. Being so well-behaved and obedient. Answering all the questions so uniformly. It's really rare. Really rare. Li Mingmen also shook his head incredulously. Is the sun coming out of the west this time? Li Yongjun looked up at the sunrise, still rising from the east. All 3 realized that the pricks, it seemed, had really changed. Good, then let's do another 5 kilometers and eat after the 5 kilometers. Qin Yuan smiled and gave orders to the crowd. All of you, run and walk. Woj, I've been fooled. This just ran and came back? This kind of physical training intensity, The gods can't stand it even if they come? You're silly fatty. You'll be able to touch a gun in 3 days. You'll have to suffer even if you can't stand it. Don't drop the ball for me, or I'll resonate with you. 5 kilometers is just 20 minutes at the most. Just bear with me and we'll get through it. But running is my biggest fear. We should not be afraid of anything that comes our way and face it with a smile. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Go for it, Ollie, give. The pricks were extremely reluctant though. Still, the order was given and a very swift run was made. It's like a conditioned reflex. Running, it takes passion. It's only like fighting spirit. First platoon leader, come and make them sing a military song. Qin Yuan ordered at Zhao Rui Xian. Yes, company commander. A platoon leader subconsciously started the tune. We love the army. We love our country. We are not afraid of sacrifice. Sing. We love the military. We love our country. And we are not afraid to sacrifice. In an instant, a very unfamiliar song was sung by the assassins in a whimpering manner. And Qin Yuan could not help but frown. What's this song? How come he's never heard of it? The lyrics are nice and positive. But how come this melody is so hard to listen to? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows while his head quickly searched up the military songs of this world. After a slight recollection, Qin Yuan was immediately shocked. The military song in this world is completely different from the previous world. To be precise, how hard it is to listen to. Why don't I teach them a few better songs? Then let's find a chance to teach it. Otherwise, this military song is really uncomfortable to listen to. Qin Yuan thought to himself. 17 minutes, 32 seconds. The assassins ran through the 5 kilometers very vigorously, and then under Qin Yuan's order, each one of them excitedly rushed to the cafeteria like mad wolf cubs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leading the recruits in a perfect state of morning exercise, rewarded with peak level singing skills, peak level composition and lyrics skills, and peak level instrumental playing. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan suddenly had a jolt, his eyes glowing. Peak level singing skills, peak level songwriting skills, peak level instrument playing? No, is the system that sweet? A pillow is sent to you when you fall asleep? Qin Yuan blinked down his eyes, unable to suppress his ecstasy. He didn't want to be a star, but he was still happy if he could sing better. Next, countless tips on songwriting and playing various instruments came frantically to mind. Qin Yuan instantly blended these vast as the sea of knowledge, all of them reaching the level of peak limit. In a few short moments, the system transmission ended. Qin Yuan's strength in music has reached a sea change. It's no exaggeration to say that if I casually pick up a classic military song right now and cover it with my present-day singing ability, it will immediately stir up the entire military camp. Right? Qin Yuan smiled happily. In front of the cafeteria, under the supervision of Qin Yuan, the Stingers, led by 3 platoon commanders, were making preparations for the meal. A song before the meal. But Qin Yuan was getting more and more shrill the more he listened. Alas, I really don't know how these people's ears can stand it. When it's really a matter of having been in the ocean, it's hard to be in the water. This reinforced Qin Yuan's determination to teach them a few songs, at the very least taking responsibility for his own ears. Tap tap tap. Just then, the veterans of the 6th Company of the Cheetah Regiment marched at a neat pace and, in squads, prepared to begin their meal as well. 6th Company Commander Chen Ping couldn't help but snicker when he saw the well-behaved pricks. This is the so-called pricks? I don't think it's much more than that. It doesn't look any different from softballs. The pricks were furious. They were actually mocked? Whoosh! A brawny and brutal figure even soared directly over, a hand lifting the 6th Company commander violently up like a small chicken. Recruit Company, no insults allowed. You Yakuza thing, dare to taunt us? At the same time, Zhang Shuailin Yuang Feng and the 3 of them walked over with frowns. A mere small company commander dares to be so rampant now? Little company commander. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Company Commander Chen, my second uncle is the second in command of the Cheetah Regiment. If you don't want to hang around anymore, I can tell my second uncle. The 6th Company commander instantly pissed himself. This shit, just now it was behaving like a sheep, and in the blink of an eye, it's a raging, grinning coyote? That's no way to play. And one in particular, his second uncle is the second in command of the regiment? In an instant, the 6th Company commander was directly abashed. Seeing this, Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward before Zhang Chong and the others could make things worse. Savage, let go. Humph. I'll give the company commander face and let you off the hook for now. Don't let me see you again. Zhang Chong glared viciously at the 6th Company commander then scattered his hands. Chen Ping was immediately relieved. Damn, it feels so good to have both feet on the ground. The 6th Company commander almost cried. What kind of cow or horse have you got yourself into? Come up here and give yourself a 1-2 punch? You know, to be able to become a company commander, Chen Ping's own comprehensive strength and fighting skills is also very outstanding, okay? But in front of Zhang Chong, it didn't even react. Seeing their own company commander suffer, the soldiers of the 6th company immediately rushed up one by one, glaring viciously at Zhang Chong and the others. Get back in there, all of you. The 6th company commander had already been scared out of his wits, plus he was at a disadvantage. How could he dare to fight back? The 6th company commander instantly let out an angry cry and told his soldiers to retreat back. But company commander, these new recruits of theirs, they're too damn bullying. A platoon leader was unconvinced. In the military discipline is paramount. Subordinates face their superiors with absolute obedience and respect. This group of new recruits in front of me, each one is so crazy. If we don't teach them a good lesson, will they not turn against the sky? Shut up, I told you to go back. Do you hear me? The 6th company commander once again let out an angry shout. Bullying? Are you guys nuts? The recruits in this class are all pricks, each one with a hefty background. Haven't you heard? Especially the prince-like guy called Zhang Shui standing in the center. It was said that there was no soldier inside the family with a rank lower than colonel. Such a horrible second-generation military man. How dare you guys want to offend him? You guys don't want to hang around. I still want to be a soldier for a few more years in peace. Company commander. The platoon leader only backed away resentfully. 6th company commander. I'm really sorry. New recruits are all bloodthirsty and a bit impulsive. Qin Yuan smiled and said. When the 6th company commander saw Qin Yuan, he immediately smiled rather gratefully, especially when his remaining light caught sight of Zhang Chong glaring angrily at himself. He was even more careful to open his mouth and said with a smile, No, Qin company commander is too polite. Just now it was me who was wrong. Brother, I was short-mouthed. Thanks to brother Qin Yuan helping me out. Now I apologize to the brothers, and please forgive me. That's more like it. Zhang Chong sniffed, and only then did he turn to leave. They only obeyed Qin Yuan. As for the others, whoever he is, just do it and be done with it. The farce subsides. The veterans of the 6th company were all furious and blowing their beards, not to mention how hard it was. But some people are happy and some people are sad. The recruiting company is happy as can be. TSK, is this the so-called veteran? It's not much stronger. Unbearable. Just a bunch of weaklings. And they want to bully us? If the company commander hadn't called it quits, I bet Savage could have punched the dog-legged company commander into oblivion. Company commander Qin Yuan. With his world-class martial arts skills, he will reign over the world for 1,000 years. Su Xiaoyu roared excitedly. Company commander Qin Yuan. With his world-class martial arts skills, will rule the world for 1,000 years. Company commander Qin Yuan. With his world-class martial arts skills, will rule the world for 1,000 years. In an instant, all the recruits unexpectedly shouted out slogans in unison. The brat! Qin Yuan cried and laughed. Su Xiaoyu, get your ass over here. Qin Yuan laughed and cursed. Company commander. Su Xiaoyu instantly ran over in a fart. You stinky fish. You've read too many martial arts novels. Qin Yuan chopped his head off. Now the sky is full of airplanes. The sky is full of cannons. Here is the barracks. What do you want to do with 1,000 generations to unify the world? You fucking make me like a salesman. Su Xiaoyu heatedly laughed, touched his head, and smiled as he opened his mouth. What should I say then? Company commander, look at your features. You look like Panin. Look at your strength. Overbearing and invincible. In the world of martial arts, this is the standard of a great warrior. What else can I say if I don't unify the Jianghu? I get it. I should say maintain world peace. Save mankind from fire. Said your brother-in-law said. In the future, whoever dares to mention the matter of uniting the wonders of the world, beware of me smacking you. Qin Yuan was so confused by this Su Xiaoyu that he didn't know what to say. Company commander, I promise never to mention it again. Su Xiaoyu smiled and stood upright to guarantee. Well, go eat. Company commander. Su Xiaoyu came out of nowhere so suddenly, causing Qin Yuan to cry and laugh. When the recruits all walked into the cafeteria, the 3 platoon commanders let out even more laughter. Company commander, I'm having a hard time holding it in. This guy Su Xiaoyu is so amusing that he almost gave me internal injuries. Po ha 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 ha. This stinky fish is really a living treasure. Suddenly engaged in a slogan. I also almost laugh over. It's really catching people off guard. The 3 platoon commanders laughed maniacally. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows and urged. Don't laugh. It's better to go eat quickly. After breakfast. Simple grooming. Qin Yuan brought 3 company commanders to the recruits' dormitory and began to formally teach the recruits to organize their housekeeping. The whole housekeeping can cultivate the soldiers' rigorous working and living habits, is conducive to maintaining the soldiers' good mentality. Housekeeping and training are rigorous in order to train a really good soldier. He didn't pay attention to it before, but now that he swept a glance at the crooked quilts and pillows in the new recruit's dormitory, Qin Yuan instantly covered his face in cold frost. Wang Tianyi, show me some housekeeping now. Qin Yuan directly aimed his spear at Wang Tianyi. All morning long, this Wang Tianyi had a gloomy face, which made Qin Yuan very unhappy. Company commander. Wang Tianyi didn't dare to be careless. He stretched his waist and immediately began to busy himself. First unfolded the quilt, then casually a fold, rolled up into a ball shape, followed by the bedding sheets pulled a bit, so that they look a bit flat, and finally put the pillow towards the quilt. Very casually said, "Report company commander, the finishing touches are complete." Tianyi, are you blind? Didn't you see the company commander's face change as soon as he came in? You're still organizing so casually? Han Xiang kindly reminded. Che, it's just housekeeping. What's the point of doing it right? Just deal with it. Just get by. Wang Tianyi spoke with disinterest. You know, he's a super second generation. When did you ever do this kind of maid's work at home? Being able to personally make up the bed once now was already enough to give Qin Yuan face. Boom! Exclusion! A leg shadow slammed in. Wang Tianyi directly let out a painful scream, and the entire person could not restrain himself from flying backwards, falling hard to the ground. Everyone was horrified. It's not, is it? Just because of a housekeeping. Is the company commander angry again? This is nonsense. Is this how you organize your housekeeping? Elementary school students are worse than that. Qin Yuan couldn't restrain a growl. In fact, before he came, Qin Yuan had long been psychologically prepared for the fact that the housekeeping of this group of pricks was definitely not good. But he didn't expect it to be so perfunctory, so unpleasant. Organizing housekeeping. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Qin Yuan was really angry. First platoon leader, teach them again. You guys learn it well. I'll only give you one morning to study, and if you don't meet the pass requirement for housekeeping in half a day, shooting training in 3 days will be cancelled outright. For the next 3 days, nobody touches a gun, and you're all just going to organize your housekeeping honestly. In the meantime, practice the most boring and tedious military postures and formations. Can it be done? Qin Yuan let out a roar. Guarantee to complete the mission. The assassins replied in unison, frightened and trembling. Upon hearing that they were afraid they wouldn't be able to touch their guns if they didn't do well, the pricks each swore secretly that they would learn. And so it was. In a solemn atmosphere, Zhangchong Zheng Shui Han Ziangquashank, all the people present are very patient to learn the housekeeping. Do not dare to have the slightest carelessness. The quilt should be folded into tofu blocks. Flies go up for the splits. Mosquitoes pass by and skid. Toothbrushes should be uniform in one direction. As for Wang Tianyi, Qin Yuan, on the other hand, had Zhang Mingmen and Li Yongjun carry him to the infirmary for simple medical treatment. People who are evil are afraid of the sky. Qin Yuan is the sky of Wang Tianyi and the group of pricks in the recruit company. The 3 platoon commanders carefully taught the new recruits a few times, and then simply left, leaving a group of pricks staring at each other in disbelief. Alas, I never thought in my dreams I came to be a soldier. I didn't even touch the gun. But what I did was something that some pussy did? Shita Sukai sighed. Who says it isn't? Kill me, I can't believe that organizing the housekeeping has to be so serious. Su Xiaoyu had a sighing face. This is a complete waste of time. Is good personal housekeeping as important as training? What's so important about it? Why can't I figure it out? Han Xiang was also very depressed. How is this housekeeping connected to training? If tidying up my housekeeping can make my physical fitness explode and become as tough as a savage, then I'll play with my life to tidy it up. Su Xiaoyu lazily tidied up the bedding while complaining rather dissatisfiedly. Shut up, all of you. At this time, Zhang Shui frowned and spoke. If a house is not swept, how can the world be swept? Didn't the company commander say that excellent personal housekeeping reflects a soldier's condition and good demeanor? A soldier's condition is closely related to the outcome of a war. In a word, it's like the butterfly effect. When housekeeping is good, training will be better, higher cohesion will be gained, and when cohesion is strong, the army's fighting strength will be stronger. Zhang Shui spoke eloquently, though he wasn't sure exactly what good housekeeping meant, but he knew that this stuff and military discipline and combat effectiveness were, indeed, closely related. If an army cannot even manage the simplest internal affairs, once on the battlefield, how can it talk about fast and effective command and fight wherever it is pointed? Fighting at the top of your game? Nima, Laozi said so much to you guys, but it seems like you guys didn't understand at all? Seeing that the crowd was listening in a daze, Zhang Shui couldn't help but curse. Okay, to put it another way, if you guys don't want to get beaten up and still want to touch a gun, organize your housekeeping properly. Zhang Shui looked at the crowd. That makes sense. Ha ha ha, pithy, handsome. Wouldn't it have been over if you had said that? As soon as the pricks heard that if they didn't get their house in order they'd get beaten up and wouldn't be able to touch their guns, they instantly came to a place of intense motivation and passion. Su Xiaoyu, whose mouth protruded like a machine gun, no longer had any complaints either. Handsome man, look at me, this quilt corner. How can I not dry and level it? Zhang Chong folded sweaty, messed up for most of the day, froze and could not fold the quilt angular, which made him anxious. Watch me. Zhang Shuai brought over a teapot, poured in boiling hot water, then dipped his fingers into the cool water, dipped one foot of the quilt slightly wet, and took a trip with the teapot. In a flash, a flat 90-degree right angle appeared on the quilt. OMG, it's simply divine. This is done? Zhang Chong was instantly filled with joy and happiness as he watched. How hard can it be? The teapot with hot water is equivalent to a simple iron. Savage. You can do the rest yourself. Zhang Shuai handed the boiling hot water teapot to Zhang Chong and spoke with a smile. Alright, Zhang Chong immediately nodded excitedly. Follow the pattern. Soon, the remaining corners, too, were scalded by the hidden punch. Then hidden rush made the bed again. After everything was done, looking at the clean and tidy bed, the whole person felt a sense of refreshment. 11 a.m. Zhang Shuai and Zhang Chong checked the entire dormitory's housekeeping together, and after determining that there were no flaws, the two of them went downstairs with Su Xiaoyu and took the initiative to come to the place where Qin Yuan was resting. Report. Zhang Shuai's three men opened their mouths with a torrential salute. Enter. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Why are you guys here? Zhang Shuai immediately spoke excitedly. Reporting to the company commander, housekeeping has been organized. It has reached the standard. Please have it inspected by the company commander. Oh, it's not even noon yet. You little brats. But you've even organized it in advance? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, revealing a smirk. Since that's the case, 3 platoon commanders, let's take a trip then. Yes. I was just about to see what these pricks could do with housekeeping. I hope I won't be disappointed. The 3 platoon commanders immediately got up and accompanied Qin Yuan to inspect the recruits' dormitories. Hello, company commander. Seeing Qin Yuan's arrival, the assassins took the initiative to show their respect and salute respectfully. Oh, looks like organizing your housekeeping just makes a difference. You know how to salute? Qin Yuan's heart was delighted by this sudden company commander's good call, when it was really unexpected. It's been almost a day since he came to the recruit company, and it's the first time he's heard the words good company commander. Well, it's nice and good. The quilts are all angular, and the items are all laid out in good order. 3 platoon leaders, you guys check it out. See how many points you can give. Qin Yuan scanned the circle and found that the new recruits were doing surprisingly well. Company commander. The 3 platoon commanders received orders and immediately scrutinized them. Crap, this quilt is so neatly folded. This tofu block is too damn standard, right? It feels so much better than the quilts I folded back when I was in boot camp. Lao Zhao quickly look at this quilt. It is simply the standard representative. The 3 company commanders couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise upon careful inspection. No way. The stingers, though usually disobedient, did this housekeeping well? Indeed. First platoon leader, how do you feel? Qin Yuan inquired with a faint smile. Reporting to the company commander, the new recruits' housekeeping has reached an excellent level. Just by virtue of their performance today, they're no better than the veterans. Zhao Ruishuan uttered a pertinent evaluation. Good, very good. Qin Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Your performance is very good. It even kind of took me by surprise. Therefore, I decided to give you guys a little reward now and take you to a delicious barbecue. Wow, a barbecue? No way, company commander. You're too good to us. Dare I ask the company commander if he has any beer? Barbecue and beer. It's like being a god. As soon as we talk about barbecue, my stomach is getting hungry. Company commander, I want to eat barbecued meat and jerk 10 skewers straight away. No. I want 30 skewers in one go. Upon hearing the barbecue, the pricks immediately did a double take of excitement. After coming to the army for more than 10 days, they hadn't even seen big meat a few times. The daily meals were nutritious and filling, but there was always something missing. Now when you hear barbecue, it's like a decades-old bachelor suddenly sees a beautiful big girl. Can't you be excited? Can't you be excited? Qin Yuan revealed a meaningful smile and said in a loud voice, I brought you guys to a barbecue. How can I not have beer? Beer is enough. The food is good enough. Not only are there unusual barbecued meats, there are many wild rabbits and pheasants and even wild boars. Qin Yuan and the 3 platoon commanders exchanged glances and all revealed an imperceptible smile. They were not idle this morning. They had been studying all morning how to deploy this large barbecue feast in order to feed the pricks. Crap, rabbits and pheasants all over the place? What are you waiting for? Company commander, shall we leave now? The assassins instantly looked like they had shot chicken blood upon hearing this, and were thoroughly excited and restless. Good, let's go then. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan brought the recruits onto the military vehicles that had been prepared long ago, and then rushed towards the primitive forest more than 10 kilometers away in a great rush. The company commander is so caring, he's just too good to us. How dare you go to the forest for a barbecue? You're too environmentally conscious, aren't you? Looking at the billowing dust and breathing in the fresh air between the mountains and forests, the pricks were simply grateful one by one. Soon, however, they realized something was wrong. It's not right, brothers. Why do I feel that this military vehicle is a bit strange? Why is it getting farther and farther away? That's right, it's like we're not going to a barbecue, but rather like we're going to be thrown into a primitive forest? Crap, we've been tricked. Brothers, the company commander isn't bringing us to a barbecue. He's pulling us out for a drill. Jesus, this is at least 30 or 40 miles from the recruit company. It would be a disaster if the company commander made us run back. There was a wail from the assassins. Qin Yuan, however, leisurely put on his sunglasses and revealed a conspiratorial smile. Now you know it's a trap? It's too late. You'll spend the next 2.5 days here. Recruiting company time is only 3 months. If you want to train these assassins into powerful special warriors within 3 months, the pace is not fast enough. So Qin Yuan took the initiative to speed up the pace of training. Luckily, these pricks are in top physical condition and resistant to beatings. Otherwise, even if Qin Yuan wanted to speed up the pace for them, they wouldn't be able to stand it. Rumble. A military vehicle quickly sped through the dense forest, eventually coming to a stop in a desert clearing. Holy shit, where are we? Alas, the moment I went out, I sensed that this so-called barbecue was a trap, but unfortunately, in the end, I didn't escape the clutches of the Demon King. I just don't know what the company commander really wants by bringing us here. What else? Practicing us? Of course. As soon as the recruits got off the bus, one was baffled. The location they were in was an open desert-like area, not far surrounded by dense woods. If you get beat up here or something happens, it is really a case of calling the shots. Qin Yuan leapt down from the co-pilot with a broad smile. Platoon Leader 1, gather the team first. Alright, Zhao Ruishuan immediately came to the front of the crowd excitedly. All of you, stand at attention, look to the right, look forward, with Zhang Shuai as the point, spread out to the right at intervals in front, back, left and right. The recruits immediately began to stand in neat formation on their own accord. Qin Yuan looked very satisfied. When we first arrived yesterday, the recruits didn't finish their formation like they should. But now, a short day passed, the recruits are already in formation. First platoon leader, get the grill and beer seasoning, etc. Qin Yuan ordered with a smile. Aye, company commander. The 3 platoon leaders smiled and immediately sprang into action, going to the last military vehicle and pulling down several grills and charcoal beer and other items. The recruits looked dumbfounded and instantly delighted. My goodness, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? It seems like the commander didn't lie to us. Did we misunderstand the commander? Big gold chains and small watches. One small barbecue a day. How cozy would it be to come to the wilderness every day to have a barbecue and blow off some steam? Come every day? You're trying to fart eat. As I see it, it's nice to come once a week. Don't talk so much nonsense. It's noon. Usually it's time to eat at this point. I've been hungry for a long time now. Aren't you guys hungry? I've been hungry for a long time too. And when you say that, I'm instantly hungrier. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm going to drink 10 beers and eat 30 skewers of kebabs later. I'm going to drink 30 beers and eat 80 kebabs. The assassins saw the brand new barbecue grill and beer. One by one, they all felt very guilty. There is no way they actually misunderstood Qin Yuan. This damn guilt immediately tumbled up. Turns out the company commander really did bring them to the barbecue. By the looks of you, everyone's hungry, right? Qin Yuan smiled and looked at the crowd, inquiring in a loud voice. Reporting to the company commander, I'm hungry. Zhang Shuai was the first to answer. Just be hungry. Qin Yuan smiled. I've already prepared all the utensils for barbecuing for you. Even the seasonings have everything. You will all spend the next 2.5 days in this jungle desert. Your primary task is to hunt all plants and animals within a 30-kilometer radius of here. You can catch and use as food. It just so happens that I am also a marvelous cook. So if you can catch your prey, I will personally roast it into a gourmet meal for you, and there will be free beer for you, provided, of course, that prey is captured to qualify for the beer. Well, isn't that exciting and thrilling? All dismissed now, let's all go hunting, shall we? Qin Yuan smiled and said. However, as soon as the pricks heard this, they were all bitter and no one moved at all. Jesus, this is 7 or 8 kilometers from the nearest part of the jungle. Running from here to the jungle to hunt and then running back from the jungle to barbecue? It's so hard. I have never seen such a brazen man. The company commander's conscience is greatly bad. I just felt so guilty that I thought I had wronged him. What a waste of time to blind this person. He's so handsome, but I didn't realize his heart was so black. Letting us run 17 or 18 kilometers back and forth, how can you bear it? Company commander? What's being said now won't help. Run, brothers, all of you run. If you don't want to starve, go to the jungle and hunt more prey back. Otherwise, the next 2.5 days will be really miserable. I don't know who roared through the crowd and the prick snapped out of it. Good point. If you want to not starve, you just have to find enough food. It's not difficult for me. Facing this jungle desert, Zhang Chong didn't feel any difficulty. The only thing he was worried about right now was whether or not he could find prey in this jungle. Qin Yuan speaks well. Pheasants, rabbits and wild boar are very tasty, but only if it's in this jungle. If there's nothing in this jungle, it doesn't matter how hard they try. Dabble. Zhang Chong immediately darted up, picking a direction and rushing straight into the jungle, with Zhang Chong taking the lead. Soon the others took action as well. Yesterday, I was beaten by the company commander at the training ground and directly fainted, not giving me a chance to perform at all. This time in the wilderness, I will definitely show a two-eyed performance. Zhang Shuai grunted, then ran in another direction. As for teaming up, strong people that don't bother to group up, this 360-degree jungle can be used as a hunting direction. This time for wilderness survival. The champion is mine. I, Su Xiaoyu, will catch the most prey. Su Xiaoyu raised his fist, full of confidence, and rushed in the other direction. Here's the chance to lose weight. I'm going to fight hard for 3 days. Strive to lose 10 pounds. Little Fatty was similarly boisterous. I wish there were more prey in this jungle. Han Xiang was a little worried. Washanki, on the other hand, looked indifferent. As an heir to a family of traditional Chinese medicine, the jungle is a great treasure trove for me, and I've never been fond of eating meat. So let's just be patient in the jungle and rely on plants to survive for 3 days. Think of it as a spiritual practice. Haolian Demon smiled evilly. Wilderness survival? It's just a pity that there's no prize money. Otherwise Haolian Demon, must really explode once and let them see the power of my Haolian family's boxing style. Since it can't be resisted, then be honest about it. Soon all the pricks adjusted their minds and one by one they rushed into the jungle either fast or slow. Man is iron. Food is steel. And a meal without food makes you hungry. After all, they were all hungry now, and by entering the jungle earlier, there was a little more chance of finding food. Seeing this, a platoon leader couldn't help but get a little worried. Company commander, I suddenly remembered that they are a bunch of new recruits. Green vegetables. If we do this, won't anything happen? Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. Unconcerned. Don't worry, these pricks have hard lives. They won't get into trouble so easily. It's just that I don't know who will be the first to return and enjoy the delicious roasted meat. By the way, Lao Zhao, are you guys really sure that this jungle is a piece of shit with little to no prey? Qin Yuan couldn't help it and inquired with a bit of worry. These pricks are pampered and spoiled, each with a high heart. Qin Yuan had only temporarily subdued them. Want to completely subdue them? It still takes some work. When Zhao Ruishuan heard this, he immediately smiled. Don't worry, company commander, this area is familiar to me in Old Zhang. This area has been used as an exercise site for many years, and every once in a while there are troops pulling over to drill. Not to mention pheasants and rabbits and whatnot. Even the wild fruits are rare. These pricks are absolutely miserable this time. Ha ha ha. Who made them so arrogant before? This is just a small punishment for them. Zhang Mingmin smiled very brightly. Let's see if they can hold out for 2 days and 3 nights. Li Yangjun did not hide his gloating. I think it hangs. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them laughed very hard. This was the effect Qin Yuan wanted. Give the pricks a starvation drill. Human beings instinctively bow their lofty heads in the face of primal hunger. When a person can't even eat, the fact is that the instinctive reaction is no different from that of an animal. Not for $5? Unless one doesn't want to live. The ancients also used to say that a good death is better than a good life. Not many people can resist the temptation of good food in the face of death by starvation. The pricks had no idea that this area, because of the frequent maneuvers, had been left untouched except for the jungle, which had long since run out of pheasants and boars, and those that hadn't been caught had escaped. They had nothing to do now but drink some northwest wind, and unless their luck was against them, they would never be able to catch tasty prey. After surviving in the old northeastern forest for more than 10 years, Zhang Chong, must be the brightest one this time. Zhang Chong looked at the jungle in front of him, his eyes glowing. Back in the jungle, Zhang Chong is like a fish in water. It's like going home. It's just so much easier. Most of all, even if I don't eat or drink for 3 days, I can still resist. Zhang Chong was full of confidence. Back then in the jungle survival, at the beginning of the time, Zhang Chong almost cannot catch prey, often 3 days to 2 days of starvation. After years of habit, 2 or 3 days do not eat, his physical energy will not consume much, not to mention the fact that he now has a knack for wilderness survival, ingenious skills for catching prey, and more. This jungle was not at all difficult for Zhang Chong. However, some people are happy and some people are sad. The vast majority of pricks are still finding it difficult to survive in this wilderness. The vast majority of them don't have much wilderness survival experience, and all they have is initial excitement and amazement, and a 30-kilometer radius is a lot. The recruits were nothing more than a few dozen people, and they were all spread out in various directions. They couldn't even join forces. Crap, so hungry. I can't. The more I run, the hungrier I get. Without running for a few minutes, Su Xiaoyu's stomach began to gurgle and scream. The whole person was starving. Dizziness, and under the scorching sun, he had long been sweating profusely. It's 12 noon, the hottest time of the day, and your body is losing water fast. Coupled with the fact that it was mealtime again, their stomachs had long been urging them to hurry up and go eat, a habit they had developed over the past 10 days or so. But now when you look around, it's a vast expanse. Where's the food? Little fish, wait for me. Let's team up. At this time, little fatty chased over from the side, hot and sweaty, and shouted, I'll act with you? When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she was immediately energized, and hurriedly agreed readily. Good, good. By joining forces, we can also take care of each other, and I can also have someone to talk to and chat with. Su Xiaoyu was a chatterbox herself. If he's not fed, he'll last a while, but if no one talks to him, he could die of boredom alone. Okay then, so we, the fat fish combination, are now officially formed, Fatty said as he smilingly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Fat fish combination? Su Xiaoyu was instantly happy to hear it and gave a thumbs up in admiration. This name can work. Very awesome. Fat fish. Invincible. Destructive. Divine gun invincible. Su Xiaoyu immediately thought of a loud slogan for this bullish combination. Little fatty. What about this slogan? Ha ha ha. Little fish, you're too damn talented. This slogan. I like it. Little fatty was overjoyed. That's a must. Su Xiaoyu was smug. With that, the two of them talked and laughed their way toward the jungle. The other side. Zhang Shuai is automatically surrounded by pricks. Handsome. A joint operation will have a much better chance of winning and catching the prey. Let's do it together, Lin Yu suggested. Zhang Shuai directly shook his head and said in a deep voice, Brothers, I naturally know the benefits of a joint operation, but when you consider a problem, you have to start from a deeper level. If I guessed correctly, the company commander's purpose of engaging in this wilderness survival is to catch us off guard, so that we can exercise a strong ability to survive in a harsh environment. If I'm not mistaken, it's better to go alone on this field raid. For example, if you find a pheasant, who is it good to give it to? But if a man catches a pheasant or a hare, he is assured of not going hungry for a day. Handsome guy, catching a pheasant, this is still need to ask? Of course it's for you first. A prick laughed and said, That's right, handsome. It's not even a question. It's definitely you who will eat first. Another prick laughed and agreed. Zhang Shuai smiled and shook his head. This is another reason why I don't want to act alone. I, Zhang Shuai, am well aware of my brother's good intentions, but I, Zhang Shuai, am not someone who is greedy for small advantages. If a certain brother goes through all the trouble of catching a pheasant or a hare, and when he is starving, he wants to give me the prey, I can't bear to do that either. The crowd nodded as they listened. Indeed, what Zhang Shuai said is true and very reasonable. They're not so hungry right now that they probably don't feel it. But once you're really in danger, when the time comes, let alone sharing, I'm afraid it's a good thing you're not robbing someone else's prey. So, let's split up. Zhang Shuai looked at the crowd with a smile. Good, since Handsome has given the word, let's split up. Brothers, we must fight for our breath without steaming buns. These 2 days and 3 nights, we must spend them well, and never let the company commander look down on us. To touch the gun, to fight for it, go for it, go. Charge the irons. The assassins were on the same page under Zhang Shuai's enlightenment, and after cheering each other up, they began to disperse and quickly disappeared into various parts of the jungle. Home base. Qin Yuan stood above the driver's side of the military vehicle, was observing with binoculars. The corners of his mouth smiled broadly. I just don't know this time the wilderness survival. Who can laugh in the end? Savage. Was Shanqi? Or maybe Zhang Shuai? Or even Su Xiaoyu? I've got a super gift for the winner of this one. Depends on who gets their hands on it. Company commander. What are we going to do next? Suddenly the pricks all ran out. The whole world was quiet. A platoon leader actually felt a little empty. Immediately smiled and inquired. Of course it's setting up a trap. Qin Yuan smiled and directly leapt down from the truck that was close to 3 meters. Boom! the heavy body splattered with dust. Qin Yuan, however, was unharmed. The three platoon commanders watched in awe for a moment. This company commander doesn't look like much on the surface, but he's actually too physically fit, isn't he? To know that this is close to the height of 3 meters and is a vertical jump down. The knee does not have any bending. That is to say, did not unload a bit of impact. The horror of the impact is completely by Qin Yuan's body hard to carry. If it was a case of rolling to unload, the three of them could easily do it. But if they jumped vertically like Qin Yuan, all three of them shook their heads. They were afraid that their legs would have to be broken if they did so. Laying what traps? Company commander, isn't this wilderness-free survival? Zhang Mingmen inquired suspiciously. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. Free survival? When did I say it was free survival? This group of pricks all have very strong physical qualities. Letting them move freely and starving for a day or two doesn't have much of an effect at all. So, in order for wilderness survival to be able to decide the champion within 3 days, we naturally have to add fuel to the fire. How exactly? Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately smiled with joy and came to be intensely interested. It turned out that Qin Yuan was preparing to take the initiative to torment this group of newbie pricks. How much fun is that? They love to torture new recruits. After all, the anger he had suffered in the previous 10 days or so hadn't been completely returned. Although following Qin Yuan from yesterday until now was enjoyable, the main thing was that Qin Yuan had gotten over it, and they hadn't really gotten involved. Well, now's the chance. Old Zhang and Old Li, let's make good use of the opportunity. Zhao Ruishuan smiled very lewdly. Zhang Mingmen gave an equally lewd grin. That's a must. When the opportunity comes, it must be grasped. Don't worry. This time, we'll be as ruthless as we can be, and we'll never show any mercy. Li Yangjun cruelly smiled. Good, you guys are right to have this ruthlessness. Qin Yuan grinned, and then he and the three of them began to dress up. When he checked the warehouse in the morning, he was very surprised to find a couple of ghillie suits, and so the plan for a field trip was born. Old Zhao, take the army sticks. You can't use bullets to deal with those rabbit brats, but the army sticks are smooth to use. You can smash them ruthlessly and still won't kill anyone. Qin Yuan put on his ghillie suit and instantly transformed into a savage covered in grass green cloth. He casually threw a few army sticks to the three of them and opened his mouth with a light smile. Okay, company commander, my old Zhao can't do anything else, but using a stick is a masterpiece. Ha 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 ha. Really heaven help me, this time, can be a good outlet. Zhao Ruishuan heard, immediately excited eyes glowing. The truth is that Zhao Ruishuan is also a bit of a come-on. When he was young, Zhao Ruishuan heard his grandfather say that his ancestor was Zhao Zilong, the famous five-tiger general of the three kingdoms. Of course, there is no way to prove the truth. Zhao Ruishuan has always been when the grandfather is bragging, but the Zhao family has passed down a set of gun skills, playing a tiger. When grandpa was young, one man had a gun, and the unusual 3 or 5 men couldn't get close. Zhao Ruishuan had learned the essence of this gunplay before he enlisted in the army, and it was just the thing to use on the stick. You who, old Zhao, can't see it, you still know stick skills? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. That's a must. As soon as stick skills were mentioned, Zhao Ruishuan was energized and said with a fluttering brow, Company commander, it's not that I'm bragging. My ancestor was Changshan Zhao Zilong. My Zhao family's marksmanship isn't something to sneeze at. Oh, it seems that you really have 2 skills. Have the opportunity to exchange and spar? Qin Yuan said smilingly. Yeah, could it be that the company commander also knows marksmanship? Zhao Ruishuan was instantly more interested upon hearing this. Qin Yuan smiled faintly. Slightly a little bit. Then wait for the end of this wilderness survival. Go back to the barracks and find a place to compare. Ha ha, okay, it's a deal. Zhao Ruishuan nodded excitedly at once. Company commander, you cannot underestimate the old Zhao. The old Zhao's marksmanship really is not bragging. 1 man, 1 gun. Back then, once singled out half of the company. Only the soldiers' weapons did not have a long gun. So the old Zhao, this is the hero, did not have a place to use. Upon hearing Lao Zhao's marksmanship, Zhang Mingmen said rather regretfully. Qin Yuan sniffed and lifted his eyebrows. It seems that Lao Zhao's shooting skills are really not ordinary. I didn't realize that a small platoon leader was also a rare young talent. I'll have to cut my teeth on that when the time comes. By the way, old Zhang and old Li, old Zhao has a handful of great skills in marksmanship, and his ancestor is even Changshan Zhao Zilong. You two won't also have any secrets, right? Tell me? Qin Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Ha ha ha, the company commander is really wise, guessing so quickly that the two of us are also from an unusual background. Old Li, why don't you come first? Zhang Mingmen smiled smugly and made an inviting gesture. When Qin Yuan heard it, he was immediately interested. Boy, It looks like this recruit company is not only the recruits with heavenly backgrounds, but these 3 platoon commanders are actually crouching tigers and hidden dragons as well? Immediately, Qin Yuan listened attentively. Li Yangjun gave a slight beat, smiled and opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Ahem, company commander. In fact, my ancestor is Tang Taizong Li Shimen, and after the fall of the Tang, our lineage went incognito and lived in seclusion in the mountains, and that's how we were able to survive up to the present. And my great-grandfather is Li Yunlong. What the hell, Li Yunlong? Qin Yuan glared. Old Li, don't joke around like that. Hey, it's really company commander Li Yunlong, only this old Li is not the old Li on TV, it's just the same name. I see, what about you, old Zhang? Don't tell me that your ancestor was the Jade Emperor? Qin Yuan nodded slightly and turned to look at Zhang Mingmen. After searching my memory, it seems that there is no one with the surname Zhang who was an emperor. No Lian Chang. To say that the Jade Emperor is this is absolutely bragging. In fact, this Zhang clan lineage of mine is the 78th generation descendant of Zhang Liang's lineage from the Great Han Dynasty, and my family has a genealogy to check, Zhang Mingmen said very seriously. Qin Yuan's eyes were worth listening to. This Nima. Sure enough, all 3 of them are a big deal. Zhao Zilong, Li Shimen, Zhang Liang, the civil and military emperors, all together. I didn't realize that not only do the recruits in the recruit company have heavenly backgrounds, but my comrades are likewise crouching tigers and hidden dragons. To be able to harvest the 3 young talents of crouching dragon Daisy Phoenix Sima E at the same time. This is my honor. Disrespectful. Qin Yuan hurriedly smiled and clasped his fists, while inwardly he couldn't help but laugh. I just hope they don't know the true meaning of crouching dragon fledgling phoenix and young talent. Ha ha ha. The company commander is polite. The 3 of them laughed at the situation. They also knew that outsiders would definitely not believe it if they suddenly said it like that, but it was just the way it was, and there was nothing they could do about it. Over time, they got used to it. Everything is ready. Qin Yuan quickly drove into the jungle with 3 people, hid the car and locked it, and then began to make a trap, and then took the initiative. Soon a prick wandered over. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Old Zhao, the prey is here. I'll give you a chance to perform and take him down. Can you do it? Promise to complete the mission. Zhao Ruishuan smiled brightly and scurried out with a whoosh. Alas, we've been wandering around for half a day. Why haven't we seen a single pheasant? I'm starving, and I haven't even seen a single feather. Prick walked aimlessly, his stomach rumbling with hunger, but he could do nothing about it. He couldn't gnaw on grass. Could he? He's not in the habit of doing that. The good thing is that although his stomach is hungry, his physical energy has not been consumed much. He has just slept for a while, and now he is full of energy. So if there are pheasants, rabbits, and wild boars, he still has the power to fight. Exclusion. Dabble. A sharp footstep came. Crap. What the fuck? When she saw a burly man covered in weeds was attacking at high speed, Stinger subconsciously let out a scream. Boom. Yet the next second, an iron rod slammed in. Stabhead only felt his eyes go black and directly fainted to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Zhang Mingmen, great. Li Yangjun, unbelievable. Zhang and Li immediately applauded old Zhao. Qin Yuan cried and laughed at his words. Still playing English? You're playing dissipation. Company commander. This prick has been smashed unconscious. What now? Zhao Ruishuan inquired suspiciously. The man was captured. But what next? Tie them up and throw them in the cave. Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. Before he came, he had long learned from Lao Zhao and the others that there were several caves in the area, which could be used to shelter from the rain or store items in case of emergencies during the military region's drills. All right. Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded with a smile, and together with Li Yangjun, they tied the assassin's hands and legs and carried him into the cave. A total of 98 recruits, and this is just the first. All 4 felt very happy to have taken out a prick successfully in their first outing. Let's catch 50 or 60 first. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan continued to advance with the 3 platoon commanders. Under Qin Yuan's leadership, the 4 people in the group were God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, as if they were in no man's land, destroying everything along the way. Invincible. In one afternoon's work, Qin Yuan had arrested 32 pricks. The caves have long been overcrowded. Wang Lin, you're here too? Zhang Hui, aren't you a strong fighter? How come you've been arrested too? Alas, don't mention it. Those bastards wearing a ghillie suit suddenly appeared like a ghost. Scared me a lot. 10% of the strength of even a Chang Chang did not play out. A face-to-face by them to dry dizzy. Right, Xiao Hao? You are not claimed to run faster than a rabbit? How did you get caught? I'm fast. I didn't expect that son of a bitch to run faster than me. My speed is not even as good as a 3-year-old in front of him. He was also smashed unconscious by him in one shot. Terrifying. Terrifying. The assassins woke up leisurely, and after some exchanges, they realized that the original process of their being caught in was similar. All of them encountered a very strong guy, and then, a photo was knocked out, and the process was more or less the same. But there's one thing in common. The asshole who sneaks up on people is unbelievably strong. Surprisingly, it was stronger than their strongest virtues. You're fast? He's faster than you. You're strong? He then defeats you with even greater force. You fight bullishly, he smashes you with an even more bullish fighting move. So much discussion that everyone was appalled. No way. This guy's too strong for that. Stronger than a little bit. They soon discovered a big secret. This person who sneaked up on them was strong beyond words. It was simply not something they could resist. This person, naturally, is Qin Yuan. At first, Qin Yuan and the 3 platoon commanders acted together, and the efficiency was too slow, so Qin Yuan simply acted alone, and soon captured a large number of assassins. In front of Qin Yuan, these so-called pricks were simply pumpkin rookies, and he casually struck out to catch all the pricks he encountered. Brothers, we're not going to encounter a life-sapping ghost, are we? A slightly less courageous assassin, shivering, opened his mouth. Bullshit, where's a ghost in broad daylight? This is the 21st century. The state doesn't allow ghosts to exist or animals to become fertilized. It's true that ghosts are impossible, but demons don't necessarily not exist. This thing doesn't exist if the state doesn't allow it? Worry, can you guys talk about something in the young world? It's dim inside this cave, and I'm shivering straight away when you guys talk about this ghosts and demons. In the dimly lit cave, the assassins were analyzing the situation rather carefully, but the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. I say, you guys are not stupid. Look at you, look like you have never seen the world. The one who attacked us is basically a special forces soldier, right? Moreover, according to my speculation, this person in the special forces also belongs to the top kind. His strength is unbelievable. I'm afraid there may not be 1 or 2 terrorists in an army. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but speak up when he saw the crowd getting more and more outrageous. The truth is, he's depressed, too. Before this, he was confident that the recruit company was absolutely no one's match in terms of fighting alone, except for Zhang Chong. But meeting that mysterious and powerful guy today completely shattered his self-confidence into pieces. Surprisingly, he was knocked out by the other party without resisting at all. It's a huge difference in strength to be able to do that. Special forces? The assassins sniffed and raised their eyebrows. Ghillie suits. Swift action. Godlike. Amazing attacks. What is this if not special forces? Standard special forces. Seeing that the crowd didn't seem to believe it, Lin Yu didn't add another sentence and spoke faintly. The pricks drifted off. Crap, I said, why is it so powerful? So this is the special forces? Lin Yu, my great uncle is a Navy major. He only commands warships. He's never told me about special forces. Are all special forces this strong? If all special forces are this strong, then I'll fight to become a special forces soldier. Drying out so many of us with one punch is really super envious. Although I'm a weakling, I also have a dream of becoming strong and becoming a powerful special forces soldier. In an instant, the pricks were bluffed by the name of the special forces. One by one, the special forces, full of fantasies, full of admiration. Lin Yu shook his head. As far as I know, the average special forces soldier should not be this powerful. Heck, I actually don't know much about special forces either, but I can clearly tell you that I came to become a soldier because I want to become a mysterious and powerful special forces soldier. As soon as he talked about special forces, Lin Yu immediately raised his eyebrows. Imagine, everyone, when the country and the people are in danger, we special forces soldiers fall from the sky and save the people from the fire. Let the people be grateful. Ha ha ha. That scene, just thinking about it can't help but be excited about it. TSK, 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 it's very heartwarming to hear. I've decided that I'm going to aspire to become a special forces soldier. Well, to be precise, to be a special forces soldier as powerful as that asshole who sneaked up on us. As the assassins listened to Lin Yu's description, one by one, their blood instantly boiled, and one by one, they could not restrain themselves from starting their pie-in-the-sky fantasies. And the other side, Qin Yuan, who was wearing a ghillie suit and traveling at breakneck speed, suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures and immediately stopped, revealing a hint of a smile. Su Xiaoyu and Little Fatty? These 2 guys, they actually know about joining forces? Only, in front of me, teaming up is useless. With a brilliant smile, Qin Yuan instantly soared over. In front of the big tree, Su Xiaoyu was holding a piece of fruit and eating it with gusto. Fatty took a sip of water and inquired with a smile. Stinky fish, The brothers all have strong backgrounds. Do you mind asking about your family background? Su Xiaoyu sniffed and spread his hands, smiled and said, I'm a loner. How can I have any background? I'm afraid that I'm the one with the least background inside our recruit company. Really? I don't believe it. Fatty didn't believe it at all. Those who can come to the recruit company are either dragons or phoenixes. More or less all of them have a bullish and thieving relative. After coming to the recruit company for more than 10 days, Fatty already knew many bullish relationships through communication. And without exception, at least all of them are cadres above deputy regiment level. The lowest rank is also lieutenant colonel to start. If a relative is a major, you'd be embarrassed to ask. This is the law summarized by Fatty. I didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to say she's okay with no background. How is that possible? Moreover, after summarizing, Fatty found that so many of them gathered together. It is too weird. It is very likely that there are people who do it on purpose. Of course, he had no proof of this. It was just a random thought. This was also the reason why he was very adamant that Su Xiaoyu couldn't possibly not have a background. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Su Xiaoyu laughed and sighed. Alas, I dreamed of having a bullish relative, but unfortunately I don't. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't have a background. I'll cover you in the future, my brother-in-law. Simply treat me as my own brother. When the time comes you commit a crime, just look for me, ha. Little Fatty immediately patted his chest to guarantee. Ha ha. Good. Su Xiaoyu nodded her head with a vigorous smile. It was getting dark. Looking at the time, it was now after 7 in the evening. Fatty, let's take a rest and get up after a good night's sleep to catch prey. Animals at night almost rarely move, making it easier to catch them. Su Xiaoyu suggested. Okay, take a nap then. Fatty nodded readily. Exclusion. A dark shadow came barreling in. Crap, what the hell? Little Fatty was shocked and hastily retreated. However, that black shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was on his heels. Holy shit! In an instant, Fatty only felt that his heart was in his throat. His eyes were round and full of panic, and his body froze in place because of the great terror. And he didn't even make any reaction. Boom! The black shadow slammed in with a brazen punch. Poof! Fatty let out a muffled grunt and fainted directly to the ground. Su Xiaoyu looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Are there even primitive humans in the jungle? The sky was dark. The vision was bad. Plus the other party was extremely fast. Su Xiaoyu didn't see clearly what suddenly appeared. But he knew that this kind of life-threatening moment, he had to run. Su Xiaoyu scurried away. Want to run? Impossible. Qin Yuan smiled and immediately chased after him. And with an emergency acceleration, he immediately arrived behind Su Xiaoyu. Don't waste your time. Bring it on you. Qin Yuan throws a direct leg kick. Boom. No exceptions. Su Xiaoyu, who was darting around, was kicked straight off. Then, Qin Yuan once again violently accelerated in an acceleration on top of his original base. In the midst of Su Xiaoyu's extreme shock and horror, a punch struck his temple, knocking him out. This stinking fish. It's running quite fast. So far, Su Xiaoyu was the one that Qin Yuan had wasted the most time on. Well, sort of using 2 moves, binding the 2 of them quickly. Qin Yuan then lifted them up with one hand and quickly came to a cave not far away. Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them had been waiting inside for a long time. And when they saw Qin Yuan's return, the 3 of them immediately greeted him with joy. Company commander is mighty, caught 2 more. Alas, man for man, the 3 of us teaming up to arrest someone are not as fast as the company commander. If I could be half as strong as the company commander, I'd be willing to die in this life. The 3 of them sighed and lamented one after another. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. Alright old Zhao, you've all said these words hundreds of times, keep a good eye on them. I'll continue to arrest people. After an afternoon of arresting people, all 3 company commanders were feeling physically exhausted. So they simply stopped the operation and went to a new cave, specializing in watching over the pricks to avoid any accidents. Okay, company commander. Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded solemnly. Jokes are jokes, but they have a job to do, and they have to do it well. So hungry so hungry. Oh. Is this company commander's brain kicked by a donkey? Good end. Why pull us into the jungle to suffer? Is it too much for us to live too comfortable? Next to a big tree, Haolian demon is sighing, his hands holding an unknown green leaf. There is an obvious teeth bite mark on the green leaf. Haolian demon rushed around and swept a glance. In this broken forest searching for an afternoon, not to mention pheasants and rabbits, the bird feathers are not there. At this rate, we'll starve to death sooner or later. Haolian demon simply couldn't figure out why Qin Yuan had brought them here to suffer alive. Man is iron. Rice is steel. A meal without food is hungry. Even though Haolian demon had practiced boxing since she was a child and her willpower was extremely strong, she couldn't carry the hunger. What's more, he hasn't eaten in 2 meals. This damned Qin Yuan, humph. If I come across him, I will definitely peel his skin and draw his tendons, chop him up into a human stick and then tie him to a tree to humiliate him viciously. The more Hao Lian Demon thought about it, the more angry she became, and the more evil she felt, now that he couldn't even eat. He couldn't even fill his stomach, and he wasn't even in the mood to think about any so-called benevolence and morality. The one thing he wanted to do the most right now was to find Qin Yuan and dismantle him to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Not far away, is extremely fast rushing over the Qin Yuan, suddenly stagnant. This Nima, so much anger towards the old man? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He thought carefully. He didn't seem to have screwed Hao Lian Demon much. This is good. The other guy tried to tie himself up? As you wish. Then, with a brilliant smile, Qin Yuan violently rushed over. In an instant, peak-level power erupted violently. In a flash, Qin Yuan transformed into a human-sized ferocious beast. Ha! Dare to sneak attack my Hao Lian Fist King? Seek death. Hao Lian Demon saw someone rushing. Instantly energized. Hunger is instantly dissipated. He was already obsessed with fighting and war. Now that there was suddenly an opponent, there was a high level of wariness. Kid, take your life. Hao Lian Demon let out a roar and took the initiative to charge over. In an instant, the strength of his entire body, likewise, erupted violently. Boo! 2 fists, coming to blows. Wow! Hao Lian Demon immediately flew backwards at an even faster, uncontrollable speed at the moment of impact. Crap, no way. Hao Lian Demon was filled with shock. This guy's strength, is it that great? I'm actually not a match for his one move? This was Hao Lian Demon's last thought before she passed out. The huge impact force directly caused Hao Lian Demon to hit a big tree and directly fainted. Qin Yuan clapped his hands in a rather disheartening manner. Is this the so-called boxing champion? It's nothing more than that. Immediately, Qin Yuan a brilliant smile, while Hao Lian Demon's clothes stripped, leaving only a pair of shorts, and then tied him to a large tree, have flipped around to give him a few big mouths, which floated away, and continue to go to track down the next prey. Wow! The sky suddenly rained heavily. Cold, icy rain slapped haphazardly on his face. Hao Lian Demon snapped out of her daze. Crap! My face hurts. What's wrong with me? Hao Lian Demon was in a daze, and her first reaction was that her face hurt, as if she had been beaten into a pig's head. Exclusion. Memories from before the pro-coma came flooding back. Hao Lian Demon suddenly stared with a shocked look on her face. That mysterious expert is frighteningly strong. How can there be a man that strong in the world? Hao Lian Demon couldn't help but shiver when he remembered the confrontation scene between him and that mysterious person earlier. No way. He was knocked out in one shot. That's a big difference in strength. It's almost desperate. If, on the battlefield, I meet such an enemy, I'm afraid I won't even know how to die. Hao Lian Demon had a sigh of relief. Egu crikey, my face. Why does it hurt so much? Could it be that this Supreme Master has a fetish for punching faces? Hao Lian Demon raised her eyebrows, feeling very confused. A martial arts practitioner. He didn't care at all about this injury, but he was very attached to the fetish of the mysterious master. As the saying goes, hitting someone is not hitting them in the face. It must be that this mysterious expert and I have extremely deep faults, and that's why he would intentionally lay this poisonous hand on me. Hao Lian Demon's eyebrows wrinkled as she thought very seriously. The sudden rainstorm has made it harder for the stingers to survive. As the saying goes, the house is falling apart. That's probably what was said about the situation. The rainstorm got heavier and heavier, as did the grumpy moods of the pricks. MD, this company commander is screwed. He won't let us go back in such a heavy rainstorm? One of the pricks couldn't help but crack up. They were originally ingesting Qin Yuan's loot authority, which made them yield for the time being. Now in this hostile environment, the nature is thoroughly exposed. What little respect and fear they had for Qin Yuan was also gone. Damn, when I go back, I'll sue him, let my grandpa fuck him up. One of the assassins planned indignantly, while looking for a suitable place to get out of the rain at the same time. He seemed to have had terrible luck, and was now completely down and out. The jungle was so overgrown that he hadn't even found a large rock. Can't stand it anymore. Qin Yuan, you son of a bitch. You forced me to do this. Once you return to the barracks, wait to meet my godfather's wrath. A prick let out an angry growl almost simultaneously. What the hell is this place? MD, the mosquitoes are so big. Want to bite people to death? It's not necessary to abuse people like this, right? An assassin angrily pawed through the underbrush ahead of him, advancing cautiously, distracted by the torrential downpour that completely drenched his clothes. The pricks are all clothed and fed at home, not to mention getting wet. They can't even stand it if their shoes are dirty. Now being able to honestly follow Qin Yuan to this wild countryside for wilderness survival had already given him a great deal of face. It's just a shame. All human beings have limits to their patience. The vast majority of the people were now completely unable to hold back under the torment of the torrential rain. The big tree. The rainstorm slapped his cheeks hard. Howlian Demon looked up to the sky and sighed. God! Someone save me, let me go, okay? Crap, that mysterious expert. It wouldn't be that son of a bitch Lian Chang, would it? Howlian Demon suddenly thought of a possibility, and in an instant, her eyes waited and rolled round. But I felt at first that he wasn't this powerful. Could it be that when he attacked the savages before, he hid his strength? Howlian Demon raised her eyebrows, carefully recalling the scene when Qin Yuan first arrived and kicked Zhang Chom away. Can't help but just shiver. I thought at first that this company commander was just a terrifyingly talented person with a lot of punching power. I didn't expect this asshole company commander's speed to be so fast as well. Howlian Demon's face was appalled. Moreover, his strength is much stronger than what I predicted. I thought that I would be able to fight him a bit with my faster speed and not weak strength. Alas, it seems that I am still too naive. Howlian Demon was filled with shock. To know, being the champion of a major tournament, Howlian Demon is strong as hell. For ordinary people, he could easily beat 10 of them by himself. Even when faced with top middleweights, Howlian Demon had the power to fight. However, Howlian Demon wasn't even a one-trick pony in front of Qin Yuan, and couldn't even put up a simple resistance. It seems that this company commander does have something to offer. Howlian Demon thought with great horror. Jungle. Most of the pricks had an extremely deep grudge against Qin Yuan. For one thing, Qin Yuan hadn't done any actual harm to them like he had done to Zhang Chom Wang Tian Shui. They just knew that Qin Yuan was terrifying, powerful, and not to be messed with, but they hadn't yet experienced it firsthand. Secondly, because of Zhang Shui's hidden rushing, this was why they did not act rashly. It should be realized that everyone was at a bloodthirsty age, and with the background behind them, they were only slightly weaker than Zhang Shui and the others. Who's afraid of who? In a word, well, it's just underbeaten. There's no way they're going to give in without getting their asses kicked. Damn this asshole company commander. If he falls into my hands, I'll beat his head askew and shit out of him. A prick muttered viciously. Bastard. How dare you scold me? Give me a crooked head? Out of nowhere, a familiar voice rang out. The prick had a jolt. Who's talking? Only to see a tall and thin figure slowly appear in the midst of the torrential rain ahead. At this time, Qin Yuan had already removed his hat, revealing his true face. Company commander? When the assassin saw Qin Yuan, he immediately subconsciously shivered all over. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with capitalized embarrassment. Company commander. You heard everything I just said? The prick smiled coyly, as well behaved as ever. Qin Yuan smiled blandly. Not only did I hear it, I also heard it very clearly. Clenching his fists, there was an immediate crackling explosion. Tell me, how do you want to die? Qin Yuan smiled coldly. Don't company commander. I'm so young, I don't want to die yet. Company commander, you're a godly and powerful man. One punch down. Even the Northeast Tiger can't carry it. You mustn't hit me. My small body isn't resistant to a beating. Prick Zhang begged for mercy while slowly backing away. No way. They had long since learned of Qin Yuan's divine bravery. Zhao Chong's kind of level can still resist a bit. But Chong Fai? It's okay to be a smart ass. But for real? 100 of him wouldn't be enough to get beat up. Follow closely. In the middle of the stormy jungle, there was a mournful scream. Captain, don't hit me. I won't dare to do it again. I'll listen to you in the future. Please spare me. Zheng Hui begged for mercy one after another, but it didn't help at all. This group of little brats, giving them a good face for a day. It seems that one by one they are starting to swell up again. It seems that this crooked culture still needs to be properly managed, and the training of new recruits has a long way to go. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yuan resumed his old cold face and continued to advance. A moment later, Zhang Chang's figure came into view, which caused Qin Yuan to cry out in surprise. I didn't expect to meet up with the savage so soon. A rough calculation. Most of the assassins have now been captured and bound dead in the cave. There are less than 30 people left who are still surviving out there. However, Qin Yuan did not know, because the assassins in the rain and mosquito bites under the fury, there are already close to 20 people are rapidly returning to the base camp. Ready to rebel. After all, it's better to go back in a little rain than to be cold and frozen in this jungle. Savage flanks the front. Qin Yuan slowly appeared. This time, he didn't cover his face, because now the rainstorm was getting heavier and heavier. Such a survival trial no longer made much sense. Although today's environment is even more hostile, But this group of pricks are not really special forces after all. The training is fast-paced, but it's important to take it step by step, one bite at a time. Even if a real special forces soldier encounters this kind of stormy weather, it's still very dangerous. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for canceling the rainstorm wilderness survival and avoiding the tragedy of human life, and obtaining the proficient level lock-picking skill. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a jolt. Avoiding tragedy? Is it possible that a human tragedy could really happen if we don't cancel this wilderness survival? That's a reward? It's so unexpected. What the hell is this mastery level lock-picking skill? Do you want me to become a locksmith? Next. A simple message to unlock the door came to mind. In a few moments, Qin Yuan became an elite locksmith. Unusual car locks, door locks and so on. Qin Yuan can quickly open in a short time. This skill, it seems not bad. After feeling it carefully, Qin Yuan smiled, very satisfied with this unexpectedly harvested skill. Company commander? Zhang Chong immediately became excited when he saw Qin Yuan appear in front of him in a ghillie suit. Company commander, why are you here? Qin Yuan laughed. The purpose of my coming here is to catch you. Arrest me? Zhang Chong froze, not understanding the meaning of Qin Yuan's words. Good, but now, I've changed my plans. I'm afraid this rainstorm is going to get heavier and heavier, so I've decided to cancel this wilderness survival. Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. As for the purpose of coming to you, it's to do me a favor. What favor? Zaichu raised an eyebrow. Capture the new recruit prick. Qin Yuan smiled blandly. Catch that bunch of Yakuza stuff? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong was instantly delighted and came to be intensely interested. Beating people up in a fight, that's his favorite. I can help you, company commander. Only, I have a small request. However, Hidden Rush pondered slightly and opened his mouth with a cheeky smile. What request? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted in slight surprise. Company commander, I already like to fight against experts. Hulian Demon Huashanka and the others are too weak. Even Zhang Shuai is a step behind me. In the recruit company, I was in a state of expert loneliness like snow every day. But that day, the company commander's might left an indelible impression in my mind. So, I request the company commander to give me another chance to challenge you. Zhang Chong gathered enough courage to speak his mind. Qin Yuan's power was beyond his imagination. Before meeting Qin Yuan, Zhang Chong had never thought that someone would be able to easily defeat him in a fight. But it was this freak Qin Yuan who did it. This made Zhang Chong fantasize every day if he could do it again to get a good feel of Qin Yuan's strength. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was some kind of unreasonable request. It turns out that you want to challenge me. Qin Yuan smiled at his words. Since you want to take a beating, then I'll fulfill you. The so-called challenge? In Qin Yuan's eyes, it was nothing more than giving away heads, deliberately looking for a beating. Ha ha ha. Good. Then company commander, I'll be polite. Zhang Chong laughed and moved his muscles. Then his eyes abruptly changed, and his gaze became ferocious and savage, like a ferocious wolf. With his legs powered up, Zhang Chong fiercely clenched his fists and roared in rage as he instantly rushed forward. Boom! Qin Yuan's fist and Zhang Chang's fist clashed together with a dull crash. No exceptions. Zhang Chong was directly blown away. The punching accuracy is there, but the power is terrible. Qin Yuan's faint voice rang out. Zhang Chong couldn't help but spit out blood at his words. Too bad about your own power? Holy shit! Even if we look at the entire cheetah regiment, there may not be anyone who can beat him in terms of strength, alright? His figure in ancient times was an absolute heavenly god descending to earth, a great general of divine valor. But, Qin Yuan did seem to be qualified to say that. It was just that Zhang Chong could never figure out why Qin Yuan's seemingly unimpressive body seemed to contain an endless amount of tremendous power. Once again, he felt Qin Yuan's terrifying power. Zhang Chong came to a conclusion. Qin Yuan, in terms of hard contact, was absolutely unbeatable. Although Zhang Chong was 1 meter 9, 6 or 7 centimeters taller than Qin Yuan, and was physically strong, he was still not enough in front of Qin Yuan. This time, Zhang Chong changed his strategy, and his movements actually began to become flexible and ethereal. Good man, I didn't realize, Savage, that your body could become so flexible and ethereal. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he watched. Before he had seen this body technique, it was really hard for Qin Yuan to imagine that a brute and strong man would be able to achieve such flexibility in his offensive techniques. Nowadays, Hidden Punch moves like the NBA's Jordan Descartes. The movements are gorgeous and ethereal, full of beauty and explosive. Receiving Qin Yuan's praise, Zhang Chong instantly smiled smugly. Company commander, this is a fist technique that I painstakingly researched after observing snakes, foxes, cheetahs, and other animals in the wild for years, and I have named it the spiritual fist myself, so you have to be careful. Zhang Chong kindly reminded. Can't beat you head on? then a sideways detour. Careful, Xin Yuan laughed. It's useless. Savage, fall for me you. Xin Yuan wasn't too much of a bully. Aha! With this punch, only 20% of the force was used. Xin Yuan started with a dazzling shift. Follow closely. Before Zhao Chang's attack descended on his chest, he slammed out a punch. Afterward, no! Zhang Chang's pupils instantly shrunk and he couldn't help but stare. Boom! Fists contact Zhao Chang's chest. Zhang Chang's huge body immediately flew backwards and fell hard to the ground, covered in mud. Alas! This strength gap, it's too big. Zhang Chong looked up to the sky and couldn't help but let out a sigh. God, both of you are born. Why are you born? He now meditatively seemed to feel the helplessness of Zhou Yu's exasperation back then. Ha 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 ha, I didn't realize that you, savage, were still a reader? Xin Yuan couldn't help but watch. Who would have thought that a manic Hulk could say something so literal? That's for sure. I'm a spring reader. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled proudly, looking naive and majestic. Reading spring and autumn? Don't be the kind of spring and autumn that can only be read at night and makes you blush. Xin Yuan laughed and teased. It was said that back then, Master Guan was reading too much spring and autumn, which caused his face to turn red and change. So don't read too much into it. Thanks to the great love of all the readers, this novel is exploding with data every day. So the author is trying to update every day. As promised, update, think plot update. This leads to, written so fast that it's going to hit the shelves tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. All along, there are always readers. Old man said, the author short powerless. Then well, tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, direct outbreak of 20,000 words. The point is, each chapter is 4,000 words of super invincible and thick and big and long-lasting big chapters, to properly satisfy the readers of the grandpa's hungry and thirsty knife. Let's all have a good time at once. Hey, I actually wanted to write a 10,000 word chapter, worried that people wouldn't be able to take such a long one. Then the book outline made it to 5 million words. It won't crash no matter how much it's added. Having an outline is just so solid. So feel free to vote for the data, monthly votes, recommendations, rewards. Feel free to smash over. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Smash me to death. Then, you'll made a rule for extra shifts. After it hits the shelves, 500 monthly votes plus one more chapter. Note that the edition is a large 4,000 word update chapter. Once the cumulative increase of 500 monthly votes, the next day immediately add a chapter. This month's monthly votes list is now at 300 votes. Still 200 votes short. Everyone work harder. Then, the cumulative reward an ally. That is, book coins, plus 3 more. This is cumulative. For example, extra legal fanatic Zhang San rewarded 1,000 book coins. Li Si rewarded. Wang Ma Zi rewarded. As long as this month's cumulative add up to enough book coins, it will be directly added. Plus 5 chapters. This is completed within 3 days. The author fungus every day will look at the background reward accumulation. Never broken promises. If someone rewarded the Silver League, that is, book coins, well, actually, it's just a dream of the author. If someone rewards, within a week, the immediate explosion of 20 more 10,000 words big chapter, it's still a good idea to dream, just in case it comes true. Salute. LOL. Actually, before it hit the shelves, the author wants to explain one thing to you. You may be wondering why this dog author is so diligent, so fast at writing, keeping promises so well, and so humane. If this mess hadn't happened, the dog author could have really exploded for 100,000 words. Damn it. What is this all about? The author will tell you now. Because the author has been experiencing a very annoying set of problems for a while now. Let's start with the highlights. The trigger is, my father always felt that my children didn't look like me. LOL. Don't panic, everyone. Listen to me slowly. My father has had this on his mind since my son was born. Whenever there's something going on, he hugs my son and compares himself to me, saying things like, it doesn't look like this, it doesn't look like anywhere, what the hell is going on, and so on. Getting the author can be annoying every day. I've told my father this a million times. What doesn't look like it? I think it's quite similar. People are different from people themselves, and I'm not much like you. Emphasis added. Little kids haven't opened up yet, and so on and so forth. I said a lot, but father never believed it. Finally, one day, he couldn't hold back any longer. Secretly took my son for a paternity test. He felt that if the child was indeed my own son, then, as my dad, as the child's grandfather, there must be a blood relationship with the child. Results. After a few days, the DNA results came back. The whole family exploded. The certificate issued by the hospital shows that my son and my father have no blood relationship. Geez, the house was a real mess those days. My wife smashed everything she could. In the end, my wife cried her eyes out, put a kitchen knife to her neck, and had to die to prove her innocence. There was no way out. Human life was at stake. I grabbed my son and dragged him to the hospital, and we both did another paternity test. Results. The report shows, my son and I, indeed, are father and son. This time, it was my father's turn to be dumbfounded. He hoofed it and dragged me to the hospital and had to take another paternity test with me. Results. The report shows, my father and I, biologically, are not related. I'll go. You can't imagine. My parents' house blew up straight away. Everything that could be smashed was smashed by my mom. My wife, who was crying her eyes out, went to my house to pull the plug. Seeing the days go by, my mother held a knife to her neck to prove her innocence by dying. And so, poor author. Again, she was forced by her mom to go to the hospital for a paternity test. This is fucked up. You know how your arm hurts when you draw blood? The whole family is waiting at the hospital. No one dares to speak. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was going to be the end of the day at the hospital. The parents were dead set on blocking the doctor to get the results. Finally, the results are in. The report shows, my mother and I are not biologically related. I'm fucking confused. Who the hell am I? The parents were also confused. Who the hell am I? Thinking about it, there is only one possibility. That's when I was born with the wrong baby. Then, got it. No one is going to be able to go to work properly. The family, all of them, took time off work and ran to the maternity hospital where I was born. The writer was born that day in the county hospital. Where were the computers back then? All paper files. The people at the hospital over there are freaking out and taking it seriously, pulling a bunch of nurses to go through the files in the archives. Eventually, find the results. The day I was born, only 2 boys were born. One is me. One is a man called Joe X Yuan. As soon as I saw the name Joe X Yuan, my wife froze straight away. I fucking froze too. It's a name we're all familiar with. That's my fucking great uncle, aka my wife's own brother. At first, we didn't believe it. Later, comparing various information on the file, it was determined that Joe X Yuan, who was born on the same day as me, is my wife's own brother. My wife took it a little hard for a moment. What the fuck does that mean? We're all afraid to think about it. 1. All of it. No, dare, think. A phone call from the wife. My father-in-law and mother-in-law called a cab overnight. They're freaking out too. After all, it's about a biological son. The in-laws immediately called and asked the wife's own brother to come to the hospital as soon as possible. My wife's own brother said he was too busy to go, and said we were fooling around. The in-laws went straight mad, said if he dared not come, he'd just go and get him back. Finally, the wife, her own brother, my great-uncle, had no choice but to drive over in his car. Then the old man got another tube of blood drawn from him. Results. It's the same as we envisioned at the beginning. The report shows, my father-in-law and mother-in-law and I are father and son and mother and son. My wife's own brother, and my parents, are father and son, mother and son. One moment, the wife sat on the floor and cried. A very crummy kind. I'm also confused. That doesn't mean, my wife is my own sister, and I'm my wife's own brother. The family was confused. There had to be several minutes where no one spoke, and I don't know how to talk about it. In the end, it's the way things are anyway, so everyone just has to say nice things about it. What do you mean? We're a family anyway. It's a great thing that the child is fine. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. You two just pretend you don't know. They're all right, happy, but it's hard for both of us, my wife and I. It's the ethical question that makes us uneasy inside, especially feeling sorry for the kids. It is said that it is easy for problems to arise when a child is born to a close relative. If something goes wrong with the child in the future, we really don't want to live. But after calming down, we both had a feeling that there was a scam going on. Just one point. My wife and I are nothing alike. It's the kind that doesn't look a lick like it. Can't find a single thing that looks alike. Is there such a thing as a brother and sister? And I clearly remember that when my wife went into labor, the doctor took my blood type to prevent hemorrhaging. Said I couldn't give my wife a blood transfusion. The more I think about it, the more wrong it gets. So I dragged my wife to the hospital for another DNA test. Let's see if the two are related or not. I've got pinholes all over this arm. The doctor didn't even know where to stick it. Forget it. Couldn't care less. Switch arms and keep drawing blood. Then, the results are in. The report shows, my wife and I, who are not at all related by blood, cannot be brother and sister. It's okay. It's okay. My wife is not my real sister. I'm not my wife's real brother either. Our kids won't have any messed up genetic diseases either. But, TMD, new problems have arisen. Who the hell is my wife? That's why author updates are so powerful. Because there's a shortage of money. You have no idea how expensive it is to get a paternity test. The author had managed to save up some money and gave it all to the hospital. And the issue of my great uncle and I's birth is resolved. My wife's identity is in question and will have to go through numerous DNA tests. It's all about the money. That's why authors code like crazy every day and night. I'm just asking to get it on the shelves early enough to make some subscription money. So make sure you order all of them. Yo, it would be nice to have an auto subscription on and a little reward. Remember to come on time and support tomorrow at 12 noon. Grateful for that. Company commander, don't you dare accuse people. When Zhang Chong heard this, he was in a hurry. The aggravation is overwhelming. Ha ha ha. Well, come with me. Get all these rookies back as soon as possible. Company commander. Zhang Chong immediately nodded solemnly. And so it was. With the duo splitting up, the efficiency of the arrest operation was directly doubled. Although Zhang Chong was not a one-move enemy of Qin Yuan, he was able to completely crush others, who could barely even put up a simple resistance when facing Zhang Chong. The duo worked for close to 3 hours, and the jungle, at last, was no longer filled with any new recruits. At the same time, the rainstorm was gradually stopping. That's not right. How come the number of people is so much less? Surprisingly, there are still 18 people missing. Could it be that they're all hiding? On the way back, Qin Yuan was puzzled. However, soon enough, Qin Yuan discovered the 18 people, only to see that not far above the desert, an 18-member squad was walking hard on a road covered with silt, and at the back of the crowd, it was clearly Zhang Shuai and Washanki Sukai, the three of them. Good lord, this Zhang Shuai kid, is his skin itching again? With a bright smile, Qin Yuan and Zhang Chong instantly rushed up. Handsome, I just can't figure out why you're so convinced of this, company commander. Doesn't it smell good for us to rebel as before? An assassin was starving and opened his mouth in a very puzzled manner. After an afternoon of starvation and torment from the torrential rain, the current him even had the strength to speak fast. That's right, handsome. You know, this new company commander is too damn scary. One kick can send a savage flying. Let's brothers unite. Use some connections. Transfer him away. How good is it? After that, the new company will be our world. We can do whatever we want. Use your connections? Zhang Shuai silently laughed bitterly for a while. He's having a hard time right now. Grandpa won't help him at all. Grandpa would also be the first to come over and teach him a lesson once he did something out of character. That said, he's an empty shell right now. It's hard for a bodhisattva to cross a river by himself. Yeah, handsome, why don't we just do it? In this kind of stormy weather, that asshole company commander still lets us get drenched and starve outside. I haven't suffered this kind of crime since I was a kid. My mom would cry if she saw me like this. Who says it is not? Brothers, we must unveil the army. I can't live a day like this, unless... the company commander's training program is indeed remarkable. Such torrential rain weather with starvation training can greatly sharpen our will to survive. Completely abandon those bad habits developed in society. Lin Yu cried out in righteous indignation, but halfway through the words suddenly changed his tone, instead praising Qin Yuan. Following Lin Yu's line of sight, Zhang Shuai happened to see the two of them, Qin Yuan and Zhang Chong, walking over with sneers. Zhang Shuai instantly laughed. This Lin Yu, I said, what's going on? So I saw the company commander coming. Lin Yu, you traitor, wallflower, how come the picture changes when you talk? Short-circuited in the head? A prick questioned suspiciously. Very angry. Well, in times like these, unity is strength. How could he destroy the unity of the group? Sudong, don't slander me if you want to die. When did I become a traitor? Lin Yu made to wink at Sudong. However, Sudong did not see it at all and snorted. Humph, I can kind of see clearly that you, Lin Yu, are a coward, a guy who can't change his ways. Who the hell are you cursing? Lin Yu was instantly enraged upon hearing this. The body moved. Lin Yu directly threw a blatant kick. Dare to kick me? Then I'll let you know how powerful I, Sudong, am. Sudong oozed fearlessness, leg power. With a jolt, he too scurried over. And yet just then, snapped, a phantom suddenly rushed over. Only two dazzlingly fast fist shadows could be seen smashing in. Boom boom, two dull thuds. It was followed by two agonizing screams. Sudong and Lin Yu both flew out backwards. My god, how? The company commander struck again? Is this the company commander's terrifying strength? It's just mind-numbing. This speed, how can it be so fast? Although I was prepared for this, but seeing the company commander again, I still can't help but be shocked. MD, it's too strong, terrifying as hell, terrifying as hell. The moment I saw the company commander strike, I only felt that my head was once again covered by a cloud of fear. Rebellion doesn't exist. Eating breakfast is more like it. It turns out that the two were seen fighting. Qin Yuan struck directly. One shot. It is a skill that amazes and shocks everyone. Zhang Chang's eyes rolled up in surprise. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. That's not even the company commander's maximum speed. Had crossed paths with Qin Yuan twice. Both times it was a complete loss. Zhang Chong could be said to be the one who felt Qin Yuan's strength the most out of everyone present. He was very certain that although the current Qin Yuan's strength that had erupted had been extremely terrifying, he was still far from reaching his limit. Zhang Shuai was similarly shocked, shaking his head with a very sigh. This punch, if the attack was aimed at me, I would have been equally unable to dodge it. Huashanka's eyes narrowed slightly with a look of disbelief. Who could have imagined that a person would be able to turn into a combination of speed and strength, to have unimaginable speed while possessing immense power? All things are born in nature and all things are born together. The same is true for humans. There is never a perfect human being in the world. To a greater or lesser extent, there will be some kind of handicap, which is the natural order of things. A person who is tall and strong and powerful will, correspondingly, move slower. On the contrary, if a person was strangely fast, then his attacks would never be much faster. But these 2 points, in Qin Yuan, were perfectly unified. Poof, poof. The two landed on the ground with a scream. Qin Yuan's gaze was icy cold, his face covered in frost as he swept toward the crowd present. I just heard that you guys were yelling. Wanting to rebel? Rebellion? Ah no. Company commander, you heard wrong. We were discussing breakfast. We're all good boys. How could we possibly rebel? Right, company commander? It's the 21st century now. It's not a feudal society. Who are we revolting against? Company commander, we haven't eaten all day. And with this stormy weather we certainly won't be able to find anything to eat at night. So we're discussing what we can eat tomorrow morning. And hey, that's it. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh darkly as he listened. Rebellion has turned into breakfast? It's okay. But, shut up, do you think I'm an idiot? How can you all say such a poor excuse? It's simply too shameless. It seems that you all have itchy skins. Qin Yuan moved his wrist and smiled grimly. No, company commander, our skins don't itch. We're so comfortable now. It's like taking a bath after just getting caught in a downpour. Don't even mention it. Nah, you guys tickle. Rebels, accept the baptism of the company commander. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan charged directly at the pricks. One moment, the assassins were sent flying with miserable cries under Qin Yuan's iron fist. Zhang Shuai and Washanki were no exception. Savage, it's your turn. No, company commander, I'm not involved in a rebellion. Stop nagging, you're usually in their gang. Boom, 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 boom. A few kicks went down in quick succession, and Zhao Chong was similarly knocked off his feet. Ooh, you're too harsh. Company commander, this is a death sentence. I feel like I broke my arm. I feel like I broke my calf. I feel like I've been kicked in the head by my company commander. The assassins have wailed in agony. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently and came to the prick who said his arm was broken and carefully inspected it. The prick immediately grimaced in pain. Full of shit. Isn't this arm fine? Where is it broken? Dare to lie to me again. I'll make your arm really fracture. Possessing peak level power and that power being perfectly controlled by Qin Yuan had long ago controlled the force as he faced each person and struck out. With a strong body like Zhang Chong, Qin Yuan could use a little more power. As for regular pricks, Qin Yuan only exerted a slight force, causing them to wail in pain but not get hurt. Combined with the techniques of bruises and injuries within the peak level Chinese medicine techniques, even if the assassins were really injured, Qin Yuan had countless ways to help heal them, so it could be said that it was foolproof. Zhang Shuai on the side couldn't help but let out a leisurely sigh. What kind of demon is this? How can it be so perfect? Zhang Shuai also found out Qin Yuan was powerful in many ways. Physical terror, fighting tough, amazing speed, simply perfection personified. Most of all, it was still handsome. And although Zhang Shuai was called handsome by the pricks every day, this handsome man was not his handsome man, and Qin Yuan was the real handsome man. You can't even hide the handsome and compelling vibe by keeping a slab. Before I met Qin Yuan, I thought that in terms of fighting, I could rank in the top 3 of the recruit company, and in terms of strength, no one but Zhang Feng could beat me. As for speed, I'm also firmly ranked in the top 3 in existence. Combined, only Zhang Feng is my rival, combined with a strong family background. This is the capital I'm proud of. It's just a pity, my strength, in front of the company commander, is not worth mentioning at all. Zhang Shuai sighed deeply. How can there be such a big difference when both have grown up eating the same grains and cereals? Washanki likewise couldn't figure it out. In ancient times, rebellion was punishable by death. After a pause, Qin Yuan spoke coldly and reprimanded. You guys You're lucky, living in modern times. Otherwise, all of you so-called rookies would have been pulled out and beheaded long ago. But a living crime can be waived. But a mortal sin cannot be escaped. The road back to the military area is about 30 kilometers in total. So you'll go back on foot. Qin Yuan opened his mouth indifferently. Crap, walking 30 kilometers back? That's nasty. That's horrible. Shivering 5 kilometers running in peak condition. It takes about 17 minutes. That kind of extreme speed. We run at most 2 times. The body can't carry it. 30 kilometers. It's going to be close to 2 hours. You know, this is the time spent in the extreme state. In my opinion, want to return to the camp, without 4 or 5 hours, simply cannot arrive. There's no need to play dead people like that if you want to. What do you take us for? Still think we really don't dare to resist? Do you really dare to resist? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I, likewise, dare not. Isn't that right? Well, don't waste your time here. Hurry up and run back. But it's dark and slippery. The road is still so far away. And everyone is still hungry. How can we run? Now I don't even want to move. If I keep running like this, it will really kill people. Ugh. If only I could eat something. If the company commander would give me a chicken leg right now, I'd gladly run 50 kilometers. Not to mention 30. I don't want a chicken leg. Give me a chicken wing and I'll do 50 kilometers. Stingers are not willing to run those 30 kilometers, no matter what. But Qin Yuan had a way. He ignored the conspiracies and complaints of the pricks. Instead, he stepped to the side and dialed the 3 company commanders, telling them to release all the pricks in the cave and at the same time untie Haolian demon. Quiet. Qin Yuan let out a low, angry cry. All the recruits immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Qin Yuan smiled bashfully. Pricks, at 7 kilometers, I have prepared a gourmet meal for you. And it's filling and sufficient. Only, the portion of this food is only for 80 people. First come, first served. The assassins were instantly energized, their eyes glowing. Food at 7 kilometers? Gee, I suddenly feel motivated again. The food is mine. MD, I haven't eaten anything all day, so I must have a good meal this time. Brothers, I'll run first. There are only 80 servings, which means there will be a dozen people without food. And those who run slow will go hungry. What's the hesitation? Run. Pricks aren't stupid. They knew with a little bit of calculation that they were going to continue to starve if they ran slow. Where's the hesitation? Qin Yuan looked at his watch and revealed a smirk. It's now 6:25 p.m. If you guys don't procrastinate, you'll still be able to go back to the dormitory and sleep before 12 p.m. Overall. Moreover, I have just received news that the typhoon has been raging recently, and one of the largest numbered typhoons in history will be boarding this city this night, after 12 o'clock tonight, and it is very likely that there will be extraordinarily heavy rainfall. At that time, it will be too late for you to run away. That's why. Run honestly. Well, I've said what I had to say. Want a gourmet feast? Those who don't want to be baptized by a storm, run as hard as you can. After Qin Yuan finished speaking, he smiled faintly and left directly. Ooh, I want a big meal. Nothing can stop my desire for food. FAI, didn't you say you don't have the strength anymore? How come you're running like a wolf chased you now? I can't help it. I want to eat. Weighing the pros and cons, the pricks scattered and began to fly. And when Zhang Chong and Zhang Shuai and the others heard about the delicacies, they also had glowing eyes and excitedly rushed at the forefront. They don't want anything now. All I could think of was one word. Eat, eat, eat. Eat a crazy meal. Soon the only person left beside the jungle was Qin Yuan. A few moments later, the 3 platoon commanders brought the remaining brigade to the front. Qin Yuan repeated what he had just said, and within moments, the remaining pricks all ran away. The company commander is so bad. How dare you let the savages run away first? Doesn't this mean that some of us are doomed to go without food? Damn it, can't. I have to overtake them no matter what. Catch up with the large group ahead. The hatred of taking food will not be shared. People die for money. Birds die for food. MD, I'm an evil bird now. Whoever dares to snatch food from me, I'll take it out on them. The stingers wailed as they ran, and the competition was fierce. After all the pricks ran out, the 3 platoon commanders looked confused and inquired, Company commander, when did we prepare a gourmet meal for these pricks? What's all the food? Company commander, roasted goat and suckling pig? Or roasted wild boar and hare? Zhang Mingmin was equally very puzzled and longing. It would be great if we could eat some too, company commander. Li Yongjun rubbed his stomach and smiled. Qin Yuan smiled faintly and spoke. To this group of pricks, aren't steamed buns and salted vegetables a gourmet meal now? Pooh ha ha. What the hell, company commander? All you have for them is steamed buns and pickles? The 3 company commanders looked at each other in the face, and then let out a loud laugh. Company commander, You're too dark. I can't even look at it. I have a black heart? Qin Yuan laughed and teased. Don't jump to conclusions so early. When they see the steamed buns, they'll still have to thank me. Thank you? Zhao Ruishuan's eyebrows lifted in disbelief. That's unlikely, isn't it? You can thank a company commander for eating some savory buns? Can this be something that happens to pricks? We'll see what happens then, company commander. Let's see who actually guesses correctly. Good. The loser. The night is on me. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Yeah, you're going to lose. Company commander. Zhao Ruishuan smiled smugly. Company commander. Just prepare to be slaughtered. Zhang Mingmen was victorious. Ha ha. It's you guys who will be slaughtered. Qin Yuan smiled blandly. Just to let you know, I have a big appetite, so be prepared for your treat tonight. Ha ha ha. You just blow it, company commander. Anyway, bragging is not taxable, even if we lose. Can you alone still eat us up? Zhao Ruishuan smiled faintly. Unconcerned. If we lose, you can order whatever you want at that time. We brothers will never have a single complaint. But if you lose, company commander, don't blame us for asking for a lion's share of the money, huh? Our brothers have big appetites too. Zhao Ruishuan laughed too. If I lose, you guys just let go and eat. Qin Yuan smiled, then kicked the gas and sped away. The roads, which have been pressed by heavy trucks and tanks, etc., all year round, did not become muddy because of the heavy rains, but remained firm as a rock. Qin Yuan drove the military vehicle and quickly caught up with the second batch of assassins. Haolian Demon Su Xiaoyu Little Fatty and others are in the middle of a desperate sprint. Seeing the military vehicles passing by, a group of pricks were suddenly that envious. Company commander, can you take me with you? Let's talk about it. Company commander, do you want a promotion? I have connections. My second uncle is a brigade commander. Company commander, surely you don't want to spend your life as a pawn? My third granduncle's nephew is very kind to me. As long as you give me a ride, I'll make sure you rock it up. Company commander, $10,000 a kilometer. Take me with you. Will you? I have cash in my suitcase. I'll pay you on the spot later. The new recruits were all 8 immortals, each showing their own skills, and they all took out their own cards, eager to impress Qin Yuan, bribing the instructor openly. You'll be punished later. Qin Yuan rushed outside and roared violently. Crap, bribing an instructor? Company commander, my heart is clear to the sun and the moon. I'm doing it for your own good. A bribe? It doesn't exist. Company commander, we're thinking about your future. Really? Don't you think about it? Company commander, if you don't like being an army officer, I can transfer you to the civilian corps. There are a lot of big beauties in the civilian corps. Very eye-pleasing. Oh, company commander, if you don't like to go to the civilian corps nor the army, I can transfer you to become a pilot, flying a fighter jet soaring in the sky. That taste one. TSK 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 TSK. Don't mention how good it is. Company commander, if you don't like the army nor the air force, I can transfer you to the navy, to fly a warship or a nuclear submarine. It's all right. The pricks are not convinced. There is a desire to seize the last opportunity. There's no way around it. It's over 30 kilometers all the way around. It's close to a marathon. This if you really run through it on 2 legs? I can't imagine what the consequences would be. The air, land and sea are all together? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted as he listened. Looks like Laozi still underestimated the energy of this group of pricks. I didn't realize that there's a Naval Air Force connection here. It seems that these pricks have a secret. A big one. With a bland smile, Qin Yuan directly turned off the car. A flip climb. Directly on the roof of the car. His eyes abruptly became cold. Swept to the crowd present. Flooded voice, Gunyan you, this is the first time you first offense. I'll temporarily impunity you. If there's a next time, you guys try to bribe me, we'll have to suffer the punishment of this pair of iron fists of mine. Qin Yuan laughed. You guys know the power of my fist. Like a trick. Qin Yuan took out a head-sized granite stone from the roof of the car and violently threw it into the sky. The recruits were dumbfounded. What's this company commander up to? Vaguely, in their hearts, they all had a not-so-good idea. Damn it, company commander, you mustn't think about it? Su Xiaoyu roared on purpose. Company commander, if we don't listen, you don't hit the rocks. Another man immediately echoed. Go save the company commander. Come on, guys, the company commander will be gone soon. Hearing the pricks flirt, Qin Yuan stumbled and almost broke defense. This Nima, it's Su again? I can't think straight? Right, it's very hard to think about it. With an angry grunt, Qin Yuan roared violently. Su Xiaoyu, I'll give you a demonstration of the power of my fists first, then I'll come back to settle the score with you. Boom! Qin Yuan hit the hard granite with unerring precision. The granite, which was the size of his head, immediately burst into pieces in response. It was as if it was in the center of a rock, blasted to pieces by a bomb. Crap, this stone. It just shattered? MD. Special effects. Right? So exaggerated? This isn't a prop, is it? When did granite break so easily? The recruits were completely dumbfounded. It turned out that the power of a punch under Qin Yuan's full power outburst was so strong, Hulian Demon's scalp went numb as she watched. He couldn't help but gulp down his saliva with a shocked face. If this fist hits my head, I'm afraid it will shatter even more completely than this granite. Nima, it's not human, so it can be this strong? Su Xiaoyu blinked her eyes down in dismay. But he hadn't forgotten his current priority. Brothers, I'll run first. I'm starving. Su Xiaoyu let out an awkward laugh and immediately began to dart through the crowd, rushing to the front in the blink of an eye. However, he's fast? Someone beat him to it. Only a muffled thud was heard. Qin Yuan was like a god descending from the heavens, directly leaping from the truck and falling onto the ground, smashing out two small pits. Then Qin Yuan accelerated violently. In almost the blink of an eye, he came directly behind Su Xiaoyu. Comrade Fish, what are you running for? Qin Yuan's faint voice rang out. Ha, what the hell? Catching up so quickly? Su Xiaoyu turned back sharply in fear. Just then, boom boom, two fist shadows slammed in as fast as lightning. Ah, ow. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were blindfolded and she immediately let out a miserable scream. Su Xiaoyu, let's see you still dare to play poor? These two panda eyes are a lesson for you. Qin Yuan laughed. Su Xiaoyu, who was wearing panda eyes, fell to the ground and immediately begged for mercy with a low sob. Company commander, please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Su Xiaoyu skimmed at Qin Yuan with her afterglow, and was internally indignant. It's weird that you don't dare. If I could beat you, I'd beat you 18 times a day. Egu crikey, my eyes hurt. It's good if you don't dare. Qin Yuan returned with a smile, got into the military vehicle, and sped away with a kick of the gas, leaving the recruits to look at the panda-eyed Su Xiaoyu and laugh their asses off. Ha ha ha. Small fish, panda eyes over the top? If two panda eyes aren't enough, I'll make up two more for you around here. Little fish, you are a great man. A prick gave a thumbs up with deep emotion. You burned yourself with your life to block the gun for your brothers. This favor we will always remember. Little fish, you don't worry about it. Sister-in-law will leave it to me from now on. I will take good care of their mother and daughter. Little Fat slightly reddened his eyes. The pricks flirted and made fun. You're a big shot, little fatty. I'm not done with you. Su Xiaoyu deliberately glared viciously at little fatty. Po ha 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 ha. The pricks burst out laughing. 7 kilometers. Brake. A hard, sharp brake. 4 military vehicles stopped at the same time. Qin Yuan and the 3 platoon commanders jumped down from inside the vehicle. I saw a cafeteria car in front of me, preparing boiling water and baskets of white bread. Old ma. Hard work. Troublesome that you have to deliver meals so late in the night to come out here in the middle of nowhere. Qin Yuan took a step forward and came to the veteran who was pouring out his meal and gave a military salute. Ma Dong, now the exclusive squad leader of the recruit company's cooking class, specializing in cooking for new recruits. Before making a retreat plan, Qin Yuan called Ma Dong and asked him to prepare more steamed buns to send over. After all, as much as he wanted the training to produce results quickly, he had to keep the pricks fed, didn't he? He could torture the recruits mentally and physically, but it would be better if he didn't torture their stomachs. It's bad when something goes wrong with starvation and you can't train. Of course, even if something did go wrong, it wouldn't be a problem for Qin Yuan. Peak-level Chinese medicine is no joke. There are a ton of recipes for stomach warming and stomach nourishment to treat stomach ailments, and they are exceptionally effective when searched at random. It was just that Qin Yuan didn't want to bother. No hard work. No hard work. Company Commander Qin is polite. Old Ma smiled very politely at the sight. His entire person appeared kind and cordial. He smiled and said rather mysteriously, in fact, I'm also very eager to catch a glimpse of this newly appointed company commander. I've heard that it's only been 1 day since he assumed his duties. This marvelous newbie company commander has made the pricks much more honest. Today, when I see him, Company Commander Qin Yuan is really a talented person. His name is true to his word. The instrument is elegant and graceful, revealing a very special aura all over his body. Old Ma, can tell at a glance that Company Commander Qin is not a pool animal. The old horse grinned and exclaimed, ha ha ha, Old Ma, you're praising me so much that I'm blushing. Am I as good as you say? Qin Yuan casually picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. In fact, he was also hungry for the whole day yet. Of course, he could eat 3 days worth of food in 1 meal, or he could not eat for 3 days. A day without food in the district is not hard for him at all. Strong physical fitness with endless energy and stamina. He'll just be a little bit hungry. That's all. It doesn't do any harm to the body. It doesn't do much for strength. Old Merle smiled. You were able to pull this group of hefty pricks out for wilderness survival, which I'm afraid the head of the special forces can't even compare to. Am I wrong? Qin Yuan sniffed and raised his eyebrows. This old horse tells the truth. The head of the special forces came over, and I'm afraid it really wasn't as effective as his training. Most of all, the words of the head of the special forces might not work as well as Qin Yuan's. Ha ha, old horse is joking. Qin Yuan snorted, and with a twist of words, asked, right old ma, this steamed bun and pickles, is it enough for this group of pricks to eat? I'll do my job. Qin Company Commander. Don't worry, considering they've been starving for a day, I've brought 500 steamed buns over this time, with an average of 5 per person and a surplus. This big white steamed buns, together with my old horse's unique skill of frying old pickles with green chili peppers, is enough for them to eat, and I'll make sure that they eat deliciously, old ma said with a smile. Ha ha ha, good, since that's the case, I'll taste it first. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. Steamed buns with fried pickles? It's okay. Qin Yuan immediately picked up a steamed bun, tore it roughly into 2 halves, and then clamped a bit of old black pickles in the center, then took a beautiful bite. At once, a different flavor was immediately introduced to the mouth. Fragrant, spicy, salty and slightly sweet. My gosh, it's so delicious, old ma. This savory dish of yours is simply outstanding. It's a flavor that can't even be compared to mountain delicacies. Qin Yuan finished the steamed bun in 3 or 2 bites and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. No way. Company Commander, this steamed bun with pickles is just is it that good? Zhao Ruishuan looked a bit dumbfounded. He walked over and also followed Qin Yuan's example, using the steamed bun to hold the pickled vegetables, put it into his mouth, casually chewed it, and immediately couldn't help but widen his eyes. Goodness gracious, where is this pickled vegetables? It's simply a delicacy on earth. I need to eat a few more steamed buns. Old Zhao immediately broke a bun for himself again. Old Zhao, look at your unseen appearance. A pickle can shock you like this? Zhang Ningmin couldn't help but snicker, but he was also hungry and followed suit, getting a steamed bun. Crap, how could there be such a delicacy in the world? Li Yangjun was equally very shocked. The old horse watched the creation of the happy. As a chef, he was happiest when the food he made was loved and admired by the soldiers. Old ma, this masterpiece of yours is simply unrivaled. Look at the 3 of them. They're equally praising it. Qin Yuan smiled in admiration. Ha ha ha, to be able to get everyone's favorites. My old horse is flattered. Ha, if it's good you guys eat more. This steamed bun is a large portion. It's definitely enough for you guys to eat. Old Ma smiled and opened his mouth. Oh, well, I want to eat 10. Old Zhao was busy nodding his head as he stuffed steamed buns into his mouth. Tap tap tap. Just then, sharp footsteps came. The first of the pricks. Finally. Ha ha ha, where's the big meal? Here we go. Ha, the company commander is actually here early? Are you stupid, brother? The company commander drove here a long time ago, okay? I just ran and didn't see it. Ha, why are there only steamed buns at the site? Where's the big meal? Where are the roasted whole sheep and roasted suckling pig of your dreams? No more. There must be roasted hare, right? Are this company commander and a couple of platoon commanders starving to death? Have they never seen the world? Even the steamed buns and salted vegetables taste so good, so savory? Oops, I should have thought of that. We've been tricked by the company commander. He didn't prepare us any big meal at all. The so-called big meal is just some steamed buns and pickles. MD, I've worked so hard for so long, and you want to get rid of us with just a little bit of steamed bread and pickles? Buns and pickles? Not eat. I, Wang Jingsoa, would rather starve to death, die outside, and run straight through from here, than ever eat a bit of steamed buns and pickles. The pricks had long fantasized about delicious roasted pheasant and hare along the way. Now seeing this scene, it was simply unacceptable, and in an instant, everyone's resistance and anger surged up as they looked at Qin Yuan angrily, hoping that he would give an explanation. We need an explanation. That's no way to play with someone. We're not running until we get a big meal. Right, if you want to negotiate with us, let's have a big meal first. The pricks clamored. Not a moment too soon, the second batch of pricks arrived as well. Seeing that the crowd was making a scene, Su Xiaoyu, Haolian Demon and the others were shocked. This is really the sun coming out of the west. Rare. No way dudes, you guys are actually joining the rebellion? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Shuai let out a bitter laugh, pulled Su Xiaoyu to one side, and said in a deep voice, Xiaoyu, the brethren put their lives on the line to run 7 kilometers. For what? Isn't it just for a big meal? If we don't have wild rabbits and pheasants, we can get some braised meat or something. But the company commander didn't prepare anything at all, and just got some steamed buns and salted vegetables to fool us. Seriously, I actually don't want to confront the company commander. but the brothers trust me, so I can't openly oppose it. After all, the hearts of the people are most important, Zhang Shuai explained with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu touched his head, nodded, and said doubtfully, "It's right not to confront the company commander openly, but why don't they eat? Are they people starving and stupid? You have to know that there is a violent storm tonight. Once they don't return to the barracks by 12 o'clock and get drenched by the storm once more, they'll be in trouble. If we don't fill our stomachs again, the consequences are unimaginable. Once the body collapses, what else can we take to fight back?" The great leader once said that the body is the capital of the revolution. Without a good body, how can we fight the resistance to the end? When Zhang Shuai heard this, his eyes lit up. Seeing that Zhang Shuai was quite impressed, Su Xiaoyu once again played her tongue and spoke eloquently. "As long as you are in good health and live long enough, you may as well have the wind and rain when you want it. Think of the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The three worlds, Chao Lu Sun. Three worlds, heroes are countless, but the world ultimately returned to Sima Yi the old man, is because he lived long enough to Chao Lu Bei Zhu Guoliang or boiled to death." Screw you. Zhang Shuai was originally listening attentively, but when he suddenly heard Su Xiaoyu pull the three kingdoms, he immediately let out a laugh and cursed. "You're pulling it all the way to the Tianping Ocean. I understand the reasoning, then let me be the villain. The body does matter most. As a common saying goes, good health is a one. Wealth, power, status, etc. are all zeros. Without a good body, all is vanity." "No, no, no, handsome." Su Xiaoyu hastily shook her head and lightly laughed. "Let me be the villain for this." "You?" Zhang Shuai's eyebrows lifted. "That's right." Su Xiaoyu smiled bashfully, then directly rushed to the cooking car. "Ouch. Mama. Starving to death. Now don't talk about steamed buns and salted vegetables. It's just sand and soil. I can eat 2 pounds. Su Xiaoyu, you traitor, come back quickly. Su Xiaoyu, if you eat this steamed bun now, you are openly making an enemy of us. Su Xiaoyu, why don't you have any backbone at all? Can't you just hold on for a bit?" Scientists have long said that 3 days without food can't starve a person. You've only been hungry for half a day and you've gone rogue. You were definitely a little traitor in the old days, not even bothering with the verbal abuse of the crowd. Su Xiaoyu's side has long been excited to eat the steaming hot large white steamed buns, clip on a mouthful of salted vegetables and drink the warm egg drop soup. Su Xiaoyu comfortably shouted, "The steamed buns are so delicious. 3 or 2 bites is a bun." Su Xiaoyu ate until the 5th steamed bun before stopping, loosening the waistband of his pants. Su Xiaoyu ate 2 more steamed buns in one gulp before slowing down the speed of his meal. Qin Yuan and the 3 company commanders sat in the car, laughing at the scene. Qin Yuan couldn't help but remind, "Old Zhao, don't forget about tonight's bet." Zhao Ruishuan heard, immediately heart tightened. "Don't be anxious, company commander. Now only the Su Xiaoyu a person to eat just. This group of pricks in no way can look at the steamed bread. Fine. Then I'll accompany you to the end." Qin Yuan smiled. The situation is now, in fact, very obvious. The pricks are just missing a lead. As soon as one person takes the lead, the others will immediately begin to follow. Crap, brothers, how come it smells so good when I watch Su Xiaoyu eat steamed buns? Growling. Cripes, my stomach is growling again. Carrying on like this doesn't seem to be working. A man is iron, a meal is steel, and a meal is hungry. What's more, we've been hungry for 2 meals already? Brothers, why don't we go eat first? Let's just eat 2 buns to deal with it. The buns don't look too bad, so let's just make do. We'll make other plans when we get back to the recruit company. No way, no way. Whether you guys eat or not, I'm going to get a bite first. Too hungry. It's so delicious to watch Su Xiaoyu eat. I want to try it too. Wait for me. I'll try. Oh, don't mess with your stomach if you can't mess with anything. It's a man who was afraid of comparison. The assassins watched Su Xiaoyu eat very sweetly. One was very envious and jealous. His stomach rumbled even more indiscreetly. In a few short moments, the prick's intentions wavered. If you can't live with it, you can't live with your stomach. It wasn't as big a meal as I thought it would be, but it was nice to have buns under these grueling circumstances. Seeing that everyone was a bit shaken, Zhang Shuai immediately stood up and raised his arms. Brothers, it's going to rain heavily after 12 o'clock, and we still have more than 20 kilometers to run. Let's go fill up our stomachs first now, and talk about the rest later. I'll take the lead for everyone, Zhang Shuai said, walking over towards the cooking car, picking up the steamed buns and nibbling on them. However, after taking a bite, his eyes immediately lit up. Crap, it's not. The steamed buns that you usually don't want to eat at all are so delicious this time? After a wolfing down, Zhang Shuai directly finished off 2 steamed buns. Brothers, the handsome man has eaten. What are we hesitating for? Charge, hands up, hands down. Crap, this is definitely the best steamed bun in the world I've ever eaten. It's so delicious. Wang Jingxi heatedly smiled. One steamed bun in one hand. It smells so good. The pricks swarmed over them and soon, in a matter of minutes, hundreds of buns were at the bottom of the pile. There's not even a bit of the old savory left. Company Commander, we've never eaten such a delicacy in our lives. It's much more delicious than any mountain delicacies. Thank you, Company Commander. An assassin was grateful to Qin Yuan. The three platoon commanders were completely dumbfounded. I didn't think they'd lose. This group of pricks who are used to eating high-class food and drink really bend over for a big steamed bun. Three platoon commanders, you have lost. Qin Yuan smiled faintly and spoke. It will be very late tonight when we go back. So let's put the treat for tomorrow. Remember to bring enough money. I have a big appetite. When the three platoon commanders heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. There was no way. They were about to be bled out. Their hearts ached. The recruits ate their buns and recuperated a little, and soon set off on their journey again. Under Qin Yuan's supervision and prodding, the pricks gritted their teeth all the way and insisted on returning to the dormitory all before 11:45. The stingers have been screwed all day and are literally running on two legs. To the dormitory even the strength to wash up is gone, directly lying down and huffing and puffing. At 12 o'clock in the night, a fierce storm hit hard, and the military region began one of the most furious extraordinarily heavy rainstorms ever recorded in the last 30 years. Qin Yuan sent the pricks back to the dormitory, and after briefly washing up, he prepared to fall asleep. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leading the stingers in a perfect wilderness survival exercise, and earning the peak level military dog, the Black Emperor. Exceptionally, a crisp system prompt rang out. Peak level military dog? The system still has this kind of reward? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. And, the name of this military dog is actually Black Emperor? This name is so overbearing. In the empty system space, a black body immediately appeared. Only the four hooves and the tip of the tail were snow white, and the fur was translucent with a mysterious luster. A budding black puppy. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he watched. This thing is a peak level military dog? Not bad. Not bad. It looks like it has a resourcefulness. The Black Emperor blinked his big, ebony eyes and curiously surveyed this new and strange world. When it saw Qin Yuan, it immediately trotted over in a very intimate manner, sticking out its tongue and licking Qin Yuan's finger, seemingly showing goodwill to Qin Yuan. Only its clumsy posture and silly eyes made Qin Yuan unable to help but look at it. Qin Yuan could not help but smile at this. This puppy is quite cute. It's just that it's also too small. Right? To be a military dog at such a young age. What if it gets picked up by bad people? When will this thing grow up? Ding dong, now releasing the side quest. Feed the black dog and train it to become an outstanding military dog. You will receive a divine skill gift pack. Divine skill gift pack. One divine skill can be opened. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. Raising the Black Emperor to adulthood will result in a divine grade skill? That's too generous a reward, isn't it? It can be. An ordinary puppy would grow up in 2 or 3 months at the most, which meant that in 3 months' time, he would be able to obtain a god-level skill, which was indeed an exceptionally generous reward. Qin Yuan, who had experienced god-level physical abilities, was very clear about powerful god-level skills. A god-level skill that was absolutely capable of doing a complete crush on other people. Stop licking Black Emperor. You're here to be a military dog, not a dog licker. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently, picked up the Black Emperor, gazed at the latter, and said very seriously, for the next 3 months, you have to eat well and train well, okay? After 3 months, Master will find you a pretty little bitch. Woof, woof. The little Black Emperor listened to Qin Yuan's words and suddenly his very anthropomorphic eyes lit up as he roared a few times in excitement. Woj, did this guy understand? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling a wave of incredulity. With that, Qin Yuan took out a teapot and crushed a little bit of cookies and snacks as tonight's dinner for the little Black Emperor, and then huffed and puffed his way to sleep. Only in his sleep, Qin Yuan seemed to hear, if anything, the sound of animals tearing the furniture. It was night, a violent storm. A fierce rainstorm washed over the city, but fortunately the storm, though fierce, did not last long enough in the world to cause any disaster to the city. The next day dawned. Qin Yuan woke up early and started arranging the training program for the day. Where's Black Emperor? Making a training plan. Qin Yuan searched for his beloved dog. After all, this was his first pet, and taking care of this little guy would also earn him a divine skill reward in 3 months. It had to be given good care. Crap! You little bastard! You even chewed the desk? Qin Yuan saw the Black Emperor and immediately became enraged. The guy heard his voice and was looking up at himself with his little head full of confusion. That expression was no different from that of a silly human. Woof woof! The Black Emperor roared twice in slight anger. only that it was just too small and its bark was milky, making it impossible to associate anger with it. "You-hoo! How dare you yell at me? You'll be punished by not being allowed to eat this morning." Qin Yuan laughed lightly and opened his mouth. Oh, it seemed that he really understood the meaning of Qin Yuan's words. The little black emperor bowed his head a bit and began to soften. Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise at the sight. "No way! You can actually understand my words? So smart?" Qin Yuan lowered his head and touched the black emperor's head. Could it be that military dogs produced by the system are very different from ordinary dogs? Qin Yuan suddenly had a strong sense of anticipation for this little black emperor. He was very much looking forward to what the black emperor would be like when he grew up. I wonder what this guy can be trained to do in the future. At 5:20 a.m., the recruits' dormitory, one after another, began to wake up from their sleep. Crap, I'm so sore all over. I'm sore and achy. Running close to 50 kilometers yesterday is something I wouldn't have thought possible before. To come back alive is a gift. Oh my gosh, we ran 50 kilometers yesterday? That sounds like quite an accomplishment when you put it that way. If we were at home, I'd drive or take a taxi to a breakfast. I wouldn't want to walk half the distance. It's just today. Suffering these legs. The body is being tossed around like it's falling apart. Ugh. Do you guys think that asshole company commander will still let us go run drills this morning? I don't think so, right? It's not like he didn't know what was going on yesterday. If I were the company commander, I'd give us a big vacation today and take the day off. You're a company commander. Then everything's fine. The key is that you're not. Brothers, do you think you should get up now or not? The pricks are waking up. After a deep night's sleep, the assassins were now in good spirits. It's just that the pricks don't want to get out of bed right now. No way. Ran so far yesterday. It's long been a miracle that they've lasted. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have given Qin Yuan a peak level reward. Even veteran companies may not be able to hold out for a full 50-kilometer pull. Dabble. Zhang Chong woke up. Simply empty the brain, and then directly get up, dress, fold quilt, make up the bed. The whole action in one go. The whole person is more essence. Crap, savage. You even have the strength to get up? How come you look as if you're not tired at all? Su Xiaoyu, who was now a dead fish, spoke breathlessly with a face of shock and surprise. Zhang Chong heatedly smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. It's just a mere 50 kilometers. Not worth mentioning at all. I'm just sweating. Woj. It can be. Savage, you've also learned to pretend. Su Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. This pussy was caught off guard by Zhang Chong. Su Xiaoyu didn't know what to say. Brothers, I'll go down to run first. In addition, to remind you, I remember the last time the company commander let the platoon leader got a few boxes of gas has not been used up yet. If you don't want to be bombarded by the gas again, you'd better get up earlier. Zhang Chong left a sentence, immediately darted out. Crap, Vass, a word to the wise. I don't want to get gashed to death again. It's just a run, isn't it? I ran 50 kilometers yesterday. 5 kilometers is nothing. Panic what? Don't panic, fatty. I just don't believe that the company commander would really be that cruel to give us another gas bombing. I bet the company commander will definitely sympathize with our difficulties. After all, hearts are made of flesh. Ah, yesterday's practice was so hard. What's wrong with us taking a break? What's wrong? I can't. I'm so sleepy. I'll squint a little more. It's no good, brethren. I just went to the restroom and found the 3 main platoon leaders coming back up holding a box of gas. What the hell? It's really on gas bombing? MD. Get up. Don't sleep, brothers. The enemy has entered the village. Run. Run late or you'll be too late. In an instant, all the assassins immediately rose from their beds. Their movements flying, dressing and folding and making the bed. The whole action in one go. Tap tap tap. There was no prodding at all. All the pricks were surprisingly all downstairs within 3 minutes. Only after they stood in line. Each one of them was dumbfounded. Ha, where's the company commander? Where's the platoon commander? How come there's no one there? Only the training ground was empty. Surprisingly, there was no one there. Just then, Qin Yuan and the 3 company commanders walked over with great strides, and all 4 of them were surprised and very dismayed. Qin Yuan was confused. Was yesterday's training that good? These pricks, they're actually standing out of drill early? Can. Very good. A child is a child. A child is a child. Seeing Qin Yuan's 4 people arrive, the pricks immediately shut up. As arrogant as they were, they didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Qin Yuan. Tap tap tap. Just then, Hidden Rush had also returned to the group after 2 laps. Looks like everyone is in good shape today. Every one of them is alive and kicking. Of course, the main thing is that they're especially conscious. Qin Yuan smiled brightly and came to the crowd. It would be good if you all saved my ass every day in the future like this. You guys can also be free from the fear of what unknown punishment you will suffer. So self-conscious every day? Thinking too much. Would we be up this early if we didn't know what asshole was yelling at us today? Don't be delusional. This is one of those rare days when we get up early and don't want to go back. So you'll be waiting to blow the whistle tomorrow. Although the assassins explicitly didn't dare to retort, one by one, when they heard Qin Yuan's words, they were secretly complaining in their hearts. They're all regretting it now. Tired as hell yesterday. I can't even get ready to sleep more today. Who can stand that? Who can't have temperament? Now on my mark. All hands. Target. Training ground. 5 kilometers. Run for it. A command. The pricks immediately began to jog up. This time, Qin Yuan rarely gave them a time limit. Qin Yuan of course knew that they had really worked too hard yesterday, and that they were able to arrive early for this exercise run this morning had already made Qin Yuan very pleased. The 3 company commanders were even more completely convinced now. Company Commander Qin, I'm thoroughly convinced. When I think about it, we had no trouble getting these little ancestors to come out and assemble before. That's a good thing. They actually took the initiative to stand in line early? Qin Company Commander is mighty. Captain Qin is awesome. Captain Qin is domineering. The 3 platoon commanders blew at Qin Yuan for a while. Alright 3 of you, don't blow it off. The fact that they came out early this time, I'm surprised too. Qin Yuan laughed softly and spoke. Who knows what kind of tendon these pricks are twitching? I just hope that they aren't having a whim. Just this once. Right old Zhao. Get ready for the night. Don't forget our agreement. Qin Yuan's bet from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. It's not that he's cheap, but he can't just let it go when he's won once in a while. Can he? Didn't forget. The company commander can order as much as he wants at night. There's enough food to go around. Zhao Ruishuan instantly gave a very heartbreaking smile. Ha ha, that's good. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Soon the pricks had run a small half circle. It was just obvious to see that the pricks were running this time, at a significantly slower pace. Many people's legs, even a little unsteady. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart as he watched. Such intense training, even for special forces. Not many of them can stand it. In order to train this group of pricks as soon as possible, let me help them. Who let me have a bodhisattva's heart? With a slight search in his mind, Qin Yuan found several formulas that could quickly relax his muscles and relieve fatigue. Brush up. Taking out a pen and paper, Qin Yuan picked out a formula with the best effect and immediately wrote it out. Old Zhao. After breakfast later, you follow this prescription and go buy a batch of medicinal herbs, each of which is labeled with a good portion. Qin Yuan thought about it and said to Zhao Ruixian, 10 pounds? That much? It's all Chinese medicine. Company commander, what does this prescription govern? Zhao Ruishuan looked at the prescription with a confused face. The good thing is that there are only 8 herbs on this formula, and the total is only 60 pounds, so he can carry it alone. Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. You'll know when you buy them back. These things are also beneficial to you. Okay, company commander, then I'll go now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruishuan immediately came into the spirit and immediately drove and slipped out of the barracks in a flash to purchase the appropriate medicinal herbs. In the meantime, Qin Yuan and Zhang Mingmin Li Yangjun arrived at the edge of the playground. All of them are so soft on their feet. Didn't you eat? Qin Yuan directly roared. Sure enough, hearing Qin Yuan get angry, the recruits ran much faster at once. Slogans, get the slogans up. It's such a nice day. Such a nice playground. Run the spirit and the pep out of it. Anyone I see breathless and listless again will get a direct extra penalty. Qin Yuan's angry voice couldn't stop ringing out. How dare the pricks slack off? All of a sudden one of them ran more vigorously. Raise the prestige of our army. Revitalize our military style. Break the dome of the sky and devour the stars. Raise the prestige of our army. Revitalize our military style. Break the dome of the sky and devour the stars. Raise the prestige of our army. Revitalize our military style. Break the dome of the sky and devour the stars. The pricks shouted loud slogans and took neat steps. Tap tap tap. Neat footsteps finally sounded. Fighting through the dome. Devouring the stars? What the hell is this slogan? However, Qin Yuan was directly blinded when he heard the recruit slogans. At first glance, Qin Yuan thought that this world had those 2 hefty novels. Upon closer recollection, it turns out there wasn't one at all. It's just a very bullish and imposing slogan for running drills that the pricks came up with on their own. If there's an audience for it, and if there's a chance in the future, I wouldn't mind writing these 2 novels, so that the readers of this world, too, can get a good feel for it. Qin Yuan thought about it and laughed. Company commander, what's the slogan? Bullish, isn't it? Zhang Mingmin inquired with a smile. Quite nice indeed, very imposing. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. 30 minutes later, end of the run. One by one, the assassins simply lay directly on the training ground, each panting, sweating, and lifeless. Alas, What kind of tendon did my old man have? He had to send me to be a soldier. Every day is worse than death. I might as well die. Eating less than a pig and being busier than a dog. What a sin I've made. I miss my computer, my games, my soft double bed. I miss going home. I miss my mom. Only a mother is good in this world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. The pricks had a chat. Little Fatty smiled and spoke. Su Xiaoyu, don't you want to go home? Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was surprisingly indifferent, Little Fatty immediately inquired with great curiosity. Home? I don't have a home. Su Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. I'm a loner, and I have a home in all four seas. Ah, I'm sorry, a small fish. So you are. When Fatty heard this, it suddenly dawned on him, and he hurriedly began to apologize. It's fine, I got used to it a long time ago. Su Xiaoyu laughed. Snap! The sound of applause suddenly rang out. Immediately following, the pricks heard Qin Yuan's exclamation. After running 50 kilometers yesterday, today everyone is still able to get up and come out on time to run drills. I'm very satisfied with everyone's hard-working spirit of desperation. The assassins almost spit blood straight away when they heard that. If I hadn't been screwed over by some asshole today, a fool would have gotten up this early. So, taking advantage of this short break, I've decided to teach you all a brand new military song. As a reward, with a light cough, Qin Yuan spoke to the crowd. There's no way around it. The military songs in this world are just too hard to listen to. Both the melody and the lyrics are not very good. In order to make a song before dinner sound a little bit smoother, Qin Yuan decided to teach the assassin a new song. A good military song not only can make people feel happy, but also can enhance the fighting strength of an army. Besides, after getting the peak level singing skill, wouldn't it be a waste of Qin Yuan's outstanding singing talent if he didn't show it off a little? Wow! No, the company commander can even sing? What's so rare about that? As a soldier, who doesn't know a few military songs? Ha ha ha. I thought company commanders only beat people up. As soon as the assassins heard that Qin Yuan was going to teach them the military song, each one of them immediately came into the spirit. Anyway, it's still early for dinner, and they don't want to go back for the time being, so they'll sing during the break as entertainment. Qin Yuan smiled bashfully and spoke. The lyrics of this song are easy to understand. The melody is catchy, and it's a new song that I've only recently written. Holy shit, no way. The song was actually written by the company commander himself? That's saying something. I'm looking forward now to see how the company commander's level of creativity is. Which do you guys think is stronger or weaker? The company commander's level compared to a big bowl of lasagna? Want to make a bet? That's bound to be a big bowl of broad noodles strong. I really don't believe it. A soldier can beat a professional singer? As soon as the assassins heard that the song was written by Qin Yuan, they became even more excited, and each of them stared with wide eyes and ears, ready to see Qin Yuan's jokes. Qin Yuan saw through the prick's mentality with a glance. Humph. This group of pricks. Really, the dog can't change its ways. Sorry gentlemen. Going to let you down. If he hadn't gotten strong vocals, Qin Yuan might have gotten stage fright. But now, no problem at all. Old Zhang. I didn't realize that our company commander would also write songs. Li Yangjun, who was on the side, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It's probably because when I was a clerk, I learned some creative writing skills on the internet, so I'll just write whatever I want, and we'll just listen to it. Zheng Mingmin teased with a smile. When you're in the military, everyone knows everyone's bottom line. Let the man who plays with a gun play with a pen. Isn't that a joke? In the midst of the military, there is not one in a million people who can write a song. After all, everyone is usually so busy training. How can they have the time and energy to mess with songs and all that mumbo-jumbo? Listen up everyone. With a light cough, Qin Yuan calmed himself down and quickly got into the state of singing. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. My gosh, this song, it's too good, right? Zhang Shuai's heart surged. The song is powerful and the melody is catchy. The lyrics are word for word. So it's a word for word. Wasserman, can a soldier really write such a powerful song? Zhang Chong, although I don't know what the song is about, it sounds very energizing. It's much better than those military songs we learned a few days ago. At the very least, it sounds very enjoyable. All of the pricks were collectively dumbfounded at this moment. All were blown away by this song by Qin Yuan. How about it? What do you all think of this song? What do you think? Do you want to learn it? Qin Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. There's really no need to even ask. Just look at the expressions on the assassins' faces, and you can tell how shocked they were in their hearts. Bulaki Keh Tara, such a nice military song. Must learn it. It's been a long time coming. Eye-opening. Company Commander Qin Yuan's martial arts skills are overwhelming, and he has unified the river. Company Commander, I'm completely convinced of you. I didn't realize that not only are you handsome and strong to the point of terror, but you can also write songs? A talent like you, company commander, will shine wherever you go. It's a shame to be a soldier. Company commander, why don't you work for my dad's company? I'll ask him to give you a branch office and betroth my sister to you. I'm against this marriage. Lien Chang. My second grandfather is a well-known agent in the entertainment industry, holding many entertainment resources. If you want to make a debut, based on your looks and creative ability, it will instantly become a top stream. Then what kind of women do you want to not get? Company commander, my great uncle especially like military songs. I recommend you to him. Tonight you add a WeChat chant. Have a good chat. By the way, my great uncle is a lieutenant general of the North China military region. Perhaps he will be a little help to you. As soon as they heard Qin Yuan's inquiry, the assassins were excited beyond belief. Each one of them was incredibly enthusiastic, and there were even those who introduced Qin Yuan to someone. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry when he heard that. Quiet. A low, angry cry. The pricks instantly shut up, and the entire training ground became silent. I'm here to teach you to sing, not to get a job or a date. Now, everyone learn this song for me, and it will be today's song before dinner. Try to learn this song before dinner. Qin Yuan ordered to the crowd. Don't worry, company commander, such a nice and simple song. We can learn it with our eyes closed. Learned in the blink of an eye. The pricks patted their chests in reassurance. Sure enough, under Qin Yuan's tutelage, within a few minutes, after simply going through it 2 or 3 times, the assassins learned this new song and sang it powerfully and decently, sounding very uplifting. Not bad, not bad. These pricks are still learning things pretty fast. Qin Yuan was very satisfied with this. Looking at the time, it was now close to 7 o'clock, almost time for dinner. All of them. Target. Cafeteria. March. At the word of command, the pricks immediately stood in a neat line and headed for the cafeteria. Company commander. Strong. Company commander Qin is just too awesome. My admiration for you is as continuous as a mighty river, and as uncontrollable as the flooding of the Yellow River. The 2 platoon commanders turned to Qin Yuan and blew hard again. Qin Yuan's inner calmness had long since gone without the slightest ripple, and he laughed lightly. That's it? This is bullish? This is just the beginning, alright. In front of the cafeteria, a classic pre-dinner song. The 2nd and 4th company commanders were standing in front and commanding with gusto, their arms swinging dazzlingly. Out of nowhere, the song of the recruiting company came from the side. One moment, all the companies were in high spirits, couldn't help but look sideways, attracted by the sudden, powerful song, with a short and powerful lyrics, together with a catchy melody. The song instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Crap, what's this song? Why is it so good? Listening to this song, I suddenly feel that my back doesn't hurt, my legs aren't sore, and my body is full of energy. Company commander, when did the troops come up with such a nice new song? Why haven't we heard it before? A short moment, everyone was buzzing about this novelty song. The 2nd and 4th company commanders, on the other hand, looked at each other in dismay. Where did this song come from? We don't know either. Did the recruits write it themselves? That's unlikely. Who wrote this song? Anyway, write it yourself? How can that be? The veteran blared. Do you think writing songs is as easy as eating and drinking? What else? Where else could it come from? If it's a recent fad, we should have heard of it. Could it be a new song that just came down from above? I've heard that quite a few of the pricks in the recruit company have very powerful backgrounds, so maybe they found connections to learn the song ahead of time? Absolutely. Beyond that, I can't think of any other possibility. The veterans, after some discussion, quickly came up with a few rounds that the song could never have been written by the recruits themselves. They must have had connections and learned it from somewhere else. Seeing the veterans rocking with envy and jealousy one by one, the pricks couldn't have been more excited. They're the only ones who can sing such a beautiful military song. Don't you think it's infuriating? Cafeteria. The newbie pricks became energized for dinner, and the fatigue of running the gym in the morning was swept away. When you're in a good mood, you can do anything. Handsome. You saw the excited eyes of the veterans just now, didn't you? Po ha 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 ha. It's the first time I've seen such shocked eyes from the veterans. Sukai took a bite of a large bun and opened his mouth with a smile and a satisfied face. Zhang Shuai nodded his head with the same excitement. What a laugh, haha. Not only did I see it, but I also had a great time watching it. It can't be helped. The song written by the company commander is so awesome. Coupled with our brother's invincible singing skills, it brings the realm and momentum of the song to a higher level. Who can't be shocked when they hear it? Right. The most crucial, or our brother's singing is invincible, haha. Su Xiaoyu laughed and agreed. Ahem. Won't your conscience hurt if you guys say that? Most of all, it's the company commander who wrote this song well, right? Zhang Chong suddenly spoke up, looking straight at the crowd and speaking in a very puzzled manner. It's such a simple song. Who doesn't know how to sing it? 3 words of casual learning. The crowd of pricks immediately burst into a fit of embarrassment. Look the other way and you're still good friends. Savage. You're making us look bad. After breakfast, the pricks returned to the dormitory for a brief recuperation, made their beds, cleaned up, and then came to the training ground again at 8:15 to start practicing their formation. However, the new song created by Qin Yuan was as if it had wings and quickly arrived at the regiment's headquarters, office of the Chief of Mission. Wang Yangfa was ruthlessly smoking a cigarette, angry and fuming angrily. This exercise, the battle-loss ratio is as high as 4-1. Since I became a regimental commander, I haven't seen such a high battle loss. What are you company and platoon commanders for? The cheetahs? I shucks. I feel ridiculous even hearing that name now. You know how the chief scolded us? Dough, that's as soft as hairy pasta. Wang Yangfa split his head and cursed angrily. The battalion commander at the bottom and more than 10 company commanders of direct companies and infantry companies were all out of breath. No way. They've been beaten so badly by the enemy this time. It's simply not a match for others. I thought that after so much training, we would be able to fight the Tigers regiment to a draw. But now, we've been beaten 4-1. You battalion and company commanders, when you get back, all of you write me a proper review report. If you still lose this badly in the large-scale joint military exercise 3 months from now, you'll be waiting for disciplinary action. I, regimental commander. The crowd immediately nodded in unison. Wait for the crowd to leave. Head Wang opened the stereo and played his favorite military song. Only that under this environment, he felt very depressed even as he listened to the military song. Goo, I can't even listen to the song after losing this game. The leader of the group helplessly leaned back and placed his hands under his head, emptying his brain and enjoying a moment of peace. To lose so badly in a drill between brother regiments. Wouldn't we lose our pants in the annual large-scale joint military drill of the entire army 3 months later? The more Head Wang thought about it, the bigger his head became. Just then, Political Commissar Zhao excitedly rushed in, holding his cell phone and speaking in a fiery voice. Old Wang, quickly don't fall asleep. I'll show you something good. Good stuff? I'm not in the mood right now. Wang Yangfa drooped his eyelids, unable to raise any interest at all. Ha 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 ha, just to see that you're not in the mood and found this good thing. I immediately came over. Political Commissar Zhao smiled brightly and ignored Wang Yangfa's reaction, directly opening the cell phone video and pressing the play button. Unity is strength. One moment. The song the pricks were singing in front of the cafeteria was played. Wang Yangfa was immediately energized by what he heard. Wonderful, wonderful. This melody, this momentum, absolute. Political Commissar Zhao, where did you get this song? How come I've never heard it before? Wang Yangfa stood up from his chair, his eyes glowing with excitement. The military songs we usually sing are nothing compared to this one. Completely not a level. It's like the difference between a stone and a diamond. Ha ha ha. Head of the regiment, you look closer. You can tell where it came from. Political Commissar Zhao was delighted at the sight and hurriedly handed over the cell phone screen. This is the recruit company? Wang Yangfa stared with a look of incredulity. Where did these pricks find such a nice military song? Don't tell me that the song was written by those pricks. Wang Yangfa was instantly confused. What the hell is going on here? He thought it was a new military song written by one of the army's talents. I didn't realize that such a nice military song was coming from the recruit company. That made him very depressed. Political Commissar Zhao smiled mysteriously. Chief, I've poked around. This song, indeed, came out from the recruit company. They were also the first to sing it. Speaking of which, when I first heard this song, I was blown away pretty hard. 2. This song fills one's body with spirit and power as soon as one hears it. The whole person is energized. Headmaster Wang nodded as he listened. How could he not? He had just heard this song, and his whole body immediately felt like it had been pumped with chicken blood, and for a moment it was as if he had returned to the environment of that year when there was a lot of artillery fire, and his body was full of energy and the whole spirit of his body was energized. I allow Zhao. Don't sell yourself short. Quickly say who wrote it. Head Wang excitedly urged. Political Commissar Zhao laughed and said, Chief, after my poking around, this song was written by the current recruit company commander, Qin Yuan. What? When Head Wang heard this, he glared and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Little Qin Yuan? This song? He wrote it? Yes, Chief, it's 1,000 times true, because this is the song that he taught to the recruits during the morning running drill. Many people can testify to it. Political Commissar Zhao nodded with a light smile. The head of the troop was full of surprises, shocked and excited. Written by yourself? I didn't realize that this Qin Yuan turned out to be a hidden creative talent? Slightly hesitating, the depression on the chief's body was swept away, and the whole person stood up violently and excitedly, simply glowing. Looking at the political commissar, Zhao was dumbfounded. I didn't realize the song would have such an impact on the chief. Lao Zhao go, follow me to the recruit company. I want to personally meet Qin Yuan. Head Wang opened his mouth in a spirited manner. What the hell, going to the recruit company? When political commissar Zhao heard this, he immediately glared and shook his head like a rattledrum. No, chief, I still have some work on my hands that I haven't finished, so I can't go right now. So why don't you go yourself? Now that the maneuvers have just ended and it's just the right time to take a vacation. What important work do you have? Headmaster Wang froze directly upon hearing this and queried. Could it be that you don't want to go to the recruit company? Ahem, the head of the regiment, you know, my most respected old head's grandson, now in the new company service it. That guy's impression of me is not very good. This year's New Year's Day to go to his home to pay respect to the meeting. This kid gave me a downward spiral. Almost didn't let me get off the stage. This passed in case he saw. What embarrassing situation would not be good. So, head of the regiment. I also hope that the head of the regiment can understand. Political commissar Zhao opened his mouth rather awkwardly. It dawned on the king's chief. So it is. Ha ha. I never dreamed that my heavenly fearless political commissar Zhao would be afraid of a new recruit. Head Wang laughed and nodded. In that case, I'll go over there myself. Regarding the origin of this class of recruits, Head Wang could be said to know better than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten so mad when he first picked the commander of the recruit company. Luckily, there were no descendants of his relatives or friends in this recruiting class. Otherwise, it will be more difficult for him to be the head of the group. Recruit company. The stingers are standing at attention. The sun was getting hot and the pricks were starting to sweat. But none of the pricks complained, and instead fought. Today, at the entrance of the cafeteria, the military song that Qin Yuan had taught them had given them a hard time. Each one is excited now. It's just a military posture. What's so hard about that? And what is there to complain about? Bitter or not? Think about yesterday's 50 kilometers field stretch. Buns on pickles, while facing a raging storm, they made it through. Now this so-called military posture is nothing. Soon, 90 minutes passed. The pricks were all sweating, and sweat had long since soaked around the soles of their feet, but not a single one of them fidgeted. Not even a cross word. Qin Yuan watched in wonder, his eyes glowing. This group of pricks, have they changed their temperament? How come one by one, standing in military posture still looks quite happy? Not bad, not bad. It's really a group of teachable talents. After observing the front and back, Qin Yuan was surprised to find that everyone's military posture today was exceptionally standard. Even when compared to the veteran company, it was no better. The progress could be described as rapid. Most of all, the pricks seemed to be pumped up. Everyone was in high spirits and fighting spirit. The body makes one feel invigorated just by looking at it. Boom! Come behind Zhang Chong. Qin Yuan lightly kicked the crook of his leg. Zhang Chong let out a muffled grunt. And surprisingly, his body didn't shake a bit. Savage. Your legwork. It's good. Qin Yuan couldn't help but praise it. Although he only used a little bit of strength, Qin Yuan knew that if this kick was on anyone else, they would definitely fall. But Zhang Chong held on hard. And, not a hint of faltering. Looks like a real treasure to pick up. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. The military district record. That's what Chung came to break. What they recorded was a single top god who stood at the pinnacle and was the most formidable in their respective fields. And nowadays, Zhang Chong clearly has the potential to break records. No way. He's physical. Scary good. It is simply horrifying. Definitely a very rare genius-type soldier in the entire military region. All of them. Military posture's over. Now, rest in place. In 15 minutes, we'll have formation practice. Looking at his watch, Qin Yuan smiled and dismissed the team. Worry. My legs are numb, and I didn't even realize it? What grass, bro, we've been standing here for 90 minutes, okay, and you think it's going by fast? Are you a masochist? 90 minutes? It can't be that fast, can it? It's really past 90 minutes, as a matter of fact. I didn't feel that tired from today's marching yet. It's quite a relaxing feeling anyway. What grass? So weird. What's going on here, guys? Is it because we metamorphosed after running 50 kilometers yesterday? Absolutely. Oh my gosh, how amazing. It's amazing that running 50 kilometers can make us feel relaxed about standing in military positions. So if we run another 50 kilometers, will it make the other events easy too? That will definitely be Now that I suddenly think about it, the 5K in the morning was like eating and drinking water. And I don't seem to have any other symptoms other than my legs feeling a little sore. And I don't seem to be as irritated as I was before I ran it. 50 kilometers to cure all diseases? The recruits discussed it with surprise. And the more they talked about it, the more excited they became. At the end of the day, they came to an amazing conclusion: running 50 kilometers makes the rest of the program easy. Programs that were boring to stick with are now patient, and even fun, turning training into an enjoyable experience. Qin Yuan listened in wonder, his eyes glowing. Unbelievable, unbelievable. This group of pricks, they actually had an epiphany? Looking at them, they seemed to be addicted to 50 kilometers? He had been prepared to train this group of pricks from the recruit company into a special forces unit, and want to be a powerful special forces soldier? Without superior fitness. It's all bullshit. Fortunately, this group of pricks has a million flaws, even if they are, but the overall fitness is very tough. In ancient times, they were definitely a bunch of bandits and greenhorns. Such a terrifying physical ability was like the cornerstone for building a tall building. When the cornerstone was solid, the building could be built higher and withstand stronger raging storms. Ahem. Everyone behaved better in the past 2 days. Don't make the Demon King angry. Shooting training will start tomorrow. TSK. I came to the army to shoot guns. Whoever makes shooting training cancelled, I'll be angry with them. Suddenly, Washanki stood up and looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. When the crowd of assassins heard this, they immediately came to their senses, slapped their thighs, and exclaimed, "Crap, I almost forgot about the shooting training. Shooting training is going to start tomorrow. So excited." Old Hua, don't worry, brothers can't mess with anyone, nor can they mess with touching a gun. My years of treasured supreme gun skills have finally been able to see the light of day. Barrels, tremble. Make me tremble? Dream on. Do you know what I am? I'm the invincible god of war. I'm the top 10 superstar in the entire service, and I can blow your head off with a single shot. Touching a gun is the biggest dream of almost any teenager. When it comes to gunfighting, the assassins are all spitting, bragging more than one absolute. Su Xiaoyu suddenly walked over and spoke with a light smile. "Company commander, the day before yesterday you said that you would start shooting training for us tomorrow. This program shouldn't be cancelled, right?" Cancelled? When Qin Yuan heard this, he deliberately smiled. "Hard to say. This matter I applied for a report like the regiment 2 days ago, but as of today, there has been no news." Qin Yuan deliberately sold out. What the hell? No news yet? The regiment definitely didn't agree to this. As soon as the assassins heard this, it was like a pot of cold water had been poured on them, and all of them instantly wilted. This gun practice was the thing they were most eager for at the moment. That stupid headmaster, he didn't even agree to it? The pricks were instantly enraged. This headmaster, does he not want to mix anymore? Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise when he saw the prickly heads instantly burst into a collective rage, and he just wanted to explain. Shasta. Just then, a jeep braked sharply and stopped in front of the crowd. Headmaster Wang smiled and stepped down from the car, announcing a group number. "Everyone is welcome to come and play. Also, thanks for saying something about the next update. Not surprisingly, every day 3 more guaranteed. If the reward or recommendation vote is strong, Xiaoyu will occasionally add more." Next, here's the kicker. The book is about half a month away from hitting the shelves. On the day it hits the shelves, Yo's 100,000 word explosion starts. Never break a promise. When it hits the shelves, it will also hit the bottom at 15,000 words a day. Brothers must give their support. The support of the big brothers is the biggest motivation for me to code every day. Lastly, thanks to the big pig's hooves of the street 300 feather cubs over 100 look forward to slowly disappearing 100 I take the 100 absolutely 100 frost on the temples 300. Joan baby 200 you all big brothers reward support. I'm so proud of you. A million thanks. 2 bars and 3 stars? Damn. This guy is a colonel. What's this colonel doing in our recruit company? Could it be that he's here for an inspection? Only, the way this guy looks. He looks bullish. Old me hates guys who play official. Little colonel. Ridiculous. Not just a colonel. What's so awesome about it? One word from me and I can make this colonel cry with fear. He'd better come over here later and be honest. In front of me, not to mention the colonel, a dragon has to be coiled. A tiger has to lie down. After a brief moment of surprise, the pricks instantly threw over disdainful looks full of mockery in the next second. Just a colonel. What's the big deal? Seeing that the assassins were resting, the head of the Wang regiment laughed and came to Qin Yuan together with the commander of the guard company. "Hello, Chief." Qin Yuan immediately saluted. "WOJ, why do I feel so bad watching the Demon King salute that old thing? Who says it isn't? It's infuriating. We only obey the company commander. But the company commander treats this old thing with respect. Doesn't that mean that we are of a lower rank than that old thing? MD, stop it. The more I talk, the more I get pissed off. I'll have to think of a way to fuck him up later. I'll give him a kick in the ass. That's a must. How else can we make it easy for him to go back? We can't make it easy for him if he dares not grant us a shooting training strip." The pricks whispered angrily. One was simply furious. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuan no need to be polite. Head Wang was beaming with a bright smile, looking at Qin Yuan with that satisfied look in his eyes. The reason why I'm here is because I want to tell you a good news. Crap. This old thing. What an obscene smile. It's so damn disgusting. A regimental commander who's so polite to a company commander? The pricks looked at the chief as being unsatisfied everywhere. Now looking at Wang Yongfa, it was 100 times less than happy, with thorns all over his body. Good news? Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows, slightly surprised. He thought the chief was here to inspect the training of the recruits. Good. From Political Commissar Zhao. I've already heard that new song you composed. It's simply the best of the military songs. It's impassioned and catchy. I knew as soon as I heard it that this song would be a hit in the entire barracks. Head Wang spoke with great excitement. As a big fan of military songs, Wang Yongfa's biggest hobby in general is listening to military songs. He sang all the military songs in the army. The mind naturally has a measuring scale. This song Unity is strength. Although the lyrics are simple, but the words are good. The melody is also catchy, especially passionate. Want to fire? Not at all a little difficult. The headmaster has flattered me. I'm just writing casually. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. Definitely set the barracks on fire? It's a wonder it's not hot. You know, this song is one of the top 10 classic military songs in China. This has been tested in reality by more than 1 billion people in China. I'm sure it'll be a hit. You can write such a classic song just by casually writing it? As soon as he heard this, Mr. Wang's eyes were all the more glowing. Then if you write it properly, won't you be able to achieve an absolute classic? Little Qin, why didn't I realize before that you're actually a talented musician? Head Wang was truly shocked. Moreover, observing his words, Head Wang saw that Qin Yuan didn't even seem to have much of a reaction in the face of his own compliments. So it was obvious that this guy didn't seem to be all that thrilled about the release of this song. Is it possible that this guy could have written a better one? When I came to this new company, I just had a slight realization. And this morning I watched the new recruits run, and I wrote it out in 5 minutes. Qin Yuan truthfully reported. Some well-known musical talents can write a normal 4-minute song that takes them 10 or 20 minutes to write. And the song is short and sweet enough to say that it was written in 5 minutes and was able to be accepted. Most importantly, if he needs to write songs in the future, it will be easier for him to write better songs, right? Oh my god. 5 minutes to write this? This is too awesome. Head Wang couldn't help but stare with a face of shock and disbelief. As he looked at Qin Yuan, Head Wang became even more satisfied, to the point of admiration. Qin Yuan, you're simply a god. You can write such a classic military song in 5 minutes. If you're given a little bit more time, becoming the next much anticipated megastar inside the army is just around the corner. Qin Yuan, like this recruit company is full of pricks. And the job is too difficult for a civilian soldier like you to handle. I also know how hard it is for you. Now that I've discovered your creative talent, with just a word from me, I can send you into the civilian corps. And that's where you'll be able to show off your talents. Slightly contemplating, Wang Yongfa was very excited to arrange it. This recruit company commander, you're just going to have to quit. I'll find someone else instead. When the assassins heard this, their eyes immediately glowed. Crap, is the Demon King finally leaving? Congratulations, brothers. When I look at this colonel, why do I suddenly feel more and more agreeable? I now suddenly want to give my great uncle a call, and take care of this lovely colonel more in the future. Woohoo! It's not easy, turning over the serfs to sing. We, brothers, are finally turning over. Ha 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 ha. Happy, my treat for the evening. 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Everyone just eat freely. The stingers were completely abuzz. They want to touch the gun though, but they were more eager to let Qin Yuan leave. It's just a shame. When they faced Qin Yuan, they simply dared to be angry. It's okay now. This company commander is about to be transferred. Can they not be happy? Going to the civilian corps? When Qin Yuan heard this, he quickly shook his head. No, chief, when I was a civilian, I didn't do anything at all. As you can see, what if I go back and have no creative inspiration at all? Besides, I'm here right now with the new recruits. It's a pretty comfortable job. It's not that much of a challenge, so it's better if this matter doesn't come up. When the regimental commander heard this, he glared. What the hell? It's not that difficult to bring in this new recruit, Comrade Xiao Qin. Are you mistaken? Who else knows the bottom line of these pricks better than him? Doesn't he realize how difficult it is to bring them up right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed so many company commanders to resign. With a light cough, Head Wang turned around and came to the pricks with a direct roar. All of you, attention! The training ground was silent. No one's moving at all. Head Wang's old face bristled with embarrassment. He glared angrily at the pricks, but the pricks were simply ounce for ounce. Two of the guys with strong backgrounds were smiling and looking at him with their heads spinning. Because of their background, they were none other than his top boss, Wang Yangfa. And so, full of anger, but also have to stop. Shao Qin. See, these pricks don't even listen to me. You're just a small civilian. How can they listen to you? I don't even dare to imagine how they obediently sit here. Head Wang's face was frighteningly gloomy as he spoke in an exasperated manner. It turned out that he wanted to set an example for Qin Yuan. Sure enough, just as he had imagined, no one gave a damn. Qin Yuan was also very surprised as he touched his head and muttered, "It shouldn't be, Chief. These pricks have been very obedient these past 2 days. I'll go and try. All of them. Target. Training ground. All 5K sprint. Run for it." Almost subconsciously, reflexively, the assassins, one by one, seemed to have springs on the soles of their feet, immediately catapulting to start, quickly organizing their formation, and immediately rushing over to the training ground. Wang had directly dumbfounded Qin Yuan. What is this situation? This motherfucker, he, the head of the group, is too disgraced. He was feeling humiliated now. His word is not as good as a company commander's? Logically speaking, his words were not good, and Qin Yuan's words were even more useless. But now it's completely reversed? In fact, the pricks regret it more. They're all depressed now, one by one. How is it that once Qin Yuan spoke, their first reaction turned out to be immediate execution? Don't you dare even think about disobeying? You know, they wanted the old man to transfer Qin Yuan. They should have done it the other way around. But the opposite is true. But now, it's too late to say anything. Just run. If they don't run well, who knows what punishment that horrible demon will give them. The commander of the guard company on the side was even more dumbfounded by the sight. What's going on here? Legend has it that the sky's the limit for pricks. In front of Qin Yuan, he was so well behaved that he was like a sheep. They were told to run, and they didn't even complain with a whimper and went running their asses off? Alas, it's just a pity for the headmaster. This matter, I'm afraid it's going to be a heavy blow to the head of the regiment. It's going to take many days to slow down, ha ha ha. The guard company commander secretly sighed for the head of the regiment, but he couldn't help but feel amused. There's no way around it. Pricks do not listen to the words of the commander, but to the words of a company commander, the same company commander. This makes him, the company commander, also feel the face of awe. Headmaster, I didn't know. I would have thought that they would be respectful to the headmaster as well. Smiling sarcastically, Qin Yuan spoke rather helplessly. What's going on? He's really not sure. In my opinion, these brats, I think they are just deliberately pissing me off. Returning to his senses, Wang Yangfa glared viciously at the running pricks. The pricks had made him lose such a big face in front of Qin Yuan. How could he bear this? But when you think of the monstrous backgrounds of the pricks, think about holding back. Bear with me for a while and the wind will calm down. Take a step back. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Alas, I shouldn't have come to this recruit company. Like a deflated leather ball, Head Wang completely wilted, deeply regretting his decision to come to the recruit company. Qin Yuan only felt very amused as he watched. It seems that this Captain Wang knows quite a lot of secrets of this recruit company's assassins. Otherwise, it would never have been so discouraging and daring. By the way, Qin Yuan, this month the military region is collecting a batch of military songs, from which 3 of the best-sounding ones will be selected to serve as this year's conscription propaganda songs. I came here because I wanted to tell you the good news. I've already reported this entry for you. There is a huge possibility that you will be chosen for this song. I'm telling you, Qin Yuan, once you're selected and chosen as the draft propaganda song, you'll most likely get a piece of individual second-class merit. You know, it's a peaceful time now, and it's hard as hell to get a second degree. It is never possible to receive a second-class merit without making a significant and outstanding contribution to the military. And once you've earned second-class honors, you're not far from promotion. Second-class merit. Promotion? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. In an instant, Qin Yuan came to be intensely interested. Write a song and get a promotion? It's okay. It's simply not too easy. For myself, writing songs is really easier than drinking and eating. Ding dong. Now releasing the system mission. Within 1 year, promote to the rank of major. Rewarding 3 peak level skills. Exceptionally, a crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Becoming a major within a year and being rewarded with 3 peak level skills? Looks like you'll have to work on yourself for the rest of the day. Seeing Qin Yuan's rather impressed appearance, Head Wang hurriedly continued with a smile. Qin Yuan, this matter must be given high priority. In a few days, The troop should be coming to pick you up and take you over to briefly record the song to compete in a perfect position. So prepare yourself mentally. Regimental Commander. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Good, then in that case, I'll go back first. When you go to the regiment to compete, we'll have a good chat then. Head Wang looked at the pricks who were running next to him with a palpitating heart, smiled awkwardly, and then quickly left. The moment he left the training ground, the headmaster couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Nima, scared the hell out of me. This recruit company, I won't come back even if it kills me. Luckily, those pricks with deep backgrounds didn't turn on me. Alas, otherwise it would have been hard for me to come back unharmed. Head Wang let out a sigh of relief, his forehead in a cold sweat, while full of doubts. I really don't know this Qin Yuan, a civilian soldier. How did he last so long? Shaking his head, the hardships and difficulties involved were simply unimaginable, and I'm afraid that only Qin Yuan himself knew about them. When the recruit company is over, we must compensate Qin Yuan properly, so as not to chill people's hearts. The regimental commander spoke from the heart. Raise the prestige of our army, revitalize our military style, break the dome of the sky and devour the stars. %. The Stingers' pace was tigerish and their slogans loud and neat. The 5K ended 18 minutes later. The assassins were sweating profusely, but each felt refreshed and motivated. Company commander, that Yakuza thing just now pissed me off. Zhang Chong shook his head violently, and in an instant, the sweat that covered his head was immediately shaken off. Zhang Chang's eyes glared like bronze bells. Furious, company commander, just now if you hadn't suddenly told us to start running, I'd have punched him down and directly made this old thing that came here specifically to pretend to be a bully lie down. That's right, company commander. If he dares to come to our recruit company and be arrogant, I'll break his legs. I fucking hate it when people ride on my neck and act like assholes. This old thing just tried to order us around. It's really ridiculous. If he dares to come to our recruit company again, I'll remove him from his post. The assassins were filled with righteous indignation, and one of them was unusually angry. Qin Yuan looked on in tears. No wonder this Wang leader was in a hurry to leave, so he already knew that he would suffer if he stayed. Instead of staying behind and being embarrassed and emboldened by the pricks, it was better to slip away. At the same time, Qin Yuan also thought of the aggression and heartache of the previous company commanders. This group of pricks, even the regimental commander dry fear. How can they a few company commanders to suppress them? It was only Qin Yuan, a demon, who could temporarily suppress this group of pricks. It simply wouldn't work with anyone else. Those who are bolder than Qin Yuan are not as strong as Qin Yuan. Weaker than Qin Yuan, he couldn't do this group of pricks, and he came to be beaten up. As for those stronger than Qin Yuan, well, not at all. So this led to today's strange scene. The pricks didn't give a damn about anyone and didn't listen to the words of the headmaster, but they were obedient to Qin Yuan. It can't be helped. Pricks are flesh and blood too. They're afraid of getting beat up too. After a pause, Qin Yuan spoke rather helplessly. You guys are one old thing after another. Do you know who this person is? I know. Isn't this our regiment commander Wan Yongfa? A prick said impatiently. Knowing that you guys are still doing this on purpose? Qin Yuan deliberately irritated the pricks. This is great. After offending the headmaster, I'm afraid that all of our training programs in the future will be in vain. Shooting practice is completely out of the question. Che, isn't it just a matter of getting a few broken guns in a training ground? What's so hard about that? Without Wan Yongfa's authorization, I can still get these things. Prick Fong Tian let out a snort and patted his chest in assurance. Company commander, leave this matter to me. My own brother is the chief of staff of the military region's Fierce Tiger Special Warfare Brigade. Having him send over some equipment is not worth mentioning at all. I'll take care of this. When Qin Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up. Boy, this group of pricks, they're really something. The chief of staff of the Special Operations Brigade has all the connections? Looks like I'm going to have to sort out this group of prickly relations. There might even be some big brothers. Invisible comes in handy. Qin Yuan immediately decided to go to the recruits' dormitory after lunch to do a tally. The next step, of course, was to take care of the guns and the training grounds first. The regiment took into account the special nature of this recruit training. Especially for the new company, set aside a separate exclusive training area, closed training. Because of this, during normal training, no veterans or other companies know the results of the current training progress. But shooting is a different story, and generally requires a specialized venue. There was no way the regiment could set up a new range for them to train on alone. But not now. If the pricks could get their own guns, then Qin Yuan himself could get a range of his own. Fong Tian, can what you said be taken seriously? Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel some anticipation. When Fong Tian heard this, he immediately smiled smugly. Company commander, you're afraid that you don't know what it means to be in the special forces. My brother, Fong Paintbrush, told me a long time ago that the special forces simply have more resources than they can use. A sharpshooter is fed by bullets. Ordinary soldiers in the army. The big deal is a few hundred rounds of ammunition a year. And even some remote companies can only shoot a few dozen rounds of ammunition a year. And they're still blanks. But special forces are different. Special forces soldiers train almost exclusively with live ammunition. And as many bullets as you want. How else could they have trained so many sharpshooters? It's just 100 guns and a supply of bullets. I'll say the word. Fong Tian spoke very vigorously. Spittle flying. Fong Tian, is your brother really that effective without him talking? How about I let my first cousin speak? The other prick was instantly puzzled. Fong Tian immediately glared. Xiao Xiao. You're afraid that you don't know how much authority the Special Warfare Brigade has. They are able to formulate foreign combat missions on their own. Getting a few guns is just a piece of cake. When I say it's in my hands, it's in my hands. After all, it's not like these guns are going out into the community. They're just going around the barracks. There's never going to be any problems. Fong Tian spoke with conviction. Good. Qin Yuan nodded as he listened. It seems that what this Fong Tian said was true. This should work out. In that case, then we can start shooting practice tomorrow. Shooting training mapping followed by 400-meter obstacles, weighted runs, etc. Aim for 2 months to take the pricks to another level of fitness altogether. Then later on, it's time for real special forces training programs like Devil's Week. Time. Very tight. Not the slightest bit of it should go to waste. Company commander. I'll make a call to your office now. Wait for my good news. Fong Tian smiled brightly and opened his mouth. Go on. Hurry up and get this thing done. Qin Yuan nodded with the same smile. With that, Fong Tian immediately ran away in excitement. When the other pricks saw Fong Tian come out on top, each one of them immediately became unsettled. Alas, I didn't expect to be successfully faked by this kid Fong Tian. Damn it, this opportunity should have been mine. This is the army. If the company commander wants some helicopter gunship jump gear or even a fighter jet, I can get it. Pity, MD, I only have a Navy great-uncle, which has nothing to do with the army. Is my background just a waste? The pricks are remorseful, helpless, and heartbroken. It's just a shame that there's only one pussy, and it's gone after being faked. They can only wait for the next opportunity. Qin Yuan smiled at the sight and said soothingly, everyone, don't lose heart. We're a unique recruit company in history. Who says that army training can't use fighters and warships and nuclear submarines? As long as you guys are good enough, Old Me will definitely give you guys a whole space to display your talents. Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. The assassin's eyes lit up when they heard that. Really, company commander? We, army recruits, have a chance to fly warships and airplanes too? My goodness, I can't even think about it in my life. If it's really possible, then fight to the death to train properly. Company commander, I'll make a flag right now. This airplane, I'm going to fly it. In fact, since I was a child, I have had a dream of being an Air Force pilot. But unfortunately, my eyesight is not up to standard. Damn 9-year compulsory education. It's killing people. Not many of my classmates don't wear glasses in high school. So how can I be a pilot? Company commander, if you can let me live the dream of being a pilot, I'll thank you. Pooah ha 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 ha. Jedi son. Lei Bao, you're in deep shit. Thunder Leopard, get your ass out here. Sure enough, Qin Yuan instantly tightened his smile. A cry of rage. The entire training ground was instantly quiet. Thank your ancestors? This Lei Bao. Could it be that he has been planning this for a long time and this is what came out of his mouth? No, company commander. I slipped my tongue. I'm sorry, company commander. I really didn't mean it. Lei Bao glanced at the surrounding pricks, all gloating, and couldn't help but take a trembling step forward. Boom! It was followed by a leg shadow slamming in. Caught off guard. There was no time to dodge. There was no time to react. Lei Bao screamed miserably and was directly kicked off. The pricks gloated, but were silenced. The taste was unbelievably sour and exciting. Thunder Panther, get the hell up. Company commander. Rubbing his chest, Lei Bao climbed up with a palpitating heart. His eyes filled with fear. Now, you are punished for running 10 kilometers in 40 minutes. Qin Yuan let out a roar. Company commander, guarantee to complete the mission. Lei Bao didn't dare to delay, and immediately went on a wild goose chase, running 10 kilometers in 40 minutes, which almost required a sprint. Good thing he's not physically weak. Plus I ran 50 miles yesterday. Now there is no fear at all of the so-called 10 kilometers. Just grit your teeth and run. You can still do it. Everyone else, start continuing your training now. Second platoon leader, lead the recruits in formation exercises. Company commander. Zhang Mingmen immediately ran over excitedly. Now that Qin Yuan had the pricks in check, they were comfortable training. A few moments later, Fong Tian ran over with unusual excitement, reporting to the company commander. The mission is complete. My brother has promised to send over a batch of training equipment that will be phased out soon. And there are enough bullets, we can use it for as long as we want. Good. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately nodded his head excitedly. Fong Tian, you've accomplished this matter very beautifully. I'll reward you with a vice class president position. From now on, you're the vice class president of class 2. There were 10 men in a squad, and this recruiting company, totaling 98 men, was divided into 10 squads. There was no squad leader because there were too many pricks. After all, if the company commander couldn't subdue these pricks, what weight would the words of a mere squad leader carry? I'm afraid the squad leader will be tortured to death if we let them live together. If not tortured to death, then scared to death. Now it was good that this had become a means for Qin Yuan to motivate the pricks. My goodness, deputy squad leader, company commander. I'm not dreaming, am I? Love you, Captain. Wahahaha, you're so handsome, Captain. When Fong Tian heard this, he nodded his head in excitement. However, the other pricks were immediately nonplussed when they heard this. Vice squad leader? You get a couple of broken guns and some bullets. And you're a lieutenant? If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Zhang Chong was the first to object. Company commander. On what grounds? This kid gets some bullets and becomes a deputy squad leader? That's too generous a reward, isn't it? Zhang Shuai was equally indignant. Company commander. If you ask me, the position of deputy squad leader is for those who can do it. A skill like Fong Tian's ability to make connections can't be considered true competence at all. I request the company commander to revoke Fong Tian's reward. Su Xiaoyu, right, company commander. How can you convince the public by creating a deputy squad leader so simply? We're not convinced. All the pricks, almost all of them, are against it. On what grounds? Who doesn't have some connections behind everyone? Get some guns and bullets and you're second in command? It's like pie in the sky. Sure enough, Fong Tian's face didn't look good either. He also knew that this bit of his connections wouldn't even rank in the top 10 within the pricks. It wouldn't be worth it if the bigwigs were angered by a vice class position. Company commander, listening to the brothers, I am going to open my mouth at once, said Fong Tian. You shut up. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately covered his face in frost, his gaze sweeping towards the crowd, word for word, his voice icy cold. You guys, are you questioning my decision? No, company commander, we were just expressing our dissatisfaction. Su Xiaoyu gathered her courage and spoke hesitantly. And yet just then, boom, 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 a berserk figure violently rushed over, followed by a flurry of leg shots. Crap, ouch, damn. I told you not to resist the company commander, but you just didn't listen. Now it's over. A series of dull screams. It was followed by the sound of a prick falling heavily to the ground. A short moment of work. Everyone fell to the ground covering their chests. None of them could get up. Well, that includes Fontaine. Fong Tian was all depressed now. You didn't do anything right, did you? Why did the company commander kick himself out too? Could it be that it's because I just tried to resign my position as deputy squad leader, making the company commander angry? Fong Tian glanced at the angry Qin Yuan and shivered in fear. It is said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. The current Qin Yuan was an exceptionally ferocious tiger that made him not dare to disobey in the slightest. Everyone was horrified. Once again, he was completely shocked by Qin Yuan. It's nifty, how else can we play? He's a single person, and he's directly knocked over 97 of us? It's so fucking terrifying. In all my life, I've never seen such an awesome soldier. Now don't you see? Ugh, why the hell did I just short-circuit my brain? How did I think of rebelling against the company commander? Got beat up. Everyone took a hard kick. Now, one by one, they were all completely honest. It's backfired. If you don't fight for a day, you'll go up to your room. Qin Yuan was furious. You rookies, pumpkin, actually questioning my decision? There are a total of 10 squads in the recruit company. There has been no position for a squad leader and vice squad leader. Isn't it reasonable for me to arrange for a deputy squad leader now? 10 subs, 10 squad leaders, vice first, then first, all of you, with qualified performance or sufficient ability, have a chance. Now, I ask you, have you been beaten unjustly? The corner of Qin Yuan's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. The pricks were quick to shake their heads like rattlesnakes. No offense. No offense, company commander, you're right. So we misunderstood the company commander. Alas, I thought there was only a deputy squad leader. It turns out there's also a full squad leader. Ha ha ha. So think, the company commander really wise cover just a deputy squad leader. Quite let him be it. To be a positive, A recruit who doesn't want to be a full squad leader is not a good squad leader. Brothers, we'll see. There will definitely be one of me in the 10 squad leader positions. Then there must be one of me. 2. No injustice. No injustice. Company commander, you didn't fight wrong. The pricks drifted off. So that's what Qin Yuan was planning to do. So they got beaten up for nothing, didn't they? It's completely avoidable. Just the thought of Qin Yuan's terrifying strength. They immediately shook their heads and dared to speak. A broken tooth can only be swallowed in the stomach. What else could it be? Did you seek revenge on Qin Yuan? That's no different than looking for death at all. So, one has done wrong. And now, one has to more or less condemn oneself to bear the burden. That's more like it. That's the training program this morning. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, which revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. As for the afternoon, when the equipment comes, consider it a vacation for you guys. Zhang Shuai, here, in the afternoon. You'll be in charge of creating a simple recruit training range in the area near the fence. It must be completed by 5 p.m. Company commander. Zhang Shuai's eyes lit up when he heard this. If the mission is completed beautifully, you'll also be rewarded with a vice squad leader position. Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. Ha ha, good. You can rest assured. Company commander, I promise to make this matter look beautiful for you. Zhang Shuai immediately nodded excitedly. Seeing this, Qin Yuan ordered the 2 platoon commanders to continue leading the new recruits to do formation training while he made a trip to the cafeteria before hurrying back to his dormitory. After all, I practiced them too hard yesterday and somehow got another 5k penalty today. Qin Yuan still understood the reasoning behind the desire for speed. The intensity of today's training should not be too high. They need to be allowed to acclimatize for a while before the intensity can be raised to the level of Devil's Week. I'm so used to being alone. I can't believe I forgot about the Black Emperor. Qin Yuan carried a few leftover steamed buns from the cooking class and a small serving of vegetables to the door of the dormitory. Crap, forgot my keys. Qin Yuan suddenly tapped his head as he realized with dismay that he had forgotten to bring his keys. His dormitory, and the 3 platoon commanders are next to each other. Usually, he does not carry a key. It is Lao Zhao to help him open the door, but it was hard to beat Qin Yuan. Let's try the proficient level lockpicking skill then. Having gotten the lockpicking skill, Qin Yuan hadn't used it yet. Flipping out a thin wire from the trash can, Qin Yuan placed the meal on the floor, then bent the thin wire into a ring and inserted it into the lock eye. It's just a normal door lock, no difficulty at all. Feeling the internal structure of the lock, Qin Yuan smiled brightly and pulled slightly harder. Click! The door lock opens directly. It's done! Opening the door to the room. A strong sense of accomplishment immediately came to mind. I didn't realize that opening a lock would make me so happy. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. This was an unexpected pleasure. Woof, woof. Seeing that someone had arrived, the Black Emperor immediately rushed out from under the bed with a furious fury. Only, it has a milky bark that makes people listen to it. It seemed to perceive the person in front of him as his master. The Black Emperor quickly collected his anger, wagged his little tail, and ran his ass over to Qin Yuan's leg, rubbing up obediently. Black Emperor, how dare you roar at me? Originally, Qin Yuan wanted to get angry, but when he saw that the Black Emperor had suddenly become docile, his anger immediately dissipated. Squatting down and stroking the Black Emperor's shiny and silky fur, Qin Yuan smiled and said, "You haven't eaten anything this early in the morning. Come and eat." Woof. Seemingly understanding Qin Yuan's words, the Black Emperor gave a meek bark before starting to eat quickly. What surprised Qin Yuan was, for steamed buns, a small portion of loofah, and in the blink of an eye, it was swept away by the Black Emperor, and Black Emperor's stomach just bulged a little bit. Jesus Christ, am I raising a mealworm? Who could imagine that such a small puppy could eat so much? Qin Yuan blinked his eyes down with a look of dismay and surprise. It's like a 3-year-old eating 4 buns and a bowl of vegetables in one meal. Adults may not even be able to eat this much, but a 3-year-old did it. How can this not be shocking? After eating, the Black Emperor growled twice in satisfaction, wagged his little tail and licked Qin Yuan's pants leg, then ran back to the bottom of the bed with a whimper. Eat and sleep? I'm afraid I haven't raised a male pig. Have I? Qin Yuan only felt like crying and laughing. After feeding the Black Emperor and settling a wish, Qin Yuan circled around and retraced his steps back to the training ground. The morning's training was over quickly. Noon. In front of the cafeteria. It's time for the delightful pre-dinner song. As the sound of unity is strength rang out, the veterans were exasperated and drooled with envy, but there was nothing they could do about it. A couple of company commanders talked it over, but they quickly came up with a good idea. At the cafeteria table, the 2nd company commander, the 6th company commander, and the 7th company commander each approached with a bowl of hearty hardtack and a smile. Apparently, it was purchased out of their own pockets. 1 order of fish with garlic, 1 order of braised pork, and 1 order of spicy stir-fried beef. Company Commander Chin, do you mind if we sit here? The 6th company commander opened his mouth with a smile. Of course I don't mind. The 3 company commanders have a seat. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at them and smiled. I wonder what the 3 company commanders are here for. As the saying goes, if you don't have anything to offer, you're either a traitor or a thief. Now any fool can see that these 3 company commanders are here for something. Otherwise, how could they, the regular company commanders, look down on Qin Yuan, the acting company commander? When the assassins saw this, they also slowed down their eating and couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen. These 3 lapdogs, they definitely don't have good intentions. As soon as the 3 of them puckered their asses, I knew what kind of farts they were farting. Now I'm sure they definitely didn't have a good fart. Brothers, the food at the end of those 3 lapdogs is pretty appealing. I'm dying to get over there and try it. Eat, eat, eat. Why do you just know how to eat? But speaking of which, that plate of garlic popped fish reminds me of the flavor of my hometown. The 2nd company commander immediately smiled and spoke. What could we possibly have to do? It's just that we heard that Company Commander Chin is so brave and capable of taking on the important role of a recruit company commander. So we came over to get to know each other. The 6th company commander went along with the situation and said with a smile, these 3 small dishes represent the intentions of the 3 of us brothers. So please don't be polite to Qin company commander. The 7th company commander was also smiling. Qin Yuan was just about to open his mouth, but at that moment, Zhang Chong, who was 1 meter 9 in height and had a strong body, Zhang Shuai, who had an aristocratic cockney aura permeating his body, and Su Xiaoyu, who had a face full of indifference to the mongrel look. The 3 of them stood up coincidentally and rushed over to Qin Yuan. Getting to know each other? Where's all this nonsense coming from? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. If you guys dare to play tricks in front of our company commander, I'll punch you down and make you look good. Zhang Chong clenched his fist, and in an instant, a shocking sense of oppression immediately pressed over. The 3 company commanders' faces instantly changed again. Where the hell did this demon god come from? This soldier, is he really a new recruit? How come it looks scarier than special forces? With those fierce eyes and domineering figure, there was no doubt that there was a very terrifying power contained within. The consequences would be absolutely unimaginable if he were to throw a punch. They were originally going to do it, but when he saw Zhang Chong, he instantly lost his courage. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, smiled skinlessly. 3 company commanders, these 2 brothers of mine are the wild man Zhang Chong, who is rumored to kill without a blink of an eye in the Jianghu and is known as cold-blooded Jing Wuli, as well as Zhang Shuai, the son of a famous general in Jianghu. Savage Hidden Rush, Marshal Chang? The 3 company commanders looked on with huge blushes. So this guy who looked like a rich son was the Zhang Shuai who was rumored to have an extremely scary background? This guy, it's rumored that the chief doesn't even dare to mess with him. Their 3 company commanders, in its eyes, were indeed not enough. As for this very brutal-looking guy, he turned out to be the wild man Zhao Chong, who was said to be of outstanding physical quality and a rare sighting in decades. A demon who can drive through reinforced concrete with 1 punch? Holy shit, it's fucking horrible. 2 of you, don't be impulsive. Brushing the ground, the 3 company commanders immediately stood up, hurriedly smiling. The whole person couldn't hide their horror. They were just small company commanders, not any high-ranking officers of the army. In case they were beaten up by these people, I'm afraid there was no place to cry. I'll give you 5 seconds. Tell us what you're up to. Zhang Chong raised his fists and let out a cold snort, his eyes glaring at them menacingly. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel very amused as he watched. I didn't expect the trio of Zhang Chong to come out of the woodwork. Looks like these pricks have a reputation for ferocity and brutality. Savage, how do you talk to 3 company commanders? Seeing that the 3 of them seemed to be unable to even speak because they were too scared, Qin Yuan immediately let out a low shout. We are civilized people, highly educated. Nima, educated? When the 3 company commanders heard this, they couldn't help but slander in their hearts and almost spit out blood in anger. Is this how highly educated guys bully and scare people? MD, don't play like that. Yes, company commander. Zhang Chong smiled at his words, only his smile, in the eyes of the 3 company commanders, was incomparably fierce and hideous, like a criminal of 10 evils. Then, 3 company commanders, please state your purpose? Zhang Chang's tone eased up quite a bit. Cough. Good, good. The 6th company commander let out a light cough against the immense pressure, laughed, and opened his mouth in a very awkward manner. Company Commander Chin, in fact, this time we came over. We really have no ill intentions. How dare you? Zhang Chong immediately let out an angry grunt. The 3 of them immediately shivered in fear, and the 6th company commander then said, We just heard that military song that your recruits sang that was very nice. so we wanted to ask Company Commander Chin to be able to teach us as well. That's all. That's all. Yes, 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 Company Commander Chin. We swear, we really wanted to come and ask for advice on military songs. The second company commander and the seventh company commander nodded their heads busily. What the fuck? You're not here to fight? Zhang Chong froze at that and rubbed his head. He thought the three old company commanders had come to fight. Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Shuai looked at each other and both exclaimed in surprise. Dare say the other party is not here to look for trouble? The second company commander was all aggravated. Comrade Zhang Chong, if we came to fight, would we still be serving food? Besides, we have no quarrel with you recruits, so why should we fight? Ugh, what a shame. Surprisingly, I'm not here to fight. Do you guys know that my fists? They've been hungry and thirsty for a long time. Zhang Chong immediately looked disappointed. You guys know, I haven't fought for several days. Alas, it's hard to feel bad after not fighting for 3 days. So helpless, so painful. The three company commanders shivered at the sound. What the fuck are all these people? 3 days without a fight and you're all over the place? This savage, he's so mean. Luckily, he wasn't from his own company. Otherwise, they, the company commanders, didn't know how many times they would be fucked over by this savage. Savage, have your fists been hungry and thirsty for a long time? I see. You're afraid that your skin is itching again? A faint voice rang out as Qin Yuan finally stood up. Savage smiled at the sight. No, 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 company commander. My skin is cleaned every day. It doesn't itch at all. Company commander. Since the three company commanders are here to ask for advice on the military song, then we won't bother. Seeing the situation, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly hemmed and hawed and hurriedly retreated. Then we'll leave as well. You guys chat. Zhang Shuai and Zhang Chong looked at each other and also immediately retreated. Ugh, what a shame. I can't believe I didn't see the three of them doglegs get beat up. I've got my pants down and you're showing me this? Su Xiaoyu, you guys are too much for it. That's right, stinky fish. If they say they're even here to ask for a lesson in military song, they're here to ask for a lesson in military song? Can't you say that the food they brought is poisoned? How much better to just find a reason to give them a fat beating. It's also better than letting the brothers watch for so long. Crap, there's no justice. You assholes, why are you putting the blame on me? I wanted to fight too. If you want to complain, you guys go find the savages. Rabbits still bite when they're anxious. Do you really think I, Su Xiaoyu, am a vegetarian? The pricks complained very vehemently. Looking for the savages? Ha ha, it's not that we can't beat the savages. That's why we're looking for you. The pricks laughed. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, they also knew that they had wrongly blamed Su Xiaoyu this time. But Zhang Shuai was the chief. They didn't dare to blame. The savages were so tough they feared a beating. It was only by bullying and hazing Su Xiaoyu that he could maintain a life this way. All eat honestly. Zhang Shuai angrily shouted. At once, no one dares to raise their voices anymore. To know, Zhang Shuai not only has the strongest background, the overall strength is also second only to Zhang Chong. So he was saying things that worked so well that almost no one refuted them. Yes, boss. The pricks have stopped talking. The dining table. The three company commanders enthusiastically pinched food for Qin Yuan. Their faces full of smiles. Ding Dong now releasing a system mission to teach the Cheetah Regiment's 2nd, 6th, and 7th companies that unity is strength, rewarding world-class breath-holding. There's even a reward? Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. This world-class breath-holding sounds like it might be good. Oh, it's just so messy to go and teach someone to sing and get such a nice reward. How about it? Company Commander Qin? I wonder if Company Commander Qin is free. Go to our place and teach us? The second company commander looked eager. Qin Yuan smiled bashfully. The company commanders of my brother companies have personally come to my door. How can I not go? Let's choose a day. It's this afternoon. I'll make a trip over there. The three company commanders had better gather all three companies together. The lyrics of this military song are simple. The melody is simple. You can learn it in 20 minutes at most. Ha ha, good. The three company commanders were simply ecstatic when they heard this. Old 6, Old 7. Come on, let's toast Company Commander Qin with tea instead of wine. The second company commander immediately raised his cup in excitement. Yes, the 6th company commander and the 7th company commander nodded with the same excitement. Then thank you, Company Commander Qin. The three company commanders finished their drinks in one go. After dinner, the three company commanders immediately informed their respective companies of the good news. Old 6, you said before that this recruit company commander was not approachable, but I see that he is quite amiable. Ha, isn't that nice to talk to? The second company commander recalled his contact with Qin Yuan, and he was really shocked when Zhang Chong and Zhang Shuai suddenly appeared. But after careful recall, Qin Yuan didn't seem to put up much of a fight the whole time, and was instead very kind. The sixth company commander hemmed and hawed and said rather emotionally, I didn't have a preconceived notion and a bad impression. Speaking of which, Company Commander Qin Yuan is really nice. I just don't know. If he's so friendly, how did he manage to deter that group of little ancestors? The second company commander and the seventh company commander lifted their eyebrows. The same doubt that was trapped in their minds. Not long after lunch, Qin Yuan received a call from a platoon leader. Company Commander, after running around all morning, the herbs have all been bought back. I don't know where to put the herbs. Let's lock the warehouse first. Let's talk about it at night. Qin Yuan thought about it and said to Zhao Ruishuan. These medicinal herbs were specially bought by Qin Yuan for the assassins. Trying to train intensely on a daily basis without using certain means of maintenance is never an option. And even an Iron Man can get worn out. It was good that Qin Yuan knew quite a few secret recipes for maintaining the body and allowing it to recover quickly. Think of it as giving back to the recruits. Company Commander. Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded his head. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let the pricks start with a 5K sprint. Then Qin Yuan disappeared in front of the confused gazes of the assassins. Veterans Training Ground. By this time the 3 major companies of the 2nd, 6th, and 7th companies were neatly assembled and waiting with bated breath. When Qin Yuan appeared in front of the crowd, he immediately caused a commotion. Wow! Is this the legendary commander of the recruit company? Seeing how scrawny he is, I really don't know how he managed to subdue that group of demon gods. A demon god? That's a good word to describe it. Oh, it's said that there are all kinds of demons and devils in this recruit company. Put in Journey to the West. That's a demon with a heavenly background. Even the company commander has changed 4 times. From the looks of it, this new company commander is nothing but handsome. What kind of magic weapon does he have? Crap bro, I thought of a possibility. This guy wouldn't have survived by slaving away in the recruit company and flattery every day. Would he? Looks like it to me. It's possible. Worry. I said how can he do it? It turns out that he's doing something that's a disgrace to our soldiers. Alas. I hate groveling and hypocritical guys the most. I'll definitely give him some color later. That's a must. Whirlwind legs. I'm counting on you for the grade later. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Wait a minute. Keep in mind that you have to learn the military song before you get into things. That military song. I love it. The people of the 3 big companies had long known that this new company of recruits was not to be messed with. And this time when they saw that Qin Yuan was practically useless except for his good looks, many bad guesses immediately appeared. After all, the recruit company was divided into a separate area for training. And usually they didn't know what the exact training situation was like, so it was no wonder that they belittled Qin Yuan. Snap! Seeing Qin Yuan's arrival, the 3 company commanders immediately and enthusiastically led the applause, their voices loud and smiles bright. Let's warmly welcome Qin Yuan, the commander of the recruit company, to come and teach us a brand new military song. Wow! One moment. Applause. The vast majority of the people had excited enthusiasm on their faces. Although they looked down on Qin Yuan, they were still very fond of this brand new military song. They are treating people right. There are a few guys that seem to be very unconvinced, surprisingly disdainful. When Qin Yuan saw this, he was raising his eyebrows, because with a sweeping glance, he saw a few guys, their faces unkind and contemptuous, staring at him with icy gazes. Obviously, these guys are coming for a reason. Is this an attempt to make something happen? But, Qin Yuan came here, firstly, because the 3 company commanders had a good attitude. We were all soldiers and brothers. It was no big deal. Secondly, it's for that world-class breath-holding skill. Being able to hold your breath at many critical moments can be a powerful tool. Nothing else. If you hold your breath long enough, Qin Yuan jumped into the water together with his enemy in his arms, and as long as he tugged on his target and prevented him from floating up, the other party would drown after a little time. And if sneaking to track down an enemy, hiding your feet while holding your breath has the same strange effect. Unity is strength is very simple, with a total of 12 lyrics and a cascading melody, and it took only 10 minutes for the soldiers to learn it completely. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with a world-class breath hold. World-class breath holding can make the host hold his breath in deep water for 19 minutes. A crisp system prompt rang out abruptly. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. It's here, my goodness, holding your breath in deep water for 19 minutes? That's too awesome, isn't it? Ordinary people can hold their breath in water for 2 or 3 minutes, which is almost the limit. Unless a professional with systematic training is able to go beyond the 5-minute by 10-minute mark. And the world record for holding your breath underwater is just 22 minutes. The world-class breath holding that Qin Yuan had now obtained was indeed of century-level caliber. Next, Qin Yuan only felt a cool and refreshing energy that suddenly appeared in his limbs and bones, eventually converging at the location of his lungs, undergoing a metamorphic transformation hundreds of times per second. A short moment, End of remodeling. Qin Yuan clearly felt the lungs getting stronger. He had the feeling now that he could casually hold his breath for more than 10 minutes, and with some careful preparation he could easily extend that time. Listening to the veterans passionately singing about unity, Qin Yuan then revealed a hint of a smile. Teaching them and getting world-class breath-holding skills can be very rewarding. Good. Thank you Company Commander Qin for taking time out of his busy schedule to teach us how to sing. Now, let's send off Company Commander Qin with the warmest applause. The second company commander was very satisfied with the effect of this teaching, and under his impetus, everyone immediately applauded with excitement once again. Ha ha ha, everyone is too polite. You guys continue training. With a bland smile, Qin Yuan prepared to leave. Slow down. Just then, an angry shout rang out. Qin Yuan couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Company Commander Qin, I'm curious as to how on earth you, a civilian secretary, managed to survive in front of that group of demons and devils in the recruit company. Nya Yun, back off for me, what are you babbling about? Seeing this, the second company commander immediately became angry and let out a scolding. Qin Yuan stopped instantly and slowly turned around. In an instant, the aura on his entire body also changed abruptly, becoming harsh and cold. The whole person was like a rushing sword, cold and merciless. This shit. This idiot. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? There is no need to endure anymore. Company commander, what's wrong with me saying that? I respect the strong. I just want to get one fact straight. Nya Yun was unconvinced, theorizing furiously. As soldiers, we must be honorable as human beings, have a soldier's backbone and a soldier's temperament. Nya Yun's words were supported by quite a few people. Soldiers, you have to have a soldier's temperament. It must never bring down the morale of the army. This Qin Yuan, if he was relying on evil ways to stay in the recruit company and continue to be the company commander, he, Nya Yun, would not be convinced 100 times. Nya Yun, you, the second company commander was instantly furious. However, as the most powerful soldier in the second company, with the strongest eloquence and force, Nya Yun's words were justified, and for a moment, the second company commander was unable to refute them. Nya Yun, right, the best veteran of the second company, once won the first prize for fighting in the entire regiment. I've heard of you. Qin Yuan's face was covered in frost, and his icy voice slowly rang out. This Nya Yun is a soldier king-level veteran in the regiment, straightforward by nature, with no sand in his eyes. He is a guy with a great sense of justice. I didn't realize that now I had become its difficult target. I've heard of my great name, so you'd better be good and truthful. Nya Yun grunted and spoke with great dissatisfaction. Good, then I'll tell you right now. The reason why I was able to gain a foothold in the recruit company, what I relied on, was this pair of iron fists, absolute strength. Qin Yuan's tone was icy cold, his gaze icy cold. This, or the first time he had been so angry. This veteran, how dare he question his strength? It's a death wish. Ha ha ha. Nya Yun roared angrily. I can beat you down with one hand. Nya Yun took a sudden step forward. Qin Yuan, I see that you're not prepared to tell the truth. Since that's the case, prepare, then, for my wrath. Also, one more warning. There aren't many people in this cheetah regiment who can fight me. Nya Yun. To a draw. You'll just wait to die. When Nya Yun said that, his body moved and immediately scurried over toward Qin Yuan. Nya Yun, quickly stop it. The second company commander snapped with a furious shout. However, it was too late. Like a wild horse out of control, Nya Yun charged straight at Qin Yuan in a savage rush. Company Commander Qin, be careful. The second company commander couldn't help but warn loudly. Don't worry second company commander, a mere whirlwind leg can't hurt me yet. Qin Yuan's faint voice rang out. Humph, I see you're still talking tough even when you're dead. Nya Yun let out a cold snort and immediately sped up, charging over like a whirlwind with a fierce roar. Let's give you a taste of my famous stance. Whirlwind leg. One moment, Nya Yun's entire body bounced violently. The fierce legs even turned into stumps. Incredibly furious, he rushed at Qin Yuan and kicked him. In an instant, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Alas, it's a waste of time that Qin Company Commander is such a kind person. This kick down, Qin Company Commander will definitely be crippled. Not to say crippled, but at least seriously injured. How can he, such a weak civilian, withstand a punch from Nya Yun in his epileptic state? Alas, it's a shame, it's a shame. The vast majority of the recruits couldn't help but worry about Qin Yuan when they saw this formation. After all, under this short time together, they felt that the Qin Yuan person was still very nice. Of course, there was a small portion of veterans who still felt that Qin Yuan deserved to be beaten. There was no way around it. Who made him want to make a name for himself so badly to go to the recruit company? Get the fuck down. A faint angry cry The crowd only saw Qin Yuan's right fist, very slowly, gently pushing forward. Instantly, it came to blows with Nie Yun's leg. It's over. Captain Qin's right hand will definitely be crushed and fractured. The veterans saw that Qin Yuan didn't dodge in the slightest, and even presumed to fight Nie Yun hard. In an instant, everyone gave up. With this leg, Qin Yuan's hand was bound to be ruined. Boom ground. However, in the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Nie Yun, who was raging and carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, was like a papier-mâché kite. With a gentle push from Qin Yuan's right fist, Nie Yun felt as if he had been hit by a train, only to hear a very terrifying clicking and crunching sound. Everyone, completely confused. What's going on here? A brief silence. The next second, the entire training ground instantly boiled. Crap, I'm not blinking. Am I? Nie Yun, the so-called king of soldiers level existence, the wind god legs, was defeated just like that? I clearly saw that Company Commander Qin's punch speed was slow. How was he able to strike Nie Yun's leg afterward? What do you know? That's called a stagger. Okay, you think it's slow? That's actually a deception of the retina that occurs when the punch is so fast that the retina can't catch it at all. It's like the wheels of a Maybach. You seem to turn very slowly. Geez jerk, it turns out that we all misunderstood. It turns out that Company Commander Qin Yuan is actually a hidden super expert. Terrifying as hell. Horrible as hell. This is a complete sweeper of our cheetah regiment, easily defeating Nie Yun, the king of soldiers, with a single move is simply tougher than the sweeping monk of the 8 parts of the dragon. With this kind of strength, he's a shoo-in for the special forces, right? Cut, special forces? I've seen real special forces before. In terms of physical fitness alone, some of them aren't even as strong as Nie Yun. With Captain Qin's terrifying strength, I don't think he'd even look at the special forces. I'm afraid it's only the group of demons in the recruit company that can pique Captain Qin's interest. So that's how it is. It turns out that Company Commander Qin has always had little interest in all this vanity in the army. And he only came out because he met these bratty little ancestors. It's just a pity that the iron plate of such a super god, a sweeper like bug-level existence, was kicked by Nie Yun. I wonder if this Nie Yun's leg will still be able to stand up in the future. Although this Nie Yun guy has a strong sense of justice, he usually likes to bully others, and I've long been displeased with him. It's good that he broke his leg this time. I don't care if he can stand up. The veterans' comments instantly ignited the entire training ground. Listening to the veterans' discussion, Qin Yuan couldn't help but cry and laugh. Cheetah Regiment Sweeper, bug-level existence? Did you come out of the mountain yourself because you ran out of challenges? Thanks to them for thinking of it. As for this Nie Yun, personality although endowed with straight, with a sense of justice, but the character of aggressive, ruthless, down to this end, but also counted on him to blame. If Qin Yuan hadn't gotten help from the system, he would really just be a civilian. Then it was Qin Yuan who was wasted by such a vicious kick from Nie Yun. Unsurprisingly, it's impossible for this Nie Yun to move the military for the rest of his life. Military career. Let's call it a day. Qin Yuan murmured to himself in his heart. He, Qin Yuan, didn't like to bully people, but he also never liked to be bullied and be some kind of lousy person. The 2nd Company Commander, the 6th Company Commander, and the 7th Company Commander on the side were similarly startled, looking at Qin Yuan with great horror. Originally, they thought that Qin Yuan had some even more illustrious background, which allowed him to deter that group of pricks. I didn't expect it. Qin Yuan's own strength was so amazing. With one punch, he completely defeated Nie Yun, the Cheetah Regiment's king of soldiers veteran. Where the hell did this demon come from? Dare this Qin Yuan to subdue this group of pricks by virtue of his own strength that crushed everything? So he was able to be patient and work as a clerk for so many years before? This guy, he's got a horrible heart, doesn't he? Thinking a little deeper, all three felt a tingle in their scalps. 2nd Company Commander, I'm sorry, I didn't control the force of my shot. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently and spoke to the 2nd Company Commander. No, Company Commander Qin. This Nie Yun didn't listen to military orders. He was ruthless and aggressive. This is his own fault. Exasperated, the 2nd Company Commander hurriedly shook his head, and the 2nd Company Commander spoke rather apologetically. Company Commander Qin, I'm the one who should apologize. My intention was to invite Company Commander Qin to come over and teach us how to sing. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Alas, this is my fault for leading the troops. Company Commander Qin, you can go back first. When I've dealt with Nie Yun's matter, I'll be sure to personally apologize at my door on another day. The 2nd Company Commander apologized in a sincere tone. 2nd Company Commander is overstating it. Apologizing is not necessary. Then I will go back first. Qin Yuan smiled faintly and nodded, then drifted away. leaving behind only a bug-level ethereal legend that was spread by word of mouth amongst the veterans. Recruit training ground. The Stingers had just finished a 5K run and were all sweating, but not a single one of them cried out in pain. One of the purposes of the establishment of the recruit company was to train the recruits to be strong and fit, so that when they went down to the company later on, so that they could keep up with the pace of the veterans' training. Otherwise, if you can't carry a single shell and can't even pass a weighted run, isn't that dragging the class down? I miss you very much when I don't see you for a day. Company commander, you're being secretive today. You've disappeared twice. What are you doing? Seeing Qin Yuan return, Su Xiaoyu immediately let out a cry of joy and surprise. Look, the company commander is back. The assassins who were resting came to life, and one by one, they looked at Qin Yuan with glowing eyes. Seeing this group of pricks again, Qin Yuan also felt very kind. It's better to be a recruiting company, not like the veteran company, which curses at the drop of a hat. Qin Yuan shook his head very sadly. What am I going to do? Going to get things ready for you pricks? Of course. Qin Yuan smiled and said, ready to go? Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she listened. Company commander, you're just coming. What else do you have to bring? I wonder what the company commander has prepared for us. You'll know at night. Qin Yuan deliberately sold a secret. The herbal recipe, which requires a hard day's workout, works wonders when used at night. The results are not very noticeable when used during the day. Yes, Su Xiaoyu and the other pricks immediately nodded excitedly. I really didn't expect that the company commander would even prepare a gift for us. Looks like the great demon has feelings too. Aha, then I'll stop calling him the cold-blooded demon king and just call him the great demon king with a temperature. The pricks were so grateful, having been used to being tortured by Qin Yuan, now suddenly hearing that Qin Yuan had actually prepared something good for them. Even a heart of stone would start to be moved. Qin Yuan came to Fong Tian and inquired with a smile. Fong Tian, the equipment you mentioned, what time will it arrive? Report company commander. It's almost time. My brother said it will be delivered at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Fong Tian immediately spoke excitedly. 2:30 p.m.? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted. They gathered at 2 p.m. and started the 5 kilometers as soon as they arrived here. Looking at his watch, it was just 2:30 p.m. now. Reporting to the company commander, 3 big trucks came outside, delivering a shipment of supplies. Supposedly it's for the company commander. They are naming the company commander to sign for it. Right at this moment, Zhao Ruixian immediately ran over with gusto. Coming, Fong Tian immediately alerted excitedly. One moment, all the pricks, all excited. Woohoo! The most coveted steel gun of all time is here? I just don't know what type of gun was sent. How many bullets were sent? That guy Fong Tian said he was sending a batch of equipment that would soon be obsolete. So there shouldn't be any good guns, right? If the Special Warfare Brigade is out, it definitely can't be too shabby. Even if it's about to be eliminated, how can it be 95? The pricks murmured. Good, let them in. We'll go over and take a look now. In an instant, Qin Yuan was also slightly agitated. From this moment on, it represented that their recruiting company had guns. As the saying goes, power comes out of the barrel of a gun. With a gun, you have everything. The recruiting company, at last, will stand up. Troop entrance. A lean major, who was wearing sunglasses, was guarding the front of the car. Seeing Fong Tian and Qin Yuan arrive, their eyes instantly lit up. Is this the vicious and brutal civilian company commander? As Fong Tian said. In an instant, the major officer came to be intensely interested and surveyed it with interest. Hello, Uncle Wang, let me introduce to you. This is our company commander, known in our hearts as the demon god, an invincible and terrifying being. Fong Tian made a grand introduction to the major officer. Pust. The major laughed right out loud. I'm sorry, Tian, but actually, I'm professionally trained to never laugh under normal circumstances. Well, unless I can't help it. Qin Yuan was puzzled by this. Is this really the major of the special forces? Why does it look like it's a bit two-dimensional? You know, there's a difference between a major and a major. A civilian major has a different temperament than a major in a regular team. And a major in a regular team is not the same as a major in a good company. In Qin Yuan's impression, the major of the special forces should be the kind of guy who is thunderous and unsmiling. Could this guy be a fake? It was just the pricks jokingly giving themselves the title of demon god. Is it ridiculous? Hello company commander Qin Yuan. My name is Wan Lang. This time I was ordered to deliver equipment to you. Seeing that Qin Yuan didn't seem too happy, Wang Lang instantly tightened his smile and said, stretching out his right hand with a pithy smile, I've heard about company commander Qin Yuan's great name for a long time. Wang Lang? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, secretly saying that there were quite a few celebrities in this military region. In addition to a bunch of pricks with sky-high backgrounds, there were 3 celebrities after them. even a Fang Tian paintbrush, and now a Situ Wan Lang? I've never seen such brazenness? That's quite a coincidence. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. This Wang Lang smile was a professional smile though, and it was obvious that he wanted to test his strength against himself. Qin Yuan has to be a man of honor, doesn't he? Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. Major is polite. I'm a recruit company commander. How am I worthy of Major's long admiration? Saying that, Qin Yuan also extended his hand with a smile and shook Wang Lang's hand, then slightly exerted force. Ouch crikey, brush land. Only Wang Lang could not help but burst out a mouthful of foul language. And instantly his face changed drastically as he looked at Qin Yuan with a very shocked and astonished expression. What the fuck is this? A grip on a vice? Why are you so strong? Without any resistance, he was pinched by his opponent's terrifying strength and cried out in pain. Puhaha, Uncle Wang, you don't want to compete with the company commander for strength, do you? What a laugh. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Fang Tian immediately laughed out loud. Wang Lang's old face instantly turned red with shame. Step aside, Xiao Tian. What are you talking nonsense about? I'm. Wang Lang stammered, trying to find an excuse. Sorry Major. There was a needle in my palm just now and I accidentally stabbed the Major. I'm really sorry. Qin Yuan explained smilingly. Yes. I said what just happened. There was a stabbing pain in my palm. It turns out that Company Commander Qin has a needle in his hand. It's fine. Wang Lang instantly handed over a grateful look. This motherfucker. If you lose face in front of Fang Tian, then he's really embarrassed. A needle in your palm? What a fart. Fang Tian raised an eyebrow and said, there's obviously nothing in the company commander's palm. Do you think I'm blind? If you're not strong, then you're not strong. Why don't you admit it? Fang Tian handed over a great contempt. Wang Lang hurriedly put on his sunglasses to hide his embarrassment, then registered and reported, hurriedly delivered the equipment to the location designated by Qin Yuan, and hurriedly left. Alas! The old man has traveled across the world and spent half his life on horseback. I didn't realize that I almost rolled over in front of a civilian just now. It seems that what the old chief taught me was indeed correct. Don't be blinded by pride. A true master always carries the heart of an apprentice. This visit to the recruit company has indeed been an eye-opener. Moreover, to be able to meet an expert like Qin Yuan is also considered an unexpected gain. Humph. Stupid chiefs of the Cheetah Regiment. Qin Yuan is such an excellent top talent that you don't know how to cherish. Then don't blame me, the Fierce Tiger Special Operations Brigade, for ruthlessly digging up the wall. Wang Lang laughed and immediately got a plan in mind. He was aware of how eager Fang Paintbrush was for talent. The chief of staff would absolutely come over and scoop him up if he asked. Is this the strength of the special forces? It doesn't seem to be much. On the other hand, in the eyes of the assassins cheering, a brand new Type 95 was unloaded. Qin Yuan recalled the scene of the meeting with Wang Lang, shook his head very sadly, and then laughed. And he thought the special forces were so good. Looks like, isn't great either. Dig the groove. Fang Tian, you guy, didn't you say you were going to send us nearly obsolete equipment? This is clearly a new gun? Such a new casing. Not even a hint of wear. No one would believe me if I said it was a used gun. And this bullet, it's not even unpacked. It's too good to be true. Even if we apply from the regiment, it's absolutely impossible to get such new equipment. The assassins examined it briefly and immediately raised their eyebrows in excitement. They were pleasantly surprised to find that the guns and bullets and other items were brand new. Qin Yuan was also slightly puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Does that mean it was delivered by mistake? The three old Zhaos beside him were similarly puzzled. Such a new gun. Honestly, it's the first time they've seen it. Normally, the guns they trained with were actually used by previous troops. Fang Tian smiled smugly, complacent, his mouth grinning like a teapot, a smile written all over his face. Fang Tian, went out. So I had to get new guns and new equipment. Before, when I told you guys that it was old equipment that had been eliminated, it was to cover my ears and prevent it from leaking out. And at the same time, it was also to give the brothers a surprise. The chief of staff of the Tiger Special Operations Brigade, that's my own brother. If he gives me a used pistol, how humiliating would that be? Where would I put my face? Don't you think so? If you're going to use it, use a new one. Openly, Fang Tian smiled faintly and picked up a brand new 95. It's time to show the real skill. With that, Fang Tian moved very skillfully to dismantle it in full view of everyone, then quickly assembled and installed it again, taking aim at the front. It was a scene that amazed the pricks as they watched. It's okay Fang Tian, I didn't realize that you're still a little housebreaker. Zhang Shuai laughed and similarly picked up a gun and began to quickly disassemble it. Coincidentally, the hidden punch Su Xiaoyu also have effect. Disassemble and assemble. Action fast, as if all have practiced countless times of the veterans. It was Qin Yuan's turn to be dumbfounded. This motherfucker. What the hell? These pricks. Like they're really not bragging? They seem like they really know a lot about guns? That's a lot of speed for one to touch a gun. I just wonder, how good are they at actually shooting? Crap, Fong Tian, your dismantling speed is too fast, isn't it? Alas, having a big brother from the Special Operations Brigade is good. This guy, Fong Tian, must have started touching his gun at size. Look everyone, the speed at which the handsome man assembles and disassembles seems to be even faster than Fong Tian. What a fuss, handsome guy comes from a military family. It's not normal for him to be slower than Fong Tian. But guys, it's not normal for Stinkfish and Savage to be so fast too. When did these two touch their guns? The assassins gasped at the sight. Eventually, landing their eyes on the equally skillful Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong, they wanted an explanation. Su Xiaoyu laughed. When I was a child every day to dream about firearms, coupled with Hong Kong drama watched too much, so naturally, I have a lot of knowledge about firearms, and dismantling the 95 is just a piece of cake. Zhang Chong smiled and opened his mouth. Don't look at my rough appearance, but in reality, I, Zhang Chong, am also an avid military fan, and all the major military forums in the country have left behind my legend. Domestic guns. I can disassemble and assemble them with my eyes closed. Foreign guns? Well, need to turn a blind eye. Bull. Tough. Terrifying as hell. This motherfucker. Two high-level talents. Ha! The pricks were all envious. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. I'm asking you if you're mad. I didn't realize that two of the most unlikely-looking guys were ridiculously familiar with firearms. Can you assemble it with your eyes closed? And, not only are you familiar with domestic firearms, but foreign firearms, as well? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he watched, not realizing that Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong actually hid this mastery of playing with guns? This is fucking brilliant. Zhao Ruishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Mingmen similarly sighed and shook his head with emotion. Who says otherwise? Who would have thought that these new recruits would have so many experts in playing with guns? No wonder this group of pricks are so arrogant. It turns out that each and every one of them is skillful. Li Yongjun similarly lamented very helplessly. That's how it is in the military. If there is a certain amount of strength, you will be respected and flocked to. Just like Nia Yun, despite his bad temper, he would be treated as a treasure by the company all the same. And what he said would carry a lot of weight, even in the mind of the company commander. Nia Yun is still like that. Not to mention these pricks with all the backgrounds. It's okay. Quiet. A low, angry cry. The entire training ground instantly fell silent. Now the guns have been touched and they are all brand new and fresh. Then I'm announcing that tomorrow morning, the 5K weight run is over. And after breakfast, we'll go straight into a morning of shooting practice. Qin Yuan revealed a hint of a smile and announced aloud. Ho ho ho! The shooting melody will finally begin. Happy ahahaha! This piece of gold of mine is finally going to shine. Tomorrow, I'll let you witness what it means to be a miracle. The pricks are bullish and boisterous. One by one, they were insanely confident in their marksmanship. Qin Yuan looked at the pricks so happy. Suddenly he was a bit upset. He was thinking, should we strike these pricks? Ding Dong now releasing a system quest. Accept the challenge of the assassin's marksmanship and win. Rewarding a proficiency level item. Exceptionally, a crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Accepting the challenge from the pricks? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted. It seems that he hadn't decided whether or not to crack down on the pricks. And these pricks, on the contrary, wanted to take the initiative? Zhang Shuai. Qin Yuan suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. Here. Zhang Shuai immediately answered. Since we're having shooting training tomorrow, take a few people with the targets and go and simply set up the range. Qin Yuan ordered. Company commander. Zhang Shuai smiled. And suddenly, spoke. Reporting to the company commander, the men have just gotten their guns and are all very excited. They want to demonstrate it now, but we are all skilled and our shooting skills are not weak. It's no fun to just shoot blanks. So, we discussed it and prepared to challenge the company commander. Zhang Shuai smiled in a cloudy manner. Su Xiaoyu laughed, stepped forward and said, That's right, company commander. You are a god of great power, and you are unrivaled in terms of force. I'm afraid your marksmanship is not bad either, but I, Su Xiaoyu, don't believe in this evil. I will also join the challenge. And me, count me in. Zhang Chong laughed, his voice majestic and thick. I also want to see the company commander's marksmanship. It seems that each and every one of you are incomparably confident. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile at the sight, his gaze sweeping towards the crowd as he spoke aloud. Anyone else? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Come forward. Me, I, Fong Tian, will also challenge the company commander. How can an occasion like this be without me? Washanki? Everyone is on. Wouldn't it be humiliating for me, little cheetah Sukai, not to participate? The stingers signed up enthusiastically, and soon 12 stood out. Seeing that no one else signed up for it, Qin Yuan smiled indifferently and spoke. Very well, then I will accept your challenge. The assassin sniffed and rejoiced. Only, challenging me, if you lose, there is a price to pay. Qin Yuan laughed, revealing a conspiratorial smile. System rewards count separately. That's the system giving itself away. But this pricks challenge themselves? How can you do that without paying a price? When Zhang Shuai heard this, he couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. Company commander, if we lose, what price do we need to pay? The cost isn't too big. Just do a 10-kilometer weighted run every morning and evening. Qin Yuan directly stated his punishment. The pricks, each one of them, seemed to have a lot of energy. I ran 50 miles yesterday and 10 miles today and I'm still alive and kicking. Once you use the well-prepared foot soak recipe at night, your fitness will only recover faster. It's also time to put them on weighted runs. Nowadays, single combat loads are getting higher and higher, and not practicing before it's too late will only hurt them once they're on a real battlefield. Geez, scared me to death. Thought it was some kind of scary punishment. Turns out it's just a 10-kilometer weight run in the morning and evening. We're new recruits. Our weight is only 20 kilograms, so bite the bullet. We can still run down. Company commander, we can accept this punishment, but what if you lose? Yes, company commander. Power and duty are relative. Punishment and reward are also relative. If you lose, how can we punish you? After a slight discussion, the assassins united and agreed to Qin Yuan's conditions. But they're not stupid. Qin Yuan wins, they accept the punishment. But what if they win? Qin Yuan smiled at his words. If I lose, punish me however you want. Make whatever conditions you want. Anything you want? One moment. The pricks immediately got excited. Eyes glowing with excitement. His head was even spinning at high speed, thinking of a plan to punish Qin Yuan. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge. Must have caught it. The pricks were instantly and enthusiastically talking. Brothers, have you come up with any good ideas for punishing the company commander? I've come up with one. Dip him in a piggy bank. Tie the company commander up in a piggy bank and feed him to the fish in the river. Crap. You're so cruel. It's for you to punish, not to kill. In my opinion, why don't we tie up the company commander and throw him into a snake pit? Let the poisonous snakes tear at the captain. That's an enjoyable scene to think about. WOJ. You two, perverts, again. This is punishment, not murder. You'll kill the company commander if you do this. According to my idea, it's better if we all chip in and find the company commander the ugliest woman under the sun, and then lock them up together until the company commander is shaken to the core. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuan's eyebrows twitched as he listened. Nice guy. This Nima. These pricks, they used to be demons? What's with this brutal method of torture? Su Xiaoyu, I'll remember you. Next time, I'll find you the ugliest woman under the sky. Let you enjoy yourself. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. The plan that was going to shake him up just now was what Su Xiaoyu came up with. Don't company commander. Su Xiaoyu instantly bit her face, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Company commander, I'm just joking with them. You don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously, ha. Well, I'll take it seriously at all. Qin Yuan laughed. Ha ha ha, Su Xiaoyu, you're miserable. Enjoy it when you get there. Oh, and remember to let your brother know. I'll film you guys then for you to look back on later. Step aside. Su Xiaoyu was immediately depressed. LOL. A big mouth is a lot of trouble. Su Xiaoyu let out a helpless sigh. You have 1 minute to quickly discuss a condition you want to win the match, or else this benefit given to you will be cancelled. Seeing that the assassins were discussing endlessly, Qin Yuan urged in a low voice. Good, let's discuss the company commander again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai nodded his head in a hurry. Brethren, good opportunities like this don't come around often. We must seek benefits for ourselves. Punishing the company commander is just a sensory overload for us, but not any actual benefits. Zhang Shuai quickly analyzed the pros and cons for everyone. So I think we need to gain some practical benefits for us, such as canceling the morning and evening drills, adding more meals to the canteen food, or increasing the lunch break, etc. What do the brothers think? Wonderful. When a handsome man strikes, he really does strike first. It is so happily decided. I can wake up laughing in my dreams when I think about napping for 3 hours. The pricks heard this and realized it made sense. So, handsome, which one of the perks are we settling on specifically? Washanki inquired. Zhang Shuai pondered slightly and spoke to the crowd. We came to be soldiers. Training is unavoidable. And if we train up a good body, this is a practical benefit for everyone. Not to mention anything else. When we retire from the army in the future, we will have a few more people to beat up in social fights. So I think it's a choice between an increased lunch break and extra meals in the cafeteria. Handsome. It doesn't seem like a good idea to add meals to the cafeteria, does it? The company's food bill is fixed for every meal. This is fine. As long as they agree, I'll pay for the extra meal. At this time, super rich second generation Han Xiang opened her mouth smilingly. There's 98 assholes. How much is that? Plus $100 a day for food? It's only 300,000 a month. He's casually gifted more than millions in bounties to female anchors. Even at the end of recruit training, there wasn't a lot of money. Crap, Christina Han, are you sure? That's a lot of money. A meal plus $100 for one person is $300 a day. 100 people is $30,000 a day. That's $900,000 a month. Immediately the pricks were shocked. Han Xiang smiled faintly. Unconcerned. It's just a mere $900,000. What does it matter? When I wasn't in the army, my monthly pocket money was in the millions. I'm envious of people. When I wasn't in the army, my monthly pocket money was only $800. But this guy, Han Xiang, has millions of dollars a month? Crap, millions of dollars a month in pocket money? What a loser. When Han Xiang heard this, she immediately lifted her eyebrows and smiled. Defeat the family? I have to be a loser. If I don't, won't it be a waste of mom and dad's talent for making money? Brother, you're a cow. It's really bull. Bullseye's mom opens the door for Bullseye. Bullseye's home. I give this pussy a 9 out of 10. I'll give this pussy a 97 out of 100 for 3 points of attribution. One by one, the pricks gave a thumbs up. Other than that, what can they say? After all, in today's society, money talks. If you have money, you have money power. Seeing this, Han Xiang laughed and said, "No way, brethren. This is bullish? You guys are not aware that before entering the army, friends who are familiar with my surroundings know that I have a famous saying. I can't get through a day without spending $50,000. They're small change. I once spent $8 million in one night for a favorite female anchor. Crap, sinning swiping $8 million for a female anchor? No god. TMD. Long time no see. One by one, the pricks were shocked out of their minds. Is this, like, the world of the rich? Zhang Shuai also smiled helplessly and said, since Han Xiang agrees, why don't we pick the cafeteria for an extra meal? How does everyone feel? No comment. Hands down. That's it. Good. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Shuai immediately spoke to Qin Yuan. Company commander. We've decided, our condition is that the cafeteria adds meals. We'll pay for it ourselves, as long as the company commander gives the regiment a greeting. That's all you're asking for? Qin Yuan was dumbfounded when he heard this. These pricks. They're stupid from training. It's so simple. They could have just sent someone to say hello. How dare you go through yourself? However, since they were willing, Qin Yuan naturally accepted with pleasure. Good, I'll grant your requests. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan also picked up a 95 and took aim. Then you guys go set up the target range now. Once it's done, we'll start the competition. Ha ha, yes. Company commander, you're just waiting to lose. You're dead. By the way, company commander, I forgot to tell you, before I came to the army, I was on the national shooting team. Just because the Olympics are over and I'm too bored, that's why I came to be a soldier. Hearing Qin Yuan's order, the assassins were instantly like chicken blood, and one simply cheered. Zhang Shuai led the men to quickly set up the shooting range. A hotly contested battle between company commanders and pricks is about to unfold. Zhao Ruoxuan walked over with a shocked look on his face. Company commander, this year's group of pricks, the more I look at them, the more frightened I feel. Surprisingly, there are even so many shooting experts. Alas, it's too scary. Who says otherwise? Zhang Mingmin similarly shook his head with a sigh. Thinking back to when we were soldiers, playing with guns? Grandma, we hadn't even seen a real gun before we became soldiers, much less shoot a gun in a competition. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the previous generation, and the generation is even bigger than the generation of waves. Li Yongjun smiled and opened his mouth. Older brothers, now the times have long changed. After a pause, Li Yongjun then said, by the way, company commander, it's not that I'm worried about you. I remember, before you, really just a civilian, right? Theoretically, you should have never touched a gun. Qin Yuan smiled at his words. Old Li, are you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on me? Li Yongjun shuddered at the sound of this, and quickly smiled. No, company commander, how dare I look down on you? I'm really just worried. Although the punishment that the pricks give you is not called punishment at all, but in case you lose, it's detrimental to your tall and perfect image, isn't it? I'm really worried. He. Then you're worrying too much. Qin Yuan smiled blandly. Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong are two guys who can play 95 out of their minds. Could it be that I, a soldier, can't? Upon hearing this, the three of them, Li Zhao Zhang, looked at each other and immediately had a movement in their hearts. Yeah, it seems most unlikely that Su and Zhang Chong could both play with guns so sick. Qin Yuan is still a soldier. Who knows if he'll have some other source that secretly familiarized him with firearms long ago. After all, it wasn't too much of a stretch to think that Qin Yuan, a civilian, with such explosive physical fitness and such horrific combat prowess, would know more than they thought, and be a master marksman, right? Company Commander Qin is truly a god. Upon hearing this, Li Yongjun instantly came to his senses and spoke in a very dazed manner. It's really better to listen to the king than to listen to him. Company Commander, I'd believe you right now if you said you could fly a fighter. No way. Now think carefully. Every time Qin Yuan performed, he greatly exceeded their expectations. It's almost like a man of God. Now, he himself didn't dare to say that Qin Yuan wouldn't do anything, and could only subconsciously choose to believe it. Ha ha ha. Old Li, when it comes to fighter jets, this is where you're wrong. This is something that I can't really fly. Never touched it. Qin Yuan shook his head with a faint smile. Only, as soon as the three of them heard this, their hearts fluttered. Only what? Qin Yuan then opened his mouth and spoke eloquently. It's just that I learned the Nine Suns' divine power when I was a child, and I can't forget it. And I learn things very quickly. So if I have some exposure to the operation of a fighter jet, I may not necessarily be unable to learn. Nine Yang divine power? The three of them looked at each other in dismay, all knowing that Qin Yuan was deliberately joking with them. This is just a powerful inner strength made up in novels. How can it exist in reality? What the hell? Company Commander, you learned the Nine Yang divine power when you were a child? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu glared and ran over very excitedly, blinking her big goldfish-like eyes, full of doubts. Yeah, what's up? You want to learn? I'll teach you. Qin Yuan laughed. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she immediately nodded her head busily. I want to dream about it. Company Commander, quickly teach me. As a loyal martial arts fan, Su Xiaoyu could be said to be familiar with these legendary martial arts. As an incomparably strong internal kung fu, Jiu Yang Shingon was like the underlying logic and foundation of all martial arts. Once learned, one would be like Zhang Wuji, who would make rapid progress in learning whatever divine power in the future, and even forget it. Such an amazing martial art. Su Xiaoyu must learn it. Learn your big head. Qin Yuan directly gave him a slap on the head, deleting Su Xiaoyu covering his forehead and shouting in pain. This is the 21st century. The sky is full of airplanes. The streets are full of computers. What do you want to learn from the Nine Suns? You've read too many novels. Ha, no way. Company Commander, so you lied to me? Su Xiaoyu froze, this time waking up as if from a dream. Very aggrieved. Po ha ha ha. Stinky fish. You are usually quite a smart person. Why is your head suddenly short-circuited? Where in this world is the Nine Suns' divine power Rulai divine palm? This guy just watched too many TV dramas and dreamed of being a warrior all day long, and didn't distinguish between dreams and reality for a while. Absolutely, looks like it to me. The pricks bantered. Su Xiaoyu smiled sarcastically and hurriedly left. There was no way. If he didn't run, he was worried that Qin Yuan would hit him again. After close to an hour of busy work by 98 men, a brand new range, near the fence location, was finally built. Recruit assessment of the shooting requirements are very high. Each person 5 bullets, shooting 100 meters at the target, more than 30 ring score pass, more than 35 ring good, more than 45 ring excellent. Of course, that's a long way off for special forces, but for recruits who have never touched a gun before, being able to shoot 45 rings or more in a month's time is enough to be trained as a marksman. Everything is ready. Zhang Shui smiled and walked over. Company Commander, you just said yourself that the competition items are whatever we want. Then I'll say it now. Zhang Shui took out a box of matches from his pocket, then carefully took out one and brought it to the crowd. Company Commander, the target is too big. So, we decided that the target of this competition is the matches. Place the matches at 100. 5 rounds per person. Whoever knocks down the most matches will be considered the winner. Crap, striking a match at 100 meters? Handsome. Such a small match placed at 100 meters can't be seen with the naked eye. Are you sure this can be compared? Immediately, a prick exclaimed in disbelief. Su Xiaoyu likewise couldn't help but be puzzled. Right, handsome. I'm afraid we can't even see from this far away. How can we fight? Zhang Chong rubbed his head, only feeling that this was frighteningly difficult. Of course it can. Zhang Shui smiled blandly. Brothers, it is possible for the top sharpshooters. There is not one in a million of such people. Unfortunately, I'll be able to do it. Crap. Handsome is awesome. Handsome guy is bullish. Then aren't we sure to win this time? That's a must. In this situation, not to mention the company commander. Even if an expert from the special forces comes, he may not be able to hit it. The company commander will lose. Ahem. Han Xiang. Prepare the small money. We are comfortable in the future. It's going to be extra. Don't worry, brothers. I, Han Xiang, am absolutely true to my word. It's not so bad that I've broken my promise for this small amount of money. When the assassins saw that Zhang Shuai was so confident, their hanging hearts immediately relaxed. This is a sure win. Since Zhang Shuai said he could do it, he could definitely do it. How about it? Company commander, do you dare to accept our challenge? Zhang Shuai opened his mouth with a laugh. His words speak for the pricks. Since this can win, the other pricks must be in full support. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently and said, striking a match at 100 meters with 95? Marshal Zhang, are you sure you want to use this difficult method of death? Humph. It's not certain who the deer will be. Company commander, now you just say dare or not. Zhang Shuai was confident. Seeing Qin Yuan's current appearance, he would only think that Qin Yuan was pretending and deliberately stalling for time. You know, this match striking is Zhang Shuai's unique skill. According to his dad, it was a trick created by one of his dad's very powerful comrades, and every time he performed it in the army, he won a full house. And after hearing about it, Zhang Shuai, with his super talent and amazing perseverance, finally mastered the stunt through several years of hard practice. He was very confident that even a powerful special forces soldier, a sharpshooter, would never be able to outsmart himself on the occasion of his sudden attack. Every skill, after all, takes practice. A target as small as a match, at 100, isn't much different than a hairline. Want to hit a hairline with a bullet? Difficulty can be imagined. Ha ha ha. Company commander, why don't you just admit defeat? That way the brethren can still save some time, and you don't have to be so humiliated. Right, company commander? As a company commander, if you are defeated by a new recruit, if this matter spreads out, then you, as a company commander, won't have to do your job anymore. If it were me, losing to a new recruit, I just find the hardest block of tofu and headbutt it to death. The pricks have started to let out a laugh. Obviously, this is a match they are sure to win. Moreover, only Zhang Shuai is enough. As for the others, it's all about reading with the prince. Anyway, as long as one of them wins against the company commander, this contest, it will be considered a victory for them. Company commander, I have a feeling that you don't seem to have much of a concept of what Zhang Shuai is talking about compared to the method. Ha, you can't really have never touched a gun, right? At this time, Zhao Ruishuan resentfully walked over with a worried expression. The difficulty of this Zhang Shuai's comparison is simply as difficult as heaven. This match, you might as well. Zhao Ruishuan's words were obvious. Instead of actually losing to Zhang Shuai, it's really better to just admit defeat now. In this way, a share of the dignity of a company commander can still be preserved. However, once the match started and Qin Yuan was unable to hit the matches and the matches were hit by Zhang Shuai, this would be a huge loss of face. Old Zhao, I see that you don't have a long memory, do you? Don't forget, the meal you guys owe me. You haven't fulfilled it yet. Prepare the money at night, I'm going to have a big meal. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan slowly opened his mouth. The three of them, Zhao Ruishuan, immediately felt a wave of Alexandria. Everyone in the world knows that a soldier is poor, poor with nothing but pride. Qin Yuan now looked like he was asking for a lion's share of the money, so they were really afraid that they didn't have enough money in their pockets. Hey, company commander, don't worry, a man is a man. Willing to gamble, we will never go back on our word. Zhao Ruishuan smiled and spoke. Even if you can eat again, the three of us will still have enough money, but the probability of you losing this game is really high. Right, company commander? This Zhang Shuai kid comes from a military family and has definitely practiced shooting in private. Since he dares to challenge you to play, it means that he must have absolute confidence. So company commander, you must be careful. Li Yongjun was also quite worried as he reminded. The probability of me losing is high? Qin Yuan laughed at that. Old Zhao, old Li, old Zhang, why don't we bet again? When the three platoon commanders heard this, their hearts immediately fluttered. If I lose, the bet that you guys lost to me before will be called off. If I win, you guys will have to buy me another big dinner tomorrow night. Well, you guys think about it. Qin Yuan opened his mouth with a smile. When the three of them heard this, their eyes lit up and they came to be intensely interested. Company commander, this is what you said, isn't it? We'll bet with you. Right, it's a sure win deal. Why don't we bet on it? Ha ha ha, company commander, we know you have a good heart. This is a deliberate attempt to not rip us off. Don't worry, this favor, we will always remember it in our hearts. The three didn't think twice and made a straight decision. This Qin Yuan is bound to lose. How dare you bet with him? Wouldn't that be stupid, Mom, opening the door to stupid? Stupid? Don't be too happy too early. With a faint smile, Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Shuai and said with a smirk, Zhang Shuai, I'll agree to your challenge. No regrets for the fall. Ha ha, the company commander is really good at being bold. Just for this bravado of yours, I'll give you a little bit of slack as well. Zhang Shuai smiled smugly, his victory assured, and then he turned to look at the pricks, as well as the other contestants, and spoke excitedly, Brethren, this match, unsurprisingly, will turn out to be a contest between the company commander and I. Only don't worry, everyone, I'll definitely go all out to defeat the company commander, and get extra meals in the cafeteria for all of you. Good, handsome, just let go and do it. We believe in you. There's no way we can win against the company commander in a normal match anyway, and your kind of maneuvering alone makes our chances of winning much better, so just let it go. Handsome. The assassins were so relieved for Zhang Shuai. Everything is ready. 3 platoon commanders are referees. Qin Yuan stood in front of the target range along with Zhang Shuai, hidden rush Su Xiaoyu and 12 other assassins. 5 rounds each and see who hits the most matches wins. As soon as Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Chong and the others began to aim, they were all instantly dumbfounded. Oh my god, it's not. Is it? Where is this match? Why can't I see it? It's too far away to see it, let alone fight. I give up. Brother, don't give up even if you can't hit it. It's good to have a good time. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Zhang Shuai smiled smugly. This was his specialty. Just 3 seconds later, boom! Zhang Shuai fired directly. Then very pretentiously, he blew the muzzle of his gun. Guys, tell me out loud, did I hit the match? Han Xiang was excitedly holding the binoculars and had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as Zhang Shuai's words left his mouth, Han Xiang immediately cheered with excitement. Bingo, Mr. Handsome is awesome, at such a long distance, just aiming for such a short time. He hit it. When Qin Yuan heard this, he could not help but lift his eyebrows and looked carefully. The match in front of Zhang Shuai had indeed been struck and had long since disappeared. What a powerful spear technique. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Jesus, it's too strong. Zhao Ruishuan was dumbstruck. Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. Li Yongjun's eyes widened. As expected of a general's son, this gun technique, it's absolutely brilliant. Zhang Mingmin was incredulous. With that, the 3 of them couldn't help but smile broadly. This Zhang Shuai's marksmanship was so terrifying. Qin Yuan was bound to lose. Boom 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 boom. After a short period of shock, the pricks fired their guns, but no surprises. No hits at all. Zhang Chong and Su Xiaoyu and a few other assassins finished all 5 rounds in one breath, and the matches in front of them were still standing steadily, as if mocking their incompetence. The difficulty of this shot was as high as you can imagine. Only the pricks were very happy in a rare way when they didn't shoot, because if they couldn't hit it, that meant Qin Yuan wouldn't necessarily be able to hit it either. In that case, this match was a sure win for them. Company commander, give up. There's no shame in admitting defeat now. Zhang Shuai saw that Qin Yuan was still aiming slowly and opened his mouth with a smile. Right, company commander, there's no shame in admitting defeat now. Su Xiaoyu laughed and concurred from the side. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently and spoke slowly. Marshal Zhang, if I can utilize the friction of a bullet to set a match on fire, then who do you think will win this match? Light the bullets on fire? Zhang Shuai laughed at that. Impossible. What kind of international joke are you making? Company commander, a bullet can light a match? What kind of precise control of force would that require? If you can light a bullet on fire, I'll shit upside down. Su Xiaoyu was full of derision. Ha 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 ha. Company commander, are you making a movie? Think you're the god of guns? Still lighting matches? I see you struggling to light a cigarette. Su Kai laughed. What's the point? If I could light a match, it would be the company commander. Of course, it's just a pity, company commander. This idea is just a pie in the sky. No one can do it. Zhang Shuai added smilingly. Light a match? Dream on. It's almost more dramatic than buying a random lottery ticket and winning the jackpot. Can't do it? Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan began to continue aiming. One moment. Qin Yuan seemed to have entered a very subtle state. The mystery of it all. In his vision, heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only the tiny match. 50 meters ahead. The pattern and structure of the match ground was clearly reflected in the mind, and the red phosphorus wrapped around it was extraordinarily bright. This is the moment. Boom! Qin Yuan directly pulled the trigger. Phew! A bullet instantly soared out at tinder. Company commander, don't waste your time for nothing. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but snicker. Striking matches is a unique skill for him. I don't know how many times I practiced since I was a kid, and that's what led to such an amazing achievement. Qin Yuan looked like it was obviously his first time striking a match. Could he have hit it? I'd be surprised if I could hit it. He had no idea that this was not only Qin Yuan's first time striking a match, but also Qin Yuan's first time shooting a gun. The reason why he hadn't been shooting, Qin Yuan was all familiarizing himself with the pinnacle level extremely terrifying out-of-this-world knowledge of marksmanship in his head. After all, he hadn't touched a gun when he came to this world, and like a lot of new recruits, it was a big girl's first time in a sedan chair. He needs a simple acclimatization process. That's right, company commander. Don't waste your time, you're going to lose. Zhao Ruishuan was also bloating. Wasted effort? Waste of time? With a very pretentious smile, Qin Yuan violently withdrew his gun, just moments after the words, "Jabla." It was as if he heard, close at hand, the sound of a match being rubbed hard, by great friction. Just see the matches ahead. It actually lit up abruptly. A small fire was lit. The fire snapped from a violent burn to a steady ignition. This moment, the whole place was abuzz. Oh my god, it's not. Is it? Such a horrible miracle. The company commander actually did it? Su Xiaoyu was shocked, his pupils filled with horror, his shocked hands picking at his mouth. Scalp numbness. The scalp is numb. Jesus Christ. Am I watching a movie? This can't be special effects, right? Fatty gulped, his eyes wide open, only feeling his scalp tingle. Incredible, unbelievable. The company commander is simply divine. Zhang Chang's eyes glowed as he looked on, exclaiming his surprise. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I would actually be able to see the gun god who set matches on fire? Fang Tian's face was full of sighs. This dam definitely belongs to the Year of Lifetime series. I can guarantee that not many special forces can do this first-hand stunt. Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. Hua Shanka was equally shocked. Holy shit, it's scary. This can even ignite? Zhao Ruishuan and Zhang Li looked at each other in disbelief, and at the same time felt a heartache. In that case, wouldn't they have lost 2 meals to the company commander? The moment. The assassins were completely shocked by Qin Yuan's strong to terrifying performance. Deafening cries of shock resounded throughout the training ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zheng Shuai looked at Qin Yuan in horror, like he was looking at a monster. How on earth did he do that? How could he possibly do it? Grandpa and Dad have told me that I can hit a match at 100 meters. Based on this skill alone, in the special forces, marksmanship belongs to the top group. But why? Why company commander? Was he even able to light the match? Memories of the past. More than a decade of gun training. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but shake his head. Only once, very occasionally, in his training did he light a match. He was all excited at the time. It turns out that matches can be lit after intense friction? This sparked his keen interest. However, to his great discouragement, he then went through countless hours of practice, and I don't know how many rounds he shot out, but he froze and never once lit the match again. You know, only once in his life has he unintentionally lit a match. At this moment, Zhang Shuai only felt his heart, dripping blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A drop of blood lowers helplessly in the heart. It was as if his whole body had been struck by a hard collision with a train. The blow, for him, was too painful. Could it be that this is the difference between a genius and a demon? Zhang Shuai murmured to himself. I, Zhang Shuai, putting aside my family background, consider myself to be one of the best when it comes to my talent in marksmanship, definitely surpassing many so-called experts. I'm confident that I'm worthy of the title of a marksmanship genius. It's just a pity. This company commander, he's definitely at the demon level. If I'm a genius, then the company commander is a super genius. Marshal Zhang, can you admit defeat? Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan slowly walked over and opened his mouth smilingly. Do I even have to ask? A handsome man has already lost. Alas, although handsome represents our interests, the facts are in front of us, and anyone who is not blind knows that handsome lost. The company commander is so awesome, simply not human. Well, he's a god. There used to be no gods in this world. It was because a certain human being did what no other human being could do. Therefore, he became a god. And now, the company commander is our god. The pricks had a sigh and a sigh of relief. They really wanted to win over Qin Yuan. It's just a shame. Not a chance in hell. Qin Yuan was like a high mountain. A mountain they could never cross in their lifetime. You can only look up. Unsurpassable. Zhang Shuai smiled bitterly and shook his head, trying his best to keep himself sane from the profound blow. The facts are right in front of my eyes. So what am I still undecided about? Of course I'm willing to gamble and lose. Only, we have 5 bullets each. Company commander. And I want to finish it. And at the same time, another good look at the company commander's horrible marksmanship. If, on the other hand, I could learn the finer points of the company commander's shooting, and also light a match, I'd make a fortune. Ha ha, good, then you'll have to watch it. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan continued to start aiming. Boom 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 boom. 4 bullets in a row soared out almost at the same time. Shoo shoo shoo. Soon, 100 meters ahead, 4 matches rubbed and burned with bright, flickering flames. Special Warfare Supreme, God's gun slays dragons. No one dares to disobey the order of the new recruits. Once the company commander comes out, who will compete with him? Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu shook his head inside, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As the saying goes, who's the peak at the end of the gun? But once you see the company commander, it's all empty. This next 30 years, the world of marksmanship will be absolutely ruled by the company commander. Gringos, the universal geniuses of marksmanship, tremble. My God, it's so divine. Company Commander YYDS. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The stingers were completely blown away. It's a blur of consciousness. Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them even couldn't help but gulp down their saliva. Alas, I never dreamed that Company Commander Qin's marksmanship would be so terrifying as well. Old Zhao, we didn't lose unjustly this time. It's worth it to have such an amazing show for just one meal. There was a sigh of relief from all 3. A face of shock. God. World. There really is such a godly man. The king of guns? Zhang Shuai was completely dumbfounded. He thought that no matter how powerful Zhang Shuai was, he couldn't light all the matches. Could he? But on the contrary, Qin Yuan really did it. Company Commander, your marksmanship, it's truly exceptional. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. In terms of marksmanship, I, Zhang Shuai, have never admired anyone. You are the first, the one that I admire so heartily. Dare I ask, Company Commander? I wonder if I can take my marksmanship and practice it to a level like yours. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but rise in anticipation. If one was able to practice their spear techniques to a level like Qin Yuan's, then they would be invincible. Yeah, Company Commander, we want to learn too. I wonder, can you teach us? I thought that my marksmanship, already 1 in 100, was very accurate. I didn't expect the Company Commander's marksmanship to be so terrifying. In front of the Company Commander, my marksmanship is simply not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Lian Chang's spear skills are heaven-defying. His martial arts skills are world-class, and he will rule the world for 1,000 years. Lian Chang's spear skills are heaven-defying. His martial arts skills are world-class, and he will rule the world for 1,000 years. Lian Chang's spear skills are heaven-defying. His martial arts skills are world-class, and he will rule the world for 1,000 years. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but raise her arms when she was in the thick of it. The assassins immediately followed suit, and could not help but shout together. The scene was magnificent. Qin Yuan, boundless in magic power. The magical power is so great that matches smoke. Qin Yuan, boundless in magic power. The magical power is so great that matches smoke. Qin Yuan, boundless in magic power. The magical power is so great that matches smoke. Seeing the excitement of the group, Su Xiaoyu originated a new slogan. Qin Yuan stumbled and almost fell. This Su little fish. And a fucking talent. It's a bit of a shame not to send it to the CAC. Su Xiaoyu. Qin Yuan's expression turned cold as he squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. Here it is, Company Commander. What did you call me for? Hey. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately realized that the situation was not good and hastened to smile. It suddenly occurred to him that earlier Qin Yuan seemed to have said that whoever shouted this slogan in the future would be severely punished. Su Xiaoyu, I see that you don't have a long memory. Qin Yuan's face was covered in frost. This damn thing makes me look like an old starry-eyed monster. It's a shame that you don't go into pyramid schemes. Ha ha ha. Company Commander, calm down. I am admiring Company Commander. It's really hard to help myself. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, it was a heartache. This slogan of mine is all from the depths of my heart, along with the gushing admiration and admiration gushing out. Company Commander. It's really not to pat you on the back. Ahem. I know. The Company Commander once said that before. If you ever shout this kind of unsavory slogans again, you'll be severely punished. I am, now, punishing myself for 5 kilometers. Seeing that Qin Yuan seemed to be really angry, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly took the initiative to admit her mistake. There's no way around it. Suddenly seeing Qin Yuan's gloomy face, he was disturbed. Qin Yuan was invincible in fighting, and now there was an invincible shot. Su Xiaoyu had completely lost her belief in confronting Qin Yuan. 10 kilometers. Qin Yuan let out a furious cry. Company Commander. Su Xiaoyu immediately replied in a torrential voice, then put down his firearm and immediately scurried wildly towards the training ground. All the pricks are about to burst out laughing. This Su Xiaoyu, isn't this asking for trouble for nothing? It's just that the 2 slogans he shouted really shouted quite well then. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the challenge. Rewarded with a bottle of Proficient Grade Golden Sore Pill. Proficient Grade Golden Sore Medicine, developed using precious Chinese medicines. It works wonders. allowing wounds to heal in a short time. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Proficient grade gold sore pill? It's possible. Possessing peak-level Chinese medicine skills, Qin Yuan was in fact able to formulate a very effective ointment. But he knew deep down that with the material of contemporary Chinese medicine, the effect of messing it up would definitely not be as good as the system. This gold sore medicine is good. Zhang Shuai, here. In light of your excellent marksmanship, I am now specifically promoting you to Vice Squad Leader of Squad 1. Company Commander. When Zhang Shuai heard this, he was overjoyed. Report Company Commander. Zhang Shuai suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Say, what is it? Qin Yuan was puzzled. Reporting to the Company Commander, I would like to ask, does the Deputy Squad Leader have any privileges? Zhang Shuai asked with a smile. There's an occasional perk to being class president in school. If there's no benefit to being in the military, then who does it? Sure. To get promoted in the military, Squad Leader is the way to go. If you're not even qualified to run for Squad Leader, that's the end of your military career for the rest of your life, right? Yeah. I wonder if this Vice Squad Leader has any privileges? In an instant, the pricks came to be intensely interested as well. You know, it can be a matter of personal interest. As soon as Qin Yuan heard this, he was immediately moved in his heart. Privilege? By definition, the class president has absolutely no privileges. On the contrary, as soon as a problem arises in the class, or responsibility is assumed, the first person to go to is the class president. Don't resonate with you, even if you're lucky, and you want privileges? But now, during the training period of the new recruits, Qin Yuan was in charge of the power of life and death, so it seemed that he could make a small exception and use some small privileges to stimulate their motivation. For better management, after all, people are profit-driven creatures. In the old company, not to mention squad leaders, even company commanders don't have many privileges. Qin Yuan spoke coldly, followed by a turn of phrase. However, being my squad leader, I can make an exception for you. During the period of being a deputy squad leader, you can have 2 chances per month to make mistakes and be exempted from punishment. If you're a full squad leader, you get 5 exemptions per month. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said his granting of the damn privilege. If we don't give this group of pricks a little favor, a taste of sweetness, I'm afraid they'll slowly lose their motivation. My goodness, you get 2 chances to make a mistake every month? Isn't that cool? And the positive squad leader actually has 5 chances to make a mistake? Fantastic. I'm going to do well and earn a position as vice class president. If you want to be a regular, what's the point of being a sub? The pricks were instantly excited. Zhang Shuai also heard his eyes light up and nodded excitedly. 2 chances per month to make a mistake? It's okay. That way, the days ahead can be much easier. First platoon leader. Here. Now. Put the guns away and take the pricks to continue doing physical training. Qin Yuan ordered. Yes, company commander. Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded his head. Thereupon, the pricks were led to resume their marching positions and formations. An hour of marching, half an hour of formation. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, quietly left the training ground and headed to the infirmary. He was ready to take a look at Wang Tianyi, who had been injured by his kick. This guy hasn't been to practice in over a day, and I don't know what the situation is now. 5 minutes later, Qin Yuan came to the door of the infirmary. This comrade, your body is no longer in any serious condition. Please go back to your dormitory to recuperate and stop occupying public health resources. Just as he arrived at the infirmary's entrance, a pleasant and melodious voice came from inside the infirmary. Only this voice, obviously, was not too happy. Beautiful doctor, I'm still in pain here. How can I leave? Wang Tianyi's frivolous voice quickly sounded. If you don't believe me, you can check again. It said that doctors are parents. Can't you sympathize with this poor patient of mine? Dr. Lin, just help me check my chest again. Wang Tianyi opened his mouth in a very lewd manner. This comrade, please behave yourself. If you don't leave, I'll have to report to my superiors. The beautiful doctor's voice grew cold. But Dr. Lin, I'm really uncomfortable. My chest hurts like hell. This way, I'll leave you alone. You can read at ease. I'll just lie here for a while longer. Is that okay? Wang Tianyi said very shamelessly. I'll give you another 5 minutes. If you're this rogue in 5 minutes, I'll directly call your company commander and have him personally take you back. The female military doctor showed no mercy at all. Company commander? As soon as Wang Tianyi heard this, his eyebrows lifted. He then woke up as if in a dream. One moment, he just felt a surprisingly real pain in his chest. Dr. Lin, my chest, it really hurts. Wang Tianyi covered his chest. Suddenly his forehead was glistening with cold sweat. Humph, how dare you pretend? The female military doctor was immediately about to make a call. Poof, Wang Tianyi was so scared that he immediately tried to block it. However, in his excitement, he even panicked and fell to the ground with a plop, rolling on the ground in pain. Dr. Lin, I really didn't lie to you. My chest hurts. Wang Tianyi's eyebrows condensed into a Sichuan character, grinning in pain and sucking in cool air. The pretty medic raised an eyebrow, half convinced. It had been a day or so and she was getting bored. This new recruit called Wang Tianyi wanted to molest her all the time. Good thing she doesn't feel anything for it at all. So it's not a cold one. Just, in a word, annoying. Very distracting. On the contrary, this Wang Tianyi was very roguish and even kept on playing tricks and not leaving. This made it very difficult for her. Dr. Lin, save me. Wang Tianyi cried out in pain. The beautiful military doctor took a careful look at Wang Tianyi and made sure that his life wasn't in any danger before timidly walking over. Only, she didn't want to be taken advantage of by someone like Wang Tianyi, so she was careful. Poof! Just then, the door to the infirmary room was pushed open. The cold-faced Qin Yuan, who looked like an iron-faced king of hell, walked in from outside. Dr. Lin, I'm in so much pain. Save me. Can't breathe anymore. I need artificial respiration. Wang Tianyi struggled and cried out in pain. Artificial respiration? Qin Yuan's icy voice rang out. Wang Tianyi, how dare you? I let you come here to recuperate from your injuries. How dare you molest a beautiful comrade military doctor? What came into view was a beautiful girl with white skin, features that seemed to have an aura. The whole person was very agile, and a slim and slender figure. As soon as Qin Yuan saw it, he immediately appreciated it somewhat. Of course, it's just the natural admiration of a man when he sees a beautiful woman. No wonder this guy Wang Tianyi can't leave. So this infirmary, there's such a big beauty? Qin Yuan saw through Wang Tianyi's mind at a glance. Glancing at the nameplate on the chest of the beautiful military doctor, the 3 words Lin Ziyu, quite a special name that one would be able to remember at a glance. This voice is so familiar. Suddenly hearing Qin Yuan's words, Wang Tianyi was instantly jolted. Once again, I recalled what the other man had said. Company commander? Wang Tianyi's entire body suddenly had a jolt, and with a whoosh, he steadily stood up. Lin Ziyu looked dumbfounded, dumbstruck. This patient, it just looked like he was about to die. What's with the sudden return of the light? Next, it was only then that she noticed that, at some point, a very sunny, hard and handsome youth had come into the infirmary. Wang Tianyi. Qin Yuan's voice was cold. Here, Wang Tianyi recalled the terror and power of Qin Yuan, the demon god, and immediately subconsciously stood upright and replied. Lin Ziyu looked dumbfounded once again. What's going on? This youth in front of me, looks obviously harmless. How this rogue recruit, actually afraid into this? Let me ask you, why haven't you returned to the team when your body is recovered? Qin Yuan slowly arrived in front of Wang Tianyi, coldly staring at the latter, his voice icy cold. The sharp eyes, like knives, ruthlessly pierced into Wang Tianyi's heart. When Wang Tianyi faced Qin Yuan's gaze, he only felt a wave of suffocation, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Report company commander. Wang Tianyi didn't dare to look directly at Qin Yuan's gaze at all, his voice trembling, shivering as he spoke. I was just about to go back. Just accidentally fell down. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but laugh at that. An accidental fall? The recruit, she remembered, seemed to have fallen on purpose, didn't he? Deliberately trying to get her attention then. So that's how it is. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. In that case, then you should go back with me now. It just so happens that we're going to have shooting training tomorrow, and you mustn't pull off such an important training so that you don't drag the company down. Company commander. Seeing that Qin Yuan didn't get angry, but instead was very concerned about himself, and even let himself participate in the shooting training, Wang Tianyi was instantly like an amnesty and secretly nodded his head. Still not going back? What are you waiting for now? Qin Yuan barked an order for Wang Tianyi to return to the company. Company commander. Wang Tianyi didn't dare to say more and immediately scurried out, running out for a long distance in one breath. Seeing that Qin Yuan didn't come after him, Wang Tianyi then slowed down and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had long been scared out of his wits. Crap, this fucking Qin Yuan. It's too terrifying. He appeared without a sound. Luckily, I was smart enough to explain myself. Wang Tianyi glanced back with a palpitating heart. Only then did he completely put his heart down. In fact, during the day or so in the infirmary, Wang Tianyi felt quite happy. There's nothing like having a top-notch, beautiful military doctor with you and the air conditioning, and he thought a lot about it in the last 2 days. He figured it out. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. It was very irrational to get tough with Qin Yuan right now. It's like touching an egg against a stone. What shall be done to those in the world who slander me, deceive me, dishonor me, laugh at me, belittle me, cheapen me, malign me, and lie to me? Just bear with him, let him be, avoid him, be patient with him, honor him, ignore him, stay a few more years, and look at him. As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. At this moment, Wang Tianyi was ambitious. Poof! There was a very dull thud. Egu crikey, it hurts like hell. Wang Tianyi, because of too much excitement, walking, did not pay attention, and accidentally stepped on the teeth of the road. The brain heavily knocked in the hard cement ground. Suddenly the pain that called a dead and alive. And on the other side, the infirmary. Qin Yuan and Lin Ziyu looked at each other, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. I've seen you. Lin Ziyu blinked her big beautiful eyes and suddenly spoke slowly. I've seen you. Lin Ziyu blinked her big beautiful eyes and suddenly spoke slowly. Seen me? Qin Yuan froze. Could it be that Dr. Lin knew him before? Knock knock. Just then, a sharp knock on the door brought the pair back to reality. Only then, in came two veterans carrying a stretcher on which lay a wounded man covering his arm. The wounded man's face was covered in bruises and scratches, bloodied and obviously badly injured. Dr. Lin, quick! Our squad leader is injured. Quickly save him. The burly man in front of him was on the verge of crying with anxiety. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly moved. This burly veteran is so eager? Obviously, the class president, as he called him, was very important to him, or at least very emotionally attached. What's wrong with him? Lin Ziyu adjusted her complexion. Her gaze was grave, and she immediately came up and attentively examined the injured man. Our squad was conducting a confrontation drill and the squad leader accidentally fell off the ladder to protect me. The arm might be broken. The strong man's voice was tinged with tears. This was because he knew that as a soldier, once he suffered a serious injury like, for example, a broken bone, the impact on his strength could be very great. And as a squad leader, every quarter of the year, there are training assessment tasks. A failure to meet the standards, or the results of the regression of the obvious, it is likely to be a direct discharge. The end of the military career. Broken bones? Lin Ziyu was slightly shocked. In an ordinary army, fractures during training were still rare. After all, this is just the regular company. Bear with it. Lin Ziyu gave the injured man a greeting in advance, then gently touched the fractured part with her hand. Hiss! The wounded squad leader immediately just sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His entire body was trembling in pain, but he stiffly didn't grunt out. A man of honor. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. If it was the group of pricks in the recruit company, like Wang Tianyi, who suffered such an injury, I'm afraid they'd have to scream their heads off. Dr. Lin, the wounded squad leader, forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and barely managed to smile. Am I okay with this arm? When the burly man next to him heard this, his figure immediately trembled violently. How can it be okay? Obviously, the squad leader realizes the seriousness of the problem. The situation is very serious. It's likely not a simple fracture. Lin Ziyu's face was grave as she shook her head. Healers are parents. Lin Ziyu also wished that the class president's injuries were a bit lighter. But at a moment like this, she didn't want to lie to people, and it was better to tell the other party bluntly, so that the other party could also be psychologically prepared. Squad leader, I'm the one who caused you harm. The strong man immediately cried out in pain. He slumped down next to the stretcher with a look of remorse on his face. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have become like this at all, squad leader. The strong man cried out in pain. Yi Feng, get up. You're crying like a woman. How can you be a soldier? Seeing this, the squad leader immediately bellowed. It's just an arm. Even if it's gone, we're not soldiers anymore? A soldier for a day. A soldier for life. The squad leader's voice was loud and clear. This is our military medal in the army. But the squad leader, the strong man Yi Feng, is still unwilling to believe it. Cry again. I'll shoot you. Seeing this, the squad leader immediately glared and spoke aggressively. Yi Feng, although I can't beat you in combat right now, with one hand, I can still shoot. If you dare to cry again, I'll damn well go find a gun and shoot you right now. Good, class president. I won't cry. I won't cry. Yi Feng wiped his tears and tried his best to control his emotions and keep himself from making a sound. But the tears still fell down indisputably. Comrade, why don't you all hurry up and take this squad leader comrade to the military hospital? The infirmary can only provide simple medical treatment here. And there, the patient will be able to receive the best care. Lin Ziyu voiced her suggestion. Good. Yi Feng forcefully endured his heartache and nodded his head violently, then lifted the stretcher and was about to leave. Just then, Qin Yuan spoke up. Veteran, if you don't want your squad leader to lose an arm from here on out, Why don't you let me try and take a look at your squad leader's arm? Stopping the other party's path? Qin Yuan took the initiative to speak for the first time, for no other reason. He didn't want to see the army lose a hard man of steel. You, Yi Feng immediately frowned. Comrade in arms, you don't seem to be a doctor, do you? My family is a Chinese medicine family that has been passed down in China for thousands of years. I know a little bit about medicine. Especially I am most proficient in techniques such as massage and bone straightening, Qin Yuan said, and did not wait for Yi Feng to answer, directly began to hand. The class president saw that suddenly a non-doctor wanted to move his body. Subconsciously, he used his right hand to block, but was gently pushed by Qin Yuan, and directly stalled to the side. The squad leader was alarmed. Is this seemingly ordinary soldier so strong? Then, in the midst of his 10,000 shocked gazes, Qin Yuan directly went up and touched his injured left arm. What shocked him very much more was that the arm didn't hurt. Comrade in arms, you're not a regular doctor. Don't mess around. Yi Feng immediately wanted to step forward to stop him, but he was pushed aside directly by Qin Yuan's careless push. Yi Feng was instantly shocked and looked at Qin Yuan in disbelief. You should know that Yi Feng had a sturdy body, and in their company, he could be considered one of the few people with the greatest strength. The squad leader is no match for him. I didn't expect Qin Yuan to push him away with a gentle push. Lin Ziyu, who was next to her, was also very shocked and stared wide-eyed as she recognized at a glance that Qin Yuan's technique of touching the bones was very skillful. Squad leader, take it easy, relax. I have some experience with broken bones. Smiling lightly, Qin Yuan let the old squad leader mentally relax first. With your current injuries, if you go to the hospital, you will inevitably have to suffer from surgical openings. Perhaps I can let you take a few less cuts and recover a little faster. Most of all, no after effects. Chinese medicine, likewise, can treat fractures, only, it takes a very highly skilled doctor. Through manipulation, small splint immobilization, internal and external application of bone grafting, and scientific activities under the guidance of the doctor, the fracture site can be repaired in a short period of time. It has the advantages of fast fracture healing, good functional recovery, less pain for the patient, less cost and no sequelae. No after effects? The squad leader's eyes lit up when he heard that. When Yi Feng, who was next to him, heard these words, it was even more like heavenly music. The whole thing got excited. The decadence in his body was swept away. Comrade in arms, are you telling the truth? Yi Feng couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. If you can really cure my squad leader, I, Yi Feng, will do everything for you in my life. Up the mountain of swords, down the sea of fire, no matter what. Qin Yuan smiled after hearing this. Of course it's true. As he spoke, Qin Yuan's fingers began to nimbly fumble, just like the world's top piano artist, his fingers darting and flexing on the keys. Qin Yuan was utilizing his exquisite techniques to carefully confirm the exact location and extent of the fracture. Lin Ziyu looked even more alarmed. No way. Qin Yuan's technique is pleasing to the eye. It seems, well, much more powerful than that old professor she had back then. Exclusion. Qin Yuan struck out violently. Caught off guard. Immediately the squad leader let out a scream of agony and sweated profusely. Squad leader, Yi Feng and another soldier, immediately stepped forward with concern. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan clapped his hands. Success! It's been a long time since I've helped someone straighten their bones. My techniques are rusty. Qin Yuan smiled with an exclamation. Success, comrade? My squad leader's arm is healed this way? Yi Feng couldn't believe it. Squad leader, give it a try. How's the arm now? Yi Feng couldn't help but inquire. The squad leader nodded, and with a clench of his teeth, he gently lifted his fractured left arm, and was instantly surprised. It really doesn't seem to hurt too much anymore. The squad leader tried to feel the place where the original fracture had occurred, and the bone had become incredibly flat. Where was there any trace of it being broken? It seems to have really recovered. Don't be too happy, squad leader. With a faint smile, Qin Yuan looked at Lin Ziyu. Dr. Lin, does the infirmary have any splints? Yes. Lin Ziyu immediately fetched 2 splints. Qin Yuan skillfully clamped it on for the squad leader and bandaged it up, then wrote another prescription for an external compress and handed it to Yi Feng. If you want your squad leader's arm to recover faster, follow this prescription to get the medicine. Boil it for 3 hours, let the herbal soup cool, and apply it to the wound afterward. Change it once every 2 days, last for 2 weeks, and your class president's arm should be almost completely healed. Qin Yuan smiled. It's just treating a broken bone. To him, a man who practically possessed the essence of 5,000 years of Chinese medicine in China, it was simply a piece of cake. Good. When Yi Feng heard this, he immediately nodded in excitement. Benefactor, on behalf of the squad leader. I thank you. Yi Feng said that he even wanted to kneel down. When Qin Yuan saw this, he cried and laughed, exclaiming that he was surprised. Hurriedly, he stepped forward, and with a quick eye, helped the other party up. Yi Feng, what era is it now? How dare you still kneel? Qin Yuan immediately let out a reprimand. A great man is born between heaven and earth. Kneeling to heaven and earth to kneel to his parents. Other people are simply not qualified to make you kneel. Besides, we are comrades in arms. It's only right that we help each other. When Yi Feng heard this, he immediately blushed. Yes, comrade in arms is teaching us a lesson. That's more like it. Only then did Qin Yuan reveal a hint of a smile. Comrade in arms, my name is Lin Dong. A great favor is not appreciated. If I, Lin Dong, can remain in the military camp in the future, it is all due to my comrade in arms. Dare I ask my comrade in arms your name? Which unit is it? The squad leader on the stretcher finally spoke, and he was sincerely grateful to Qin Yuan. Recruit Company Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan opened his mouth with a faint smile. Recruit Company Qin Yuan? Lin Dong was startled when he heard it. Could it be that you are the creative genius Qin Lian who volunteered to become the company commander of the recruit company? Who is strong in fighting and can also write songs? You guys have actually heard of my name? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted in slight surprise. The matter of the Cheetah Regiment having a bullish Qin company commander. As soon as this was mentioned, Lin Dong was energized. Ever since you defeated Little Cyclone with a single move, your great name, Chief, has spread throughout the entire Cheetah Regiment. Who is Little Cyclone? That's a guy who is bullish and very arrogant every day. In the way of his powerful strength, almost no one is able to prey on him. But I didn't expect Company Commander Qin to defeat him in a single move. You may not know, Company Commander Qin, but our Cheetah Regiment, there have long been many people who have idolized you. Lin Dong opened his mouth with great excitement. Idol? Qin Yuan laughed. Just don't be the object of vomiting. Squad leader Lin, Yi Feng, the recruits are busy with their affairs, so I'll leave first. Qin Yuan excused himself to a few people. Company Commander Qin, when I recover from my injuries, I will definitely personally come to the door to express my gratitude. Lin Dong could not help but cry out in excitement. After leaving the infirmary, Qin Yuan was in a good mood as he stepped lightly. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. I've saved a soldier's military career in future here. After all, it didn't take much time before or after. Qin Yuan, on the contrary, felt very happy and accomplished for being able to save a comrade. This Wang Tianyi, why is he rolling on the ground again? Without taking a few steps, Qin Yuan saw Wang Tianyi, who was lying on the ground, grimacing in pain. This guy, is he used to pretending to be sick? Wang Tianyi, what's wrong with you again? Qin Yuan walked over and crouched down, his voice coldly inquiring. Company commander, I accidentally fell. Wang Tianyi grinned in pain and couldn't speak well. Still putting on a show for me? Qin Yuan's face was covered in frost, his voice completely icy. No company commander, look at my big incisors falling out. You're so good, how dare I cheat you? Wang Tianyi hastily opened his mouth and hurriedly explained, only to see that his mouth was full of blood, and he didn't know where he had broken it in the fall. It was not a miserable word. Humph, you're playing this bitter trick really well. Qin Yuan didn't even give him a chance to explain. I'll give you 3 seconds to crawl up on your own accord and return to training for me. Otherwise, I'll kick you to the recruit company. Your little mind. You really think I don't understand? Don't you just want to take the opportunity to get closer to the beautiful military doctor, and take advantage of her a little more? Oh, no, company commander. This time it was a real fall. Wang Tianyi was aggravated like an 800-pound child and was on the verge of crying. 1. Qin Yuan simply ignored it and directly started counting down. 2. Seeing that Wang Tianyi didn't move at all, Qin Yuan's voice grew cold. No, company commander. I did lie to you. I'll run by myself now. Strongly enduring the pain, Wang Tianyi fiercely rose from the ground, clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and scurried up. This seems to be really fresh blood. And not tomato juice? When Wang Tianyi ran away, Qin Yuan saw the brightly colored blood dripping on the ground and was slightly puzzled. Could it be that this guy isn't faking? Recruit company. The Stingers are standing at attention in a military stance. The 3 platoon commanders looked very puzzled. These pricks, what's wrong with them today? Standing in the military posture gives you a sense of superiority and satisfaction? What's going on? Is it just because of touching the gun once? Can't figure it out. The 3 platoon leaders sighed slightly. They certainly don't know what the pricks are thinking at this point. Although Zhang Shuai had been hit hard by Qin Yuan once, he was full of energy at this moment. He finally realized the meaning of there was a man outside of man. and there was a sky outside of heaven. To think that before I, Zhang Shuai, enlisted in the army, I had fantasized about crushing everything with this out-of-this-world marksmanship, even crushing the special forces. Zhang Shuai smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect a recruit company commander to defeat me. It's just that the stronger he is, that's why I have more energy to fight. Zhang Shuai's eyes are burning with ambition. Step on the shoulders of giants to see higher and farther. As the saying goes, a high roof, following the company commander will only further my marksmanship. Even further, Zhang Shuai was not a short-sighted person. His marksmanship, in fact, reached a bottleneck a few years ago. Dad didn't have anything to tell him. Now, having met Qin Yuan, it was just enough to make him go further. Zanchong Su Xiaoyu and the others were likewise unprecedented and full of anticipation. There's a future in soldiering with a company commander like that. Soldiers bear one. Generals bear one. Only by following the strong will you become stronger. Tap tap tap. The crowd stood beautifully in military position. Just then, Wang Tianyi ran over with a face full of aggression and a bleeding mouth. Whimpering, the stingers look on in amazement. How did the normally bossy second generation of Guan fall to this state? Boy, can't be helped. This Wang Tianyi, was he beaten up? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise as she watched. Bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He's obviously suffered internal injuries. It seems that the company commander is really serious this time. Han Xiang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. As the same second generation, Han Xiang had a feeling that the rabbit was dead and the fox was sad. I'm wondering why this guy doesn't learn from his mistakes. Knowing that the company commander is the great demon king that cannot be messed with, this guy still tries his best to come up and get beaten up? Fatty frowned with a puzzled expression. If you can't mess with it, can't you hide from it? Why does this Wang Tianyi just not remember? Report. New recruit Wang Tianyi returns to the team. Wang Tianyi ran to Zhao Ruishuan and stammered his opening. His words sputtering. Get back in line. Zhao Ruishuan only wanted to laugh as he watched, but he forced himself to hold back his laughter and let Wang Tianyi return to the line and start standing in military posture. Sure enough, a few moments later, Qin Yuan walked over slowly and methodically. Good news for everyone. With a faint smile, Qin Yuan slowly opened his mouth. What's the good news, company commander? When Fang Tian heard this, he immediately spoke excitedly. Given that everyone has performed very well in the last 2 days, therefore, I've decided to select 5 more of the best to be vice squad leaders in tomorrow's shooting training class. At the same time divide everyone into 10 squads. And starting tomorrow, I will give the deputy squad leader some substantial benefits. For example, running can be done a little less, military posture can be done a little less, push-ups can be done a few less, and so on. Of course, the deputy squad leader will also take on the responsibility of instructing the new recruits. If a member of the class consistently fails to meet their training performance within the time limit, then sorry, the punishment of the vice squad leader will be doubled. Qin Yuan slowly opened his mouth and stated his plan. Manage pricks with pricks. That's what he came up with on the way back. After all, he, a company commander, couldn't always use high-pressure policies or manage everyone, but with a few extra helpers, it's a completely different effect. It will be much easier on yourself. Wow! 3 more vice-class presidents will be chosen tomorrow? When Su Xiaoyu heard this, her eyes immediately glowed with excitement. This vice-class president position, there's definitely one for me. I, Zhang Chong, will also surely have a place. Zhang Chong was equally confident. Want to be vice-class president? Let's say your grades exceed mine first. Hao Lian Demon laughed, scornful of everything. For substantial benefits, I'll get a vice-class president for whatever I say, Fatty said with a grin. One moment. All the pricks came to be intensely interested. Each one of them has a raised eyebrow and a glowing face. Wang Tianyi raised his eyebrows, and also secretly resolved that he would have to get a vice-class president as well. The afternoon passed quickly. The pricks rushed to the cafeteria with glee. It's time for another once-a-meal pre-dinner song. Unity is Li Iliang. However, just as the assassins sang about unity with great bravado, they did not realize that the company next to them took the lead in singing with great vigor, which made the assassins cry out in surprise. What the hell? How come they can sing too? You forget, didn't 3 company commanders ask our company commander to teach them to sing at noon? Alas, it's really exasperating. Such a nice military song, but they've learned it? This won't be fun to sing in the future. What should we do? Ask the company commander to teach us some new songs? Sounds like a good plan to me. Let the company commander teach us some new songs tomorrow. Wah. It's happily decided. The pricks are secretly competing with the veterans. You guys can sing too? Then we'll sing with more gusto, louder and better than you. As for Qin Yuan, instead, he and the 3 platoon commanders, smilingly, went up to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria and opened the small stove. Well, This elbow. Have one. Braised pig's feet. Have one. Garlic popped fish. Beef whip soup. Ground pot chicken. Spicy crawfish. Have one of each. Qin Yuan was a lion's share of the money, not polite with them at all, because on the way here, the four of them had agreed that 2 meals would be combined into one, allowing Qin Yuan to let go a bit. Bloodletting is bloodletting. Just once anyway. Besides, Qin Yuan was only one person, but Zhao Ruixian and the others had 3 mouths. Could Qin Yuan eat more than them? So in the final analysis, once the 3 of them had accounted for it, the meal was a treat for themselves. However, Qin Yuan's meal size was greatly out of their expectation. I say, company commander, you weren't reincarnated as Porky Pig in your previous life. How come your meal size is so big? Zhao Ruixian retreated with a lobster, his little heart proofing in pain. Company commander, slow down. I had a small piece of this chicken. Why is it gone? Company commander, don't eat it. Save some for me. Li Yongjun cried with gluttony. Qin Yuan was called a windfall. A satisfied smile as he finally ate and drank his fill. 3 platoon commanders. I'm really sorry, huh? It's been a long time since I've eaten so much food. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. Qin Yuan laughed very happily as he made a rare lion's share of the money for once. On his way out, he didn't forget to pack a serving of bones and minced meat for the Black Emperor. Only 3 company commanders were left standing in place in a ghostly manner, gritting their teeth in exasperation. Now we can be sure. This company commander is 100% the reincarnation of the Canopy. Dormitory. When the little Black Emperor saw Qin Yuan carrying a bag full of food home, his eyes lit up and he milkily barked twice. Immediately wagging his little tail, he ran over in a farting manner. The Black Emperor's eyes are sparkling, dark and pure, and his fur is incrementally cleaner and lovable. Qin Yuan's mood naturally improved once he saw the Black Emperor. Black Emperor, it's time to eat. I brought you big bones and meat today. Qin Yuan took out the meat that he had specially selected and brought back for the Black Emperor. Woof woof. The little Black Emperor immediately roared twice in excitement and ate excitedly, with a whimpering sound coming out of his mouth. Although the small size of the little Black Emperor, but the meal is very large. In Qin Yuan's very surprised eyes, the little Black Emperor unexpectedly will be full of a large bag of food to eat all the food. Qin Yuan's jaw dropped as he watched. No way, who would have thought that a puppy could eat so much? After eating, the little Black Emperor was satisfied, and with a brisk pace he burrowed into the bottom of the bed and huffed and puffed. However, Qin Yuan smelled a foul odor. Crap, this dog pooped? Following the stench, Qin Yuan began to search, and sure enough, in the corner of the room, he found a big pile of stinky dog shit. What day? Never in my wildest dreams did I think that one day I would become a shit shoveler? And this shit is so thick? Qin Yuan looked at the thick shit in front of him in amazement. Very unbelievable that this was actually pulled out by little Black Emperor. Strongly enduring the stench, he cleaned up the dog shit and threw it into the trash basket outside. Qin Yuan washed his hands several times before returning to the bed and taking a nap. It didn't matter that he didn't want to. Qin Yuan was getting angrier the more he thought about it. This damn shitting is surprisingly so much. It won't do to clean up his shit every day from now on. Qin Yuan felt that he had to think of a way. There. Qin Yuan rolled over and directly leapt off the bed, stretching out his long arms and pulling the Black Emperor out from under the bed as soon as he was scared, causing the Black Emperor to collect his tail and wail, shivering all over. He's just a puppy, after all. Referring the Black Emperor to the bathroom, he then opened his cell phone software, found a video of a dog pooping and automatically flushing the toilet, and played it on a loop for the Black Emperor for 10 minutes. Remember, in the future, when you go to the bathroom, solve it yourself and flush it yourself. Got it? Qin Yuan said, raising his fist with a ferocious face. If, again, you pull under the bed or in the corner, I'll stew you for dog meat. Hear that? Qin Yuan roared viciously. Woo, wah. The Black Emperor was trembling with fear, and he didn't know if he had heard. Anyway, next time you pull outside, just do it. No way. Qin Yuan really doesn't want to be a pooper scooper. Lying in bed for a few moments to rest, I looked at the clock and saw that it would soon be time for the 6:30 p.m. set. After taking a cool shower, Qin Yuan quickly went out, his entire body refreshed. On the training ground, there is a lone figure sitting alone on the track. Su Xiaoyu, why are you sitting here alone? Qin Yuan lightly walked over, and was surprised to find that it was Su Xiaoyu, who usually laughed and laughed. How did he get to look like this now? A look of disorientation, like he'd been cuckolded. By all rights, it shouldn't be. Ha, company commander? When Su Xiaoyu saw Qin Yuan, she was startled and hurriedly tried to stand up. It's not training time, don't be so scared. Qin Yuan immediately smiled, reached out and pressed him down, then sat down next to Su Xiaoyu and opened his mouth with great concern. What? Homesick? In fact, When he saw Su Xiaoyu, Qin Yuan thought of his own childhood shadow. When he was young, Qin Yuan also loved to talk and was playful and cheerful every day. But as one gets older, one's words, on the contrary, become fewer. There's not that much to say that wants to be said. No. Su Xiaoyu was disinterested and shook her head. Lost love? Qin Yuan was interested. No. Su Xiaoyu still couldn't raise her spirits. Being cheated? Qin Yuan continued to ask. Neither. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. Then what exactly is going on? Qin Yuan was puzzled by this. What exactly was it that had turned Su Xiaoyu into this dead fish look? Alas. Company commander. Don't ask. I'm annoyed right now. Alas. Su Xiaoyu sighed alas. He glanced at Qin Yuan, wanting to speak. No. As your company commander, I'm not only responsible for your training, but also care about your spiritual construction. You obviously have a problem with your mind right now. Your whole body is listless. Like a dead fish. Qin Yuan spoke eloquently. I am ordering you now to give a truthful account. Perhaps I can help you solve your problems. Maybe? Su Xiaoyu froze, but he whirled around, but then said very carefully, but company commander, if I tell you, you can't punish me. Punish you? Why should I punish you? Just go ahead and say it. Don't worry. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, revealing an expression that said you can rest assured. Good. Then I can say it, company commander. Sighing, Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, and in the end, she still spoke up. I lost my ball code. Lost your password? Wouldn't it be better to change it back? Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows. He thought it was something big. I didn't expect this Su Xiaoyu, but she sighed because of such a trivial matter? Not the same company commander. Su shook her head helplessly. You know what, company commander? When I tried to change my password, the first password question asked me what your dream is. My dream? I woke up with a steep start. So I filled in the money. No. I filled out the limo. Nope. I filled in the woman. Still not right. Then I cried. Company commander. That's when I realized it wasn't the password I lost. It was my dream. Su Xiaoyu sighed and howled. However, as soon as he said it, he regretted it for a split second. Dreams? Qin Yuan heard. Immediately felt a burst of ridicule. Su Xiaoyu, this change of password just, but also changed out of the philosophy of life? But in the next second, Qin Yuan was wordlessly silent. Dreams? Qin Yuan recalled his childhood dream in only 2 words. Soldier. It's never changed. It's never changed. Fortunately, one's dreams never change. The sound of killing scares the enemy's guts, and the iron blood defends the country and protects the family's garden. This, then, is Qin Yuan's dream. In that case, he was much luckier than Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu, it's okay to lose your dreams. You are now a soldier and can have new dreams. A soldier's duty is to obey orders and defend the country. Qin Yuan began to teach dutifully. Su Xiaoyu nodded her head busily as she listened. As long as you train well in the army. No. Qin Yuan suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and turned his words around. No, Su Xiaoyu, you said you just changed your QQ password? Yeah, company commander. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu instantly acted a bit stumped. Say, where did you get your cell phone? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted and his voice immediately went ice cold. Change QQ password? Was this fucking modified out of thin air? Definitely on a cell phone. Report company commander. I don't have a cell phone, I just went to the army's internet cafe to modify it. Su Xiaoyu's eyes rolled and said, Internet cafe? Qin Yuan smiled coldly. You don't even know how to draft when you lie. Where did the army get an internet cafe? I'll believe you when you say you went to second Grand Master's house to modify it. Su Xiaoyu instantly slapped her head with a burst of remorse. Careless. It was careless after all. Now, this is serious. I'm afraid. The time was set at 6:28 p.m. The assassins assembled gleefully. However, Su Xiaoyu was never happy. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. He knew that a horizontal disaster sweeping through the recruits was feared to be coming soon. He did not know. In fact, Qin Yuan has long wanted to search the electronic equipment of the new recruits' dormitory, just bitterly have not had the opportunity, and now it is good. Su Xiaoyu took the initiative to send to the door, which is exactly his cunning plan. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. Kneel down and ask for monthly tickets. Do the big boys have a monthly ticket? Vote for Yo. Report company commander. Recruits are assembled. Please instruct. Zhao Ruishuan finished counting the number of people and saluted Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded, his face cold. All along, I've wanted to get along with you all as equals, but what I got in return was capricious nonsense. Just now, I was surprised to learn that there are still some of you hiding spare communication devices. What a nerve! Qin Yuan let out an angry growl. Wow, there was an uproar. Crap, how did the company commander know? That's right, didn't we all collect personal items like cell phones and electronic devices once before? How come this new company commander even said we still have them? Yeah, who the hell leaked it? MD, catch this traitor. He must not be spared. The pricks were instantly on fire. In the army, every day is boring, but returning to the dormitory each night was one of the most comfortable little moments of their lives. You can talk to your best friend, call your family, etc. Then play for a while and go to bed. But now, it looks like these good old days are coming to an end. Now, all of them. Target. Recruit dormitory. Run for it. Xin Yuan's order contained anger. How dare the assassins delay? One ran back with a heavy heart. Handsome. This must be someone snitching. Let me catch it, and surely I'll unload this traitor. MD. Pissed off. I only brought a spare and an IPAD. Just put it on the bedside it. If give me seized up, my happiness will disappear. What's the point of living once you've been seized and you can't even read your novels? I've been relying on that spiritual food for the past 2 days. The pricks were enraged. Su Xiaoyu also very shamelessly gritted his teeth and huffed. Goddamn traitor, if I catch him, I'll give him the palace punishment. Palace torture? Are you that tough? Fish? You're willing to do it? If the basket is gone, then all the joy of a man's life is gone. That's right, it's better to give them a good beating. When the assassins heard Su Xiaoyu's words, they only felt their thighs tighten and their entire body became uncomfortable. But they didn't know that Su Xiaoyu was even more panicked inside. He didn't snitch, but he knew that the leak was because of him. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting. Su Xiaoyu secretly prayed in the bottom of his heart. Brothers, this time I've harmed you. You mustn't blame me. After the matter is over, I, Su Xiaoyu, will surely compensate you properly. A group of pricks quickly ran to the door of the dormitory. When new recruits join the army has long since given 3 orders never to conceal electronic and communication equipment. You guys are so bold. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know what this behavior means? Qin Yuan roared in anger and fury. The assassins were too scared to breathe. Only Su Xiaoyu resentfully opened her mouth to inquire. What does this mean, company commander? Once the war hits, the signals and electronic frequencies emitted by these electronic communication devices of yours will directly expose the entire military camp, and then be locked on by enemy missiles. What follows is a barrage of bombing and a sea of fire. One shell down, and all of you'll be the first to die. Qin Yuan was ready to scare them hard. Oh my god, it can't be, can it? It's just a cell phone. How can it be so serious? Yeah, company commander, if your cell phone is off, you should be fine, right? Damn it. I haven't lived long enough, I don't want to get blown up. The trick worked. Once the assassins heard that the situation was so serious, each of them revealed an unbelievable expression. There were even a few that were really stunned and scared out of their wits. Qin Yuan glared and grunted coldly. A bunch of technological illiterates. It's okay if your cell phone is turned off? Who told you guys that? Cell phones are wireless communication tools that allow access to information about calls made by anyone, anywhere, at any time, as long as they have the appropriate receiving equipment. This characteristic of cell phones allows them to be compromised even in standby mode, because in standby mode, cell phones also have to maintain an uninterrupted exchange of signals with the communication network. They can be easily identified, monitored and tracked. Even if you turn off your cell phone, it may not be absolutely safe. Experts with special instruments can still remotely open your phone. As soon as the assassins heard this, each of their faces changed drastically. Support the national product. Right, rational support for national products. Company commander, you can't punish us for not knowing. Yeah, company commander. The previous commanders didn't even tell us about the consequences of such a serious situation. They just said that it's an army rule that recruits can't keep electronic devices in their possession. That's right, company commander. Blame the previous commanders. The pricks began to excuse themselves one by one. Qin Yuan nodded indifferently. Good, seeing as you guys are so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Time limit 5 minutes. Now you will voluntarily return to your dormitories and hand over all of your personal stash of electronic devices. Then, voluntarily add a 5K and 200 push-ups to the penalty. And the matter is settled. Of course, after you voluntarily turn it in, I'll have 3 platoon leaders search it again. If I find out that some of you dare to continue to keep it private and not turn it in, sorry, tonight, there's no need to sleep. You guys will directly practice all night and feed the mosquitoes. I will accompany you all to watch the sunrise tomorrow. After breakfast, continue training. Qin Yuan smiled coldly and threw out a heavy bomb. The assassins exploded into a blur of consciousness. Turn it in voluntarily. Just add a 5K and 200 push-ups? A night of discipline if you don't turn it in? A little analysis by the assassins showed the seriousness of the situation. What are you waiting for? Go back and turn it in voluntarily. Qin Yuan glared at the pricks with a furious bellow. Company commander. The pricks immediately scattered in all directions. Handsome. What are we going to do? Yeah, handsome, pay up, or not. I propose that we find that goddamn traitor first. That's right, he just entered the military camp and already knows how to snitch. What's wrong when he grows up in the future? This guy is definitely a traitor. Zhang Feng let out a cry of rage. Let me know who he is. Head him off. Su Xiaoyu was trembling with fear and wanted to speak. Looking at the pricks in anger, he really wanted to open his mouth and admit that it was leaked because of his negligence. But he, Su Xiaoyu, really wasn't the kind of person who would intentionally snitch. As for traitors, the thing he hated most in his life was traitors, much less a traitor. Su Xiaoyu was aggravated to death, but due to the excitement of the group, he knew that this matter could not be revealed for the time being, or else, he could not stay in this recruit company. Actually, he's a victim too. It was just a moment of carelessness on his part. Alas, this matter is all my fault. Su Xiaoyu let out a leisurely sigh, wait for the wind to pass, then apologize to them. Zhang Shuai instantly sensed that Su Xiaoyu was out of place. He was very surprised and looked at Su Xiaoyu, and did not say much. It's just that tonight, Su Xiaoyu's behavior was too abnormal. If it was the usual moment like this, he should have followed to denounce the traitor long ago. Zhang Shuai thought briefly and looked at the crowd. Alright, now for a while, we can't find out who's behind this. The first order of business is to turn in all communications equipment, electronic equipment, and personal items that violate military housekeeping regulations. Really? Handsome? Yeah dudes, you know, I don't have a girlfriend, and that cell phone of mine, it's just for video calls with my parents every night, and if it gets confiscated, I'd miss them so much, I'd probably cry. Yeah handsome, I also talk to my parents once in a while and watch videos, that's all, so if I do turn it in, then I won't be able to get in touch with my family in the future? I'm the only son in my family, and even though mom and dad know that video calling in the army is against army regulations, they've gotten used to it over the past 10 days or so. If they suddenly can't contact me, maybe they'll kill their way into the barracks and come looking for me. You make it sound like you're not an only child. I'm still a 3-generation only child. If it wasn't for my deadbeat dad going crazy, would I have been sent to this barracks to suffer? You don't know that my grandparents almost broke up with my dad when he forced me to join the army. If I get hurt in training or die on the battlefield, my dad won't be able to afford it. No wonder you're so fat, little fatty. It turns out that you're a 3-generation single heir, and your family has given you all the good stuff to eat. Although I'm not a single descendant of 3 generations, my parents and grandparents and even my grandparents treat me as a treasure. To be honest, they never yell at me at home, not to mention hitting me. It's so frustrating to say the least. Since the new company commander came, I've been trained like a fucking grandson. If this phone is confiscated again and I can't reach my grandparents, that mom and dad, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Right handsome? Think about it. In case we really cannot contact our families, and there is no more entertainment and pastime at night, this later day, how difficult it must be. Then I'm afraid homesickness can kill you. That's right handsome. If we turn it all in, we'll be totally screwed. The pricks were talking a lot of sense. Before they were in the military, almost every one of them had a privileged family and a very strong background, living the life of a brooder at home. Everyone in the family that's the legendary little master. Have you ever been treated like this? Now these cell phones are being used by electronic devices and have become their last resort. Zhang Shuai nodded slightly after hearing this. What everyone has said is very valid. Now electronic devices, so to speak, are their spiritual anchor. Without these cell phones, consoles, tablets and whatnot, one would die of depression, not to mention boredom. But it's not good enough not to pay. Recruit quarters. Zhang Shuai glanced at the crowd, hesitated for a moment, and said in a torrential voice, let's put it this way brothers, the company commander's power and desperation is obvious to everyone. If they find out that we're harboring too many electronic devices and prohibited items, we'll definitely be searched by them up here. Once they search us, there is no doubt that what awaits us will be a very miserable end. So, I thought of a compromise. Our entire dormitory, leaving only 3 cell phones, all put me here for unified custody. Once everyone wants to talk to their families, come to me. How about it? As for the game, it's time to quit in the future. This is a military camp after all, not a place to frolic and play. There are now 3 minutes left, so let's all take a minute to discuss what you think. Zhang Shuai looked at the time and said to the crowd, just 3 cell phones? There are almost 100 of us here. That's too few. 3 cell phones in a few minutes each to talk to the family isn't enough time. Yeah handsome, why don't you put a 0 on the end of it and leave 30 parts? The pricks started bargaining. Do you guys think the company commander is stupid? Zhang Shuai directly shook his head. 3 cell phones? I've thought this through. 3 no more. No less. If everyone is just checking in with their families and greeting them occasionally, it's definitely enough. Any more than that would definitely raise the company commander's suspicions. Besides, even if we can escape for a while, what if they make a surprise inspection tomorrow and the day after? Can everyone carry it off? When the time comes to be searched, it will involve everyone. As for these 3 cell phones, they will be kept in my locker for the time being. If the company commander finds out, the responsibility will be mine alone. Well, Zhang Shuai glanced at the time again and urged, there's not much time left. Please make a decision quickly. Ugh. What can we say when the handsome man has said this? 3 parts is 3 parts. It's better than nothing. Then do as the boss says. The pricks were moved by what they heard, weighing the pros and cons. In that case, turn it in. Even though they were all unwilling to give up, they didn't dare to offend Zhang Shuai and Qin Yuan one after another. The assassins quickly took all their offending personal belongings into their hands, and Zhang Shuai casually left behind 3 cell phones, locking them in the innermost part of his belongings locker, before leading the crowd to quickly gather downstairs. Downstairs in the dormitory, Qin Yuan and the 3 platoon commanders had already prepared 3 large baskets and were standing by. Zhao Ruishuan was all smiles. Company commander, your move is really high. It's better to let them turn themselves in than for us to conduct a raid to force them to do so. In this way, we can deal a severe blow to the prick's self-confidence. Highly intelligent? Qin Yuan shook his head. It wasn't really that brilliant, was it? The reason why he asked the pricks to voluntarily hand it over had another purpose. He wanted to test whether the pricks were honest or not. Soon, all the pricks once again stood neatly in front of the 4 electronic devices and prohibited items, large and small, in their hands. Qin Yuan and Zhao Ruishuan. Several people look at the big shout of surprise. Good guy. This average almost everyone is holding 2 brand new cell phones, and game consoles and so on. And even the little fat Lu Xiaodong that guy's hands in addition to 3 cell phones and iPad. There are 2 cigarettes. This shit. What about when the recruiting company is a resort? One moment. Qin Yuan's face was covered in frost. His face once again icy cold. Lawlessness. Simply lawless. Qin Yuan let out an angry growl. I would have thought that each of you. It would be nice to have a cell phone in your private possession. I didn't expect that. But you guys are good at what you do. That's almost 2 electronic devices per capita? Qin Yuan roared. Lu Xiaodong, how dare you hide 2 cigarettes? Did you not turn in your personal belongings when you first joined the recruit company? Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them were also very puzzled. They remembered that they had obviously turned it in once in the first place. At that time, almost everyone handed in a little something, and it came to 2 large baskets full. How is it that now, like magic, these pricks are now taking out so much more? Report company commander. Seeing Qin Yuan say his name, Fatty immediately stepped forward and gave a very awkward smile. It was turned in once at first. These things of mine were newly purchased a few weekends ago, when I went outside. Qin Yuan drifted off. So it is only new. Qin Yuan looked at the 2 brand new fruit machines and tablet PCs in Fatty's hands, which were obviously the latest models. The 3 units add up to $20,000 or $30,000 anyhow. These motherfucking little brats, so fucking rich. Qin Yuan couldn't help but burst out. Buying such an expensive item is as casual as buying cabbage. It's a man who's more than a man. It was the first time Qin Yuan felt poor. So damn poor. Simply poor. Luckily, now that I'm in the military, I don't have to think about these out-of-body things. Of course, Qin Yuan would only be happier if he had a large deposit. What about these 2 cigarettes? Qin Yuan grimaced and looked at Fatty with great displeasure. Hey, company commander, I don't smoke. In fact, these 2 cigarettes I bought them for the company commander and the 3 platoon commanders, little Fatty said, grinning, handing the 2 cigarettes respectfully to the 3 platoon commanders and Qin Yuan. All 3 platoon leaders looked stunned. Eyes straight up. The fuck is this? Like, the legendary 9 to 5? The most expensive cigarette on the market today? Zhao Ruishuan took a look and immediately stared with wide eyes, his entire heart in his throat. Just see the appearance of the 2 cigarettes will be the supreme supremacy of the temperament of the whole. To the Emperor yellow as the main color system, with the hidden dragon totem as the background, with eye-catching double dragon juggling diagram. Packaging style is typical of the royal style. At first glance, is worth a lot. This is the king of cigarettes. The design of the cigarettes is also particularly sophisticated. The filter is equipped with a dragon pattern. The white cigarettes are printed with the word 9 to 5, which implies the honor of this cigarette. 9 to 5. No doubt, in recent years, because of state control, the price of cigarettes has been limited to a maximum of $100 a box. The 2 cigarettes in front of me are such a presence. $100 a pack. One of the most expensive cigarettes on the market today. A 10-pack is worth $1. So too is 2. WOJ, is this fat little brain short-circuited? How dare you offer smoke at this time? Ugh. Fatty is miserable. When the assassins saw the expressions on the 4 Qin Yuan's faces, they immediately let out a sigh. Lu Xiaodong. Sure enough, Qin Yuan let out a furious shout, his voice low. How dare you openly bribe the company platoon leader? Little Fatty immediately looked wronged and explained very sincerely. I didn't, company commander. I really don't mean that. I know that you veterans definitely have the habit of smoking. In fact, I want to find an opportunity to give it to you privately. In addition to that, no other intention. And now that the company commander searched for prohibited items, I simply took the cigarettes over as well. Take your trash and throw it all into the big basket. And then, on top of the original 10 kilometers tonight, add another 10 kilometers to the penalty. Now, execute at once. Qin Yuan moved in a shocking rage. Company commander. Seeing Qin Yuan get angry, little Fatty had long been scared to death, and as soon as he threw the items in his hands into the big basket in one fell swoop, not caring if they were broken or not, he then quickly fled, and began to scamper across the playground. All of them. Now, in order, put all the items in your hands into the big basket. Company commander. With Fatty's previous experience, all the pricks were scared to death and didn't dare to say a word more. Even Wang Tianyi did not say much. He knew that no matter what he said or did now, he would draw Qin Yuan's wrath. It's better to be honest. Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them looked wide-eyed, each of them surprised to death. It was definitely the highest value batch of recruit supplies they had ever collected since they had been soldiers. Definitely a record breaker. It can't be helped. Who made every little ancestor here either rich or famous? Soon, everyone stepped forward to finish presenting their items, but the only one who stood still was a skinny prick. Qin Yuan remembered that his name was Chen Song, and he was one of the few recruits in this recruit company that did not have any family background. Coming from a remote mountainous area, Qin Yuan's impression of it can be said to be very deep. Doing nothing, the first place in the countdown. He's pretty much at the bottom of the heap for all his training scores. It was also when he met him that Qin Yuan had a deep understanding of how his teacher felt back when he was studying. As a classroom teacher, the most impressive ones are definitely the top achievers and the guys with the worst grades. Chen Song, indeed, is a pussy soldier. Chen Song, where are your prohibited items? Qin Yuan was now on fire, growling in anger. Report company commander. I don't have any contraband. Chen Song replied in a frightened whisper. Chen Song, harboring prohibited items will harm your entire class. Do you know the consequences of this? Qin Yuan was aggressive, and the aura on his body burst out abruptly, reporting to the squad leader. My only cell phone has been turned in. Now the personal effects locker. There are no prohibited items. If the company commander doesn't believe me, he can search it now. Chen Song was frightened and hurriedly explained aloud. It seems like there really isn't one? Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows. He observed carefully, and this Chen Song's words didn't seem to be false. After all, even Zhang Shuai Zhongchong couldn't withstand his own wrath, let alone the unsupported Chen Song. No better. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. Then his gaze was icy cold as he swept towards everyone present. Each and every one of you. Do you still consider this place a resort? I told you so. In this recruit company, it's the dragon that has to be coiled, and the tiger that has to lie down for me. There is only one consequence for violating troop regulations and military discipline here. Heavy punishment. Now, all of you, return to your dormitories. Fill your backpacks, no less than 10 kilos. 10 minutes, everyone. 20-kilometer sprint. Qin Yuan roared in low fury. Company commander. The assassins felt a wave of giddiness as they listened. Still, none of them resisted. Very quickly, all the pricks scuffed up the stairs. OMG, didn't we say we'd start running with weights only on the next day? How come it's starting now? It must be because that snitch, completely enraged the great demon king, carrying 10 kilograms and running 20 kilometers? These legs of mine will be ruined. It's good to have a broken leg, that way you don't have to train. Nonsense. I'm trying to show off my marksmanship tomorrow and run for vice squad leader. The pricks screamed. The recruits were busy in their quarters. Little fish, why are you talking so little today? A prick haphazardly loaded some heavy items into his backpack. Since they didn't have items such as guns and water bottles right now, and Qin Yuan's request was only for a backpack-loaded run, they had to find a way to stuff their backpacks. Su Xiaoyu smiled sarcastically. Today, my great aunt came. I'm not happy. What else can I say? Was it because of him that the company commander searched for contraband? Great auntie's here? Where is he? Fish, isn't our recruit company forbidding family visits now? Hao Lian Demon was confused for a moment as she listened. Po ha ha, you boxing nerd. You really don't understand anything, Su Xiaoyu teased with a laugh. I don't understand? Did your great aunt not come? Halian Demon rubbed her head with a questioning face. Right. His great aunt didn't come. His great aunt came, Qin Yan laughingly said. One by one. Still in the mood for jokes, Han Xiang spoke in an exasperated voice. You know, we're going to run 20 kilometers later. Moreover, it's still 20 kilometers with a weight of 10 kilograms. We'll definitely have a lot of back pain tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, being amused by Halian Demon. Su Xiaoyu's mood, too, was beautiful, and the whole person was not so dead. Right, Richie Rich. Little fish is right. Drink today and be drunk today. Tomorrow's worries come tomorrow. The most important thing is, just be happy now. Zhang Chong opened his mouth in a cloudy manner. When Han Xiang heard this, she glared. You brute cow. Not to mention carrying 10 kilograms, or even 30 kilograms? I don't think you care. Of course you are happy. Ha ha ha. Actually, you can be as cloudy as me. Zhang Chong seemed to be talking so much for the first time. How can I do that? As long as you can help me improve my physical fitness to your level. Money is not a problem. In an instant, Han Xiang came to be intensely interested. Opening your mouth is about money. You Yakuza thing is so vulgar. Zhang Chong immediately threw over a disdainful look. If you want to become as strong as me, 1 word, practice. 2 words, practice hard. 4 words, practice crazy hard. If you put all of your heart into building muscle every day and do more strength training, in the most half a year, your physical fitness will explode. There will be a very amazing change. Ugh, you're saying the same thing you didn't say. If I had that persistence and perseverance, I wouldn't have a headache now when I hear about weighted running. When Han Xiang heard this, she immediately shook her head. Who doesn't know that you can get stronger by practicing hard? But knowing, and doing, the process in between, still needs to be done. The point is that it can't be done. If you can do it, what else is there to say? Ha ha, then you'll have a headache for the rest of your life. Between words, Zhang Chong had already stuffed 2 bricks and a few books into his backpack, and haphazardly stuffed quite a few other items. Looking like the load was definitely no less than 10 kilograms. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she watched, looking tisk, exclaiming, savage, you've got a big bullseye here. Where did you get the bricks? Zhang Chong heatedly smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. Just a few days ago when I had nothing to do, I picked it up on the side of the road. This thing I use while in hand, in case I have to fight or something. At least it can increase my combat power by 30%. Bull. Su Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. Tough. Han Xiang shook her head with a very sigh. Not bad for a savage. Halian Demon had a sigh of admiration. No way. This Zhang Chong, who usually does nothing but train, now looks as if his mind is filled with thoughts of fighting and war? What can they do but be convinced? 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, everyone assembled again at the training ground. The little fat man who was punished to run 20 kilometers before was also called back by Zhao Ruishuan under Qin Yuan's order. And this time, the punishment would be carried out after 2 days when he had the chance to do so. The main task now is to run with weights. First weighted run. I won't check the weight of your packs and weigh you one by one. Tonight's 20-kilometer weight run is the equivalent of a wake-up call. Starting tomorrow, you will be doing a standard 35-kilogram, fully loaded weight run. 10 kilometers in the morning and 10 kilometers in the evening. Qin Yuan's low voice was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's heart. My goodness, carrying 35 kilograms? My cousin isn't even 35 kilograms. That's the equivalent of running 10 kilometers with a kid on your back. 35 kilograms? I'm exhausted. This damn thing carries out the standards of the special forces as soon as it comes up. Does it still allow people to live? Really training us like mules? It's exhausting to run 10 miles with a donkey carrying 70 pounds. The assassins were in an uproar. There was a very reluctant grumbling, but they didn't stop. The Demon King was eyeing them up. Who dares to slack off or stop? There is no doubt that there will be special treatment from the demon. The first place winner of tonight's 10-kilometer weight run will receive a direct spot as vice squad leader. As he watched the assassins look very upset, Qin Yuan's heart was simply blossoming with joy. He thought about it and dropped another bombshell. It takes skill to practice. Giving a date with a stick is a classic technique that has been passed down from the old ancestors long ago. How could Qin Yuan not learn? Crap, first place actually gets to be vice class president? That must be fought for. That has to be fought for. It's not my style not to fight for it. Savage. I won't hide my strength this time. Although your physical ability is good, you may not be able to run as fast as me. This vice class president. It's not me. It's not that I'm looking down on everyone here. You're all younger brothers. It seems that I, running Thunderer One Tai Lai, have to show my true strength as well. The pricks heard they could be vice squad leaders? One by one, they are instantly glowing. No more sore backs and no more aching legs. One spilled out and ran as fast as he could. It's almost more motivating than a chicken shot. No way. They are now fish for the slaughter. What else is there to do but enjoy it in bitterness? One complained vigorously. Is not going to solve the problem. Qin Yuan looked on with a wide smile. A quick glance at the hundreds of electronic devices was followed by a sigh of relief. These 3 baskets are worth $2 or $3 million. It's just a shame that they'll now have to lie in storage and wait until the day these pricks retire or turn into sergeants before they can see the light of day again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The assassins were shouting slogans to the top of their lungs. Fighting spirit. Zhao Ruishuan, however, came over with some concern and said in a deep voice, Company Commander, would it be too harsh to suddenly give them 10 kilograms of weight and run 20 kilometers? Ask yourself. If he had been asked to train like that during his recruiting period, he was afraid he wouldn't have been able to do it. Ruthless? Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan shook his head. Old Zhao, you're still too merciful. When dealing with this group of centuries-old rare pricks, you have to really push them to their limits. There must be no mercy. Zhao Ruishuan froze. He was a little puzzled. Qin Yuan smiled and then said, Old Zhao, think carefully. This group of pricks ran 50 kilometers on steamed buns and salted vegetables 2 days ago. So by all rights, one by one, they should have sore backs and legs the next day. And even a few with high fevers should appear. Zhao Ruishuan, Zhang Mingmin, Li Yangjun and the 3 of them nodded as they listened. A person in a state of too much fatigue and overloaded body will be prone to fever. But they froze on none of them. Qin Yuan smiled slightly. What does this mean? It means that 50 kilometers of light armor hasn't reached their limit at all. I'm afraid I won't be able to touch their true limits until I've really worn them out once. Of course, maybe these little buggers don't know where their limits really are. Qin Yuan revealed a flash of ambition. Unabashed ambition. In fact, after obtaining the system, Qin Yuan was still somewhat skeptical about whether he could train this group of pricks into powerful special warriors. After all, if the other party was a rotten wood, no matter how powerful Qin Yuan was, he wouldn't be able to carve it into an item of great value. But it's different now, with the rarest group of pricks ever to possess great physical prowess. This, among other things, is one of the most important foundations for training them to be great. But I'm still worried, Company Commander. What if they really get worn down? Ahem, don't get anyone killed. Zhao Ruishuan listened to what was said, but he still couldn't help but worry. After all, this is a weighted run. If it was 5 kilometers, Zhao Ruishuan wouldn't be so worried at all. But now it's 20 kilometers. Don't worry, old Zhao. Qin Yuan smiled blandly and patted Zhao Ruishuan's shoulder. I'm not going to lie. Before I joined the army, I was a famous little miracle doctor around my hometown. The 3 of them, Zhao Ruishuan, heard a jolt. The little doctor? Your 3 ancestors are from famous families. I forgot to tell you. In fact, the history of my Qin family is also far-reaching. Qin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Zhao Ruishuan was immediately moved in his heart. Could it be that the company commander is a descendant of Qin Shihuan? Zhang Mingmin immediately shook his head. Old Zhao, you were taught this history by a gym teacher, right? Qin Shihuan's surname is Win, not Qin. Nonetheless, old Zhang, you are so certain. This is a big mistake. Qin Yuan laughed. As a matter of fact, my Qin clan is a descendant of the first emperor, Ying Zheng. Boom! The 3 were struck by lightning. A face of disbelief. Why did you, then, change your surname to Qin again, instead of Win? Zhao Ruishuan's eyebrows lifted. Qin Yuan's deliberate eyebrow raised. A slight sigh. Said, back then, the king of Chu broke through Xianyang city. A fire put the Afang palace to the torch. The Qin dynasty was destroyed. The only way for our Qin clan's old ancestor to survive was to abandon everything and change his face. Abandoning his original surname and changing his name to Qin. Going to a secluded place. Disrespectful. It turns out that Lian Chang is also a descendant of a famous family. And it's still a lineage of the supreme royal family? Zhao Ruishuan was shocked to death to hear that, and immediately respectfully clasped his fists. Zhang Mingmin's face was a bit embarrassed, and he laughed lightly. Company Commander, it was Xiang Yu who broke through Xianyang city, not Liu Bang, so you shouldn't put this account on our Zhang family's head. Screw you, that was thousands of years ago. It actually has nothing to do with any of us anymore. Qin Yuan directs a laughing curse. My Qin clan, the crucial reason why it has been passed down to this day, is because of a supreme medical skill that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is also because of this medical skill that makes the life expectancy of all my Qin clan members very high. In our hometown, all kinds of life-prolonging formulas can be found everywhere, and passing away at the age of 90 is considered a premature death. Qin Yuan saw that the three people were mesmerized, immediately spit and sputtered, listening to the three people in a daze. What the hell? 90 years old is considered a premature death? Zhao Ruishuan stared with a shocked and incredulous face. Qin Yuan nodded his head very seriously. Right, that brings us to the point. In our hometown, everyone masters a handful of out-of-this-world medical skills, and they all die at an average age of around 120 years old. Precisely because of mastering a handful of peak medical skills. I don't want to be cruel to this group of pricks at all. Qin Yuan laughed and finally got to the point. There's an infirmary for fevers and colds. Qin Yuan continued. As for body aches and pains, those medicinal herbs I asked you to buy, old Zhao, will come in handy right away. I simply won't give them the chance to have too much body soreness. What I want to see is their gritted teeth and strong willpower when their training reaches its limit state. How can this work as a soldier without amazing willpower? But trying to train this group of second-generation young masters into strong-willed warriors is absolutely impossible to achieve without pushing them to their limits. So, the physical pains, I heal them, I help them eliminate it. But mental weakness is something we need to help them practice. Zhao Ruishuan listened with a sigh and nodded, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. So the company commander had such good intentions. This group of pricks would definitely be grateful to you if they knew. Great company commander. You are a great man, Zhang Mingmin exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Li Yongjun's gaze was misty. If all the company commanders in our country can be as far-sighted as Captain Qin, why worry about the army not prospering and the country not prospering? Qin Yuan cried and laughed as he listened. Old Li, old Zhao, old Zhang, you guys are getting too far ahead of yourselves. Don't praise me so highly. The higher you hold me up, the worse you'll fall. I'm not as noble and great as you guys make me out to be. I just want to do my part. Train the recruits well. And not surprisingly, the system will also give itself a generous reward. That was what Qin Yuan craved the most. Ha ha, Company Commander Qin is being modest. From a soldier's point of view alone, what you're doing now is really admirable. Zhao Ruishuan hurriedly shook his head and opened his mouth with a smile, his face of admiration undisguised. Obviously outstanding ability and strength, but willingly came to be a small company commander to lead new recruits. This boldness and bravado is by no means comparable to that of an ordinary officer. Zhang Mingmin nodded and smiled. You know, company commander, based on your performance over the past few days, we even guessed that you are some mysterious officer who was specially dispatched by your superiors to train the new recruits. You guys are getting further and further away from each other. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile helplessly. Alright, let's not talk about this. Old Zhao, old Zhang, old Li, please, first send these 3 baskets of trash into the warehouse and lock them up properly. Then take out 1/10 of the medicinal herbs I told you to buy today, and distribute them to this group of pricks, so that they can finish their run to soak their feet. In this way, it can greatly reduce their training burden. Qin Yuan gave the order. Alright, great company commander Qin, we'll do as we're told now. Zhao Ruishuan and Zhang Mingmin laughed as the 3 of them moved the 3 large frames of prohibited items towards the warehouse. A few moments later, a small bag of mixed herbs was brought in. This 8-pound portion of herbs is enough for 100 people to soak in an overnight portion. After giving an explanation, Zhao Ruishuan immediately drove over the military jeep. With a big smile, Qin Yuan's 4 sat on it, and with a kick of the gas, Qin Yuan's 4 came in front of the assassins. All run faster, didn't you have dinner tonight? Qin Yuan's face was cold as he roared sternly. The assassins saw this and immediately accelerated their pace. It's just that they're carrying over 10 kilograms of weight on them. Trying to pick up the pace is not fast enough at all. Run 20 kilometers on light gear and still have the occasional sprint. But running 20 kilometers with weights now? A sprint simply kills you. That's all the weight? What about your walks? Seeing that the pricks speeding up was not obvious at all, Qin Yuan once again fumed. Time limit. 120 minutes. If there's a timeout that doesn't run out tonight, none of you will have to sleep. After Qin Yuan finished speaking, he left a cold smile and told Zhao Ruishuan to speed up the gas pedal and quickly disappeared into the runway. Next, the stingers blew up again. Crap. 120 minutes to run 20 kilometers underweight, doesn't that kill you? What? Do you still want to resist? I thought I'd just take a little more time tonight and run through it slowly. This is murder. Company commander. Bullshit murder. You bunch of yakuzas are just usually too lax on you. 120 minutes of running 20 kilometers with a weight of 10 kilograms is something that can be accomplished. A standard 35 kilogram load. 50 kilometers in one breath. That kind of training is considered a challenge. Savage. You're bursting at the seams with physical fitness. Don't stand around talking. That's right, Savage. Let alone 35 kilograms. Even if you were given a load of 50 kilograms, I don't think it would be too hard for you. But the brothers are different. Look at brother Chen Son. He's almost too tired to walk, he was already thin and weak, and now that weight has been added. The difficulty has simply increased geometrically. Such a load and intensity is simply not something a new recruit can withstand. Not to mention new recruits. Even veterans can't always stand it, can they? Then you're wrong. It's just a 10-kilogram load. And veterans can still hold their own. Don't imagine the country's soldiers to be so weak. No way? Veterans really stick around? Any veteran who can stay in the military with a standard 35-kilogram load, they do hold up. Special forces are stronger. The special forces have to come once a week to 50 kilograms of weight 50 kilometers cross-country. That is called tired. Not only is it a great test of physical fitness, it's also a test of willpower. Jesus Christ. 50 kilograms of weight on 50 kilometers of cross-country? It's breathtaking to think about. This is just not fucking human. Who can do such horrible training? I'm afraid only a savage like that could do it. That's for sure. Special forces are 1 in a million. A regiment may not even be able to get one chosen. They are all the toughest soldiers from each regiment. With such horrible training, only the likes of Savage can do it. Don't get ahead of yourself. People, with training, in the future, we can do it too. Stinky fish, you're bragging again. To be honest, I really don't believe we can do it. At least, I don't have confidence in myself. The kingdom of heaven and earth is yet to be determined. You and I are both dark horses. Su Xiaoyu was spirited. The future is anyone's guess. Maybe you'll become a general. Or maybe the savages will demise halfway through. Su Xiaoyu, you deflated calf thing, I'll kill you with a whip kick. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately made a turn and rushed towards Su Xiaoyu at the left rear. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately scurried away. Ha ha ha, savage. I didn't mean it. I accidentally said the wrong thing. If I don't kick your balls to pieces today, my last name is not Zhang. Zhang Chong was furious. Ha ha ha, savage. It's best to kick Su Xiaoyu's mouth to pieces. That way our recruit company will be too comfortable. Haolian demon gloated. Ah. As he spoke, Su Xiaoyu let out a miserable scream. His body was involuntarily kicked off and tumbled down on the lawn next to him, his mouth chanting, "Crap, savage, you hit me with a deadly blow. It's enough to give you face for not scrapping your head." Zhang Chong smiled triumphantly. "Humph, you wait, savage, there will be a day." Su Xiaoyu climbed up, rubbed her extremely sore butt, and spoke with an exasperated voice. "Someday what ah?" Zhang Chong grinned. "One day, I will make you submit to my feet and sing conquest." Su Xiaoyu hemmed and hawed, and began to dart swiftly again, his footsteps very nimble. "Fuck off, you want to sing a conquest, don't you? Very well, I'll let you sing now." Zhang Chong made an acceleration and immediately chased after him. Just Su Xiaoyu flexible like a swimming fish. In the crowd randomly shuttle. Zhang Chong a time unexpectedly cannot catch up. "Don't ah savage, my singing is hard to hear. I'm wrong, not okay." Su Xiaoyu hurriedly begged for mercy when she saw this. His fitness is good though, but chasing like this, sooner or later, you will fall. Instead of getting another hard kick from Zaichu, it was better to surrender voluntarily. "This is surrender?" Zhang Chong smiled smugly. "Old me hates soldiers who surrender on their own accord. Just you wait, if I catch up with you, you'll have a good time." "Savage, brother punch, I'm really wrong, please spare me. You're a big man who doesn't remember his mistakes. As long as you let me go this time, I'll wash your socks for a month. How's that?" Su Xiaoyu had a bright idea and begged for mercy. "No way. What it's like to get a kick in the pants from Zhao Chong. It's really not good. My goodness, stinky fish, how dare you offer to wash the savage's socks? Don't you know that his socks are the stinkiest in the entire company?" Fatty was immediately shocked when he heard that. Zhang Chong heard, but immediately eyes bright, very bold, immediately agreed. "Good, this proposal is good. Su Xiaoyu, since you are so sincere, then I will let you, a dead fish, off the hook. If you dare not keep your promise, humph, you'll just wait and eat my iron fist every day. Ha ha. Charge brother, don't worry. I Su Xiaoyu a word. Absolutely talk. In the future your socks I wrapped." Su Xiaoyu laughingly said. "That's more like it." Zhang Chong smiled triumphantly. After all that, the crowd then felt a much lighter atmosphere, and, perhaps acclimatizing to the most difficult and boring phase at the beginning, the pricks just didn't feel so heavy on their feet. "Brethren, have you noticed that this pack, now, doesn't seem so heavy? It seems like hay. At first I was exhausted and the whole thing was panicky and Alexander-like, but now, I seem to be getting used to it a little bit. Brother Chen Tsung, how do you feel?" "Me, I feel a lot more relaxed too. It's really kind of amazing. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I suddenly have a little more confidence in becoming a special forces soldier. Again, how's that? I was right, wasn't I? The kingdom of heaven and earth is yet to be determined. And you and I are both dark horses. As long as you have faith in the future, anything is possible. The Stinger's mood finally lightened. But the real hard part of the 20 kilometers is yet to come. After a tough 10 kilometers, the really painful moment finally came. Crap, can't do it. Both legs feel like they're going to break. Breathing is not smooth anymore. I just feel so sore right now. I can't even walk halfway. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Goddess of Mercy, which kind angelic elder sister can come to my rescue and put me out of my misery? The pricks screamed. Now the legs felt like lead. Every step forward was incredibly difficult. Right at this moment, Qin Yuan brought the Black Emperor with him, walking over from a short distance away. Seeing the speed of the assassin slowing down again, he immediately covered his face with frost and let out an angry growl. Run faster for me. Slow and easy. How can you be a bit of a soldier? It's an insult to the word soldier. Woof, woof. Seemingly sensing Qin Yuan's anger, the Black Emperor roared along in a milky voice. Qin Yuan looked suddenly happy, not expecting this Black Emperor, who seemed to really be able to understand himself and feel his emotions. Before, he had only guessed. Now, he was almost certain. That's a big find. When the assassins saw Qin Yuan arrive, their footsteps couldn't help but start to speed up. No way. Qin Yuan was simply their nightmare. You can't run without it. But Qin Yuan didn't have the time to pay attention to them right now. He was now focusing more on the little Black Emperor. Black Emperor? You can understand me, can't you? Qin Yuan looked at the little Black Emperor with interest. Woof! Upon hearing this, little Black Emperor immediately wagged his little tail cheerfully with a low roar of excitement. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up when he looked at it. I didn't expect it to be true. After 2 days together, Qin Yuan's thoughts were, once again, confirmed. This Black Emperor, worthy of being a peak-level pet, was simply smart as hell. Black Emperor, you are indeed smart. It's just a pity you're too small now. Otherwise, you could help me scare these disobedient pricks who keep trying to be lazy. Qin Yuan laughed and lamented, while his right hand gently stroked the dog's head. Woof, woof. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor let out a low roar and actually leapt out with astonishing speed. It was simply a black phantom. Crap, it's not that fast? Because he was just bored. Qin Yuan and Lao Zhao went back to the dormitory to drink some water with them, and Qin Yuan was worried that Black Emperor was bored in the dormitory, so he brought Black Emperor out to walk his dog. Unexpectedly, this little Black Emperor's performance was greatly beyond his expectations, gave him a big surprise. Company Commander, what is that thing that just scurried out? Zhao Ruishuan threw over a bottle of mineral water and looked at the scurrying black shadow with a face of shock and surprise. Yeah, Company Commander, it's not a rat, is it? But we shouldn't have such a big black rat here. Li Yangjun was dumbfounded. Qin Yuan cried and laughed. Which is a big black rat? Ahem. This is a military dog I applied to keep. The system had said that this Black Emperor could be a military dog. Well, now Qin Yuan naturally had to say that this was a military dog. Ah, military dogs? The three of them looked at each other. But Company Commander, our recruit company, it seems that we don't have the qualifications to raise a military dog? As a matter of fact, it's true that the recruit company doesn't need to keep a military dog, but this military dog of mine, ahem, it was specially authorized by the chief. Qin Yuan revealed a you-know-what expression. No dogs in the army. That's the rule. The fact is that no one in the army has time for a dog either, except for military dogs. However, Qin Yuan had long since decided to find a chance to apply for a military dog qualification for the Black Emperor sometime later, so he had to muddle through for a bit now. Oh, I get it. So it is. Ha ha, the identity of the company commander is really as mysterious as I guessed. All three platoon commanders gave an I get it look. Still, they were shocked at how fast the Black Emperor was. In the blink of an eye, the little Black Emperor had actually rushed to the assassins. Hey, everybody, look, there's a little nub running over here. Crap, such a small dog? So cute. It's not easy to come out to work before you're even a month old. TSK, it's the first time I've seen such a small military dog. Who said it was a military dog? What do you call it in the army if not a military dog? The assassins all felt very cute when they saw the Black Emperor, who was all black and milky. Yet the next second, they didn't know where they had offended the little Black Emperor. The little Black Emperor whimpered and let out a low roar, and actually roared madly at them, seemingly urging them to run faster. Pooh ha ha, this puppy, really laugh. Dog, are you being mean to me? Have the ability to bite me? Han Xian laughed and very arrogantly laughed at the little Black Emperor. Woo, woof. Who would have thought that this action completely angered the little Black Emperor? Although the Black Emperor was small, he had a violent temper. It let out an angry roar. The entire person then turned into a black lightning bolt, and the entire dog's body popped up violently, rushing towards Han Xiang's buttocks with a bite. Ah! It was followed by an earth-shattering scream. Crap! It hurts so much. This dog even bites? Under the pain, Han Xiang ran frantically. In an instant, he left the crowd behind. No, it's too much. Such a tiny little nub. How painful can it be to bite? This rich second generation really can't endure any pain at all. What a failure! Howlian Demon couldn't stop shaking her head at the sight. Woof, woof. However, the little black emperor was once again furious. With a sudden flurry, a bounce, shining at Howlian Demon's ass, she bit it. Woj, how dare you bite me? I'll flash. Howlian Demon nimbly dodged. However, the Black Emperor seemed to have recognized his dodging route long ago. The Black Emperor swerved violently, bouncing off of one of the assassins, and immediately reversed its direction, opening its bloody mouth and biting up the moment Howlian Demon landed on the ground. Crap, it hurts. Howlian Demon ate the pain, and the whole person was on the verge of crying from the pain. MD, are this dog's teeth made of crocodile teeth? Why does this fucking bite hurt so much? Howlian Demon immediately slowed down, wanting to stop and take a look. However, at this time, the little Black Emperor again immediately rushed up angrily, making a gesture to bite. No, still coming? Howlian Demon immediately accelerated and escaped. The pricks looked dumbfounded. Hey, wild man, don't run away. Do you think this Han Xiang and Howlian Demon are pretending or not? Such a small dog. Does it really hurt to bite someone? Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled and scratched his head. However, he soon learned the answer. In the middle of his hesitation, a small black shadow thundered over and took a bite out of his ass. Oh, my god, this dog has become a spirit. It understands human language. Su Xiaoyu scattered and flew. Understand human language? I'm partial to that. Little Fatty smiled faintly and handed little Black Emperor a provocative look. Ah, next. Fatty's ass was deadlocked by a dark shadow that he couldn't shake off. Master Doggy, I've believed you. Quickly loosen your mouth. It hurts. Fatty is literally oozing out. Aha! The evening training grounds soon resounded with screams one after another. All those who disrespected the little Black Emperor were bitten hard by it. In the end, when everyone saw the little Black Emperor running over, they were so scared that they immediately flew away, not daring to delay at all. No way. If it was before, running slower, to be reprimanded by the Demon King, there was a possibility of getting a beating. But now if you can't run fast enough, the Black Emperor came right up and bit. That drilling pain. It simply hurts like hell. Zhang Shuai and Zhang Chong didn't believe it and tried it as well. But once they remember, no longer dare to take the Black Emperor lightly. It was a good thing that the two of them ran fast and were rarely targeted by the Black Emperor. Next to the training ground, Qin Yuan and old Zhao's four men had long since watched with Zhao Zagape. Company commander, where did you find this amazing military dog? This shit. With this military dog watching over us in the future, it seems like our brethren will be liberated. Zhao Ruishuan looked dumbfounded, with a face of surprise and accident. Right, old Zhao. This military dog's bite is more useful than our efforts to scare them. This is simply amazing. Zhang Mingnan was also pleasantly surprised by the scene before him. Qin Yuan couldn't help his eyes from glowing. So bullish from a young age. What's left of this little Black Emperor when he grows up? In an instant, Qin Yuan was filled with anticipation for the Black Emperor's future. With the Black Emperor involved, the weight run was immediately much more lively. What a level of speed improvement for the Stingers. Eventually, very unexpectedly, at the end of the 118th minute, the last stabber crossed the finish line and lay powerless on the ground, unable to get up again no matter how much the Black Emperor hissed and scared him. He really can't run. Rather be bitten. He didn't want to run either. The assassins all looked at the little black nub in front of them with amazement. This guy's fitness. It's horrible. I can't believe I ran the whole 20 kilometers with them. And, because of the need to bite, the little Black Emperor sprinted back and forth. More than running at 20 kilometers? This motherfucker. Where did the company commander find a wild dog? This little thing is so mean. Ah! Howlian Demon indignantly looked at the Black Emperor. However, just after he finished his sentence, a black wolf roared twice and immediately rushed over angrily, pouncing straight at Howlian Demon's arm. Howlian Demon immediately grimaced in pain and let out a miserable scream. Asshole! It hurts like hell! Howlian Demon cursed angrily in anger. MD, it's even if I can't afford to mess with the company commander, now I can't even mess with a dog? Howlian Demon frantically flung her arms around, trying to shake the Black Emperor off. However, the Black Emperor's mouth was like a suction cup, deadlocked on its arm, and could not be shaken off at all. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Quickly let go of your mouth. I won't scold you again. Mr. Dog. There was no other way. Hao Lian Demon had to cry and give in. Woo! The Black Emperor finally let go. He lowered his head and hissed angrily at Hao Lian Demon, his gaze fierce and seemingly threatening. The pricks couldn't help but watch. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but tease. Hao Lian, I thought you were also a generation of boxing champions, but you can't even handle a dog? Humph, who said I can't do it? When Hao Lian Demon heard this, she immediately glared at him defiantly. But AK9. Hao Lian Demon didn't finish her sentence, and immediately there was another miserable scream as the Black Phantom once again rushed over. Master Dog, I was wrong. You're not a dog. You're a god dog. I'm the dog. Let go of me. Master, Hao Lian Demon hurriedly begged for mercy. He glared angrily at the Black Emperor, thinking that if Qin Yuan wasn't beside him, he would have kicked it away long ago. As the old saying goes, you have to look at the master to beat the dog. Right now, Qin Yuan was staring at the side, so he didn't dare to be reckless. When you get bitten, it hurts for a while and then forget about it. But if they hurt the Black Emperor, who knew how Qin Yuan would punish them? Of course, the main thing is that the Black Emperor is too fast. Fast beyond imagination. If he really fought with the Black Emperor, it was unknown who would live and who would lose. Pooh ha ha. Su Xiaoyu. Several people immediately let out a loud laugh. Hao Lian, you're too much of a loser. You still have so much respect for a dog? Yet the next second, Su Xiaoyu just couldn't stop laughing. Because of letting go of Hao Lian Demon, the Black Emperor immediately pounced on him and took a bite. Holy shit, this puppy can really understand our words? Su Xiaoyu covered his arm, forcibly enduring the severe pain with an astonished face. It shall not be, it's a big deal. This little okapi, this dog grandpa, really god, this is the first time I've seen such a smart, military dog. It's so awesome, I just don't know what breed it is. The pricks are finally paying attention. They scrutinized the Black Emperor, trying to see what was going on. Hearing the praise from the crowd, the little Black Emperor was also immediately excited, pacing back and forth proudly with his little head held high, revealing an anthropomorphic expression that seemed to say, count on you guys to know what you're doing. Crap, this military dog seems to be laughing at us? If it can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? There is no need to endure anymore. Guys, do you really mind being so despised by a dog? Some of the fiery pricks saw this and immediately talked angrily. Of course, they were very worried about being overheard by the Black Emperor, but how sensitive was the Black Emperor's hearing? The assassin who had said a dog was immediately bitten viciously by the Black Emperor, only to hear a shocking and miserable roar, and that assassin immediately began to beg for mercy. The assassins were once again intimidated by the Black Emperor's ferocity. Just then, Qin Yuan wore a smile on his face as he and the 3 platoon commanders slowly walked over. 118 minutes with 10 kilograms of weight and 20 kilometers. Well, your grades are very good, greatly exceeded my expectations. Qin Yuan opened his mouth with a smile. The pricks were so aggrieved that they were on the verge of tears. Who would want to run that fast if that dead dog wasn't chasing frantically after them? MD, the black dog is not big, but its bite is particularly painful. Someday when I find a chance, I will definitely stew the dog and eat dog meat. The pricks were bellyaching. One was chagrined, but on the contrary, this one was Qin Yuan's dog, and each and every one of them could do nothing about it and didn't dare to mess around. With a sweep of his gaze, the crowd present, Qin Yuan smiled blandly and then spoke. I know that you all definitely harbor resentment towards the Black Emperor, and some of you, even, I'm afraid, want to stew the Black Emperor and eat dog meat. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor immediately roared angrily at the assassins, who were immediately startled, thinking of the fear of being dominated by the Black Emperor's tearing bite. The assassins didn't dare to meet the Black Emperor's gaze for a while. Humph, don't think I don't understand your little minds. I'm declaring it to you all right now. This black divine dog has a very domineering name, called the Black Emperor, the Black of Black, the Emperor of Emperor. Qin Yuan revealed a cold smile. The Black Emperor is a very intelligent military dog. I believe that after this weight run, you all have a deep understanding of it. Immediately the pricks were aggravated again. That experience was absolutely profound. That bite hurt like hell. I have only one request of you. Take care of the Black Emperor during the recruit company. If the Black Emperor is injured, or loses a hair, all of you are responsible. None of you will escape. Qin Yuan's tone suddenly became stern. Do you all hear me? I hear you, company commander. One by one, the assassins immediately answered in a loud voice. It was just that one of them could no longer remain calm, and one of them once again secretly bellyached. MD, it's really worse than a dog series. What use do I have for this iron rod? I kind of realized that with the background behind the brothers, our recruit company is bigger than the brigade commander is bigger than the regiment commander is bigger than the battalion commander is bigger than the veterans. But in the recruit company, the company commander is bigger than the Black Emperor. And the Black Emperor is bigger than us. Just ask you if you're angry. Now you're really living worse than a dog. No way. Now Qin Yuan and the Black Emperor were both standing in front of them. They wouldn't dare spit out a word. What if I get bitten again? Smiling lightly, Qin Yuan smiled and spoke, saying, I am very satisfied with everyone's performance tonight. And Zhang Chong was the first to cross the finish line. So I am now officially announcing that Zhang Chong is now appointed as the vice class president of class 3. Everyone applaud and welcome. Snap. There was a loud round of applause. Zhang Chong became the vice squad leader, which was well deserved, and no one objected. With that, Qin Yuan clapped his hands, and Zhao Ruixian immediately brought over the medicinal herbs. At the same time, I've specially prepared Chinese herbs for you to relieve your body's fatigue. When Washanqi and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. When we get back, Zhang Shui, Zhang Chong, Fang Tian and you vice squad leaders are responsible for soaking these herbs in hot water and distributing them to everyone. Soak each of you for 30 minutes and I'm sure you'll wake up tomorrow and be pleasantly surprised. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan opened his mouth. Surprise? The pricks were puzzled. Surprise? This herb? It can be so amazing, right? I'm on 2 legs right now. Company commander. What if there's no surprise? Yeah, company commander. We're still new recruits now. And you're training to get so tough. Don't think you can make up for our guilt by soaking our feet. Company commander. Just tell me what to do if you soak your feet and there's no surprise. When the assassins saw that Qin Yuan was in a good mood, one of them immediately clamored again. He even dared to negotiate with Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face immediately turned cold. His brows slightly furrowed as he reprimanded. What should we do? Cold mix. You guys love to soak or not? With a sweep of their eyes, the assassins shivered in fear. Training is officially on track starting tomorrow. Standard twice a day, morning and evening, running 5 kilometers with 35 kilograms of weight. If anyone interferes with the rest of my training and drags the class down, then I'm sorry to say, I'll make him realize what it means to be a TM. A real surprise. Qin Yuan deliberately frightened. What do you mean by TM's real surprise? The pricks instantly shuddered when they thought about it. Lao Zhao, close the line. Company commander. With a command, Qin Yuan got into the jeep and took off, leaving a bunch of pricks lying on their backs under the stars. Sighing, Old Hua. Do you think this herbal foot soak is really effective? Su Xiaoyu was rather interested in this herbal medicine. They've got a master herbalist right next to them. So let's ask first. Washanqi pondered slightly and returned. Theoretically speaking, it is effective. However, in reality, I have simply never seen a formula that is very effective in relieving fatigue. Ha, you haven't even seen it? Then I'm afraid that the company commander, a half-wit, is really lying to us. Han Xiang shook her head in disappointment. I told you, he's only giving us herbs to allay our concerns. Make a show of it, and give us some compensation. That's all. Hulian Demon had a look of contempt on her face. I don't think so. At this time, Zhang Chong opened his mouth. He was one of the few that could still stand and speak nowadays. This run didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. I can feel this person. Company commander. He is strong. And he speaks his mind. I have confidence in his words. If he says it can relieve fatigue, then it must have a miraculous effect. But savage. According to the information that came from the investigation of my eyes, company commander, he was only a civilian before. Where did he learn Chinese medicine from? Fatty opened his mouth in doubt. I don't care where he learned it. Anyway, I just believe him. You guys love to believe it or not? Zhang Chong growled with a glare. Fatty immediately shrank back in fear. No way. Zaichu is so scary when he starts a fire. Zhang Chong, this physique, in ancient times, is definitely a great general level. Not many people aren't scared. Brothers, I also believe in the words of the company commander. These herbs may have unexpected effects. At this time, Wang Tianyi, whose face had been shadowy, finally spoke coldly. The crowd of pricks cried out in surprise. This guy Wang Tianyi, isn't he going to be immortalized with the company commander? How come now? You're even speaking for the company commander? Looking at the doubts of the crowd, Wang Tianyi slowly opened his mouth. Because I saw with my own eyes in the infirmary that he straightened the bones of a veteran with a broken bone in 3 or 2 strokes. Looking at that maneuver, he's definitely a Chinese medicine expert. What? The company commander helps people to straighten their bones? Su Xiaoyu glared. The pricks dragged their weary bodies shuffling back to the recruits' quarters at last. At this time, a strong and very distinctive scent of herbs permeated the dormitory. With suspicion, the pricks half-heartedly boiled hot water, steeped the herbs, and distributed them to each person to soak their feet. 30 minutes to end. The pricks didn't feel any special effects, just warmth on the soles of their feet. Real great fatigue and sleepiness came over the pricks and they went to sleep. It was a night when the assassins slept like never before, and after returning to the dormitory, in view of the outstanding performance of the Little Black Emperor, Qin Yuan specially rewarded the Little Black Emperor with 3 chicken legs. The Black Emperor seems to be particularly interested in meat, whimpering and screaming and flying to eat all of it, and then running back to the bottom of the bed with his butt huffing and puffing. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile as he watched. It would be great if this Little Black Emperor could grow faster. When the time comes to go on a mission, you can bring it along as well. It might work wonders. A dog's sense of smell over speed is simply not something humans can match. Qin Yuan was looking forward to the day when the Black Emperor grew up. After taking a cold shower, Qin Yuan only felt refreshed. It's late at night. Qin Yuan was lying on the bed. With a thought, he called up the system panel. He was ready to look at specific information about himself nowadays. Host, Qin Yuan. Height, 183c. Skill, Divine Special Forces Training Methods. Kingly Aura. Peak level marksmanship skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level power. World-class driving skills. World-class fighting techniques. Peak level night vision. World-class jungle warfare skills. Divine concealed weapon throw. Divine flying daggers kill people. Divine defense. Peak level Chinese medicine. Peak level danger perception. World-class breath holding. Proficient level locksmith. Item, 5 bottles of proficient grade gold sore pill. Pet, peak level military dog Black Emperor. I didn't realize it all gained so many top skills. After casually sweeping a glance, Qin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up and he couldn't help but feel his blood surge. According to the system's division of skill levels, from low to strong, they were proficient, perfect, peak, world, and god. Proficient level skills are already considered to be at a very proficient level in their field. Perfect level is a step further and can be called perfect. As for peak level, it is to the extent that it has been perfected. World class? Then it stands at the top of this world. As for the god level? Then it is beyond everything. Crush everything. Sort it out. Qin Yuan realized that he actually had 3 god level skills. They are Divine Concealed Weapon Throw, Divine Flying Dagger Kill, and Divine Defense. Divine Grade Hidden Weapons and Flying Daggers can allow me to kill people by surprise. Divine Grade Defense can greatly increase my survival rate on the battlefield. Combined with Pinnacle Level Marksmanship, World-Class Jungle Warfare Skills, and Pinnacle Level Danger Perception. Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. These skills will make me invincible and invincible in battle. Of course, the task at this stage is still to get this historically rare group of pricks trained. I just don't know why the state, on purpose, would bring this group of pricks together. For this group of historically rare pricks, the truth was that Qin Yuan had had some guesses, but the exact reason for this was not clear to him, nor did he know exactly who was leading from behind. However, he knew that the person who was able to have such amazing energy, this group of pricks with sky-high backgrounds converging together, was definitely not simple. With thick doubts, Qin Yuan quietly fell asleep. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for training the assassins to run 20 kilometers underweight and obtaining a peak-level gambling skill. Exceptionally, a crisp system prompt rang out. Peak-level gambling skills, whether it's poker, pai gao, mahjong, or dice, the host has reached the point of peak limit. I didn't realize there was a reward for running with weights. Not bad. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Looks like there's a chance to go to the casino and have some fun. Win him millions and millions of dollars. Next, countless gambling techniques and maneuvers converge in the mind. Qin Yuan instantly mastered all of these skills. Qin Yuan looked on with a loud cry of surprise. It's up! What an insight! Feel it carefully. Qin Yuan sighed in awe at these subtle gambling skills. No wonder the old-timers used to say that no bet is a win. There are so many twists and turns in this gambling. Qin Yuan couldn't help but look saddened. Once you enter the gambling this resistance, you will always encounter experts who are more powerful than you. One careless move, being pitched, you will lose everything, and you will never be able to turn around again. Most of all, gambling is addictive. Winning is the process, losing is the result. Not gambling is winning. As long as you don't participate in gambling and don't lose money, you're considered a winner. No way. The present-day Qin Yuan, taking poker alone, had hundreds of ways to win over his opponents without changing cards. And if you then use an out-of-this-world card-switching technique to switch cards, I'm afraid my opponent will die without even knowing how. After thinking about it, Qin Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. When the first rays of the morning sun light up the earth, Qin Yuan stretched and woke up comfortably. First thing, Qin Yuan immediately went to take a cold shower. When the cold tap water from the early fall began to flush the muscles, Qin Yuan's entire body only felt refreshed. Simply wash up. Qin Yuan arrived at the training ground and immediately blew the assembly whistle. At the same time, the 3 platoon commanders walked over with smiles on their faces. Company commander, You said that the pricks were as tired as dogs yesterday. Can they get up today? Zhao Ruishuan said smilingly. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. What? Are you not confident in my secret herbal formula? Recruit quarters. As soon as you hear the assembly whistle, dabble. Almost subconsciously, all the pricks opened their eyes at the same time. Crap, sleeping through the night? I didn't even wake up in the middle of the night? My habit of getting up in the night to pee. What's wrong with me today that it didn't wake me up? Oh, I slept so well today. Sleep hasn't been this good in a long time. The assassins had just woken up and were immediately surprised to find themselves changed. Crap, my entire body. How do I feel refreshed? No feeling of fatigue at all? Right, I thought I would have a sore back today. I have this back and legs well. Not tired at all. It just feels full of strength. It's really evil. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. According to reason, we ran 20 kilometers with weight yesterday. We should be as tired as dead dogs. Could it be that it's from soaking my feet yesterday? The pricks quickly dressed and folded their blankets. One but very puzzled. No need to think. It definitely has something to do with foot soaking. My goodness, if it's really about foot soaking, then the company commander is too good. This secret recipe, it's worth an infinite amount of money. If we can sell this secret formula on the market, it will definitely be a business that sweeps the world and is worth tens of billions of dollars. Tens of billions? Is it that much of an exaggeration? More than tens of billions, hundreds of billions are possible. Imagine, after a day's work, people will be tired. Once you soak your feet, the next day when you wake up, full of fatigue is swept away. Such a miraculous effect. How much money must it be worth? This is a business that covers 6 billion people worldwide. A person who buys $100 is also a volume of $600 billion. Crap. You guys with business in your homes have too good of a head on your shoulders, don't you? It sounds so reasonable. A formula worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And the company commander just gave it to us to use. The company commander is too good to us, isn't he? The pricks all instantly felt warm and fuzzy inside. Very touching. No way. The effect, it's really too good. Guys, I feel like I'm in love with the company commander. What should I do? Get lost. It's early in the morning. Don't be disgusting. Love him and you marry him, ahaha. The pricks joked and assembled downstairs very quickly. Seeing that the assassins were all full of energy and glowing, Qin Yuan's 4 eyes immediately lit up. It seems that the effect of yesterday's foot bath was very good. Qin Yuan was very satisfied with the effects of the prescription. First platoon leader. Here. Take the recruits to the warehouse to get their gear and start running standard weights from today. Company commander. Zhao Ruishuan immediately nodded solemnly and gave orders, leading the recruits to the warehouse to receive their equipment. Each recruit has a rifle, a base number of rifle cartridges, about 150 rounds, including magazines, 4 hand grenades, a canteen filled with water, a bayonet, a day's supply of dry rations, a carry bag containing a first aid kit, gas mask, etc., marching shoes, a combat uniform, and a steel helmet. The assassins were fully armed for the first time, and one of them was unusually excited as well. Crap, it's heavy, that's what I call being a soldier. If you can't stand this much weight, why don't you just find a block of tofu and crash it to death? The pricks couldn't hide their excitement, and after receiving their gear, they helped each other put it on, and the whole recruiting company was transformed. Qin Yuan couldn't help but look at it with glowing eyes, fully armed and looking somewhat military in appearance and aura. Qin Yuan's eyes burned as he swept toward the crowd present. Today, it's the first time you're fully armed, and I have only one request for you, to run 5 kilometers at the latest, before the meal starts. Is there any confidence? Qin Yuan looked at the assassins and inquired in a flood of voices. Promise to finish the job. The assassins were majestic, each one full of confidence. Good. Now, all hands, target, training ground, sprint. At Qin Yuan's command, the pricks immediately rushed towards the training ground with excitement. Sprint, kill, fuck this. The stingers have cheered themselves on. One was excited like a chicken blood. Attention to military discipline. Pay attention to the image. What are you shouting about? Qin Yuan stumbled at the sound and almost fell. This motherfucker. How it feels like going to war. Company commander. The pricks laughed heartily, and then answered neatly and loudly. Hide the punch. Shout the slogans. Qin Yuan ordered. Company commander. Raise the prestige of our army. Revitalize our military style. Break the dome of the sky and devour the stars. The pricks started the new day's morning exercise with a neat step and a loud slogan. All of them energetic and full of fighting spirit. Qin Yuan looked very satisfied. But soon, the stingers, then, slowed down significantly. Qin Yuan took a look. How can this work? Platoon Leader 1. Release the dogs. Qin Yuan immediately barked out an order. Company commander. Zhao Ruixian smiled brightly, and the little black emperor immediately rushed out of the jeep with vigor, searched for a target, and immediately rushed towards the pricks. Holy shit! Run for it, that darn little army dog is at it again. This little thing bites without leaving teeth marks and is very measured. You can't even report it if you want to. Everyone run faster. If you run slow and get bitten, there's no place to talk about it. Who dares not to run? And so it was. A very special sight appeared at the training ground. A group of recruits, heavily armed, ran wildly ahead. A black puppy barked furiously after it, but the soldiers were all scared to death and froze, not daring to turn back. Ha 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 ha. This scene, it's just a dream come true. Zhao Ruixian couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that a dog would have subdued this group of fearless pricks? Li Yongjun smiled broadly. Old Li, I say you say this. There is ambiguity. The company commander also subdued this group of pricks. Okay. You say this? A little. Ahem. Zhang Mingmen revealed a sinister smile. Worry, old Zhang. Don't deliberately lead to war. When Li Yongjun heard this, he panicked. Boom boom. Follow closely. 2 phantom kicks came. Li Yongjun Zhang Mingmen screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Humph. Old Li and old Zhang. You guys have gotten fat. Daring to joke about me? Qin Yuan deliberately smiled grimly. Don't company commander. I really didn't mean that. Li Yongjun cried out, frightened and hurried to explain. Company commander, I'm wrong. I'm a good person. I exposed Old Li. You should reward me. Zhang Mingmen smiled and hemmed and backed away. Reward you, big head. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort and cursed with a laugh. He was just joking with the duo. Of course. But this scene today is indeed surprising. A bunch of pricks with hefty backgrounds and unruly behavior were being chased by a puppy. It's a scene that would be comical for anyone to watch. Sure, Qin Yuan knew the deeper reason for this. Because this is Qin Yuan's dog. Otherwise, this little black emperor would have long since been hidden. Rushed Su Xiaoyu Zhang Shui. They joined forces to stew dog meat. Under the supervision of the little black emperor, the achievements of the assassins greatly exceeded Qin Yuan's expectations. Would have thought they could run a 5K in at least 25 minutes. In bad shape. I'm afraid it'll take 30 minutes, but I didn't expect. Zhao Chong, the first to cross the finish line, surprisingly took only 17 minutes. And it's not even his best. Their weighted and lightly loaded runs were surprisingly similar. The second one to cross the finish line was surprisingly Zhang Shui. It took 17 minutes and 21 seconds. This caused Qin Yuan to be impressed with this crown prince. The third one, surprisingly, was the small fist champion, Haolian Demon. Haolian Demon's physical quality definitely belonged to the top 5 existences in the recruit company. For the fourth, it was Su Xiaoyu's turn. Su Xiaoyu, today, ran with extra seriousness. Barely spoke the whole time. Qin Yuan, of course, didn't know that Su Xiaoyu was thinking about how to explain to the pricks about having their cell phones confiscated last night. The fifth, Fontaine. This caused Qin Yuan to be slightly surprised. I had thought that Fong Tian's strength was not good, but he didn't expect Fong Tian's personal performance to become more and more outstanding since he became the vice-class president. But it's a good thing. Wang Tianyi's grades remain at the bottom. Maybe it's because the body hasn't fully recovered. His grades, surprisingly, were worse than the scrawny Chen Song. But the good thing is that it's not a bad base and all of them ran the 5 kilometers in under 25 minutes. Qin Yuan was very satisfied with this achievement in his first standard weight-bearing run. I believe that after 3 months of training, the vast majority of people can run under 17 minutes, right? Qin Yuan's goal was very ambitious. All of them. Qin Yuan let out a roar. One moment. All the pricks didn't dare to hesitate and immediately stood up. Attention! At ease! Attention! Now! On my command, everyone, return the weaponry to the warehouse. After breakfast, uniform to the range for training shots. First platoon leader, here, you will have your bullets ready later. Today, make sure the recruits get a good shot. Company commander. When the assassins heard this, each of their eyes glistened. Crap, looks like a cool day of training. Just thinking about having a wild shooting session later on is exciting to think about. How can you do it once? If you're a man, you have to come more often. That's a must. 7 times if you're a man. The pricks were all smiling very lewdly. Watch out for the military image. What are you yelling about? What kind of soldiers are you? You're just a bunch of ruffians. Qin Yuan was speechless for a while as he listened. Are all young people so flirtatious nowadays? Want to drive anytime, anywhere? Company commander. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's reprimand, the pricks immediately silenced their voices. Putting their gear away, the pricks excitedly rushed to the cafeteria. Qin Yuan also took the Black Emperor to the cafeteria to eat, but after thinking about it, in order to avoid causing comments from the soldiers, Qin Yuan still typed in 2 meals and went back to the dormitory to eat. After all, if the veterans saw the Black Emperor eating the same food as everyone else, there would inevitably be controversy. Qin Yuan didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. After feeding the little Black Emperor, Qin Yuan leisurely laid down on the bed to rest slightly. Exclusion. The office phone rang. Qin Yuan took a look and realized that it was the chief's internal phone, and immediately connected it, and the phone immediately rang with Chief Wang's excited voice. Qin Yuan? Good news, great news, where are you now? Come to the regiment immediately. What is it, Chief? Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows, feeling uncertain. Good news. Heavenly good news, haha. Regimental Commander Wang seemed particularly excited. I've already asked Xiao Lu to connect you with the recruits. You drop all training now and hurry to come to the regiment's headquarters. Regimental Commander. Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, still feeling puzzled. What good news can there be? Is the headmaster going to introduce himself to someone? Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It's just that he's not in the mood to fall in love and get married just yet. What is a man's home before his career? Briefly explaining Zhao Ruixian's training program later, Qin Yuan went to the road and waited. And sure enough, not a moment later, Xiao Lu drove a jeep, smilingly stopping in front of himself. Qin Deliancheng, get in the car. What's so happy? Getting into the military vehicle. Qin Yuan smiled and inquired. Of course, it's a great thing for you. Remember, when it's done, treat me to a meal at the best restaurant. I'm also going to have a bath and a massage. Xiao Lu smiled brightly and couldn't stop talking. Fuck you. I'll even find you a foot-pinching master. Right? Qin Yuan directly passed over a look of contempt and scolded with a smile. You love to say it or not? I don't want to hear it if I don't say it. Ahem. It's good not to say. You'll know when we get there later. Anyway, I don't care. After it's done, you must treat me to a good meal. This will not be a waste of so many years of comradeship between us. Xiao Lu chattered on and on. Fine. I promise you, okay? Qin Yuan laughed. Regimental headquarters. Office of the Regimental Commander. Knock knock. Qin Yuan knocked on the door of the room. Report. Qin Yuan knocked on the door with a flood of voices. Is that Qin Yuan? Come in quickly. Leader Wang's excited voice immediately passed in. Regimental Commander. Qin Yuan smiled and immediately entered the office. Come, Qin Yuan, to introduce to you. This is Lieutenant Commander Tang Yilin of the Cheetah Special Warfare Brigade Skywolf Brigade. The regimental commander brought Qin Yuan to the sofa, and at that moment, there was a very beautiful, tall and valiant female lieutenant colonel in front of the sofa. The lieutenant colonel's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yuan. A lieutenant colonel woman in the special forces? It's so awesome. It was the first time he had seen a female soldier of the rank of lieutenant colonel in reality. Hello, Chief. Qin Yuan immediately saluted respectfully. There's no need to be polite. Qin Lianchang. Tang Yilin smiled slightly and took the initiative to reach out. Qin Yuan similarly extended his hand. Tang Yilin had delicate, snow-white skin, but her hands let Qin Yuan feel quite a few calluses. It's true. Veterans are polished and honed through a million times. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel respect. It's about honoring veterans. Captain Wang, for the exact reason. I'll have you say it. Smiling lightly, Tang Yilin looked towards Wang Yongfa, her beautiful eyes glowing as she looked very happy. Good. Head Wang laughed and spoke. Qin Yuan. This time, finding you here is indeed a matter of great joy. Let's get right to the point. Your song Unity. Squadron Tang was very shocked after hearing it, then recommended to its father. That is, now the chairman of the Shangning City Wanding Group, Tang Longbin. Now the Wanding Group is ready to 800,000 royalties to buy the full copyright of the song. I do not know. Comrade Qin Yuan. What do you think? Head Tang said as he looked at Qin Yuan with a smile. Next to her, Tang Yilin couldn't help but take a deep breath, her eyes burning as she waited for Qin Yuan to answer. The chairman of the Wanding Group wants to buy my song? When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but stare. I didn't realize that a song could sell for $800. 000? Seeing this, Tang Yilin couldn't help but start explaining. Company Commander Qin, if you're not satisfied with the price, we can continue to negotiate. Father entrusted me with full authority to sign off on this matter, so you can talk to me about any requirements or conditions you have. Head Wang immediately urged. Qin Yuan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. $800,000. Do you know what that is? It's enough for you to buy a house and get a wife. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. Chief Tang, price is not a problem, and I don't have much of a concept of money. I'm honored that this song can be seen by Uncle, but I have two small conditions. If the chairman can accept them, even if the price is a little lower, it doesn't matter. When Tang Yilin heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. Company Commander Qin, We are both soldiers. There is no need to engage in the businessman's set of falsehoods. What conditions do you have but say no harm? I can give you an answer on the spot. Good. Qin Yuan nodded his head as he listened. It looked like this Tang Yilan, too, was a straightforward person, and immediately said, originally, I didn't intend to sell the copyright of this song, but if I can earn some extra income, I, Qin Yuan, am naturally very happy to do so. I only have two requests. First, I would like this song to be sung free of charge among the military in the future, without any restrictions, and the troops have the right to use it for any event. Secondly, I hope that this song will never be charged after it goes live on music software in the community. An impassioned military song can greatly uplift people's hearts and promote the dedication of soldiers to unity and selflessness, and to protect the family and the country. And I hope that by using this song I can inspire more people and increase the public's goodwill towards soldiers. Head Wang nodded secretly as he listened. An impassioned military song can indeed affect many people. It was only Qin Yuan's first condition that was still yet to be said. Never charge for the second one after it goes live? I'm afraid this one is very difficult. There aren't many music apps today that don't charge for a song. Some a-hole songs want to charge when they get a hit, let alone this military song that could definitely blow up. Tang Yilan smiled faintly and said, good, I'll agree to your conditions. However, who would have thought that Tang Yilan would directly agree to Qin Yuan's conditions? It was Qin Yuan's turn to be surprised. He had wanted to lower the price a bit in exchange for Tang Yilan's consent yet. I didn't expect Tang Yilan to agree directly. Head Tang, this matter, please also consider it carefully. Never charging means you may never be able to recover your costs. Qin Yuan shook his head to remind. He didn't want to take advantage of anyone. If the other party found the offer unacceptable, he preferred not to sell the song. After all, he couldn't use the money for a while now as a soldier. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. Tang Yilan smiled generously, revealing a bright smile. No, 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 no. Company Commander Qin misunderstood. The fact is that we didn't want to make a profit when we bought this song. It's because my father, back then, was also a valiant and fearless warrior. When this song was heard by him, it immediately stirred up his blood and bravado back then. That's why we have to buy it for whatever we say. And he said early on that the song was bought as a gratuitous offering to the public, so that the ordinary people, too, could have a chance to feel the soldier's breath. So, that's a point that Qin Company Commander is overly concerned about. It dawned on Qin Yuan that this was the case. So this Tang Longbin was also a soldier back then? There's nothing to object to. Company Commander Qin, let's just sign this contract, Tang Yilan said, taking out 3 copies of the official contract before filling in the figure of $800,000 on the price. Good, the chief is indeed a refreshing person. Qin Yuan immediately nodded with a smile. Brush up. Filling in his bank card number and signing the contract, Qin Yuan cheerfully shook hands with Tang Yilan. It's easy to reap $800,000. It's just beautiful. Cooperate the faster. Today is Friday. The transaction payment will be credited to Company Commander Qin's account by 5 p.m. next Monday at the latest. Tang Yilan smiled faintly. Since Company Commander Qin has the talent to write songs, please keep up the good work and write more excellent military songs to promote our army's momentum. Definitely, definitely. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Good, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Chief. Waiting for Elaine Tang to leave, the head of Wang immediately smiled brightly. Ha ha, Xiao Qin ah. This time you can make a big fortune. One song sold 800,000. 800,000 ah. What's the matter? Do you want to treat the headmaster to a drink on the weekend? That must be ah. On Saturday night, please ask the head of the regiment to call up Zhao Political Commissar Xiao Lu and a few of them. And I'll call up my 3 platoon commanders at that time as well, and we'll have a good rubdown. Having a meal was just a meal. It wasn't worth mentioning to the present-day Qin Yuan. Ha ha, good, then I can promise first. Hearing this, Captain Wang's smile became even brighter. Qin Yuan, you've given me face today, ha. In the future, if the recruit company has any requests, feel free to mention them. If I can agree, I'll agree. If I can't, I'll think of a way to get it approved. Good, then I'll thank the headmaster for the new recruits first. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Recruit company gate. As soon as Xiao Lu heard that he had sold $800,000, his eyes went straight, immediately yelled about what abalone and lobster he was going to eat tomorrow night. Qin Yuan naturally smiled and agreed with his mouth full. Otherwise he was worried that Xiao Lu wouldn't let him off. Looking at the time, it was already 7:50. Recruit training is about to begin. Qin Yuan directly walked quickly to the training ground. However, to his great surprise, there was not a single person at the training ground. What's going on? It's only logical that the pricks should have arrived long before today's firing practice. Where have all these people gone? Qin Yuan was slightly puzzled. It's no good, company commander. Something big has happened. Just then, Zhao Ruixian ran over from the distance in a hurry. His face anxious. It's no good. Captain, Zhang Chong led the new recruits to fight with the veterans of the second company. When Qin Yuan heard this, he glared. What? This dam? Zhang Chong and the veterans are drying out? Quick, take me over there. Fighting in the army. That's a big deal. Especially massive fights between companies. In case things get out of hand and there are injuries. Not to mention the recruits. It's Qin Yuan, the company commander. Who will be disciplined? Yes. Zhao Ruixian busily nodded his head and immediately rushed to the accident site with Qin Yuan. It was an open training ground, which had long been surrounded by soldiers in front and behind, and at first glance, there were at least 200 to 300 of them. Seeing Qin Yuan's arrival, the second company commander and the sixth company commander immediately ran over and stopped Qin Yuan. Company Commander Qin. Company Commander Qin. The two company commanders immediately took the initiative to greet Qin Yuan. This made Qin Yuan slightly surprised. What was going on? Two company commanders? I heard that the new recruits are fighting with the veterans? What, exactly, is going on here? Qin Yuan hurriedly inquired. The area that was now surrounded was shouting loudly, and Qin Yuan was very curious. The second company commander laughed. What else could be going on? Normal competitions and challenges between soldiers. A normal challenge match? Qin Yuan's heart stirred. The sixth company commander smiled and said, Company Commander Qin, it's like this. This morning in the cafeteria, there was a new recruit who spoke harshly and drove the veteran into a fight in the cafeteria. And they couldn't argue, so they agreed to come to the training ground to compete. So it is. Then I'll have to take a good look. Qin Yuan smiled at his words. Since the two company commanders didn't define this farce as a group fight, then everything was fine. As for the chief, as long as there are no major injuries, the chief won't even bother with such trivial matters. Nothing happened then? Qin Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Nope, they're having a good fight right now. Qin company commander, go and take a look. We can put on a good show later if necessary. The second company commander laughed. Qin Yuan instantly understood. By the way, company commander Qin, no wonder the outside world says that this class of new recruits are all pricks. Their strength, indeed, isn't bad at all, especially that big tall guy. He's already singled out 3 veterans by himself. The sixth company commander couldn't help but let out a compliment. You mean savage? Ha, his strength is indeed good. Qin Yuan laughed. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. I have to go calm down the scene so that it doesn't get out of control. Good, let's go over and take a look as well. The two company commanders immediately nodded their heads. Fighting center area. When the assassins saw Qin Yuan's arrival, their faces suddenly became incomparably ugly. Crap, the company commander is coming. Run, MD, we're fighting here. And we're caught by the company commander. Bad, 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 bad. Handsome, get the savages back. Stop fighting. Seeing Qin Yuan arrive with a frosty face, the assassins were immediately scared out of their wits. Immediately a prick couldn't help but warn. Don't be afraid, this time it's us who have the right. This time it was the veterans who started it. But we're the ones who cursed and provoked first. Don't panic, in the army, whoever has the hardest fist is the truth. My colonel uncle told me that you should never wimp out in a fight in the barracks, no matter what the consequences. Fight and win first. Winning is rewarded, punished for losing the fight. Hey, I understand that too. Alright then, let's fight and win first. These veterans are really too angry. And so it was. One by one, the assassins deliberately turned their heads away from looking at Qin Yuan, purposely pretending that they didn't see him, but when he passed by, they made way for him. This made Qin Yuan feel very amused. Of course, he wouldn't show it, he just grimaced and took it in stride. The center area of the fight. The crowd had long since automatically made a large circle of 7 or 8 meters in circumference, convenient for the crowd to do the fight. Ha, company commander? When Su Xiaoyu saw Qin Yuan arrive, she immediately shivered in fear. Company commander. When Zhang Shuai saw Qin Yuan, he also couldn't help but look pale. I'll deal with you guys later. Qin Yuan let out a low reprimand. Boom boom boom. The center area of the fight. Zaichu slammed a few kicks in quick succession to his opponent. His 3 opponents were instantly unable to resist, and each of them cried out miserably as they flew out backwards. Zhang Chang's gaze was ferocious and his battle intent was high as he fiercely shouted angrily. Who else is there? Humph. I didn't realize there wasn't a single one who could fight. You veterans, one and all, deserve to be beaten. The recruit company is invincible. Zhang Chong smiled a victorious smile and raised his arms. The recruit company is invincible. The recruit company is invincible. The recruit company is invincible. The assassins were immediately excited by Zhang Chang's infection, and excitedly cheered along. Deception, deceitful. Where the hell did this demon god come from? This new recruit. How come he's so powerful? Too strong and scary. So many of us couldn't even beat him in a wheel battle. How can this be a fight? Shame. It's so humiliating. You didn't even beat them 3-1. Little Cyclone was injured by the recruit company commander. Otherwise, Little Cyclone could definitely fight this recruit. You've got to be kidding me. In my opinion, not even a small whirlwind is a match for this new recruit. No way. There must be an opportunity to teach these new recruits a good lesson. Old Wang. It is rumored that these recruit pricks, each with a monstrous background, you dare to teach a lesson? MD, I'm about to retire. Why don't you dare? You watch, and wait for them to come down to the Union. I, Wang Meng, will teach them how to behave. The veterans each had a hard look on their faces. I thought I would be able to teach the arrogant recruits a lesson, but never in my wildest dreams did I realize that the other party had single-handedly taken out 10 of their best men. And this last match, 3-1, was still lost. How can this be a fight? Take a few shots. The veterans were all pissed off. Is it a gang fight? It would have to be a group fight. It is tolerable. What cannot be tolerated? MD, if we keep holding back like this, where will we lose face as veterans? Fuck this. Brothers, go together. I don't believe that our two companies combined can't beat one of their recruit companies. Kill. And so it was. Spurred on, the veterans poured out. One by one. A hungry tiger pouncing on the center of the field. A raging hide rushing. Ha ha ha. Well. You guys come one. I'll fight one. Come 10. I'll fight 10. Zhang Chong did not retreat in the slightest when he saw this, but instead shouted in excitement. Finally, more than a dozen veterans rushed at Zhang Chong together. Fists rained down on Zhang Chong, who clenched his teeth and fought back. Get the fuck down. Zhang Chong began a brutal attack. The veterans around them fell with screams. But the battle can't be fought against the fact that there are just too many people. Soon Zhang Chong, who looked like a god of war, was pounced on by a bunch of people and severely beaten. Make you arrogant. Let's get you loaded. There is a price to pay for bullying and disrespecting veterans. Fuck you up today. The veterans are finally out of the woods. The punches and kicks that have been thrown at Zhang Chong have been particularly enjoyable. Qin Yuan froze at the sight and hurriedly urged, Zhang Shui Xiaoyu, what the hell are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and get on. If you don't go up, the savage will be killed. Oh, okay, company commander, we're on it. Brothers charge. Defeat the veterans and raise the prestige of our army. Savage, hold on. We're coming. Crap, there are two companies across the street, adding up to over 100 men. Can our recruit company beat them? MD, we haven't even fought yet and we're destroying ourselves? Just make your move, and leave the rest to the will of heaven. Is it okay to give it to Mobile? The big scene erupts in a flash. Seeing that Zhang Chong was bullied, and right under his nose. If an uncle can tolerate it, an aunt can't tolerate it either. There is no need to tolerate anymore. Whatever, let's win the fight first. At Qin Yuan's command, in an instant, the training ground was close to 300 people, all fighting together, with miserable screams rising and falling. Fuck, this motherfucker isn't a new recruit. It's like a pack of hungry wolves. They're fighting too hard. Are all the little kids these days so crazy? This isn't like the recruits I imagined. I'm crying. I haven't been beaten this badly since I entered the army. These recruits are just a bunch of mad dogs. Ooh, I think I'm blind. I can't see at all. Don't step on my second brother. Ah, Hao Lian, come fucking help me. 3 people are surrounding me. Can't hold out. Little fish, I'll save you. MD, dozens of people besieging me? These Yakuza things are too shameless. Ha ha, it's good that you're here. Savage, that's a relief. Ouch crouch, it hurts like hell. Savage, you hurry up. Dragon crash. Savage punch. Indestructible grip. Wraith trample. One by one. New, unique and varied moves were used by the new recruits to greet the veterans. There were screams and screams. After everyone in the recruit company swarmed, the scene changed instantly. To Qin Yuan's great surprise, it's amazing that the recruit company is vaguely on the verge of winning the fight, especially with the rescue of Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong alone was simply like a demonic god. He alone could easily deal with a large group of veterans around him. And then look across the street. The 2nd and 6th company commanders looked worried. What the fuck? The hell? Old 6, did we veterans learn all that fighting for nothing? The 2nd company commander was depressed. You don't understand, ah Lao Air. This is a messy punch to kill a master. Fist of the king versus a few blind punches. In this kind of situation, the The moves you usually learn don't matter at all. The only thing that can be compared now is who has more guts and who can resist more. The 6th company commander sighed languidly. When the 2nd company commander heard this, he immediately felt a sense of suffocation. That if we lose today and this spreads out, how can we still get a foothold in the army? This old face will be disgraced. What can we do? If you're outclassed, just admit defeat graciously. The 6th company commander let out a sigh. MD, after the fight, I'll reprimand these guys severely. Usually, they are made to train to death. And one by one, they don't work hard. This time's lesson should be taken as a wake-up call for them. With nothing else to do, the 2nd company commander resigned himself to his fate. The situation now is absolutely impossible to turn around by relying on someone's personal strength. All they could do was watch their company fail miserably. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the scene is finally clear. The entire training ground, finally, was completely quiet. Almost everyone fell to the ground, wailing in death. Only Zhang Chong, Zhang Shui, Haolian, Demon and the few others were still standing. It's just not a good situation for them, either. Zhang Chong, in particular, was almost covered in bruises, and one eye had turned into a panda eye, but he smiled very broadly. Zhang Shui, Haolian, Fang Tianxiao, Fatty and others, all have different degrees of damage. The two of them, the 2nd company commander and the 6th company commander, both had very ugly faces. They had thought that the group attack would be able to regain some face, but they didn't expect to be defeated. Alas, brothers, our 2 companies, but did not beat the recruit company. This cannot see people in the future. Ah, yes, my old face, where to put it? Once this gets out, how can I live? When this year is over, I'd better retire. Guys, I feel like I've been psychologically beaten out of my mind. What can I do? The whole thing feels bad now. What can I do? Cool it. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering what the company commander is going to do to us when the new recruits leave. How else can we train? The company commander has long said that when fighting with a brother company, no matter if it's right or wrong, we should win first. If we win, we lose face. If you win, nothing happens. This is a long-standing tradition of the army. Understand? It's just a pity we lost. If we lose, not only will we be punished, we'll also be scolded. Alas, it's a pity. A pity? You said that our veterans also have a hard life. How did we meet such a group of demons? Who says it isn't? In the past, the new recruits are not in good physical condition, and with 30 of us, we'll be able to overpower their entire recruit company. Don't you guys have the benefit of hindsight? It's too late to say anything now. If it was a real battlefield, we'd already all be dead men, who have no right to complain. The veterans lay on the ground and tried to find a comfortable position to make their bodies less painful, but deep down, it's one that's close to breaking down. No way. That's too bad. This battle, they lost too much. The recruit company didn't give them any face. Zhang Chong, get over here. Qin Yuan let out a furious cry and walked towards the center of the field. Now, it was Qin Yuan's turn to appear. When the veterans heard Qin Yuan's reprimand, they immediately, one by one, placed their gaze on the spirited Qin Yuan. Ha, company commander? As soon as he saw Qin Yuan, the aura on Zhang Chang's body immediately subsided, instantly turning from an unstoppable lion into a meek and well-behaved kitten. The veterans looked dumbfounded. Good lord, am I reading this right? This horrible recruit has become so well-behaved? Why is it so strange? What the hell? Is this bloodline suppression? No, I think it's background suppression. Crap, this recruit company commander seems to be the one who defeated Little Cyclone? One punch and he flew away Little Cyclone. It's definitely strength suppression. Strength suppression? I don't think so necessarily. I guess this recruit is stronger. This company commander must have used his background to suppress the new recruit. Yes. I don't believe it. Although this recruit company commander is also quite powerful, I don't believe that he can outwit this tall, beastly recruit. What the hell? How did you get into a fight with a veteran? Qin Yuan's face was covered in frost and his voice was icy cold as he reprimanded. Reporting to the company commander, we were in the cafeteria and had a verbal altercation with a veteran, so we agreed to come to the playground to compete and settle it by force. The loser apologizes. Zhang Chong immediately replied respectfully, and that untouchable appearance actually disappeared completely. He spoke excitedly, speaking so fast that he immediately pulled a muscle in the corner of his mouth and immediately grimaced in pain. A verbal altercation occurs and you come to fight in a group? Boom, 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 boom. Qin Yuan's body moved. One moment, 5 fast to the limit leg shadows in succession slammed in. The 5 people of Zhang Chong, Zhang Shui, Fang Tian were immediately kicked away by Qin Yuan using his dexterity. The 5 men fell down with miserable cries, and for a while, they couldn't even get up. The reason for this? For no other reason. Give the two company commanders and the veterans some face time. Otherwise, Shin Yuan was worried that the second company commander and sixth company commander would develop a psychological shadow, and wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle for the rest of their lives. Two veteran companies were fucked over by the new ones. If this really got out, they would really have no face to hang around. In the future, when facing other company commanders and regimental commanders, or their own soldiers, when facing other veterans, how can they still have the face to raise their heads? Once again, the veterans looked dumbfounded. I'm a little confused about my judgment right now. I'm afraid this damn thing isn't a simple background suppression. This is a double suppression of strength plus background to have such an effect. MD, this new company commander is so awesome, so want to become as strong as him, as handsome, as strong as you are, you train to death, and there's a glimmer of possibility, as handsome, in your next life. WOJ, how dare you mock me for being ugly? Ugly or not handsome anyway, hahaha. This recruit company commander, very good at being a man. According to reason, after winning the group fight, he shouldn't hit his own soldiers again. After all, these soldiers are the honor of him leading the soldiers, but he still did so. Obviously, he is giving us face. Don't want how to lose too ugly. Good point. In that case, this recruiting company, it seems to be pretty good. He selflessly taught us a new military song, and now he's coming out to save the day at a critical moment, giving face to our veterans. He's definitely not a bad guy. If you have the chance, you can make friends with him. Befriending a recruit company commander? You're just dreaming about it. In my opinion, I'm afraid that this Qin Yuan's background is even more terrifying than this group of prickly recruits. Such a person is definitely not someone we can easily befriend. Otherwise, how could he possibly be able to suppress this group of pricks with sky-high backgrounds? That's a good point. Alas, forget it. Wait for the company commander's wrath. The veterans were in utter despair. Seeing this, the second and sixth company commanders immediately gave a grateful look. No way. It's been a very humiliating day. It's normal for soldiers to get into fights with each other. Between men, a fight is no big deal at all. Soldiers who can fight, when they go to the battlefield, will be able to form a real fighting force, but the key has to be winning the fight. Unfortunately, the veteran lost. Ahem, Company Commander Qin, I'm really sorry about today. Seeing this, the second company commander immediately walked up with an apologetic face. What else could he do? Qin Yuan had already given them enough face, so of course they said hello and let Qin Yuan lead the people away. After all, this is their training ground. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. The two company commanders are too polite. Logically speaking, it's the new recruits I brought up that are wrong. The new recruits should respect the veterans. This group of pricks, they are simply too unlikable. It's just a fight, but they even beat them to death. Please don't worry, the two company commanders, when we go back, I will definitely teach them a good lesson, Qin Yuan said smilingly. When the veterans heard that, they cried ah, murder kills the heart, murder and death. Does this new company commander like rubbing salt in people's wounds so much? At the risk of sounding like a warmongering company commander, ah shucks, veterans want to cry, but they did fail miserably, and had no choice but to bite their teeth and swallow it. Sure enough, when the two company commanders heard this, their faces were also green and white, very unattractive, but they knew that Qin Yuan had already given them enough face. What fight? Qin company commander, you're wrong with this statement. The second company commander suddenly thought of something, and hastened to compensate for the smile. We've eaten a rebellion. A friendly sparring exchange between new recruits and veterans. Through this friendly sparring, greatly enhanced the deep friendship between veterans and new recruits. And the head of the regiment heard about this, but also had to praise us. Ha ha ha. Right. It's my slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. This has to be a friendly sparring exchange. When Qin Yuan heard this, he instantly realized. The three companies fought in a group fight, and once this matter reached the ears of the head of the regiment, the three of them would surely not be without some criticism. There's no way around it. It's too big. But if it's an active cutting exchange, the regimental commander had no reason to find fault if he wanted to. Su Xiaoyu, who had long been listening to the laughter on the side, immediately laughed at the top of his voice and said, Company Commander, after this friendly exchange with the veterans, we've decided that it's best to come to an exchange conference like this once a week. This way, the brothers will be able to enjoy themselves. Yeah, Company Commander, we want to bond with our veterans once a week. Through this exchange, we already know that we have to love and respect the veterans. Company Commander, with more exchanges, we will surely know more. Haha. The pricks came back with a vengeance. Though one was covered in pain, his face was colorful, and his nose was bruised and swollen. But they can't help but be happy. Because, winning the fight. MD, exchange is exchange. Who's afraid of who? Next time you fight, veterans remember, never show mercy. We were merciful this time, which is why we were bullied by you new recruits. You won't be so lucky next time. Company commander, promise them. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. The veterans' camp exploded when they heard that. One was very angry and returned the favor, but they themselves were on the losing side, and their threat did nothing to impact the recruit's psyche at all, instead reinforcing their desire to fight. Shut up, all of you. Seeing the situation, the second company commander gave a quick rebuke. Each and every one of you, still have the face to yell? Since you want to continue the exchange, I'll be bold enough to do it, and next Saturday, you'll have one more time with the recruits. If you guys still lose, don't blame me for turning my back on you. The second company commander was also eager to save face for once. This fiasco left him hanging, but even though it was very much up in the air, he still wanted to try. Company Commander Chin, how about next Saturday when our company prepares a barbecue and beer, and ask you to bring your recruit company to have another friendly sparring session with us? The sixth company commander immediately went along for the ride. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. Good, it's rare that the two company commanders are so dedicated, so let's see you next Saturday. See you next week. Yes. Negotiate a date for the cut. Qin Yuan immediately let out a roar. Zhang Shuai, Zhang Chong, Fong Tian, here. Assemble the team. Let's go back to the recruit company now. Company commander. All of them. Attention. At ease. Attention. Look right. Target. Recruit training grounds. Run and march. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Raise the prestige of our army. Revitalize our military style. Break the dome of the sky and devour the stars. The Stingers' slogans were louder than ever this time. The slogans are even neater than ever. One of them, although his face is colorful and his body is sore, but he is like playing chicken blood. One of them is full of spirit and fighting spirit. Qin Yuan blinked his eyes down, and was on the verge of looking dumbfounded. It's really evil. Did I blink my eyes? These rabbits have been beaten up, and they've actually gotten off their asses? Recruit company. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Happy, over the top. It's great. Pain and pleasure. I finally realize the meaning of this saying now. MD. It's so good to fuck with veterans. There's another chance next Saturday. Brothers, next Saturday. You must eat well and adjust your condition. Don't be like me today, who didn't even eat breakfast and didn't play well at all. Ha ha. Speaking of which, my belt is too tight today and I didn't play well. Otherwise, I can do 3 by myself. Qin Yuan led the new recruits directly to the warehouse. In front of the warehouse, after the team was disbanded, the pricks were immediately excited one by one. Quiet. Qin Yuan smiled equally brightly. With a sweep of his eyes, he looked at the crowd present. Qin Yuan smiled and spoke. I'm very satisfied with everyone's performance today. This is how it should be when you're my Qin Yuan soldier. It doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. Let's fight and win first. After you win the fight, it's time to apologize and let people apologize and let people apologize. However, if you let me know that whoever loses the fight in the future, I'm sorry, you will have to bear my wrath in addition to being beaten by your opponents. Did you hear all that? Qin Yuan smiled. Understood. The pricks' voices shook. Yes. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. However, I also have a request. In the future, when you fight with someone, you must never intentionally maim or bleed. The army is full of men. Conflict is inevitable. There are many things that might be solved by a fight, but I will never allow you to intentionally hurt people. Also, for veterans, give them enough respect. This is the most basic requirement. Can it be done? Qin Yuan snapped. Veterans, after all, even if they are less capable, they deserve the most basic respect. Promise to finish the job. When the assassins saw that Qin Yuan was suddenly serious, each one of them immediately collected their smiles, straightened their stance, stared straight ahead, and replied in a torrential voice. Yes, respect for veterans, again, is a troop tradition. When 3 years and 5 years and 8 years and 10 years have passed, you will be veterans just the same. In time, as you decline in fitness and wither away, you will learn that it will be the supreme honor to command the respect of the recruits. Understand? Qin Yuan scolded in a stern voice. Understood. The pricks nodded. They finally knew one of the reasons why they should honor veterans. Because they get old too. Qin Yuan nodded as he watched. Zhang Chong, is the injury serious? After a moment's pause, Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Chong and couldn't help but inquire. This wild man, he's just too fierce. A person facing the onslaught of 2 companies and still managed to carry it off without the slightest bit of bowing down. This bravery and vigor alone impressed Qin Yuan. This, then, is the hard man of iron. Reporting to the company commander, I have thick skin and flesh, so I just tore the corner of my mouth and bled a little. The rest of me is fine. Zhang Chong immediately replied in a torrential voice. Yes. Qin Yuan nodded as he listened. It's not a big deal as long as the critical parts aren't hurt. Where are the others? Are any of them injured? Step forward of your own accord. Qin Yuan looked at the others and asked in a stern voice. Report company commander. I feel like my ribs are broken. A prick spoke with a pained expression on his face. Broken ribs? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted as he immediately walked over to that prick and casually touched it. Your ribs here aren't broken. It's just a bruise. Go back and buy a few plasters and stick them on for a few days and you'll be fine. Company commander. Is anyone else hurt? Qin Yuan inquired carefully. Report company commander. No. The pricks replied neatly. No is good. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. The truth is he's worried about someone getting seriously hurt too. Injuries are minor. He can fix them. If it interferes with training, it's a big deal. First platoon leader. Here. Take the recruits to the range. Shooting practice this morning. Enough bullets. Bring all the bullets. Qin Yuan finally revealed a hint of a smile. Bring them all? When Zhao Ruixian heard this, he was a bit bewildered. But company commander, we only have a total of 200 rounds of ammunition per person. If we don't exercise restraint, we'll run out of bullets in one morning. The ammunition and other items sent by Fong Tian's brother had been inventoried by them long ago. For the average soldier, being able to shoot a few dozen rounds a year is the limit. As for the recruits and the recruiting company, when you start training to shoot, you're just practicing the movements. You're not going to be loading bullets at first. Even if they actually started practicing their guns, each recruit would have a maximum quota of 100 rounds for the entire duration of the recruit company, with some of the better recruits perhaps getting special consideration from the company commander for a few more rounds. So according to the general configuration of a new company of recruits, it was already very righteous enough for Fong Paintbrush to give them a quota of 200 rounds of ammunition each. Definitely enough for a company of recruits. But now, according to Qin Yuan's kind of play, I'm afraid that it will be over in a morning. Let them deliver it after the fight. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan spoke. Fong Tian, his brother, has delivered. The other recruits haven't had a chance to perform yet. Isn't that right, pricks? Qin Yuan looked towards the pricks and opened his mouth smilingly. The assassin's eyes lit up when they heard that. Right, company commander. I wanted my second uncle to deliver the equipment in the first place, but it's a pity that this guy Fong Tian grabbed it first, and even became the deputy squad leader. I regretted it to death. Company commander. You can make these bullets. I'll call my uncle later and ask him to send bullets. Company commander. I have connections too. Give me some quota. Give me a chance to perform. Company commander. And me? I don't want anything from the vice squad this time. I'll get 300 rounds for everyone. The pricks spoke up enthusiastically one by one, fearing that if they spoke late, they wouldn't get a chance. Zhao Ruixian looked dumbfounded. He slapped his head and couldn't help but laugh. I almost forgot about this. These pricks. They're really bullish. Front of the range. Qin Yuan began to explain the essentials of the shooting maneuvers to the assassins. Although Zhang Shuai hidden rush Su Xiaoyu, they had already studied firearms before enlisting in the army. But in terms of movement, it was inevitable that there would still be some irregularities. It's like getting a driver's license. Many people drive before they get their license, but many of their driving habits are, in fact, wrong and must be corrected. The assassins had seen Qin Yuan's divine marksmanship, and each of them listened with incomparable attention. Company commander. If we strictly follow the essentials you explained to practice shooting, can we also practice our shooting skills to the point of being as terrifying towards you? Su Xiaoyu smilingly inquired. Of course. Qin Yuan smiled indifferently. If you are able to do all of the technical essentials I've mentioned one point by one point, completely, at the very least, lighting a match with a bullet is no problem. My goodness, why do I feel instantly motivated? By God, I must learn this trick. If I can really learn, I'm going to act like a company commander in the future. The prick's interest was instantly ignited. Spending more than 10 minutes, Qin Yuan told the assassins all the key points that he had summarized from the training techniques of the Divine Special Forces. All the pricks were listening intently and mesmerized. Zhang Shuai, in particular, was shocked by what he heard. Oh my God, subtleties show the truth. So the gap between me and the company commander is actually here? After listening to Qin Yuan's explanation, Zhang Shuai violently had the feeling of opening up the clouds and fog to see the blue sky. He feels his own bottleneck. I'm afraid he's going to break through. Train in the shooting techniques as the company commander said. I'm confident that in 3 days at most, I can definitely light a match. In an instant, Zhang Shuai was full of confidence and grandeur, and his entire body's eyes glowed with excitement. In a couple days, it's definitely going to be a surprise for everyone. Zhang Shuai secretly made up his mind. Qin Yuan finished explaining the essentials of gun practice that he had summarized, and immediately had the 3 platoon commanders and the deputy squad leaders start distributing ammunition. Each person is issued 50 rounds of ammunition to start with. Company commander, didn't we say we were going to fire all the rounds? How come it's only 50 rounds? Right, company commander, once this 95 is on full auto, it's almost gone in one shot. 50 rounds isn't enjoyable at all. The pricks took a look at the fact that only 50 rounds had been issued, and they all began to be dissatisfied. Qin Yuan smiled skinlessly. Although we have many bullets, but we can't waste them. Good steel. Use it on the blade. 50 rounds each. That's standard. Now, a new rule for you. Every 10 ring hit within 50 rounds, 10 rounds will be awarded. No upper limit. If you can hit 50 10 ringers, 500 rounds straight up, 500 rounds of ammo. Shoot all you want. Absolutely no one cares. Crap, a 10 ring reward of 10 rounds? That's fucking awesome. Ha ha. Full up. Power is full again. I'm confident that I'll hit 20 10 rings. That's 200 rounds of ammunition. Day. When the time comes, I'll just go full auto and shoot like crazy. Company commander. That's not fair. Handsome and savage. They've all touched a gun and shot exceptionally well. Those of us who haven't touched a gun won't be able to get a bullet reward. Yeah, company commander. That's just not fair. As soon as the assassins heard this, the ones who were good shots immediately got excited one by one. But the bad shots, one immediately looked sad. No way. How boring is it when you can't get the rewards, so you have to watch others fight? Qin Yuan let out a cold snort, his gaze icy cold as he angrily shouted. Unfair? In this world, where is there absolute fairness? There are people who are born into a family that is rich and wealthy, straight out of the family of life. There are people who spend their entire lives, and I'm afraid they can't even afford to buy a toilet in a rich family's house. You tell me, is that fair? It's the same hard labor running around all your life. Why does it make such a big difference? Some countries, when they are powerful, like to bully weak countries, taking all kinds of resources by trickery. Is it fair? When a weak country is bullied, who do you turn to? Who to complain to? At first, I also felt injustice about the situation, but later, I realized, there is no absolute fairness in the world at all. In this world, only the strong will be respected. Strong here can mean power, wealth, prestige, ability, etc., etc. In the army, equally believing in the principle that the strongest man is the best. As long as you're strong enough, you can get more honor, more resources, higher ranks, and more benefits. As for the weak, I'm sorry, but you can only get the resources within the division, especially in the military. The excess, the extra resources, are for the really strong. The reason why I'm talking to you guys so much is because I want you guys to understand one thing. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Weaklings, be thankful if you can hold on to your resources. And want to get stronger? There's only one way. Get stronger. Qin Yuan swept his gaze, his icy cold eyes, like an ice thorn, causing everyone's heart to tremble. So, want more bullets? Just practice your marksmanship. If you shoot 10 rings, you'll naturally have 10 extra rounds. If today's training is good enough, if you can't hit 10 rings, I'm sorry, but actually giving you 5 rounds is enough. Giving 50 rounds, that's a waste. Qin Yuan's voice was high-pitched and thumped the ground. The assassins only felt a sense of suffocation as they listened. That's right. In this world, there is no absolute fairness at all. All the rules in this world are made by the strong. Whether it's a country, a group or an individual, there will never be anyone who makes rules specifically for the weak. Even if there is, it only protects the basic rights of the weak. And that is all. Did you hear all that? Seeing that the assassins were silent and deeply moved, Qin Yuan immediately let out a furious shout. Hear that, company commander? When the assassins heard this, they had a jolt and immediately replied in unison. Now then, are there any comments? Anyone else think it's unfair? Qin Yuan gazed coldly at the crowd. No, the pricks replied in unison. If you don't have it, start practicing your gun for me. Company commander. If there's something you don't understand, ask the 3 platoon leaders first. If the platoon leaders aren't available, ask the squad leaders. If the squad leader can't teach you, ask me again. Company commander. Good, let's begin. A command. All the assassins immediately carried their guns and came to the shooting spot with great excitement, carefully scrutinizing the essentials of the movements explained by Qin Yuan, and began to shoot carefully. The recruits were divided into 5 groups of 20. When the current batch of recruits start shooting, the ones behind them patiently watch and learn, and carefully comprehend, because there weren't very many bullets. Everyone watching was very attentive. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of shooting rose and fell. Qin Yuan took the binoculars and watched carefully. For the shooting training of recruits, the army originally did not have high requirements. In the final shooting test of the recruit company, the recruits recorded just 100 meters prone shooting. But Qin Yuan had higher expectations for his recruits. His requirement, a 200-meter prone shot with 5 rounds, had to produce a 45 ring or better. For 200-meter standing shots, standing position without support, you must shoot a score of 40 rings or more. Qin Yuan had absolute confidence in the world's top-notch shooting knowledge that he had imparted. It's just 200 meters, so as long as the pricks follow the gist of their moves and hit an excellent time, it's not a big problem. Target position number 1. Zhang Shuai adjusted his breathing, and his whole person was glowing. He smiled faintly, stood and directly began to shoot. Boom, 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 boom. A blink of an eye. All 5 rounds were fired. Qin Yuan took the binoculars and immediately smiled brightly. Not bad, not bad. The children are teachable. A child can be taught. This Marshal Zhang truly deserves to be the son of a general. In the binoculars, Qin Yuan clearly saw that Zhang Shuai's one target was clearly 5 bullet holes in the red center. My god, handsome bull. All 5 rounds hit. That's a 50-round bonus. Simply mind-numbing. Sure enough, the assassins also saw Zhang Shuai's achievement, and immediately there was a gasp of surprise. An eye-opener. What an eye-opener. Handsome. You're such a good shot. Does your family know? Mommy, I want to eat roasted yams. 4 in one sitting, and I want to be as good as handsome. The pricks were congratulated with heartfelt compliments. No way. To be able to hit 100 shots at the beginning of the new company. This formidable achievement. Even the 3 platoon commanders in charge of record-keeping next to them felt a shock. Not bad for a general's son. Cowpuncher, cowpuncher. I think back when I was in the recruit company, the first time I touched a gun, I didn't even know where the safety was. Compared to Zhang Shuai, I'm just an idiot. Simply saddening, worthy of coming from a general's family. The 3 company commanders couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhang Shuai smiled faintly, shaking his head with an incomparably saddened sigh of emotion. That's it? This is awesome? Compared to the company commander, it's like a spark competing with the moon. 1 earth and 1 sky. My marksmanship is not worth mentioning at all. WOJ, he's loaded to the gills. Damn it. Murder kills the heart. Murder and death. If you say that, handsome, there's no way we can be friends. The assassins only felt a spurt of blood at the sound of it. No way. This pussy, pretending, was so successful that the pricks were nonplussed. Target position number 2. Su shot 10 rounds in one breath. Bullets. Yet it only hit 76 rings. Alas, this shooting skill of mine doesn't seem to be very good. Su Xiaoyu let out a leisurely sigh. Qin Yuan couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. Su Xiaoyu, it's already pretty good for you to be rewarded with 60 rounds of ammo for hitting 6 10-ringers. There are 2 insurmountable mountains in front of us. The handsome man and the company commander. I, Su, am not happy at all. Su Xiaoyu shook his head and sighed with a saddened face. This people will die compared to people, and goods will be thrown away compared to goods. Under the aura of the 2 gun gods, this bit of achievement of mine is nothing at all. Su Xiaoyu had a rare moment of modesty. It's hard. It's hard. Su Xiaoyu looked breathless. Company commander, do you know? The mood I'm feeling right now is like the fire cloud evil god in his peak state encountering the Star Master who has comprehended the Rudraksh palm, like Zhao Wuji in his peak state encountering Su Kill, who has comprehended the 18th palm of the dragon subduing palm. And like the Master of Destiny encountering Lin Lei, who has broken through the universe and become the controller of the Hongmeng, there's only endless sobbing and loneliness and hopelessness. Do you understand, company commander? Boom! A leg shadow slammed in. Ouch! It hurts! Su Xiaoyu immediately let out a miserable scream and flew out backwards, covering her chest. You're a hard ass. Get up and practice your shooting. You're full of jingles. You want to go to graduate school? Qin Yuan nonchalantly gave Su Xiaoyu a whirlwind kick directly and scolded with a laugh. If you keep on being so wordy, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the Black Emperor. Roger that. I got it, company commander. I swear I'll never act like a pussy again. Never again. He. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly climbed up and apologized with a smile. Pooh ha ha. Stinky fish. You are really fucking cheap. It won't be good if you don't take a beating in a while. Little fatty teased laughingly. Su Xiaoyu rubbed his chest, unconcerned, and smiled. As the saying goes, when the water is clear, there are no fish. And when people are cheap, there are no enemies. I'm practicing my character. You don't understand. You cultivate a few. Little fatty laughed and said, fuck you, practice your gun. Su Xiaoyu glared at him, then continued practicing her gun. because he had felt a compelling gaze that was staring at him relentlessly. He had the feeling that if he dared to say one more word, he would enjoy another free flight into the sky. After 3 hours of training, almost everyone shot 50 rounds. After the statistics, Qin Yuan looked at the score sheet in his hand and had a rough impression of the level of marksmanship of this class of recruits. The one who ranked first was undoubtedly Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai fired 50 rounds and hit an astonishing score of 498 rings, 48 rounds of 10 rings and 2 rounds of 9 rings. This score not only shocked the 3 platoon commanders, but all of the new recruits were also thoroughly stimulated. Especially Zhang Chong Su Xiaoyu Hulian Demon Huashanka, a few self-professed strong marksmanship experts. They never dreamed that the gap between themselves and Zhang Shuai was so big. In second place, Zhang Chong, who has always been a ruthless man, shot 460 rings in 50 rounds and 10 rings in 42 rounds. The third in line was Huashanki. Qin Yuan didn't even think that he, a heir to a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, would be able to hit a 435 ring score? 37 rounds of 10 rings. Fourth is naturally Su Xiaoyu, 430 rings, 35 rounds of 10 rings. The score is just a little less second than Huashanki. Next is Fang Tian 425 rings, Little Fatty 410 rings, Qin Yang 400 rings, Wang Tianyi 270 rings, Wang Jingzi 260 rings, Chen Song 180 rings. Further down, Qin Yuan wasn't looking too much at it. Overall, Qin Yuan was very satisfied that he was able to achieve such amazing results in his first shooting training. This recruit company, even without my teaching, at least 4 or 5 sharpshooters will emerge. Looking at the pricks who were seriously discussing and reflecting, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile brightly. Of course, with my godly instructor's personal teaching, the probability of this batch of recruits appearing as sharpshooters will at least double. Well, set yourself a goal of training 10 sharpshooters by the end of the recruiting company. It's the kind of sharpshooter who comes down to the company and is directly able to carry the banner of a company, or even a regiment, of gun gods. At this moment, Qin Yuan was filled with great pride. First platoon leader. Here, distribute bullets to the recruits who shot 10 rings. As per the previous rule, for those recruits who didn't shoot 10 rings, sorry, but for the rest of the day, consult the powerful recruits and patiently practice your stance and theory. Wait for the next shooting training session, then redistribute the bullets. Company commander. As for the recruits who were rewarded with bullets, don't be proud, you all have seen it as well. Nowadays, standing in front of you is an existence comparable to a sharpshooter. I hope that through 3 months of recruit training, at least half of you will be able to shoot more than 490 rings with 50 rounds, or even 500 rings. Can it be done? Qin Yuan began a series of barking orders, promised to get the job done. One by one, the assassins' eyes glistened as they listened and spoke in a flood of voices. Good, keep training. Company commander. In the meantime, office of the chief of mission. Wang Yangfei is beautifully listening to the military song, reading a military newspaper. Suddenly, his internal telephone rang sharply. Swept a glance. It is the Group Army Major General Division Commander Yi Jianxin called. Wang leader did not dare to delay, and immediately stood up seriously to pick up the phone. Good chief. Well, Captain Wang, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The column returns home and the plane will land at your regiment. The military district will hold a grand welcoming ceremony. Now you immediately notify the commander of the current recruit company and tell him to immediately train the recruits in military posture and formation from now on, in preparation for tomorrow's welcoming ceremony. Yi Jiansol's voice was powerful, sounding like a bell, serious with a strong sense of oppression. Chief. When Wang Yangfa heard this, he immediately nodded his head in a hurry. Chief, I would like to ask, why did you let the recruit company participate in such a grand and serious welcoming ceremony? Just after Wang Yangfa rationalized Yi Jianxin's meaning, he couldn't help but ask in doubt. This is an order designated by the chief himself. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yi Jiansol let out a cold snort at once. Chief. When Wang Yangfa heard this, he immediately couldn't help but stare. Oh, my God. This, an order from the chief of the Major General's mouth? In an instant, Wang Yangfa's heart was heaving. He didn't dare to delay, and after putting down the phone, he immediately drove and rushed to the recruit company with all speed. Jesus, what the hell is going on here? Surprisingly, it is someone with such a high status who personally gave the order? On the way to the recruit company, the head of Wang only felt cold and whooshing all over his body and could not stop breaking out in a cold sweat. He knew very well what it meant to be the head of his chief. When you look at the entire force, that's all there is. It's just that I can't figure out why the chiefs, by name, want a bunch of new recruits to go to such a solemn welcoming ceremony. Electricity raced through Chief Wang's head. he never knew that there was a reason for it. As for asking the chief, that's even more unlikely. But he knew. Such a high profile, such a solemn welcoming ceremony, the entire history of the army, there are not many times. This represents that the chief values this group of recruits at the highest level. Chief, why do you look so pale? Is it a fever? Seeing Wang Yongfa's face changing over and over again and his eyes rolling, the guard company commander was immediately startled and couldn't help but inquire with concern. No, 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 I'm thinking about things. Wang Yongfa hastily shook his head, wiped his forehead, and suddenly realized that it had long been filled with sweat. You drive well. You don't have to care about me. Regiment commander. The guard company commander nodded immediately. Only he was puzzled. Isn't it just a trip to the recruiting company to meet some pricks? What's the head of the regiment like now? Facing the group of assassins with monstrous backgrounds, the head of the group froze with a belly full of fire and didn't dare to send it out. That scene was very impressive to him. Even he, the company commander, almost got his ass kicked. But after coming back in the past 2 days, his mind had recovered early and froze, unable to figure out why the chief would still be so scared. The jeep sped off, on fire, to the recruiting company. Shasta, a hard, sharp break. Wang Yongfa and the guard company commander appeared in front of the crowd of pricks at the range. At this look, Head Wang almost didn't faint from fear. Crap, I remember. I didn't get the application from the recruit company to apply for guns and ammunition for shooting training. How come this new company has started practicing with guns? Headmaster Wang's eyes glared round, almost scared out of his wits. Also, what they're using is even brand new. A clean 95? And that soldier, where did he get so many bullets? How dare he fire on full auto? Head Wang watched Zhang Shuai shoot out 30 rounds of bullets from a magazine in a few seconds, and was immediately struck with a heartache. That's a lot of bullets for one soldier. How many bullets for 100 recruits? This is simply an unimaginable number. These pricks, lawless, simply lawless. Are they treating this place like a special forces unit? Even the sharpshooters trained by the regiment couldn't have wasted bullets by playing the way they did. Chief Wang's heart was dripping blood. This Qin Yuan, it's really getting more and more unlikable. Head Wang angrily glared at Qin Yuan and angrily rushed over to him. Qin Yuan was correcting Su Xiaoyu's marksmanship movements and teaching him a few pointers to adjust his breathing. Oblivious to Wang Yongfa's arrival, Qin Yuan. Head Wang was so enraged that he couldn't help but let out a roar. No way. He's so pissed off. Not only are you wasting bullets and training blindly, but now that he's in front of you, why don't you come over and greet him voluntarily? This company of recruits, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, would have been unbelievable. If we keep this up, Qin Yuan will have to mess things up if he trains like this. Little fish, what you lack the most right now is strength and breathing. Your strength is still slightly lacking. When shooting continuously, with your current strength, you can't perfectly resist the recoil impact from shooting. Plus you don't have a grasp of the essentials of breathing. So naturally, you can't do the same thing as Zhang Shuai who hit 10 rings continuously. Qin Yuan gave Su Xiaoyu a demonstration while explaining to her. However, a sudden angry shout interrupted Qin Yuan's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw that it was the chief who had arrived. Qin Yuan was slightly surprised when he saw this. What was wrong with the headmaster? Taking your meds? Or is your head in the sand? Doesn't he realize that with his status, he has no business being angry at the recruit company? You know, the consequences of getting angry for no reason in the recruit company can be very scary. Headmaster, what are you doing? Qin Yuan immediately became anxious and couldn't help but worry for the headmaster. Sure enough, as soon as he heard Wang Yongfa's angry shout, Zhang Shuai frowned, revealing a look of disgust, and immediately walked over with his steel gun in a very unpleasant manner. Zhang Chong was even more backward, angling his head, his expression cold, staring at the uninvited guest in front of him. Where did you get that old asshole? Can't you see we're training? Why are you yelling? Fang Tian rolled up his sleeves and rushed over to Wang Yongfa with an angry face. Who did I think was yelling here? Turns out it's a 23-cent man? Ah shucks, do you know that because of your sudden voice? I was off the mark? Another tall, prickly man forced his way over angrily. MD, the head of the regiment is great, isn't he? If you dare to stare one more time, I'll remove you from your post. Fatty gave a rare fierce look. Beavis and Butthead thing, apologize. Zhao Chong took a step forward, his fierce, stern eyes glaring deathly at the headmaster in a chilling manner. A blink of an eye, Wang Yongfa and his guard company commander were immediately surrounded by a large group of pricks. One moment, Wang Yongfa was like a deflated ball, instantly wilted. He rattled violently. This motherfucker, it's a recruiting company. The ones in front of us are big pricks that can't be messed with. Little grandparents, princelings, Agu, this brain of mine. How did I just get on top of my head and think of getting up to angrily yell at Qin Yuan? Wang Yangfa immediately had two big heads and regretted it. But there's no such thing as a regret pill. It's revolting. You new recruits. You dare to threaten us. Do you want to revolt? The captain of the guard company was shocked when he saw such a battle. However, for the safety of the headmaster, he still forced himself to take a breath and couldn't help but glare and roar. Yet the next second, only to see a palm coming as fast as lightning, the guard company commander was immediately a scream. It turned out that Wang Zijing had struck out. He gave the guard company commander a direct hit, instantly subduing him. Let go of my hand. It's going to break. We don't even care about 23 cents. How can you, a guard company commander, have any say here? Wang Zijing snapped as he spoke. The guard company commander only felt that his arm was going to break. The whole person bent over in pain. His face twisted in agony. Wang Yangfa opened his mouth, originally wanting to use the majesty of the head of the group to drink the pricks back. But when the words came to him, he stopped his mouth momentarily. He gulped and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, unable to resist glancing around at the fierce gazes of a pair of hungry wolves. Well, he couldn't help but be social in the end. He didn't dare to say it after all. Stop. Seeing this, Qin Yuan hurriedly stopped this farce that had suddenly occurred. This motherfucker. What a bunch of pricks. They've really turned the tables. However, he also knew that the reason for all of this was still because Wang Yangfa, the unenlightened leader, had yelled at himself, and the pricks had set out for their own good. Spread out. It's time to practice your guns. Qin Yuan was very surprised to see that for the first time in a rare fashion. The assassins did not follow his orders. Company commander, make this old thing apologize. Otherwise, there's no way we'll spare him like this. Zhang Chong coldly grunted angrily. Zhang Shuai likewise looked unkind. Captain Wang, as a soldier-in-chief, we are not vegetarians when you lose your temper with our company commander for no reason. We need a reason. A big officer is a big man. Head Wang glared abruptly. God damn it. This Zhang Shuai. He knew. This guy's family has been in the military for 3 generations. A true son of a general. I didn't realize the rhetoric was so sharp. A big officer is a big man? This motherfucker. Headmaster Wang simply wanted to cry. This was clearly a double entendre. A warning and hint from Zhang Shuai that there was a greater background present behind him. But when heard on the surface, it became that he, Wang Yangfa, deliberately Qin Yuan, did not respect his subordinates. Wasn't he just having a brain fart and yelling at Qin Yuan? Doesn't that even work? For the first time, this was the first time he felt so stifled as a chief. But now, one has to bow down under the roof. One look at the guard company commander, who was grimacing in pain, and then one look at the surrounding eyes that didn't want to give up. Immediately, troop leader Wang spoke up to explain. Marshal Zhang, don't talk nonsense. I, Wang Yangfa, will not bully others with my power. I was just, too excited and my voice was a bit distorted, which made you guys mistake me for being angry. In fact, I came here in a hurry this time to bring you guys a heavenly good news. Head Wang finished in one breath. Bringing us great news? The assassins were flabbergasted. What good news can there be in this recruiting company? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. You Yakuza thing, mouthy guy, you don't have a good heart when I see you. It was clearly an angry rebuke. And now you're saying that it's the voice that's distorted? Zhang Chong frowned, very upset. I'll say. You guys take it easy. Captain Wang sighed and said quietly. First of all, this little brother, I solemnly apologize to your company commander Qin. It was my fault just now. That's more like it. If I had said so, wouldn't it have been fine? Wang Zijing grunted and directly released the recruit company commander. The good news is that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the special airplane escorting the martyrs back to their home country will arrive at our military region on time. And you are honored to be specially approved by the chief to be the witnesses of this noble and solemn action. An opportunity like this is very valuable and rare. That's why I've come to inform you personally. Qin Yuan, although I don't understand that the superiors asked you recruits to go to such a solemn welcoming ceremony, I'm sure the superiors must have some deeper meaning. My request, only one, tomorrow, manage this new batch of recruits and don't embarrass our regiment. Wang Yangfa didn't wait for Qin Yuan's reaction when he finished speaking and immediately took the guard company commander and walked away quickly. No way. His last words were still a bit harsh. He's really afraid of another siege for the newbie pricks. MD, never come to the recruit company again. I swear. Getting into the car, the head of Wang immediately asked the guard company commander to increase the gas pedal and quickly leave. There are still more than 2 months to go. Just bear with it and it will pass. By then the recruit company will be automatically disbanded. If I come back to the recruit company, I, Wang Yangfa, am a son of a bitch. Looking back at the recruit company, Wang Yangfa swore viciously in his heart. No way. It's so scary. Especially this one. He had heard with his own ears that such an important welcoming ceremony had been personally designated by his superiors for the participation of the recruit company. You can imagine how much weight, in the eyes of the superiors, this company of recruits carries. Old thing, count on you to run fast. So angry, come to our recruit company to pretend and then run away? Let's just see if you dare to come next time. Seeing that Head Wang ran away after saying his words and left behind some bullshit request, the pricks instantly exploded again. Qin Yuan certainly knew the good intentions of these pricks, so it's not like they're too much of a problem. Only this time, Qin Yuan was also surprised. I didn't realize that the higher-ups had personally conveyed the order, naming the new company, to attend such a solemn welcoming ceremony? There's a big deal here. It seems. Qin Yuan didn't notice that after hearing this news, Chen Song, one of the only 3 recruits in the recruit company who had no background and came from a remote mountainous area, silently lowered his head and couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes slightly reddening. Chen Song silently turned around and wiped his rolling hot tears. Grandpa, have you finally returned? I don't know if there are any of you in this batch. Father in heaven would definitely be proud of you if he knew about this. You are the supreme honor of our old Chen family. Chen Song was born. His mother died in childbirth, malnutrition as a child, coupled with the family's poverty, resulting in a very thin figure. 8 years old. His father went to work at the construction site. The unfortunate accident fell down, became disabled and lost the labor force, relying on subsidies for low income. Eat 100 meals. Chen Song spent a bitter childhood, a little understanding, after reading elementary school, read at junior high school, and finally aged 18 high school graduation. Father said anything to make Chen Song go to the army. Chen Song is dead set against it. As an adult, he wants to go out and work to earn money to subsidize his family. Later, his father told of his grandfather's glorious deeds back then, and Chen Song was then impressed enough to enlist in the army and train desperately. I long for the day when I can learn something from the military about my grandfather back in the day. Today suddenly heard the news. Chen Song simply can no longer hold back, weeping, quiet. Seeing that the assassins were still very angry one by one, Qin Yuan immediately spoke out. In an instant, the entire training ground immediately fell silent. For that group of martyrs and heroes who died fighting abroad back then, Qin Yuan respected them from the bottom of his heart. He also understood that if the formal process was followed, an ordinary recruit company would definitely not be qualified to participate in such a grand welcoming ceremony. Because of this, the opportunity, this time, is invaluable. I know that within everyone's family, to a greater or lesser extent, there are soldiers in the army. Perhaps you don't understand the true meaning of the word soldier now. Although you are all unruly, you must know to honor the martyrs who died in battle decades ago to defend the dignity of the nation. Qin Yuan's face was solemn, and his voice was loud and clear. Most of the pricks were instantly infected by Qin Yuan's words. The vast majority of them do, indeed, have someone in their family in the military. And, also, they are all senior officers. There are very few positions below regimental commanders, but also because of this, they face the word military. They have not been able to understand to the deeper meaning of these two words. They grew up living a privileged life, enjoying the convenience of the position brought by the senior officers of the parents and relatives in the family, and in turn, they have developed an unruly and untamed personality. This time, it's a great opportunity to help them reshape the values of the military. Che, it's just a few dead people and a pile of white bones. Why make it so grand? Brothers, you mustn't be fooled by the company commander. When Wang Tianyi saw that the assassins seemed to be convinced by Qin Yuan's words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his chest and a look of disdain. What? As soon as Qin Yuan heard this, he became furious. Boom! Qin Yuan grabbed Wang Tianyi by the collar of his shirt and violently lifted him up. Glaring at him, furious, Wang Tianyi, but a few dead people and a pile of white bones? Wang Tianyi, say that again for me. Soldiers, no insults. Especially, the young ones, the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for their country without a second thought in those hard times. More than that, it is not to be tarnished. MD, Wang Tianyi, I've put up with you for a long time. Wang Tianyi, I'm going to get you killed. How dare you insult the martyrs? Very well, this time Jesus couldn't come and save you. I say, the moment, not only Qin Yuan, but all the pricks were also instantly furious. Wang Tianyi finally caused a group anger. No, not company commander? When Wang Tianyi saw this, he was directly dumbfounded. He trembled in fear and struggled up in death. However, his struggles were simply futile. Company commander, I was just kidding. Please spare me. Wang Tianyi desperately shook his body, trying to break free. but he was simply weaker than a 3-year-old child in front of Qin Yuan, and all his efforts were just in vain. Spare you? Deadly sins can be spared, life crimes cannot be escaped. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. The palm of his hand that was carrying Wang Tianyi snapped loose. Follow closely. Only a phantom shadow was seen kicking violently. Ah! Wang Tianyi screamed miserably and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, directly fainting. However, that's not all. See Wang Tianyi land. The assassins rushed up in a rush and began to punch and kick the unconscious Wang Tianyi in a grueling manner. Grass! I've never seen such an unconscionable soldier in all my life. MD. Insult the martyrs. Damn it. Brothers, it's best to make this asshole spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Being a comrade in arms with him just makes me sick. Wang Tianyi was quickly awakened by the pain, but was soon beaten into unconsciousness again. The recruiting company was angry as never before. Qin Yuan was very surprised to see that Chen Song had also participated in the fierce attack on Wang Tianyi. His expression furious. After a long time, the onslaught finally stopped. Company commander, it's bad. New recruit Wang Tianyi was accidentally injured seriously during training. Quickly call an ambulance. Suddenly, I don't know who in the crowd roared. My goodness, brother Tianyi, how did you get so badly injured? Everyone come and help. Quick, call an ambulance, in case one of the brothers dies here. When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but stare, but then it was a laugh, laughing very hard. This Wang Tianyi, if he hits, he hits. Even if this matter is really exposed and disciplined, even if a life for a life, he also recognized, never regret it. He could not get over the hurdle in his heart until he got rid of this bad anger in his chest. Seeing Qin Yuan finally reveal a hint of a comforting smile, a few pricks immediately walked over and quietly murmured, "Don't worry, company commander, we'll definitely be unified in this matter. I can guarantee that nothing will ever happen. Company commander, you definitely shouldn't worry." This bastard dared to insult the soldiers. It's already considered his life lucky that he didn't get killed. If nothing happens, this recruit company, in the future, will no longer have Wang Tianyi as a person. Once he is discharged from the hospital, he will be dismissed outright. Zhang Shui Fong Tian little fatty, several people you a word and I a word, obviously have long discussed the countermeasures, and even comforted Qin Yuan. You little bastards, what are you babbling about? Qin Yuan was naturally very moved in his heart, but he's a one-man show. To be a soldier, you have to do it with a clear conscience, unless the higher-ups don't take the initiative to pursue it. Otherwise, once the cause of this matter began to be scrutinized from above, he would certainly not hide it from the top. The big deal is to take off the uniform and spend a few years in jail. Value. None of you should be involved in this matter. It has nothing to do with any of you. Qin Yuan had a stern face and sternly reprimanded. Since there's a major welcoming ceremony tomorrow morning, the afternoon's firing drill will be cancelled for now. From this afternoon until 9 p.m. All practice for marching and formation. We must welcome the return of the martyrs with the most serious attitude, the most standard military posture, the most perfect formation, and the fullest spirit. Can it be done? Qin Yuan almost roared out in anger. Promise to finish the job. Seeing Qin Yuan's resolute attitude, the assassins immediately replied in a flood of voices. Good. Practice military posture a little more. Until lunch. Qin Yuan nodded. Aye, company commander. The assassins responded, and at the same time began to train in earnest. Not long after, an ambulance sped up and pulled the seriously injured and unconscious Wang Tianyi directly to the military hospital. It's just that the pricks are getting their own little ideas. 11:30 p.m. End of training. The assassins went to the cafeteria to eat very quickly, and immediately after eating, they were the first to go back to the dormitory, took out the only remaining 3 cell phones, and one by one, the phone calls were dialed out. Hey, second uncle, one of our recruits in the recruit company was suddenly seriously injured in training today. This guy is usually full of shit, deceiving his superiors, and his favorite thing is to lie. If he wakes up and bites us back, then your old man must make a decision for us. You must decide for us. Brother, one of our comrades in the recruit company accidentally trained to be seriously injured, but this guy bared his teeth and will definitely retaliate against us when he wakes up. So when the time comes, it's up to brother. By the way, he also insulted the martyrs. Uncle, this is how things are. My request is only one. When that guy wakes up, fire him. Big uncle, this matter must be on your mind. A series of phone calls were made to each of the bigwigs in the military region. After all the work was done, the pricks felt a sense of relief. Finally, out of the blue, lying comfortably on the bed, not to mention the comfort, with a rare chance to get his phone again, Su Xiaoyu quickly opened a chess software and played his favorite 28 Kong. Little fish, not sleeping yet? In the afternoon, you can stand in military posture. It's very tiring. Seeing this, Zhang Chong kindly reminded. Just a district military posture. You guys go to sleep first. I'm not sleepy. I'll play a couple games before going to sleep. Su Xiaoyu laughed, looked at everyone almost resting. Almost no one noticed him, immediately skillfully opened the recharge software, entered a number of 5,000, and then began to fight soundly. Fatty, on the other hand, while people do not pay attention to, like magic, from the bottom of the bed to take out a brand new cell phone, open the chat software, find that familiar name, not budding not a lady, and immediately revealed a contented but bitter smile, sent over a paragraph of text. Bow, our recruit company today practiced resisting the sandbags. A big bag, a big bag, a carry a big bag, a carry a big bag. Comrades have praised me for my strength, but I instantly cried. I can carry anything, but I can't carry the thought of you. The message was sent and Fatty began to wait patiently. However, there was a delay in replying. Open the circle of friends. Fatty see not bud not lady even just sent a circle of friends. Suddenly eyes bright, and hastily cut to the chat page. Continue to enter. Wow, how you always do not return my message. You just said like the blue toad? I got it. I'll go diet right away. Vomit. Just at this time, the sound of Washanki vomiting came. Fatty heard the sound above his head, immediately startled, and hastily hit his cell phone, followed by Washanki's crazy laughter. Crap off Fatty. I didn't think that you are still a big lover. Ha ha ha. Bow. I can resist anything, but I can't carry the thought of you. Ooh, I'm touched to the point of crying. What's going on Lao Hua? Crap, shocking news. Is Fatty in love? I can carry anything, but I can't carry thinking about you? What kind of relationship is this? It's obviously unrequited love. As soon as the pricks heard this, each one of them immediately laughed as if they had been hit with chicken blood. Little Fatty immediately turned red with anxiety. Go go go. What are you yelling about? I'm not in love. Lao Hua, don't slander me. I'm a soldier. A single soldier. A soldier's honor is not to be insulted. Ha ha ha. Well. I'm wrong little fat brother. I shouldn't joke with you. I'm sorry I apologize. Seeing that little Fatty's face was too red, Washanki finally couldn't bear to molest him too much, and hastily took the initiative to admit his mistake and apologize. Fatty is usually quite righteous, but where he has something, never count. Brothers can use whoever they want. He does not want to make Fatty too embarrassed. Humph, that's more like it. Little Fatty instantly revealed a trace of gratitude, and then he rushed at the other unsuspecting pricks who were still laughing with a burst of urging. Stop laughing. Go to sleep. Sleep. After lying flat, Fatty's entire body was nonchalant. Alas. Fortunately this matter, only Washanki a person know. Otherwise, his reputation, Fatty, is going to be ruined. A noon happy hour that went by exceptionally fast. When I woke up, it was 2 p.m. Meet at the training ground on time. This time, Qin Yuan took the lead and accompanied the pricks as they began another extreme standard military posture. The sun, scorching overhead, sweat pouring down, all over his body. He was soon soaked to the skin, and the area around his heels was drenched in sweat. But no one had any complaints, because they all know the importance of the greeting ceremony tomorrow. 2 hours later, Qin Yuan lets the pricks rest briefly. Most of the pricks were feeling like their legs were under steel bars. They didn't dare to move at all, and it hurt like hell to bend them a little. But everyone is chomping at the bit. 20 minutes later, Qin Yuan had Zhao Ruishuan lead the new recruits and conduct formation training without any mistakes. The afternoon passed quietly. End of training. Qin Yuan's cell phone, which was stored in the dormitory, suddenly received a text message. Your bank card with the tail number 6642 received a remittance of 800,000 yuan from his bank, with a balance of 893,762,00 yuan. Is this royalties coming in? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he watched. Then let's wait until the ceremony is over tomorrow. Take a break, and take everyone out for a rubdown in the evening. Suddenly becoming a small millionaire, Qin Yuan was simply happy. It's the first time he's ever made this much money. Feeding the beaten meal to the Black Emperor, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile broadly. This Black Emperor's size, it seems to have gotten a little bigger? He also didn't know if it was his illusion, but Qin Yuan was surprised to feel that the Black Emperor seemed to have grown up a little. If this growth rate continued, it might not take 3 months for the Black Emperor to be fully grown. Short break, from 6:30 p.m. until 9 o'clock. Qin Yuan took the pricks and once again conducted an extreme standard military posture training. This time, Qin Yuan carefully checked everyone's military posture. After a continuous afternoon of adjusting training, now everyone's military posture, almost unprecedentedly standard, was no better than that of an honor guard. Qin Yuan couldn't help but watch his eyes light up. It seems that this group of pricks, one by one, are indeed all buildable talents. Day 2, 7:30 in the morning. Qin Yuan led the assassins, and early on, they had already gone to the side of the training ground to wait. Soon, 5 military trucks slowly approached from the distance. A major stepped down from the cab, and he gave Qin Yuan a rather surprised look, seemingly very puzzled as to why this year's new recruits would be allowed to go to such a grand welcoming ceremony. "Hello Company Commander Qin, please get on the bus." But he still gave Qin Yuan a military salute and led the new recruits to get on the bus. His mission? To come and get people. Today's occasion was too serious for him to be at all festive. "Aye, Chief." Qin Yuan returned the salute and nodded respectfully, then joined the 3 platoon commanders in organizing the assassins to get on the bus immediately. The pricks didn't say a word in the car. After more than 30 minutes of exercise, the car eventually slowed to a stop at the military airfield. There was a long line of honor guards, straight-faced and armed with steel rifles, waiting in solemn anticipation. With the exception of the recruit company, almost all of those eligible to be there were officers of the rank of colonel or above. Even Qin Yuan also discovered the special forces, because, at a glance, he saw a familiar face in one of the queues diagonally across the street. Wang Lang, with whom he had once had a meeting. I only saw Wang Lang at this moment, without slanting his eyes, straightening his posture, standing like a green pine, with an aura of killing all over his body. Seeing that Qin Yuan was looking at him, he immediately gave a slight nod at Qin Yuan, his pupils filled with surprise. As a matter of fact, as soon as the company of recruits got off the bus, all the bigwigs and military men present were taken aback. After all, it was only a handful of officers such as the head of the regiment who knew about it. It was only when Qin Yuan and the others came to the scene that they realized this. Of course, no one has the time or inclination to worry about the ins and outs of this right now. In front of the airport is a long line of honor guards, the company of recruits led by Qin Yuan, and the major troop arrays, on the other hand, were separated on both sides of the road and stood at the very back. Quickly, he straightened up his formation and stood motionless in the most standard military posture. Soon the scene returned to calm. A pin drop. Time slowly passes. Everyone is on high alert. The figure of a gray Transport 20 suddenly appeared in mid-air, and on both sides of it, 2 J-11s with imposing escorts soon appeared. Everyone was suddenly shaken. The figure stood firmer. 2 J-11 fighters pulled smoke through the field at low altitude to pay tribute to the heroes. The ceremony of passing through the water gate is highly symbolic, meaning receiving the dust, and is the highest rite of passage in the aviation world. Salute. A slightly old, but majestic and resonant voice suddenly came from the tower. Brush, brush, brush. Almost instantly, all of them held their heads high and moved in a neat salute as they gazed at the 3 airplanes that were slowly landing. Exclusion. The imposing, solemn voice from the tower rang out again, word for word. Thank you, for sending the hero back to his country. The iron blood is still there today, but the mountains and rivers are no longer safe. Honor the loyal martyrs of the People's Volunteer Army of China. Again an impassioned command came from the tower. This time, there was no hesitation. Everyone saluted in unison once again, not a single person appearing the slightest bit disorganized. When they heard that the iron blood was still there today, and the mountains and rivers were already unharmed, the eyes of countless soldiers were instantly filled with hot tears, and everyone forcibly suppressed the boiling hot blood in their chests. Soon, a response came from inside Transport 20. Thanks to the tower for taking command and bailing out. Shangshi, China. The martyrs go home. Salute to the loyal martyrs of the volunteer army. The people's heroes will never die. Wow! The soldiers couldn't stop their chests from rising and falling. The hot tears could no longer be suppressed and instantly came out of their eyes. Hot tears blinking and wetting the hot ground. Qin Yuan's eyes had likewise long since filled with tears, and he couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Died a young man's body, returned a hero's soul. The iron blood is still there. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. And this pomp and circumstance is as you wish it to be. The transport stabilized and the hatch opened. Immediately, a soldier came forward and took one of the flag-draped urns. As the urn passes the array of the honor guard, an honor guard soldier suddenly took the tip of his bayonet in his hand and hit away its edge. Everyone instantly took in the scene. Qin Yuan was instantly moved. The bayonet, which is directed at the enemy, should never be directed at one's own people. The whole greeting ceremony was short and long. Today the newbie pricks, one by one, rose to the occasion. Such a solemn welcoming ceremony is like a supreme baptism of the soul, washing and flushing the souls of the pricks again and again. Chen Song Su, small fish, small fat Fall Tian and others, but also has long been in tears, silent crying. Time passes, leaving a set of remains and belongings to be escorted off the plane in its entirety. This welcoming ceremony, was completely over. Soon, all the soldiers began to retire in order. That major returned again and dispatched the military vehicle, allowing Qin Yuan and the others to get on in order and quickly return. Company commander. It seems like I somewhat understand what it means to be a soldier. Zhang Shuai's gaze became deep as he opened his mouth with seeming understanding. Oh, you still have your epiphany? Qin Yuan's eyes glowed as he listened. Tell me. Zhang Shuai smiled awkwardly, nodded his head, and spoke. Although coming from a military family, my grandfather, grandmother, father, and even great-grandfather were all soldiers. Moreover, were very good soldiers, but all along, I've actually been somewhat averse to being a soldier. No way, handsome? You have such a good family environment and you still resent being in the military? Why would you still be practicing guns and fighting if you resent it? Su Xiaoyu was very puzzled. Zhang Shuai shook his head and laughed. How can I say it? Perhaps, I don't like the way they do things. Or maybe, it might be adolescent rebellion. What they are most passionate about. What they value the most. I am inclined to go against them. I practiced guns and fighting just as much because I love those things. It's my hobby, something I love in my bones, innately. But I know that I didn't practice these things to go into the military. I just love it. I love looking into the scope and the thrill of the whole world disappearing in an instant and just me and the target remaining. I love the adrenaline rush of a fight. The thrill and heat of a punch. Really just like. That's all. My original dream was to go to college and study philosophy. And if I could, to be able to become a martial artist, a philosopher, or even start a martial arts school of my own. Like the great late martial artist Mr. Bruce Lee. I didn't think Grandpa would send me to the barracks. Alas, Zhang Shuai let out a languid sigh. In fact, until today, compared to those deceased martyrs, I have never realized how foolish and selfish my actions were. When you put on this uniform, you have to be worthy of the word soldier. Zhang Shuai's voice suddenly rose high. Not afraid of bloodshed, not afraid of sacrifice. This is the most basic, the truth that I have sensed. If possible, I even hope that I can die on the battlefield, and then, also be greeted by the motherland, in such a way, to welcome the return. Su Xiaoyu, little fatty hidden Rush Chen Song and the others were all nodding their heads as they listened. Of course, there are just as many people who feel incomprehensible and empathetic to Zhang Shuai's words and do not dare to agree with them. Not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice? Or even die on the battlefield? That's the theory of the predecessors, okay? Especially since many of them are now the only child in the family. The baby of the family. If you really don't have it, if you sacrifice it, how will you let your family live in the future? It's definitely going to be a riot. Besides, it's a time of youth, a time of greatness, and no one wants to die. It's too late to enjoy it. Survive the 2 years of compulsory military service. Going forward, it's all about the enjoyment. Ha ha ha, good. A good one that is not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice. Qin Yuan, however, listened with a broad smile and couldn't stop nodding his head. Marshal Zhang, I'm very pleased that you have this insight. Only, the idea behind you is a bit extreme. It needs to be corrected. What do we train so hard for every day? For the fact that one day, should war break out, you will all be able to come back alive. I, Qin Yuan, will never allow my soldiers to die easily on the battlefield. As long as you're not afraid to bleed and sweat, and not afraid of difficulties, I promise that I will train you, one by one, to be great. Qin Yuan slowly collected his expression, his tone incomparably grave. Does the military train just to get grades and compete, to win honors? The fundamental purpose of training is still to win a battle, allowing soldiers to maintain a higher survival rate on the battlefield. The company commander is awesome. The company commander is awesome. Don't worry, company commander, even if we go to the real battlefield, we won't die easily. The assassins assured Qin Yuan one after another. Seeing the low atmosphere in the car, Su Xiaoyu suddenly opened her mouth smilingly. The road is still going on. The dream is still expected. The clouds are high and the sky is far away. And the days are still to come. How about I sing a folk song from my hometown for everyone, to liven up the atmosphere? Yoo-hoo, stinky fish. You can still sing? Can you sing with that broken gong voice of yours? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong instantly laughed and teased. Fatty laughed and said, of course you can listen to it. Except that people sing for money and he sings for his life. Po ha ha ha. The car burst into laughter. Little fatty. What day you two, grandpa? Su Xiaoyu instantly a laughing curse. Oh grass. Su Xiaoyu, you bola. Go quickly. I do not stop you. My second grandpa is in the division as a staff officer. Who does not go who puppy? And, if you are inconvenient at that time, I will help you to hold. Fatty heard, immediately eyes lit up, and hurriedly urged. Vomit. I'm going to throw up. Fatty. You're fucking disgusting. Fuck you. Nima. How could Su Xiaoyu bear it when she heard that? with a hungry tiger pounce. He immediately pounced over and pressed down on Fatty, squeezing him to death. Convinced? Convinced, Goo. Don't tickle me. It's itchy. I'm convinced. Master Fish, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Humph. That's more like it. After a bit of twisting and turning, Su Xiaoyu finally let go, revealing a smug smile. Cough. Clearing his throat, Su Xiaoyu stood up and spoke violently. Since everyone has no opinion, then I'll open my mouth and sing ah. Everyone who has money to hold a money field, and everyone who has people to hold a personal field. Cough. I'll start. Red umbrellas, white poles, eat and lay board together. Lay down the board. Sleep in the coffin. And then bury Shan together. Burying mountains and hills. Crying and shouting. The whole village came to eat and dine. Eat and drink. Have umbrellas. And the whole village lays planks together. Laying boards and burying hills and mountains. We all wind up drying and drying together. Wind dried and dry. White poles, with long umbrellas together on their bodies. Ha, what are you all staring at? Applause. Su Xiaoyu was directly blinded after singing with great devotion in his very special Cockney voice, only to see the pricks all looking at themselves with very strange gazes, one by one, as if they had eaten shit. Su Xiaoyu touched his head. Although I haven't eaten sure, but how do I feel? One by one. You guys are like eating shit? Crap, stinky fish. Your lyrics, they're unbeatable. Who wrote these lyrics? It's like my idol. Bullshit Krieger. This song, it's brilliant, it's fucking amazing. Ha, so little fish you've eaten human essence? There was a brief silence, and immediately a gasp erupted from the carriage. Qin Yuan also laughed out loud when he heard it. These lyrics, that's fucking brilliant. Combined with Su Xiaoyu's unique vocal range and exaggerated performance style, it was simply too much fun. After Su Xiaoyu made such a fuss, the depressing atmosphere in the carriage was swept away. But this grand and solemn welcoming ceremony today is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart and mind and will be remembered forever. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyu laughed out freely. Su Xiaoyu, open my voice, must be invincible. Che, on your duck voice, compared to our company commander singing, that is simply a small witch to see the big. Ah no, simply as the guangong in front of the big sword. Nothing, little fat laughingly opened his mouth, relentlessly striking. Humph, that's for sure. Our company commander looks like Pan and Sai Zijian. The jade tree presses down on the begonias, and his heroism and bravado wins the day. No one can compare. No one can match. That's the idol of my life. Su Xiaoyu nodded his head in agreement. My admiration for the company commander is as strong as the river, and as uncontrollable as the Yellow River. If it wasn't for the status of a new recruit, I would really like to behead a chicken and burn yellow paper to pay respect to the company commander. Fuck you. A leg shadow smashed in with a bang. Qin Yuan let out a laugh and cursed. Su Xiaoyu was directly kicked down to the ground. Su Xiaoyu, it's really a talent for you to not go to work as a distribution head with this mouth. Ah, it hurts company commander. I'm doing pyramid schemes. Isn't this asking for death? My great company commander is so tough. And my lovely comrades are all so awesome. If you guys want to arrest me, I won't be able to escape with my wings. Su Xiaoyu smashed her small mouth, quickly rubbed her chest, and said with great pain, ha 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 ha, stinky fish. You say that like a human being. Given that you still have some pussy in your heart, I'll spare your life for now this time. But a living crime can be waived. But a mortal sin cannot be escaped. Little Fatty and Hidden Rush pressed up with a brain, directly giving Su Xiaoyu a savage crash. The pain of Su Xiaoyu was another scream. The car slowed to a stop at the recruit training grounds. All recruits get out of the car. Company Commander Qin, it's true that you're better known than seen. I didn't expect you to be able to take this group of pricks and train them so well. The major took the initiative to smile and walked over, shaking hands with Qin Yuan. Introduce myself, Army Major of the 358th Regiment of the 168th Division of the 38th Army. Gu Yong, I'm very glad to know Qin Company Commander. I've personally witnessed that Qin Company Commander is so elegant and talented. I'm suddenly very interested in Qin Company Commander. Today's Saturday, Qin Company Commander should be fine, right? Why don't I be the host now and we go for a meal? Guyan graciously invited. Dinner? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted and he immediately laughed. Another day. Some other time. I'm really sorry Major Ku. I've already made an appointment for today. We're getting together at the recruit company this afternoon. This afternoon. Qin Yuan had already made a deal with the pricks to treat them to a good meal. Naturally, he could no longer accompany Major Guyan. Oh, so, when Gu Yong heard this, he was first stunned. Then he smiled and said, it's just too much of a coincidence. In that case, how about next Saturday night? Slightly pondering, Qin Yuan finally nodded and said with a smile, good, next Saturday then. Good, I'll come pick you up when the time comes. Gu Yong smiled and nodded, then quickly left. Tiny Major. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Company commander. Who's this guy? Is he that shameless? You've clearly said you're not available, but he's still so insensitive? Little Fatty raised his eyebrows and spoke with great disdain. Exactly. If I invite someone to dinner and they don't say yes, I'll turn around and leave. So I definitely won't be so humiliated. Han Xiang hummed. Ha ha ha, you super rich second generation. Don't look at the face of the monk. Even if the other party looks at your dad's face, it's impossible not to agree, right? Su Xiaoyu laughed and teased. Han Xiang gave a very sighing smile, shook her head, and opened her mouth with great emotion. My dad isn't omnipotent. For example, alas, in this world, not everyone loves money. You hoo-hoo, Richie, look at your face. You look like you've got a situation, don't you? Did you get rejected for chasing a girl? Su Xiaoyu could tell at a glance. Screw you. There's no such thing. Don't talk nonsense. Han Xiang instantly blushed in her old face and walked away in great embarrassment. Ha ha ha. I'm just testing it out. Why are you panicking? Isn't this a case of no silver in this place? Su Xiaoyu was instantly delighted. Alright, stop it. Xin Yuan couldn't help but watch and clapped his hands, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Every weekend, there's a day and a half of rest. From now on, you guys are considered free, and it just so happens that I have an extra income for the time being, so I'll treat you to a meal. Any interest? That has to be there. The pricks immediately replied in unison. Company commander buying dinner? This is a big deal. Who dares to be unavailable? Wait, however, at that moment, as soon as she heard about the treat, Christina Han immediately ran over. What's up, Richie Rich? Are you not available? Zhang Chong frowned slightly. No, brother Chong, the captain's treating me. How dare I not be free? I couldn't be happier. Han Xiang hurriedly shook his head and explained with a smile. What I mean is, all soldiers are poor, and the company commander is a second lieutenant with such a small paycheck, so you can't bear to eat? This is just unconscionable, okay? The company commander has to keep his paycheck to get married. It's rare for a company commander to be so nice to us. Han Xiang spoke with raw emotion. However, when he said this, all the pricks immediately shivered. Subconsciously, just one question from the soul. The company commander is really good to us, isn't he? Damn you. You don't know how to kiss ass. How can you say something that's so unconscionable? I only saw Han Xiang continue. It's rare that the company commander is so good and kind to us. And besides, now this Shangning city is basically considered to belong to my Han Xiang's chassis. So, since we're talking about treats, no matter what, you can't leave me out. I'm a super rich second generation with millions of pocket money a month. This meal is on me. I'm going to put my words here first. If any of you don't agree, you're not giving face to me. Han Xiang. So company commander, leave this meal to me, and I promise to arrange it in a clear way for you, and never disgrace our recruit company. Christina Han smiled. But Han Xiang, I can still afford a meal. It's not too good to leave it to you, right? Xin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Geez, don't push your luck on this kind of thing, company commander. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're looking forward to kicking this guy's ass. Yeah, company commander, just let the rich kids treat you. Wouldn't it smell good to keep the money for a wife? The pricks were persuasive. Alright, since that's the case, then I won't excuse myself. And some other day, when I have the chance, I'll treat you all to another meal. Xin Yuan smiled and spoke. Aye, company commander. The pricks nodded excitedly at once. The treat was agreed upon. Back in the dormitory, Han Xiang quickly arranged everything, called a car to book a hotel and so on, and was busy all the time. As for the others, they simply washed up, changed into casual clothes, and quietly waited for the car to pick them up to arrive. After all, this barracks is far from the city. The whole process is about 40 kilometers, especially the mountain road twists and turns. Just drive to more than an hour. If you let them run there on two legs, it's a wonder I'm not exhausted. There's no point in having this meal. Su Xiaoyu leisurely opened the game and began to make a big kill. Little Fat from the bottom of the bed skillfully touched out the cell phone, and opened that familiar dialogue box again, carefully typing, a face of contentment. Wow, our new company of recruits today dinner. The war veterans spend a huge amount of money to treat us to a meal of mountain treasures and seafood. Jade du agar jelly. You know, but I'm not happy at all. I'd rather take a sip of your bath water. What followed was a sweet and long wait. Unfortunately, it waited until they got on the bus, and Fatty didn't wait for a message back from her after all. The entrance to the recruiting company. The pricks were directly shocked when they saw the 30 Maybachs parked neatly in front of the car. Holy shit, all of them? All Maybachs? Damn. Sure enough, it's still the businessman who has the most money. eye-opening and insightful. I now finally realize the joy of the rich. Although the assassins are one with a heavenly background, most of them just have extremely high authority in the army, and not many of them have money. How about a rich kid like Christina Han? 1 month's pocket money is worth more than a normal person could earn in a couple of lifetimes? And so it was. 3 or 4 to a car. The pricks were excited to get in the car. Easily fill all the cars. The soldiers standing guard at the gate were dumbfounded. I've been in the army for so many years, but I've never seen such a big battle. Old ma. These guys, they seem to be new recruits, right? Nowadays, new recruits can even go out in groups? I've heard it before. This year's recruits are very powerful. Every one of them has a great background. They go out collectively on weekends and just say hello to the leaders and that's it. Maybe, because Qin Yuan, the recruit company commander, took the lead. The soldiers didn't stop the recruits. They simply registered and let them out. Wow, this limo, it's just great to ride in. Sitting in the Maybach, Su Xiaoyu marveled one by one. Stinky fish, don't say you're my brother from now on. Look at you. You've never seen the world. Zhang Chong passed over a look of contempt. Ha ha ha. Little fish, if you like it, I'll give you one. Han Xian laughed and opened her mouth. Really? Brother Han? You're not joking, are you? Su Xiaoyu was instantly jolted. Her entire face flushed with excitement. Ha ha ha, just a small car. Not worth mentioning at all. In this case, I'll let Secretary Zhou go and handle the transfer formalities for you later. And the car will be temporarily parked at my dad's company, so you can pick it up whenever you want. Han Xian laughed, not caring. Ooh, touching. Brother Han, from now on, you're my own brother. Su Xiaoyu was grateful. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be speechless as he watched. This Su little fish, it's still a fucking talent. Go into sales. Ironically, an hour or so later, the top 7-star hotel in Shangning City was completely wrapped up by the outspoken Han Xiang. The assassins were like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, and each of them felt very new. Plates and plates of top-notch cuisine were quickly brought up. Qin Yuan knew that under Han Xiang's deliberate arrangement, every dish here was worth a lot of money. Yet Qin Yuan suddenly had a feeling of being out of place. Perhaps it was the thought of the morning send-off. Throughout the entire meal, Qin Yuan was somewhat distracted. When I think about it, that group of young soldiers, in a distant cold foreign country, eating tree bark and wild vegetables and snow water, or heroic, or freezing to death on the frontier, without the generations of pioneers who used their blood to create today's pattern of prosperity for us, how could we possibly have the opportunity to live here so comfortably? Qin Yuan's heart couldn't stop sinking. Sure, he didn't stop the pricks from having a rare good time. Consider this for your. During boot camp, last hurrah, Qin Yuan hummed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for his elevated state of mind. Rewarded with 100 divine intelligent poisonous bees. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt suddenly rang out. Qin Yuan's entire body suddenly had a jolt and couldn't help his eyes glowing. What the hell? A divine grade intelligent poisonous wasp? What is this thing? Divine intelligent venomous wasp. The system produces divine technology intelligence simulation venomous wasp. Divine venomous wasp. The appearance is completely simulated, and there is no difference between the natural venomous wasp. Extremely fast, with infrared scanning, miniature radar, real-time screen monitoring, 3 major functions, and each venomous wasp contains 108 nano-sized venomous needles. The venomous needles contain toxins, which can easily poison an elephant in 3 seconds. The host can be controlled intelligently by means of the idea, and the host can intelligently control the poisonous bees through the intersection of his mind and the system. My God! No! This divine-grade venomous wasp, is it so terrifying? After carefully reading the introduction of the divine-grade poisonous wasp, Qin Yuan's entire body instantly felt a tingle in his scalp. What kind of poisonous wasp is this? It's the world's most terrifying and advanced black-tech surveillance device. Okay? Even the bleaching cool country can't create such an advanced poisonous wasp with its current technological means, right? In an instant, Qin Yuan became excited. Moreover, there are 100 such poisonous bees. In the future, if you go on a mission, take this batch of poisonous bees with you and let them sneak in first to detect. It's simply invincible. To top it off, inside each of these venomous wasps, there are also 108 nanoscale poison needles, toxins that can stun an elephant in a super long period of time. If this poisonous needle is used against humans, I'm afraid that if you touch it, you'll be poisoned. Qin Yuan instantly realized the truly terrifying aspect of this divine-grade poisonous wasp. 100 poisonous bees. That is, a poisonous stinger. If you take this batch of poisonous bees to war, it can definitely change the ending of a war. Goodness, it's truly worthy of being a divine poisonous wasp. This is definitely my most important card nowadays. realizing the true value of this poisonous bee, the true horror of it, Qin Yuan was instantly like a treasure, and resolved that the secret of this poisonous bee should never be exposed until the critical moment. Having obtained the divine-grade poisonous wasp, Qin Yuan was instantly in a good mood. The eyes that looked at the pricks were much softer. Sure, in order to give the pricks a deep impression, Qin Yuan already had a brand new plan. Ding Dong now releasing a system mission to lead the assassins to run back to the barracks and randomly reward them with a peak-level skill. Exceptionally, the crisp system prompt rang out again. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up once again. No way, running back to the barracks with a thorn in your side, and you're even rewarded with peak-level skills? It's possible. Wine and dine. Han Xiang smiled brightly. Brothers, I've already arranged the next program. Next, let's go sing. I found 3 pretty cousins for each of the brothers. Oh, they're from across the provinces, even foreign chicks. Let's party together. Han Xiang smiled very brightly. Crap, Han Xiang, you're really something. It's so awesome. My favorite cousin. Flower girls work. Brother likes it. One by one, the assassins were once again excited. Shut up. Suddenly, Qin Yuan let out a furious cry and stood up. One moment, the room was silent. Everyone was baffled. What's wrong with the company commander? Did you take dynamite? Why are you so cold all of a sudden? We were just talking and laughing. That's too big of a shift in an instant, isn't it? They say a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. You can't guess what's in a woman's mind, but the mind of a company commander seems to be harder to guess than a woman's. Now, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been 3 hours since we went out. It's time to go back. Qin Yuan's face was cold and his voice was icy cold, not containing a trace of emotion. Boom! When the assassins heard this, they all froze. Going back now? Company commander, are you kidding me? Internationally? We haven't had enough fun yet. Don't we have a day and a half off this weekend? Zhang Chong held a wine glass and shook it. Boom! In a split second, a leg shadow smashed in. Zhang Chang's huge body immediately flew backwards, hitting the wall hard. In an instant, Zhang Chang's entire body was completely awake. Zhang Chong shook his head, a look of shock on his face. It seemed all but impossible to believe that he had been beaten by the company commander again. Fortunately, he had thick skin and excellent resistance to blows, and this leg came down and didn't cause any substantial damage to him. Crap, is the company commander mad again? What the hell is the sun situation? Just now it was smiling. Who knows, maybe it's the great aunt again? The pricks were instantly intimidated. One immediately stood up, not daring to make another sound. Han Xiang, Qin Yuan let out a low, angry cry. Here, Han Xiang didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately answered. And the whole person's drunkenness was instantly. You have 3 minutes to check out. I, company commander, guarantee to complete the mission. Han Xiang immediately nodded his head busily, then ran out in a puff of smoke. Everyone else, now, follow me out. With a sweep of his eyes, he looked towards the rest of the pricks, and Qin Yuan spoke out coldly. I, company commander. The assassins immediately nodded their heads. Hotel entrance. The sun is blazing. The sun at 5 o'clock in the afternoon was still baking. The assassins stood neatly in front of the hotel, instantly catching the eyes of all passers-by. 2 minutes later, Han Xiang rushed out from inside the hotel at a fiery pace and quickly returned to the team. Reporting to the company commander, I've already arranged the car. Do we need to go back to the barracks now? Seeing Qin Yuan get angry, Han Xiang didn't dare to joke anymore. Qin Yuan nodded with a grave expression. It is indeed time to go back. However, instead of going back by car, it's time to run back. What? No way. Company commander? Running back? Company commander. I made a point of looking at the odometer on the way here, and that's a full 38 kilometers, and there's a mountain road in the middle. And, now that you've just finished eating and drinking, surely your body can't handle it if you run now, right? As soon as I heard that I was going to run back, the pricks immediately clamored. That's 100%, 10,000 times over. It's 38 kilometers. Didn't the company commander say he was on leave for the next 2 days? How is it that now the pricks feel like they've been cheated? 38 kilometers? Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh when he heard that. Boom! A leg shadow, directly smashing towards Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu immediately flew out backwards, screaming miserably as she fell to the ground. There's a mountain road? Boom! A leg shadow, kicking off Fatty. The body can't take it? Boom! A leg shadow, kicking away Haolian demon. Get up, all of you. Qin Yuan let out an angry roar. I, company commander. Su Xiaoyu little fatty Haolian demon forced the pain and immediately climbed up from the ground. Anyone else? Too far to walk? With a sweep of his gaze, Qin Yuan looked at everyone. No, now, run back. Can you do that? Promise to get the job done. The pricks replied in unison. That's more like it. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. Now, all of them, run and march. Aye, company commander. The assassins replied in unison, and then immediately trotted off, just in the bottom of their hearts. One of them was so aggrieved that they were on the verge of crying. Ugh, carelessness, didn't flash, fell for the company commander's trick. I just drank 3 cans of beer here. What if I run and throw up? It's hard. From now on, I won't believe the words of the company commander even if I die. This guy is properly a liar. Woo woo, no good. I knew the company commander didn't have good intentions. I told you, he was so strict with us before. How could he be kind enough to invite us to dinner? Good man. So he's waiting here. Cunning, too cunning. Brothers, what do we do now? Should we stage a coup? Brother, you have a big heart. You don't think we can beat the company commander with 98 of us joining forces, do you? Didn't you guys say that the company commander's great aunt is here today? Maybe he can't fully utilize his strength? Bullshit you. I'd rather run back than get my ass kicked. Run for the hills. Suppose the company commander deceives you. Don't be sad. Don't be anxious. Sad days must be calm. Believe. Happy days will come. It's all in a flash. It'll all be over. Pass your sister. Pass a few. Say a few no's. Civilize you and me. All of you run faster. Didn't eat? Su Xiaoyu. If you dare to say one more word, I'll make you turn into a dead fish. Qin Yuan rebuked angrily. One moment. All the pricks shut up. Ha, which school students are these? They're all so handsome. This instructor in the lead is the most handsome. Wow. This instructor is so manly and stylish. Love it, love it. If I had a boyfriend like that, even as a stepmom. Qin Yuan ran back along the road with the pricks, instantly becoming a beautiful sight. Even a few bold girls have picked up their cell phones and started taking pictures and videos. Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. These people aren't going to post the video on the internet, are they? The internet is so advanced now. It would be bad if it caused bad publicity for the army. Hey, brothers, look A lot of girls are videotaping us. Brothers, pay attention to the image Ahem. In case of fire, must be photographed very handsome. Crap, I didn't realize there were surprises. That girl with the cell phone. She's so pretty, her skin is so white. Wow. Look at that one in front. The headlights are white and bright and big and round. I'm going crazy. The pricks saw this, and one by one, they got a little carried away. After all, heroes love beautiful women and beautiful women love heroes. What young girl isn't pregnant? What young man is not in love? The love of beauty is shared by all. The pricks are no exception. Suddenly, an athletic beauty with a tall figure, white and bright skin, and delicate features easily followed up, alongside Qin Yuan. The world was eclipsed by heaven and earth when the beautiful woman smiled brightly. The pricks looked dumbfounded. This beauty is too pretty, isn't it? It's comparable to Big Star. Hey little brother, can I add you on WeChat? The beautiful woman smiled and opened her mouth. The pricks were once again dumbfounded. Gosh, this pretty girl. She even took the initiative to ask the company commander for WeChat? Qin Yuan couldn't help but stare, very puzzled. What's the point of adding me? Crap, is the company commander really stupid or really stupid? What for? Do I need to tell you? Oh my god. I'm going to be defeated by the company commander's emotional intelligence. The pricks were immediately shocked beyond belief. What's a girl gonna do with you on WeChat? Of course I want to get to know you a little bit. There's something good going on. Sure enough, when the beauty heard it, she was likewise very speechless, and smiled rather depressingly. I added you to WeChat, and you actually asked me what I was doing? How can there be such a boring question? Besides teasing you, what else can I do? The beauty moved closer to Qin Yuan, with a pair of electric eyes, handing over a flirtatious look. To spell DD to help you cut a slash? Or to help your friend's circle click a like? The beauty smiled lightly and continued. I added you just to slowly hook you into my arms. Please don't ask such stupid questions in the future. In a word, talk about love or not? After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she stared at Qin Yuan with a very sincere gaze. Sorry pretty girl, no talk. Qin Yuan directly shook his head. Crap, company commander. Are you stupid? Such a beautiful, big, beautiful woman takes the initiative to throw herself at me. And you're not even moved? Company commander. You're not bent, are you? It's unconscionable. It's unconscionable. The pricks instantly exploded. One moment, they all began to wonder about Qin Yuan's orientation. Company commander? The beauty seemed to have not expected Qin Yuan's identity and was slightly surprised. Shut up, all of you. Who told you to talk? Eats more than a pig. Run slower than a turtle. Run faster. Accelerate. Accelerate. Qin Yuan immediately let out a stern rebuke. Company commander. When the assassins saw Qin Yuan get angry, they immediately shut up. One by one, they quickly picked up their pace. No way. They're really scared. They were worried that Qin Yuan would strike again. Wow. One word. And you have these young men in submission? Too domineering, too handsome. The beautiful woman took a look and suddenly had a lot more admiration and appreciation on her face. Those men in the company are all taking the sissy route now. None of them have a manly flavor. This man, I'm going to chase after him. The beauty secretly made up her mind. Man, you are the first man to reject me. It makes me even more impressed. The beauty was not the slightest bit dissatisfied with Qin Yuan's rejection, which in turn aroused her interest even more. She slightly accelerated and caught up again, while handing over a delicate business card. Hello little brother. My name is Gulingling. There is a phone number for me on this. It's open for you 24 hours a day at any time. Oh, I'll go first. Bye. Gulingling took the initiative to come to Qin Yuan's front and personally stuffed the business card with a faint body odor into Qin Yuan's pocket, then drifted away. All that was left was for the pricks to cast an envious glance, especially Han Xiang and Fatty. They were craving for more as they watched. Such a top-notch beauty can definitely score 98 points. The remaining 2 points are just for fear of her pride. Han Xiang shook her head in chagrin. Ugh. Why? Why can't I meet such a beautiful woman who takes the initiative to add me? Darn it. Darn it. Is it because my ability to pay money isn't strong enough? Such a beautiful big beauty. If I can have a kiss, it's worth dying for. For the first time, little Fatty wavered in his beliefs. All along, he had thought that no lady was the most beautiful goddess he had ever seen. Bar none. However, just now when Gulingling appeared, he suddenly changed that idea. The goddess in his mind, compared to Gulingling, seemed to be not only much worse in terms of body shape, but her temperament and appearance were all hanged by Gulingling. If the company commander really isn't interested in that goddess, why don't we ask the company commander for contact information after we return to the recruit company? Fatty thought prettily. Ugh, it's so hot. Fatty wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, only to feel a burst of scorching heat. He had just had a lot of beer and drinks, and now he was suddenly speeding up and running, and his whole body felt very hard. It wasn't just Fatty. After the slight drunkenness had dissipated, a number of people began to feel unwell. Company commander, I have a stomach ache. Company commander, my leg hurts. Company commander, my eyes hurt. Company commander, my naija hurts. Ugh, 38 kilometers. When will this be finished? When will the run be over? Wouldn't that be a run for the monkeys? The pricks finally couldn't hold back any longer. Strenuous running down. My stomach started flipping around and I was in agony. Hold it all together. Can't you take this bit of suffering? Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown as he sternly reprimanded. Bitter or not? Think of the Red Army's 25,000. Tired of looking at the old revolutionaries? Think of those fallen martyrs. Think of the long march. What's this running a few steps for you guys? It doesn't count for anything at all. Zhang Shuai. Here. Now. You're in charge of leading the line, and the slogans are being shouted. If anyone else complains and screams about the pain, I'll take you to task. Qin Yuan grunted angrily. Company commander. Zhang Shuai sniffed, took a deep breath, and immediately replied in a torrential voice. Since attending the greeting ceremony, Zhang Shuai's entire heart was calmer. He hadn't said much along the way, including during the meal. He had been visualizing that war back then. Ice and snow, foreign lands, long distance trekking on 2 legs, fried noodles and rifles to fight against airplanes and heavy artillery. Maybe that group of people, back then, didn't want to come back alive. That's why they had so much courage. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. The specifics and reasons for this, he couldn't really imagine. However, he secretly resolved that from now on, he would never complain again. The company commander was right. Is it bitter? Think of the Red Army's 25,000 men. Back in the day. Cross the grass, eat the turf, even eat the viewing soil. Their environment now is thousands of times better than it was back then. But the spirit of hard work is gone. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Zhang Shuai automatically stepped out of the line, staring at each and every one of the assassins, and shouting the slogans to the heavens with all his strength. The pricks seemed to sense Zhang Shuai's agitation. Immediately adjusting his footsteps, he put up his voice and shut up, keeping up with Zhang Shuai's rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Shuai hissed violently. 1, 2, 3, 4. The prick's voices shook. That's more like it. Qin Yuan looked at it and ran silently. An hour passed. The group gradually ran out of the city and into the suburbs. The stingers finally ran out of steam, drenched in sweat and drenched to the skin. But not a single person complained. Instead their eyes burned, and one of them clenched their teeth and ran as hard as they could. Why did the slogan stop again? Go on, shout it up. Seeing that the morale was gradually sinking and becoming oppressive, Qin Yuan immediately let out another roar. Training, by nature, is boring and grueling. The future? It will only be more brutal than it is now. If you can't even survive this hardship, how can you talk about the future? 5 kilometers I love you a day without running miss you passion flies, beyond the dream, challenge the limit, create splendor, raise the prestige of our army and invigorate our country, break the dome of the sky, devour the stars. 12, haha 12, haha 12 12, ha 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 ha, because they were not at all mentally prepared, and the road began to enter the uneven mountain road. The pricks have felt more painful and unbearable, and the running slogans were even more changed and shouted. There is only one thing I ask of you, run those 38 kilometers in one breath. In between, no stopping for rest. This is one of the simplest tests you'll ever have. When you get back to your dorms, you can rest as much as you want tomorrow. I won't care what you do. Qin Yuan's slightly angry voice resounded through every prick's mind. Qin Yuan now sort of realized, these pricks, you just can't give them the benefit of the doubt. They are give a little sunshine, give a little flood and it floods. Give me a smile and I'll stomp on you. Qin Yuan finally understood the meaning of the word boss. Being the boss of this bunch of pricks means you have to be boss-faced. The pricks won't even listen without a stern face. Time passes. Who knows how long the run was? Report. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu showed a pained expression. Say. Qin Yuan immediately frowned. Su Xiaoyu shivered in fear at the sight and didn't dare to look directly at Qin Yuan's gaze as he raised his head and looked forward with his chest held high as he shouted. Reporting to the company commander. I have a stomachache and want to go to the restroom. Endure. Qin Yuan objected directly. Report company commander. I can't hold it all the way. I can't hold it any longer. I'm about to shit my pants. Su Xiaoyu was instantly anxious. Pooh ha ha. Stinky fish. Can't hold it in but have to hold it in. Right, stinky fish. If it's a battlefield now and you suddenly go to the toilet, you'll be discovered by the enemy. Your kind of behavior will harm an army. You can't go to little fish even if you shit your pants. You've got to hang in there. The pricks were delighted. Seeing the pained look Su Xiaoyu was forcibly holding back, she couldn't stop laughing. Report company commander. Can't really hold it in. Su Xiaoyu once again reported hastily. Boom. Out of nowhere, there was actually a popping sound coming from behind his ass. Follow closely. A mountain of bad odors came. Vomit. Crap Su Xiaoyu, you put poison. It stinks. MD. This is simply murder. Su Xiaoyu. Lao Zi will fight you. Everyone run. If you don't, you'll be surrounded by poisonous gas. The assassins have picked up their pace, hurrying to escape from the gassed area. Go and fix it yourself, and then follow the team. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this. This Su little fish. What a farce. Company commander. When Su Xiaoyu heard, he was like an amnesty, and rushed to the roadside bushes to solve the problem. 5 minutes later, Su Xiaoyu caught up with the group with a comfortable face, but the assassins are unable to help but wonder. This Su Xiaoyu does not have a pocket all over his body. How did he wipe his ass? Well, that's a question that has plagued the pricks for a long time. They didn't think of anything until they were almost at the barracks. 9:24 p.m. Great. Very good. I'm very pleased with everyone's performance tonight. Now that they had run 33 kilometers, there was not a single prick who had dropped out, which made Qin Yuan cry out in surprise. One complained earlier about running down at all. Didn't everyone do it all? I'm just going to ask you all now. Are you hungry now? Qin Yuan smiled. The assassins immediately shivered at the sight. Qin Yuan, who had a stern face the whole time, actually smiled? That smile is so weird. There's no conspiracy, is there? Hungry. The wailing stomachs, however, immediately commanded their response. Great. Just be hungry. If you're hungry, I'm hungry. But don't worry, everyone, I've got the 3 platoon leaders ready for a delicious meal. Now, it's less than 5 kilometers to the barracks. Let's all have a sprint in order to fill our bellies faster. But it was rushed. The 3 platoon commanders said they only prepared a meal for 78 men. That means no food for the last 20 people to arrive. Qin Yuan opened his mouth smilingly. Crap, I knew it. I knew when the company commander smiled. Nothing good would come of it. Running 33 kilometers of cross-country and now a sprint? God, kill me. Sins of the company commander. The last 20 are still not fed? I feel like I won't be able to eat. It's always the same. Can't we just not come to the sprint? The pricks immediately exploded when they heard that. One by one, they screamed and wailed. Being able to run this far is the limit. How can I sprint now? But there's no food without a sprint. Hungry at night? More unbearable. When Qin Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He knew that the pricks wouldn't listen. If only the Black Emperor had been brought. As soon as you think about the Black Emperor's terrifying speed, amazing biting force, precise control of force, that bite, that sour feeling, can make the assassins die of pain without bleeding. What a great military dog. If the Black Emperor was there, where would there be any need for his own bitter persuasion here? By the way, I'm really pissed off, always thinking about the Black Emperor. How could I forget about the divine grade poisonous bee? Qin Yuan couldn't help but slap his head, and in the next second, his entire body immediately became excited. Now this is far from the city, in the middle of nowhere, just the right time to experiment with a godly poisonous bee. A heartbeat away, Qin Yuan would release a poisonous bee from the system space. Immediately the poisonous bees flew swiftly along both sides of the road. Turn on infrared scanning. Turn on the surveillance system. Turn on terminal velocity. Because it was through the system, intelligent interaction, Qin Yuan immediately gave a command to the poisonous bee. One moment, a 360-degree, slightly reddish panorama emerged on Qin Yuan's system panel. It was now long dark in the wilderness, and the assassins relied on the moonlight to make their way. But the images that surfaced were as clear as ever. Every flower, every blade of grass, even every little stone in the road, the strands of hair of the pricks, all were visible. My goodness, it's amazing, isn't it? Qin Yuan was so dumbfounded by what he saw that his heart simply blossomed. This is definitely comparable to the clearest camera in the world. It's perfect for spying. With a thought, he controlled the poisonous bees to fly to the front of the group, only to see a clear picture immediately appear in the screen in front of them. Zhao Chong took the lead, and the 30-odd kilometers of light running didn't do much to his fitness at all. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp, his stride porous and swift. Running behind him was none other than Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai's gaze was resolute, controlling his breathing, and his face unexpectedly carried a faint joy. Qin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's the situation? Is this handsome Zhang running stupid? And you look quite happy? As for the others, one is not in good shape. After all, running for hours on end, although not very fast, without hydration in between, coupled with the scorching heat and just after eating, many people's pace had begun to stagger, approaching their physical limits. But even so, they braced themselves, took a step, and began to sprint. After all, I can't start sprinting without it. I wonder how effective the poisonous needles of this poisonous bee are. Seriously, Qin Yuan really wanted to test the effects of this poisonous bee. But, according to the system, this nanoscale poison needle can poison an elephant in 3 seconds. I'm afraid if I stabbed a needle at someone, I'd have to be poisoned straight away. Forget it, it's better to find another chance to experiment. Strongly suppressing the urge to experiment within his heart, Qin Yuan immediately released more poisonous bees, a total of 50 of them, which at first glance appeared to be a black and pressurized mass. Buzz off! One moment, the screams of the poisonous bees were loud, flying at breakneck speed from behind the pricks. Ha, what's that noise? A fly? Crap, what a big fly! Naya, that's not a fucking fly, that's a bee. OMG. Run, there are bees. A bee sting would hurt like hell. With the bees approaching at breakneck speed, the pricks instantly panicked. Straight out of the gate, being bitten by the Black Emperor just hurts a little, but if you get stung by a bee, you'll be in pain for at least a couple of days, and maybe you'll be hospitalized. Who would want that? And so it was. The magic happens again. A bunch of pricks scurrying wildly ahead. Dozens of bees chased furiously after them. Buzz, 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 buzz. The bees didn't philosophize though, but the scare is definitely more effective than the Black Emperor. Crap, fish, how did you run so fast? You're hanging by a thread. Little fat, you fucking lied. Didn't you say you didn't have the strength? How come you're running faster than a rabbit now? Liar, you're all liars. Damn it. Wait for me. Wait a few. Run slower and you'll get stung by a bee. The pricks scattered and flew away, each one scared to death. Qin Yuan laughed maniacally as he watched. Sure enough, human potential, all of it, is unlimited. In moments of danger, life and death situations, fighting spirit is fueled. It is often said that when a child is in danger, a mother with no hands can resist 800, not to mention this group of physically gifted pricks in their own right. But that's not enough just to scare them. With a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan called up the system panel. System, the poisonous needles of this poisonous wasp, can they be replaced with ones that don't have giant poison? Replace it with a normal spike or a normal toxin one will do. Back to the host. Each poisonous wasp comes with one non-poisonous stinger. It can be used over and over again. 108 nanoscale poisonous spikes, which are consumables. One less to use. If the host needs to switch to a normal stinger, they only need to choose to switch before each release of the poisonous wasp. So it is. Xin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. It's worthy of being a divine-grade venomous bee. This function is simply all-encompassing. Xin Yuan was overjoyed. With a movement of his mind, he immediately retrieved all the poisonous bees through the system control. Then through the system panel, switched non-poisonous spikes for 30 poisonous bees. Scaring them alone won't help. They have to be stung hard once to really feel what it means to be surprised. Ha ha ha. Xin Yuan couldn't help but laugh at the thought of the stingers being stung by bees and crying in pain. Ha, the bees have disappeared. The heavens have eyes. I feel like I could collapse if this bee keeps tossing me around like this. Fatty, look at what you're saying. No manliness at all. A little bee? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Even if you get stung by him, it'll hurt for 2 days at most. So what? Humph, dead fish. You just brag about the line. Next time you meet a bee, if you have the guts to sting one, let me see. Cut. It's just a little sting. That's all. It's just a big scar on my head. Not that I'm bragging. Even if I were captured by the enemy and given a branding iron, spikes through my flesh, and the 10 great tortures, Su Xiaoyu wouldn't even frown. Vomit. Guys, why do I feel like there's a cow flying in the sky? Or a bullish heifer? Ha ha ha. Not only is there a heifer, but I think Su Xiaoyu, has eaten the ashes of the lamprey and is farting lightly. Bragging rights. That's what he said. When the pricks saw Su Xiaoyu pretending to be a bully, one immediately derided and struck without mercy. There was a sea of joy everywhere. The pricks were celebrating. Exclusion. Buzz, 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 buzz. The extremely oppressive noise suddenly came back, only to see dozens of bees flying rapidly towards the back of the crowd. OMG, the bees are here again. Run. What the hell is this? Staring at us? We didn't mess with these bees. Why are they staring at us? Crap. Su Xiaoyu, you just went to the bathroom. You didn't wipe your ass. Did you? Did you bring the bees here? In the crowd, an angry question suddenly erupted. Su Xiaoyu immediately flushed red and directly panicked. Hao Lian, Su Xiaoyu, swear to the moon that I absolutely wiped it. It definitely wasn't me who lured the bees here. Su Xiaoyu immediately swore solemnly. No way. This is not child's play. If this matter really spreads out, where will he put Su Xiaoyu's face? When the time comes, why don't you just find a rock and run over it? I don't want to lose face. Do I? You send a few who is it if not you? This bee doesn't sting for no reason. Hulian Demon called this a gas. I know. That's when Fatty spoke up. When the crowd heard this, they immediately looked over towards Fatty. Fatty, what's the reason? The pricks-eyed Fatty. It must be because Su Xiaoyu bragged so much that even the bees couldn't see past it, and that's why he chased after them. Little Fatty spoke angrily. Fatty has a point. It must be. I told you so. So that's why. The pricks have gloated. Everyone stay away from Su Xiaoyu, lest you get caught in the crossfire. Holly roared with laughter. Thus, the crowd immediately and automatically moved away from Su Xiaoyu, leaving him in a separate area. Humph. You guys? You're heterosexuals. Su Xiaoyu bristled, full of concern. Good thing I'm not slow. There are hundreds of us here. I don't believe that bees will sting me. Ah. Steep. An earth-shattering scream resounded throughout the night sky. Follow closely. The crowd then saw Su Xiaoyu's ass look like it was loaded with rockets. Whoosh. An ejection. Snapped out of it. That speed is even capable of crushing the world flyer. My goodness. I'm not hallucinating, am I? What's wrong with this Su Xiaoyu? The microcosm erupted? The pricks were dumbfounded. After a short silence, the assassins immediately erupted in a gasp of surprise. No way. Su Xiaoyu is running too fast. In the blink of an eye, the two legs were like wind and fire wheels, instantly scampering to the front of the line, even overtaking Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong couldn't help but stare, touching his nearly bare head, with a dumbfounded face. This Su Xiaoyu, how did he run so fast all of a sudden? Was hesitating. Stinger rear. Another miserable yell came. Follow closely. A phantom quickly rushed over. Once again, the hidden punch is overtaken. Zhang Chong was baffled. No way. I'm not blind. Am I? Why are they all running so fast? Zhang Chong rubbed his head, once again confused. Could it be that my strength has regressed? Zhang Chong took a deep breath and fiercely accelerated with a single acceleration, and managed to catch up with Su Xiaoyu. Taking a closer look, this only showed that Su Xiaoyu seemed to be in pain. Her face twisted. It was as if they were in great pain. Su Xiaoyu, what the hell is going on with you? Zhang Chong weakly inquired. No way. It's a big night. It's so evil. It's not a ghost, is it? Savage. I'm in pain. Wow. Su Xiaoyu cried on the spot. No way. It hurts so fucking much. When that pain, which is 1,000 times worse than a pinprick, comes from the buttocks. Su Xiaoyu only felt that there was a fire inside her body that quickly burst into flames. The flames burned painfully. His legs, it seemed, instantly lost control. Start running wildly at top speed. It was as if the only way to counteract the unspeakable pain was to run. Pain? Didn't you just brag about how much a bee sting can hurt? Why are you even crying now? Zhang Chong immediately laughed. Stinking fish. You have to finish pretending on your knees even if you've bragged yourself. You can't disgrace yourself. Ah shucks, I'm not going to fall for that. Ooh-hoo. You are not aware of how hard the pain really is. Seriously. I'm even willing to be captured and tortured by the enemy, rather than being stung by this damnable bee once. Su Xiaoyu hated his teeth. He stared dead at the bees in the back, his eyes dripping, secretly saying that it would be good if there was a torch right now. When the time comes, he'll just fireproof the bees. Fuck you, you have two mouths, front and back, and you can blow as much as you want. You can't even stand this much pain, and you still think you can survive the torture? Zhang Chang's face was contemptuous, and he didn't even believe in the punctuation marks on the words of years of little fish. The two spoke. Only screams could be heard. Follow closely. A prick who was otherwise very backward, instantly finishing ahead of the stinger in front of him. One by one. The speed is flying. That's literally the flyers of the world. Lu Xiang looked sad and Bolt looked tearful. No way. It's just too fast. Qin Yuan's heart blossomed as he watched. That's a hell of a lot more effective than you can imagine. From now on in training, that's the way to do it. Qin Yuan made a decision right away. Wouldn't it be nice to have another way to deal with the pricks from now on? The pricks cried out in pain. The bees, however, seemed tireless and riveted to sting over the stinger. Crap! Little Fatty let out a scream of pain and jumped 3 feet high, crying and rushing forward. Anti-bees, Master Bees, Little Fatty, didn't call you to mess with you, did I? Why did you sting me? I'm a good person. Crazy. These bees, they're just crazy. Seeing this, Zhang Chong had no choice but to run forward at a dead run, not daring to stop for a moment. MD. It's too weird, these bees, how come they seem to be staring at us? Jiang Shuai's eyes rolled and he scattered and flew. Having seen the misery of the others, who dares to jog now? Run slower, and what awaits them will be an endless stream of bees. Like Su who just slacked off and got stung twice by bees, now prodded and inspired by the bees. It's back to the forefront with a vengeance. Just, the thing about running, I guess, is that unlike other sports, this one tells at a glance who's in the back of the pack. So, no matter how fast the pricks run, someone is always left behind, and the bees specialized in catching this group that fell in the very back, stinging one after the other. The screams haven't stopped since the poisonous bees were released. Immediately, Su Xiaoyu let out another terrifying cry of misery. Crap, why am I so miserable? For the third time, old me has been stung 3 times. Woo. Qin Yuan had long been happy to see it. This divine-grade poisonous wasp, it really is unbeatable, ahaha. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. Although he had kept an even pace and ran at the front with Zhang Chong and the others, he knew everything that was happening in the entire group. He saw it all through the system monitor, and on this long journey, Su Xiaoyu had undoubtedly become the most miserable one. Ooh-hoo, company commander, help me. Su Xiaoyu cried out and ran over in Qin Yuan's direction. You plague god, don't run towards me. Qin Yuan directly dodged away. Bereft of conscience, company commander. How dare you see death and save it? Su Xiaoyu burst into a wail. Boom! A leg shadow smashed in. Su Xiaoyu screamed miserably and flew directly backwards. Disrespect the company commander and seek death. Qin Yuan's furious shout rang out. Ha. Su Xiaoyu, this is a kick in the teeth. Serves you right. Wickedness has its own way of rubbing off on people. The pricks laughed. Boom! Another leg shadow smashed in. Fatty similarly flew backwards. Fatty, you've got a lot of nerve. Dare to call me evil? Qin Yuan angrily reprimanded. Company commander, I'm sorry, I had a slip of the tongue, and said the wrong thing. Little Fatty immediately apologized in a hurry. Hey, guys, look, we're home. Exceptionally, a turn was made, and the pricks were surprised to find themselves at the door of the troop. In a flash, everyone is simply ecstatic. Charge, ooh, my stomach was hungry long ago. Food, here I come. Gourmet food? Now give me 3 bowls of white rice. At this moment, there was no need for Qin Yuan to urge them on, and the assassins were excited to start sprinting. As for Qin Yuan, on the other hand, he did not move, and he put all the poisonous bees into the system space. Now that the stingers had reached their destination, it was time for his divine poisonous bees to rest. Divine grade poisonous wasp, It's indeed bull. Qin Yuan was 100% satisfied with the effect of the divine-grade poisonous wasp. Ding dong. Right at this moment, a crisp system prompt rang out abruptly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the long-distance trekking quest and obtaining peak-level nerve reaction speed. Peak-level neural reaction speed provides the host with 5 times the neural reaction speed of a human. Ordinary human movements slow down in the eyes of the host. Look at a normal human's right hand, left hand and right hand in one slow motion. When Qin Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up. Peak-level reaction speed? This reward is so awesome. Next, Qin Yuan only felt as if countless warm currents appeared in his eyes and mind, constantly moisturizing and flushing his nerve cells. Every second, the nerve cells are radically changed. A short moment. End of remodeling. Qin Yuan opened his eyes and looked around, and was surprised to find that the rhythm of everything around him seemed to have slowed down. The ants that were originally crawling on the ground became very slow in their advance. The sparrow that was originally flying extremely fast now also looked like it hadn't had enough to eat. The flight speed was slow. Qin Yuan was even able to see clearly the rhythm of each of the sparrow's wing beats. The speed at which the pricks were running not far away didn't change, but the movement of the run, however, seemed to have slowed down, as if they were toddlers. Qin Yuan knew that, in reality, they weren't slow. The stingers are making their final push now. How can it be slow? Qin Yuan knew. It's not the other side slowing down. Rather, his nerves reacted faster. The corresponding speed of the other party, in his eyes, relatively speaking, naturally became slower. Oh my god, it's amazing, isn't it? Qin Yuan only felt refreshed. The jungle on either side of the road was not slowing down with the chirping of insects and birds. It was an amazing, never-before experienced feeling. In other words, it's not that they're slowing down, rather, I have become faster. Qin Yuan scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but smile widely. Get peak-level neurological reaction time. Qin Yuan was in a good mood. Looking at the pricks was a lot smoother. Looking at the time, Qin Yuan was immediately startled. Good lord, 2140. Qin Yuan glared. That is to say, this last 5-kilometer sprint took these brats less than 16 minutes? It's horrible to know. This sprint was on the premise of having run 33 kilometers. Normally, it would be nice to run 33 kilometers in one breath and still be able to stand firmly, but the pricks, at the last minute, made a charge, and ran faster than usual. That's scary. It seems that the potential of the human body is, indeed, unlimited. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Recruit Company Canteen. The lights are on. The 3 platoon commanders were bored and looked slyly in the direction of the gate. Alas, why haven't the company commander and the others returned yet? The food has gotten cold. Something couldn't have happened, could it? Zhao Ruishuan couldn't help but worry. Although Qin Yuan was strong, he had very little experience in leading troops. And for once, it was risking discipline by taking a large group of recruits out with him. If this matter is known to the higher-ups, the 3 of them will also suffer. Li Yongjun lifted his eyebrows and frowned. This group of assassins has a heavenly background. The bustling city outside is their real turf. Besides, with the company commander holding down the fort, what could go wrong? What if there are any unexpected circumstances? Zhang Mingmen thought briefly and shook his head. For example, a sudden car accident halfway, a landslide, a mudslide? Put. When Zhao Ruishuan heard this, he immediately couldn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. Old Zhang, this is too funny for you. You think this is writing a novel? Every time you go out, there will be accidents? When Zhang Mingmen heard this, he couldn't help but blush in his old face. Besides, you are not unaware of the road leading from our military area to the city. Except for a small section of the road in the middle which is a bit twisted and not too flat, there are no decent mountains around, and there won't be any landslides or mudslides or anything at all. Hey, I'm not worried, Zhang Mingmen laughingly explained. Suddenly, a running mass of heads appeared in the blackness in the direction of the recruit company gate. Look, it looks like the company commander and his men are back. Zhao Ruishuan immediately burst with joy. The 3 of them rushed to meet them. However, they were wrong. Only the dark shadows in the moonlight were seen, approaching rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to them. The assassins were all like hungry wolves with fierce eyes, rushing inside the cafeteria. Little fish, hurry up, there's no food if you run slow. Hao Lian, wait the fuck up, get up, all of you, I want to eat. The pricks are all starving and crazy. Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them looked at each other and all of them couldn't help but feel a shiver. Old Zhang and Old Li, we'd better flash first. Looks fine to me. We can't do it without blinking. I'm afraid this pack of hungry wolves will devour us too. The 3 immediately dodged to the side and hurriedly made way. Boom boom boom. Stingers swarmed in and swallowed the air. aiming for the big pots and pans of food on the table. The pricks immediately brightened their eyes. And don't bother with any image. Zhang Chong picked up a steamed bun, grabbed a piece of braised pork, and immediately began to chew heavily. Yummy yummy yummy. Haolian Demon simply picked up a plate of food, poured it over the rice, and directly wolfed it down, eating it with her mouth full of oil. Oh, this is simply delicious on earth. Zhang Shuai's eating was slightly better, but not by much. Excitedly eating the steamed buns, he felt quite emotional for a moment. I never dreamed that the steamed buns would be so delicious. The pricks were excitedly picking at their meals and bringing them to their bellies. However, those outside of the meal quit. Su Xiaoyu's body is thin. In the periphery of the crowd simply cannot squeeze in. Greedy, straight drooling, anxious dry eyes. Crap you bunch of animals. Leave us some That's it. Just because you're physically fit, you're the first to grab something to eat? Why don't you respect the old and love the young? Do you know anything about the 5,000 years of traditional Chinese virtues? Alas, what a sin! What kind of soldiers are these? They're just a bunch of bandits. Su Xiaoyu and little fatty Chen Song and the others all started cursing, sighing in the background. No way. Guns can't be robbed either. You can't even squeeze it in. They're helpless, too. Just then, Qin Yuan walked in slowly. When Su Xiaoyu and the others saw Qin Yuan, their eyes instantly lit up. Su Xiaoyu squeezed a few tears from her eyes and hurriedly ran over. Company commander, you have to do right by us. Look at this. Savage and these guys, they're so unlikable. As soldiers, how can they eat with such disregard? It's just like fooling around. They took all the spots and had a good time eating for themselves. Ooh, poor us good-hearted soldiers out there. We can't eat it all anymore Su Xiaoyu moved to describe the situation, adding oil and vinegar. Good heart? Qin Yuan wanted to laugh at that moment when he heard it, but he nodded anyway. It is indeed uncharacteristic for Hidden Rush Zhang Shuai and the others to engage in this way. All of them. Qin Yuan immediately let out a high-pitched angry cry. One moment. The entire cafeteria immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped for a split second when they heard this familiar and majestic voice. Zhang Chang's mouth is stuffed with steamed buns. Haolian Demon's mouth has just been stuffed with a chicken leg. Everyone, at this moment, didn't dare to move a bit more. What a scandal. Look at all of you. Where's the soldier in that? Qin Yuan deliberately made a stern face and rebuked angrily. Like you guys, who don't follow any discipline at all. Once on the battlefield, you'll definitely be the fastest losers to collapse. Now, everyone line up at once and eat as you would normally eat. Zhang Chong Zhang Shuai, you guys are in charge of organizing the team. Qin Yuan ordered. Company commander. The two of them were like amnesties when they got the order. Turning around, the pair desperately tried to swallow their mouthfuls of food. Then immediately, in a burst of jogging, he began to organize his team. Everyone acted immediately. In just a few moments, the 98 assassins stood in 10 squads, and under the command of Zhang Chong and Zhang Shuai, they began to distribute the dinner plates and entered in order. First platoon leader. Here. Qin Yuan looked at Zhao Ruishuan. By this time, the three had walked over. You and second platoon leader, third platoon leader, distribute the meals. Company commander. The hanging hearts of the pricks who hadn't gotten their meals in the first place finally calmed down. No way. They didn't eat much at lunch. They just drank drinks and wine and beer, and it didn't matter if they were full with some Aurora caviar or something. Another 38 kilometers run and still a horrible sprint in the final stages. Now that I think about it, they don't even know what kind of dish they relied on to stick around. Hey, platoon leader, don't shake your hand. Finally it was Su Xiaoyu's turn, but as soon as he saw the platoon leader's hands fighting around, a few pieces of meat were pawed away. Immediately there was a burst of dissatisfaction. Love it or hate it. Zhao Ruishuan directly let out a cold snort. Next to them, Qin Yuan was staring and helping to back them up. How dare these pricks do anything? I eat. I'm sorry platoon leader. I'm too hungry and in a hurry. See, Qin Yuan is coldly glaring at him. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly even smile, and belonging to their own meal ran to the seat and began to eat. A wolf swallow. 2 plates of small dishes and a large rice is rapidly disappearing. Soon, all of them ate a hot meal, and one of them then revealed a contented look. Just how can a single serving of rice be enough? At this time, Qin Yuan spoke. According to the rules, the last 20 to arrive at the barracks are not fed. But, because the ranks are so disorganized, it's impossible to tell who's actually in the last 20. So, I'll let you guys off the hook this time. There will be no more exceptions. Finish your meal and go back to rest early. That's it. Company commander. Once all the pricks heard this, they were completely relieved. Surprisingly, the company commander said it was fine. Then it's completely fine. Only, Qin Yuan's words left the three platoon commanders confused and in the clouds. Old Zhang. What's the situation? Didn't the company commander lead the pricks to dinner? How come it sounds like a field training session now? Who knows? I'm confused too yet. Look at how hungry the pricks are. I believe it when I say they had a northwest wind for lunch. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief, having no idea what was going on. But looking at the way the pricks were eating now, they knew that nothing good was going to come of it. Qin Yuan came to the dining table, hit a meal, and similarly began to huff and puff. After tossing and turning all afternoon, Qin Yuan also felt a hint of fatigue. Crap! Eating the fragrant meal. Suddenly, Qin Yuan thought of the Black Emperor. How did I forget about the Black Emperor? Qin Yuan slapped his head and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I'm used to being single. This sudden acquisition of a pet, Qin Yuan didn't put it on his mind at all. This Black Emperor's meal capacity is already not small. The first 2 days it was fed twice a day, and it was able to be all lusty. I haven't fed for 2 meals today. This guy isn't going to tear the dorm apart, is he? Qin Yuan couldn't help but lift his eyebrows, and as soon as he thought about this, Qin Yuan immediately sped up his swallowing before having Zhao Ruixian type up a meal for the Black Emperor. On the way out, it would have been good if I had explained about Zhao Ruixian. It's just a shame. He didn't do anything. Tap tap tap. Yet at that moment, suddenly a soldier ran quickly from outside the cafeteria. Is Company Commander Qin Yuan there, please? The soldier's eyes looked to the cafeteria searching for a moment, and inquired aloud. The pricks were surprised. What's going on? Why is someone looking for the company commander at this hour? I am. Qin Yuan immediately stood up, and he instantly recognized that this soldier was the soldier who stood guard at the entrance during the day. Is he looking for himself? Is there something wrong? Company Commander Qin. There's a major named Wang Lang outside the door who says he's bringing you a shipment of supplies and is now waiting for you outside. Please go ahead and meet him. The soldier saluted and quickly stated the purpose. Situ Wang Lang? When Qin Yuan heard this, he subconsciously added the word Situ to the other party. What kind of supplies did he come to deliver at this late hour? Good, I'm going now. Qin Yuan nodded and immediately agreed. Fong Tian, didn't you have the others deliver the supplies this time? Did you contact your brother again? Qin Yuan looked at Fong Tian and inquired. Fong Tian hemmed and hawed, nodded, and spoke rather doubtfully, reporting to the company commander. I did contact him, but he told me that he wouldn't send it until tomorrow. I didn't expect him to let someone deliver it this late. Alas, this brother of mine, he really can't do anything. Can't do anything? When the other pricks heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood directly. Qin Yuan couldn't help but listen. You guy, giving you a delivery in advance and you're still not satisfied? Let your brother know. He'll definitely kick your ass. Now that he knew what it was, Qin Yuan was relieved. Humph. He dares. If he dares to hit me, my mom can chop him to death. Fong Tian skimmed his mouth and smiled smugly. Don't fool around. Zhang Chong Zhang Shuai. Have you guys eaten yet? Eat well. Come a few people to help unload the equipment. Qin Yuan looked at the several people from Zhangchong. Eat up, company commander. Just waiting for you to say that. Ha ha ha. I wonder this time, what's going to be new? Zhangchong Zhang Shuai. A few people have long been full. They're getting bored. After all, a few of them with outstanding physical talent had already eaten almost as much as they could before Qin Yuan even came to the cafeteria. Now another serving of the meal is just for show. Soon, Qin Yuan led 7 or 8 assassins and rushed towards the main entrance in a furious manner. However, in the process of advancing, with a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan released a poisonous wasp that quietly flew out and flew to the dormitory. No way. He now wondered what had become of the Black Emperor. Ha, how strange. How come there are bees in this barracks too? The sharp-eyed Zhang Shuai happened to see a bee slowly flying past in the dark night sky. Because the light was not working, so Zhang Shuai was not sure where exactly the bee flew from, but he didn't care too much. It's summer and it's common to see some flying insects or something in the sky. Just see the gate. Wang Lang was waiting quietly with his hands behind his back. Seeing Qin Yuan arrive, Wang Lang's eyes immediately lit up. Company Commander Qin, we meet again. Wang Lang immediately went forward and excitedly offered to shake hands. Come to this set again? Qin Yuan saw this and lifted his eyebrows. His hand slightly hard, smilingly said to Wang Situ, ah no, Major Wang, don't come here. Woo. In an instant, Wang Lang's face instantly turned red. The whole person's lips clenched, began to struggle to hold on strongly. The dense sweat on his forehead was coming out, but as a major of the Special Operations Brigade, his reputation was well known, and there were still guards and new recruits all looking on at the moment, so how could he directly humiliate himself? And he had to hold on strongly, squeezing out a smile that was worse than a cry. But fortunately, the terrifying force quickly dissipated and receded. Wang Lang glanced at Qin Yuan again, and his entire gaze changed, only to be filled with horror. The last time they fought, he thought he was just being careless. Tried again this time, and sure enough, made sure of what he had in mind. Last time it wasn't a coincidence at all. Instead, Qin Yuan was originally very strong. Only, Wang Lang didn't believe that Qin Yuan, a seemingly unimpressive fellow, would be strong in combat. Wang Lang smiled and said, "Thanks to the blessing of the Qin Company commander, these 2 days are still getting by. Just tomorrow, the good days will come to an end." Wang Lang suddenly came together and lowered his voice. "Tomorrow, our commando team, we are going to carry out a secret mission." When Qin Yuan heard this, he was immediately moved in his heart and said quietly, "An arrest operation?" Wang Lang smiled and didn't say much. "It's a matter of confidentiality. Please forgive me for not being able to say more. Company Commander Qin, this time Chief of Staff Fong asked me to bring you quite a few goodies. Unload them quickly so I can go back and resume my orders." "Good." Qin Yuan instantly nodded with a smile. Wang Lang didn't say much though. Everything, however, has been self-evident. Qin Yuan couldn't help but look forward to it. "When will you, yourself, be on the real battlefield?" Simply registering and signing, the doorman let Wang Lang in. The assassins, organized by the 3 platoon commanders, unloaded their cargo with gusto. However, Wang Lang pulled Qin Yuan aside and went to a place where no one was. This made Qin Yuan feel a bit puzzled. "Company Commander Qin, although you're just a company commander, I, Wang Lang, with my many years of experience, am able to tell that you're definitely not human." Wang Lang smiled brightly and opened his mouth with a smile. "If I'm not wrong, your fighting strength must be frighteningly strong as well. I, Wang Lang, usually don't have any hobbies, but I like to challenge the masters. While there's still some time left, Company Commander Qin Yuan, why don't we spar? If you don't agree, I'll definitely be distracted when I go out on a mission tomorrow, and then in case I'm not in good shape and can't come back from injury, you'll be a sinner." Qin Company Commander. Wang Lang laughed and began to deliberately provoke Qin Yuan, forcing him to agree. Oh, Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that if I don't make a move to compete with Major Wang tonight, I'm afraid I'll really become a sinner?" Ding Dong now releasing a system mission. Accept Wang Lang's challenge and defeat him, rewarding a perfect grade skill. Suddenly, a crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. I didn't realize that the system was eager for myself to cross paths with Wang Lang? Just right. Qin Yuan also wanted to try to find out what kind of strength the major of this world's Special Operations Brigade had. That's for sure. Wang Lang smiled brightly. "I have regrets in my heart. I will not be in good condition on the battlefield. If I am not in good condition, I will defeat the battle. If I defeat the battle, I may be sacrificed. Even if I don't die, I will be punished by a disciplinary action after I come back. Alas, when I summarize, I will definitely be blamed on your head. So, this is a stop that you can't escape. No matter what." Ha ha, good. Major Wang Si is really a refreshing person. In that case, I will accept your challenge. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. "Good, then take it." The corners of Wang Lang's mouth revealed a touch of excitement, and then the smile on his face quickly converged. His gaze steeply became stern and unrivaled, and the whole person instantly transformed into a savage, ferocious beast, staring at Qin Yuan with a deadly stare, as if in this heaven and earth, the only thing left in front of him was Qin Yuan, the prey. "Oh, this Wang Lang is a bit interesting." Qin Yuan faced it blandly. "Qin Company Commander, I know that maybe you are very strong, so, you have to be ready. I, Wang Lang, am usually smiling, but once I strike, I will never leave any mercy." Wang Lang's voice was icy cold. His pupils shrunk, and all of his body's strength coalesced around his waist. Then his waist powered up, and the strength of his legs violently erupted in an instant. Whoosh! It was like a brute. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lang crossed a distance of several meters and dashed in front of Qin Yuan. This speed is also too slow, right? Seeing this, Qin Yuan could not help but be slightly surprised. What is this? The major of the Special Operations Brigade was moving so slowly that it was as if he had put it in slow motion, practically slower than an 80-year-old old man. With a slap of his head, Qin Yuan then rang out. "You've got peak-level neurological reaction speed yourself. The speed of a normal person will be slowed down by a relative factor of 5 in its eyes." His current movement to look at Wang Lang was naturally incredibly slow. "I'm slow?" When Wang Lang heard this, he glared and stumbled, and a mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out. "Company Commander Qin, I'm the fastest man in the Special Forces Brigade. How dare you call me slow?" Wang Lang was furious. "Ah, sorry Major, I slipped my tongue. Hey, you're actually very fast. You're not only the fastest man in the Special Warfare Brigade, You're also the fastest man in our military region, Qin Yuan teased with a smile. How does that statement feel a bit off? Wang Lang lifted his eyebrows and immediately felt that something was not quite right, but time was running out now, and he couldn't care less. He had already rushed to Qin Yuan. Right at this moment, Qin Yuan finally made a move. He made a violent acceleration, and without flickering or avoiding, he even charged directly at Wang Lang. Possesses God-level defense, God-level strength. Qin Yuan's strength was frighteningly strong, far more than anyone could have imagined. Boom 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 boom. The sound of fist-to-flesh collisions rang out abruptly, resonating throughout the night sky. Wang Lang couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Why does it feel like I'm hitting a brick wall every time I hit it? Brush strokes. The two separated. Wang Lang only felt his fists and feet aching terribly. There was no other reason than the fact that the collision was too intense, and the violent recoil force nearly injured him. This Qin Yuan's strength is really strong. It's even stronger than I thought. It's just that the forces are mutual. If my fists and feet are sore, his taste, for sure, is even worse. Well, at least I've practiced resistance to blows for years, and he, a new company commander, doesn't have the conditions or resources to practice resistance to blows. Slightly gasping for breath, Wang Lang stared at Qin Yuan, as if he was facing a great enemy, but his honor as a major of the Special Warfare Brigade made him not dare to put down this body of pride. What's more, special grappling. It is not a matter of great strength to win. This Qin Yuan's fighting technique is obviously very rough. I'm confident that I can finish him off within 30 moves. A short exchange of hands. Wang Lang then thought of a strategy to deal with Qin Yuan. It's a shame. Wang Lang didn't realize that Qin Yuan's fighting techniques were even more terrifying than his. Consume his physical energy first. With great strength, a move of offense will bring about a higher level of exertion. He won't last long. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lang once again charged violently. This time, he immediately shifted the path of his offense. You're strong? I'll just build on my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. Avoid your attack. Specialize in attacking your weaknesses. However, Wang Lang had just rushed to Qin Yuan. Boom! Only to see a leg shadow that was fast to the limit slamming in. Boom! Wang Lang was caught off guard and was directly hit in the chest by a kick and flew backwards. How is this possible? One moment, Wang Lang couldn't help but stare with a stunned expression, and his heart even set off huge waves. He's a major of a special operations brigade and the leader of a commando unit, and he's just defeated by a recruit company commander? Wang Lang looked at the cloudy Qin Yuan and only felt his head buzzing. No way. This blow, it's just too much. How can his speed be so fast? Wang Lang couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. It's simply unimaginable. The current Wang Lang was like gleefully challenging an 8-year-old. Then, what he thought would be an easy win, the situation suddenly went sideways, and the 8-year-old easily fucked him over. It was obvious that Qin Yuan of the ordinary company was a child in his eyes. This child, however, had dealt him an indelible blow. With a carp, Wang Lang stood up violently. He was incredulous. Company Commander Qin, I just seem to be hallucinating. Come again, let's compete again. Compete again? Glancing at the fact that the assassins were still unloading not far away, and now that he was bored, it would feel good to abuse this Wang Lang again. Qin Yuan immediately agreed. Good, since the major is so interested, then I will accompany the major to play more. Now that he had obtained peak-level nerve reaction speed, Qin Yuan was simply like a tiger with wings. After a brief exchange of hands, Qin Yuan knew that this Wang Lang was far from being his opponent. For this so-called master, he no longer had any expectations. Ha ha, good. Company Commander Qin is really a cool guy. Wang Lang laughed freely and shook his head. With that, his body catapulted. His entire center of gravity sank, and with a furious cry, Wang Lang struck out once again. His entire movement was flexible and ethereal, as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Qin Yuan. Wang Lang formed his hands into claws and prepared to attack Qin Yuan's ribs. However, boom! Another leg shadow smashed in. Ah! Wang Lang let out a miserable scream as his entire body flew backwards once again. Crap! How did you get kicked off again? Wang Lang was dumbfounded. Boom! Falling heavily on the ground. Wang Lang was completely baffled, but he also went to the head for it. A bone-crunching climb to his feet. Indignantly, he glanced at Qin Yuan. Again! Putting down a harsh sentence, Wang Lang rushed over again. Boom! Soon, however, he flew backwards at a faster speed. Again! Boo! Again! Boo! Again! Boo! Wang Lang blushed with shame. 7 or 8 times in a row. Just climbed up and was kicked off. Wang Lang was completely devastated. Jesus! This Qin Yuan. What kind of bull horse demon god is he? Damn it! How did he get so strong? Wang Lang can't cry without tears. His Dao heart was truly broken. Crap, the company commander's fighting is too fierce, isn't it? A single move is good for everything. To repeatedly defeat a major of a special operations brigade with just a single leg, just ask who can do that under the heavens? Tough. Bully. Qin Lianchang has achieved martial virtues and has been a blessing to the common people. His martial arts skills are unrivaled in the world. For 1,000 years, he'll rule the world. Qin Lianchang has achieved martial virtues and has been a blessing to the common people. His martial arts skills are unrivaled in the world. 1,000 years, 1,000 generations, to unify the world. Qin Lianchang has achieved martial virtues and has been a blessing to the common people. His martial arts skills are unrivaled in the world. 1,000 years, 1,000 generations, to unify the world. Exclusion. Su roared. The pricks were immediately excited, followed by a very loud and neat shout together. In that voice, it contained a strong sense of admiration and respect. Admiration that was full of worship. Even when passers-by heard it, they were able to feel the infinite admiration and respect that they had for Company Commander Qin. Brush strokes. Su Xiaoyu's face changed with a brush. Crap, tubes, you're hurting me. Su Xiaoyu suddenly rang up Qin Yuan's warning many times before. Glancing at the pricks, she immediately scattered and flew away. Brush strokes. Almost the same moment the slogan was heard. Wang Lang's face, bristling, also changed. WOJ, where is that voice coming from? Qin Lianzhang has become a man of honor and virtue, and he is a man of virtue and virtue? Wang Lang turned his eyes and was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Only a short distance away, 20 to 30 meters away, dozens of new recruits, who were getting together and watching the battle with immense excitement. It was they who shouted the slogan just now. Crap. For a moment, Wang Lang only felt his heart dripping blood. Large social death scene? That means all of the shit I just did was seen by these new recruits? I remember. I was kicked off by Qin Yuan 7 or 8 times. 7 or 8 times. All of it they saw? Wang Lang's heart was blasting and shouting. It's over. It's over. It's over. Tomorrow's mission. Absolutely finished. Poof. Wang Lang was like a deflated leather ball, sitting on the grass with his butt. The whole person was in a state of disorientation, and his soul looked like he had lost 95% of it. Major, what happened to you? Qin Yuan saw the situation and hurriedly followed. It's over. Company Commander Qin. I'm finished. Wang Lang shook his head rather depressingly. What's over? How big a deal is it? Not just getting beat a couple times and being seen by a bunch of new recruits? That's not even a big deal. Qin Yuan smiled and comforted. Pust. In an instant, Wang Lang only felt his chest, as if he had been viciously stabbed again. What do you mean it wasn't just beaten a couple times? What do you mean? It's not a problem? His old face now. There's absolutely no place for Chrome, alright. Right, Major, we see that you're quite agreeable. Let's be honest with you. Our company commander is definitely the most powerful company commander in the world. Little Fatty ran over with a smile and opened his mouth with a laugh. Seeing Wang Lang's devastated face, he kindly consoled. What the hell? The most powerful company commander in the world? Wang Lang glared. Yeah, Major, this big tall guy. See, he can kill a 400-pound pig with one punch. Hao Lian Demon laughed and pointed at Zhang Chong. Just yesterday, he alone abused a company of veterans. It's such a powerful and ruthless character. Our company commander can fuck him up with one finger. Right, Savage? I'm not lying, am I? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately smiled and nodded his head busily. I, Zhang Chong, serve no one but the company commander. My skills and the company commander compared is simply a firefly in the sun contrast. There is absolutely no comparison. So, Major, there's no shame in you losing to the company commander. On the contrary, the fact that you were able to get up so many times in a row is proof that you are very strong. I'm sure, Major, in the Special Warfare Brigade, you're definitely a top-notch big shot. Otherwise, you'd have fainted to death long ago when the company commander's foot went down. Hao Lian Demon lamented rather sighingly, looking at Wang Lang with a face of admiration. Wang Lang listened to. The moment was astonishing. Zhang Chong, a big tall man, was tough as nails at first glance. I didn't expect this guy, but he was also cleaned up by Qin Yuan? And this soldier in front of me. He even said that he wasn't ashamed of losing to the company commander? Instead, it seems to be an honor? One moment. Wang Lang was once again dumbfounded. Is it an honor to lose? Instead? What the fuck kind of sense is that? If he hadn't looked at the way the newbie prick in front of him said it with sincerity, he would have snapped. Only, this new recruit had one thing to say. He, Wang Lang, was in the Special Warfare Brigade, and although he wasn't the top special soldier, he definitely belonged to the top ranks. There weren't many people in the entire Special Operations Brigade who could defeat him. Get back in there. All of you. What's all the yelling about? Zhang Shui Zhang Chong, take all the people back. Qin Yuan saw that Wang Lang's face was green for a while and gray for a while, and he couldn't stop worrying. According to the little fat and Hao Lian so say continue. Qin Yuan really worried that Wang Lang cannot withstand heart attack recurrence. Company commander. Seeing Qin Yuan's anger, Zhang Shui Zhang Chong and the others immediately responded and began to stand back in line. By the way, when you get to the dormitory, tell this guy Su Xiaoyu to come to my office. Company commander. The pricks could barely hold back their laughter at that. Tap tap tap. Zhang Shui returned quickly with his team. Comrade Major, you should know. This class of new recruits, always unconventional. No big, no small, talk may not be too good. You must not worry about it. Back to me to teach them a good lesson. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan revealed a smile that he thought was very sincere and began to soothe Wang Lang's wounded heart. Good. It's getting late. Ahem. Company Commander Qin. I'll go back first. We'll meet again. Wang Lang hurriedly nodded his head busily and left with an embarrassed face. Why don't I see the major off? Qin Yuan saw that Wang Lang had completely lost his spirit and immediately wanted to send him off kindly. No need Company Commander Qin. I can walk by myself. Wang Lang hastily shook his head. Under the bright moonlight, a forlorn figure, secretly saddened, came to the gate. Wang Lang couldn't help but look back at Qin Yuan under the moonlight, and couldn't help but look remorseful, and couldn't help but let out a lament. Alas, this brain of mine, why did I have a stroke today and think of getting up to challenge Qin Yuan? Alas, this recruit company, how did such a terrifying demon come out? With this overall strength, Qin Yuan is more than capable of entering the special forces and serving as the leader of a commando unit, right? Wang Lang was full of question marks and left very depressed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the perfect level skill, climbing. Perfect grade climbing skill allows the host to quickly climb 80% of the world's objects as if they were flat. Perfect grade climbing? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Not bad. Being a soldier, in the course of training and missions, it's a lot of climbing. Climbing can be one of the essential skills especially when performing offensive tasks. Next, countless climbing knowledge immediately flooded into the mind. In the meantime, a cool green energy light spot quickly surged into the arms and legs, deeply transforming the limbs. A short moment. End of remodeling. Qin Yuan's knowledge of climbing instantly achieved perfect mastery of proficiency, while his limbs became like a climbing master who had long climbed countless difficult objects, becoming incomparably flexible. After feeling it slightly, Qin Yuan couldn't help but marvel and was eager to try it out. Seeing that no one was around, when he passed by a big thick poplar tree, his body moved and Qin Yuan immediately climbed up. Dilly. Qin Yuan moved as fast as a monkey. In one leaping effort, he climbed up a poplar tree more than 10 meters high. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Qin Yuan's eyes flew out in shock. In fact, even if he hadn't obtained the perfect grade climbing ability, it wouldn't be that difficult for Qin Yuan to climb such a large tree, but it would never be as easy as it is now. But now, Qin Yuan, however, did so with ease. The system is mighty. The system is awesome. Except for an exclamation of bull, Qin Yuan was already speechless. Since he had come to the big tree, Qin Yuan simply laid down and rested for a while. It's been a long afternoon of tossing and turning, and I'm slightly tired, though not much. Smiling faintly, Qin Yuan stretched his back, preparing to take a short break for a few minutes. During the afternoon, Qin Yuan hadn't rested for a while. The Stingers ran 38 kilometers and so did he. The Stingers sprinted the last 5 kilometers and he was keeping up the sprint. In the end, when the assassins unloaded the car, Qin Yuan even had a fight with Wang Lang. Qin Yuan's physical exertion was only more than that of the pricks, and by no means less than that of the pricks. Of course, even so, Qin Yuan was also only slightly tired. It can't be helped. Having a divine-level physical ability, Qin Yuan is helpless. A light run like this, not even light cross-country, was just pampering training for Qin Yuan. If the assassins knew what Qin Yuan was thinking at the moment, they would absolutely be infuriated and spit out blood. Such a horrific training load, and it's only considered perma-training? Piss you off. With a thought, Qin Yuan called up the system screen. Only a slowly flying bee appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. At this moment, the bees had flown to the door of the dormitory. Little Black Emperor, I wonder how you are doing now. Having just laid down, Qin Yuan didn't want to move. Although he knew that the Black Emperor might be hungry, Qin Yuan couldn't care less. Searching around, he found that the doors and windows were locked, and for a moment, the bee could not fly in. But soon Qin Yuan found a place where he was able to fly in, the bottom slit of the door. The gap under the door was just big enough for a bee to fly through. Buzz. Little bees buzzed and flew through the bottom crack of the door. After a brief black screen, a clear world immediately appears. Although the lights were dim, the night vision system that came with the divine venomous wasp allowed Qin Yuan to have an unobstructed view of the entire room. Yet take a look. Qin Yuan was immediately dumbfounded. The whole room, a mess. The bedding on the bed has long since turned into a mess. A bed quilt has long since turned into cotton wool, scattered all over the place. The bed sheet is even torn to pieces. The desk made of wood composite panels was missing one of its legs. Luckily the solid wood sofa was hard enough to save it from the poisonous hand. Other items, fallen and broken, are simply devastated. Qin Yuan controlled the little bee to fly towards the bottom of the bed, only to see that at this moment, the culprit, the Black Emperor, was glaring angrily at the doorway with an angry face. "I'm yet." Qin Yuan directly exploded. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Qin Yuan was really on fire. It's not just 2 missed meals. This Black Emperor, how dare he tear down his own home? Woof, woof. The Black Emperor immediately let out an angry roar when he saw the buzzing flight of bees. When Qin Yuan saw the Black Emperor, he was instantly moved in his heart. "Dare to tear down my home? I'll let you know how powerful you are." With a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan opened Little Bee's speed to the maximum and directly dashed towards the Black Emperor. God-grade poisonous bees can zap the shit out of stingers, let alone a dog. Buzz! The little bee's wings vibrated faster and faster, soaring past at breakneck speed. Woof! Woof woof! Seemingly sensing the crisis, the little Black Emperor roared twice in anger, his pair of ebony eyes staring at the little bee in front of him as if he was on the verge of an enemy. However, it doesn't work at all. The little bee's terrifying speed was far beyond the Black Emperor's imagination. Buzz! The little bee was like a phantom, shining a vicious sting at the skin below the Black Emperor's eyes. Black Emperor immediately tried to dodge. However, its speed, in front of the god-level poisonous bees, was simply not enough. Plus the fact that it was now underneath the bed was too much of a hindrance to its performance, and it had just moved a little bit before it was fiercely blown down by the bee's spikes. Roar Amaha! Bee zapped and ran. The Black Emperor immediately screamed strangely. The whole dog rolled madly on the ground in pain. His 2 front paws couldn't help but cover his head. Qin Yuan even seemed to see a few drops of tears from the Black Emperor. "Ha ha ha ha, let you tear down the old man's home. Let's see if you dare." Qin Yuan immediately smiled very brightly when he saw the little Black Emperor's miserable scream. "No, we have to deepen it." With a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan controlled the poisonous wasp and flew under the bed once again. Buzz! The poisonous wasps are incredibly fast and come and go without a trace. At the sound of the bees flying, the dog immediately crawled up in a heap. However, it's useless. With a small black shadow flying by at breakneck speed, a pain hundreds of times more painful than a pinprick immediately passed through. Once again, the dog began to scream frantically, rolling around on the ground in pain. What's that saying? Evil men. Ah no, evil dogs have their own evil bees. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. With his great revenge avenged, Qin Yuan was overjoyed. The body swayed and almost fell out of the tree. Luckily, he was quick on his feet and grabbed a tree trunk. Yet at that moment, a flashlight light suddenly shone through. "That soldier, what are you doing?" A stern cry filled with majesty rang out directly. Qin Yuan was instantly startled when he heard this. "What's the situation? Someone passed by with a flashlight this late at night? This motherfucker? It's not going to be a picket, is it?" Qin Yuan couldn't help but stare. "A legendary picket. And you've encountered it?" Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. That was a face of embarrassment, but he knew that he couldn't be caught by the other side. In case this matter spread out, he would definitely be laughed at by the pricks. To put it slowly, the fact that Qin Yuan almost fell down, he was illuminated by the flashlight, and then immediately thought of the identity of the other party. "How dare you? Get down here now. Why don't you walk on a good road and climb a tree? It's simply uncharacteristic." The 2 angry voices were getting closer and closer, and it was clear that the other was running over quickly. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, did not even think about it and directly jumped downwards, followed by an unloading, easily removing the impact. In fact, with Qin Yuan's divine level defense, even if he didn't unload, he wouldn't be injured. But he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble in front of outsiders. "Want to run? No way. Don't run. Stop." When the picket saw Qin Yuan trying to run, he immediately shouted at once. "A fool doesn't run." Without any stops, Qin Yuan slipped and ran away directly, disappearing without a trace almost instantly. The 2 picketers gasped and ran to the place where Qin Yuan had disappeared, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and couldn't help but look at each other. "Brother Zhou, I'm not blind, am I? How did that guy run so fast? Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Who knows? This guy is running faster than a rabbit. What an abomination." It's so hard to come across a disciplinary offender and have him run away. This man must be a very good veteran of our regiment. Otherwise, there's no way he could have run that fast. Humph. I hope he won't be caught by me. The picket looked at the direction Qin Yuan disappeared in indignation, his teeth itching with hatred. Dormitory. There was a crunch. The door lock opens. With a smile on his face, Qin Yuan carried the packed meal and walked in. The aroma of the steaming meal immediately drew the Black Emperor over. As for the god-level poisonous bees, the moment he entered the door, Qin Yuan put it into the system space. The moment he saw the Black Emperor, Qin Yuan was once again dumbfounded, only to see that at this moment, the Black Emperor, both cheeks swollen and bulging, with a face of aggression, no longer had his previous godly demeanor. Qin Yuan took a look and immediately couldn't help but burst out laughing. My goodness, this little Black Emperor, it's too miserable, isn't it? In this instant, Qin Yuan couldn't help but sympathize with the Black Emperor a bit, but after looking at the messy room, Qin Yuan still pressed back his sympathy. Dogs, they need to be conditioned. Now is the best time to temper the Black Emperor. Placing the food in the Black Emperor's dog bowl, Qin Yuan began his stern lecture. Even got his hands on the Black Emperor's ass. The Black Emperor wailed in pain, but the eyes were dead set on the meal. Unblinking. Just eat. Next time you dare to tear down your home, I'll tear you down, pluck your skin and stew your meat. Do you hear me? Qin Yuan glared viciously at the Black Emperor. Oh. The Black Emperor whimpered and slumped to the ground, seemingly submissive. Well, eat. Seeing that the Black Emperor was soft, Qin Yuan then spread the Black Emperor and let him start eating. This dog has a long way to grow. Qin Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It will take at least 3 more months for the Black Emperor to reach adulthood. It's still early. The Black Emperor ate it with a mouthful of oil. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to start cleaning up his room. Luckily, there was a change of bedding and a simple cleanup and it was ready to go. It's just a shame about all the furniture that was chewed up by the Black Emperor. It is said that a dog can't change its ways, and that a river and mountain can't change its nature. Forget it. These furniture, just put it here for now, lest they get replaced with new ones and get vandalized again. After packing everything up, Qin Yuan immediately went to take a cold shower. When the cold tap water washed over his body, Qin Yuan immediately felt a jolt of relief all over his body. This cold shower just keeps getting better and better. Ho ho ho. That's good. Qin Yuan rinsed freely. And the other side, the assassins who had been tossed around for most of the day were each soaking in a medicinal bath full of joy, while the strong scent of medicine covered the entire room. Not a single person felt disgust or aversion. On the contrary, the pricks are coming to love this feeling. Oh, never realized that soaking your feet could be such a comforting thing. I seem to be in love with this foot soak. Ugh. It would be even better if a beautiful woman gave another massage right now. Ha ha ha. Daydreaming you. After retiring from the military, I must open a foot soak and massage parlor and enjoy life comfortably every day. The pricks had a cozy look on their faces. The moment your feet soak into the foot wash tub, full of pain and exhaustion, it's all worth it. By the way, stinky fish, the company commander told you to wait in front of his dormitory and you didn't even go? Whoever goes is a fool. The company commander is just scaring me. Humph. If you don't go, I'll bet the company commander will definitely be looking for something from you. I don't believe it. The company commander is so generous and kind. Surely he won't bother with me. As you wish then. Only, when you do, don't say we didn't tell you. Don't worry, big handsome guys. Am I, Su Xiaoyu, the kind of person who sells out his friends? Su Xiaoyu smiled, comfortably lying on the bed, began to play his favorite board game. His cell phone, naturally, was also given by Fatty. As for Fatty, instead, he carefully opened the backup and opened that familiar dialogue box again. Thinking slightly, Bao, I got injured in training today and went to get an infusion. What kind of infusion? Thinking about your night. With a sweet smile, Fatty waited patiently for a reply. However, the other side didn't write back at all. Han Xiang, who was on the upper bunk, motionlessly watched the scene in her eyes, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, I didn't expect that little fat brother is also a smitten person. It's just a pity that the good old man who is infatuated is often unrewarded and will only get a good guy card in return. Of course, most of all, it's Fatty who meets the wrong people. I'm sure this one is not cute and ladylike. Definitely a typical green tea whore. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way it could have mesmerized Fatty so much. Although I don't know what the other side usually chat with Fatty, but with years of experience in the love field, Han Xiang can probably guess a 1 or 2. The other side is just hanging on to Fatty. Han Xiang secretly decided that when she found the right opportunity, she would definitely save little Fatty. Ha ha ha. Laugh me to death. At this time, Fong Tian suddenly let out a loud laugh. Brethren, just found a treasure anchor. Daily updates. Simply laugh to death. This one I'll read to you, ha. What the hell, is it that funny? Zhang Chong frowned with disbelief. Ahem, whether it's funny or not, you guys will know when you hear it. Fong Tian forced a smile and started reading for the crowd. When you guys see the word car and think of something other than BBA, it means you guys are mature. Crap seconds, am I hopeless? When Han Xiang heard this, she couldn't help but let out a crouch. It's true that what comes to mind is not Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi, but Bentley, Porsche Aston Martin. It's not Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi that comes to mind either. It's Baojun Beovo Alto. Connotation, convinced. Fong Tian, you guy, don't lead the brothers into the ditch. We're all still pure as can be. That's just it, you big slut. Don't bring us down. Crap, this isn't a kindergarten car. Mom, I want to get off. When Fong Tian heard this, he glared and laughed. Screw you guys, my mom owns several car dealerships, and my usual favorite thing is to research, drive, experiment, and dismantle all sorts of vehicles. So what's wrong with me being bored and reading some segments about cars? What's wrong with that? Bull. Tough. I would honor you as the god of cars. When the assassins heard this, they forced a smile and were speechless. No way. People Fong Tian's explanation was seamless. They really couldn't refute it. Although his brother was a very impressive chief of staff of the Special Operations Brigade, it didn't stop his mom from being the owner of several car dealerships, and as her son, it did make sense to study and research cars on a daily basis. Car God, since you're so awesome, why don't you listen to a couple more lines? Hao Lian raised his eyebrows and smiled like a flower. Ha ha, good. Fong Tian laughed. Chapter and verse. A person who drives different cars will get better and better. A car that different people drive more and more. The condition of the car will get worse and worse. I'd like to start by asking, what kind of car are you talking about? Ein yet, absolute. What grass? Is the old man completely hopeless when he gets it in seconds again? Crap, got on the wrong bus again. Open the door. I want to get off. I'm sorry, the doors are locked. What are you all laughing at? Each and every one of you? There seems to be nothing wrong with what Fong Tian said, right? If a person drives more, they must be getting more and more skillful. Can they still be getting rusty? A prick was puzzled. Ha 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 ha, there's a fool here. Everyone laugh at him. Boy, the car he's talking about isn't a car. What's that? Ahem. No at all. Sentences do not speak of people. Sentences do not leave people. Ha ha ha. The pricks laughed out loud. The whole dormitory turned into a sea of joy. Fong Tian, I really didn't expect your kid even has this skill? Han Xiang laughed and suggested. Since that's the case, why don't you tell us a segment about cars every day starting tomorrow, so that we can gain some insight? That's a must. Fong Tian smiled brightly. Say car? He's a connoisseur. Almost at the same time. Special Tigers Brigade, Office of the Chief of Staff. Stout and straight, with a majestic face and sword brows and tiger's eyes, the Chief of Staff of the Special Operations Brigade, Fong Painting Halberd, was analyzing a military map with a sharp gaze. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room. Report. Wang Lang's voice came from outside. Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. Come in. I, Chief of Staff. Wang Lang pushed his way in with a crying face. When Fong Paintbrush took a look, he immediately laughed, leaning back comfortably and smiling brightly, saying, Yo-ho, the famous owl. What's going on here? Has this been plucked, or has it been slashed? Owl. The very nickname of Wang Lang. Wang Lang shook his head and let out a helpless sigh. Alas, Chief of Staff, don't make fun of me. I'm in the gutter today. Nope. I'm kicking the bucket today. Oh, kicking the iron plate? Fong Paintbrush laughed, tidied up the map on the table, and tidied up the countertop. The owl that has always been unbeatable. Only you kicking others. No one kicking you would actually kick the iron plate too? Tell me, what's going on? Have you encountered a raptor or a ferocious beast? In this special warfare brigade, it's only the two of them that can steadily beat you, right? Fong Paintbrush thought about it and laughed. When Fong Paintbrush heard this, he immediately shook his head. It's not them, although the two of them guys are strong. It's absolutely impossible for them to make me lose my body. The iron plate I kicked today is Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan? As soon as Fong Paintbrush heard it, he couldn't help but lift his eyebrows, frowning, and said, that name, it's so familiar. It's the current recruit company commander Qin Yuan. Wang Lang spoke indignantly. What? Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but be shocked. It's him? Brushstrokes. Fong Paintbrush snapped to his feet, a pair of tiger eyes, filled with majesty. No way Wang Lang, you would lose to a recruit company commander? Speaking up, being able to make it to company commander in the army. Self-strength, surely, is over the top. The officers of the army are all 1 in 100. There's hardly any parachuting or busting. Almost all of them have been promoted all the way up from squad leader to platoon leader, coupled with excellent personal honors, by virtue of their individual superior strength. But even so, a company commander of an ordinary company could never be a match for a special operations brigade major either, let alone a company commander in the district. It was the regiment's long-famous king of soldiers who could never be Wang Lang's opponent. After all, the regiment's king of soldiers, when he came to the Special Operations Brigade, was just an ordinary Special Forces soldier. Those who were able to enter the Special Warfare Brigade were all the top soldiers of each regiment. Wang Lang, on the other hand, was the officer of this group of king of soldiers, the king of soldiers among the king of soldiers. What's more, Qin Yuan, a recruit company commander? Wang Lang smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. Yes, chief of staff, 1000% true. And I can't even walk a single move in front of this Qin Yuan. Got kicked off 7 or 8 times in a row by him. Wang Lang forced himself to hold back his inner loneliness and pride, and carefully told Feng Piaoji what had happened tonight. Feng Paintbrush was dumbfounded and appalled at what he heard. I can't believe that the Cheetah Regiment has such an amazing recruit company commander. Having received Wang Lang's confirmation, in an instant, the square-painted halberd was simply astonished. Waste. What a waste. Wouldn't it be a waste of his talent to keep him in the recruit company with such a top talent? Feng Paintbrush couldn't help but jump in a hurry. This Wang Yangfa is simply unlikable. If you don't want such a valuable talent, you can recommend it to me. I want to. It's a time when the Special Operations Brigade is scarce for all kinds of excellent talents. Feng Paintbrush couldn't help but grumble. As Chief of Staff of the Cheetah Special Operations Brigade, Feng Paintbrush's favorite thing to do in general was to personally discover an outstanding military talent. As soon as you come across a talented military type, you can't help but be thrilled, excited, and want to scoop each other up. And Wang Lang's purpose was exactly that. Seeing that Feng Paintbrush was moved, Wang Lang gave a sour smile and said, Ahem, Chief of Staff, actually, I'm interrupting late at night tonight to notify you of this top-notch talent of Qin Yuan. That's one of the things. The second reason is that, ahem, I was defeated by this fellow Qin Yuan tonight. The loss was very thorough, and now I'm completely out of shape. You know, all along, my biggest weakness is a bad state of mind. So, I'm worried that in tomorrow's action, I'm likely to play poorly. Wang Lang let out a sigh of relief and opened his mouth very helplessly. When Feng Paintbrush heard this, he nodded and said rather approvingly, Xiaolang, your situation. I know, this time things have been hard for you. Alas, if it wasn't that war back then that was too tragic. Your mindset wouldn't have turned out like this. Chief of Staff, it was my bad. Back then, Wang Lang heard, and his eyes could not help but redden slightly. Don't say it, Xiaolang. In fact, I know that under that situation back then, I'm afraid that you were the one who was more eager to sacrifice. Sacrificing for the country is the supreme honor. On the contrary, those who survived would instead suffer more. Feng Paintbrush also nodded his head with a very saddened look. Okay, Xiaolang, since you are not in a good state, this time the action, I will arrange for other people. It's just that it's very unfortunate. Raptor and Falcon both have a mission in mind right now, and they are not in the barracks, so they can't get out of it at all. And others, on the other hand, can't reach your level. For this mission, what was needed was a fearless, strong raider. I'm afraid I won't be able to find a suitable candidate in such a short period of time. Wang Lang heard the words and could not help but feel a stir in his heart. After some hesitation, Wang Lang proposed, Chief of Staff, I can't participate in this battle, but I have a recommendation. I don't know when to speak or not to speak, but there's no harm in saying it. Feng Paintbrush said directly. Wang Lang nodded and said, after my observation, I think Qin Yuan is a good candidate. Why don't the Chief of Staff go and invite Qin Yuan to participate in this operation on my behalf? Let Qin Yuan go? Feng Paintbrush's eyebrows lifted. Perhaps Qin Yuan is only a little better in fighting and marksmanship, but if it's a mission, without systematic training and cooperation between comrades, this, I'm afraid, isn't appropriate? Qin Yuan was able to easily defeat Wang Lang. Its strength, definitely very strong, but after all, Qin Yuan was just an ordinary company commander with no real-world combat experience. Plus he hadn't cooperated with the soldiers of the Special Warfare Brigade, so he just rushed to participate in a real-world combat mission. What's the difference between that and sending people to their deaths? No, Chief of Staff, I trust my feelings. Wang Lang, however, directly shook his head. This Qin Yuan gives me an unfathomable feeling. I'm afraid that his strength is even stronger than I had imagined. Right now, we can't find a suitable candidate. so why don't we let him try? Then who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Fong Paintbrush frowned. I'm responsible. If anything goes wrong with Qin Yuan, I'm willing to exchange one life for another. Wang Lang patted his chest and guaranteed. Nonsense. Fong Paintbrush gave a sudden rebuke. In case Qin Yuan sacrifices himself, even if he shoots you, could he come back from the dead? Wang Lang immediately smiled awkwardly. How about this chief of staff? Why don't we ask Qin Yuan personally, see what he would like to do? Perhaps he is also eager to take part in this kind of operation? Fong Paintbrush's heart stirred as he listened. Speaking up, he did want to let Qin Yuan come and try something. Only, he was too worried about Qin Yuan's safety. After all, Qin Yuan had never received training from the special forces, so if his mindset broke down in actual combat, or if he made any fatal mistakes, he would be in big trouble by then. This mission, to put it mildly, is not that difficult. As long as your teammate and the few of them can play a good game of cooperation and cover, it is indeed possible for Qin Yuan to give it a try. Fong Paintbrush thought carefully for a moment and immediately nodded. Good, since there's no one available at the moment either. I'll accompany you to the recruit company and personally ask this Qin Yuan. Chief of Staff. Wang Lang nodded excitedly when he heard this. He really can't go on a mission. But now, there was a Qin Yuan who was stronger than him. Now, it was up to this Qin Yuan, whether he would answer or not. And so it was. Wang Lang immediately drove his car and rushed to the recruit company with his square-painted halberd at fire speed. Recruit company, company commander's quarters. The office phone, ringing abruptly. Qin Yuan couldn't help but wonder. It's almost 11 o'clock. Who's calling in the middle of the night? Walking up to it, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Company Commander Qin? I'm Wang Lang. On the other side of the phone, a familiar voice immediately came. I'm very sorry for the late night disturbance. However, there is a very urgent matter that requires the help of Company Commander Qin right now. Our Chief of Staff Fong has also personally come over, and will arrive at the recruit company in roughly 10 minutes. Please also ask Company Commander Qin to come out and meet our Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff Fong? Qin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that. Fong Tian's brother. Fong Paintbrush? 10 minutes later. Recruit company gate. A military jeep slowed to a stop. The stout, righteous Fong Piaoji and the smiling Wang Lang walked down from the military vehicle. Qin Yuan hurriedly greeted him and saluted respectfully. Good day, Chief. Fong Paintbrush, face solemn, immediately returned the salute. A closer look. Fong Paintbrush cannot help but eyes glowing. Qin Company Commander is really dignified. A talented person. Introduce yourself. Cheetah Special Operations Brigade Chief of Staff Fong Painted Halberd. Without further ado, let's get to the point. Fong Painted Halberd's loud voice rang out. The reason for the late night interruption is all because the situation is urgent. Originally, tomorrow, we plan to have Major Wang lead the team to execute a net closing operation against a small-scale crime den. But unfortunately, this evening, Major Wang Lang was beaten by you, Company Commander Qin, and his mentality collapsed, and is now not in shape at all. Fong Paintbrush's face was solemn and sincere. Therefore, after deliberation, we have decided to try and invite Company Commander Qin to carry out this net closing operation in place of Major Wang Lang. I wonder if Company Commander Qin would dare to take on this mission. Oh, Operation Harvest? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. As a matter of fact, when he heard that Wang Lang was able to go out on a mission in the evening, Qin Yuan was envious in his heart and even longed for it. It was a pity that he was only a company commander of a new company. And the actual combat mission, how could it not be his turn? But now, seems like an opportunity? Just, this square halberd, it's so bad. How dare you ask yourself directly if you dare. Ding Dong now releasing the system mission, accepting the invitation of the Fong Painter's halberd and completely annihilating the target, rewarding peak level skills. Suddenly, a crisp system prompt rang out, and Qin Yuan was instantly jolted. System mission? It's okay. Since even the system quests had been released, it seemed that it was impossible for him not to take them. Qin Yuan let out a deliberate, rampant laugh. Chief of Staff Fong, under this universal sky, a mission that can make me, Qin Yuan, flinch has yet to appear. A mere net closing operation. In my eyes, the so-called goal is just a matter of inserting a label and selling the head. I wonder when the Chief of Staff will start the operation. Fong Paintbrush and Wang Lang looked at each other and smiled. It's a done deal. This simple agitation worked. Naturally, he didn't know that the reason Qin Yuan agreed was because of the system quest reward. Fong Paintbrush hurriedly said, the approximate plan of action is to leave for the target location at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, and officially begin the operation at 11:59 p.m. tomorrow. Since that's the case, why don't you pick me up tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock? Smiling indifferently, Qin Yuan slowly spoke. It's 12 hours. There's no rush. Could it be that Company Commander Chin won't go over with us and incidentally learn about the combat information and the specific plan of action? Fong Paintbrush was slightly stunned and spoke in a very puzzled manner. His original plan was to directly take Qin Yuan away if he agreed. After all, there really isn't much time left now. But now, Qin Yuan actually didn't intend to go with him? Qin Yuan saw through Fong Paintbrush's mind at a glance and smiled lightly. Chief of Staff Fong, there's still plenty of time. No need to be so flustered. Besides, the training of the recruit company is intense right now, and I still have to make some arrangements tomorrow morning before I can leave. Training is intense in the recruit company? Fong Paintbrush instantly gave him a blank look without any good humor. I believe the hell out of you. You're a bad recruit. Do you really think I've never been a recruit? Recruiting company is nothing more than practicing formation and kicking the right foot. How nervous can it be? It seems that this Qin Yuan is arrogant. Fong Paintbrush's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly pondered. Wang Lang, who was next to him, was even more dumbstruck long ago. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Fine beads of sweat that couldn't stop coming out. He was, now, a little skeptical about his recommendation, and whether it was right or not. This motherfucker, this Qin Yuan, he's too bold, isn't he? How dare you even pose in front of a square halberd? This is just stupid mom opening the door for stupid. Stupid, the old lifer ate arsenic and lived to tell the tale. You know, he Wang Lang in front of the square painting halberd have to be honest don't dare make a move. Today, Wang Lang was really knowledgeable. The first exchange of blows had left Fong Paintbrush with a slight disadvantage, which made Fong Paintbrush quite surprised. But that's okay. None of this is a problem as long as the mission is successfully accomplished. Slightly contemplating, Fong Painted Halberd laughed and said, very well, Fong Painted Halberd, love berserk soldiers. Even in front of me, Company Commander Qin is able to be unassuming and slow. It seems that Company Commander Qin is very confident in his own skills. This is a good thing, a great good thing. Since Company Commander Qin is busy with his troops. Fine, I'll come back tomorrow, and at 10 a.m. I'll send someone to pick you up on time. It's a deal, Qin Yuan. Good, it's getting late. Company Commander Qin, take an early rest. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye Chief of Staff Fong. Goodbye Major Wang. Qin Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Wait for the two to leave. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Humph. So what if you're the Chief of Staff of a Special Operations Brigade? Since you're here to beg, one must have the posture of a supplicant. Dare to use agitation on me? Then naturally I can't be blamed for being rude. Ugh. Lay low. Lay low. It's not good if someone finds out. On the way back, Qin Yuan smiled incomparably. The truth is that Qin Yuan is a great guy. Respectful to his superiors, loving to his soldiers, and never swearing at them. Where can you find a company commander who knows what he's doing and respects the old and the young? You can't even find it by picking a lantern. It was also that he was stimulated by the square-painted halberd tonight, which made him deliberately play hard to get. That's all. As for that so-called mission of the square paintbrush, Qin Yuan didn't put it in his eyes at all. If he couldn't accomplish it with this strong instinct of his, then no one else in this universal world will be able to accomplish it. Divine level strength, divine level defense, with peak level marksmanship, perfect level climbing, and supplemented by the terrifying divine level poisonous wasp. Such a horrible combination of strengths. That execution of the mission was absolutely devastating, overwhelming, long, savage, and absolutely crushing. Back in the dormitory, Qin Yuan huffed and puffed. With this kick, Qin Yuan slept incomparably. It was long past dawn when I woke up. Restaurant. Qin Yuan called the 3 platoon commanders to explain the aftermath. No. Explain the next training program. Old Zhao, I have something to go out for the next 2 days, so I'll leave the matter of training the assassins to you guys for the time being. Qin Yuan took a bite of a large meat bun and said casually, what the hell, give it to us? Zhao Ruishuan, who was eating wontons, was shocked when he heard this, and his mouth was so hot that he almost lost his skin. Company commander, you're not kidding, are you? We can suppress that group of pricks with heinous backgrounds? Zhao Ruishuan wiped his mouth, his eyes staring like cow eggs, his face astonished. Right, company commander, when you're here, those pricks still don't dare to do anything to us. Once you're not here, our orders are just imaginary farts in front of them. Li Yongjun thought about it and hurriedly refused. Dear company commander Sama, please spare us. It's never okay to let us manage the pricks. Isn't this letting us run away to be abused? Zhang Mingmen also immediately shook his head. No way. The reasoning behind the fox and the tiger. They still get it. There's Qin Yuan. Even if they were just platoon leaders that talk and do things, the pricks' anger had to be endured. But without Qin Yuan, these pricks absolutely dare to rebel. After all, the chief has been here twice. And not once has he had a good meal. Not to mention their 3 platoon commanders. Xin Yuan couldn't help but stare. No, Lao Zhao, as for being so scared? That's certainly too Zhao Ruishuan busily nodded his head. A face of fear. Qin company commander. You don't know. The previous 3 company commanders, all old and miserable. Alas, don't mention the past again. Old Zhao, when you say this, that nightmare from some time ago, I feel like it's surfacing in my mind again. Li Yongjun simply stopped eating, shaking his head vigorously. Good heavens, what exactly have you guys been through? Xin Yuan raced another meat bun into his mouth with a surprised look on his face. These pricks, aside from complaining a few times, there doesn't seem to be anything scary about them, right? If they dare to make trouble, just beat them up. Company commander, you're getting to the head of the line with that one. Company commander, you are absolutely right. Company commander, beautiful, you said it so beautifully. Zhao Ruishuan, Zhang Mingmin, Li Yongjun and the 3 of them were all speechless. Usually all you do is complain? Beat them up if they try to make a scene? Look at that. Is that a human word? Those pricks, the so-called new recruits, could single-handedly take on half of the 2nd company with a single hide rush? And a bunch of them combined took down 2 veteran companies. This is something the 3 of them old guys can handle? If they could really deal with it, they wouldn't have to be so condescending to request Xin Yuan. Okay, with a long drawn-out sigh. Seeing that the 3 of them seemed to be truly helpless, not even interested in eating, Xin Yuan could only let out a helpless sigh. Looks like it's going to have to be a compressed mission. After all, the official attack is going to be launched in the early hours of tonight, so if we make it quick, we should be able to make it back by 8 o'clock, right? Thinking about it briefly, Xin Yuan realized that things were not without room for resolution. The sky is the limit. Training pricks is the limit. On a mission or something? Just stopping by to do a favor and get a skill bonus. That's all. His main task at the moment was still to train new recruits. Then it won't be difficult for the 3 of you. By the way, old Zhao, my dog Little Black Emperor, I'll trouble you to take care of him for me today. Just feed him a meal at night. With a faint smile, Xin Yuan spoke. This is fine. Absolutely no problem. It's just feeding a dog. I'll make sure to feed you clearly. When Zhao Ruishuan heard this, he let out a long breath and nodded his head busily. Not against pricks, but it's no problem to deal with a dog. Good, it's so happily decided. After eating another large bun, Xin Yuan cleaned his plate and walked out of the cafeteria door. A cool breeze comes in. It's an extraordinarily soothing day. Fall is almost here. 10 a.m. A military vehicle, right on time, appeared in front of the recruit company. To Xin Yuan's great surprise, he didn't expect the Fong paintbrush to come as well. This made Xin Yuan quite surprised. I thought it would be fine to send a random car, but this is a bit flattering to Xin Yuan. Company Commander Qin, get in the car? Fong Paintbrush spoke with a smile. Good. Xin Yuan nodded with a smile. When he boarded the Fong Paintbrush's military vehicle, Xin Yuan instantly felt a surge of heart. Finally, it's time to go on the real battlefield. Xin Yuan couldn't help but look forward to it a bit, wondering what kind of performance he would have in a real battle. The hot blood rolling inside Xin Yuan's body was also vaguely beginning to boil. Military vehicles speeding soon arrived at the special training base of the Tiger's Special Operations Brigade. In front of the tarmac, a small, heavily armed squad is standing by. The 5 people in front of them plus Wang Lang were one of the top special operations teams of the Cheetah Special Operations Brigade, the Cat God Commando Team. Cat God Commando Team, Captain Wang Lang, code name Owl. They are extremely good at operating at night, thunder and lightning, and the efficiency of carrying out the mission is frighteningly high. Seeing the arrival of Fong Paintbrush and Wang Lang, the 5 people immediately saluted respectfully. Hello, Chief of Staff. Oh, there's no need to be polite, everyone. Fong Paintbrush is easygoing, smilingly signaling that everyone doesn't need to be too formal. How about this mission? Any confidence? Fong Paintbrush inquired with a smile. Report, Chief of Staff. Promise to complete the mission. A youth with a lean body and eyes as sharp as knives immediately replied in a torrential voice. This person was Wan Lang, the vice captain of the Cat God Commandos. Wan Lang had already been notified of the cancellation of this mission due to his state of mind. Only, regarding the issue of Qin Yuan's strength, Wan Lang was simply furious. I don't know what the Chief of Staff thinks either. How dare you let a recruit company commander accompany you on a mission? Report. Wan Lang reported loudly without looking away. Say. Fong Paintbrush frowned slightly. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, for this mission, the Cat God Commando Team, even if the captain doesn't participate, the remaining 5 of us are confident that we can successfully complete this mission. So please ask the Chief not to allow unrelated personnel to join, so as not to affect our play. Wan Lang didn't nag. and directly stated what was in his heart. That's right. I just despise you. A mediocre recruit company commander is not worthy of being on a mission with them. It's a total disservice to them. Actually, Wan Lang had been very subtle. Lao Wan, what are you talking about? How did Company Commander Qin become irrelevant? When Wang Lang heard this, he immediately became anxious and reprimanded. You have to know that this Company Commander Qin, but Chief of Staff Fong and I personally invited him before he came out. What the hell? The Chief of Staff and the Captain personally invited before coming out? Wan Lang froze, thinking that you didn't say that last night. What the fuck? It sounds like this new company commander is a big deal? Just a recruit company commander. How much more powerful can it be? Wan Lang looked at Qin Yuan strangely, and suddenly a thought popped up. This guy couldn't have gotten in with connections, right? After all, from the appearance alone, how could this Qin Yuan not be seen as a bit of an expert besides being a big handsome guy? This Wan Lang even questioned himself? Qin Yuan was instantly enraged. There's still a little bit of air left in the muck. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. One must know that he was personally invited by Fong Piaoji, and only after correcting his attitude did he agree to come and give them a hand. But on the surface, Qin Yuan, however, was as calm as water as he faintly said, Chief of Staff Fong, Captain Wang, since you don't welcome me, I'd better take my leave. With that, he turned around and walked away. Alas, don't, Company Commander Qin. Wan Lang instantly stopped Qin Yuan from going, his face anxious. Without you, this mission will absolutely fail. Could you bear to see a few of them go to their deaths, sacrificed in a foreign country? Fong Paintbrush also looked a little nervous. He carefully observed Qin Yuan's facial expression, trying to see clearly into Qin Yuan's heart. Only two. He couldn't see anything at all. This Qin Yuan, does he really want to leave? Fong Paintbrush felt a bit incredulous. However, after a quick thought, this Qin Yuan, who was bloodthirsty and hadn't experienced special training, seemed to be quite normal to be able to maintain such a rash temperament. Fong Paintbrush did not move and continued to observe the developments. When Wan Lang and the others took a look, they were dumbfounded. Their captain, to say they're going to die? In an instant, all five felt exasperated. Captain, Wan Lang was instantly furious. How could you go and beg him? Is there no regard for the dignity and honor of our Cat God Commando team? Yeah, Captain, how dare you say that without him? We would die? It's just a mere recruit company commander. What can he be capable of? Is he even stronger than us? Another person also couldn't help but speak in exasperation. Shut up! Wan Lang sniffed and directly let out a furious shout. The two of them were instantly frightened, but still angry. There's no time to explain to you now, Company Commander Qin. My men are unintelligent and unruly, and I now, on their behalf, solemnly apologize to you. I also ask Company Commander Qin to forgive their ignorance. Wan Lang looked at Qin Yuan and spoke very sincerely. Apologize? Ignorant? The five Wan Langs were so angry that their teeth were clenched to the point of clacking, simply furious to the extreme. But they remembered Wang Lang's words this time and just held back their anger and didn't snap. Well, since the major personally begged for mercy, then I will forgive them. After all, gods don't count too much with mole crickets. With a faint smile, Qin Yuan slowly spoke. Pust. When Wang Lang heard this, he was instantly a bit pissed off and spat out blood. How dare he call his teammates molehills? I'm yet, Qin Yuan. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. You're too wild. Wan Lang instantly exploded. He slammed his military hat, unhooking the steel spear from his body. He came to Qin Yuan with a furious stride. How dare you call us mole crickets? Wan Lang gnashed his teeth in anger. Very well, today, I'll let you know who the real mole crickets are. Boom 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 boom. Not by division. Wan Lang's furious offense instantly attacked. Alas, Major, your people, really rude alas. Qin Yuan didn't even look at Wan Lang, looking straight ahead with a calm demeanor. His right hand returned the blow very casually. As fast as lightning, with a beautiful and elegant movement, yet swallowing mountains and rivers. Block, attack, block, chain attack until you control the tempo. Boom! Qin Yuan fiercely blasted out with a palm. The violent wind of the punch even blew Wan Lang's clothes hunting. No! Wan Lang couldn't help but stare in shock and disbelief. Another palm blasted out. Qin Yuan's fist slapped hard on Wan's chest, and the latter immediately flew backward hard with a miserable cry. There was a muffled thud. How is it possible? Wan Lang fell hard onto the ground with a shocked and unbelievable expression. My God! No way? One hand, moving in a fluid motion, not even looking at Wan Lang, just so easily, defeating old Wan? It's horrible. Demons, simply demonic, terrifying as hell, terrifying as hell. At this moment, the square painting halberd, Wan Lang, everyone present, cannot help but the bottom of the heart all set off a monstrous wave. They were completely shocked by Qin Yuan's movie-like performance. All of them were all dumbfounded, an incredulous look on his face. In particular, Wan Lang, who had been knocked away, was red with shame. He wriggled the knot in his throat, only to feel a soreness in his throat. Ridiculous, ah ridiculous. I dare to say that the other party is a mole? This freak, in the end. What kind of god is he? Pop, pop, snap. Finally an eye-opener. An eye-opener. After a short period of shock, Fong Paintbrush smiled and led the applause. A face of sighing and shock. I did not expect that among our military region. There is still such a crouching tiger and hidden dragon generation as Qin Company Commander. This is the honor of our army. The honor of the country. Ha ha ha. Fong Paintbrush laughed freely. Immediately, Fong Paintbrush's face changed, turned his head to look at Wan Lang. 5 people slightly displeased, and said in a deep voice, "You 5, can there still be disobedience? Any more complaints? What's the point of disobeying?" With one hand, he defeated the strongest among them, Lao Wan, without even looking squarely at him. Where do they have the capital to disobey? Company Commander Qin is invincible in fighting. We're convinced. Wan Lang climbed up, pondered slightly, took a deep breath, and respectfully apologized. Fong Paintbrush smiled and nodded. It's good to be convinced. Everyone is a soldier. Between soldiers, there can be different philosophies, but never hatred. When you wear this uniform, you have the same mission. You are family, as close as brothers. What's more, you're about to cooperate and go on a mission together. If there's a disconnect between each other, then the consequences will be very disastrous. This you all understand. I don't want you to have any unpleasantness. Can you do that? Fong Paintbrush collected his expression and let out a very solemn cry of rage. The 5 Wan Langs immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Along with Qin Yuan, the 6 immediately said in a loud voice, "Guarantee to complete the mission." Good. Fong Paintbrush had a pair of tiger eyes, staring tightly at the 6 people, before he nodded in satisfaction. Company Commander Qin, I already knew that you are definitely not an ordinary company commander. Otherwise, it would never be possible for you to make Major Wang so admiring. It's just that, I never dreamed that you would be even more outstanding than I imagined. Fong Paintbrush smiled brightly, very satisfied that he was able to obtain this tiger general. Qin Yuan, Company Commander Qin, please don't blame me for talking too much. Now in order to avoid unnecessary disputes, as well as to completely dispel the speculations of Wan Lang and a few of their people, I would like to ask how is Company Commander Qin's marksmanship and jungle warfare skills? Being a special forces soldier, they need to know a lot more than the average soldier can imagine. Marksmanship, fighting, combat awareness, personal intelligence, emotional intelligence, character, and so on. All aspects are taken into account. Sure enough, as soon as the Fong-painted halberd opened its mouth, Wang Lang, Wan Lang and the others all looked at Qin Yuan with great anticipation, waiting for his answer. If Qin Yuan was only a strong fighter with poor marksmanship and battle sense, then I'm afraid that this battle, too, wouldn't have gone as smoothly as imagined. Even Qin Yuan, who only knew how to fight, would even become a liability to them. This is something that has to be considered. Of course Qin Yuan knew this by heart. He knew that it wasn't that Fong Piaojiao didn't trust him. The reason why he asked was to give everyone an explanation. It was also to give an account to Fong Piaojiao, after all, so rashly invited Qin Yuan to participate in the battle. If the mission once failed, if the higher-ups strictly pursued up, he, the chief of staff, also bear the responsibility of indiscipline. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan slowly spoke. Regarding marksmanship, let's put it this way, the effective range of the 95 is 400 meters, and I'm able to use the 95 to set a match on fire at 400 meters. A divine-grade gun technique that was powerful far beyond imagination. What was displayed in front of Zhang Shuai and the others that day was just the tip of the iceberg of Qin Yuan's marksmanship. In fact, this match at 400 meters was still far from Qin Yuan's limit. He had the certainty of lighting a moving match at 400 meters with 95. The difficulty between a stationary target and a dynamic target is a geometric increase. No way. As soon as Swindle heard Qin Yuan's words, Wan Lang and the others immediately subconsciously blurted out, light a match at 400 meters with 05? What kind of international joke is this? Lighting matches with bullets. As veterans, they've heard of it. Legend has it that 10 years ago, the Special Operations Brigade had a special soldier codenamed Red Devil who was able to accurately light a match at 80 meters. This, already, is a record that has been sealed for 10 years for the Special Operations Brigade. None can break. I didn't realize. Now this Qin Yuan, he even said he could light a match at 400 meters? The 95 is used, although it is a little more capable, but that sounds like a pipe dream too. What's the concept of using 95 to light a match at 400 meters? It's like hitting an ant at 400 meters with 95. or drawing a random dot no more than 0.5 millimeters in diameter with a signature pen at 400 meters, which Qin Yuan said he was able to hit. After all, trying to light a match with a bullet relies on, well, precision to the nearest 10,000th of a millimeter. Bullets should never be a point or a hoe inaccurate. The bullet came too close to the match and knocked it right out of the air. The bullet is a little farther away from the match, has less friction, or simply doesn't touch the match enough to set it on fire at all. The difficulty of this has become well known in the special forces through generations of trial and error and first-hand experience. As soon as Qin Yuan opened his mouth, the crowd knew how difficult it would be. It's literally harder than hitting an 800-meter target with a 95. Fong Paintbrush was also viciously shocked by Qin Yuan's words. Good lord, Qin Yuan is not shocked by his words. As soon as you open your mouth, you come up with something so shocking? Qin Yuan, is this true? Fong Paintbrush was worthy of being a high-ranking officer who had seen a lot of storms. Ever since he had seen Qin Yuan display that strong to the extreme fighting technique, Fong Painted Halberd had gained a little more respect for Qin Yuan, the mysterious and powerful recruit company commander. This Qin Yuan is obviously a hidden worldly master. This kind of person, not seeking fame or fortune, in unusual times, may remain hidden. But it's not a hit, it's a miss. I'm afraid that Qin Yuan's skills are even stronger and more numerous than he imagined. Never false. Qin Yuan spoke faintly. Ha ha, good, Qin Yuan, I believe in your strength. As soon as Fong Paintbrush heard this, he smiled broadly and nodded his head. Through a simple conversation, he had already concluded that this Qin Yuan was by no means an ordinary soldier. Likewise, it is definitely not comparable to the average special forces soldier. This Qin Yuan is definitely a hermit Highlander with an extremely strong comprehensive strength, the kind that is going to rush to the sky as soon as he flies. The Wanlangs looked at each other and didn't dare to say much. Through Qin Yuan's light words and idle reply, they were also able to sense that Qin Yuan was definitely not bragging. Brother Qin Yuan, we choose to believe you as well. Taking a deep breath, Wanlang hesitated slightly, and in the end, he took a step forward and took the initiative to extend his fist. I hope that on this mission, we will work together happily and complete it successfully. Brother Qin Yuan, we believe in you. The remaining 4, stepped forward with wide smiles. Fighting has already lost its body. There was simply no need for them to compete with Qin Yuan's marksmanship anymore. After all, judging from the current state of affairs, I'm afraid that if we continue to compete, it will still be a fiasco. Moreover, even if they were able to win against Qin Yuan by a fluke, it showed that Qin Yuan's marksmanship, which was on the same level as theirs, was already sufficient. So it would be better to save some time and save them from being even more humiliated once they lost. Ha ha. Good. Qin Yuan immediately extended his fists deeply and clinked them with each person. A stern aura flashed in his eyes as he smiled. Since all of you have chosen to believe in me, then, I, Qin Yuan, will definitely not let you all down. 12 noon. The helicopter gunships departed on time and proceeded directly to the target location. Brother Qin Yuan, this is the specific information for this mission. You can study it. Wanlang handed over a thin piece of information. Qin Yuan nodded his head, took the information, and immediately began to study it. The other 5 began to close their eyes. As for the mission information, they had familiarized themselves with it last night. The profile contains all information about the target location, including a map of the target's forces, range of personnel, terrain, battle plans, key figures, and nearly all other information. For this operation, the tactic was to take it one by one, from the outside to the inside, first clearing the way of hidden sentries, and then, taking advantage of their vulnerability, attacking their base camp at 12 a.m., and apprehending the 3 main targets of the mission. These are 3 criminals who absconded 10 years ago. Nowadays, the year-round activity zone is a range around Point C, where criminal activities are carried out. The military district has been scouting for it for a long time, and it is scheduled to begin its closing operation tonight, when the target's defenses are at their most empty. Because tonight, it's the annual campfire feast event in the C-zone. Almost everyone will be there for it. This makes for great ease of movement. After quickly reading through all the information and familiarizing himself with it, a subtle battle plan was automatically formed in Qin Yuan's head. According to the profile, the target location, tonight, will be defended by up to 10 people. The main difficulty of their operation was to clear the periphery of the hidden sentries, or to bypass the monitoring of the hidden sentries and reach the target floor. Once they entered the target floor, the other 3 would become a turtle in a jar, and would never be able to escape the firepower of the commando team. How about it? Brother Qin Yuan, are you confident about this operation? Seeing Qin Yuan put away the information, Wanlang smiled and couldn't help but inquire. As soon as they heard one wolf's words, the remaining few people also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Qin Yuan smiled and said indifferently, "This mission, it's not hard to say it's hard, and it's not easy to say it's easy. Let's just see if anything unexpected happens at the time. If there are no accidents, I can easily take care of the 3 targets by myself." Oh, Wan Lang's eyes lit up as he listened. One man on a mission? It seems that Qin Yuan has a lot of confidence in this mission. Brother Qin Yuan, then we'll wait and see, Wan Lang said smilingly, although he also couldn't believe that Qin Yuan was able to complete the mission alone. But looking at Qin Yuan's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. 3 p.m. The plane arrived at the landing site on time. 6 people started rappelling. Qin Yuan easily landed on the ground. With that, the crowd checked the time, checked everyone's equipment items, and quietly disappeared into the jungle to begin the long wait. Time, minute by minute, passes. In silence, the 6 men just spread out, each guarding a direction, quietly waiting for darkness to fall. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, had a good night's sleep, woke up refreshed. Qin Yuan only felt that all the energy in his body was completely restored. The physical state directly reached the peak level. After all, he'd never slept so long in the daytime since crossing over so long ago. Phew! Stretching his back, Qin Yuan instantly felt an indescribable relief in his body. Looking at the clock, it was now 22:30, an hour and a half before the time set for the operation. Bored now, Qin Yuan only felt rather depressed. Ugh, we have to go back to train the stingers tomorrow, and this helicopter ride back will take 3 hours, which means that at the very least, we have to settle the fight by 4 o'clock. We are now 12 kilometers from the target location. If you shuttle through the dense forest, it will take at least 2 hours in order to avoid being detected by the enemy's dark outposts. That means it'll have to be around 2 o'clock tomorrow if we arrive at the target location without incident. I'm afraid it'll be 4 o'clock by the time we start the kill and siege operations again. After everything is over, it'll be too late to go back then. Why don't I go and explore first? Testing, incidentally, its own strength? After some analysis, Qin Yuan instantly discovered the negligence of this plan. If he acted according to the battle plan, Qin Yuan would definitely not be able to make it back to the recruit company before 7 o'clock tomorrow. Once the pricks see their absence then, Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them can't manage the prickly words. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Well, just move ahead. After careful thinking and weighing, Qin Yuan made a difficult decision to act early. Team 1, my stomach doesn't feel good. I'm going to take a shit first. Smiling, Qin Yuan greeted Wan Lang. It's still early, so make yourself at home. Company Commander Qin. Wan Lang laughed, not caring. Good, it's just that I squat to solve the problem. It always takes a little longer, about half an hour. So, if I come back a little late, please don't worry about Team 1. Qin Yuan deliberately smiled very awkwardly. Ha ha ha, brother Qin Yuan, don't worry, I won't disturb you. After all, people have privacy. It's normal, we'll just keep in touch at all times. Team 1 revealed an I get it look and smiled. Okay, gave an okay sign. With a brilliant smile, Qin Yuan's body moved like a phantom, whooshing out and disappearing into the jungle ahead. Crap, what's with the fast startup? It's almost faster than a cat. You have to know that this is fully armed and carrying more than 30 kilograms of weight on his back. I didn't realize that this Qin Yuan stance was still able to be so flexible. This is probably the legendary giftedness. There's no comparison. There's no comparison at all. A glimpse of the whole. Simply seeing Qin Yuan's terrifying starting speed with this hand. Wan Lang, a few people, were greatly shocked and praised wildly, leaving the group that Wan Lang was in. In an instant, Qin Yuan's entire mood improved. Nowadays, Qin Yuan was as silky smooth as a swimming fish in water, and the entire jungle had instantly become a stage for Qin Yuan to show off his skills. Peak level danger perception. On. In an instant, everything within a 1,000 meter radius was presented in Qin Yuan's mind as a world filled with green dots of light. The color green, which represents safety and the absence of any danger. Once a red light spot appears, it means there is danger present. Well, at the moment, there's no danger within a 1,000 meter radius. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile brightly. Peak level has night vision. Turned on. This peak level night vision ability is a reward you get with the newbie pack. Haven't tried it yet. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. In an instant, everything within sight, within a radius of 1,000 meters, was lit up as if it was daytime. My goodness, it's amazing, isn't it? Qin Yuan looked stunned. This, or the first time he had seen the world so clearly in the dark. Just seeing the world in front of him was like wearing a pair of pitch-black sunglasses in broad daylight. And although there was some slight dimness, everything was incomparably clear. This peak-level night vision ability is a pleasant surprise. Qin Yuan praised this ability. As long as he had this ability, from now on, the darkness of the night would no longer be a limitation for Qin Yuan, but instead become a magic weapon for Qin Yuan to win by surprise. God-level poisonous bees. Unleash. With a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan split into 30 paths towards the fan-shaped area leading to the target location in front of him, releasing 30 divine-grade poisonous bees. Divine-grade poisonous bees could be controlled by Qin Yuan within a radius of 2,000 meters. Soon 30 divine-grade poisonous bees began to buzz and fly past along the fan-shaped area in front of them, which was simply comparable to a carpet search. Peak-level danger perception. Combined with the carpet search of god-level poisonous bees, anyone will have nothing to hide. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. Since there was a divine venomous bee in front of them to clear the way, where was there anything to worry about? The body moved. In an instant, Qin Yuan erupted with all his strength and began a terrifying weave between the jungles. Ever since I obtained god-level power, I've never fully exploded it yet. I'd like to experience just how strong the explosive power of this god-level power is. Qin Yuan's eyes burned, and with a whoosh, he traversed a distance of more than 10 meters. The dense jungle was not at all difficult for Qin Yuan to speak of. Coupled with the horrifying peak-level nerve reaction speed, no matter dodging and vacillating, it was simply like walking on the ground. It was no exaggeration to say that the Qin Yuan under the current outburst of power was running much faster than on the barracks runway. 3 minutes later, a dark sentry hidden behind a large tree immediately appeared in the image transmitted by the divine-level venomous bee. Ding! Danger ahead! Danger ahead! At the same time, the peak-level danger sensing system, in the direction of 50 degrees and more than 900 meters, a large red exclamation mark appeared constantly flashing for a danger alert. Oh, spotting a hidden sentry so soon? Smiling excitedly, Qin Yuan immediately accelerated his pace and rode over at breakneck speed. Peak-level danger perception. Once there is a danger or accident within a radius of 1,000 meters, there will be an automatic danger alert. Qin Yuan was extremely fast. By the time the system discovered the danger in the first place and prompted again, Qin Yuan had already scurried out more than 10 meters away. This, then, is the benefit of peak-level danger perception. Perhaps the god-level poisonous bees flew past and didn't find a hidden target, but within the range of danger perception, everything will be invisible. Very well, now that we've found it, let's go around. This operation is not here to kill these mongrels. They were for the 3 targets on the list. Furthermore, killing the secret sentries in the periphery might scare the snakes, and once the enemy found out the end, it would be more than worth it. Qin Yuan moved at super high speed, the wind whistling in his ears. More than 20 minutes later, Qin Yuan bypassed 3 hidden sentries along the way and finally arrived at the villa where the target was. It's a small 4-story house. The 30 divine-grade venomous bees had long ago scouted all the environments within 1,000 meters of their surroundings. It's strange, there are only 2 targets in this building? Where did the other one go? Before Qin Yuan arrived, Qin Yuan had already maneuvered the poisonous bees and scouted all inside and out. Nowadays, inside the townhouse, there are only 9 people in total. Instead, there are only 2 targets that they need to bring back home. 1 more to go. Does that mean that guy went to the bonfire dinner? Hasn't come back yet? Qin Yuan's heart stirred. Bonfire dinners, which usually don't end until after 12 a.m. In other words, if we do it now, one person will be the one to slip through the cracks. Should we keep waiting for that guy to come back before we make our move and wipe them out? Or should we end their lair first? Qin Yuan couldn't help but ponder in secret. As for how to do it, Qin Yuan had long ago thought of the easiest ploy. Divine-grade poisonous bees, but they were able to easily poison an elephant. If shocking effect, Qin Yuan hadn't tried it yet. Nowadays, it's just the right time to feel it. After all, each poisonous wasp, but has 108 poisonous stings it. If this poisonous needles just poison people dizzy, and will not poison people to death, then, Qin Yuan also didn't mind finding an opportunity to irritate the pricks with poison needles. Let's see if the poison needles work better or the invincible spikes. Of course, if the poison needle can poison someone to death, then forget it. Although the assassins were arrogant, killing was against the law, and Qin Yuan could not afford to poison them. Forget it, don't wait, let's finish off the people inside this foreign building first. After a slight contemplation, Qin Yuan decided to make a direct move. After all, time was money, and he wanted to finish his mission and go home early. Divine-grade poisonous bees, my killer, life-saving card. It's better to test my stance before using the poisonous bees. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan rubbed a jump and violently jumped through the air from the 2-meter-high iron fence. It's just 9 people in the district. Moreover, there weren't any patrol squads, so Qin Yuan was practically walking like a stone. Dilly dilly dilly. Swift as the wind, Qin Yuan moved quickly and soon arrived at the first floor of the ocean building. Buzz buzz buzz. In the meantime, the 30 God-grade poisonous bees, under Qin Yuan's control, began to slowly fly into the ocean building. One moment, all the situations within the corridor, and even the situations in each room, were incomparably clear before Qin Yuan, with the images transmitted back. In just 3 seconds, Qin Yuan had determined the exact location of 9 people. Of the 9 people, 3 on the 3rd floor were already asleep. The 2 targets were in a luxury suite on the top floor of a foreign building with clouds of smoke and fog. For the remaining 4, there are 2 on the 1st floor and 2 on the 2nd floor. Maybe it was because it was a bonfire celebration tonight and everyone was pretty much in a relaxed state. Not many people even carry weapons with them. This provided Qin Yuan with great convenience. Tap tap tap. A guy on the 1st floor stepped out of his room with a cigarette in his mouth, the tip glowing red. Where'd the bees come from? The man was immediately noticed by the buzzing call of a bee. God-tier poisonous bees. The only flaw is that when the bees are close, they produce a buzzing sound, thus being noticed. If it's the wrong environment, such as the sudden appearance of a bee in an area where there are no bees, this can easily arouse the suspicion and attention of a master. This damn bee. I hope it doesn't sting me. The man grunted and headed out toward the courtyard. However, the moment it turns the corner, whoosh, a dark shadow immediately scurried over. The man was immediately startled and hastily tried to struggle. However, click, Qin Yuan held his neck early, and with a slight force, the man's neck was immediately snapped, and he died directly. Sure enough, killing is still easy. Having killed someone for the first time, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a slight nervousness in his heart. However, the scenes and techniques of killing were not much different from the knowledge in his mind, and Qin Yuan quickly and completely relaxed, his mood returning as before. This real-world killing is simple, direct, and crisp, and against targets who had only slightly participated in some non-systematic training and whose combat strength was only slightly better than that of normal people. They weren't even as good as the recruits of the recruit company in terms of reaction speed and overall strength. To Qin Yuan, it was naturally as easy as chopping vegetables and slicing melons. Effortless. It's a waste of my time to be so weak in combat. After slightly testing his strength, Qin Yuan knew what caliber these people were. Against such a person, there was no need to make a move yourself. It's a waste of time. A heartbeat away. Qin Yuan controlled 6 poisonous bees at the same time, entering each of the 6 rooms and keeping all 6 people, except the target, in close proximity. Where'd the bees come from this late at night? That's strange. We're here. We shouldn't have bees for that. My windows are clearly closed and locked tightly. Where did this bee fly in? Almost at the same time, the 3 people who were awake all noticed the presence of the bees, but they were only mildly puzzled and not too relieved. It's time to watch TV and play on your cell phone. It was quickly put to the back of his mind. At the same time, there were also 3 poisonous bees that flew silently into the rooms of the 3 sleeping targets. God-level poisonous bees. Attack! Qin Yuan gave an order. Buzz! The 6 God-level poisonous bees moved at the same time, immediately rushed at the back of the heads, foreheads, necks, and other easy-to-attack parts of the 6 targets at breakneck speed, as fast as lightning. Roar! Ouch! Aha! With a muffled grunt of pain that ended abruptly, the 3 people who hadn't slept were immediately poisoned and fainted on the floor. As for the sleeping 3, they let out a muffled grunt, their heads suddenly drooped, and they similarly fainted. The images of the 6 people were clearly transmitted to the system space and were synchronized and seen by Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile brightly. Done! Qin Yuan's eyes were like electricity and he moved like the wind as he began to quickly rush up to the top floor. Now, there are only 2 main targets left. And the other side. The Wanlang 5 looked at the time and couldn't help but wonder. Strange captain. It's been half an hour now. How come Qin Yuan hasn't come back yet? It's not constipated, is it? Or fall in the pit? Ha ha ha. A few people didn't care and joked about it. Wanlang couldn't help but frown, not knowing what he was thinking about. And after a moment, he couldn't help but say, brothers, this Qin Yuan is frighteningly powerful and unfathomable. He hasn't returned for so long. He shouldn't have acted early, right? Wanlang couldn't help but say a thought he didn't even dare to think. What? Early action? The crowd stared, all of them feeling a tingle in their scalps. This Qin Yuan, his guts are too big, right? He thinks this is ancient times, no hot weapons, and wants to come in single-handedly? A soldier glared and said rather angrily. Now it's all together, acting alone, in case it affected the overall plan. Then Qin Yuan's crime would be great. Team 1, it's not me, this Qin Yuan. He's really too arrogant. How dare he act alone? Who does he think he is, Rambo, or Chanshan Zhaozilong? Another soldier was very indignant and spoke in a rather unpleasant manner. The army is about more than individual excellence, it is about group honor and obedience to discipline. This Qin Yuan, relying on his own good strength, he dares to make a rash move. That's too much guts. It's too irrational for him to engage like this. Something big will happen. Another soldier exasperatedly said. Oi oi oi. You few. Really? When Wan Lang heard this, he couldn't help but lift his eyebrows and said with a smile. I just casually said my guess. Look at the reaction of the few of you. You're directly angry? You few brats are not happy with Qin Yuan. You can say it to his face. It's only easy to get into trouble when you carry your temperament on a mission like this. When the four of them heard this, they couldn't help but nod their heads as their old faces reddened. Qin Yuan tossed the wind out of their cat god commando's sails as soon as he came up, and Wan Lang was easily defeated. And the other party didn't save face at all. Although the crowd was superficially submissive to Qin Yuan, they were actually holding their breath in their hearts. Now that Qin Yuan had disobeyed the command and acted privately, they naturally didn't want to suppress the discontent and anger that filled them anymore. Only now, it seemed that they had misjudged Qin Yuan. But Captain, it's already been half an hour. Why hasn't Qin Yuan returned? A soldier was puzzled. These are extraordinary times. Any unforeseen move could cause the operation to fail. Now that so much time had passed, what exactly was this Qin Yuan up to? Why don't I just ask him? Wan Lang smiled and said. For Qin Yuan? He was truly convinced. It was just that he didn't expect that his teammates would still be slightly dissatisfied with Qin Yuan, which caused Wan Lang to be slightly surprised. In fact, Wan Lang could understand his teammates' feelings. There's no excuse for that. After all, he was the one who fought Qin Yuan, not his teammate. To be able to enter the Cheetah Special Operations Brigade, and become a member of the Cat God Commando team, Wan Lang's teammates, each of them before the respective company, the regiment's top elite, without personally exchanging hands and competing, they naturally wouldn't be convinced of Qin Yuan. Pressing the communicator, Wan Lang quietly inquired, Brother Qin Yuan, you didn't encounter any problems, did you? Why haven't you returned after so long? Please answer when you receive it. Same time, Qin Yuan had just settled 6 minions. Suddenly, the voice of the communicator in his ear rang out. Qin Yuan couldn't help but lift his eyebrows, and then smiled too. Sorry Team Wan, for making you guys worry. There's nothing wrong on my side. I'll be right back. No need to worry about me. Good. It's good that it's okay. Wan Lang smiled. With that, Wan Lang said to the crowd, I've already asked. Brother Qin Yuan is fine. It's good to be okay. The crowd laughed awkwardly and nodded in disbelief. It turned out that he had misunderstood Qin Yuan. End of communication. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. That's right. It's been out for more than half an hour. It's only strange that Wan Lang and the others aren't in a hurry. Looks like it's time to pick up the pace. Since it's all about some rotten potatoes and stinky bird eggs, let's just end the mission roughly. With a movement of his body, Qin Yuan immediately flew up the stairs, the top floor of the townhouse. 2 middle-aged men with thick builds were smoking hard, looking like they were enjoying themselves very much. Elder 2, the shipment that you were asked to transport to H City last week. Nothing went wrong, right? The slightly thicker-built one slightly narrowed gaze carried a touch of ruthlessness. When the other middle-aged man heard this, he immediately smiled. Big brother, you can rest assured that I'm doing my job. That batch of goods just tonight has been perfectly transported to the H City warehouse. The transaction will be carried out tomorrow, and at the latest tomorrow, the payment of $80 million for the goods will be accounted for. Ha ha ha. Well done. The oldest instantly smiled brightly. Come on, oldest too. Cheers to tomorrow's deal. Wishing tomorrow's deal a complete success. That's a must. An imperceptible vicious smile appeared at the corners of Lao Er's mouth, and with a tilt of his head, he drank the red wine in one go. Just then, there was a loud pop. The entire door to the room burst into pieces. A slender figure emerged in front of the duo's eyes. What man? The 2 men were alarmed. That boss pulled out his gun directly, and his obese body was actually very agile with a jump, jumping behind the sofa and hiding. The second was likewise as quick to draw his gun as if he were on the spot. What man? The corner of Qin Yuan's mouth smiled. Bedroom Nim Dad. I'm Nim's dad? The 2 froze. But seeing Qin Yuan's oil-painted face and standard Chinese combat uniform, the 2 of them instantly understood everything. Penis. This guy is from China. He's definitely here to get us. Humph, he's only 1 man, and we've got 2 guns now. So fuck him. Kill him. When the 2 exchanged a glance, they quickly surmised Qin Yuan's identity and decided to kill him. And yet just then, phew, suddenly, 2 air-braking sounds whistled. The 2 immediately stared. Pust, The two were in a state of shock and disbelief. However late. Two small stones were as fast as lightning and instantly penetrated their right hand that held the gun. Ah! Ah! Followed by two miserable screams. The guns in the hands of the two men automatically fell to the floor. But the two men turned and fled. Qin Yuan's mouth smiled. Want to escape? Dream on. Divine dark weapon throwing is no joke. Simple small stones, in Qin Yuan's hands, all turned into life-threatening sharp weapons. Qin Yuan was remembering it clearly. The mission was to catch them alive. Naturally, he wouldn't get the duo killed. Whoosh! It's like a phantom. Qin Yuan immediately chased after him. Boom boom. Two-legged shadows smashed in succession. The two were directly kicked off by Qin Yuan and directly fainted. Done. Qin Yuan clapped his hands and couldn't help but smile widely, just to be on the safe side. Let the poisonous bees zap them again. With a movement of his mind, he controlled the divine-grade poisonous wasp to sting them separately, and only after seeing that they had completely fallen into slumber did Qin Yuan completely put his heart down. Next, it's down to the last one. Looking at the clock, it was only just after 11 o'clock, and there was still an hour to go before the predicted 12 o'clock finish. Danger alert! Danger alert! Yet just then, peak-level danger perception suddenly began to pulse with violent hints. Qin Yuan couldn't help but lift his eyebrows, only to see that in the dense forest over 900 meters away, the third target, at this moment, was rushing back drunkenly with two women and two of his men. All four were holding AK in their hands with unparalleled arrogance. I can't believe you're back early? Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. It can be done, since you want to die. Then I'll fulfill you. A heartbeat away, controlling the 5 poisonous bees, he flew at great speed towards where the 5 people were. 30 seconds passed. With the precision of 5 poisonous bees stabbing their stings into their bodies, 5 people passed out straight away. Okay, mission accomplished. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. The first time he carried out a mission and completed it so easily, Qin Yuan was simply overjoyed. The whole thing was a complete turn-on. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission with 0 battle losses and obtaining a pinnacle-level engine design. Peak-level engine design? It's not bad to be able to obtain automobile engine design capabilities. Compared to other countries, our country's independent engine research capability is still far from satisfactory. Qin Yuan looked at the reward and was very satisfied. Granted, electric cars are gradually becoming more popular. Huaxia also aspires to bend the curve by promoting electric vehicles, but it's not easy. Tens of billions of dollars in subsidies have been swindled out of existence, and few decent electric cars have been built in the country. It would be nice to make up for that one. Peak engine design enables the host to easily design the world's most superior 6th-generation aero engine. Wang Defa, 6th-generation aero engine? What the hell? It's not an automobile engine? Instead, it's an aero engine that has given the world's top military experts an immense headache? Blinking down his eyes, Qin Yuan had a look of surprise on his face. That's a lot of money. Qin Yuan couldn't help but get really excited. Next, countless knowledge about aero engines came to mind. Countless design lessons from the world of human experimentation and non-experimentation. In this moment, it all comes together in the mind, and it was instantly all perfectly controlled by Qin Yuan. A short moment. Knowledge accepted. Qin Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. I didn't realize that this aero engine design, there are so many difficulties? No wonder the progress of aero engine design is so slow. After slightly feeling the knowledge in his mind, Qin Yuan realized why fighter engine design was so difficult. But it's better now, with me here. For the next 50 years, all of China's fighter jet technology will be far ahead of the West. Qin Yuan's eyes burned and he couldn't help but feel his heart surge. Sure, Qin Yuan knew that design ability alone was not enough. There are still a lot of difficulties to overcome in terms of material production, combination processing and other issues. It's a long way to go. But for now, it's better to get these targets. All of them. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan moved swiftly around the ocean building. 5 minutes passed. Qin Yuan carried all of them to the open space outside the foreign building and tied all of them up with twine. With that, Qin Yuan quickly rushed out of the ocean building and came to a place 900 meters away, lifting the last target with ease. Great job. Qin Yuan clapped his hands. Right. There's still 3 hidden sentries in the jungle. Go ahead and take care of them as well. Then just call Wan Lang and the others over to check on them in passing, and call it a day. With a faint smile, Qin Yuan's figure moved and swiftly disappeared in place. Taking out the 3 dark sentries didn't require Qin Yuan to do it himself. Qin Yuan knew their coordinates. Just control 3 divine venomous bees over there. And what is Qin Yuan going to do? It's just a rush. Rushing at breakneck speed. Lush jungle. 3 dark sentries. In 3 separate areas, quietly hidden. Suddenly, beside all 3 of them, a divine-grade poisonous wasp flew. Two of them didn't care about the poisonous bees at all. The third person, however, seems to be very leery of poisonous bees. MD, bees? I hate bees, go to hell. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. The man let out an angry growl and actually shot at the bees. Qin Yuan was startled. This shit, is this sentry crazy? Wouldn't it be exposing your position if you opened the door directly? Most of all, Qin Yuan was worried about the divine-grade venomous bee being hit by this guy. This was, after all, just a smart device, and once it was hit by a bullet, I was afraid it would be fatal. Solely, this guy is not a good shot at all. Coupled with the godly venomous wasp's terrifying ability to change direction, only a single bullet brushed past the godly venomous wasp. Qin Yuan's gaze condensed. If you can't mess with my poisonous bees, then you'll be the one to die. With a movement of his mind, Qin Yuan controlled the divine-grade poisonous wasp and fiercely stabbed down at the back of his target's head. Ah! The man let out a heartbreaking scream. His eyes glazed over. Then his gaze darkened and he directly collapsed to the ground. This guy's not supposed to be dead, is he? Qin Yuan looked slightly surprised. He watched the image and demeanor of the other man as he fell to the ground. And surprisingly, he had a feeling that the other man wasn't fainting. Instead, they're dead. It's not too far from here anyway, so why don't we go over and check it out on site? Say it and do it. Qin Yuan changed direction slightly, directly towards the direction where the man fell to the ground at breakneck speed. All of the god-level power erupted. Qin Yuan's speed was frighteningly fast. A short moment, Qin Yuan then traversed a distance of hundreds of meters and came to the man. Sure enough, it's dead. After a brief examination, the man was not breathing. As for the other two, on the way here, Qin Yuan had also let the divine-grade poisonous wasp viciously stab them in the back of the head. Boo! However, in order not to reveal the existence of the god-level poisonous bees, Qin Yuan added another shot, directly exploding his head. Immediately afterward, Qin Yuan did as he had done, replenishing the other two dark sentries not far away in a flurry of shots. Finally, Qin Yuan then began to return quickly. Jungle, hidden spots. Wan Lang couldn't help but frown slightly. It's been another half hour that has passed. Why hasn't brother Qin Yuan returned? Captain, I see that this Qin Yuan clearly doesn't want to cooperate with us and is deliberately looking for trouble over nothing. A person huffed. Looks like it to me too. It takes over an hour to take a shit, and 80-year-old men don't even go through that much trouble. Captain, it's almost 12 o'clock now, and this Qin Yuan hasn't come back yet. Why don't we report this matter to our superiors? Another person said worriedly. This time, including Wan Lang, all of them had become slightly dissatisfied with Qin Yuan. Wait a little longer. Perhaps brother Qin Yuan has some kind of bitter feelings. Still, Wan Lang decided to continue waiting, though he didn't know what exactly Qin Yuan had done. However, he believed that Qin Yuan would definitely not mess around. He believed that Qin Yuan was a soldier with extremely high military qualities. But Captain, the other man was about to retort at once. Nothing but, shut up, it's now 25 minutes until the operation begins, and after 10 minutes, if Qin Yuan doesn't show up again, we'll report this matter to our superiors. Wan Lang directly interrupted him. Captain, helplessly. The four of them had no choice but to nod their heads. And yet just then, suddenly shadows scurried in front of them. One moment, everyone was on guard. Follow closely. Qin Yuan's bright voice came. Team 1, I'm back. Finally back? When Wan Lang heard this, he was instantly delighted. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. It was just the other four that didn't look so good. They had long had a bellyful of fire at Qin Yuan's behavior. It's good to be back. Wan Lang immediately greeted him and smiled. Luckily it's fine. Brother Qin Yuan, you don't know. You didn't show up for such a long time. We thought you had gone off on your own. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan slowly spoke. I'm really sorry Team 1. I did act alone. What the hell? You really went solo? I told you, how can it take an hour to take a shit? This guy must have acted alone. It's just crazy. One person dares to act alone? Don't you want to die? It's good that you're not hurt. Although the remaining four had a belly full of fire, at this moment, when they heard that Qin Yuan had actually acted alone, they couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. After all, exasperation was exasperation, but they were ultimately wearing the same uniform and were comrades in arms operating together. Even if Qin Yuan displeased them again, in a moment of crisis, they would still not hesitate to rush up and apply a helping hand. Seeing the four people's slightly dissatisfied tone of desire to cover the concern, Qin Yuan cannot help but feel a touch of heart. Perhaps, this is the comradeship. Once they put on the same uniform and go to war, they are the closest brothers, the only teammates they can rely on. As expected, Wan Lang couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Brother Qin Yuan, it's good that you're alright, but remember, there should definitely not be a next time. It's enemy territory now, and no one can predict what dangers will arise. Got it, Captain. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Good, if there's nothing else, you should go take a rest and adjust your state now. The operation will start soon. Wan Lang similarly nodded. It's inevitable that you'll be nervous on your first mission. Brother Qin Yuan, when the time comes, you'll just follow me and I'll try to protect you as much as I can. No need, Team Wan. Qin Yuan directly smiled and shook his head. What no need? Wan Lang glared and deliberately rebuked. Brother Qin Yuan, you must not think that this is a movie, and that if you get shot, you won't die, and you'll be able to start all over again. This is a real battlefield. Once you get shot, you are almost dead for sure, and the opponent will often use some unexpected means, cruelty and tyranny, everything, many times the battle plan that was thought to be foolproof. The team members are unexpectedly heroic because of the enemy's novelty traps. I'm afraid you don't know that in the 6 years I've been in the Special Operations Brigade, I've seen with my own eyes 6 of my comrades who have died beside me. Wan Lang solemnly explains the dangers of carrying out the mission for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was shocked to hear this. How could Lao Wan have already seen 6 of his comrades die? A glimpse of the whole. Can you imagine? Looking at the whole country, how many soldiers have died bravely in these 6 years to save their comrades or protect the motherland? I'm afraid that's a shocking number. No wonder the company commander was always so strict with us when we used to train. All of a soldier's training. It's all for the sake of reducing bloodshed and casualties on the battlefield. Indeed, there's no room for childishness. This time, hearing Wan Lang's words, Qin Yuan once again deeply understood the meaning of military training. Looks like we'll have to be nicer to the pricks when we get back. Train them a little harder. Qin Yuan couldn't help but nod secretly. Alas. So brother Qin Yuan, don't mind me talking too much. The reason why I'm saying so much is that I'm really doing it for your own good. Wan Lang let out a lament and nodded his head rather helplessly. Qin Yuan hurriedly nodded his head and smiled. I know, Team Wan. If it wasn't the first time I was on a mission, you definitely wouldn't have painstakingly said so much to me. Feel the strong concern. Qin Yuan decided that he wouldn't be long-winded anymore, and got straight to the point. So, in order to make you all stop worrying, I just utilized this hour or so of effort to take care of all the enemies already. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. The moment, everyone was thunderstruck by Qin Yuan's words in an outwardly shocking manner. What the hell, Qin Yuan? You said, you just finished off the enemy? No way. Our location is 12 kilometers of jungle from the target location, and a round trip alone would take more than an hour. You wiped out all the enemies in just over an hour? Absolutely impossible. Do you think this is playing a game? One person can fight 4 and 5 and easily wipe out the opponent's team? Beat me to it. After a short period of shock, everyone exploded with a complete look of disbelief. No way. This news, it's so shocking. It's like a fledgling lad suddenly saying he's the president of a pretty country. Who can believe this? It's completely out of the question. Qin Yuan, you didn't really finish off all the enemies, did you? Wan Lang couldn't help but stare with a wide-eyed, unbelievable expression as he couldn't help but murmur out a question. Qin Yuan smiled. Really? How could I joke with you guys about this kind of thing? But, Wan Lang was completely confused. He couldn't figure out how. What had happened in that little over an hour? You know, according to the original plan, the Traverser's 12 kilometers of jungle alone would have taken at least an hour. And that's without any surprises. Moreover, according to the information they had acquired, the other side would definitely place dark sentries in the jungle. Sparing the dark sentries will be a problem when the time comes. But this Qin Yuan, he didn't seem to encounter this problem? Also, it's not that simple to scurry into a target foreign building, is it? The other side is not stupid. When you fire the first shot, you'll be spotted by everyone. The difficulty of taking action is simply too much. All waves. Gee, there's nothing to but. Won't we know it when we see it on the spot? With a bright smile, Qin Yuan didn't want to explain too much. They won't believe anything Wan Lang says now. Solely take them directly to the target foreign building. It's just that Wan Lang and the others still can't believe it. Qin Yuan, haven't you encountered any hidden sentries? Rapidly advancing most of the way, Wan Lang finally couldn't help but ask. And then, they saw a dark sentry with his head blown off. I encountered them. But their concealment techniques were so lousy that I spotted them straight away and took them out in passing. There are a total of 3 such hidden outposts. Qin Yuan smiled. The 5 Wan Langs looked at each other and were all choked for a moment. Taking them out in passing? And there's 3 of them? Look at that. Is that what people say? Captain 1, I've knocked out the targets and they're all bundled up in the ocean house clearing now. After such a long delay, I'm worried that they'll wake up and yell. And it's getting late now. Why don't you have Team 1 have our men come in now and take us and the targets back? Seeing the 5 people's shocked faces, Qin Yuan couldn't help but hasten to urge. According to this speed, I'm afraid that it will take another half an hour to arrive at the ocean building. He didn't want to wait. After all, after dawn, I still have to go back to train the new recruits. Qin Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, you guys don't know that this term of recruits can be difficult to lead. Each and every one of them has a monstrous and unruly background. In case they wake up and realize that I'm not in the recruit company, they'll definitely make a scene. What the hell? You tied up the target? Calling now? Still want to get back to training recruits early? When the 5 Wanlangs heard this, they were once again confused. How do they suddenly feel that the reason why Qin Yuan came to carry out the mission is like a feeling as if he came to do a favor in passing? He seems to have absolutely no sense of crisis for special ops veterans like them. Dare I say that on this journey, the words of his Wanlang and his teammates were all completely superfluous. Ah, they were all worried for nothing? The head was filled with a million question marks. Wanlang's 5 men, led by Qin Yuan, quickly rushed to the ocean building. When he determined that the 3 people on his target were still sleeping, the shock and horror in his heart could no longer be contained. Brother Qin Yuan, you're simply invincible. Wanlang couldn't help but give a thumbs up with a sigh of admiration. He never dreamed that Qin Yuan would actually complete the mission. What the hell is going on here? How did this Qin Yuan run so fast? Did he run at full speed? Also, does it mean that everyone inside this townhouse is asleep? There doesn't seem to be any signs of a fight at the scene. How on earth did this Qin Yuan do all these difficult things? In the extreme shock, Wanlang dialed the phone of Fong Paintbrush. On the other side of the phone, immediately came from Fong Paintbrush bright laughter. Ha! Shawan how is the execution of the mission? It's not too bad, right? Qin Yuan, this guy, the first time to carry out the mission. How is the performance? Didn't scare his pants off, did he? Report chief. Brother Qin Yuan didn't wet his pants. The mission has been completed. Wanlang shivered and spoke. What? How did this battle go so fast? Mission accomplished already? Now, it was Fong Paintbrush's turn to be dumbfounded. This motherfucker. What the hell? Fong Paintbrush was really stupid. Wanda, quickly tell me what's going on. Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but hastily urge. According to the original plan, aren't you guys just starting to move now? When you called me over, I thought you were reporting an unexpected situation to me. This, how is it that the mission is completed in just a moment? Fong Paintbrush couldn't even dream of what was going on. When Wanlang heard this, he was helpless, reporting to the chief of staff. In fact, we don't know exactly what happened. What? You don't know? Fong Paintbrush glared, only feeling more and more confused. What the hell is going on here? Right, chief of staff. The thing is, it's like this. Sensing that Fong Paintbrush seemed to be about to get angry, Wanlang hurriedly explained in a hurry. At the beginning, Brother Qin Yuan said that he had to go out to solve his personal problems, and we thought that he was going to go for convenience, and we didn't think that he would come back in more than an hour and tell us that the enemy had already been resolved, and then just take us on a firefight to the target location. Now, the 3 targets and his men, all subdued and tied up. So, exactly what the process was like, exactly what happened, we don't know, our chief of staff. After hearing this, Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. That is to say, all of these people, all of them were solved by Qin Yuan alone? Yes, chief of staff. Wanlang thought for a moment and immediately nodded seriously. But isn't it? They hadn't done anything at all on this mission. They just waited until the time was almost up and were about to act. Then Qin Yuan came back and told them that the mission had been completed. Who wouldn't be confused for this? When Fong Paintbrush received an affirmative answer, his heart had long been shaken beyond measure. What a good Qin Yuan, directly gave me a surprise that I didn't even dream of. Fong Paintbrush snapped with a roar of excitement. Ha ha, it's just a pity that this Qin Yuan isn't a member of my special warfare brigade, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's a talent, it won't be able to escape my Fong painted halberd. Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but smile, making a quick, dark calculation in his heart. Chief of staff, what do we do now? Wanlang was a bit confused. Now the mission is directly over. He was surprisingly a little overwhelmed. He was prepared to have a hot-blooded fight, but he never expected that the fight would end just as it started, which made him feel rather helpless, as if he had punched a soft sponge in the face. What should we do? The battle is over. So of course you should come back. Do you still want to spend New Year's Eve there? Fong Paintbrush smiled brightly. You guys wait for a moment. I'll contact the transporter to pick you up now. After I come back, I'm going to throw a proper celebration banquet for you guys. Fong Paintbrush was overjoyed. Yes, Chief of Staff. Wanlang nodded excitedly at once. After the violent shock, the eyes of Wanlang's 5 people changed as they looked at Qin Yuan. One man took out all the dark sentries, also easily captured all the targets. This Qin Yuan was simply strong and terrifying. Although they didn't know exactly how Qin Yuan did it, they didn't need to know. All they needed to know was that Qin Yuan was strong. Brother Qin Yuan, it's true that he's deep in hiding. He accomplished the mission alone. Such a terrifying performance. It's the first time I've seen it. Wan Lang had a face of excitement and a very sighing sentiment. Team 1 is joking. Where did I have any terrifying performance? It's just that these people are too weak. That's all. If you guys were to come here, you'd be able to take care of it all by yourselves just the same. Qin Yuan immediately laughed and shook his head. It's just a matter of catching a few minions. To Qin Yuan, it was not worth mentioning at all. We can handle it too? When Wan Lang heard this, he glared. Don't joke, brother Qin Yuan. There's absolutely no way we can do it. One time, the 5 could be said to be filled with awe towards Qin Yuan. The army, originally, feared the strong. Qin Yuan easily did what the 5 of them might not be able to do even if they joined forces, naturally earning the heartfelt respect of the 5. As for the previous prejudice and dissatisfaction towards Qin Yuan, it's more of a clean sweep. No matter white cat or black cat, if you can catch a rat, you are a good cat. Qin Yuan only slightly violated the battle plan, but the result of the action was, well, perfect. Everyone is a soldier, and naturally understands the difficulty of this, as well as Qin Yuan's good intentions. The reason why he didn't say what exactly he was doing there was also because he was afraid that the 5 of them would worry. I guess. As soon as they thought about this, the Wan Lang 5 instantly had even more respect for Qin Yuan. On the transport plane, the 5 Wan Lang stared straight at Qin Yuan as if they wanted to see through his heart. What kind of monster is this? Not far to the side were 3 of the targets on the list, who had woken up, only to be tied up honestly, with socks in their mouths so they couldn't speak at all. Lao Wan, will you guys stop looking at me like that? It always feels weird. Qin Yuan looked a little hairy. No way. What it's like to be stared at by 5 special forces hunks. It always feels weird. If it was 5 big beauties, perhaps Qin Yuan could still accept it. Bullish, bullish. Brother Qin Yuan, you are definitely the most awesome soldier alive that I, old one, have ever seen in my life. Wan Lang laughed and couldn't help but marvel. What's that saying? Sparrow eating bull. Sparrow real bull. Another team member couldn't help but praise as well. Ha 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 ha. The heifer wagged her tail and flew into the sky. The bull went up to the sky. Bullseye's mom opens the door for Bullseye. Bullseye's home. Ha ha ha. The 5 of them were completely convinced of Qin Yuan. 3:48 a.m. Cheetah Special Warfare Brigade. Cat God Commando Special Training Base. At this point, a military-suited Fang Piaojiao is waiting with a spirited Wan Lang and a company of guards, who are waiting in anticipation. Ha ha ha. Wan Lang smiled brightly, his mouth grinning like a persimmon. Chief of Staff, this Qin Yuan I recommended. Is it bullish? Bullish, bullish, bullish. You, Wan Lang, have wise eyes like a torch, see people accurately, and have an unrivaled vision, even better than me. Is that enough now? Fong Paintbrush revealed a fake smile. You've asked this question dozens of times. Are you tired of it? Hey, Chief of Staff, I'm not happy. Wang Lang hemmed and hawed, not caring. When he learned from Fong Paintbrush that Qin Yuan had easily accomplished the task by himself, the first time he did so, he also had an incredulous look on his face. But follow closely. It is ecstasy. Uncontrollable ecstasy. He knew that Qin Yuan might be very strong and that there should be no surprises in accomplishing this mission. But he never dreamed that this Qin Yuan was ridiculously strong. Stronger than he could ever imagine. Surprisingly, the capture was made by one person. This was a no-brainer before. Something absolutely no one can do. Rumble. Suddenly, the roar of the propellers came. A transport plane slowly landed on the ground. Fong Paintbrush and Wang Lang immediately greeted them. A warm welcome, our war heroes in triumph. Fong Paintbrush was all smiles, excitedly leading the applause. A pair of tiger eyes with burning eyes. Snap! The scene immediately erupted in a burst of violent applause. Feeling the enthusiastic applause and looking at the excited faces of the crowd, Qin Yuan, Wan Lang and the others slowly walked out of the transportation plane. The guards, for their part, immediately greeted the 3 targeted criminals and escorted them off. Qin Yuan, Wan Lang, welcome to your safe return. Fong Paintbrush excitedly went up and excitedly shook hands with Qin Yuan Wan Lang. Ha ha ha, Chief of Staff. This time, thanks to brother Qin Yuan. Otherwise, how could we possibly come back so early? We might be hiding in a corner somewhere to bandage our wounds right now. Wan Lang laughed and came up with a burst of praise for Qin Yuan. Ha ha ha. Right. Thanks to Qin Yuan this time. Fong Paintbrush couldn't stop nodding his head as he listened and laughed. Company Commander Qin, I've heard about your performance this time. Without you, I'm afraid we don't even know if we can complete this operation. I've prepared a celebration banquet. Come, let's eat and talk. Fong Paintbrush turned his words around and smiled. Yes, Qin Yuan immediately nodded with a smile. Worked all night. They really haven't eaten anything yet. This is actually a tradition of the Cheetah Special Operations Brigade. During a mission, there's no guarantee of personal safety, not to mention food. So what kind of good food can you get? So ever since Fong Paintbrush became the chief of staff, he made this one unwritten rule that once the generals returned, they had to go and have a good meal when all was said and done. Special Operations Brigade Dining Hall. Fong Paintbrush had long ago ordered the cooking class to open a small stove and prepare many delicacies. The 6 Qin Yuan people immediately began to wind down. This action, a complete success. No one casualties. The crowd ate up. That is a more carefree. Do not pay attention to the image. Ha ha, the meal is full. Come on, let's toast the main character this time. Company Commander Qin Yuan. Fong Paintbrush took the initiative to stand up and serve the cup. Wang Lang smiled brightly. Here, to our battle hero. Wan Lang laughed. Cheers to Company Commander Qin. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Qin Yuan smiled and directly drank it all in one go, possessing a terrifying physical talent. Qin Yuan's drinking capacity, too, had become incomparably astonishing. That's just called a come on. The wine is over. Unable to resist the renewed inquiries from Fong Piaojiu and the others, Qin Yuan could only slowly gum up the specifics of this mission. The thing is like this. I am a person born with strong night vision. It is easy to find the hidden sentries hiding in the jungle, and then the first time I passed by. First, do not alarm them. After sneaking into the foreign building, I began to break down the strategy one by one. First from the first floor to start clearing the people. I am very fast. Those rotten potatoes and stinking bird eggs of theirs encountered me just to give me the head. So I did not spend much effort. The 3 targets on the top floor are skating. Did not notice my arrival. It didn't take much effort to get to the top floor. And the 3 targets on the top floor, who were skating, didn't even notice my arrival. I shot down the guns of 2 of them with a concealed weapon. Then took an arrow step forward and stunned the 3 before quickly returning and taking out the 3 concealed sentries in the jungle. Followed by a run back to meet up with Captain Wan and the others. Qin Yuan spoke gently. Everyone had listened in disbelief. A look of disbelief. Gosh, such a difficult task. And Qin Yuan had spoken about it so lightly and in a cloudy manner? Being soldiers, they naturally knew well that there were several points in which it was actually very difficult. But on the contrary, from Qin Yuan's words, they barely felt the slightest bit of danger. The artist is bold. I'm completely convinced here. Brother Qin Yuan. Wan Lang once again gave a thumbs up. It's really bullish. Wang Lang couldn't help but sigh. Fong Paintbrush laughed, revealing a meaningful smile. Not bad for a recruit company commander who was able to subdue so many pricks. Qin Yuan's heart stirred as he watched. Looking at the smile on this square-painted halberd, it seems like he knows something about the inner workings of the recruit company. As a matter of fact, Qin Yuan was a bit skeptical about Fong Paintbrush giving away guns and ammunition so generously twice. No matter how much power Fong Paintbrush has, it's impossible to send so much equipment over so casually. Could it be that behind this, there is some kind of conspiracy? Or, is there some special intent? The drinking game is over. Fong Paintbrush grandly opened his mouth and smiled. Company Commander Qin Yuan, you've made great achievements in the battle this time. An individual second-class merit is the nail in the coffin, and it's even possible to get a first-class merit. When you get back, just wait for the good news. For this mission, I'll apply to my superiors as fast as I can. Fong Paintbrush laughed. Individual second class? Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows as he listened. This is not bad yet. Thank you. Then, Chief of Staff. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. Ha ha ha, Captain Qin is courteous. By the way, that incompetent brother of mine, if he causes trouble in the recruit company, Captain Qin must not be polite. Fong Painted Halberd suddenly turned his words, collected his smile, incomparably solemn. That kid was spoiled by mom inside the home. There are quite a lot of young master's temper in his body. Also please Qin Company Commander for me and mom and dad to discipline him well. When the Wan Lang few heard this, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Chief of Staff Fong's brother, now in the recruit company? This matter was known to Wang Lang, but not to the Wan Langs. Ha ha, Chief of Staff Fong is really too polite. Disciplining new recruits. This is the responsibility that I, the company commander of the new recruits, should do. Besides, Fong Tian is quite well behaved at my place. He usually doesn't get into trouble, and his training is also very progressive. Chief of Staff Fong can rest assured that I will bring them all to a good place. Qin Yuan smiled and said, yes. Fong Paintbrush nodded excitedly at once. It's getting late. so I'll take my leave. Qin Yuan bid farewell to the crowd. Wang Lang, send company commander Qin back to the recruit company. Fang Paintbrush immediately ordered with a big wave of his hand. Aye, Chief of Staff. Wang Lang nodded excitedly at once. It was 5:30 in the morning when we got back to the recruit company. Qin Yuan returned to the dormitory and immediately unloaded all his equipment and took a cold shower, lying comfortably on the bed. I can't tell you how soothing it was. As for the Black Emperor, it wasn't in the room at all. It should have been taken by Zhao Ruishuan to his dormitory to be fed. Still comfortable in bed, Qin Yuan subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, and then fell into a deep sleep. And I don't know how long it took. Exclusion. There was a sharp knock on the door. Qin Yuan was instantly awakened. It's no good, company commander. Zhao Ruishuan anxiously cried out. Su Xiaoyu jumped off the building. Qin Yuan was shocked when he heard this. What's the situation? Su Xiaoyu, a happy-go-lucky person, actually jumped off a building? Qin Yuan climbed up in a flash and immediately rushed towards the door of the room. What the hell? Qin Yuan's eyes rolled up in surprise. Boom! Opened the door to the room. Only Zhao Ruishuan had an anxious look on his face. Cho, what's going on? Qin Yuan had an incredulous look on his face. Just after breakfast today, when we started training, Su Xiaoyu disappeared. Zhao Ruishuan spoke up in a hurry. At first, we thought he was going to the toilet or something like that, and didn't care. But after waiting for more than half an hour, we still didn't see any sign of him. We just wanted to go look for him. And immediately a soldier came over and said that on the roof of our recruit dormitory building, there was a soldier who was preparing to jump off the building. The recruits and I realized that something was wrong, and we rushed over there. But it was still a step too late. Su Xiaoyu violently jumped off the roof of the building, covered in blood, and fell into a coma. The pricks called an ambulance, and now that Su has been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, I immediately rushed over to report to you. It's a big deal when someone in the military commits suicide. Qin Yuan's face went pale as he listened. This Su Xiaoyu, what on earth has happened? Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Come on, let's go to the hospital. Yes, recruit training ground. The moment. The assassins gathered collectively, and one was also very puzzled. Look, the company commander is here. It was depressing. Qin Yuan and Zhao Ruishuan ran over. Zhang Chong, Zhang Shui, little fatty Fang Tian and the others immediately surrounded. Do any of you know why Su Xiaoyu jumped off the building? Qin Yuan was prepared to make some inquiries first. I don't know. I don't know, company commander. It was fine at dinner this morning. Alas, it's a pity, company commander. And I don't know if the stinking fish is dead or alive now. The pricks shook their heads. Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. It shouldn't be. Then before he jumped off the building, was there any strange behavior? While speaking, Qin Yuan asked Zhao Ruishuan to prepare the car. Possessing peak-level Chinese medicine skills, perhaps Qin Yuan could help. Provided of course that Su Xiaoyu didn't fall to her death directly. Fatty suddenly tapped his head and said, Ah, I remembered, company commander. After breakfast, Su Xiaoyu seemed to be playing a board game of some sort. Suddenly he yelled out in great chagrin. I thought he was electrocuted. So I asked him what was wrong. And he laughed and said that there was nothing wrong with him. He just looked super bad. Then before training started, he said he was going to the restroom. But to my surprise, he jumped. A board game? Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Follow closely. Qin Yuan was furious. Where did you get the cell phone? Seeing Qin Yuan in full fury, the pricks were instantly silenced one by one. Zhang Shui, where did you get a cell phone? Qin Yuan directly forced the question in anger. Zhang Shui instantly had a jolt, his face pale with fear. One moment. Everyone set their eyes on Zhang Shui. Although he is the son of a general, but now there is such a big thing. Human life is at stake. He cannot carry on. Reporting to the company commander. Last time we took inventory, we kept a few in private. He wasn't going to defend himself when it came down to it. Wrong is wrong. Keep a few of them privately? Qin Yuan was furious and took an arrow step forward, lifting Zhang Shui up with one hand and looking at him angrily. Zhang Shui, as the vice squad leader, you know the law and break it? One moment. Zhang Shui only felt the sky spinning. No way. The sense of oppression Qin Yuan brought to him was too strong. Boom! A fist shadow smashed in. Caught off guard, Zhang Shui screamed miserably and violently spat out a mouthful of blood as he was directly blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Handsome! Handsome! The pricks immediately rallied around, only to see that at this moment, Zhang Shui, withered in appearance, his mouth full of blood, his face grim and pale, was frighteningly pale. I'm fine. I was wrong and I'm going to be punished. Zhang Shui took a deep breath and couldn't help but cover his chest in pain as he slowly spoke out with a single word. It's good to know your mistakes. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. the other pricks moved. Gosh, it's horrible. Just one move, and Zhang Shuai was seriously injured. If this hits you, you'll be beaten to death. Reporting to the squad leader, Su Xiaoyu's cell phone. I gave it to him. Fatty looked at the heart, violently stood up. Only his body, but could not restrain the trembling. No way. Qin Yuan's aura was too strong. His entire body involuntarily trembled when he faced Qin Yuan in full fury. After all, what happened to Zhang Shuai is right in front of us. When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but gaze at little Fatty. Fatty took a deep breath. And, I have a cell phone in my own private stash. Fatty, you actually collect cell phones? Qin Yuan's face instantly iced over. Fatty gritted his teeth and nodded instantly. Whatever the consequences, he was all set to accept it. Boom! Sure enough, a leg shadow smashed in. One moment, Fatty felt his body inhibited from flying. A strong, sharp pain instantly came from his chest. My sternum, oh, it looks like it's shattered. Fatty was filled with horror. Boom! It fell heavily to the ground. Fatty just felt like he was about to fall apart. Everyone choked at the sight. Fuming, the company commander, for once, was really mad. Come back and we'll settle the score with you. With a cold snort, Qin Yuan took Zhao Ruishuan and immediately drove to the military hospital at a rapid pace. Hospital emergency room entrance. Qin Yuan and Zhao Ruixian were waiting anxiously. On the way here, Qin Yuan had already guessed a generalization. This Su little fish. I'm afraid I'm obsessed with online gambling. And, I'm afraid, a lot of debt. The pressure of debt is so great that Su simply cannot afford it. A moment of thought, which led to the idea of lightening the life. Otherwise, always happy-go-lucky Su Xiaoyu. I'm afraid there's really nothing in this world that can make him think so hard. More than 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyu was finally pushed out of the operating room. Qin Yuan and Zhao Ruishuan immediately surrounded them. Doctor, how's the patient? Qin Yuan couldn't help but inquire. The head doctor sighed. Luckily it was brought in on time. Plus the patient was young, which saved him from the line of life and death. Just what doctor? Zhao Ruishuan couldn't help but inquire. It's just that although his life is saved, but his right leg, the fracture is too serious. I'm afraid that for the rest of his life, he will have to rely on crutches in order to walk. The patient is so young. It's too bad. The head doctor sighed slightly. In fact, it's common to live and die in hospitals. But the patient in front of him was obviously a soldier, which made the head doctor couldn't help but feel extremely sorry for him. Because, at one time, he had also been a soldier. Just save it. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Ding Dong now releasing a system mission. Help Su Xiaoyu only have broken bones and physical injuries. Rewarding a divine skill. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan was instantly jolted. If you cure Su Xiaoyu, you'll be able to obtain a divine grade skill reward? Qin Yuan couldn't help but let his eyes light up. That means that with his own medical skills, he'll be able to cure Su Xiaoyu? One moment. At the bottom of Qin Yuan's heart, a strong hope was ignited. Skill rewards, to a lesser extent. The main thing now is to be able to save lives. As for the rest, more on that later. However, Su Xiaoyu, now, still needs to stay in ICU for a few days now. When the physical condition is stabilized, he will be admitted to the general ward for recuperation. Since Su Xiaoyu is fine for now, old Zhao, let's go back first. Good, company commander. Qin Yuan and Zhao Ruixian returned with fire. The hearts of the two hanging in the air were finally released. Luckily it's fine, company commander. Otherwise, this time, our recruit company, we'll be in big trouble. Zhao Ruishuan's head was full of beads of sweat. This time Su Xiaoyu's jumping incident had obviously scared him a lot. Qin Yuan nodded his head with the same burst of heart palpitations. The biggest reason for this jump is the cell phone issue. For recruits like Su Xiaoyu, who have a serious lack of self-control themselves, they must be given a tough control. It seems that in the future, while strengthening the training of the recruits, it's also necessary to strengthen the psychological construction of the recruits. Sure, Qin Yuan knew it too. This incident, and his kindness in the first place, had something to do with it. He was a little more resolute in taking in cell phones in the first place and coming up with a thorough inventory. Maybe this fiasco wouldn't have happened. It was a combination of many things that led to this event. Recruit quarters. At this point, Zhang Shuai and Little Fatty were lying powerlessly on the bed. The faces of the two had recovered a lot, only that they were unable to move freely for the time being. At this point, dormitory table. It was being set up with a brand new cell phone and tablet gaming console, among other things. Many of these were newly purchased and returned from yesterday's weekend, when the stingers were out and about. Handsome, do you really want to smash all these electronic devices? After all, This one is worth a lot of money. Right, handsome? Let's take it out and sell it. It's better than what? If you can't, it's okay to donate it to children in poor mountainous areas. Immediately, the pricks were heartbroken. This one of them, although they usually have a lot of pocket money, but it was rarely a top rich kid like Han Xiang. I don't care much about buying a cell phone or tablet or designer clothes usually, though. Still, you can't help but feel a pang of heartache if you suddenly smash your $10,000 cell phone. Smash. It must be smashed. Zhang Shuai shook his head with a resolute attitude. Only by smashing it will you be completely dead. Ahem. Smashing it and donating it have completely different effects. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but let out a cough, signaling for Zhang Chang's hand. Look at all of you. Can't you show some interest? Han Xiang immediately looked contemptuous. Isn't it just a broken cell phone? Even if you don't smash it, after 2 years, these cell phones will have aged and won't be able to keep up with the times. When you guys retire, I'll give you the latest model. Wow, really? Sure enough, it's good to have a rich friend. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then it's cool. Just smash it. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. The pricks were immediately in a much better mood. Just Zhang Shuai and little fatty. The two of them were never happy. Su Xiaoyu jumped off the building, and Zhang Shuai always felt indescribably guilty in his heart. In the beginning, he was the one who decided to keep a few extra cell phones. As for Fatty, as Su's best friend, Su Xiaoyu's cell phone, or he gave it to her. This made Fatty feel even more upset. Ugh, I don't know if the stinky fish is dead or alive now. Fatty couldn't help but start crying. Fatty, this doesn't really have much to do with you. There are so many of us playing with cell phones. Why did something happen to little fish? This has nothing to do with his own personality, either. Halian Demon walked over and couldn't help but comfort little Fatty when she saw him crying especially hard. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on little fish's weak willpower and poor self-control, right? Fang Tian also couldn't help but let out a lament. Alas, little fish is now dead or alive without knowing. You one and all, why are you still gloating? When little Fatty heard this, he was not happy. Actually, this matter, it's all my fault. If I don't send him a cell phone, none of these things will happen. Fatty, you have to speak with a conscience. Where did we gloat? We're just analyzing it realistically. That's all. Right, Fatty? You don't feel too bad. This matter, all of us, in fact, have responsibility. Can't say that only you are to blame. Though taunted by Fatty. Still, the pricks had voiced their comfort to Fatty. No way. They could see it. This is something that hit Fatty pretty hard. If something had happened to their best friend, I'm afraid they wouldn't feel much better than Fatty. Since everyone agrees to smash it, I'll start smashing it. Zhang Chong saw that the crowd had agreed. Pick up a moving brick and shine it at the cell phone on the table. At once, Pericles is afraid. There was a sound of glass bursting. A brand new cell phone and tablet and other electronic devices, all turned into a piece of trash debris. Can't help but still have a pang of heartache though. But to show his determination, they, too, don't matter. After all, human life is now at stake. And human life is the greatest. When all the cell phone tablets are all turned into crumbs, Qin Yuan suddenly strides in from the outer door. Company Commander. Hello Company Commander. Hello Company Commander. When the assassins saw Qin Yuan arrive, they immediately stood in line one by one automatically. Even Zhang Shuai and Fatty climbed up in a single bound. Trying hard to keep myself on my feet. Qin Yuan glanced at them and said in a cold voice, count on you two to be sensible. If just now, you had stayed on your wares and didn't stand up, I wouldn't have hesitated and kicked you down the stairs. Qin Yuan struck out, and his control of the force was precise to the limit. Having god-level power could not only give Qin Yuan a terrifying power, but at the same time, it gave him a 10 millionth precise control over his power. His strike this morning looked disastrous. Actually just about reached the limit for the duo. It just made them spit up blood and get sore. In reality, 2 hours of recuperation would be no big deal. Zhang Shuai and little Fatty immediately felt a wave of gratitude. Nowadays, they had no doubts about Qin Yuan's words. Now, it's 11:35. Glancing at his watch, Qin Yuan grunted out coldly at the crowd. From now on, about Su Xiaoyu's jumping incident, everyone has to write a 10,000 word profound review. No eating until you finish writing. If one man doesn't finish writing, the whole company isn't allowed to eat. Qin Yuan roared angrily. What the hell? A 10,000 word review? This damn, I came to the army because I hate reading the most, and now I'm being asked to write a review? Jesus Christ, kill me. I hate writing essays the most. I'd rather run 10,000 meters. No, 100,000 meters will do. Qin Yuan said this. One moment. Everyone was confused. including Zhang Chong, all of them shivered in fear. However, in the face of Qin Yuan's orders, no one dared to disobey. Company commander. With a resounding answer, the pricks immediately sprang into action, grabbed their little benches, and began to write their reviews. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be furious when he saw this. Who asked you to write it in the dormitory? Blowing on the air conditioning? What profound review can you write? Zhang Chong, bring all of you to the playground, under the scorching sun. Only then will the review be profound. Company commander. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong hurriedly replied in a flood of voices. All of them. Bring a small bench and a pen and paper. Target. Training ground. 10,000 word review. Go. Zhang Chong immediately led the way down the stairs in a scuffling manner. Soon, under the blazing sun, against the harshest sun at 12 noon, the pricks, sweaty and dizzy from the sun, reluctantly began the most impressive 10,000 word review of their lives. As for Qin Yuan, on the other hand, it is ambitious. In the back of his mind, he began to formulate a seamless plan to prepare for the abominable online gambling platforms, all in one fell swoop. For so-called internet gambling, Qin Yuan also has some understanding. These bookmakers basically set up servers abroad. Basically, you can't catch them. In the last 2 years the state has embarked on a card-breaking frenzy, but it has had little effect, and in many cases it has affected a lot of serious business people instead. From today onwards, these online gambling apps are all enemies of my Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan could not help but let out a cold snort. It's just a pity. I don't know anything about network technology. If I know some hacking techniques, it would be good. When the time comes, if you have the opportunity to go on a mission abroad, incidentally, take out these hateful dog farms, one by one. Qin Yuan swore in his heart. And the other side, Cheetah Special Operations Brigade. Wake up. Fong Paintbrush was still full of smiles. I really didn't expect it. This Qin Yuan, to bring me such a big surprise. It's just a pity that, for the time being, we can't move this Qin Yuan. Just be patient. As soon as the recruit company is disbanded, I'll immediately snatch this Qin Yuan. Fong Paintbrush had long ago made his own wishful thinking. Originally, he was prepared to dig Qin Yuan over now. However, it suddenly occurred to him that nowadays, Qin Yuan's performance might have long since attracted the attention of those at the highest level. In that case, then wait a little longer. As long as one's relationship with Qin Yuan grew closer, he really didn't believe that Qin Yuan would be snatched away by anyone by then. After all, his current self was the chief of staff of the Cheetah Special Operations Brigade, with the rank of colonel. Further up, they can be real chief-level people. They will only sit in command, but not personally lead the troops. The only ones who can compete with themselves are the old guys from those groups. It's not even worth mentioning. Tidying up his uniform and having a leisurely lunch, Fong Painted Halberd beautifully rushed to Zhou Jianghuo's office by car to report to him about Qin Yuan's heroic performance this time. Recruit company training ground. Beads of sweat beaded on the forehead of Zhao Chang's head. He held the signing pen, except for the title review, 3 words written neatly, froze without writing a word. He glanced sharply at the sun above his head, his hands shaking uncontrollably. This Yakuza thing, why did you jump off the building? I have to write a review here. When you're discharged from the hospital, I'll definitely beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself. Although Zhang Chong reads Spring and Autumn, it's just a bedtime novel that he reads at night. It has nothing to do with literature. A review with him is even less helpful. This worried Zhang Chong. He couldn't help but glance at Fong Tian, who was penning next to him, and couldn't help but be taken aback, immediately saying with a smile, "Brother Fong Tian, how come you write so fast? Can you pass on some experience?" Fong Tian laughed, smugly said, "Alas, to say the least, this is all thanks to my high school homeroom teacher. He let me write a review 2 times in 3 days. Ha ha. So, invariably, let me practice such a great skill. I really didn't expect the skill of writing a review can also bring me such great benefits. Ha ha. Writing a review twice in 3 days?" When Zhang Chong heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Does the high school homeroom teacher still have this right? Why did he make you write a review? Why? Because I fight and cause trouble for 3 days. Fong Tian laughed and said. Zhang Chong couldn't help but be speechless, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother, you're bull." "That what? Brother Fong Tian, I can't write. The thing I hate the most in my life is composition. Can you write one for me?" Zhang Chong said smilingly. No, absolutely not." When Fong Tian heard this, he quickly shook his head and refused dryly. "Savage, do you know how long it takes to write 10,000 words? At least 3 or 4 hours. It will take me 3 or 4 hours to finish writing this one alone. And if I help you finish it again, it's going to be dark. And that's only if the thought process is clear. Otherwise, it may not be written in 4 or 5 hours. You know, Fong Tian had written reviews for 3 years before he had practiced such a great skill. It's hard enough to write a 10,000 word review on your own, not to mention writing another one for Zhang Chong. But where there is one person who can't finish writing, everyone won't be able to eat. Zhang Chong directly sacrificed a big move, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. I have thick skin, not to mention a meal. I can carry it even if I don't eat for 3 days. When I think of the old forest in the northeast, I once did not eat for 4.5 days in a row. Just drink a little water. But you city children are not the same. You this tender flesh pampered. A meal will not eat hungry cannot stand. What day? Savage, you are ruthless. As soon as Fong Tian heard this, he couldn't help but feel his stomach rumble. Originally he hadn't been very hungry. Now that he suddenly heard Zhang Chang's words, his stomach immediately began to growl. After all, it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. Fong Tian, just help me out. Help me write a copy as well, and I'll pull you along when I turn around and have training or can help you. Zhang Chong smilingly proposed. Good. Slightly hesitating, Fong Tian had no choice but to nod his head. Only savage. By the time I finish writing, I'm afraid it's going to be dark, so don't blame me for being late by then. That's for sure. As long as I can finish writing, everything is nothing. Zhang Chong immediately nodded with a smile. Having taken care of Fong Tian, Zhang Chong was suddenly relieved. Glancing at the pricks next to him, he felt only a cloud of relief. Zhao Chong, how come you didn't write a word? Yet just then, Qin Yuan's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Chong was immediately startled. A messy batch. Company commander? Zhang Chong was sweating with fear, looking at the terrifying demon god standing behind him, under the shade of the sun. At this moment, he only felt that his little life seemed to have a feeling of being out of his control. Report company commander. I was just thinking. Reflect first. Reflect before you write. Zhang Chang's head spun fast, and he hurriedly found an excuse. Really? Qin Yuan's voice was icy cold. Report company commander. It's absolutely true. Zhang Chong nodded solemnly. Dare to lie to me? I'll kick you to death. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort and then walked away. Zhang Chang's entire body was terrified. He wiped his forehead, his broad head once again covered in beads of sweat. OMG. That's so scary. Why is it that after not seeing you for a day, why do I feel that the company commander has a lot more murderous aura about him? Zhang Chong looked rather strangely at Qin Yuan's back as he slowly walked by, a sigh on his face. Brush up. It was not known whether he was bluffed by Qin Yuan's aura, or was it a sudden epiphany. After Qin Yuan left, Zhang Chong immediately began to write furiously. About Comrade Su Xiaoyu jumped off the building incident. I hide Chong, as his comrade in arms, carry unshirkable responsibility. Here, I deeply review. Fong Tian unintentionally glimpsed Zhang Chang's amazing speed, and was immediately shocked. Crap, Baldy, how did you write so fast? Without lifting his head, Zhang Chong brushed his pen. It can't be helped. I'm afraid the company commander dislikes me. It's still you. Fong Tian skimmed his lips and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Exclusion. Qin Yuan's voice that contained anger rang out. This morning, I've already been to the hospital to see Su Xiaoyu. Very lucky. He's out of a life-threatening situation, but the doctor said that his life is over, and even if he recovers, for the rest of his life, I'm afraid he'll have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. The reason it's come this far, there is an inescapable link to the connivance of you pricks, especially you, Marshal Zhang and Fatty. You too, at least 20% responsible. Let you guys write a review. It's already the greatest forgiveness for you, so I don't want you guys writing some wishy-washy crap to fool me. I want to see you guys really reflect. If I see any platitudes, false so-called reflections, I will not spare you. There. Go on. Qin Yuan left angrily. However, just as he left, the assassins couldn't help but murmur. Alas, I thought brother Little Fish had died. It's good that he's not dead. It's good that he's not dead. Hey, bro, you're too heartless to say that, aren't you? What do you mean? It's good that he didn't die. Didn't you hear that Little Fish will be spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair? He's only just turned 18. From the 6th floor jumped down. Did not die directly. Has been very lucky. I do not think that Wang Meng said there is something wrong. Now the main people alive. Alive than anything else is important. Yeah, if I can't stand up for the rest of my life, I'd rather die right where I am. Bullshit. If you get to that point, I'm afraid all you can think about is how to survive. It would be better to live so painfully than to die, and how much better to get a pension for sacrificing in the army. Yet if one is crippled, this will only add a burden to the family. Bullshit pension. As long as the person can live, I guess there is absolutely no family that would be willing to trade their son's life for it. Anyway, In my opinion, it's still the person being alive that's most important. The pricks engaged in a violent controversy. Later in the discussion, the topic even evolved into whether to let your teammates shoot themselves in the head or risk their sacrifice to come to the rescue if they were seriously wounded in battle. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be touched by what he heard. Rather, the exception didn't break their argument. If it was me on the battlefield with a broken leg and a serious injury, I would never let my teammates risk their sacrifice to save me. I'll shoot myself in the head. Never burden the motherland and my comrades. Nice, that's what I think too. Even if I can't do it when the time comes, I'll let my comrades shoot for me. If I sacrifice myself, my teammates can still live, but if I'm brought along as a liability, I'm afraid both of them will die. If you live as a man, you die as a man. If I lose my head, I'll be a good man again in 20 years. Alas, isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to die? As the old saying goes, it's better to die than to live. Wang Zijing weakly said. Fuck you maid, gutless coward. Didn't you hear me? There are preconditions here. If several of your comrades' lives are sacrificed in order to save you, could it be that you'll be able to live in peace in the years to come? A prick immediately retorted. Wang Zijing grunted. I will live well for them. Crap, Wang Zijing. You motherfucker. You're definitely a traitor in the future. Wang Meng cursed angrily in anger. Nima, who are you looking down on? Although I am greedy for life and afraid of death, I will never waver in the face of national righteousness. Nothing I do will make me a traitor. Wang Zijing retaliated stiffly. Doing nothing but being a traitor? Wang Mang laughed angrily. I'm just afraid you'll say it smells really good when you've been a traitor for a day. Crap, Wang Mang. Thanks to me being a good brother of this family, you humiliate me like this? Wang Zijing was instantly enraged. Humiliate you? Ugh, I'm just telling the truth. Try saying that again? Just try it. Do you really think I don't dare? Holy shit. Wang Zijing slammed his fist and swung it straight up. The two immediately wrestled together in a mess. Stop fighting. You guys. Stop. You guys. Stop fighting. The pricks immediately stepped forward to pull the fight. Qin Yuan also came over with an imposing presence. What time is it? These two idiots are fighting? Now Qin Yuan's temper had also become incomparably short-tempered. Boom 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 boom. Along with a couple of pricks who were pulling the strings, a shadow of a leg smashed in. Wang Mang Wang Zijing flew out one after another and fell to the ground screaming miserably. Wang Mang Wang Zai mirror. Here. Here. The duo rubbed their chests, not daring to hesitate, and immediately stood up with faces full of panic. You too. Now go stand over there and write for me. Don't come back without my orders. Company commander. The two immediately trotted out and stood pensively at the curb while their hands brushed and wrote uncontrollably. Time. A minute passes. Soon. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, the first person has finished writing. And this person, surprisingly, was not Fang Tian, but Su Xiaoyu's closest best friend, Little Fatty. Seeing Little Fatty's review, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of softness, because Fatty's review, crumpled and covered with a round watery circle. Obviously, it was beaten into effect by an unknown number of tears dripping down. Fatty's entire body shriveled up, and his two eyes, crying like light bulbs, swelled up high. Sit here honestly. Receiving the review and scanning it, Qin Yuan was ultimately unable to bear it. Company commander. Fatty wiped the corners of his eyes and sat back down in a forlorn form. The reason why they were told to write a 10,000 word review. Qin Yuan just wanted them to have a deep reflection. No way. The lesson, this time, was too profound. Not even on the battlefield yet. And one is down. Who knows what could go wrong if we go to a real battlefield? Report company commander. I finished writing too. Report company commander. I'm better too. With the first, there was soon to be a second. The pricks were patient and reported back. After writing it, sit honestly where you are. Until 8:30 p.m. Finally, the last prick also handed in a 10,000 word review. This review and reflection, finally considered a successful conclusion. Great. I didn't realize that everyone, one by one, was still a great writer. A 10,000 word review can be accomplished. That really impresses me. Everyone must have sore legs and numb hands after writing for most of the day. So let's move our muscles first. First platoon leader. Here, Zhao Ruishuan immediately ran over. Take the recruits to move their muscles. Training ground. Sprint 20 kilometers. Finish the run and eat. Company commander. When Zhao Ruishuan heard this, he immediately came into the spirit. He knew that this time, Qin Yuan wanted to let the pricks vent hard. Each and every one of you. Do you hear me? This time, it's a sprint, not a simple jog. Zhang Chong, explain to me what sprinting means. Zhao Ruishuan came to the crowd, gathered the team together, and inquired to Zhang Chong. Report, sprint, as the name implies, forward with full force, Zhang Chonghong said. Yes, now, all charge me, but anyone who dares to run a little slower, I'll take you up on it. Platoon leader. And so it was. The training ground appeared as a desperate sprint. Didn't eat though, but no one complained. Sweat quickly soaked everyone's clothes. Yet not a single person complained. Not even a whiny, disgruntled voice, because they all know that right now their comrade, Su Xiaoyu, is lying in the ICU. Charge. Punchy punchy punchy. All charge up. Suddenly, lightning flashes and thunder. Dark clouds rolled in and gathered overhead. It was soon completely dark. One moment. The wind is blowing hard. Heavy rain poured down, wetting everyone's clothes in the blink of an eye. With a roar, Zhang Chong simply took off his shirt and ran wildly through the cold rainwater with his bare bladder. Ha ha, cool, cool 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 cool, Zaichu exclaimed excitedly. The rest of the pricks followed suit. Soon, all the pricks had almost stripped off their tops and thrown their uniforms by the side of the road in a desperate, teeth-clenching sprint. Zhao Ruishuan's trio looked quite moved. Sure enough, it's still the young people who have the drive to do what they say they're going to do. Ugh, we're getting old. If we were a few years younger, we'd definitely follow them on a run. We're old? Don't joke, Lao Zhao. Put it into society. We are now 25 or 26 years old. We are in our youth, right? Ha ha ha, right on. We're still young, not old at all. The three of them, Zhao Ruishuan, laughed and talked freely. I don't know how long it's been. The storm stopped. The stingers also stopped sprinting. Qin Yuan's gaze was icy cold as he came to the crowd and said sternly, Are you hungry? Not hungry. Great. If you're not hungry, keep training. Qin Yuan roared violently. First platoon leader. Here. Zhao Ruishuan immediately ran over. It's very rare for comrades to be combative today, so it's now been decided, on an ad hoc basis, to conduct a night firing exercise, 200 rounds of ammunition per person. Now, you take the men to the warehouse to collect the equipment immediately. Qin Yuan ordered in a deep voice. Company commander. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruishuan immediately came into the spirit and immediately rushed to the warehouse with the assassins to collect the equipment. As soon as the pricks heard about the night firing drill, one immediately looked like a chicken blood. After all, 200 rounds of ammunition each. How good would this be if it was all in one sitting? 20 minutes to the range. The pricks were divided into groups of 10 and shot individually. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. The sound of bullets sweeping through the air was unrelenting. The pricks were all as excited as they had ever been. The bullets were relentlessly cathartic, as were the repressed hearts of the pricks. Ha ha ha, cool, it's cool. Training like this is flavorful enough. A little more rain would have been nice. You guys, you just love being abused. A day without masochism is unbearable. I just like to be abused, so what? I can suffer in the battlefield like this. You don't like it? You won't live long when the time comes. Ha ha ha. The pricks laughed excitedly. Seeing that the pricks are finally in better shape, the atmosphere gradually livened up. A trace of a smile finally appeared on Qin Yuan's face as well. His purpose, of sorts, had been achieved. After shooting 200 rounds in one breath, all the stabbers were thoroughly excited. The cost of this training, of course, has been steep. 3 stingers have bad colds, 7 have sore muscles. However, upon returning to the dormitory and soaking his feet in herbs, all the exhaustion and pain was swept away and began to recover rapidly. Early the next morning, the wake-up call is blown. The stingers have long since automatically stood on the training ground, fully armed to begin the standard 10 kilometers of cross-country. End of cross-country. Eat, wash, and organize your housekeeping. Once again, the morning's training began. 3 days passed in a row. The stingers trained in physical military posture in the morning and shooting practice in the afternoon. Under Qin Yuan's scientific arrangement, the overall progress of the assassins' marksmanship and physical fitness was very obvious. On the 4th day, the hospital notified that Su Xiaoyu had been transferred to the general ward. Taking advantage of the noon meal, Qin Yuan took little fatty Zhang Chong Zhang Shui Fang Tian Han Xian 5 people to the hospital to visit Su Xiaoyu. 5 people bought a full, large car full of gifts, food, drink and fun. You guys, you're so unlikable, bringing so many gifts that the hospital can fit? Qin Yuan couldn't help but reprimand. Han Xian laughed. Company commander, Brother Xiaoyu survived a great disaster. How can we not show our appreciation? Besides, I'm not the only one who bought this. It's the expectation and blessing of the entire company of brothers. We can't favor one over the other, can we? Han Xiang smiled and said. Waste, simply a waste. Qin Yuan shook his head helplessly. What's there to waste, after all? Alas, I'm afraid Brother Little Fish will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Little Fatty let out a faint sigh. his eyes slightly red. Soon. To the hospital. Su had just been helped by the nurse to eat a good meal. At the moment one of his legs was hanging high and bandaged. The body and head, too, were covered with bandages. From a distance, it looked like a mummy. Only this mummy is alive. Knock knock. The door to the room knocked. Stinky fish. We see you coming. Fatty was the first to rush over. Stinky fish. I've known that you're blessed with a great life. How about it? How does it feel to have circled around Hades? Pretty good, right? Zhangcheng smirked and teased. Qin Yuan and his group walked over together with flowers and gifts. Company commander? Fatty? Savage? Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw the crowd arrive. She was simply ecstatic, but followed closely by eyes that were moist. Ouch crikey. That hurt. Not knowing where the wound was pulled under the excitement, Su Xiaoyu grimaced in pain and screamed. You stinky fish. You've got this kind of demeanor, and you're still not honest? Han Xiang couldn't help but let out a laugh and scold. What's the matter? You still want to jump again, don't you? Richie, how do you talk? I realized that your mouth is even more indebted than mine. It's really a pot calling the kettle black. Little Fatty immediately gave him a blank look without any good reason. Han Xiang laughed, not caring. Don't worry, my little fish brother just walked from the ghost gate. The heart chest gas volume is very big. Right, a small fish? Su Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. Fuck you. Beware that I will become a stern ghost and come for your life. Su Xiaoyu laughingly scared. Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid of this. This stuff doesn't exist in reality. It's all imaginary. Han Xiang didn't care. Besides, we're soldiers, and we have the strongest masculine energy in our bodies. Even if you really are a stern ghost, when you get to our recruit company, we'll melt you down. Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and said no more. Little fish, your body has gotten better in the past 2 days, right? Qin Yuan smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Company commander. From the beginning of entering the room, Su Xiaoyu had been looking at Qin Yuan's eyes, observing his every expression, afraid that Qin Yuan would be angry. Now seeing Qin Yuan so concerned about himself, Su Xiaoyu was touched for no reason, and forcefully suppressing the hot tears in her eyes, Sob said in a loud voice, I'm sorry company commander, I've let you guys down, silly boy. Look at what you're saying here. Qin Yuan laughed and directly shook his head. It's not just losing some money. When you look back after 10, 20 years, it's not even a thing. But how could you not think about it and go jump off a building? That's it. Christina Han nodded her head quite approvingly at once. You stinky fish. If you've borrowed any online loan sharks, you look for me. As long as you open your mouth, a few 100,000. Han Xiang absolutely will not blink an eyebrow, even if it's a few million. If I use a little bit of energy, I have the ability to help you fill the hole. But you jumped off a building? Silly silly silly. You're really too stupid. What a disgrace to our soldiers. Shucks. Are the lives of our soldiers worth only those hundreds of thousands of dollars? Han Xiang gave a sudden reprimand. The crowd only felt very justified in hearing this. Indeed, there is no limit to the value that can be created with a military life. Little fish, can you tell us how much money you lost and why exactly you jumped off the building? Qin Yuan inquired in a calm tone. Su Xiaoyu listened to his heart warm. He sighed a long breath, a powerless lament, said, Alas, company commander, I will be honest. In fact, I am. What are you? Speak up. Hurry up. Zhang Chong couldn't help but urge. Su Xiaoyu weakly said, Actually, company commander, I didn't lose any money playing the game. On the contrary, I even won more than $200,000. It's just, what the hell? You didn't lose money playing a board game and you won over $200,000? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, including Qin Yuan, who felt a bit confused. This motherfucker. What the hell is going on? If you won money, why did Su jump off the building? Su Xiaoyu, consider myself to be smart and clever, able to see through all conspiracies and tricks. So in the case of a district board game, where I know that it's a trap, I won't keep playing unless I'm stupid. It's because I can keep winning steadily. That's why I continue to play. Su Xiaoyu sighed. So tell me why you jumped. Then, Zhang Chong couldn't help but urge again. The crowd was now also very curious. Company commander, do you still remember Golingling? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Qin Yuan and spoke weakly. Golingling? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted. This name, vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. I don't seem to recognize it. Do I? Company commander, you forget? Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then said, That day we ran back from the city. The road met an initiative to add your WeChat Extreme Beauty. She still gave you a business card. On the road, you casually threw it, but I want to be good. I picked it up. Crap, you be asterisk TCH faced guy. You actually took that extremely beautiful girl's business card? Simply not human, Su Xiaoyu. You're too nasty. Damn it. You picked up the business card of a top beauty and didn't even share it with me. As soon as they heard what Su Xiaoyu did, the crowd couldn't help but vocalize. Love of beauty. All people have. Su Xiaoyu training desperately. Playing cards to win money. It is the time of spring. Tease a beautiful woman. What's wrong with it? Nothing wrong with it. Su Xiaoyu helplessly let out a sigh of lamentation. It's just a pity. I never thought that as soon as I added the schooling, I was on top. She sent me so many sexy photos, and also videoed with me, and even on the weekend afternoon, I secretly met with her. Just a day and a half. All the money I won, including the $300,000 in savings my family had left me before. She swindled me out of it. I was so angry and enraged that I went up to the roof of the building with my head throbbing at the time and jumped straight down without thinking. Su Xiaoyu let out a lament and shook her head repeatedly. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be completely confused. This Su Xiaoyu, surprisingly, not because of online gambling, but because of online dating fraud? This motherfucker, that is to say, guessed wrong yourself? Blinking his blind eyes, Qin Yuan was surprised. Moreover, the one who lied to him was the one who took the initiative to add herself to WeChat. Golingling? That's a fucking coincidence. 2. No wonder Su Xiaoyu jumped off the building in a fit of rage. I'm afraid, for one thing, it's because of the chagrin of having been cheated out of all the savings my family left behind. Secondly, I am also worried that this matter will be known by my comrades to be laughed at and lose face. A time to go to the head. Feel back to the sky. Life and death. The head of a pump and jumped off the building. Talent. Su Xiaoyu, you're a fucking talent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong blew his beard in anger and gave a thumbs up. Isn't it just a few $100,000? You just jumped off a building like that? Besides, to die, you have to fuck that old bitch to death first before it's enough. Your life, really in vain. Alas, I'm speechless for you, this ideological awareness. Too bad, right? Han Xiang shook his head in anger. As a soldier, if you really can't think straight, go to the battlefield and fuck 2 enemies to death before you die. It's fine. You can still get a pension. Alright, all of you stop spitting. All of you are so righteous. All of you are like saints. Little Fatty saw a burst of shame on Su Xiaoyu's face and immediately spoke out to stop it. Things didn't happen to you guys. Of course you can't empathize. Just like you, rich second generation. If your dad's company suddenly went bankrupt, all your possessions were swindled out, and you're now penniless and even owed tens of millions of dollars upside down. Are you panicking? Fatty blankly glanced at Han Xiangyi without a good mood and reprimanded fiercely. This has never occurred to me. Han Xiang raised her eyebrows and smiled. But as the ancients say, I was born to be useful, and 1,000 gold is scattered. If the money is gone, you can earn it again. It can definitely be earned back again. Earn your sister. When you reach the point of exhaustion, I'm afraid you'll find the rooftop of the highest building to jump down. Fatty scorned fiercely. Reprimanded Han Xiang. Fatty sat down in front of Su Xiaoyu and whispered, Xiaoyu, if the money is gone, it's gone. As long as the person is there, it's good. In this case, do you need the brothers to help you get your money back? Little Fatty's gaze flashed with a glare. Of course I will. That wretched woman, who has caused me, who has gotten me nothing, and who has cheated me out of everything, must be punished a little. As soon as this matter was brought up, Su Xiaoyu immediately burst into flames. Ha ha, good. This matter, leave it to us. We'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Fatty patted his chest in reassurance. No, this is something that I'm going to do myself. However, Su Xiaoyu is directly shaking her head. Dare to cheat me out of my money. I'm going to make her compensate tenfold. Good, then wait until you recover and do it yourself. Fatty nodded with a quick smile. The crowd was at the hospital and stayed with Su for over an hour talking. Su Xiaoyu's body was clearly starting to show fatigue. Little fish, recuperate at ease in the hospital. We're waiting for you to go back and continue training. Qin Yuan smiled and waved at Su Xiaoyu. That's just it. Stinky fish, you're not here. The atmosphere of the recruit company is not active anymore. Hurry up and get well. We'll wait for you to go back. Little Fatty opened his mouth with a smile. Good, you guys just wait. I will definitely go back. Su Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Her nose turned sour, and she instantly burst into hot tears. When Qin Yuan and the others left, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. This leg of mine, odds are it's ruined. Can I go back? Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. Military vehicles. Han Xiang smiled lewdly and opened his mouth in a very gossipy manner. Savage, do you think that when Little Fish went out on Sunday, did M have something happen with Golingling? Ha ha ha, I guess it must have happened. Otherwise, with a character as savvy as Little Fish, Could he fall for it? Zhang Chong stroked his shiny head and laughed. I don't think that's necessarily true. You didn't see Su Xiaoyu so furious? That's obviously a reaction to being cheated badly and not getting anything. Han Xiang was unimpressed and shook her head. According to my experience, if little fish had really gotten his hands on something, there's absolutely no way he'd be so furious. After all, it's still worth it to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to have something to do with a top beauty like Gulingling. After all, some third-tier starlets nowadays cost hundreds of thousands of dollars for a meal. Christina Han began to give her opinion as if she were a counting house. Christina Han. Yet just then, Qin Yuan's icy voice rang out. Han Xiang was instantly frightened. Here, Han Xiang subconsciously agreed. What's with the blind BB? Get the hell down. You run back. Qin Yuan glared at him in dissatisfaction. Zhang Chong, open the car door and throw him down. When Han Xiang heard this, his face turned blue with fear. Are you kidding me? Run back? No. This trip is no shorter than the last one. Ha ha. Well done, company commander. I love to see this kind of thing. Zhang Chong immediately excitedly moved his wrist. Bang opened the car door. Richie, are you going down by yourself? Or I will do it myself? Immediately, Han Xiang began to scowl and desperately wink at Zhang Chong, signaling him to go up to the side. Company commander. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so talkative. Please let me go. Han Xiang immediately started begging for mercy. It's such a long way. At least 30 to 40 kilometers from the barracks. I'll die of exhaustion if I keep running like this. Christina Han cried and began to beg for mercy. Zhang Chong, what are you waiting for? If you hesitate again, I'll throw you down with me. Qin Yuan simply ignored it and directly shouted angrily. Company commander. Zhang Chong was startled. He thought to himself that if he dawdled a little longer, I was afraid that the company commander would really throw himself down as well. Sorry Richie Rich, down you go. Zhang Chong grabbed one of Han Xiang's arms and directly opened the car door. With a slight force, Han Xiang was immediately thrown down. Looked at the time. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Xiang, if you can't run to the barracks by 5:30 p.m., you don't have to come back. The recruit company will treat you directly as a deserter. Qin Yuan let out a sharp cry on purpose. No, company commander. I'm really too bad, right, company commander? Please, let me go. Han Xiang slammed the car window outside, crying and begging for mercy. Company commander, I don't have a cell phone or money on me. What if I run into a coyote later? Christina Han frantically made excuses. Coyotes your ass. There are no wolves in this area. Qin Yuan simply ignored it. Zhang Shuai, drive. Company commander. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai immediately kicked the gas and sped away, leaving Han Xiang behind in a desperate chase. To no avail. Crap, it's really gone? Supposed to come back for me? Han Xiang was still in her mind. Yet now he was calling the shots. Being penniless and without a cell phone, he couldn't even think of contacting someone to pick him up. Alas, sins. Christina Han let out a vicious burst of sighs. Why am I so mouthy about gossip? Han Xiang snapped her hand up, really wanting to give herself a slap. However, when his palm reached his mouth, he was hesitant to lay his hands on it, and only touched it in a slapdash manner. The jeep winds up, raising smoke and dust all the way. Zhang Chong, on the other hand, couldn't help a burst of emotion and smiled. Without the second generation of rich people, the whole world is clean. Recruit company. Afternoon. Continue to start shooting practice. Almost everyone is hitting the target goal. But Zhang Shuai's target was a match. Boom! A gunshot passed. The match in front of Zhang Shuai was instantly lit with a sudden flash. Zhang Shuai's eyes instantly lit up. I actually succeeded? Oh my gosh, handsome. You're too strong, aren't you? You've learned such a great skill? Bullish. Recruit company marksmanship. I would like to honor you as the strongest. Handsome boy. If you enter the special forces in the future, this sniper position will definitely be yours. The pricks marveled. No way. That's a great hand. It's really strong and scary. After all, right now everyone else is still practicing shooting 10 rings on targets. Most people can barely hit the 10 ring, not when faced with a moving target. But now, Zhang Shuai actually lit the match. It's safe to say it's already far surpassed them in the past. Finally did it. Zhang Shuai's entire body was excited and couldn't help his eyes from glowing. As a matter of fact, after receiving guidance from Qin Yuan, Zhang Shuai had a feeling that in 2 or 3 days' time, he was afraid that he would be able to make a breakthrough. I didn't realize it would take 2 days longer than expected. Now, Zhang Shuai has finally done it. It was like the legendary cultivation of immortality, the difference between an immortal emperor and a divine king. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the gap in strength was hundreds or thousands of times greater. A miss is a miss. Marshal Zhang, congratulations. Qin Yuan smiled and walked over. uttering congratulations. Of all the people, it was originally Zhang Shuai who had the sharpest marksmanship. He was able to be the first to light the match, and Qin Yuan was not surprised. I just didn't expect that Zhang Shuai would light the match so quickly. With this stunt, it represented that Zhang Shuai's marksmanship had finally broken through the bottleneck and gone one step further, and the gap between the world's top sharpshooters was not far away. Ha ha, it's all because the company commander taught us well. Zhang Shuai hurriedly shook his head modestly. Without the company commander's guidance, I'm afraid that I won't be able to grasp the essence of this even if I spend several more years. You boy. Qin Yuan couldn't help but let out a laugh and scolded. When did you become a horse's ass too? Ha ha, I'm telling the truth. Zhang Shuai shook his head in a hurry. Just then, Christina ran back out of breath. The crowd looked on in amazement. What's wrong with Richie Rich? What's with the messy look? No way, running back so quickly? Zhang Chong was surprised to see Han Xiang. After all, it was over 30 kilometers, and even he would have to run for a long time on two legs. Report company commander, I'm back. Han Xiang requests to return to the line. However, Han Xiang didn't dare to stay and ran to Qin Yuan in a flash, saluting respectfully without looking away. You guys, you're not stupid after all. Go back. Qin Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh at the situation. The reason for punishing Han Xiang was simply to make him learn a lesson. Although he has nothing, but cars coming and going on that road still occasionally pass by. As long as Han Xiang is smart, plus he's wearing a military uniform, he can definitely get a ride. Fruity, it's just over an hour, and Christina Han came back. It would be truly hopeless if he did run back on two legs. Marksmanship training, which lasted until 5 p.m., under Zhang Shuai's stimulation. The assassins' energy to practice their guns was called an emotional high. Enthusiasm has never been higher. Seeing the crowd practicing, at the closing moment, Qin Yuan smiled and clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop shooting for the time being. The pricks immediately gripped their steel guns and automatically became. I'm very pleased with everyone's enthusiasm and accomplishments in training marksmanship. At this rate, in less than a month, your level of marksmanship will reach a very terrifying level. So, starting tomorrow, I'm going to add a new drill for you, the 400-meter obstacle course. Smiling indifferently, Qin Yuan spoke. Crap, 400-meter obstacles? He's coming, he's finally here. I'd rather run 5 kilometers than 400 meters. Worry, I thought the recruit company didn't have 400-meter obstacles, but I didn't think it would still be hard to escape. As soon as I heard about the 400-meter obstacle, the pricks have looked like they have seen something horrible and ominous. Each one of them was wide-eyed with fear, and their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. What's the matter? Don't you guys like 400 meters? Seeing this, Qin Yuan gave a deliberate smile. No, how dare we? We love it so much. To be a soldier, we must not be afraid of difficulties and rise to them, and we must go on even if there are no difficulties to create them. Company commander to increase the 400-meter obstacle. This is for our good. This piece of good intentions, we are grateful for it. How can not like it? Ha ha ha, that's right, ha ha. Company commander, we're very happy. Did you see our expressions and think this is pain? Actually, you're wrong. We're overjoyed. When the assassins saw Qin Yuan laughing again, one of them was instantly frightened and hastily shook their heads to compensate for their laughter. Just have fun. Qin Yuan smiled again. Our recruit company is good at everything. The land is vast. The people are great. And the only drawback is that there is too little equipment. So, it's your turn to perform again with this 400-meter obstacle equipment. Bottom line, whoever can get their hands on the 400-meter obstacle course facility gets a straight-up spot as vice squad leader. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan looked towards the pricks and said aloud. The assassins' eyes lit up when they heard that. To know, everyone here is a good face. A vice squad position, though not a great right. But once they were back inside their homes, it was enough for them to blow off some steam for a while. Definitely able to receive a burst of praise from the family. Company commander, I'll do whatever I have to say this time. I'll fight anyone who tries to steal from me. Company commander, the position of second in command is mine. A slight hesitation. The pricks immediately became completely excited. After all, that's a tough spot to grab for vice squad leader. Hands are fast, hands are slow. Good, I'll give you guys a chance this time. I need 6 sets of 400-meter obstacles. Get 2 sets and you'll get a spot on the vice squad. Limit tomorrow at noon. First come, first served. Qin Yuan opened his mouth with a faint smile. Now, you'll all be 8 immortals and show your skills. Company commander. Dismissed. A command. At that moment, all the pricks all got excited. And one by one, they didn't even eat their meals and immediately ran to make phone calls. Cell phones and stuff are now damaged and confiscated, but they can go to pay phones at their own expense. Brother-in-law, I want 2 sets of facility equipment for the 400-meter obstacle course. When do you want them? Now. Right away. The sooner the better. Okay. I love you. Big uncle. Wahahaha. I'll be waiting for you at the gate of the recruit company. Third auntie's husband. Quick. Something big has happened. I have to get 2 sets of 400-meter obstacle course equipment and send them to the recruit company as soon as possible. Forget the rest for now. I'll be waiting for you at the gate of the recruit company. Dad, I remember hearing you say that your place is particularly rich in resources. Quickly, use the Air 20 to airlift a few sets of 400-meter equipment over immediately. I won't say anything more. Remember, you must be quick. Otherwise, you may not see your son again. One by one, calls were dialed from the recruiting company. That one word from the pricks is simply brilliant. Qin Yuan was dumbfounded by what he heard. These pricks, damn it, all of them are geniuses. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile widely. The moment. Not only Qin Yuan, Zhao Ruishuan and the 3 of them were also looking at it with glazed eyes. What a fucking rise. These pricks, if they trained this hard too, I'm afraid they'd have been invincible a long time ago. An eye-opener. The 3 men's jaws dropped. Phone call over. The pricks were then relieved to go to dinner. Every prick who called was beaming. Fatty shouted, "Hey, Hao Lian, why don't you eat?" Hao Lian Demon immediately glared. "Eat a few, I'm going to wait for the equipment at the door." "You who? What's the matter? You also want to mix a vice-class president?" Little Fatty instantly became interested. "That doesn't have to be Zhang Shui, Savage Valtian and the others are all mixed up as vice-class leaders. It's simply unlike me, as the champion of fighters, not to be mixed up as a vice-class leader." Hao Lian Demon shook her head. "Alright then, we're going to go eat first. You just go and wait." Little Fatty laughed and surged into the cafeteria with the crowd. Recruit company gate. While everyone was waiting anxiously. Rumble. Exclusion. 3 carrier 20s flew over at breakneck speed, hovering over the heads of the crowd. They began to land. The gusts of wind generated by the propellers blew the crowd to the point that their clothes fluttered. Their hair flew, and their eyes could barely open. But every prick felt incredibly cool. My goodness, whose resources are these? It's so awesome, isn't it? I can't believe they actually sent the equipment by transport plane. Crap, this helicopter. It looks awesome. Ugh, if only our army could train to fly airplanes too. When the assassins saw the 3 imposing helicopters, each one of them instantly glowed with excited eyes and couldn't help but marvel. Boom! The helicopter hatch opens. A major stepped out at a steady pace. The major's gaze was cold and his expression icy as he searched the crowd and spoke out icily. "Which one is Company Commander Qin Yuan?" "Fuck who the hell is this? It's too pretentious, isn't it? Whose relative is this? A district major. Ridiculous. How dare a major come to our recruit company and act like a pussy? Go to hell. Whose relatives men are these? Do you still want to order billion? Tugging like a motherfucker. Arrogant and over the top." Before Qin Yuan even opened his mouth, as soon as the pricks saw the major's expression and listened to his emotionless words, they immediately exploded and couldn't help but curse and spit angrily. That's a hell of a lot. The regimental commander wouldn't even dare to take the piss here. A major who thinks he's a big shot? One moment. Zhan Chong, Zhang Shui, Hao Lian and others immediately surged up in anger. Over here. Seeing the situation, a stabber smiled awkwardly and immediately trotted over. It was none other than the little cheetah Sukai. "Uncle Qin, what are you pretending here? Don't you know that we have a very powerful background here?" Sukai hurriedly pulled the major to one side and explained very anxiously. "In our place, not to mention you being a major, even a colonel wouldn't dare to be reckless. How dare you even pretend to be a pussy here? You're so stupid." Mom opening the door for stupid. Stupid. The major froze at that. What's going on? Is this recruiting company so scary? The colonel's not even here? Has he stabbed the tiger's den? My dad. Your old head. Major General of the Air Force. Impressive enough. Seeing that the major looked like he was in the clouds and still didn't understand, Sukai immediately explained once again. "By all rights, my status in this recruit company should be very high. But if you think so, you're very wrong. I don't even have a presence in this recruiting company." The major was shocked to hear it. The son of a major general. He doesn't have much of a presence? He couldn't help but have a cold sweat break out on his forehead. This motherfucker. Does it mean that here, it's all one demon? He finally felt a little panicked. As the saying goes, don't look at the face of the monk to see the face of the Buddha. If it is said that here are the descendants of all the great leaders, then he, the major, to speak and do things, indeed need to think more about it. After all, as the ancients have said, where there is temptation, there is a river and lake, and the river and lake, not fighting and killing, is the human world. So, Uncle Qin, you know what I mean, right? Sukai frowned with a look of hatred. I thought I'd let my dad send the gear over in a helicopter so I could put on a good show along the way. There you go. Pussy didn't work. Instead, it became a target. Looking back, only to see the hidden Chongjiang Shui Haolian. Several people like looking at the traitor to look at their own. Sukai cannot help but scared a jolt. The heart do not mention how difficult it is. I seem to be getting it. The major nodded in confusion. Don't you see ma? Ugh. Why are you so stupid? I really don't know how you got into the major brand. I'll be straight with you. When Sukai heard this, he immediately became anxious again. To my comrades, you have to respect them in every way. To my company commander, you have to take out the same respectful attitude as you would to my dad. Do you understand? Uncle Chin, I'm only going to say this once. The water in this recruit company is very deep. You must do as I say. That really gets it. The major nodded busily. The heart, on the other hand, was whistling with 10,000 heads of grass. This Nima. In fact, he'd heard that this class of recruits was uncharacteristically difficult to manage. He had some inside knowledge of what was going on here, but he really didn't know that the water was so deep. Terrible. Terrible. Shit. Next time, I won't say anything. Good. Now that you understand, let's apologize to our company commander first. Sukai shook his head rather helplessly. What the hell? You want me to apologize to your company commander? Kai. I don't seem to have done anything wrong. Do I? The major was instantly baffled again. You haven't done anything wrong yet? Sukai immediately glared. Don't you know yourself what you're usually like? Did you get used to it in the Air Force? The tone of voice you just spoke and the way you looked at people. I want to beat you up. Be smart you. Heck, I don't even care to talk about you. Anyway, do as you please. If you don't do as you're told, I'm worried that you won't be able to leave the recruit company safely. After Sukai finished speaking, he simply huffed and walked away. The major hastily wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Alright, I'll do as you say. Humph. I thought it was someone's resources. So it's you kid? Haolian demon angrily stopped Sukai. Where are you trying to go? Sukai immediately compensated with a smile. Haolian, this is none of my business. This is his first time here. He doesn't know the rules. I've already taught him how to do things. Please give him a chance. Humph. For the sake of our comrades in arms, let's give this guy a chance. Haolian thought about it and nodded slightly. If this guy has a bad attitude, then don't blame us for not being polite. This violent temper of mine. I've entered the barracks for so many days now, and I haven't been angry since the new company commander took office. Haolian said, waving a casserole-sized fist. Sukai immediately watched with a pang of fear. Sure enough, the major walked over. He glanced warily at the menacing crowd, and then the background of the horror of the crowd. I can't help but feel even more trembling. Comrades, Qin Feng, solemnly apologize for my recklessness and arrogance just now. Although I am a senior officer, as an officer, I don't know how to care for my subordinates, and this is my fault. I also ask for your forgiveness. Humph. Look at you guy. Your words are quite pleasant to listen to, so I'll let you off this time. Zhang Chong let out a cold snort. After the major finished speaking, he very respectfully came to Qin Yuan and smiled with him. Company Commander Qin Yuan. This time it was my brother. I was reckless and didn't understand the rules here. Please forgive me, Company Commander Qin. Major is polite. Qin Yuan smiled skinlessly. If there's nothing else, the major will help us install these devices and go back. Good. With pleasure. Seeing that Qin Yuan was a bit unhappy but did not make things difficult for him, the major was like an amnesty and nodded his head repeatedly. Quickly, get all this equipment to that field over there and help form and install it. The major immediately ordered his men to start moving. Company Commander, I don't want that deputy squad leader position. You mustn't be angry. Seeing Qin Feng leading people to start installing equipment, Sukai walked over with an apprehensive face, smilingly opening his mouth in a very sensible manner. Qin Yuan, make a clear distinction between reward and punishment. If there is merit, we must reward. If there is a mistake, we must punish. Qin Yuan, however, directly shook his head. Don't Company Commander. Sukai, this guy's people so no sense of proportion. Do you still want to give him the vice squad leader position? Right, Company Commander. If that's the case, it'll chill the hearts of all the brothers. This guy, it's good not to punish him severely. How can he be the vice class president? What the hell? The pricks were all over the place. One couldn't help but clamor up and speak out against it. Seeing that he had stirred up public anger, Sukai immediately nodded his head in a hurry as well. Company Commander, my merits and demerits outweigh my faults. I won't be inappropriate for this deputy squad leader, so you'll be lenient and spare me, won't you? Qin Yuan smiled. As I said, Qin Yuan, Distinguish between reward and punishment. Looking at Qin Yuan's smile, Su Kai was instantly shocked. It's over. It's over. The company commander laughed again. Nothing good will come of it. You get the equipment. And naturally the vice squad leader sits down. It's just that your people are so unruly. So I'm going to punish you with 300 push-ups. Qin Yuan said in a cold voice. Company commander. When Su Kai heard this, he immediately nodded his head. A long breath came out. He thought the company commander would just give him a kick in the ass. That kick down. Zhang Shui all had to spit blood. Not to mention him. Thankfully, it was only 300 push-ups. This one only takes a few minutes to do. Taking a deep breath, Su Kai immediately got down and started doing push-ups quickly. With Su Kai's previous experience, the rest of you, sure enough, they're all much better behaved. Recruit company gate. Hao Lian's eyes immediately lit up when he saw his man coming and greeted him, then persuaded him bitterly. In the recruit company, you have to abide by the rules of the recruit company, and you absolutely can't be arrogant. The one thing you can't stand to see here is arrogant soldiers. At first, the officer didn't believe it, blowing his beard and yelling and screaming. However, but after he saw an Air Force major honestly directing work next to him, with 3 transport planes parked next to him, he was immediately dumbfounded, and straight away behaved himself. Those behind, naturally, did as they were told. To Qin Yuan's great surprise, I didn't expect that Gu Yong, who usually behaves moderately, is very obedient, never makes trouble, and doesn't have any background. Also got 2 sets of equipment and got a position as a deputy shift leader. Guyan, you guy, didn't you say you had no background? Where did you get the equipment? Come on, are you kid hiding your strength? No I really didn't. This was sent to me by a very distant relative who can't even be considered a relative. I was just holding a glimmer of hope to try it out. I didn't expect it to be successful. Gu Yong laughingly explained. So that's how it is. Then you, kid, are too lucky. The pricks laughed and chortled. Everything is ready. Qin Yuan led the pricks on a nightly 10-kilometer run in full gear. The major and the men they had brought along beside them, each looked on in disbelief. Jesus, is this me not keeping up with the times? Or what? Now the recruit company is playing with the standard load 10 kilometers? This is fucking shocking. The training load of a special forces unit is nothing more than that, right? I thought special forces usually just ran 5K? Qin Feng and the others were dumbfounded, but as they watched the pricks running one by one with great excitement, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded once again. For this group of recruits, surprisingly, not one of them had fallen off the wagon. That's scary. These recruits, they're monsters. This fitness, it's too good. This recruiting class has an unlimited future. The officers couldn't help but marvel. No way. Yao thought back to when they were soldiers themselves. That recruiting company, it's just like playing house. It's just training in formation and physical fitness. I didn't realize that people were now not only running in full gear, but also doing the 400-meter hurdles. It messed with the fact that everyone was shocked hard. After installing all the settings, the officers greeted Qin Yuan very politely returning, and at the end of the 10K run, the pricks were all excited as hell. One looked at the 400-meter obstacle in front of him with a warlike look in his eyes. Zhang Shui smiled brightly and was the first to open his mouth. Savage, you're invincible in fighting, strong in marksmanship, and bursting with physical fitness. But I just don't know how strong you are in the 400-meter hurdles. Do you want to compare? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately came in a strong spirit. Seriously, this thing? I've never tried it before, but the thing that Laozi lacks the most is courage. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Gun skills crushed me. I was worried about not having a chance to abuse you back. You've never tried it before? Zhang Shui's eyes instantly lit up and he laughed loudly. In that case, then I'm very sorry. I'm afraid you're going to lose again in this competition. My marksmanship crushes you, and the 400-meter obstacle course crushes you as well. Hey, there are 6 sets of equipment here, and just the 2 of you are comparing? It's too much to put us in our eyes, isn't it? When Hao Lian heard this, he was not happy. Zhang Shui, although I say that you are the boss here, but I, Hao Lian Demon, have studied this 400-meter obstacle as well. Who is stronger or weaker? We have to compare to know. Bullying Zhang Chong, a layman, is nothing to brag about. At this time, Su Kai also stood out, a face of excitement. Hao Lian is right. 6 sets of equipment. At least 6 people to compare together to be interesting. Handsome. Hao Lian, with my little cheetah in, I'm afraid that all of your plans will fall through. Oh, it seems that you, Su Kai, are also a connoisseur of the 400-meter hurdles? Zhang Shui's eyes lit up as he listened. I'm no good at gunplay or fighting, but if we're talking about speed alone, I'm no worse than any of you. Su Kai smiled faintly. But you don't run 20 kilometers fast. Zhang Chong froze. Su Kai immediately smiled smugly. Who told you guys that I'm running these days and exploding at full strength? The crowd was shocked to hear it. Crap, you guy, you're actually hiding your strength? Zhang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. My little cheetah's reputation is not something to be taken lightly. Su Kai smiled smugly. In that case, fine, let's have a good match. Zhang Shuai nodded excitedly at once. It's more enjoyable when you have an opponent. And so it was. Zhang Chong, Zhang Shuai, Haolian Demon, Su Kai, Qin Yang, and Feng Tian were the six. A little bit of preparation and flush on the starting line. Qin Yuan couldn't help but TSK and TSK as he watched, thinking, you brats, you're really getting more and more addicted the more you practice. It's only been a few days of work, and you've learned to give yourself extra practice? Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile brightly. This day, it's really getting more and more promising. The 400-meter obstacle course is a track consisting of 8 sets of obstacles, hurdles, trenches, low walls, high board jumps, ladders, canopies, high walls, and low pile nets. Practitioners need to pass the obstacle once forward and once backward, which means that they have to pass the obstacle 16 times throughout the course. 400 meters obstacle is an important item in the daily training of the troops. The common obstacles in our army have 2 kinds of old-fashioned and new-fashioned, respectively, set for different battlefield environments. One of the newer ones is called the 400-meter obstacle across the sea to the island. The 6 sets of equipment in the recruit company are old. The order of passing the 400-meter obstacles is in order. 100-meter run, turn around the marker flag, cross the 3-step pile, cross the trench, jump over the short wall, pass the high board jumping platform, pass the ladder, pass the log bridge, climb over the high wall, drill and climb over the low pile net, turn around the marker flag and return, cross the low pile net, climb over the high wall, go around the log bridge and under the columns, pass the ladder, pass the high board jumping platform, drill and cross the holes, jump down and climb over the trench, cross the 5-step stakes, turn around the marker flag. 100-meter run to the finish line. Better to run a 5K than 400 meters, says the man. Running a trip of 400 meters has extremely high requirements on the physical strength, endurance, explosive force, willpower, reaction speed, and so on, almost all the basic qualities necessary for soldiers. But anyone with one weakness can't run well. That's what makes the 400-meter hurdles so tough. Not to mention, the 2 100-meter back and forth sprints alone are capable of eliminating a large number of people. Those who aren't fast enough simply don't need to do the following training program. Company Commander. 6 of us competing in the 400 meters. How about a reward? As the match was about to begin, Feng Tian suddenly opened his mouth smilingly. It was his initiative to join this competition. Regarding the 400-meter hurdles, he has tried them before. The score wasn't great, but he still wanted to experience it. Now that they're doing so well, why not ask for some favors for the sake of the pricks? When the crowd heard this, they immediately came to be intensely interested. Yeah, Company Commander, it's an exhausting 400 meters. Why don't you just give some rewards? Just give it to the winner. The pricks pleaded up in a good-natured manner. When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile and chuckled. Fine, seeing as everyone is so sincere, then I'll give your champions some reward points. The pricks couldn't help but look forward to it. I wonder what the company commander will give as a reward, given that this is your first 400-meter competition. So, for the winner of this tournament, I will give him a big reward. As for any rewards, wait until after your match. As for the remaining 5, sorry, second place 300 push-ups, third place 400 push-ups, fourth place 500 push-ups, fifth place 600 push-ups, sixth place 700 push-ups. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. These brats, they're really crazy about favors. Still want a reward? It's almost like you want to fart and eat. What the hell? There's a penalty for second place? Oh my god. Why do I feel so happy all of a sudden? Ha 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 ha. Company commander is wise. Company commander is divine. Against these few pretenders who volunteered for the job, they should be properly straightened out. Luckily I wasn't in it, haha. The pricks gloated. Zhang Chong, Zhang Shuai, Su Kai, several people's faces brushed. Except for the winner, who gets a prize, and the rest of the guys have to do push-ups? It's okay. This championship, I'm going to take it. Zhang Shuai was ambitious, handsome. Normally maybe I would give in to you, but this time, you'd better go do push-ups. Su Kai laughed. Want the title? Get past me first. Hao Lian grunted, defiantly. Qin Yang was full of concern. Are you all here to fight for second? I'll just watch you guys pretend. Anyway, there's only one champion for this. You 3, there must be 2 failures that will have to do push-ups with me. Zhang Chong suddenly laughed. As soon as he started to hear Qin Yuan's punishment, he instantly felt a surge of nervousness. But after thinking about it, it's just a punishment for push-ups. It's no big deal at all. Even if he took 6th place and did 700 push-ups, it wouldn't matter. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Chong opened his mouth, Zhang Shui Haolian Sukai's 3 faces changed. No way. Zhang Chong is telling the truth. It's like the country banging. Let you be as awesome as you are. There was also only one championship at the All Conference. Even if you're a world champion slam dunk, here, only one champion will be born. Same thing, as long as you're in the game, you're destined to have 2 losers. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Fang Tian was also happy to hear it. Savage is right. Let you guys brag as loud as you can. At least 2 of you will accompany us to do push-ups later. Shut up you. When Hao Lian heard this, he gave him a blank look without any goodwill. Take your positions and get ready. Seeing that the 6 people's state was almost adjusted, Qin Yuan smiled brightly and immediately opened his mouth. 3, 2, 1. Start. The words just fell. Whoosh. The 6 of them were like wild horses out of control. Immediately scurried out. Crap this kid, Su Kai, actually really hit his strength? That's fucking fast. Non-humans, we just ran 10 kilometers. But I didn't expect these beasts to run still so fast. As soon as he saw the 6's terrifying speed, the pricks instantly widened their eyes. One was stunned. 2 no, they just ran 10 kilometers in full gear. Physical energy has long since been depleted. Now that the Zhangchong 6 could still burst out with such terrifying speed, it was indeed something that could not help but make one's heart tremble. This Su Kai, sure is fast. Qin Yuan was similarly shocked by the 6 men ruthlessly. Their speed, as usual, was almost nothing. Su Kai, in particular, was surprisingly faster than he usually displayed. On the 100-meter track, only Su Kai was seen running far ahead of the others. Zaichu was all but 2 lengths behind him. In 3rd place, was all-rounder Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui looked cold and resolute. It's useless to be fast at 100 speed alone. Fontaine came in 4th. Haolin Demon 5th. Qin Yang is at the bottom of the list. More than 10 seconds of work. Soon, all 6 came to the end of 100 and took an emergency break. The 6 men swerved hard and started into a 3-step pile. Ouch crikey. Fang Tian was careless and let out a scream, instantly falling down, causing the pricks to laugh. Fang Tian, you're a guy with unskillful movements and you're pretending to run so fast? I'll pretend to be your brother-in-law. Fang Tian rubbed his butt, and couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration in his heart. This was only the first obstacle, and he tumbled down. Wouldn't this countdown to last place be his? No. Must get serious. Fang Tian shook his head and once again devoted himself to the match. The 3-step stance is arguably one of the easiest obstacles out there. In a matter of moments, the remaining 5 had all long since passed. Whoosh! Crossing the trench, jump over the short wall. Fang Tian managed to catch up with the crowd. At this point, Su Kai is still in the lead. Zhang Shui overtook Zhang Chong and followed him. Su Kai's eyes were sharp, his speed was surprisingly fast, and his movements were quick and accurate. He's like a special forces veteran who's been there countless times in a row for a long time. It elicited gasp after gasp from the pricks. Crap, it's so anticlimactic. How can it be so fast? This Su Kai, is he a reincarnation of a special forces soldier? It's a motherfucker. Man to man, a one-way bridge that narrow, and whoosh it over? And that high wall and ladder. Su Kai is actually as agile as a monkey? Just so easily climbed over? There was a gasp of surprise from the pricks. Look at the eyes. They had never dreamed that this Su Kai would be so strong under his outburst. Qin Yuan was also watching with a burst of surprise. This Su Kai, in terms of explosive power alone, I'm afraid that only Zhang Chong is his match. In terms of sensitivity alone, Zhang Shui is not even as good as him. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Only, his strength is obviously on the weak side. It's just barely enough to be able to climb high walls and ladders, and he was able to be very flexible the first time. But I'm afraid that the second time around, I'm afraid that his speed is going to slow down. However, Qin Yuan saw through Su Kai's weakness with a single glance. His only weakness is poor strength. Of course, it's only relatively poor. In terms of strength with an explosive muscular man like Zhang Chong Haolian Demon, he was far from it. But compared to the likes of Zhang Shui Fang Tian, he was only slightly worse. However, its terrifying speed and strong degree of sensitivity was able to make up for this lack of strength on the whole. Overall, Su Kai was strong enough to perform like this. Poof! On the second return to Dokugo, Zanchon's feet slipped and he fell straight to the ground. Alas! It's utterly impossible to catch up. Helplessly, he could only watch Su Kai and Zhang Shui run further and further away. Sorry savage, just go for 4th. Haolian laughed and flew through the side track. Following closely behind were Qin Yang and Fang Tian. With a muffled grunt, Zhang Chong climbed to his feet in a single bound and threw himself into the climb once more. It's just a shame that he's really powerless to do anything about it. Originally he was unfamiliar with the 400-meter hurdles, plus 10 kilometers of sprinting all the time is extremely physically exhausting. His physical qualities were just a step better than those of Zhang Shuai and the others. Now with 2 fumbles in a row, it's true that you can't catch up. Come to the last 100 meters. Su Kai is still in the lead. Run at the front. It's just a very noticeable drop in his speed. It was significantly slower than when it came. Zhang Shuai followed closely behind, and as he got closer and closer to the finish line, he even had a hidden tendency to overtake. Haolian Demon third, Fontaine fourth, Qin Yang fifth. Hidden Rush is selling the acceleration, hoping to catch up with the others in what he does best, running. However, little has been achieved. After all, there's a penalty for running slow. Whoosh! Su Kai was the first to cross the finish line of his track in 1 minute 38 seconds. Whoosh! Zhang Shuai arrived almost at the same time as him, just a little slower than Su Kai. It took 1 minute and 40 seconds. Then, there was Haolian Demon. It took 1 minute and 53 seconds. Then there's Fontaine. It took 1 minute and 59 seconds. Final moments. Hidden Rush reversed and flipped to finish 5th, clocking a time of 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Qin Yang was staggered to be in last place. It took 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would actually be 6th. MD. Strong. Too strong. A horrible time of 1:38 after running 10 kilometers? It's just not human. Su Kai, you're not alone. The assassins looked at Su Kai's score and felt a tingle in their scalps. No way. That's a strong score. That's too strong. Sure, Zhang Shuai is also strong, only just 2 seconds slower than Su Kai. What would they have achieved if they had gone to run in peak condition? Wouldn't that break an army record? You know, the all-military record, the most authoritative record, is only 1 minute and 23 seconds. Granted, there was a distant record of 1:19 before that. However, because of the time that has passed and the lack of video footage, it is not authoritative, and this record is only passed down by word of mouth amongst the military as a legend. Now, everyone was looking forward to what Su Kai and Zhang Shuai, at full strength, could run. Alas, this gap, it's too big. Zhang Chong felt a pang of frustration for no reason. This was the first time he'd been hit so hard since he'd entered the barracks. But that's why I've never seen contact before. After some training, I'm not weaker than them. Zhang Chang's eyes burned with ambition. Only, what surprises me the most, this kid Su Kai, is hiding so deeply. Zhang Chong looked at Su Kai, only to see that Su Kai was breathing heavily and could not help but let out a sigh. This Su Kai, he's hiding too deeply. The contest is over. Okay, 2nd through 6th place, please, begin your punishments. Qin Yuan walked over smilingly. Speaking of which, this competition had indeed given Qin Yuan a considerable surprise. Su Kai's sudden outburst caused Qin Yuan to become curious. Could there be other masters within these pricks that have been hiding their strength? Granted, the likelihood of that is slim to none, but it's still a possibility. Maybe there's just some guy who's particularly good at something and then all of a sudden he surprises himself? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for discovering a hidden master. Rewarded with world-class lock-picking skills. A sudden crisp system prompt opened. Qin Yuan couldn't help but let his eyes light up. World-class lock-picking skill? What the hell? This system, is it carrying on with me? What does it keep rewarding lock-picking skills for? Qin Yuan directly ignored this skill and looked at the pricks. Company commander. Willing to bet. It's just a couple hundred push-ups. It's not worth it. Zhang Chong, Haolian Zhang Shuai, several people heard. Immediately get down. Huffing and puffing to do push-ups. Company commander. What's the prize for the winner? Then, the rest of the pricks couldn't help but rise in anticipation. As the champion, Su Kai, who was in the limelight at this moment, couldn't help but feel a pang of anticipation at this moment. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. What is the champion reward? Of course it's a vice-class president position. Now Su Kai is already the vice-class president, so this reward is useless to him. Alright, it's late. Let's all wash up. The winner's reward is actually a vice-class position? Dare I say that this Su Kai has worked for nothing? This reward is good. Very fair. The company commander is wise. The company commander is divine. When the assassins thought about it, even though Su Kai had worked for nothing, this reward, indeed, was quite fair. After all, back then, Zhang Shuai was the one who was a great shot and gained a position as a vice squad leader. If Su Kai got the position of being the head of the regular class now, it would be very unfair to the others. Zhang Shuai had rushing the 5 men to do push-ups quickly. One seems like a tireless machine. Zhang Shuai's punishment was minimal, only needing to do 100 push-ups, and 2 minutes had passed while the crowd talked. Zhang Shuai clapped his hands and stood up. He smiled and came to Qin Yuan's side. Company commander, we've all shown our strength in the 400-meter obstacle course once, so if you don't show it, company commander, how come? It's a bit hard to say, isn't it? Isn't that right, brothers? Right, company commander, why don't you come along and open our eyes? Right, company commander. Su Kai and the others were able to run for 1 minute and 38 seconds under these circumstances. I'm afraid you can run it in a little over 1 minute. It won't waste much time anyway. Why don't you try it too? Company commander, come one. Company commander, come one. The pricks, on hearing this, felt justified. At once, one by one, all of them couldn't help but holler in anticipation. Ding Dong now releasing a system quest to oblige the pricks by running the 400-meter obstacle course once and rewarding a proficiency level skill. Suddenly, a crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Looks like it's impossible not to run once? Good. Since you guys are looking forward to it so much, I'll begrudgingly show it off. Qin Yuan laughed and moved his wrist, then came to the front of the runway. Qin Yuan's gaze condensed as he slowly spoke out. Zhang Chong Haolian, you guys, don't do it first. Company commander, I will now show you what it means to have a real 400-meter hurdle. You all keep your eyes open and watch and learn. Company commander. The pricks answered as neatly as ever. Whoosh. Stand in front of the track. Qin Yuan was like a swift wind, almost transforming into a phantom as he instantly rushed out. My goodness, although I was prepared for this, but this is too fast. Even a long 5 kilometers can break the world record. This 100m, it's only going to get faster. A world record, good heavens, such a horrible strength of the company commander is simply condescending when placed in this recruit company. As soon as the assassins saw Qin Yuan's terrifying speed, instantly, he only felt his scalp go numb, and he couldn't help but let out one gasp after another. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but look forward to what Qin Yuan would actually run. Zhang Shuai looked at Qin Yuan's terrifying speed and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Nothing, alas, I'm slow as a snail compared to the company commander. Both are born in the same place. Damn you, what on earth did the company commander grow up on? To be so much faster than me? Su Kai glared, only feeling a wave of despair. You know, his speed, it's definitely at the top level of the national team. Looking around the world, it could also be ranked in the 3rd slot, but Qin Yuan was far faster than him. Terror, horrible. Zhang Chong skimmed his lips and shook his head straight one after another. Just as quickly, amidst the gasps of the crowd, Qin Yuan moved with an ethereal break, and in the blink of an eye, he bypassed the marker flag. Crap, it just went around. How did he do that? It's so silky. All these turns are so fast. One turn alone is a 1-second boost. One turn is 2 seconds. A simple turn caused another gasp, followed closely by the trench. With ease, Qin Yuan moved like the wind, taking a step across, came to the short wall, simply like eating and drinking water. Effortless, Qin Yuan is sideways, hand on the short wall easily a leap over. Not only the action is full of beauty, the speed is also fast. Next up was the high board jump, the same 1-2 punch, a long leap on the diving platform, coupled with an arrow sprint, instantly sprinting up the ladder, dabbing, the same ease of getting through. One tree bridge, Qin Yuan was practically walking on water, climbing over high walls. Both arms pulled violently, and a terrifying force instantly erupted as Qin Yuan practically flew up. Crap. The pricks looked dumbfounded and jaw-dropped. One didn't know what to say except lie down. Coming in front of the low bank net, Qin Yuan slammed down, hands and feet, fast like a cheetah. Not only was his body filled with a sense of power, but his speed was surprisingly fast. Whoosh! Blink of an eye. Qin Yuan then retraced his steps with an ethereal turn. Whoosh! Precise feet on the barbed wire fence, quickly traversed. Qin Yuan turned over the low pile net. The movement is as swift as the wind, and then pan over the high wall, around the canoe under the columns. Arms power through the ladder, drilling through the hole, jumping down and climbing up the trench. Across the 5-step pile, Qin Yuan moved faster and faster, as Qin Yuan once again came around the marker flag to 100 meters to begin his sprint. One by one, all the pricks had been completely wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to utter a single word in excitement. Whoosh! That's all. The assassins watched as Qin Yuan crossed the finish line. Zhao Ruishuan instantly pressed the timer. Jesus! 1 minute and 15 seconds? Zhao Ruishuan lowered his head and immediately saw a shocking number. The company commander easily broke the military district record, and also managed to far surpass it? That's a full 8 seconds faster than today's most authoritative all-military record of 1 minute, 23 seconds. Even more than that 119 legend. It was also a full 4 seconds faster. 4 seconds. What's that? Put it on a track and field athlete and you'll be able to throw off your opponents by at least 40 meters. Niafeng's greatsword couldn't even cut it. Crap. 1 minute and 15 seconds? Old Zhao. You can't be mistaken. Can you? Li Yanjun looked at the timer and was instantly petrified. How can it be? I can get such simple timing wrong? Zhao Ruishuan immediately glared at him fiercely in a disgruntled reprimand. Don't you just hit the timer? It's a wonder he got it wrong. Quite the opposite. The reaction speed of a human being is definitely quite a bit slower than that of a machine. In other words, Qin Yuan's actual performance would only have been faster if he had been timed by a machine to get a more accurate number. Platoon Sergeant, what's the company commander's final score? Fang Tian was the first to run over, inquiring with a shocked face. No way. Qin Yuan's speed was too fast. Fleshly fast. Yeah, platoon leader, come on. What's the company commander's exact score? After a short period of shock, Zhang Shuizong Chong and the others also ran over. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Zhao Ruishuan took a deep breath and picked up the timer, sending it to the crowd. My god. 1 minute and 15 seconds? That breaks the military record. That's a whole 8 seconds faster than the military record. 8 seconds? What a concept, for the fastest athlete in the world. It's almost a 100-meter run. Good lord, what level of demon is this company commander? It's too strong, terrifying as hell, horrible as hell. Heaven did not give birth to me. Qin Lianchang, and the runway is as long as the night. Seeing this score, the pricks instantly exploded, especially Zhang Shui Sukai Fang Tian and a few other participants. They have a better understanding of what this achievement really means. What does that mean? This meant that Qin Yuan's physical quality, even if he looked at the entire army, was still the top of the line. Even if we look around the world, I'm afraid we won't be able to find a few stronger than him. After all, he's a full 8 seconds faster than the current army-wide record. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the 400-meter obstacle course, rewarding him with a proficient level basketball skill. Proficient level basketball skill, which can make the host's basketball level easily reach the average level of the NBA. Oh, proficient level basketball skills? Easily NBA average? When Qin Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up. That's a good one, and it's enough to reach NBA average and abuse these pricks once in a while. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan was very satisfied with this skill. Speaking up, Chinese people, now the pace of life is getting faster and faster. All kinds of fun and interesting games come and go. Many reasons, resulting in Chinese people simply do not have much time to exercise. Or rather, press is not terribly fond of sports. This also leads to the fact that the physical quality of Chinese people, compared to foreigners, is too different. For example, the same national team basketball players, alone to stand there, that body becomes the most stark contrast. Foreign countries are full of clean-cut muscular men. The country is full of clean-cut white chicken, skinny bamboo poles, occasionally appear a good muscle, and foreigners, compared to a younger brother. When really, there is no comparison. There is no harm, not even physically capable, in a fierce basketball confrontation, naturally knuckle down and have no strength against it at all. But it would be a good idea if, for example, it could take the nation's physical fitness all the way to the next level. Of course, this was not something that the current Qin Yuan could consider. Next, countless masterful shots come to mind. Extreme lag, extreme pull-ups, violent dunks, backward jumpers, step backs, superb defensive skills and ball handling skills. A short moment, Qin Yuan melted all of this knowledge and played it to the point of complete proficiency. After feeling it slightly, Qin Yuan couldn't help his eyes glowing. Crap, why do I suddenly have a feeling of being the strongest 183 on the surface of the earth? Qin Yuan suddenly felt that his current self was a contemporary Iverson. Although his height is very short in the NBA, he can also break through in the NBA with his superb ball skills. Of course, if it was based on ball skills alone, the current Qin Yuan wasn't good enough. At the very least, get peak level ball skills to kill it in the NBA. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan came to a judgment. Sure, Qin Yuan didn't think about entering the NBA. Shouldn't have access either. It's just a good pastime to play ball when you're bored. That's a much better skill than picking locks or something. The assassins looked at Qin Yuan with a shocked glance. A look of shock and sighing. Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. It's just a mere 1 minute and 15 seconds. And that's bullish? Is that a great result? I didn't even put out my full strength. Let's all go to sleep. Crap, a company commander. It's to Versailles. What the heck? This isn't even at full strength? Is this just pretending? Or is it bragging? Are you being silly? Is the company commander the kind of person who likes to brag? If the company commander explodes at full power, won't he run in a minute? Jesus, this messes with my mind. Starting tomorrow, all training will be 400-meter obstacles in the morning, 2 hours of shooting and 2 hours of push-ups in the afternoon. fatally putting down his sentence. Qin Yuan left a lonely and tall back and went back to the dormitory to sleep. The pricks, however, are not calm. Each one of them stared blankly at the 400-meter obstacle in front of them and couldn't help but be mesmerized. Recruit quarters. The pricks soaked up the herbs. Can't get enough of Qin Yuan's horrible play. What on earth did the company commander grow up on? You guys? And how did he just run so fast? Haolian Demon frowned and shook her head uncontrollably. You've asked this question 800 times. Why do we need you to ask if we know? Zhang Chong glared, his face full of displeasure. Running second to last today already made him very unhappy. Now he watched Qin Yuan make a run for it with his own eyes. Even more so, it gave him a strong sense of powerlessness. Originally, he was still confident in surpassing Jiang Shuai and Su Kai, but when Qin Yuan made his move, Zhang Chong instantly died completely. He immediately realized that it was an insurmountable mountain. It left him with a deep sense of frustration. After all, he's no longer the absolute number one. Only, I, Zhang Chong, will never admit defeat easily. Werewolf, never give in. Zhang Chong is confident and scrappy. After the crowd had soaked their feet, they only felt refreshed, and the exhaustion in their bodies was immediately swept away. Fong Tian, lights out soon. Tonight's segment, have you thought about it? Han Xiang plopped down on the top bunk and shook the bed at Fong Tian, who was on the bottom bunk. One moment. Everyone, in high spirits, pricked up their ears and listened sideways. Now every night, it had become a habit for everyone to go to bed with Fong Tian telling a phrase. After all, now that the cell phone is gone and everything, but there is no entertainment at all. Click, the lights in the room go out. I only heard Fong Tian heave a smile and said, of course it's ready. Everyone listen up. Driving while driving is prohibited. Crap, banning driving while driving? Me? What does that mean? Is it even possible for a person to drive two cars? What day, fatty? This understanding of yours. Absolute if you drive two more cars, add up to 3 seconds again. Am I saved? Drop it down. Crap, I'm still a baby. Can you guys tell some innocent segments from now on? The pricks lulled themselves to sleep with laughter. Early the next morning, when the mellifluous wake-up call blows, the pricks are waking up. Quickly gather at the warehouse to collect your gear. Beginning full 10 kilometers. Only now everyone is holding their breath. In the morning it's time to start the 400-meter obstacle course. I wonder what I can run. After breakfast, Qin Yuan leisurely brought the Black Emperor, who was one size bigger, to the training ground. A few days passed, and the Black Emperor, who had an incredible amount of meals, unexpectedly became a circle larger, and his eyes became sharper. Seeing the Black Emperor arrive, the assassins immediately shuddered in fear. After not seeing him for the past few days, the Black Emperor had unexpectedly grown a round bigger. How is it not scary? Roar! Seeing that the assassins were staring at him, the Black Emperor grinned and let out a roar, and the assassins were scared back. Crap, this motherfucker, this dog is so scary. What can you do about scaring people? Could you even bite him, or stew it? I think you don't want to live. Stewing the company commander's dog? I'm afraid you have a life to stew but no life to eat. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. You have to look at the master to beat the dog. Besides, it seems like we can't do anything to this dog. I'm just going through the motions. Oh, this dog's intimidating power seems to be getting stronger? Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he watched, taking in the reactions of the pricks. Black Emperor, this morning, you'll be watching from here. And whoever doesn't train hard enough, or is lazy, you go up and give them a bite. Woof, woof. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor gave a good-natured roar, then leapt to the cloud ladder in the center, towering over everyone. The assassins were surprised to see this scene. Crap, this is simply divine. This dog actually understands human language? It's too strong to let it come and watch just to watch. Looks like there's no way to be lazy now. What the hell? You still want to be lazy? Eat shit put you. I'm afraid this dog can bite you to death. The pricks have been amazed. There were some people who were counting on a lazy day. Now that they saw the Black Emperor sitting in the center of the field, no one dared to be lazy. Qin Yuan simply ordered that the runway in the center, which was not used for the time being, be used for the Black Emperor to watch people. 400-meter obstacle course. Starting now. Qin Yuan gave an order. At once, the pricks, 5 in each group, have started to try it out. However, at the beginning, the effect of this training left Qin Yuan in a state of shock. The first 2 obstacles, both of which were okay, the 100-meter run and the 3-step stakes, barely made it through. I didn't expect the 4th obstacle trench. Surprisingly, some people were not strong enough to control the distance and fell down accidentally. Crap Chen Song, why are you so stupid? This Yakuza thing of yours is too scrappy. When Zhang Chong took a look, he immediately covered his face with his hands. Chen Song hemmed and hawed, and with a great deal of effort, climbed up from the trench, rubbed his head, and giggled. I was not paying attention. Trench over. Followed closely by the hard part. A surprising number of people couldn't flip up the high boards in front of the high board jump either. Not only that, there are also ladders high walls. In addition to Zhang Shuai Sukai a few experienced guys, the rest of the people one by one. It looks like a lot of effort. Isn't it just a few obstacles? Is it that hard? Qin Yuan was puzzled by this. It seems to treat the pricks. It's going to take some unconventional measures, isn't it? Otherwise, these guys, they don't know how to make an effort. The fundamental reason why you can't jump high enough, can't climb high enough, and can't control your center of gravity is that you don't have enough control over your body. God knows how long it would take to train this bunch of pricks if conventional training methods were adopted. The main thing, the current Qin Yuan didn't have the time either. It was a good thing that he had dozens of very good ways inside his head to give the assassins a huge increase in control over their bodies in a short period of time. Poof! A prick, falling off a high board. Qin Yuan immediately walked over quickly. That prick saw Qin Yuan walking over with a cold face, immediately scared out of his wits, only to see that he was so nervous that he jumped up and down. Surprisingly easy to climb onto the high board, winded up and ran to the next item in a flash. Qin Yuan's eyes glowed as he watched. No, is he so intimidating? A single look made this guy's potential explode? Qin Yuan touched his head with a look of surprise. Poof! Another stinger falls. Qin Yuan did as he was told. As soon as that assassin saw Qin Yuan arrive, his forehead instantly turned cold and sweaty, and he ran even faster than the previous assassin, running away without a trace in a puff of smoke. That speed! Even Zhang Chang's jaw dropped as he watched. The moment. Qin Yuan was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone else looked dumbfounded. No way! The eyes of the company commander. Are they that scary? Look at Wang Meng's desperate attempt to escape. Like a wolf chased him away. That's not good. Wang Meng. This guy complained this morning that he was afraid he couldn't run fast, but now he's running faster than me. Like a rocket up his ass. Humph, just a bunch of cowards. If it were me, when the company commander comes, we'd definitely do what we have to do. And there'd never be any ambiguity. You just blow it off you. I think the company commander is coming and you'll have to wet your pants then. The rest of the pricks who hadn't been paired off for a while were giggling and discussing. No way. It just worked. It's just amazing. Most of them were very surprised. But there are some who simply don't believe it. Anyway, things don't happen to you, so blow it any way you want. Seeing a prick fall or being afraid to act, Qin Yuan then immediately walked over and gave them a shock. For some disobedient pricks, Qin Yuan went up and kicked them to teach them how to behave. Not to mention, this worked surprisingly well. It all saved Qin Yuan from using unconventional means. Sure, now Qin Yuan, the approach is also unconventional. And it worked much better than expected. Po ha 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 ha. Xiao ha. Didn't you say that you don't change your face and don't carry any ambiguity at all? I just looked at you. Your pants seem to be wet, right? Nonsense. It's full of nonsense. I was hot. I was sweating too much. I wasn't scared at all. It's just that the commander kicked me in the chest and I'm a little sore. But it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me. On the contrary, it stimulated my own potential and enthusiasm for training. I'll believe the hell out of you. That's your kind of talk. Go to the kids. The pricks talk occasionally. However, under Qin Yuan's personal supervision, the assassins' enthusiasm for training and the effectiveness of their training was surprisingly good. Especially some of the pricks who had been targeted by Qin Yuan. That run is even better. There were quite a few pricks that ran into the 2-minute mark with ease. That's a pretty impressive score for a guy trying the 400-meter hurdles for the first time and having trained only a few times. After all, Zhao Chong under the full outburst also only ran 1 minute 38 seconds of time. As for Su Kai and Zhang Shuai, slightly faster than Zhang Chong. Xiao Kai is a very appalling 1:26, just 3 seconds shy of the recognized army-wide record. Zhang Shuai 1:27, slightly worse than Su Kai. However, there was a hidden tendency to surpass Su Kai. Zhang Shuai is worthy of being from a military family, the son of a general. Whether it's marksmanship, fighting fitness or cross-country 400-meter obstacles, they all rank among the best. In terms of marksmanship, it even hangs over all the new recruits. 11 a.m. Qin Yuan tells all the pricks to stand at attention, then an official tally of grades for the pricks. This achievement, it's vital. So, each of you, run well, play as hard as you can. Most of all, run badly, and the great Black Emperor will teach you to behave properly. Qin Yuan smiled faintly and spoke to the pricks. Woof, woof woof. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor immediately and very promptly roared twice at the prick in a vicious manner. After monitoring the training ground all morning, there was not a single person who froze and slacked off. The Black Emperor's snow-white teeth had been hungry for a long time. Crap, that dog is fucking scary. It used to be so small, and the bite hurts so much, now it's a whole lot bigger. If you bite it, it's going to hurt like hell. Forget it, let's just play nice. The assassins looked at the Black Emperor with palpitations and shook their heads. Good soldiers don't fight dogs, just play nice later. Zhang Chong, Zhang Shuai, Su Kai, Haolian Demon, Fong Tian, Su Xiaodong step forward. You 6 run first and give everyone a head start. With a command, the 6 hidden rushes immediately stood out from the assassins. Company commander. The 6 of them came to the starting point in unison, moved their muscles a little, and then bent down in a starting position, waiting for the start. 3, 2, 1, begin. Whoosh. Hidden punch. Sukai Zhang Shuai instantly scurried out. The speed is not fast. MD. When I ran the 400-meter obstacle course, I didn't even dare to power up on the first trip for fear of running out of strength behind me. I couldn't climb up the trench pit, and I couldn't get over the high wall. Good guy. These guys, they're all non-humans. They explode with power right away. Full force outburst? Brother Day, you're underestimating them too much, aren't you? Their last 100 meters, they can still sprint again. In such a situation, you tell them to explode at full power? Stop kidding around and watch seriously. These scary guys are just getting warmed up. By the way, for the 400-meter hurdles, the physical distribution must be strictly controlled. Otherwise, most people are afraid that after the first 100 meters, they will be so tired and out of breath that they will never have the strength for the following events. But Zhangchang Sukai Zhang Shuai, a few guys, do not have to consider this problem at all. They are like wild horses out of control. It scurried right off. In the eyes of a regular person, that speed, it was almost like sprinting without a doubt. Brush up. Cheetah Sukai was the first to reach the finish line. Zhang Chong was close behind. Zhang Shuai is only one body position behind Zhang Chong. The trio made a quick turn and began the 3-step stakes. Zhang Chong and Zhang Shuai, surprisingly, had a hidden tendency to surpass Sukai. Next up was Fontaine. Fong Tian's gaze was cold and focused, a look of determination to win the title. It's just a shame. In front of him, it is Sukai Zhang Shuai Zhang Chong, the 3 insurmountable mountains, each one, not one that he could easily surpass. Alas, this Sukai and Zhang Shuai are completely on the level of special forces. These 2 monsters, how did they appear in the recruit company? Fong Tian was depressed by this. He felt like his legs were going to fart with exhaustion, but there still wasn't the slightest sign of catching up with the trio. This left him very speechless. As for Fatty and Haolian Demon, that's not to mention. In this test, Haolian Demon had already made 2 mistakes, and without any surprises, he would definitely be last in the countdown. As for Fatty, he's not physically gifted by nature. It was only slightly better than Haolian Demon. These 2 are the penultimate and penultimate lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A line of 6. It's incredibly fast. A short moment of work. Sukai and Zhang Shuai Zhangchong, 3 people, has run to the second time to mark the flag. Whoosh. A quick turn. The 3 were almost neck and neck. A ferocious sprint began. Zhang Chong let out a fierce roar, desperately trying to catch up. Sukai frowned, gritting his teeth and running wildly, holding on to the first position. Zhang Shuai stifled his voice, and his 2 legs ran quickly, like wind in fire wheels. Whoosh! Sukai was the first to arrive. Zhao Ruishuan immediately pinched his watch. 1 hour 26 minutes and 53 seconds. Zhang Shuai was the second to arrive. 1:27:88. Hidden Rush arrived third. 1 hour 28 minutes and 11 seconds. Zhang Chong and Zhang Shuai arrived at almost the same time. Follow closely. It was Fong Tian who came in 4th place. 1:39:76. Fatty was 5th. 1:48:33. First place on the countdown. Haolian Demon. 1:59:23. 6 is actually pretty strong. Especially the 3 in the top 3. The scores are even more horrifyingly explosive. This Nima, Savage's improvement. It's too fast, isn't it? This all of a sudden. It's even improved by 10 seconds? It's instantly among the advanced level of the military region. Zhang Chang's progress is amazing. Qin Yuan also couldn't help but cry out in surprise. I didn't realize that Zaichu had improved his time by 10 seconds all of a sudden. Actually, when you think about it, it's not a surprise. The biggest reason why Zhao Chong's previous results were slow was because he kept making mistakes. It's okay now. He didn't make any mistakes the whole time this time. Grades naturally spiked a ton instantly, even straight to Sukai Zhang Shuai. After practicing for a while longer, I'm afraid that Zhang Chong will surpass one of Zhang Shuai and Sukai. After all, if we're talking about physical fitness alone, Zhang Chong is the absolute number 1. Qin Yuan saw through Zhang Chang's potential at a glance. Very nice. It's just one morning of training and you guys are running such excellent times. It's just greatly unexpected. The rest of you, have you all seen it clearly? They, then, are your role models. Next, the targets that need to be surpassed. Within a week, if anyone can surpass Su Kaizhang Shui Zhang Chong in any of them, they will be given a position as vice class president directly. Qin Yuan offered a big move. What? If you can surpass one of the three of them, you'll get a direct position as vice class president? My goodness, it's so mind-blowing, isn't it? Overtaking the three of them means running into 128 at least. That's almost impossible. Who says it's impossible? Everything is possible. Exactly. The thing is in the people. We all have two shoulders and one head. So why should they be able to do it and we can't? As soon as the pricks heard that they would be able to get a position as vice squad leader, each of them immediately looked like they were pumped up. After all, after learning that the position of vice president is also a great honor, every prick today, after a phone call with the family, has been rewarded with some degree of promise. The current vice class president could not only be a symbol of strength and ability, but also represented the family's recognition of himself. The vice squad position became the meat and potatoes. Nature. As soon as they heard Qin Yuan's reward, the assassins all instantly had the taste of wanting to put up a fight. Qin Yuan looked on in wonder. What's going on here? It's just a vice squad leader. How is it that now, these pricks, seem to be getting more and more interested? Sure enough, it was the same as what Qin Yuan had expected. There was no prodding from anyone at all. In the 400-meter hurdles, all pricks, running like never before. One of them, Qin Yang, surprisingly threw a good time of 1:39, and Gu Yong, who has been unassuming, ran a remarkable 1 minute 40 seconds. The duo's progress was no better than that of Zhang Chong. The morning's training was over quickly. In front of the cafeteria, the soldiers sang a song before the meal and waited excitedly for it to begin. A song. Zhang Shui walked over smilingly, reporting to the company commander, "There's something that's not worth talking about." "Say it." Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke faintly. "Brothers know that company commander's talent for composing lyrics is unbelievable. Why don't you write another military song?" Zhang Shui smiled faintly and spoke. "I'm tired of singing about unity every day. After all, it's like eating a mountain of food every day. Anyone would get tired of it. The brothers want a change of style now. That's what everyone's asking for." When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Write another military song? That's a good suggestion. Though, when his head turned, he saw that the pricks were each looking at him with a very eager look in their eyes. Would have refused, but Qin Yuan was still unable to bear it in the end. "Okay." Qin Yuan nodded his head indifferently. "My goodness, I'm not hallucinating, am I?" The company commander agreed so readily. "You didn't mishear. I didn't hear it wrong either." The company commander really agreed. "Geez, you're too warm for a company commander. Love you, Captain." Moi. The assassins immediately became excited once again upon hearing this. Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown. "What are all of you so excited for? Want me to write a song? You can. Only, I have conditions. First, if you can run a weighted 10 kilometers into 36 minutes within 10 days, I'll write you a song straight away. Secondly, if you can run everyone's 400-meter hurdles in 1:40 within 10 days, I'll write you guys another song. Third, if all of you can shoot a 45 ring score or higher in 10 days, I'll write another one for you. 3 conditions. As long as you guys can fulfill one, I'll write you guys a good military song and never go back on my word. No money if it doesn't sound good." With a faint smile, Qin Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. "Isn't it just writing military songs? Forever soldiers, green flowers in the army, people in the army. 1, 2, 3, 4 songs, for whom? China's military soul, etc., etc., etc. A classic from a previous life. Simply don't ask for more. Qin Yuan is simply a handful. Sure, before writing the song, Qin Yuan naturally wouldn't cheapen these pricks. That's a handful of pits if you can. In case the pricks are inspired to have a little outburst, it's a big moneymaker. Crap, 3 conditions, 3 songs? This offer, it's too tempting, isn't it? Isn't it just 36 minutes to run 10 kilometers? It's not that hard, alright. We're running normally now and we're getting in 40 minutes overall. It's just a little hard to run 1:40 in this 400-meter hurdle. This one has extremely high requirements for 100-meter sprinting, passing obstacles, and physical fitness. I'm afraid I can't do it. As for marksmanship, I have also paid attention to observe before. A lot of brothers' marksmanship seems to be born without an accuracy. Although the vast majority of people are able to easily hit 40 rings, but there are still so many people. Every time is more than 30 rings. This marksmanship conditions, I'm afraid it is not so easy to achieve. So it seems like it's also the first condition that's the easiest to fulfill? Not right, brothers. I seem to realize a truth. 400 meters obstacle itself is a test of physical quality. If we weight running performance all meet the requirements, then physical quality certainly will be a higher level. At that time, the 400-meter hurdles will also have a lot of help. Not to say how many seconds to improve. At least a few seconds of improvement is no problem. If we control the turnover rate when the time comes, I think we'll definitely be able to fulfill the second condition. When the time comes, we'll be able to get the company commander to write 2 songs. Wonderful, that makes sense. As for the third, that's up to God. After all, there are still 10 days to go. What if, within 10 days, a brother who was a bad shot suddenly has an epiphany? The pricks murmured excitedly, weighing the pros and cons, examining the situation, analyzing the possibilities of each condition. The biggest problem, by far, is the 400-meter hurdles. Now there are only a few of them, 98 of them. Who can run a total of 140? This is a condition that can be a long way off. But if you can get your fitness up in 10 days, plus today is the first day of training. When you train more often in the future, there will definitely be a big leap. Let's just see if we can run a 140 by then. Well, can it be done? Seeing how the assassins were excited, one seemed to have a new target. Xin Yuan smiled and inquired, "Promise to finish the job?" The pricks immediately nodded excitedly. Cafeteria. Xin Yuan happily ate. After this meal was improved, not only was it nutritious, but even the flavor was elevated to several levels. Sure, recruit company meals only. The second company commander and Lu company commander came over smilingly, took a look at Xin Yuan's dinner plate, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Alas, Xin company commander, you guys, this recruit company, are simply going against the sky. I didn't think that this meal improvement is not at all a day or 2 days, but lasted for so long, compared to the food of your recruit company. Alas, we are eating here, instantly all tasteless. In fact, the first time they saw the improved food in the recruit company, they all thought that it was just an occasional extra meal. But I didn't realize that this addition to their diet had lasted for so many days. Hard dishes such as abalone, lobster and roast pork are essential every day. That's a real tosser. It's just a pity that, although they dine in the same cafeteria as the recruit company, they can't eat at all, and only have a craving for it. Xin Yuan smiled faintly. I'm also taking advantage of the warriors. There's a rich second generation in the recruit company, and they're sponsoring it with their own money. So I'm helpless too. TSK, 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 Xin company commander, you're being too Versailles. The second company commander laughed at once. The sixth company commander, on the other hand, smiled and said, by the way, company commander Xin, I was just at the door, and I heard you say that you're going to write another new song soon? The second company commander's eyes also lit up when he heard this, and he pricked up his ears to listen. Right, this new recruit's training so actively, occasionally put forward some not too excessive requirements, can satisfy them, just try to satisfy a little. After all, this song is also the spiritual food of the soldiers, is not it? Xin Yuan smiled and said. The second company commander immediately listened to the nod. Cannot help but another burst of praise. Xin company commander, this recruit company food is unbeatable. The company commander will also write lyrics and compositions, which under the hands of the soldiers, one by one, wailing, fierce as a wild beast, make me want to go to the recruit company training it. Ha ha ha, the second company commander is polite. In fact, recruit training is just like that. You all have been there before. What's there to envy? Xin Yuan laughed and shook his head. That's different. In fact, company commander Xin, we're all very curious about your recruit training. The sixth company commander came over and said with a smile, this class of recruits, all of them are pricks, and that's pretty much been recognized by everyone. It is said that the head of the regiment came to the new company a few times, and the recruits didn't give him a good face. Ha ha, I don't know if this matter is true or not, but it's been rumored in private. The thought of the head of the regiment and the recruit company are defeated. You do not know, we several company commanders, at that time, were laughing over, ha ha ha, after all, who let the chief be so mean to us usually? The second company commander immediately nodded with a smile. That's right, old Xin. This matter, is it true or false? The second company commander inquired with a smile. True or false? Xin Yuan couldn't help but smile. I didn't realize it was all over the news. This seems to be very unkind to the honorable image of the headmaster, doesn't it? That's not good. Where did you all hear the rumor from? The head of the regiment is a colonel, an existence that speaks for itself in the regiment. Would his old man be defeated in the recruit company? Rumor, this is definitely a rumor. Qin Yuan immediately shook his head in denial. The one thing Qin Yuan was not afraid of was pricks, but for the OP, he was very respectful. If the headmaster finds out about this, he'll have to lecture him. Of course, if the headmaster did lecture him, and the pricks found out and went after the headmaster, then he couldn't care less. Qin Yuan is a good soldier who respects his superiors, but the thing that pricks are most afraid of is the so-called senior officers. The second company commander froze at the words and couldn't help but stare. What the hell? It's a rumor? Not right, old Qin. This matter is my good brother. The head of the guard company commander Zhang personally complained to me. This absolutely will not be false. How? How do you hear? It becomes a rumor? The second company commander was confused. The sixth company commander immediately revealed I understand look when he saw this, and laughingly said, Lao Air, why are you confused? This is old Qin deliberately defending the face of the head of the group. Ha ha ha. This matter must be true. Qin Yuan smiled and didn't say much. The two were instantly more aware of the situation. At the same time, the duo also grew to admire Qin Yuan more and more. This group of newbie pricks were not even afraid of the chief, but in front of Qin Yuan, they were well behaved like a cat. There seems to be a great deal of mystery in this. This Qin Yuan's background must be something big as well. Finish eating. Qin Yuan brought a copy to the Black Emperor as usual. Woo! When the Black Emperor saw Qin Yuan arrive, he immediately wagged his little tail in excitement and scurried over, huffing and puffing. A windfall. The Black Emperor ate a large bowl of rice cleanly, then affectionately rushed at Qin Yuan's calf and rubbed it with a satisfied face. Ha! This Black Emperor's head. Why is there a small handful of golden hair growing out of it? He hadn't noticed it before. But now, coming closer, Qin Yuan was surprised to find that the Black Emperor's hair, which was originally as black as ink, would vaguely appear as a small piece of gold color. Could it be a mutation? Qin Yuan touched the golden hair and was surprised. It is indeed quite strange to see blonde hair sprouting from the body of this black dog yet. After the lunch break, Qin Yuan led the pricks to the shooting range. At the thought that within 10 days, if they could raise their overall score to 45 rings or more, they would be able to get a new song. The pricks' enthusiasm for shooting training was even higher than ever. Boo! 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 A round was fired. The stingers train incredibly hard. Zhang Shuai hit rushing Fang Tian and a few others with superior marksmanship, passing on shooting tips on the sidelines. For some of those who couldn't even do the basic maneuvers well, Qin Yuan was personally directing them, making their shooting even more rapidly improve. Soon, the 2 hours of shooting training came to an end. With an hour or so remaining, the physical training continued to begin. 2,000 push-ups each. When you're done, you can choose to continue practicing your gun or go train for the 400-meter hurdles. Training tasks within these last 10 days have been 400 meters in shooting drills and 10 kilometers of weight running. Dinner time. The second company commander and the sixth company commander ran over again smilingly and said rather loudly, Qin company commander, last time your recruit company and our veteran company had a good sparring match, and we, the veterans, were not convinced at all. Now there are still 3 days until Saturday, so we all propose, why don't we take advantage of this evening and have a basketball game? How about it? A basketball game? Qin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that. The second company commander laughed and introduced, we are soldiers after all, and we can't do much fighting and killing, but the basketball game has intense physical confrontation in the process, which is also considered a kind of competition and confrontation. Moreover, if you're interested, old Qin, the company commander can also participate. The company commander can also participate? Qin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard that. Ever since he got the proficient grade basketball technique, Qin Yuan hadn't properly performed it yet. Playing basketball seems like a good option? The Stingers trained very well today. It's been hard work all day. How about giving them a vacation instead and playing basketball with the veterans? If necessary, you can get on the field yourself and have a good time. When Zhang Chong, who was sitting next to Qin Yuan, heard this, he immediately became very interested. A basketball game? Company commander, hurry up and agree to them. My favorite sport is basketball. Of course, what I like even more is abusing veterans. When the second and sixth company commanders heard this, their faces changed. This new recruit, can you talk? Don't you know how to behave? Company commander, the brothers have been training hard these past few days. It would be nice to play basketball to relax. Zhang Shuai also spoke with a smile. When Hao Lian Demon heard this, she became even more excited. Basketball game? Company commander, my iron elbow. It's made for basketball games. Hurry up and say yes to them. As soon as the two company commanders heard Hao Lian Demon's words, their faces immediately changed again. The iron elbow? A classic scene from the NBA. A guy named Tai, suddenly appeared in their minds and couldn't help but come to mind. Could it be that this guy, when it's time to get on the field, wants to kill a veteran for fun too? They suddenly regretted it a little now. You guys really want to participate? Qin Yuan looked at the three of them and inquired with a smile. Zhang Chong Zhang Shui Hao Lian Demon immediately nodded violently. Good then, since you guys are so interested, then I'll agree. Qin Yuan instantly nodded with a smile. 2 company commanders, let's see you after dinner. Good. The only thing the 2nd company commander and the 6th company commander could do was nod awkwardly. End of meal. Qin Yuan rallied the team to the veterans training ground. They have all the amenities for some entertainment here. It's not like the recruiting company, where you don't have everything you need, and you have to get and build everything you want on your own. Once they heard that there was no training tonight and there was a basketball game to watch, the pricks were all the more excited. Always remember, tonight is a friendly basketball match, and I have 2 requirements. First, never intentionally injure anyone. Qin Yuan swept his gaze toward Hao Lian Demon and Zhang Chong. The 2 immediately laughed and hung their heads. How could Qin Yuan not understand the minds of the 2 of them? Play ball? Beat the shit out of it. They're afraid they're totally rushing to beat people up. Second, only win and no lose. If you lose this game, after the basketball game, run 30 kilometers with weights. Qin Yuan's ice-cold gaze swept towards the crowd and said angrily, "Aye, company commander." The assassins immediately nodded excitedly. At the same time, a sinking feeling of pressure was felt. Want to win over a veteran? They don't really know if it will work yet, but the thought of having to run 30 kilometers if they lost made the pricks make an immediate decision. That can't be done. This game must be won. As for Qin Yuan, the purpose of doing so certainly fosters a strong desire to win among the pricks. Soldier kings, all of them are competitive. Without a determination to win, you can't be a king of soldiers and can't win battles. And there is such a thing as a winning mind, which is cultivated invisibly, bit by bit. As for the contestants, pick yourselves. Grossly, after Qin Yuan finished, he let the pricks choose for themselves. The assassins quickly elected 5 people: Haiding Chong Zhang Shui Hao Lian Demon Fong Tian and Su Kai. These 5 men were all the top tier of the recruit company in terms of physical quality alone, and having been fanatical about basketball in high school, each of them, according to their respective accounts, is a powerhouse and would have absolutely no problem blowing away the veterans. However, when they saw the 5 people selected from the veteran camp, the 5 people from Zhangchong were immediately dumbfounded. Crap, this fucking bully this motherfucker, that big tall guy, at least 2 meters or more, right? Brother Day, what are you looking at? That guy is 1 person taller than a savage, definitely 210 centimeters or more. With a height like that, why doesn't he go play basketball? What's he doing here? Not only that, it seems like there's no one below 1 meter 9 in height in their veteran team, right? That is to say, the shortest among them is also on the same level as the savages. This is bad. This is bad. It's over. What's the point of playing? I'm going to lose. I can't run 30 kilometers tonight. After seeing the opposing lineup, the immediate thing for the pricks was a wail. This motherfucker. It's exactly like a grade schooler playing against a college student. How can this be a fight? Zhang Chong blinked his eyes and couldn't help but gulp. Brothers, it seems like we've met our match. He wasn't afraid. Even the tallest guy across the street, Zaichu, was also confident that he could dry out his opponent. After all, it's not just height that counts in this fight or confrontation, but he's worried about his teammates. In addition to him, the tallest of the 5 of them is Hao Lian Demon, with a height of 188, Fontaine 185, Zhang Shui 183, Su Kai 180. Overall height, not dominant at all. Zhang Shui's eyes narrowed slightly as his fighting spirit rose. It's more meaningful to win a match when you meet a strong opponent. What? Now that the opponent is a little bit tricky, are you guys retreating? Zhang Shui looked at the other 3, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Retreat? Hao Lian Demon clasped her hands on her chest and hummed. I, Hao Lian Demon, have never known what it means to be afraid. The same, in my dictionary, there's never been the word fear. Fong Tian raised his eyebrows with a face of absolute strength. My favorite thing is a powerful opponent. Only a powerful opponent will force me to explode my strongest battle power. Su Kai was equally confident. When Zhang Chong heard this, he couldn't help but be refreshed. Good guys, I thought you guys were scared. It's good that you're not. Fuck him. Fuck this. Bust a veteran. Beat the shit out of him. The 5 were majestic. Qin Yuan's eyebrows raised as he watched. This motherfucker. It's not a big difference. Zhao Chong and the 5 of them. Can they really do it? Phew. With a crisp whistle, the game is officially on. A fierce battle was on the cards. Go for it. Down with the recruit company. The face from last time must be brought back. Ruthlessly. The veteran company will win. The veterans' company instantly looked like they had been pumped up, clamoring and cheering for the veterans warriors. The recruit company will win. Go Savages. Fuck over the veteran company. Show them what our new recruits are made of. Last time they were able to defeat them. This time they must still be sure to lose. The company of recruits was equally unimpressed, frantically cheering on the recruits. However, as soon as the situation unfolded, it was one-sided. The veterans company was simply unbeatable and started scoring like crazy with their strong physicality and superb shooting mechanics. It was a 14-4 before the first quarter was even half over. Under the veteran company's brutal defense and savage offense, Hidden Rush scored just 4 points for them. Everyone was sweating profusely, and now Zhang Shuai was a little flustered. Ha ha ha, new recruits are really new recruits. Playing basketball? Not at all. Go home and practice for a few more years. You guys can't play basketball. The veteran company took the opportunity to taunt and try to further demoralize the recruits. Ugh, Savage and the others are so wasted. Aren't they? Such a good shot. Several times now, and they can't even hit it. Zhang Shuai is the same. You can't get around the opponent's defense, so you pass the ball. Every time you don't pass the ball, it's not that he's not passing. He's being pushed too hard by the other team to pass. Can't you see he's been risked several times by the other team? This quarter hasn't even been played yet and we've already lost 10 points. This whole game mustn't be lost by 40 points? Geez, why don't we just admit defeat right now and let's go run a good 30 kilometers? Admit defeat? That's not our recruit company's style at all. Never admit defeat until the last moment. The recruits fought. Conceding defeat is not an option. It's impossible to admit defeat in this life. Never give up until the last minute. Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted as he listened. I didn't realize that this group of pricks, who are so competitive, seemed to be doing just fine. This was exactly what Qin Yuan longed to see. Soon, the first quarter was full. The score was finally set at 27-8. Being down 19 points in the first quarter was something no one expected. A gap in the rest. All 5 of the Zhangchans were hanging their heads in shame. At this rate of fighting, I think it's better to just stop fighting. Just admit defeat directly. Zhang Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed helplessly. This section is 19 points behind. The strength is completely not on a level, and the other side is obviously prepared. We are 5 people. Perhaps individual ball skills are good, but playing basketball is the need to cooperate. Like a combat squad, even if each person is strong, if usually there is no rigorous training in grinding cooperation, the same cannot play a strong fighting force. Zhang Shuai began to calmly analyze. So the biggest problem now is the cooperation. Once we have a match, even if we lose at that time, we will be able to lose with some honor. Zhang Shuai slowly said, MD, it pisses me off. That big tall guy is always staring at me. It makes me so uncomfortable. I really want to punch him and send him back to the side of the court to lie down. Halian Demon exasperatedly blasted her fist on the concrete floor in anger. If we're talking about fighting alone, except for Hidden Punch, Halian Demon really had no fear of anyone, but it's just that this is the ballpark. Once he gets his hands on someone, he will absolutely be benched straight away. You can't hit it and you can't hit the ball. Alas, it's hard to bear. Sukai let out a powerless sigh. Fong Tian was even more helpless. Think about me, Fong Tian, when I was in the high school varsity team, but I had the title of contemporary small curry. But damn, in this game, 2 of their big tall men, even 3 of them together sack me. I can't get effective play at all. 6 of the 8 points scored by the recruits went to Fontaine. And, still, 2 super high 3-pointers. This match had indeed suffocated Fontaine, but there was nothing to be done about it. Handsome guy, why don't you admit defeat in that? If we keep fighting like this, we definitely won't be able to get it back either. Sukai thought about it and said to Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai immediately glared and reprimanded. Admit defeat? Never, no matter if you win or lose. You must give me a good fight until the end. Never give up until the last moment. Good. Never give up. Never give up. The 5 knew that they would lose more than they would win. Though, but still, they have cheered themselves on. The second quarter started quickly. The situation is still naturally lopsided. Only, this second quarter, perhaps because the 5 knew the importance of matchups, the losing slowed down a lot, and by the end of the second quarter, the score was trailed 49-20. At the end of the third quarter, the 5 matched up even further and surprisingly only lost by 3 points, bringing the score to 75-43. Ugh, it's not easy, handsome. This has already reached our limit, hasn't it? Sukai had long been soaked to the skin, and was even a bit deflated. The opposing team's ball skills are not inferior to ours in the first place. Plus, the other team is skillfully coordinated, and their physical qualities are much stronger than ours. This is indeed our limit. Zhang Shuai let out a feeble sigh. It's almost impossible to overturn the game. At most, we can maintain this 29-point gap. Alas, had I known, it would have been better not to agree to this match. Now it's good. I'm afraid that our recruit company's reputation of being undefeated will be lost. Damn it, the thought of being laughed at by veterans is killing me. Who doesn't feel bad? But what can we do? Now I'm afraid only Jordan coming down to earth can save the game. I'm afraid it won't help if Jordan comes, right? After all, the gap is too big. Who said it won't help? You're afraid you don't know how powerful the old rascal is. Let's not talk about Jordan. Now it's just a Kobe Matty that can blow them away. Never underestimate the strength of NBA stars. The pricks began to talk, but everyone knew that this was a game that they were going to lose. The company of veterans has been smiling for a long time. Ha ha ha, raised eyebrows. I've raised my eyebrows. These new recruits really think they're invincible? Grandma, last time, all three of our companies combined didn't beat these wolf cubs. I'm so happy to see them hanging their heads in shame. Ha 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 ha, who says it isn't? Cool cool cool. Old son, take the gap in the score later, and widen it even more. Let this group of pricks feel what it means to suffer. Hey, 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 hey. We're doing this, aren't we being a bit too cruel? They're just new recruits after all. Cruel? What's the point of being cruel? Zhang Huai, I think you're forgetting about the pain after you've gotten over it. We were beaten so badly last time, and it's only been a few days and you've forgotten about it? If you ask me, this is not cruel at all. Not cruel at all? Then be more cruel. Ha ha ha. The veterans company was spirited and simply glowing. Everyone's face was filled with a big smile. At this time, the second company commander and sixth company commander came over smilingly and said to Qin Yuan, Old Qin to say practicing and writing songs, maybe you are this. The second company commander gave a thumbs up, but if it comes to playing soccer, you recruits, all of you are younger brothers. Ha ha ha, the commander of the sixth company laughed. Captain Qin, this time, I'm sorry, the victory belongs to us. Hey, how can you talk? When Zhang Chong heard this, he was instantly enraged. What kind of bullshit are you two old things talking about? Now that the match hasn't even ended, you're saying you won? I'm even ashamed for you guys. Fang Tian was even angrier when he heard this and directly disliked him. The two company commanders were instantly furious. Immediately, he was about to strike, but the next second, they suddenly thought about the horrible background of the assassins. And so it was. Had to force myself to calm down. Savage. Fang Tian, stand down. How are you talking to the two company commanders? Qin Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and let the two of them retreat with a reprimand. Nice guy, isn't it just a ball game? Look at you little people. When the new company of recruits dried out the three veteran companies, they themselves weren't as arrogant as they were. That's good. Since you think you're going to win, I'm partial to reversing the course of events. Ding Dong, sensing the host's incomparably strong will to win the game. I'm releasing the basketball tournament reward world-class basketball skills in advance. World-class basketball skills allows the host to directly obtain the caliber of an MVP star in the NBA. Sweep everything. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt rang out. When Qin Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up. The caliber of MVP stars inside the NBA? It's not, is it? A pillow for the sleepyhead? This system, it's too sweet. He was worried that he wasn't strong enough with the ball. It's okay now. Straight up world-class basketball skills. Straight up NBA MVP caliber. What kind of concept is that? Every year's MVP could be called the league's one in terms of real-world play alone. The only way to get MVP is to be shiny and powerful enough. Sure enough. Next, the ball skills in Qin Yuan's mind began to grow stronger. A lot of tricks that become more subtle. There were even many stunts that many contemporary stars could not perform. Stunts that only belonged to the great gods of the ancient times. That Qin Yuan was able to perform at will. Crap, it's too damn strong. A little bit of feeling. Qin Yuan himself couldn't help but be shocked. The two company commanders, I'm sorry, that's the temper they have. It's easy for them to not be big and small. I hope you two don't mind. Qin Yuan laughed and rushed at the two of them to explain. By the way, I remember you guys said that company commanders can also go on the field, right? As you guys can see, one of my recruits is already a bit physically exhausted, so I want to go on the field and have some fun as well. Oh, Company Commander Qin is willing to take the field himself? The second company commander's eyes lit up when he heard that. Of course, this is supposed to be a friendly match, and if Company Commander Qin is willing to go on the field himself, that's more than fine. The reason why they had said that before was so that they could see Qin Yuan take the field and Qin Yuan's embarrassing face when he was defeated. Now that Qin Yuan hadn't been in the ring, they were worried that they hadn't embarrassed him. It's okay now. Qin Yuan fell into the pit himself. Naturally, they won't say no. Company Commander, Can't you see their intentions? They are deliberately provoking you. When Zhang Shuai heard this, he was instantly displeased. Now that the score difference is so big, there's no use for anyone to come in. Company commander. They're intentionally trying to put you on the field and embarrass you. Right, company commander? Don't fall for their trick. This match, I can still hold on. Su Kai dragged his tired body to persuade. His physicality, of the 5, was indeed the least durable. Now he was exhausted and long out of shape. Plotting? Aggressive methods? Qin Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, if you want to embarrass me, it depends on them, whether they have that ability or not. Oh, what the company commander means by that is that you're a good ball player too? Company commander, are you saying that you are able to take us to turn the game around when we are now being outscored by the other team by 29 points? Pricks aren't stupid. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, coupled with Qin Yuan's expression, the pricks, one by one, were suddenly excited. Company commander, if you can really take us to win the race, let alone 30 kilometers, we can run 50 kilometers. Yeah, that would still be running cross-country in full gear. Running the training ground track, that's no fun. Company commander, if we really win, you can do whatever you want. I'll eat no meat for a month. The pricks put their heads together. There has been immediate bragging rights. When Qin Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up. This is what you guys said. I didn't force you guys. If you win this game, then this weekend, each and every one of you, don't take a break and come with me on a 50-kilometer cross-country trip. Good. I don't care if it's 100 kilometers, not to mention 50. This veteran is so angry. 50 kilometers is 50 kilometers. We happen to want to see where our limits are too. A mere 50 kilometers doesn't matter at all. Just run, but only if we can win. When the assassins heard this, they didn't even think about it and agreed straight away. It's not, is it? I can't believe they actually agreed to a 50 kilometers trail. There was even talk of wanting to run 100 kilometers. Qin Yuan was shocked. I've never seen such a request in my life. Newbie pricks. Is this brain short-circuiting? Only, since the pricks are so enthusiastic, well, they have to be made whole, don't they? Otherwise, Qin Yuan was simply sorry for this piece of sincerity from the pricks. Nowadays, in this society, the hardest thing to get is to show your true heart. If Qin Yuan doesn't lead the team to turn the ball over, then it's all a shame that the pricks are so passionate about their fists. Ha ha. Well. It was the first time Qin Yuan had seen the pricks take the initiative to request for training with such high motivation. So naturally, he agreed to it with a painful bite. Since you guys want to run 50 kilometers of cross-country, I'll make it happen for you. It's time to show real skill. With a bright smile, Qin Yuan took off his uniform, revealing the number 23 jersey inside. Watch it all. It's the yellow man god playing for you tonight in his number 23 jersey. Here is the moment to witness the miracle. Savage, Zhang Shuai, Hao Lian, Fong Tian, let's go. Qin Yuan's unusually strong self-confidence instantly infected the pricks. One moment. The stingers were immediately a little nonplussed. It's over and done with. The company commander is laughing again. Why do I have the feeling that we've fallen into a hole today? It's fucking impossible to know. But why do I have the feeling now that the veterans company is going to lose? Me too. Only, there's no reason for it. The gap is so big now. Even if the national team members come, they can't do anything about it. Right? The company commander. He was a civilian before. How could he lead us to turn the tide? Although they couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. Seeing how confident Qin Yuan looked, the assassins still felt a batch of panic. Finally, good show to start. Zhang Chong served the ball directly to Qin Yuan. A burly veteran immediately greeted him with vigor. Company Commander Qin, your name is as good as a thunderclap. I just don't know. How's this ball skill? The burly veteran had a face of contempt. It was obvious that he didn't put Qin Yuan in his eyes at all. Don't you know if you try? With a faint smile, Qin Yuan began to dribble the ball. The burly man immediately met him and began a tight defense. Qin Yuan holding the ball forward. A sharp stop. Strong man caught off guard. Directly be shaken to the side. A stumble. Almost fell. But at this time, Qin Yuan in the three-point line, directly a dry pull in place, visible to the naked eye, jumped nearly 1 meter high, and then under the eyes of the public, directly shot. Strong man is worthy of the defense master. At the same time, he violently abounds. His right hand attempt to go to shoot the ball out of the hands of Qin Yuan, but it was too late. However, it was too late. The ball is out of play. Crap, that bounce. Unbeatable. Pretty as a picture. Picturesque. What do you mean by beautiful as a picture? The company commander is clearly that painting. Okay? The moment. It's not just the pricks. Even the veterans couldn't help but have their jaws dropped and their scalps tingling when they saw the scene. That horrible bounce. It's so appalling. Boom! The burly man was the first to land. It was at this point, almost at the same time. Rub! The basketball spun and fell into the basket. A 3-point, solidly in the books. Boom! There was a dull thud on the ground, breaking the silence of the basketball court. The crowd was then alarmed. Qin Yuan actually just landed? Jordan reincarnated. Jordan is back. What the fuck? Jumping before the defender. And the defender is landing before Qin Lianshi lands? This lagging ability. Too scary, right? No regrets in this life to witness a goal like that. Follow closely. The mood of the scene, instantly ignited by Qin Yuan. The moment, everyone's attention. It was all placed on Qin Yuan's body. And Qin Yuan was not polite. Extreme pull-ups, super long shots *****, fantastic steals, violent dunks, 360-degree dunks, 720-degree dunks, etc., etc. Some moves that ordinary people wouldn't even think of. Qin Yuan is trustworthy. From the time Qin Yuan took the court, the basketball court had completely become Qin Yuan's stage alone. Everyone was stunned. The veteran company's 210 centimeters big center presumed to come to blows with Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan easily knocked him out of the game with a simple possession, and even got free throws after a layup. After a few attempts in a row, the big center even took the initiative to step aside as soon as he saw Qin Yuan, not even daring to get tough with him anymore. No way. For one thing, there were too many fouls, and if he fouled again, he was going to be sent off. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's strength is too strong. Every time he hits, he feels like he is hitting on top of a collision train. That's sour taste. If he is not in good physical quality, his body is afraid that he has long fallen apart. The score, it was shrinking like crazy. The main thing is, a breath of playing 4 quarters of the game. The veteran company team's serious physical overdraft, many times dribbling, surprisingly, were robbed by the Qin Yuan, and then missed the shot. The rebound was Qin Yuan crazy grab. With the horror of the bouncing ability, no one is Qin Yuan opponent. This led to, with 2 minutes left in the game, a pitiful 5 points for the veterans company in the entire fourth quarter. As for Qin Yuan, while playing 10 minutes in a single quarter, he scored a horrific 37 points. The entire score has been completely reversed. Even the recruiting company rallied to outscore the other team by 3 points. Last 3 seconds, Qin Yuan once again stole the ball from the veterans company. Whoosh! Qin Yuan stood under his side of the basket, directly drawing. Another super long jump shot. Rubbing. The basketball is spinning in the air at high speed. It came straight to the hollow of the net. The final score of the entire game was locked at 92-82, and Qin Yuan's individual stats for a single game. No, to be precise, a single quarter, were 42 points and 12 rebounds. The moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Holy cow, 42 points in a single quarter? That's higher than the NBA record, by a long shot. Although the intensity of the confrontation is far worse than the professional game, I'm afraid the company commander's individual performance is of a higher caliber than that of an NBA player. It's not too much to call company commander Qin the strongest 183 on the surface, is it? I didn't realize that we actually won. At this moment, all the recruits were dumbfounded, including Zhang Chong, Zhang Shui, Hao Lian, Demon Fong Tian and the others. Everyone, all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that their company commander would be so terrifying. Just one individual performance in 1 quarter forced the whole thing to be reversed. Nima, it's inhuman. This company commander that showed up at the stadium tonight, is that Jordan? No. Old Stray isn't as strong as him. It's horrible. Mommy, I want to go home. I really don't know how psychological the guys who confronted company commander Qin will be. The veterans were even more utterly dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the premise of such a great advantage could be reversed. That's too scary. Especially the 2nd and 6th company commanders. The moment Qin Yuan took the field, they had become ashen. The expression was as hard as if he had eaten shit. It's like being in a 100-meter run, and you're 99 meters in, just that one step away from winning the championship, and who knows that suddenly a Superman appears, and from 50 meters in, it takes a second to overtake him straight away? How did that happen? It shouldn't. Ugh. It's hard. The 2nd and 6th company commanders shouted and snapped madly in their minds. But the facts are in front of us, and all the chagrin is to no avail. 2nd company commander, 6th company commander, sorry to oblige. Qin Yuan smiled brightly, covered in sweat, and walked over. You guys lost again this time. The 2 company commanders' mouths instantly twitched, but they could still only smile. I didn't expect company commander Qin to be so skilled with the ball. We didn't lose by a long shot. By the way, company commander Qin, with such horrible ball skills as yours, Even entering the national team would be more than enough. Why do you still want to come to the single soldier? The 6th company commander inquired in puzzlement. Qin Yuan smiled faintly. Because, since I was a child, I have had great dreams of becoming an honorable People's Liberation Army, fighting with fervor, defending my country and serving the people. The 6th company commander choked on his words. Old Six, how could you ask such a stupid question? The 2nd company commander immediately gave him a hateful look. Right, Qin company commander, it's getting late. All of you go back to rest early. Don't forget the friendly sparring match on Saturday. Oh, we've been waiting for it. The 2nd company commander laughed. Don't worry. We'll never forget such a fun exchange. Qin Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. When everyone disperses, the assassins immediately burst into laughter and lifted Qin Yuan up, frantically throwing him into the air. A crazy celebration. Company commander, you are simply a god from heaven. Company commander, you are our great hero. Company commander, you're my idol. I want to have a monkey for you. Raw, you sister, get out of here. As it fell from the sky once more, Qin Yuan dodged through the revelry of the pricks with a vicious reprimand. Don't forget, tonight, there's still 10 kilometers to run. All go change your gear neatly. In 10 minutes, meet here. Qin Yuan reprimanded with a stern face. Company commander. The pricks did not resist at all and immediately agreed with joy. After all, now that Qin Yuan had one, they wouldn't have to run 30 kilometers tonight. In fact, they're making a fortune. As for the 50 kilometers trail weekend, it's only Thursday. There are still a couple days to go. We'll talk about it then. Anyway, the ship is in the right place. 10 minutes later, everyone dressed up and started the 10 kilometers weight run. It was painful, but everyone was excited. Pain and pleasure. Are you tired, handsome? I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. Fong Tian came over, smilingly inquiring. His pace, obviously, had been very slow, but his face was indescribably happy. Tired. Of course I'm tired. I can't wait to lie down now, but I'm happy too. Being able to abuse those veterans is more exciting than anything. Zhang Shuai had a tired face, but his tone was so happy that if he didn't know, he thought this was a lottery win. Savage, you're the only one of us who doesn't have much of an impact. You're a fucking monster too. Hao Lian opened his mouth sullenly, looking at Zhang Chong with a look of displeasure but great envy. Zhang Chong smiled smugly at his words. Old me is gifted and I'm helpless. You're all weaklings. After Zhang Chong finished speaking, he actually violently accelerated and threw the crowd away. You big shot. Surprisingly, it can still accelerate? Hao Lian glared, unspeakably depressed. He had now, finally, seen the terror of Zhang Chong. The 48 minutes on the basketball court started out okay, but at a later stage, every second, it all felt like running the 400-meter hurdles. Every offense and defense requires sprinting and putting up a fight. It's really too much work. Luckily, this match was helped by Qin Yuan, allowing them to win down the line. The company commander is really too strong. More than strong, it's outrageously strong. A company commander's hair, ticked off bald. That's definitely an old contemporary rascal. Old rascal? Why do I get the feeling that this title fits the company commander's demeanor better than demon? Forcing us to train like crazy every day. Thinking of torturing us all the time. What is this if not an old hooligan? No, old rascal. It just shows that the company commander is strong. It doesn't emphasize the terror of the company commander at all. I think it's still more appropriate and graphic for the Demon King. When the assassins spoke of the old rascal, they immediately remembered Qin Yuan's nickname and immediately discussed it violently. In the end, no one convinced anyone to give Qin Yuan the nicknames Big Devil and Old Rascal. The Stingers are in very good physical condition, and those who were affected were only the 4 Zhang Shuai Fong Tian Haolian Sukai. As for Zhao Chong, the savage, this weighted run doesn't affect him at all. So overall, it didn't take much more time for everyone to run the 10K. Back at the dorm, the pricks washed up and got comfortable on their beds, lazily soaking their feet. Ugh, it's so nice to soak my feet. What do you think I've been doing these first 18 years? I can't believe I didn't discover such a good health remedy. These first 18 years of my life, I feel that I have also lived in vain. Our country's Chinese medicine culture is profound, and I've finally realized it now. By the way, old Hua, why have you been so low-key lately? When it's time for you to perform, you're even muffled? I remember your physical fitness in fighting. Aren't you quite good? Hua Shanka held a book on the birth of tragedy in his hand and smiled faintly. This is not stimulated by the little cheetah. I also began to learn to keep a low profile. I've recently fallen in love with philosophy. I don't listen to anything outside the window, and I only read holy books. It's none of my business if you people fight over it. Gu, Lao Hua, are you a lamprey monk who doesn't cheat on his wife and has switched to bell ringing? Let me tell you, Lao Hua. Usually in movies, if this person suddenly changes his nature, he's not far from death. Fuck you, I think you're the one who's not far from death, that's suddenly looking at the picture. Not far from death, don't give me that bullshit. Ha 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 ha, just kidding with you. Just kidding, you're still in your right mind, so it's good that you're not crazy. The lights out horn blew. Click, the lights went out. Ahem. Fong Tian? Han Xiang's very lewd laughter rang out. One moment. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen sideways. A segment every night has become a complete tradition in the recruits' quarters. Even if he didn't want to hear it, he couldn't help but fight against the fact that what Fong Tian said made sense. Ugh, I'm going crazy with this day. With training and thinking up segments for you guys. Fong Tian sighed deliberately and grumbled. Why don't you stop pretending and play reserve with the brethren? We can go to bed if you don't speak. Han Xiang directly lit up a big move. Ha ha. You guys? You're simply a bunch of colorful wolves. Day after day you don't learn. When Fong Tian heard this, he laughed. Since the brothers are so supportive. Ahem. Then I'll start. All listen up. Fong Tian deliberately lowered his voice, and with an inscrutable image, he slowly opened his mouth. When I first bought my car, I planned to go so many places. Then I realized that some of the places newbies envision dreaming of going to, some of them got tired of going to a long time ago. As soon as Fong Tian's words fell, the entire dormitory immediately fell into a state of contemplation. Follow closely. Han Xiang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Absolute, brother Fong Tian, to you, it's a no-brainer. What's wrong with it? Isn't it just an ordinary sentence? Fong Tian, you're at your wit's end. At your wit's end? Brother Day, why are you still so simple? Today's segment, obviously more high-end, okay? You're a big one. It's solidly heartfelt. This turned out to be a sad story today. Seconds, again, woe is me. I'm hopeless. Stop the car. Stop the car. Put me down. Listening to the king is better than listening to him. Listening to you is a waste of 10 years of study. The last time I heard such a visceral segment was the last time. The assassins exchanged a little bit and immediately realized the bullishness of this sentence, and immediately could not help but give Fong Tian a burst of admiration. They couldn't figure out where this guy, Fong Tian, had gotten so many segments from, and the list goes on and on. His family, I'm afraid it's not as simple as selling a car, and fixing cars, I'm afraid. How else could you accumulate so much experience? Seeing that the crowd is not finished, Han Xiang suddenly had a bright idea and looked at Fatty, smilingly saying, Fatty, brother Fong Tian is so talented that he gives us a whole bit of driving literature every day, and now humble literature is also quite popular. Why don't you also give us all a whole bit? You who? I didn't realize that you still know this. Fatty, why don't you say something too, so we can see? Yeah, Fatty, come on one, make the brothers happy. Do you understand? Humble literature. It's not for fun. Isn't it true that if this fat little man is sad for a while, we'll be happy? How can we say this isn't for fun? Nima. The pricks laughed at each other's expense. When Fatty heard this, he was also interested. He'd kind of figured it out the last few days without his cell phone and unable to send tweets. That not so munchkin, not so lady, I'm afraid, is a stingy man who is deliberately cheating on his feelings. In that case, there is nothing to be sad or heartbroken about. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, then I'll begrudgingly let everyone have some fun. So listen up, I'm only going to say it once. Little Fatty smiled faintly and opened his mouth with a faint smile. Pa, have you checked out with him yet? Can you return my messages? I've made ice sugar and pear soup. Your throat must be sore from shouting all night, right? Come back early tonight. I broke 4 of my own ribs and made you braised pork ribs. My God. This. Fatty, don't be so revealing, okay? You're, like, bringing down elementary school kids with pure malice. Ooh, you bad man. Zinging old iron. Now that's a real zinger. When the assassins heard this, they couldn't take it anymore, and one of them only felt a vicious chill. However, Fatty was happy to see the crowd's reaction through the dim light. The whole group was instantly excited. I didn't realize it was kind of cool to say that and gross them out. Didn't they just say that when they are miserable, they are happy? Now, it does seem like it. They suffer and are happy themselves. Fatty suddenly became interested and said smilingly, this is only the beginning. So you can't accept it? Then if I tell one every day in the future, will you not collapse? Look at your weak resistance. For the sake of everyone's higher ground poison resistance, I'll spare you the trouble and give you another authentic one. Bow. Today I went to the construction site to carry cement. Carry a sack. Workmates are praising me for my strength. But I instantly cried. I can carry anything, but I cannot carry want you. Crap, there's an internal odor. It's solid. Old iron. Ooh. Let me cry a little bit first. The city has one more heartbreaker. So everyone has a treasure in their heart. The assassins were deliberately grotesque, giving vent to the emotions that were being hooked up inside them. Soon, though, sleep came and the pricks drifted off to sleep. Wake up the next day. Everyone was refreshed, moved his body. Sore back and legs don't hurt. It was indescribably relaxing. I have to say, the effect of this foot-soaking herb of the company commander is really unrivaled. If we were in our usual state, with this kind of practice, I'm afraid it would be hard to walk the next day. But now, the next day we don't feel the slightest bit tired at all. More than that, as our physical quality improves step by step, it will be easier for us to face these trainings in the future. To a certain extent, getting rid of these herbs and training directly will be able to last. Look, I originally had 2 abs, but now I have 4. At this rate, by the end of the month at most, my 8-pack abs will all be revealed. Crap, that's really it. You guys got abs? It's okay. Don't be envious. According to this kind of practice, at the end of the recruit company, all of us in the recruit company, almost all of us will be able to get abs, except for Fatty. Of course. Your ass. Why am I excluded? Can't you see that I've lost weight these days? I weighed myself yesterday, and this week, I've lost 8 pounds. No surprise, by the end of 3 months in the recruit company, I'll have abs too. What the hell? You lost 8 pounds? Why don't I see that? It's all the belly fat that's thinning, so of course you can't see it. Wait until when the flesh on your face starts to slim down. It'll be obvious then. Then wouldn't it be a shame if you lost weight and we couldn't call you chubby anymore? What's so unfortunate about that? I've thought it all out. Once I enter the special forces, my codename will be Little Fatty, to commemorate my lost youth. TSK, 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 it'll do. This codename is good. In the future, if I hear a very awesome special soldier called Fatty somewhere, I'll know it's you without a doubt. The pricks joked and laughed as they made their way to the armory to pick up their gear and then went on a 10-kilometer weighted run. It stands to reason that even the veteran company is only running 5 kilometers underweight. A 10-kilometer weighted run? And you do it every day? Only special forces can eat it. The air was hot and dry, and after only a few hundred meters of running, the pricks were drenched in sweat, but none of them cried out of fatigue, and all of them were desperately gritting their teeth and holding on. They still want to get the overall score to within 36 minutes in 10 days for Qin Yuan to write a new song. 40 minutes. End of the run. Eating. Wash and rinse. Cleaning and housekeeping. In the morning hours, 400-meter obstacle course training continued. With the experience of the first day, the overall performance of the pricks, this time, was significantly improved. At the end of the morning's training, there were surprisingly more than 10 people that were able to run 140. Sure, the vast majority of people, still hovering outside of 2 points, for no other reason than too many turnovers. In the video, it might be easy to watch someone run the 400-meter hurdles, but almost all of those who were able to be captured on video and uploaded to the internet were the best of their respective companies. So for them, every move is easy. But who knows how many years of training they poured into the 400-meter hurdles to run this time. To soak up the 400-meter hurdles, in addition to being extremely physically strong, it takes countless hours of practice, figuring it out, and discovering the details of a method that works for you to string together each movement. 1:26:83. Wind chill. After running a 400-meter obstacle course, Zhang Chong touched his shiny head and came over smilingly. Company commander, I feel that this 1:32:83 is already my limit. You help me analyze it. In what project? I can further? The most authoritative record in the military district is 1 minute and 23 seconds. It is indeed hard to break. It's as if it's a shackle. Constraints on all. It's like the latest world record of 9:58 for the 100 meters. Maybe you could easily run 12s, or even 11s. But on top of that, it's almost impossible for you to go further and run under 11 seconds. That's the horror of this 123. Nowadays, the difference between the 3 people of Hidden Rush Zhang Shui Sukai is that 3 or 4 seconds of time. You can imagine the difficulty. Right, company commander, can you see any way to get us further? Zhang Shui and Sukai, too, walked over with frowns, to say who had the most hope of breaking this horrifying military region record. Other than Qin Yuan, the demon, it was only the 3 of them. You guys want to go further? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the 3. That's right, the 3 nodded solemnly. Qin Yuan swept his eyes at the 3 of them and smiled blandly. It can be seen that the 3 of you, being able to run the current results, have already achieved the extreme in terms of movement articulation and physical outbursts. The 3 men nodded as they listened. Nowadays, if one wants to go further, there is only one way. Qin Yuan smiled. What method? The 3 of them, Zhang Chong, immediately widened their eyes and came to be intensely interested. Rhythm. Qin Yuan faintly spoke out. Rhythmic? The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. What does that mean? This thing? It sounds pretty nebulous. Nice. Smiling blandly, Qin Yuan nodded. Rhythm literally means the aesthetic feeling caused by the periodic changes in the form of movement of objective things, including human life and social life, and the periodic changes in the laws of rhythm in artistic images. Visually, it will give infinite beauty. And for those experiencing a particular sport, this sense of rhythm is paramount to making the performance go further. Having a good sense of rhythm will take the articulation of movements that you seem to have done perfectly on the surface a step further and give you a fuller burst of fitness. Following that, overall, it gives a qualitative leap in performance. If, at some point, you grasp your sense of rhythm, you can overachieve. And if, at any time, you are able to master this state, that is, to grasp the sense of rhythm of the movement, your performance will be fixed at this level forever. That is, it will form the norm. Got it? Qin Yuan tried to explain the sense of rhythm as clearly as possible. Seemingly understandable. Zhang Shuai smiled. Got it a little, and then it seems like I didn't. Zhang Chong rubbed his head. I understand what you're saying, company commander, but I'm afraid it's particularly difficult to do this. Su Kai shook his head as he sensed the difficulty. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Trying to find a sense of rhythm for the 400-meter obstacle course would indeed be difficult if I let you guys ponder on your own like headless flies. But you guys are lucky to have me. When the three of them heard this, their eyes lit up. Yeah, they still have the company commander. They don't know how to do it at the best pace. But Qin Yuan can do it. All of you watch. I'm only going to cast it once for you. It's up to you whether you can comprehend it or not. Qin Yuan clapped his hands and signaled for everyone to pause. He was going to personally make another run and let everyone watch the imitation. The assassins came to a keen interest. Last time, Qin Yuan directly ran a 1 minute and 15 seconds, directly breaking the military region record by far. This achievement was a hard shock to everyone. One pass and they're not over it. Now, Qin Yuan was going to run through it again. So naturally, everyone had to pay attention. Wait a minute, company commander. We have to record such a horrible achievement. This is just watching it once. The many details it contains. We definitely won't be able to learn it. Zhang Shuai hurriedly called Qin Yuan to a halt and rushed over. And we can't have the company commander run 400 meters for us every day. So why don't we have the platoon leader record it for us? Yeah, company commander. That's a good idea. We'll learn faster when we have a handful of them. Haolian Demon exclaimed. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. He'd forgotten about that method. In fact, it's not just the 400-meter hurdles that can be videotaped. Marksmanship shooting, fighting training, as well as the next arms swim through, demoning training, tactical training, etc. It's all videotapable. And yourself, the best world-class top instructor, first platoon leader, here, then please help me videotape it. Company commander, I'll get the recording equipment now. Zhao Ruishuan immediately ran to get the camera with excitement. A few moments later, Zhao Ruishuan is ready. Qin Yuan also came to the starting line. Everyone watch this, the live demonstration. Only this once. You, all of you, watch and feel. The eyes swept to all the pricks. Whoosh. The speed was as fast as a phantom. Qin Yuan directly soared out furiously. My god, 100 meters took only 10 seconds? Looking at the time shown on the camera, Zhao Ruishuan felt his hands shaking. This score, even if you look around the world, is almost qualified to go to the Olympics. Everyone knew that Qin Yuan was fast, but they were still ruthlessly shocked by his terrifying speed. In an ethereal and fluid stance, Qin Yuan flew around the marker flag, followed by 3 steps across the 3-step pile. Zhang Feng and Zhang Shuai's eyes instantly lit up as they looked on. Crap, so this articulation, this is how it goes. Learned. If I also use the company commander's way of passing chess, I can be at least a second faster in 2 round trips, right? Zhang Chong and Zhang Shuai, both of them couldn't hide their delight. Su Kai was also looking at it with glowing eyes, his entire being fully concentrated. The moment. It's not just the 3 of them. Everyone at the scene, including the 3 platoon commanders of Zhao Ruishuan, all of them were fully focused on the flying Qin Yuan. No way. It's just too fast. Jesus, it's not. The return was even faster? Who would dare believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? This motherfucker, it's too terrifying. Only a demon like the company commander can do this. One obstacle that was very difficult for the pricks. In front of Qin Yuan, it was like walking on water. Going over an obstacle was as easy as chopping vegetables and cutting melons for Qin Yuan. A nice turn. Qin Yuan rounded the marker flag. Shake it from side to side. Swish scampered across the 5 pace pile. Finally, Qin Yuan came back to the last 100 meters. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but come over and stare dead at the time on the display. He saw it with his own eyes. The moment Qin Yuan entered the 100-meter track, now at 9:28 and 32 seconds am. Boom! Qin Yuan began to accelerate steeply. The speed quickly climbed to a very terrifying point. No way! It's the last 100 meters and you can still pick up speed? Zhang Shuai couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. He was completely stunned. And, because of this last 100 meters, there's no need to start at all, and the acceleration starts after the 5-step pile, so, Qin Yuan's speed the first time was much faster than the second. The time, finally, was set at 9 hours 28 minutes and 41 seconds. Zhang Shuai was utterly shocked. Jesus, a 9-second run without needing to accelerate? Zhang Shuai was in disbelief. In the meantime, Qin Yuan's final score for this rampage also came out. 1 minute, 13 seconds and 59 seconds. It's more than a second faster than last time. My goodness, at this speed, if you look around the world, no one will be able to surpass it, right? It's horrible. It's horrible. Terrifying as hell. The pricks had been shocked beyond words. Well, did you see everything? With a bright smile, Qin Yuan wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Li Yangjun immediately handed over a towel. Qin Yuan took it and wiped all the beads of sweat on his body. He wouldn't even need to break a sweat if he didn't need to break out in full force to run a 400-meter hurdle. Look out, company commander. You're really too good. Looking at the entire military region, I would call you the strongest. The pricks have started to praise it. Strongest you. Qin Yuan immediately let out a reprimand. Watch and train. Remember, everyone runs 140 in the 400-meter hurdles for 10 days to get a new song. Otherwise it's off the table. Now this first day will soon be over, so you must hurry. Qin Yuan reprimanded with a cold face. Company commander. The pricks burst into a fight. How about it? You three, how do you feel? Qin Yuan now suddenly had a feeling of a high school homeroom teacher, and came to Zhang Chong Zhang Shuai Su Kai in front of the three of them. When faced with the top seed in the class, it's only natural to nurture them. A slight harvest. Zhang Shuai smiled faintly. The feeling is very strong. I'm confident that I can improve by 1 second. Zhang Chong was extremely excited. Unlike them, I feel God struck our company commander. You are running too fast. So much so that it gave birth to a strong sense of powerlessness in me. Su Kai cried out. You're powerless of few. When Qin Yuan heard this, he immediately let out a reprimand. Su Kai, this character of yours with pessimism must be changed. Everyone else welcomes the men, but when it comes to you, the moment you encounter some difficulties, you start screaming misery again and again. You don't even have any motivation left? When Su Kai heard this, he hurriedly compensated with a smile. Yes, company commander, I'll change now. Alas, I'm not used to it after hours. When faced with goals that I can't surpass, I'll simply choose to give up. Alas, to be honest, I also hate this kind of character. But this thing can't be changed overnight. Qin Yuan nodded as he listened. The age of 18 is a critical time for the formation of values in life. Sloppy. At this point in time, it would be good to exercise some discipline and make a conscious effort to make changes. Character can still be changed. It's possible to move yourself in a good direction. And once you enter society and develop some bad habits, it will be hard as hell to change them by then. As the old saying goes, a dog can't change its nature. Dynasties can all be replaced, but a person's nature, it's hard to change. Suffice it to say, it's difficult. No sighing aloud. You're a young man. Why are you sighing? Slightly musing, Qin Yuan began to reprimand again. Next time I see you sighing, I'll directly give you a kick, make you unable to take care of yourself. Company commander. When Su Kai heard this, he was instantly frightened, and immediately hastened to correct his attitude and said with a smile, reporting to the company commander, I promise that I will definitely not exude any pessimism in the future, and will definitely be positive and not affect the military spirit. That's more like it. Qin Yuan nodded. Go on. Keep training. Company commander. The three Su Kai immediately ran off to continue training. Watch the pricks get back into training. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be in a happy mood. Who says these pricks are hard to lead? Isn't that obedient? A wink. An hour passed. Just then, not far away suddenly traveled 3 military vehicles. Shack. The 3 military vehicles slowed to a stop at the place where the recruit company was training. Immediately attracted the attention of the pricks. In one of the military vehicles, surprisingly, a marching band came down. The band members then got out of another military vehicle, removed their playing equipment, and organized their dress code. The scene simply stunned the pricks. What's going on? Why is there a marching band? This seems like a big celebration. Crap, there must be something big going on. What's happening on the ground? Some of the pricks who hadn't had a chance to run the 400-meter hurdles and were lining up were immediately curious. Just then, click, the door opens. A uniformed, tall, powerful and serious Fong Piajiu walked down from the military vehicle with a smile. Accompanying him were a guard company commander and Major Wang Lang. It's just that once Wang Lang saw that the recruit company was actually practicing the 400-meter obstacle course, he was instantly thunderstruck. What's going on here? Don't they practice this stuff in the recruiting company? This Qin Yuan, do you want to train the new recruits to death this is? Wang Lang was very puzzled. When Fong Tian looked at it, he was all stunned. Not really, why is my brother here? Fong Tian was instantly surprised. Your brother? Fong Tian, is this your brother? Wow, so handsome. Handsome my ass, he's as ugly as Fong Tian. Okay? I say brother day, how do you talk? Fong Tian really isn't ugly. Okay? Hey, I'm just regulating the mood and joking around. Fong Tian, your brother is making such a big commotion. It couldn't be that he's here to book you for a child marriage, right? Fuck you, never. As soon as the assassins heard that this was actually Fong Tian's brother, each of them became even more puzzled. What the hell is Fong Tian's brother doing here? Is it here to find Fong Tian? Only, no matter how they guessed, they couldn't. Finally, Fong Paintbrush smiled brightly and walked next to Qin Yuan. Hello Chief. Qin Yuan took the initiative to salute. Fong Paintbrush smiled and returned a military salute. Company Commander Qin, how have you been? We meet again. After a pause, Fong Huaji smiled and said, after not seeing you for a few days, I miss you very much. Captain Qin. Crap. Fong Tian why is your brother so carnal? Vomit, I'm going to throw up. Fong Tian, your brother isn't an old glass, is he? Fong Tian, what the hell is going on here? What's your brother's game? Don't ask me, I don't know. The pricks were more than a little perplexed. The reason I came over this time is to present you with an award. Ensign Qin Yuan. Fong Painted Halberd suddenly tightened his smile. His expression became majestic and solemn. The whole person became serious. A pair of tiger eyes staring tightly at Qin Yuan, invisibly revealing a sense of compelling oppression. Yes. Qin Yuan immediately stood at attention respectfully and replied in a torrential voice, stopping his body plate and looking forward. Second Lieutenant Qin Yuan. For the 916 netting operation. Outstanding performance and exceptionally good combat results. The military district organization has decided to award Qin Yuan with an individual second-class merit. For encouragement, the square-painted halberd's majestic voice came. In the meantime, next to him, the captain of the guard company, wearing snow-white gloves, held a tray in both hands, on which was a golden second-class medal and a certificate. Fong Paintbrush received the medal, stepped forward, and wore the golden medal in front of Qin Yuan, while handing over the book of second-class merit certificates to Qin Yuan, and said with a smile, Qin Yuan, congratulations, serve the people. Qin Yuan immediately took the medal and respectfully saluted. In the meantime, Qin Yuan, as a whole, couldn't help but be excited. Second-class Medal of Honor? I didn't realize that I'd earned a second-class honor so easily the last time I went to war. This is too good to be true. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving the second-class Medal of Merit, rewarding proficient-level hacking skills. Exclusion. A crisp system prompt rang out. Qin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Receiving a second-class Medal of Merit, and even getting a system reward? This is double happiness? Proficient-level hacking skills? Not bad. Not bad. Countless knowledge and techniques of computer hacking quickly came to mind. Qin Yuan silently accepted the change in the system. Now that it was in public and so many people were watching, he was ready to wait until he went back to get a good feel for this hacking technique. Qin Yuan was excited. Uncontrollable elation. After all, this was the first military medal he had ever received when he came to this world. But he doesn't know. At this point the pricks were even more excited. Crap, is this the legendary second-class Medal of Honor? It looks exactly the same as the one in my house. What the hell is this? Versailles? This is not the time for Versailles. Brother Day, I remember that the company commander seems to have stayed with us all along, right? When did he get his military honors on a mission? Does it mean that it was acquired before? But it shouldn't be. It's reasonable to say that things like awards are given very quickly. It's a good thing that will even be publicized throughout the military. The military district doesn't hide it. But the company commander doesn't have time to go out on a mission at all. Could it be that he secretly went out on a mission behind our backs? MD. Gluttony. I want to go on a mission too. I want to get a military medal too. Oh my god. Jade Emperor Queen Mother Goddess of Mercy. Who can tell me what exactly did the company commander do and when did he go on the mission? One moment. The pricks couldn't stay calm any longer. All looked at the golden military medal and couldn't help but eyeball it. This is what being a soldier is all about. This, then, is the best testament to one's military career. All the pricks, at this moment, were completely nonplussed. Presentation of military honors is complete. It was only then that Fong Paintbrush noticed the training facility in front of him. He was shocked when he saw that the new company was training for the 400-meter obstacle course. Fong Paintbrush inquired rather unexpectedly, Xin Yuan, this recruit company, isn't it not practicing the 400-meter obstacle course? Why did you get all this stuff? It's easy to get injured if you don't practice this thing well. Generally speaking, perform the 400-meter hurdles. Next to almost every project, there needs to be a couple of safety officers guarding the side to avoid accidents. I didn't realize that this new recruit's training, they don't even need a safety officer anymore? Report Chief. When Xin Yuan heard this, he smiled. The new recruits feel that the training is not challenging. This is a specially added extra training program. Oh, the recruits took the initiative to ask for it? Fong Paintbrush heard a bright light. Just this sudden addition of the 400-meter obstacle course. The new recruits practiced. I'm afraid it's not very good, right? When Wang Lang on the side heard this, he was also interested and laughed, echoing, that's for sure. It is often said that I would rather run 5,000, not 400. On the one hand, it is because this 400-meter obstacle running is very tired. On the other, it is this 400-meter obstacle is not good to practice. There are so many difficult points. It's extremely difficult to improve your grades. If you're not careful, you'll get hurt. Take our Special Warfare Brigade for example. Just a year ago, a battle spirit level soldier king accidentally fell down on a 400-meter obstacle log bridge, and his entire right arm was dislocated at that time. And since then, it became his old injury, and his strength was never able to return to its peak. So, Company Commander Chin, I really don't believe that you, a new company of recruits, can train 400 meters as well as you can. Wang Lang skimmed his lips with a smug look on his face. Hey, how do you talk? When Zhang Chong heard this, he was not happy. Are you looking down on us new recruits? Do you know what our company commander's score is for the 400-meter obstacle course? Wang Lang was shocked. What the hell is this? A new recruit is yelling at him? Savage. Stand down. Xin Yuan burst out with a rebuke. But company commander. Zhang Chong froze with a look of reluctance. There's nothing to but, soldier, obey discipline. Xin Yuan turned around and gave Zhang Chong a wink. Now the square-painted halberd is here to watch. As the saying goes, you don't look at the face of a monk, you look at the face of a Buddha. We have to give Fong Tian some face, right? Xin Yuan had noticed early on that Fong Tian, who was in the crowd, had a worried look on his face at the moment yet. Want to teach Wang Lang a lesson? There's plenty of opportunity. Lian Chang. Zhang Chong instantly understood, and hastily retreated. However, when Zhang Chong retreated, Wang Lang was not happy. He coldly grimaced and came to Zhang Chong. That soldier. Stop right there. How can you talk to me? You recruits train 400. You definitely can't practice well. Am I wrong? Zhang Chong was suddenly furious upon hearing this. That is definitely wrong. Moreover, it's very wrong. I'm wrong? Ha ha ha. Wang Lang laughed angrily and said disdainfully. It's not that I look down on everyone here. You new recruits. What can you practice? If I were to say, I'm afraid there aren't many of you who can run for 2 minutes. I had expected Zhang Chong to back off in the face of his anger. I didn't realize that Zhang Chang's temper was even hotter than his, and he didn't take him as a major in his eyes at all. This instantly made Wang Lang's violent temper come up. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? If he backed down now and bowed his head, then he wouldn't have to do his job as the major captain of the Special Operations Brigade. Just wait for the joke to be on you. There aren't many that run into 2 minutes? Ha ha ha. Special Operations Brigade's people. They are really smug. Zhang Chong coldly laughed out loud. Major, believe it or not, I'll pick 2 people out at random who can run faster than you? Zhang Chong was completely enraged. If Xin Yuan wasn't here, he's afraid he'll go straight for Wang Lang. Sure, whether or not it's a fight, it's a toss-up. But in front of 98 new recruits, this Wang Lang's end would definitely be miserable. Pick anyone at random to run faster than me? Ha ha ha. Wang Lang seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke. His gaze condensed, his eyes sharp as electricity. Recruit, lightheartedness, requires capital, and if you don't have enough strength, being frivolous will only cost you dearly. Now that you've said that, dare you pick 2 people to compete with me? Pick 2 people to compete with you? Zhang Chong smiled broadly. Ha ha. What wouldn't I dare? On the contrary, you, a major, don't lose at that time. Don't dare to admit. That can be a disgrace. Let people laugh off the teeth. What a joke. I, a major of the Special Warfare Brigade, would lose to a bunch of your milquetoast recruits? Wang Lang spoke angrily at once. Come on, you choose someone at random. If any of the recruits can outperform my Wang Lang today, Wang Lang, will directly get out of this recruit company. Instead, if none of you can beat me, all of you will apologize to me. Don't say I'm bullying you new recruits. You're asking for it. However, he didn't realize that this statement made him commit a major offense. Those are some words. It's a group attack. Who can stand that? This guy, he's too rampant. Don't give a damn about our recruit company. The last time I encountered such a rampant major was last time. The dignity of the recruit company is inviolable. Offend my recruit company, and you will be punished even though you are far away. Kill. Fuck this. Sure enough, as soon as the assassins heard Wang Lang's words, each one of them had an unfavorable look on their faces, and they were all immediately enraged. This major, how dare he insult them new recruits? This is absolutely unforgivable. Good. Since you want to get the hell out of the recruit company so badly, then we'll fulfill you. Zhang Chong suddenly laughed. Then he looked at the pricks and casually spoke. Handsome, Su Kai, it's up to you to fight for the dignity of the recruit company. Very good. Su Kai coldly smiled and walked out. With pleasure. Zhang Shuai smiled back. Immediately, a group of 4 people came to the front of the 400-meter obstacle course. Seeing this, Qin Yuan was naturally speechless. Now that this Wang Lang had committed public anger, it would be excellent to let him calm down. This Qin Yuan actually acquiesced to this behavior? The square-painted halberd did not move, taking in the scene. Since Qin Yuan didn't stop it, he was also eager to see what the strength of this new company of recruits was like. These rookie pricks, they shouldn't really be able to run in a 2-run center, should they? Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but think about it. This brat Fong Tian. Why does his face look so ugly? Could it be that he has a fever? However, Fong Paintbrush saw Fong Tian in the crowd. One could only see that at this moment, Fong Tian's face was blue, and his entire body was frowning and worried. I don't know if I'm sick or what. This kid, I think he thinks his teammates have no chance of winning and can't help but worry. Fong Paintbrush laughed. Company Commander Qin, since Wang Lang wants to compete with these little guys, let's, both of us, be the referee. Speaking of which, I also want to see the comrades of the recruit company. With a slight smile, Fong Paintbrush walked up to Qin Yuan. When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Since Chief of Staff Fong has this pleasure, then I'll come and be a referee as well. Then Qin Yuan looked at the 3 Zhang Chong. To remind you, this one is a major of the Special Warfare Brigade, a real Special Forces soldier. His strength is very powerful, far beyond your imagination. This 400-meter obstacle, I'm afraid it's something that people haven't practiced for hundreds of years. This kind of difficulty is completely trivial for them. You 3, don't take it lightly. Qin Yuan smiled and barked. It was just that his words, on the surface, sounded like he was urging the recruits to be more serious, but the tone of his voice didn't suggest any urgency at all. When Su Kai heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Company Commander, we will never take the enemy lightly. The honor of the recruit company will still depend on us to defend it. Don't worry, Company Commander, we will definitely do our best." Zhang Shuai nodded solemnly. That's good. Qin Yuan smiled brightly. To the strength of the 3 of them, Qin Yuan was very relieved. Wang Lang see, the comrades of the recruit company are very attentive to this competition, so don't take it lightly. Seeing Qin Yuan's words of advice, Fong Paintbrush also opened his mouth with a smile. Wang Lang immediately looked disdainful. Chief of Staff, dealing with a bunch of new recruits is just a matter of concern. I, Wang Lang, really don't care. If I can't even win against the new recruits, I'll simply retire as a Special Forces soldier. Don't ever say that, Comrade Major. If you lose, all we need is for you to get the hell out of the recruit company. As for whether or not you're retired or what you're going to do, we're not interested. Su Kai immediately opened his mouth in a sneering manner. When Wang Lang heard this, he choked on his words and his face turned red with anger. Humph, soldiers talk about strength. Let your sharp teeth and sharp tongue be useless in front of absolute strength. Comrade Major is right. Military confrontation speaks of his strength, no matter how big or small your rank is. In front of absolute strength, it's useless. Zhang Shuai also opened his mouth in a very timely manner. Crap, absolute. Handsome man is awesome. Handsome bull. Don't be him. Just do it. Abuse this major to death. The pricks immediately started to get excited when they heard that. What's the point of talking to him? Just do it and be done with it. When Wang Lang heard this, his face became quite ugly. He was actually mocked by recruits again? Now that Qin Yuan was around, it wasn't good for him to snap. He had no choice but to give Zhang Shuai a vicious glare and secretly vowed to defeat the new recruit with his grades. It's no use just talking tough. Seeing that both sides have subsided, Qin Yuan also finally began his role as referee. Take your positions. Ready. Begin. with a command from Qin Yuan. Whoosh! The four silhouettes were like a swift wind and quickly rushed out. Go Recruit Company! The Recruit Company will win! Recruiting Company Bull! The Recruit Company is invincible! The assassins immediately started cheering for the trio of Zhang Chong Zhang Shui Sukai. This Zhang Chong and Sukai's speed. It seems to be faster? However, once the game started, Qin Yuan's eyes immediately just lit up. He could tell at a glance that the speed of the Zhang Su duo was clearly faster than their usual training runs. It looks like Zhang Chong and Sukai. It seems like they're going to break their previous training records. Ha! In an instant, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart surge with anticipation. As for Wang Lang, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. To everyone's surprise, Wang Lang was surprisingly in last place in the 100-meter event. Ha ha ha. Is this the strength of the legendary Special Forces? I don't think it's much more than that. Special Forces? Bullshit. Compared to our Recruit Company, it's a brother. The Recruit Company is awesome. The Recruit Company is invincible. No strength. And still dare to come to our Recruit Company and make a big deal out of it. I've never seen such a brazen person. As soon as the assassins saw this beginning situation, the match was a one-sided one, and Wang Lang was directly dumped at the end. All of them were excited at once. Crap, what the hell? Did I not eat enough this morning? Me? How come I can't even outrun a new recruit? Lousy is a Special Forces soldier, the elite of the elite. As soon as Wang Lang entered the track, he ran desperately and furiously. After all, this is not the time for scientific physical distribution. Most of all, he needs to get a head start and create strong pressure on his opponents as soon as the game starts. 400-meter hurdles? I think he was an absolute handful in the company back in the day. Yet now, motherfucker. This plot, it's not quite what one would expect. Wang Lang gave a deadly chase, but it's getting farther and farther away from the three. Especially when he heard the line, "Never seen such a brazen man." Wang Lang stumbled and almost spat out blood from anger. Which motherfucker led this shit? Wang Lang swept his afterglow at the excited pricks, and he couldn't tell who had said it at all. When he was in middle school, the drama of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a big hit, and every time he met his classmates and was laughed at by them, Wang Lang wanted to find a bottom seam to drill into at that time. This got a little better when I went into the military later. I didn't expect to hear that familiar line again today. And, not only that, Wang Lang looked at the excited faces of the assassins. Suddenly he thought again of a passage from the great man of letters, Mr. Lu Xun, and his mind automatically produced the line, "The sorrows and joys of mankind are not connected, I only find them noisy." Running fast for the first 100 meters is useless. Wang Lang was worthy of being a special soldier, and he quickly adjusted his mindset in the face of the impact. Shake your head. He was ready to overtake the program at the back. 100 meters. Anyone can run. It's these 14 that come after that make the difference in performance. Wang Lang let out a cold snort, and then he no longer thought about it, and began to devote his full attention to the match. Crap, what the hell? How come this gap? It's getting bigger and bigger? Quickly passing through the three-step pile. However, Wang Lang was shocked to find that the three men from the recruit company had already gotten on the diving board, and were all about to move on to the next item immediately. Wang Lang immediately rose to the occasion. It shouldn't. I've clearly played well today, why can't I even catch up with them? Wang Lang's heart was blasting and shouting, even is dripping blood. However, he could only watch the gap with the trio grow wider and wider. Wang Lang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Worry, could it be that I'm having an illusion? The pricks, on the other hand, instantly dropped their newcomers when they saw this. Alas, I thought the special forces were so awesome, now it seems to be nothing more than that. He can't even compete with the new recruits, and he still says he's a special forces soldier. Alas, I'm ashamed for him. Fong Tian, the soldier under your old brother's hand. His strength is too poor, isn't it? Just like that, and you still let him be the leader of the Special Operations Squad? Seeing that Wang Lang couldn't flip the disc at all, the assassins' hanging hearts were completely relaxed, and they even wanted to get high on melon seeds and eat some fruits. Fong Paintbrush was also shocked by the scene in front of him. In fact, at first, he didn't put much stock in the performance of the three recruits. The worst thing you can do when running the 400-meter hurdles is to let go of the run in the very first 100 meters. Once the 100 meters consumed too much physical energy, it will inevitably lead to the latter program is not enough strength, movement deformation, etc., which will lead to the deterioration of the overall performance. Yet now it's all running into the sixth item. The three recruits remained in the lead, especially that big and tall one. He had a sharp gaze and was aggressive, but his speed was even faster. Surprisingly, he ran first. Am I in some kind of special forces unit? Fong Painted Halberd rubbed his eyes, and actually created an illusion of coming to the special forces. No way. The three people in front of him were really too strong. It's simply strong and scary. He, a chief of staff of a special operations brigade, felt a pang as he watched the heat-dissipating words cascade. The race program, which is moving along at a rapid pace. Fong Paintbrush's mood, too, grew colder and colder. It's even a little unforgiving. This Wang Lang, he usually runs quite fast. How come this time he played so badly? Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As one of the top experts of the Special Warfare Brigade, Wang Lang's comprehensive physical quality was, however, very strong. Especially the instant explosive power, staying power, and so on, is very strong. But now, in front of the three new recruits, it was like they weren't even on the same level. After all, what Wang Lang represented now was the face of the Special Operations Brigade, representing the face of his square-painted halberd. If Wang Lang lost, his face, naturally, would not look good. Even once this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that he will become a laughingstock in the mouths of several old comrades. The major of the Special Forces Brigade, a real soldier king, ran the 400-meter obstacle course and lost to a new recruit? He even thought of the scene where he would be laughed at and there was nothing he could do about it. This Wang Lang, his mental quality is still too bad. Too bad. Ugh. Fong drew a long, languid sigh. Hate it. Hide the punch. Come on, Chong. Crap. You guys are playing so awesome this time. It seems like you're going to break the record. Go for it. Savage. Step up. Su Kai. Step up. You think this is giving birth? You think this is giving birth? You can just yell bull. Zhang Chong is bullish. Su Kai is awesome. Second trip. On the way back, Zhang Chong still rushes in first place. He played exceptionally well. For once, surprisingly, he had left Su Kai behind. As for Sui Kai, considered himself to have played perfectly and made no mistakes. He didn't expect to still be left behind by Zhang Chong, which surprised him greatly. As for Zhang Shuai, on the other hand, it's almost neck and neck with Su Kai. There's no difference at all, just half a length behind. As for the Honorable Special Forces Major Wang Lang, being thrown off by the trio by at least a dozen meters, Zhang Chong had climbed up the trench, and Wang Lang had only just arrived in front of the ladder. That's a gap that would have locked up the win. Zhang Chong forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart and told himself that he must calm down. Victory is just around the corner. Absolutely don't make a mistake. Must make that Special Forces Major lose his face. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chong dodged and moved across the 5-step pile, followed closely by a floaty over corner. Finally, Zaichu came to the final 100-meter track. Zhao Chong, go for it. Punch, bull, savage, invincible. Around his ears, the strong wind whistled. At the same time came a mountain of excited shouts from the assassins. Everyone was cheering for Zhang Chong. No way. This time Zhang Chong was in the lead. Far beyond everyone. I'm afraid this one is going to break troop records. Who couldn't be excited? At this moment, Qin Yuan's heart, too, trembled with excitement. That speed. Absolutely. Definitely the strongest Zaichu can claim to have ever played. Qin Yuan's hand holding the stopwatch was vaguely trembling. Buzz. Zaichu started to speed up. His body, like a V12 engine, was filled with endless power. At this moment, he's still accelerating. Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart as he watched. This motherfucker. This new recruit. It's getting to the point where he's still speeding up. This physical quality. It's too terrifying. The square-painted halberd was utterly and completely shocked. Buzz. Hidden Rush crosses the finish line. At the same time, Qin Yuan immediately pressed the stopwatch. 1 hour 21 minutes and 38 seconds. A touch elaborate and very scary number. Company Commander Qin. This soldier, what's the time? Fong Paintbrush held back the shock in his heart and immediately came over. However, before Qin Yuan could tell him, he caught a glimpse of the alarming number on the timer. 1 hour 21 minutes and 38 seconds? Boom. It was like being struck by lightning. Fong Paintbrush's entire body felt a little unsteady on its feet. At his age, there were not many things left that could have such a great impact on his heart. On his mind, it's your own soldiers that can't win a maneuver and get a first-class credit. But now, the number in front of him was one that shook him hard. Breaking the military record. Breaking the army record. Fong Paintbrush couldn't help but scream out in excitement. Because, he knew very well what that number represented. However, too late to be shocked. Follow closely. 2 more figures sped past. Qin Yuan quickly pinched the timer. 1 minute, 23 seconds. 23. 1 minute, 23 seconds. 98. 2 more mind-numbing numbers. Jesus, what the hell is going on in this recruiting company? Crouching Tiger? Hidden Dragon? Fong Paintbrush was feeling a bit baffled. A few seconds passed. Wang Lang crossed the finish line as hard as he could. 1 hour 28 minutes and 11 seconds. Looking at the whole army, that's a pretty horrible score. Many of the company's top presences can't run a 1:30, but Wang Lang ran 1 hour 28 minutes and 11 seconds. This achievement was enough to make countless soldiers envious. Even more, it was a score that Wang Lang had overplayed. His previous best was just 1 hour 29 minutes and 34 seconds. Running to the finish line, he was utterly dumbfounded. The whole man's face was blue and gloomy, red and speechless. Major, you just said it yourself. If you lose, get the hell out of the recruit company. And remember, with a roll. Zhang Chong walked over with a smile on his face. When he saw his score, he was also instantly taken aback. In fact, after watching Qin Yuan's demonstration, Zhang Chong had the feeling that he was afraid that he would be able to improve for 1 or 2 seconds. I didn't realize that this time. He held his breath and went straight for the jugular. This was a great way for Zhang Chong to get a hard-on. When Wang Lang heard this, he couldn't help but turn more and more red in the face. Zhang Chong angled his head and spoke condescendingly. So, comrade honorable major, get lost? We have to watch it with our own eyes. Wang Lang immediately blushed. Zhang Chong, let's be forgiving. Qin Yuan deliberately made a stern face and opened his mouth. However, it's good that he didn't say anything. As soon as you open your mouth, Wang Lang immediately felt even more embarrassed. Took a glance. It was hundreds of meters from the gate of the recruit company. I'm a man of my word, just get lost. Wang Lang clenched his teeth and looked at the crowd. Humph, Wang Lang, am willing to lose a bet. Rolling is as good as rolling. I just hope that you prickly, lawless guys won't fall into my hands in the future. Don't worry, Major, when we go to garrison the frontier, none of us will go to the Special Operations Brigade. The assassins let out a snort of laughter. When Wang Lang heard this, he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Qin Yuan gave a direct reprimand. All shut up, how do you all talk? Speaking of which, this Wang Lang's attitude towards himself was quite good. Moreover, he is consistent in his behavior. Last time it was his recommendation that Qin Yuan was able to obtain the second-class merit. So for this Wang Lang, Qin Yuan is still very favorable. Seeing Qin Yuan angry, the pricks immediately settled down a lot. Fong Paintbrush looked on in amazement. He didn't expect Qin Yuan's words to work so well for this group of pricks. Sweeping carefully, he was shocked to find that Fong Tian had all obediently stood in formation, staring ahead, not daring to move. It seems that this Qin Yuan, he really does have 2 skills. Fong Paintbrush raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. Only he was puzzled. The soldiers under his hand are so powerful. How in the world did he, Qin Yuan, suppress them? Could Qin Yuan be stronger than them? But, basically, it's unlikely. After all, that big tall guy, he's breaking the army record. Granted, this score is not authoritative or even very accurate, but it was enough to prove the strength of the big tall man. After Qin Yuan finished speaking, he came directly in front of Wang Lang and laughed. Major, don't fight with these pricks. They're young and don't know any better. You mustn't take it personally. As for this competition, let's leave it at that. You guys can just leave directly. Seriously, Qin Yuan really didn't want Wang Lang to just roll out. After all, it's hundreds of meters from the gate. Even running out, it takes a while. Not to mention rolling. It'll take a few minutes at least. The main thing is, once this matter spreads out, Wang Lang's face will be lost. And that face will be a big loss. How can we still be in the Special Forces Brigade? No way, Company Commander. Absolutely no mercy for this guy. Right, Company Commander. This major is looking down on our recruit company. We need to make him pay for it and leave a deep lesson. That's just it. Otherwise, he'll think that our recruit company is really easy to bully and that there's no one in the recruit company. Pricks aren't stupid. Once they heard that Qin Yuan had said so, this was to directly let Wang Lang go. How's that gonna work? Wang Lang, at once, hesitated. However, when he heard the words of the assassins, his heart was once again firm, and he directly shook his head, with a resolute attitude. Company Commander Qin, I, Wang Lang, have always been true to my word, since the agreement was made. If you lose, you have to get out. I Wang Lang will never go back on my word. When a man is born in heaven and earth, nothing is more important than his promise. If a soldier doesn't even honor his word, he doesn't deserve to be a soldier. Qin Yuan froze. This Wang Lang, what a strong personality. I like it. Wang Lang looked at the pricks and spoke in a loud voice. Recruits, since I have lost, I, Wang Lang, will never cheat. You guys watch. Wang Lang finished. Crouching straight down, he propped his hands up on the ground, his head on the ground, and began to somersault, rushing in the direction of the gate. The pricks looked dumbfounded, especially Zhang Chong. Seeing Wang Lang's serious expression as he turned his head, he instantly felt a burst of heartfelt impatience. This Wang Lang is a man. talking the talk. Good for you. He's right. If you don't even follow what you say, you don't deserve the word soldier. MD, why do I feel a bit like crying? You bunch of scum. Open your eyes and see how this major has been bullied by you? Bullying's a bitch. It's called willingness to gamble. Keep your word. The pricks looked touched for a moment. After all, they had a feeling of admiration for Wang Lang. After all, Zhang Chong and the others were originally just betting on a breath of air, wanting to deal a hard blow to Wang Lang. Even if Wang Lang lost in the end, the most they could do was to taunt him a few times, and they couldn't do anything to Wang Lang if he just walked away. But now, nice guy, Wang Lang actually turned his heel straight away, wanting to finish the bet and get out of the recruit company? We'll deal with you pricks later. First platoon leader, here, lead the recruits and run 10 kilometers to the playground. Company commander. Upon hearing this, the first platoon leader immediately ran over and commanded the team to run towards the playground. What the hell? 10 kilometers? It's almost time for dinner. Running 10 kilometers now? What do you mean? The pricks were dumbfounded. They didn't incur the company commander's wrath. Why now? And a 10-kilometer fine? What do you mean? We went a little too far, didn't stop the major, and made the company commander mad. Hulian Demon said smilingly, it's just 10 kilometers, and still running light. It's nothing to him at all. Not much of a problem. Think of it as moving your muscles. That does seem to be the case, but this major is willing to keep his word, which he volunteered for. We didn't force him. You guy, look at what you're saying. If it's in the ancient palace, you definitely won't survive more than 3 episodes. You have to learn how to read people's minds. Don't you understand? The point is, it's not that we didn't push the major. It's that the great company commander didn't want the major to roll out of the recruit company. Understand? Speaking of which, it is indeed humiliating enough for a major to be forced to get the hell out of the recruit company. However, when it comes to this matter later, not many people should laugh at him. Inwardly, he won't joke about it, but outwardly, he'll flirt with it a few times, definitely less, just to see if he can stand it. The assassins quickly realized Qin Yuan's intentions as you spoke and I spoke. Qin Yuan didn't want Wang Lang to be too embarrassed. So, what about making an excuse to purposely get them off the scene? After a few simple orders and seeing the recruits leave, Qin Yuan directly rushed in Wang Lang's direction. So is this Wang Lang guy being special forces? Be smart, okay? And he was actually bluffed by this group? Usually learn those cunning, deal with the enemy strategy, should be used to use really cannot. Directly out of the fight they can also be oh no, there are hundreds of people in the recruit company. I'm afraid he can't beat them even if Wang Lang is powerful. Besides, I'm afraid that hidden rush is enough for him to drink a pot of water. Who's strong and who's weak? We'll have to fight to find out. Alas, this Wang Lang is too miserable. Who wouldn't you mess with? Why would you mess with a newbie prick? See that the pricks have gone away. Qin Yuan immediately ran up and pulled Wang Lang to his feet. Company Commander Qin, what are you doing? Wang Lang was instantly stunned. He instantly exploded, trying to break free. However, under Qin Yuan's iron pincers, he simply couldn't break free. We've all seen Major Wang's strong iron bones in his words. Right now this new recruits are gone, so the major should just go. Qin Yuan hurriedly persuaded. Tang Major, in case this behavior is seen by the others, how bad the impact will be. But brother Qin Yuan, Wang Lang looked at the gate of the recruit company, and now there are still a few hundred meters. Wanting to speak. There's nothing to but, Major, your current behavior is not only losing your own face, but also the face of Chief of Staff Fong. If there's anything, you guys go back and discuss it. Qin Yuan hurriedly persuaded. He was a little embarrassed by the way things were going. Sure enough, Fong Paintbrush's face was incomparably embarrassed as he walked over. He laughed and couldn't help but let out a light cough. Wang Lang the Special Warfare Brigade suddenly called, saying that the Cat God Commando team has an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with. So why don't you come back with me right now at once? Chief of Staff. As soon as Wang Lang heard this, he instantly became solemn. Qin Yuan, the incident was sudden. Major Wang and I will go back first. We'll see you again when we have the chance. Fong Paintbrush smiled at Qin Yuan and then quickly left with Wang Lang and the military band and the others. See you again sometime. Qin Yuan then smiled at the sight and walked towards the training ground. Suddenly, but it's good that they're gone now. Looking at the golden military medals in front of his chest, which looked glorious under the sunlight, Qin Yuan's mood was so good that he even wanted to sing a song to celebrate. 35 minutes later, end of the 10-kilometer run. The pricks were all sweating like rabbits in water. Unlikely. How unlikable. Qin Yuan walked over and reprimanded fiercely. Do you know what the other party is? That's a major. A major of the Special Warfare Brigade. And he came over today with good intentions. Look at you guys acting like you're beating up a fallen dog. Never let me see the next one. Know what? But where there's a next time, it won't be a simple 10-kilometer penalty. Always remember, soldiers, always a family. Forgive us where we can. Qin Yuan followed his advice and taught him diligently. Company commander. The pricks were amused by what they heard, although Qin Yuan was ostensibly reprimanding them. But harsh words? Hardly at all. It made them all feel a sense of gratitude. Besides, today's performance by Hidden Rush Zhang Shuaisu Kai was very good. Well defended the honor of our recruiting company. So, Qin Yuan suddenly turned his words around and spoke with a smile. So what? As soon as he heard Qin Yuan's compliment, the pricks were instantly refreshed. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen carefully. So, today at noon, reward each of you with a half hour of game time. For this half hour, you can use your cell phones, play anything, call or video, all as you wish, except that the location is limited to the item warehouse. In half an hour, everyone will be collected in unison. Qin Yuan thought about it and decided to give the pricks some rewards. After all, the stingers were really good today. My goodness, did I hear you right? You can play with your cell phone? It's only half an hour, but it's very cool to have a good time. Woohoo! It's been a long time since I've watched Mr. 91 Horses. I'm going to have a good time. My membership is about to expire. I'm going to videotape my mom. Oh, I miss her so much. The pricks were almost grateful to hear that. It was a surprise out of the blue. And so it was. The pricks don't eat their meals. Led by Zhao Ruishuan, he quickly made his way to the warehouse, excited to talk on the phone with family or a good friend. Movies for movies. Games for games. A variety of playstyles are available. Half an hour over. All the pricks, too, were comfortable and walked out of the warehouse with a satisfied look on their faces. Ugh, playing with my cell phone is just awesome. If only every day. No, if only later, every week. I could get half an hour of game time. Want to play with your cell phone? Work hard on it. Maybe if the company commander is happy, he'll reward us with a day of cell phone play. The pricks murmured excitedly. Yet everyone doesn't know. After several consecutive days of fermentation, after word of mouth from the soldiers' company commanders and the various chiefs, nowadays, 90% of the soldiers in the military region knew Qin Yuan's great name. Even the women's square. All of them treated Qin Yuan as an idol that they strongly wanted to meet. He can write songs and is handsome, and is said to be strong in leading soldiers and fighting. I've only heard of such a perfect man in legends. Not only that, I hear he's a great shot too. Bullets can light matches. Such great marksmanship. Even the special forces can't do that. These are all younger brothers compared to his mysterious background. Did you guys know? As far as I know, this recruit company commander called Qin Yuan has a very big background. It's rumored that he was personally appointed by a certain chief to lead the new company. I'm sure he has a very mysterious past. Otherwise, how could he be able to suppress those new recruits? I think so. Mysterious and powerful. Handsome and sunny. Talented and omnipotent. My gosh. Such a perfect man. I must meet him if I have the chance. Qin Yuan had not only become the object that the male soldiers wanted to challenge in just a few days, but he had also become the super male god that the female soldiers were eager to meet. For a while, it can be said to be famous and popular. Even more so, directly adding a mysterious and powerful background to Qin Yuan. Some even said that Qin Yuan was the legendary new generation of genius instructors of the Chinese Dragon Team, specially dispatched by his superiors to the recruit company to suppress this group of disobedient and unruly pricks. Various versions, everything. I'm afraid that Qin Yuan would cry and laugh when he heard that. Luckily, he stayed in the recruit company every day not knowing anything about these rumors. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to go through the routine again and begin marksmanship training. Next, 2,000 push-ups. After the push-ups, the pricks could train in marksmanship or the 400-meter obstacle course according to their interests. And the days were incredibly full. After the afternoon practice, Qin Yuan was alone and drove to the military hospital. After letting Su Xiaoyu calm down for a few days, he should have figured it out as well. Since that's the case, it's time to heal his legs as well. On the way to the hospital, Qin Yuan's eyes flashed brightly. After all, marksmanship and the 400-meter obstacle course are now on the training schedule. This Su Xiaoyu won't be able to keep up at all if she doesn't recover. Sure, Qin Yuan didn't forget about Wang Tianyi either. It was just that Wang Tianyi was too disappointing to Qin Yuan. Just let him stay in the hospital for a few more days. A windy ride. Qin Yuan quickly arrived at the hospital and stepped into Su Xiaoyu's hospital room. It's now close to 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The doctors and nurses have long since left work, leaving only the nurse on duty to sit at the nurse's desk. The foot traffic was thin and it was a good time to make a move. Hospitals. The assassins had specially applied for a high-class single room for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had just eaten dinner and looked very depressed. Ugh, why am I so guilty of having to think good thoughts? If I hadn't ghosted myself and gotten too confident, I wouldn't have ended up like this, would I? Now, this leg is considered wasted. I'm completely wasted, completely useless. It's useless. Everything, it's pointless. Su Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. Not by choice. Then 2 lines of tears slipped down. Just 2 days ago, he had thought that his leg, a simple fracture, would heal with a little more time to recuperate. But he asked the doctor several times in succession if his leg would be okay or not. The doctor hadn't told him directly though, and from reading between the lines alone, he automatically surmised the outcome. One's own legs, absolutely wasted. Otherwise, the doctor could never have that look on his face. From that moment on, Su Xiaoyu began to degrade herself. Anything can't lift my spirits. It's not that he doesn't want to. Rather, I really can't bring myself to do it. The whole person. It was as if the 7 souls had been drained out of the 6. After all, with only 1 leg left in the future, plus the savings left by his parents before they died, all of which he had squandered. What else could he do? Most of all, after such a big incident, I'm afraid the military district won't keep him anymore. Leaving the barracks, he couldn't even think of what else he could do. Just a complete and utter cripple. Su Xiaoyu thought sadly, tears mixed with remorse, and fell into a deep sleep. Asleep so soon? Qin Yuan had wanted to eavesdrop for a while longer yet. Seeing Su Xiaoyu sleeping, walked out immediately. After not seeing her for a few days, Su Xiaoyu's face, obviously emaciated a lot. Her already thin face became even thinner. Qin Yuan couldn't even bear to look at it. I really don't know how much inner torture this guy has gone through, but that's what he deserves. Consider it a hard lesson for him. A heartbeat away from the system space, Qin Yuan took out an exquisitely crafted box. The box opened. Inside was densely packed. Various types of silver needles. No more, no less. Exactly 108. You're lucky to have met a company commander like me. A case like Su Xiaoyu's. With modern medical technology, it simply cannot be cured. But just because Western medicine can't cure it doesn't mean that Qin Yuan, a peak-level Chinese medicine practitioner and a master of the Zhongshu level, can't save it either. 8 needles against the sky. Magpie Divine Needle. Yellow Emperor's Internal Cannon Needle Technique. Counting the set of acupuncture techniques with amazing effects in his mind, Qin Yuan decided that he would use the most amazingly described by the system. The 8 needles of the reverse heaven. The 8 needles against the heavens. There are a total of 8 sets of needles. 1 needle for life. 2 needles for death. 3 needles for flesh and white bone. 4 needles for marrow cleansing. 5 needles for Dan Chang. 6 needles for God. 7 needles for immortality. And 8 needles for Sai Shenxian. The first needle of the reverse heaven, which only requires 1 silver needle to be administered, but any disease encountered by anyone who is alive can be cured. The second needle of the reverse sky requires 4 silver needles to be applied, but anyone whose life is dying and is about to die can be cured by just 4 silver needles applied together. The third needle of the reverse sky, which requires 16 silver needles to perform, specializes in the treatment of external injuries, whether it is a serious bruise or a crushed bone fracture, etc., and can almost achieve the effect of a dead man's flesh and white bone, which is very magical. Against the sky fourth needle, need 32 silver needles can be performed. Against the sky fourth needle, can make the body of impurities and dirt are discharged. The skin is as delicate as a baby, but also able to enhance the human body's potential, so that the state of the body further, to reach a real peak. The fifth stitch against the grain takes the body a step further. The sixth needle against the heavens already belonged to the realm of metaphysics. The seventh needle against the heavens, once performed, could cause the body to reach its true peak limit. As for the eighth stitch against the sky, once cast, I am afraid that it will be invincible on earth. To summarize, the 3 stitches before the reverse day are all for the purpose of healing the sick and saving lives. The 5 stitches behind the reverse heaven were all about improving the human body and helping humans reach their true peak limits. 8 stitches against the sky. With each shot, the results are very counterintuitive. And each stitch, the requirements for the stitching, are very high. If one were to learn it step by step, I'm afraid that one wouldn't be able to learn the first 3 stitches without a few decades of effort. Qin Yuan had dipped into the light of the system, which made it easy for him to completely master the 8 needles of the reverse heaven. Only, after feeling it slightly, Qin Yuan knew that although he had mastered all of the 8 needles of the inverse sky, with his current physical ability and essence, he could only perform the first 3 stitches of the 8 needles of the inverse sky at most. The 4th stitch couldn't even be performed. If it's forcefully cast, I'm afraid that it would only cause Qin Yuan's brain nerves to be disorganized due to the excessive consumption of his essence. and he might even turn into an idiot. According to the system, this was a set of heaven-defying needle techniques that had been passed down from the ancient times, and it was simply not something that an ordinary person could fully perform. However, even if one is unable to perform the latter few stitches, it is enough to aid this Su Xiaoyu. With a slight smile, Qin Yuan shone a direct hand slash at Su Xiaoyu's neck. Su Xiaoyu let out a muffled grunt and instantly passed out. This reverse 8-point needle is extremely demanding in terms of the environment and the person administering the treatment. Qin Yuan didn't want Su Xiaoyu to influence himself. Swiftly, he unwrapped the bandages and plaster and other items from Su Xiaoyu's leg, then locked the door of the room and closed the curtains. Qin Yuan used another hot towel to wipe Su Xiaoyu's fractured and deformed right leg. Then, taking a deep breath, he took out a silver needle, gathered his qi, and drew a special arc, stabbing the needle into Su Xiaoyu's injured right leg. At this moment, between heaven and earth, Qin Yuan only felt that the only thing left was a silver needle in front of his eyes, as well as an acupuncture point and a flowing blood vein on Su Xiaoyu's leg. Boom ground. A stitch in time. The internal meridians and fractures of Su Xiaoyu's legs. A green light spot suddenly appeared from the silver needle. The green points of light flowed rapidly, and in an instant, all the blood and meridian cells in Su Xiaoyu's legs became active, and his muscles began a deep metamorphosis from the depths of his cells. Follow closely. Second stitch down. On Qin Yuan's forehead, fine beads of sweat had begun to appear, and his back was also beginning to sweat slightly, but Qin Yuan didn't care. His attention was now focused on Su Xiaoyu's legs. When Qin Yuan cast the fifth silver needle, finally, Su Xiaoyu's deformed leg bones began to slowly reset, getting normal. In the meantime, the green points of light had almost completely surrounded the injured muscle meridians, and every second, they began to recover rapidly. Follow closely. It's the sixth stitch, seventh stitch, stitch 8. When the eighth stitch goes down, one moment, all the green points of light instantly skyrocketed again, to a mind-numbing order of magnitude. The injuries on Su Xiaoyu's legs were completely recovered in this instant. Even under the influence of the green spot of light, the potential of its right leg was further stimulated. Company commander? Perhaps it was because his physical injuries were repaired and Su Xiaoyu's body was not burdened. He actually woke up leisurely. When he saw that Qin Yuan was giving him acupuncture, he was shocked. He called out in surprise, and Qin Yuan didn't have any answer. The company commander didn't seem to hear it? My leg, seems to have, recovered? Su Xiaoyu was shocked to find out. The right leg, which was originally in unbearable pain, could no longer feel any pain at this moment. Most of all, to the naked eye, the original twisted right leg, at this moment, in appearance, had been restored as before. My goodness, it's amazing, isn't it? I didn't realize that the company commander actually has a handful of out-of-this-world medical skills. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but let her eyes light up. The whole person's previous disheveledness was even swept away. The whole person was excited. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Yuan was still healing him right now, he couldn't wait to jump up 3 feet high and get a good feel for his current situation. Yet the next second, Su Xiaoyu then saw Qin Yuan's full body of big men. Sweat had long since dampened Qin Yuan's clothes all over his body, and Qin Yuan's face, it seemed like he was very tired. Even when he ran 20 kilometers with us, the company commander was never so tired. Could it be that this acupuncture technique took a tremendous amount of effort from the company commander? Su Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. He guessed the truth of the matter at once. One moment, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but tear up. Ugh, the company commander worked hard. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Company commander, don't worry, what's past is past. Su Xiaoyu, will definitely play hard to train from today onwards. Never let your old man down for his renewed kindness to me. As the saying goes, a great favor is not appreciated. Just rest assured, your old man, from now on the mountain of swords and the sea of fire, as long as you need it, Su Xiaoyu, will never say a word of no. Su Xiaoyu couldn't stop her tears and swore silently in her heart. Finally, as the 8 stitches end, after Qin Yuan felt that Su Xiaoyu's leg had completely recovered, his fingers were flexible like flying elves, and he immediately began to close the needles. In just one breath's time, 8 silver needles were swiftly put into the brocade box under Qin Yuan's deft fingers. Qin Yuan put the box into his pocket, then put it into the system space. The whole process was flowing smoothly and incomparably silky. Su Xiaoyu looked dumbfounded. Finish collecting the silver needles. One moment, it was as if Qin Yuan seemed to have deflated himself. An endless feeling of exhaustion struck instantly. Qin Yuan actually almost couldn't stand and had to sit down on the hospital bed. Company commander, are you alright? Su Xiaoyu was alarmed at the sight, and hurriedly climbed up from the hospital bed, quickly going to support Qin Yuan with a tense and worried face. I'm fine, crap, in order to save you brat. I've put in blood this time. Qin Yuan simply sat on the hospital bed with a laugh. Say, how do you brat plan to repay me? As he spoke, Qin Yuan swept a glance. Just now, Su Xiaoyu climbed up from the hospital bed. The whole movement was done in one go, without any delay. The movement was very crisp. It shows, he's been thoroughly good. It's not a waste of the hard work you've expended. The great kindness of the company commander. Su Xiaoyu, even if I die, I'm still unable to repay it. Su Xiaoyu laughed. I've thought about it. If I have the chance to go to the battlefield with company commander in the future, I'm going to take the bullets for company commander. Fuck you, blocking bullets? Qin Yuan couldn't help but be amused. Did you think the bullet would hit me? With the strength of the company commander, that bullet definitely couldn't hit the company commander. Su Xiaoyu froze at his words, but immediately followed with a smile. But it's easy to dodge a gun, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Who knows when a life and death crisis will suddenly occur? Anyway, when there are bullets, we Su Xiaoyu will block the bullets. If there are grenades, we Su Xiaoyu will block the grenades. And if there are missiles, well, we'll be martyred along with the company commander. Hit your sister. Qin Yuan deliberately frowned. Su Xiaoyu, I can kind of see that you don't want me to be good at all. Damn you. None of the words you're saying are saying that you don't want me to die. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she was immediately aggrieved. Company commander. Heaven and earth are kinda company commander. I mean all these words sincerely. Wouldn't you just say that you'll train well in the future and get a first-class merit or something? Qin Yuan only felt amused as he watched. He hadn't seen Su Xiaoyu for a few days, and as a matter of fact, he had missed her quite a bit. Now that Su Xiaoyu had fully recovered, she couldn't help but want to tease him more. Isn't that a must? These are all basic requirements. Don't worry, your old man, Su Xiaoyu, will never fail this opportunity to become a soldier again in my second life. No one knows more about being a soldier than I do. Su Xiaoyu shook her head very sadly. Over the course of a few days, Su Xiaoyu has long since gone through a very deep reflection. He thought he had truly learned the meaning of the word soldier. Originally, he had planned that when he recovered from his condition and was dismissed from the barracks, it would be wandering and making a home in all directions. But now, Qin Yuan healed him very miraculously. Another chance to get back into the military. He naturally super doubles down on it. You brat, just bragging. Fine, wait for me to see your performance. Qin Yuan listened and couldn't help but smile. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Tomorrow you'll check out of the hospital and go back as well. The training programs are getting harder and harder now. If you don't go back, you won't be able to keep up. Company commander. As soon as Su Xiaoyu heard this, her spirit was immediately lifted. Don't worry company commander, I will never let you down with this effort. Good to know, Qin Yuan grunted, then left with a tired pace. Boom. Yet around the corner, Qin Yuan was not paying attention, but he bumped into a white silhouette. Company commander Qin Yuan? The white silhouette froze and took the initiative to remove the mask. She was pleasantly surprised to find that it was actually Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was also very surprised to see the visitor. Dr. Lin, why did you come to the hospital? Oh, I was recently rotated, so I was transferred to the hospital to work. Let's not talk about it for now, company commander Qin Yuan. I have to go to the emergency room now, to attend a very urgent surgery, or I'll be late. Talk next time. Seemingly realizing her mission, Lin Ziyu opened her mouth very apologetically. Alright then, I won't bother you. Go ahead. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Lin Ziyu gave a rather apologetic smile, then quickly left. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet Lin Ziyu here. Smiling, Qin Yuan went to the parking lot and quickly returned. Under the supervision of the Black Emperor, the pricks had just finished a 10-kilometer weight run and were frolicking by the playground. Yet just then, a military vehicle raised a cloud of smoke and dust as it sped from a short distance away. The assassins were puzzled at the sight. What is this? Shasta. A hard, sharp break. The jeep pulled up in front of the crowd, and Wan Lang and his 4 teammates, imposing, stepped down from the military vehicle. Seeing that the 5 people were not coming from a good place, the assassins furrowed their brows, and one of them was quite puzzled. This guy, where did he come from? What do they want? What do you want? Looking at their expressions, it's obvious they're here to look for trouble. MD, I see that the soldiers nowadays are really getting more and more unaware of the sky and the earth. How dare they come to the recruit company to cause trouble? The brothers were worried about not having anyone to practice on. Wouldn't it be just right to have a few death-dealing guys come and let us practice? Which one of you is Zhang Chongzheng Shuai Sukai? Stand up for me. In the meantime, Wan Lang also opened his mouth in a furious manner. His gaze was filled with anger. Undisguised. Exasperated. He looked at the pricks and spoke rather angrily. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see the anger in Wan Lang's eyes. Crap, I didn't realize it was really here to cause trouble? Brothers, be good later. Especially Savage. They've named you. You mustn't dishonor our recruit company. That's not necessary. Hearing Wan Lang's words, the assassins instantly figured out the other party's intentions. The other side is really here to make trouble. There was not the slightest worry of fear. On the contrary, in an instant, the pricks were excited. What the fuck is this? The 5 Wan Lang people were a bit baffled by the situation. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't the recruits be trembling in fear at the sight of so many of them raging? How now? They actually looked like they were excited and seemed eager to do battle? Lawlessness, it's really lawless. Wan Lang let out an angry growl. No wonder the captain suffered such a big loss in the recruit company. You bunch of uninformed recruit pricks. It seems that you really need to be taught a good lesson before you know the heights of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. Veteran, you don't think the 5 of you can take down all of us, do you? If that's the case, then you're making a big mistake. Although I don't know what exactly you came to our recruit company for, but seeing how you're acting like this, there's no way I'll let you go back without beating you up. If you come to the recruit company to be wild, be prepared to be taught a lesson. That's right, the recruiting company is not your backyard. Come and go as you please. The assassins grunted coldly and quickly surrounded the 5 of Wan Lang. Ha ha. Wan Lang suddenly laughed, without the slightest fear. His gaze was stern, sweeping towards the crowd, coldly laughing. Just with you rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, and a few new recruits, you want to keep the 5 of our brothers? You guys also take yourselves too seriously. I'll say one more thing. As long as you hand over the 3 of you, Zhang Chong Sukai Zhang Shuai, I'll forget about it. I'm here for all 3 of them. Wan Lang's face was expressionless and his voice was icy cold as he forcibly suppressed his inner rage. When Zhang Chong heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. You shaved calf thing. Are you blind? I stood out a long time ago. How dare you not recognize your grandpa? Zhang Shuai also spoke coldly. Veteran soldier, don't joke about your future in the recruit company. You have to know that your behavior is playing with fire, and you will stir up trouble. Su Kai's gaze was rather bland. That's all there is to say. But any veteran with a bit of a brain should know what's coming and what's going and apologize to us right away now. Veteran, I'll give you one last chance. The 3 of them, Zhang Chong, were not the least bit fearful. What a joke. Not to mention the 5 veterans in the district. It's the 5 chiefs who come. They won't put it in their eyes. The 5, in the eyes of the pricks, were nothing but a farce. Rampant, really rampant. As soon as Wan Lang heard this, he became enraged. Indeed, a group of lawless fellows. Very well, since you guys are still unrepentant at the end of your lives, let me make a move to make you learn from your mistakes. By the way, before you strike, I'll let you know who beat you. My name is Wan Lang, and today, I'm here for my captain. Big guy, you're the craziest. So I'll take you first. Wan Lang let out a cold snort, and with a punch, he slammed at Zhang Chong. Compare your strength with me? Get a life. Seeing this, Zhang Chong smiled brightly and brazenly greeted him. Boom! 2 fists clashed. How? Wan Lang instantly changed his face. The moment the fists clashed, he just felt like he had hit a locomotive. Raging pounds of power, steeply passed from the other's fist. Can't suppress it at all. Wan Lang was directly knocked back several steps and even almost fell down. The 5 Wan Lang people were shocked. The way they looked at Zhang Chong changed. Generally speaking, big tall guy like that, maybe the power is good, but the speed doesn't work at all. But I didn't expect that this Zhang Chong not only blocked his own punch, came to blows with himself, and to force him back with one punch, even almost beat him? What a terrifying power. Wan Lang was shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Chong. But power alone is not enough. Wan Lang let out a furious grunt and rushed forward again. Humph. You veteran, your strength is not good, but you are quite good at pretending. Zhang Chong was also angry. Once again, he rushed forward with Wan Lang. Boom 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 boom. One moment, the two quickly tangled together. Boom. But follow closely. Zhang Chong throws a lightning-fast kick. Wan Lang was so terrified that he directly flew backwards. Boom. Wan Lang fell heavily to the ground. His 4 teammates were dumbfounded. Lao Wan, Captain, you okay boss? The 4 teammates rushed over and helped Wan Lang up. Wan Lang's face was shocked and surprised. He looked at Zhang Chong with unusual horror, never dreaming that he, a special forces soldier, hadn't even fought a new recruit? This motherfucker. Physical damage is not great, but it's extremely insulting. I am fine. Wan Lang shook his head, his face reddening with shame. On the surface, he said it was fine, But deep inside, Wan Lang was speechless and almost spat out blood. What kind of existence is the Special Forces? Before entering the Special Forces, that can be the king of soldiers in their respective regiments. The existence of 1 in 1,000. After going through the unconventional special training of the Special Forces again, the fighting strength of the 5 of them would have no problem exterminating a reinforced company. So, this was the basis for Wan Lang to dare to come to the recruit company. After all, there are no water boys in the Special Forces, but any little bit of form that can't keep up is the end of being redshirted or transferred. But now, this plot, it's completely different from what Wan Lang thought. He had thought that he would be able to take the heat for Wan Lang. I didn't expect to be fucked over by my opponent right off the bat. What's the point? I thought you had some strength. I didn't realize it was a waste. In that case, brothers, let's not nag them. Let's go together. Dare to come to the recruit company to sow their wild oats. Let them know how powerful our recruit company is. With a shout from Zhang Chong, the assassins swarmed. That's a must. If he dares to come to the recruit company to sow discord, he must be made to pay a painful price. Otherwise, if this matter spreads out, people will think we're easy to bully. That's right. That's right. Besides, in this matter today, we are the first to be courteous. They were the ones who made the first move, and we are just returning the favor. Veterans bullying new recruits must be punished. The pricks immediately rushed forward with excitement. You guys are messing around. Don't fight. Stop it. Damn it. It hurts. If you don't stop, we'll report it to our superiors. The 5 Wan Langs were unable to resist at all. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, not to mention the wailing pack of coyotes that is the recruiting company. Boom, 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 boom. The Stinger's offense is endless. Rampage, punching and kicking, savage rush, giant snake whipping, indestructible grip, deep behind enemy lines. The 5 Wan Lang people screamed miserably. Rumble. A military vehicle sped by. Xin Yuan jumped down from the car rather suspiciously. What the fuck is this? Who are these pricks? Fighting? Xin Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. The assassins gathered in a group. Even a large portion of them were bare-chested, and shown at the center of the crowd constantly waving the clothes in their hands, as if they were whips, and lashed them hard. In the center of the crowd, a scream came from time to time. Not good. The company commander is here. Stop it. The sharp-eyed assassins saw Xin Yuan's arrival and immediately stopped their attacks. What the hell? The company commander is here? Then fight some more. Humph, count yourself lucky. One more kick for you. Let's see if you still dare to come to the recruit company and spread your wildness. The Stingers also seemed to be tired of fighting. They voluntarily withdrew their hands and automatically made way. Zhang Chong, Zhang Shui, Haolian Demon and all the others were very well behaved and stood upright, staring forward. No panic could be seen in their eyes. It was only the forced smiles at the corners of their mouths that directly betrayed them. Marshal Zhang, what's going on here? Xin Yuan immediately let out a furious cry. Reporting to the company commander, some veterans have come to our recruit company to cause trouble. They even challenged us by name, so we had no choice but to meet them. Then, the veterans couldn't defeat us, so they rose up in a group and attacked us, and it evolved into this situation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui immediately replied in a calm and collected manner. What he said can be nothing to process. Only in the end, they were the ones who started it. There's only this little bit of first entry. Xin Yuan was even more puzzled as he listened. Veterans come to make trouble? How are they having trouble with veterans again? It's not scientific. Walking to the center of the crowd, Xin Yuan saw a few familiar figures at a glance. Well, if it wasn't for Wan Lang's very special face shape, a standard country face, Xin Yuan was afraid that he wouldn't even recognize it. Because nowadays, Wan Lang and his several brothers, one by one, almost all have become panda eyes, and their faces are even more blue and purple. Not particularly familiar with the people, they really can't recognize them. Brother Wan Lang? Xin Yuan hurriedly greeted him with a snappy cry. When Zhang Shui, Zhang Chong and others heard, they could not help but look at each other. What is the situation? Dare I say the company commander knows this veteran? Whoa, brother Xin Yuan, you've finally come. The moment Wan Lang saw Xin Yuan, he was all aggravated. He came close to tears when his nose turned sour. You know, he's a hallowed special forces soldier. I didn't expect to get caught in the gutter today and get cleaned up by a bunch of new recruits. Where's he going to justify this? The main thing, Xin Yuan is not coming again. The 5 of them, I'm afraid they won't make it out of the recruit company. This motherfucker, that's a tough shot for a bunch of new recruits. No hands at all. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd met a bunch of bandits. Otherwise, how could it have struck so hard? As for getting away from the recruits on your own, it's almost impossible to do. A single Zhang Chong could defeat their strongest. Wan Lang. The remaining Haolian demon Zhang Shuai is also not to be messed with. 1-on-1. Against a special forces soldier. No problem. As for the rest, Fang Tian, Little Fatty, Qin Yang, Wang Zheijing and the others swarmed up. Totally overwhelming. After all, this was a group of prickly recruits capable of defeating 3 veteran companies. Combat explosion. Tough as nails. Wan Lang and the 5 of them were really no match for Zhang Chong and the others. Brother Wan Lang, what's going on here? Qin Yuan cried and laughed. No way. Seeing Wan Lang's miserable condition, he really can't help it a little. It is indeed quite funny to see a special forces soldier being cleaned up by a bunch of new recruits. Alas, it's a long story. Qin Yuan brother. Our captain today in the new recruits company suffered anger. We brothers are the more we think the more difficult to think about. So I thought, come to the new recruits company to kill this group of new recruits of the sharpness, to give them a little color to look at. Never thought that this steal the chicken does not etch the rice. Lose your wife and your army. That little bit of color didn't put out. Hitch yourself up. Wan Lang was a handful of heartbreakingly tired. Aggrieved. No, company commander. You heard me. It's none of our business. It's indeed their veterans who came to pick a fight first. People are bullying us at the door. If we continue to tolerate it, then what we lose is not only the face of our new recruits, but also the face of you, company commander. Fortunately, the dignity of the recruit company, we maintain. The face of the company commander is also maintained by our brothers. Haolian Demon opened her mouth with a gloating smile. You shut up. Qin Yuan immediately let out a reprimand. Isn't Wan Lang bad enough for you? This shit. Haolian is rubbing salt into people's wounds. Haolian Demon laughed and immediately shut up. Brother Wan Lang, let's go. Hurry to the infirmary now, shall we? Worried that the Wan Langs were injured, Qin Yuan immediately wanted to send them to the infirmary. There is no need for the infirmary. Brother Qin Yuan, the military region is busy with affairs. We only took the time to rush over here, and now we have to go back immediately. After we go back, a simple bandage will be fine. Wan Lang quickly shook his head and refused. That what? Brother Qin Yuan, our captain, he has messed up his mind since he was injured on the battlefield last time. We really can't bear the thought of letting him get too much stimulation. That's why we came to the recruit company. So, please also ask Brother Qin Yuan not to have any hard feelings towards us in his heart. If there's anything wrong, please ask Brother Qin Yuan to take it easy for a bit. And in the future, I, Wan Lang, will definitely come to the door to say thank you. Without interrupting, we'll withdraw. Wan Lang hurriedly excused himself, take his men and leave quickly. Ha 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 ha. So these guys, too, are special forces. Alas, once again, my fantasies of special forces are shattered. Special forces, it's nothing more than that. I thought they were all invincible. It's even weaker than me. To be able to become a special forces soldier? I really don't know how this big brother in charge of the special forces selected the talent in the first place. It can't be that he didn't grow eyes. Hey, savage, why do I feel like you're cursing my brother? Be confident and take the feeling out of it. Pooh ha ha. Fang Tian, he's just scolding your brother. The assassins immediately erupted in laughter as they watched Wan Lang leave in disgrace. Shut up, all of you. Qin Yuan suddenly let out a furious cry, his eyes looking at the crowd with icy coldness. Each and every one of you, you've all risen in your abilities. You don't even care about the special forces anymore? I'll tell you, you guys are not even close to the special forces. If we were on a real battlefield, Wan Lang and the others could wipe out all of you with one squad. This is the 21st century, and war is fought with brains and weapons, not savage fighting. You guys think you're invincible just because you swarmed up and fucked over a few special forces? You're not even close. Is it all clear? Qin Yuan reprimanded fiercely. Understood. The assassins came to their senses with a bang, and in the face of Qin Yuan's reprimand, they didn't dare to mess around. However, Qin Yuan was able to see the disdain in the eyes of Zhang Chong, Zhang Shuai, Haolian and the others at a glance. It was obvious that they didn't take Qin Yuan's words seriously at all. Being smug and complacent about defeating the special forces, Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted and he couldn't help but smile as he came in front of Zhang Chang's several people and said with a light smile, Zhang Chong, Zhang Shuai, Haolian, you guys, are you not convinced? No, company commander. How dare we disobey? Haolian arrived smilingly. Tell the truth. Qin Yuan instantly frowned slightly. Report, company commander. We are indeed unconvinced by the so-called special forces. In our opinion, there's really nothing redeeming about them, other than their rank being higher than ours. Haolian Demon immediately spoke up loudly. What he said does represent what most pricks are thinking today. The so-called special forces? It's not good. It's just a falsehood. Very well. I knew you guys wouldn't be convinced. Qin Yuan laughed once again when he heard this. But you guys need to know, you guys can't even run the 400-meter obstacle course well now. The special forces, however, everyone can run within 1 minute and 50 seconds. Not only that, special forces can easily complete 50 or even 100 kilometers of standard weighted cross-country. They are able to get through very cruel heart and willpower hellish devil weeks and even death special training with their strong and amazing willpower. They were able to be truly death-defying, facing enemy fire on the battlefield and going forward without fear of sacrifice. Can any of you do this? Not convinced? You guys aren't really good enough. If you have the guts, why don't you guys try giving me a hellish devil training week? I'll truly admire you guys if you can stick it out. Qin Yuan said angrily. Cut, company commander. You're looking down on us too much. It's just Devil's Week, isn't it? Let's do it. Who's afraid? Just try it. If the special forces can stand it, why shouldn't we? Exactly. Is our willpower inferior to the special forces? What a joke. Don't steam the buns to fight for it. I still don't believe that we can't survive Devil's Week. Brothers, watch out for fraud in this. Beware of deception? Brother duh. As long as you're not a fool, you know that this is the company commander's way of provoking him. Okay, but this is not the moment to back down. Rather, we need to prove whether we can do it or not. Now that we know that there is a mountain of daggers and fire in front of us, we have to jump in and charge forward to prove that we can. Then let's charge. There's nothing to hesitate about. A mere Devil's Week. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Fuck him. Hell Week. Punch, punch, punch. Company commander. We will absolutely prove ourselves. I hope this so-called Devil's Week for the company commander isn't too easy. Sure enough, the pricks went up in arms at the sound of it, desperate to prove himself strong. Although they knew that this was Qin Yuan deliberately provoking and irritating them, this was not the moment to retreat. And this was exactly the effect that Qin Yuan longed to see. Since the pricks are so eager, what's the harm in starting the training week from hell early? Just right. Stinger's self-confidence is soaring these days. Qin Yuan just didn't know what reason to use to deal a blow to their arrogance yet. It's okay now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course Qin Yuan had to torment this group of guys who were bursting with self-confidence and didn't know the heights of heaven. Great. Then I'll see if you guys have the balls to fulfill this Hell Week challenge or not. Only, it's not that I'm blowing you guys off. In my opinion, you guys certainly won't be able to finish Hell Week at your current level. Qin Yuan laughed, deliberately irritating the pricks. Finished? Company commander. Just wait and see. We can definitely finish. It's not just the so-called Hell Week, it's a joke in my eyes. Don't say Hell Week. Hell yeah, I don't care. When the pricks heard this, they bragged about it. It's just Hell Week. What's so scary about that? Most of all, men, you can't be told that you don't have the balls to do it. You can't be told that you can't do it. Ha ha ha. Good. Then I'll let you guys get comfortable for 2 more days. And next Monday, at 6 a.m., Hell Week will officially begin. Qin Yuan smiled brightly, revealing a conspiratorial smile. Finally, some of these buggers are forcing the bait. Why wait until next Monday? That's still a couple days away. That's it, company commander. Why don't we just start Hell Week now? I can't wait now. It's not much fun to train blindly a few times in the training ground every day. It's really boring. I like the challenging life like Hell Week the most. When the assassins heard this, they all looked as if they didn't want to wait any longer. It's Friday, and it's only 3 days until next Monday. So what's your hurry? Qin Yuan burst out with a reprimand. Besides, you guys still have to have friendly exchanges with the veteran company tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow you're going to have a 50-kilometer cross-country run. So you want to cross over the cross-country run to directly open Hell Week? You guys are beautiful. Crap, I didn't realize that the company commander had found out. A 50-kilometer trail run. Ugh. It's scary as hell when you hear it. It's not just a simple loop around the playground. 50 kilometers of weighted cross-country running down. Our bodies, I'm afraid, have long been to the limit. The next day directly start the Hell Week? The company commander is really tough. When the assassins heard this, they all wailed and screamed. How could they have forgotten their previous agreement with Qin Yuan? 50 kilometers of trail running, booked early for the weekend. They hadn't forgotten. And naturally Qin Yuan hadn't forgotten even more. Little samples, one by one. What about speculating with me? Qin Yuan laughed. I advise all of you, die to me. Well, it's getting late, and tomorrow is your last hurrah. All get your mind right and get ready for the big 50-kilometer trail the day after tomorrow. And then, next Monday, officially kicks off Devil's Hell Week. Qin Yuan smiled coldly and spoke to the crowd. Aye, company commander. The pricks replied neatly. Feel the sinking pressure though. But the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. I really don't believe it. A small Hell Week can't even resist. Where there's a will, there's a way. As long as we bite the bullet, there's nothing we can't get through. Good. In this world, There is no such thing as a hell week. Only the ability to endure and persevere. As long as the willpower is enough, we can definitely carry through. The assassins have sworn mentally. Back to the dorms. It's already 9:30. The pricks quickly washed and soaked their feet and got ready for bed. With a clear goal in mind, the pricks were now incredibly careful and enthusiastic about soaking their feet. After all, once Hell Week opens next week, they won't have a chance to soak their feet again when they get outside the wilderness. And once they can't soak their feet, it's bound to make their physical state extremely slow to recover. Because of this, everyone now cherishes it. The lights out horn blew. Han Xiang smiled and spoke at the bottom. Fong Tian. A mere name was called, but everyone was immediately in the know. Once Fontaine's name rang out, it meant that it was now time to enter said car. Fong Tian laughed and spoke with a faint smile. You brutes. You're really enjoying yourselves. Ahem. I won't be able to live in the dormitory next Monday, so I'll start talking about some large-scale segments. Only seeing Fong Tian slightly contemplating, he smiled and spoke. Cars with automatic seat adjustments are convenient and comfortable, and will automatically adjust the riding angle according to different people. Crap, that's a fucking sad story. Worry. Sentences without people. Sentences without people. Fong Tian, you're really tall as a 3 or 4 story building. It's over. At this rate, sooner or later, a child as pure as me will be brought down by you guys. You guys are so bad. Automatic adjustment is not scary. Fear is afraid to come to a ton. But that your seat sits deformed. Cannot go back. That would be embarrassing. The pricks each looked very sorry for themselves. No way. Today's segment about cars does have a bit of a tragic undertone to it. Little Fatty. It's your turn. Han Xiang forced a smile and spoke to Little Fatty. Okay, let me think about it. Fatty organized his thoughts and said with a smile. Fong Tian suddenly started to take the route of sadness, which in turn made me whole a little, won't it? I'll start then. Pa, I've sent you so many messages today. You got one back. SB. I went and looked it up in the dictionary. S is for sweet. B is for baby. I can't believe you're talking about. I'm your sweet baby. I'm so happy. My treasure. You're an SB too. Had ha. He who hears it is sad, and he who sees it is in tears. The world's #1 licking dog. Shed Little Fat Itsua. Fatty. I love you. You're my SB. Love you oh. Wahahaha. The pricks exploded at that. In everyone's adolescence, there is a crush or favorite living in their heart, but for a variety of reasons, it's basically a case of begging and not being able to do so. That's why Fatty's segments are often more capable of hitting the softest spots within the hearts of pricks. They are all 18 or 19 years old, the age of blood and vigor. Whose heart? There is not a girl who wants to lick? The pricks drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, with great excitement, the stingers began to get up and run the drills. Days of training had acclimatized the stingers to the heavy pressure of standard weight running. And it's 10 kilometers every day. The amount of psychological pressure on each person is also greatly enhanced. The whole 40 minutes, after the run, the pricks were excited to eat and wash up. 8 a.m. sharp. Here comes the main event. Under Qin Yuan's leadership, the assassins were pulled to the veteran training ground. At this very moment, there have long been 4 companies of veterans that are waiting with bated breath. The stingers looked surprised. No, what the hell? Didn't we say 3 companies? How come it's 4 companies now? Do we have to fight 4 on 1? 1 against 3 is already the limit. 1 against 4 is never going to work. Temperance, brothers, let's see what happens first. Wait and see what happens. Company Commander Qin, goodbye. The second company commander immediately greeted Qin Yuan with a smile when he saw him arrive. Following him over, there were still 6 company commanders and 7 company commanders, as well as a strange company commander. Hello company commanders. Qin Yuan smiled brightly and greeted with a smile. Ha ha, Company Commander Qin is polite. The second company commander gave a very sighing burst of emotion. Company Commander Qin, I'm afraid you don't know that your great name is spread throughout the entire barracks. Oh, second company commander. This kind of joke can't be opened. What virtue and ability do I, Qin Yuan, have? How can I possibly make a great name spread all over the barracks? Qin Yuan lifted his eyebrows and immediately shook his head with a smile. He remembered that he didn't seem to have done anything major. How did this get famous? The second company commander immediately laughed and said, ha ha ha, Qin company commander is too modest. Let's not talk about anything else. Take the Unity song for example. I'm afraid you don't know that nowadays. This song is on fire throughout the entire military camp, although it hasn't been officially released through the official release. But now it has almost become the representative of a song before meals for the whole army. If you can't sing about unity, then you're simply not a soldier in our military district. On another note, The fact that Company Commander Chin suddenly received an individual second-class merit is even more like a whirlwind, spreading throughout the entire barracks overnight. Everyone is so curious about this matter. Yet, everyone is wondering, what mysterious mission did Company Commander Chin perform to gain such great credit? The third one. It's the ball skills of Captain Chin, 42 points in a single quarter. Such a horrible score. NBA stars can't even do that. Unbeknownst to Company Commander Chin, this hand of ball skills alone has made countless female soldiers become Company Commander Chin's fans and idols of worship. It's simply enviable. The fourth one is Company Commander Chin's mysterious background. Company Commander Chin is so young, and his strength is so powerful. Moreover, he was also able to clean up this batch of unruly recruits, so I'm afraid that no one would believe it if he said that Captain Chin had no background. The second company commander had deliberately lowered his voice at the end of his sentence. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry as he listened. The first couple, they're okay. After all, it's something everyone can see. But one last thing, your own mysterious background? What's this all about? Have a scary and mysterious background yourself? How do you not know that yourself? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to be in your 20s and not even be an officer. It was only after getting the system that he was grossly rewarded with the status of a recruit company commander. As a matter of fact, Qin Yuan's military rank was just that of a second lieutenant, and a civilian one at that. Second company commander is joking. How could I have any mysterious background? You guys are really good at joking. Qin Yuan directly shook his head with a faint smile. Oh, Company Commander Qin. It seems like you really don't want to admit it until you're caught with evidence. The second company commander immediately revealed a smile that I understand. Well, without further ado, let's get down to business. Didn't we agree on 3 companies before? How come today there's one more, brother? Qin Yuan hastily changed the topic. The second company commander laughed. I haven't introduced brother Qin Yuan yet. This is our company commander of the first company, Comrade Gao Meng. He heard about our sparring activities with the new recruits company and was also very interested. So he also asked to be able to join in, so that the warriors can have a good time. When Qin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but lift his eyebrows and said in surprise, First company commander is good. It's just that second company commander. You wouldn't want my recruit company to fight against 4 of your veteran companies, would you? That would be too much pressure for the newbie company. What a joke. The recruiting company is strong though, but it's not invincible. Last time the recruits were able to fight off 3 companies. Qin Yuan had long since seen that was already the limit of the recruit company. After this week's exercise, the standard of the crowd of pricks in the recruit company had slightly improved though, but the progress is not so obvious. Trying to fight off an onslaught of 4 companies in one breath? That can never be done. The second company commander smiled slightly and said, Company Commander Qin, the new company is brave and invincible, and we haven't even begun to try it yet. So how can you be so subjective in judging that the new company won't be able to do it? The second company commander said, deliberately sparing Qin Yuan and directly facing the crowd of the recruit company, yelling at the top of his voice, Recruits, I'm sure you all heard the conversation between me and your company commander. Last Saturday, I witnessed the bravery and invincibility of your new recruits. So this week, to witness the limits of what you can do, I've got an extra opponent for you, but your company commander says you can't. So, I would like to ask you directly now, a company of new recruits of yours against a company of 4 veterans of ours. Say for yourselves, are you good or not? The second company commander was deliberately irritating the nerves of the pricks. Sure enough, the pricks took a moment to listen. Instant outrage. MD, you don't have to ask, let alone 4 veteran companies. I don't care about 5. We'll fight as many as come. Recruits never retreat. The recruit company will always be invincible. The more opponents we have, the more excited we'll get. It's just a mere 4 veteran companies. So let it go. You Yakuza, don't waste your time with this nonsense. The pricks burst into flames and looked angrily at the second company commander. The second company commander shuddered at the sight of the assassin's fierce expressions. Nima, his intention was to stimulate the crowd of the new company, and incidentally strike their heart defense, so that they directly psychological collapse is the best. I didn't realize these newbie pricks weren't afraid at all. After all, even Qin Yuan felt a pang of pressure when he first heard about it yet. Now well, the second company commander suddenly had a feeling of getting into trouble. He suddenly felt, I'm afraid the new recruits will beat the veterans to death once the war starts later. One moment, the second company commander's face was, beyond words, ugly. Qin Yuan looked secretly amused. This second company commander, why won't he listen to advice? It's okay now. You've got it coming, haven't you? Only, Qin Yuan is really a bit worried. Last friendly cut. The recruiting company is really scraping the bottom of the barrel. With just this 1 week's progress, Can they fuck over 4 veteran companies? In this instant, Xin Yuan couldn't help but look forward to it as well. Company commanders. Since both sides can't wait, let the fun begin. With a bright smile, Xin Yuan looked at the crowd with a smile. Good, let's get started then. I'm also eager to see. This time, who will lose and who will win? Ha ha, we'll see then. All 4 company commanders were smiling and nodding. With a command from both sides. Charge, kill, fuck the veteran square. The honor of the recruit company, guarded to the death. The new recruit company assassins shouted to the heavens, and each one of them was like a wild wolf in a frenzy, charging the 4 veteran companies at breakneck speed. Brothers, the chance for a clean slate has arrived. Kill, down with the new company of soldiers, raise my veteran's soul. 1 is enough, 2 for a bloody profit. The veterans are holding their breath. Now it's a case of enemies meeting enemies. The veterans also rushed forward with vigor. The big battle is imminent.